On the day you returned to the Bai family's bankruptcy, you reclaimed the 300 million you had invested and announced the termination of all cooperation with the Bai family. All of this stemmed from your past life, where you fell in love at first sight and married Bai Ningbing, but when your life was in danger, she ruthlessly pushed you down the stairs, just to be with her long-cherished Bai Yuan Guang. At this moment, in the cafe, Bai Ningbing stirred her coffee while saying, "Ji Tianwen, my dad said that the 300 million is very important to the Xia family group, so you need to transfer the money as soon as possible." You stared blankly at her pretty face, your eyes filled with confusion, thinking, didn't you already jump off the building and die? How did you end up sitting here in the blink of an eye? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" You replied, "It's nothing." You averted your gaze and quietly pinched your thigh, instantly wincing in pain. The fact that you could feel pain meant this wasn't a dream. Bai Ningbing found your reaction a bit strange but didn't think much of it and directly asked, "Did you hear what I just said?" "What did you say?" 300 million. You need to transfer it to the Xia family group as soon as possible. Hearing this number, your memory gradually became clearer. It seemed that in your past life, you had been severely taken advantage of by this woman, and even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. Since you were given a second chance at life, it was time for you to take revenge. You took a sip of coffee and said with a half smile, "It's just 300 million. I'll call Uncle Bai to transfer it later." Bai Ningbing nodded in satisfaction and said, "I originally wanted to accompany you to the movies, but my friend suddenly invited me to a concert, so I can only go another day." You nodded in agreement. Knowing that you couldn't really send money, you only agreed to let Bai Ningbing feel at ease to continue her upcoming self-destructive behavior. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Ningbing got into a black business car. Waiting for her inside the car was her college classmate Sun Jejia. Sun Jejia and Bai Ningbing were roommates, and during their university days, she often benefited from you thanks to Bai Ningbing. While touching up her makeup in the mirror, Bai Ningbing asked, "Jejia, have you taken care of the things I asked you to do?" Brother Zimo just returned to the country and doesn't have much fame yet. This is his first concert, and if it's too quiet then, it would be too embarrassing. Sun Jejia replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Bing Bing, I've taken care of everything. I have given away all 1,000 tickets and told them that they can participate in a lottery with their ticket stubs, with the grand prize being 50,000 yuan, which has already been predetermined. Free concert tickets with a chance to win a prize. Those poor students have no reason not to go. I also arranged for a flower presentation, and the atmosphere team has everything set up." Bai Ningbing looked in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "I won't let anyone else present the flowers, I'll do it myself, and I want to wear a wedding dress while presenting the flowers." Sun Jejia was surprised and said, "Xia, wearing a wedding dress is a bit too extravagant, right?" She knew that Bai Ningbing had a crush on Xiao Zimo since high school and also knew that Ji Tianwen had a strong possessiveness. If Ji Tianwen found out that Bai Ningbing was wearing a wedding dress to present flowers to Xiao Zimo, it would be a big trouble for Xiao Zimo. But Bai Ningbing firmly said, "Jejia, I'm about to marry that guy Ji Tianwen. You can't possibly understand how painful and torturous it is to marry someone you despise. So I want to marry my brother Zimo in my heart before I actually marry him, even if this marriage has no legal effect." Sun Jejia wanted to continue persuading her, but seeing Bai Ningbing's firm attitude, she didn't say anything more. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Jingui concert hall, Xiao Zimo stood on stage singing and dancing to rap, while nearly 1,000 audience members waved the glow sticks they received before entering. Xiao Zimo, who is 1.8 meters tall, has dyed pink hair, and his features are very three-dimensional, looking like a typical young heartthrob. After a dynamic piece of music ended, Bai Ningbing, dressed in a wedding dress and holding a bouquet, walked step by step onto the stage. When Xiao Zimo saw Bai Ningbing's outfit, his eyes lit up. Bai Ningbing was wearing a high-end custom-made handmade wedding dress, meticulously crafted from design to tailoring, and from fabric to decoration. At this moment, many boys in the audience were staring with wide eyes, frantically taking photos with their phones. Bai Ningbing walked up to Xiao Zimo, raised the microphone in her hand, and said affectionately, "Brother Zimo, there's something I've wanted to say for a long time. I like you. For 3 years in high school, I liked you for a full 3 years, but I never had the courage to confess to you. By the time I finally had the courage, you had already gone abroad. I wanted to go find you, but for various reasons, I could only stay in the country, waiting silently for your return. Fortunately, I finally waited for you." Bai Ningbing took a deep breath and continued, "Brother Zimo, I am willing to marry you. Are you willing to marry me?" Xiao Zimo's smile instantly froze, and the joy in his heart dissipated, replaced by panic and helplessness. The reason for his emotional outburst is naturally Ji Tianwen. As the heir of the largest listed group in Pingzhou City, Ji Tianwen could easily manipulate Xiao Zimo with just a word. Xiao Zimo had just returned to the country, and his career had not yet begun to develop. He certainly did not want his idol journey to be interrupted like this. Just then, the stage lights suddenly went out, and when they lit up again, Bai Ningbing was no longer on stage. Xiao Zimo continued to sing and dance, no longer interacting with the audience, as if the proposal scene had never happened. After the concert, Xiao Zimo immediately went backstage to find Bai Ningbing. His eyes looked a bit red and swollen, as if he had just been crying. Xiao Zimo slowly squatted down, looking up at Bai Ningbing, who refused to meet his gaze, and said affectionately, "Ningbing, actually, I like you too. The reason I didn't respond to you on stage was mainly for your consideration." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, looking sulky, but her tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. When Xiao Zimo was a trainee abroad, he didn't spend a lot of time with rich women at nightclubs, and his ability to read people's words and colors has long been perfected. So, in his opinion, a love brain like Xia Shuyun, he dealt with it handily. Immediately, Xiao Zimo held Xia Shunyun's hand. Xia Shunyun symbolically struggled twice, and then let him hold it, only still appearing to be in a state of residual anger. Xiao Zimo was not the least bit flustered inside. "Shuyun, whether or not we are willing to admit it, we are past the age where we can be capricious. You told me 2 days ago that your family's business was in trouble and that you needed Ji Tianwen to come and help solve it. So if I respond to you on stage, then it won't do you, or me, any good." Xia Shunyun pondered for a moment and nodded helplessly. Xiao Zimo struck the iron while it was hot and continued, "Shuyun, if two loves are long-lasting, is it not in the morning and evening, separated by national boundaries, have not been able to impede our hearts for each other? Not to mention that now we are so close. Brother Zimmer, you're right, it was me who was reckless." Xia Shuyun smiled apologetically. If she was facing Ji Tianwen, even if she knew she was wrong, she couldn't possibly admit it. But, at the moment, she was facing the white moonlight that her heart had longed for during her teenage years, and she could do so without having to put up a front. Xiao Zimo raised his hand, pinched Xia Shunyun's nose. His eyes were full of tenderness. "Shunyun, all these years, although you are not beside me, you have always been in my heart. The pain of lovesickness we have endured for such a long time. It is not necessary to rush for this moment." "Aha!" Xia Shuyun spread a smile, her heart full of emotion. Then, closed his eyes. Where Xiao Zimo didn't understand what this meant, he took out the breath-freshening spray and quickly sprayed it into his mouth twice, slowly approaching towards Xia Shunyun's full pink lips. The habit of carrying spray in your pocket was still cultivated when you were a trainee over there in the foreign country, in order to deal with those rich women who were old and rich. However, just as the two were about to kiss, bang! There was a loud bang and the door to the lounge slammed open. Xia Shunyun and Xiao Zimo were startled and hurriedly pulled away. It was a relief to see that the person who came in was Sun Jiejia. Xia Shunyun stabilized her mind and was about to express her dissatisfaction when she saw Sun Jiejia's face panicked and said, Xia, something big has happened. What's the big deal? You're on the hot seat. I'm not a star. What kind of hot search am I on? See for yourself." Sun Jiejia handed her cell phone to Xia Shuyun. Xia Shunyun took a look and found that on the same city's hot search list, the hot search that ranked in the first place was hashtag Xia Shunyun, the eldest miss of Xia's group, high-profile love for a male singer hashtag. After clicking on it, you can see a number of internet vloggers, all of whom have posted a video. The content of the video was naturally the clip of Xia Shuyun wearing a wedding dress on the stage and proposing to Xiao Zimo. Xia, does Ji Tianwen have the habit of looking at hot searches? Sun Jiejia said in an anxious tone. How would I know? Xia Shunyun frowned, but quickly stretched it out again, full of concern. It doesn't matter even if Ji Tianwen sees it. Brother Zimo didn't promise anyway. Jia, in the future when I'm with Brother Zimmer, don't mention that obnoxious name. It affects my mood too much. Still, tongue-in-cheek, she clicked on the comments section of a blogger who had posted the video. If I remember correctly, Xia Shuyun seems to be the girlfriend of Ji Tianwen, the crown prince of Ji Group, right? 2 months ago, the two of them even officially announced that they were going to have a wedding. What kind of vision is this for Xia Shuyun? I've never even heard of that singer, and he's much worse looking than young Master Ji. Did Ji Tianwen break up with Xia Shuyun? If they broke up, there's nothing wrong with doing this. If they didn't, this is slapping Ji Tianwen and the Ji Group in the face. As a matter of fact, the reason why Ji Tianwen and Xia Shuyun had some fame on the internet was mainly because of the fact that Ji Tianwen had thrown away $200 million and renewed the life of Xia's group. So, many enthusiastic netizens who are watching the fun, not only at G Group in the comments section, but also ran to G Group's microblogging message. These people really have a problem. Xia Shuyun gasped. Does it have anything to do with them who I like? How dare they denigrate Brother Zimmer? Jia, go buy a water army and scold all the people who have denigrated Brother Zimmer. Sun Jiejia nodded in response, took the phone, and exited the lounge. Xiao Zimo patted Xia Shuanyun's shoulder and smiled gently as he continued to speak flowery words, making the atmosphere charming. Xia Shuyun quickly fell and closed her eyes again. As a result, Plumber has scored twice. Again, on the verge of a kiss, the door slammed open. Xia Shunyun flamed out. Sun Jiajia, what exactly do you want? Xia, this time something really big has happened. Sun Jiajia grimaced and handed her cell phone to Xia Shuyun. Xia Shunyun took a look and found that it was Ji's group that had sent out a tweet. It's short, just 2 lines, and says 2 things. As of today, the cooperation between Ji's group and Xia's group is completely over. The wedding of Mr. Ji Tianwan and Ms. Xia Shuyun, originally scheduled for next month, is cancelled. Xia Shunyun looked at the cell phone screen, and her entire body was confused. End of cooperation. The wedding is cancelled. How is that possible? Obviously, 2.5 hours ago, Ji Tianwan had promised her that she would give Xia's group $300 million. Just then, the cell phone on the vanity rang. Xia Shunyun came back to her senses and picked up her cell phone to see that it was her dad, Xia Jianda, who had called. The moment he answered the phone, Xia Jianda questioned his daughter. Xia Shuyun, what the hell are you up to? Who's that singer? Don't you know what's going on in our family right now? Xia Shuyun was about to explain, but she heard Xia Jianda say in a commanding tone, you call Ji Tianwan right now and tell him to tell his family to continue to cooperate with Xia's group and to call the $300 million of investment over right away. Got it. Xia Shunyun impatiently hung up the phone, then called Ji Tianwan. The phone rang twice, as it always did, and was quickly answered. Xia Shunyun said in a cold voice, Ji Tianwan, what exactly do you mean? I should be the one to ask you this, right? Ji Tianwan let out a light laugh and said, what do you mean by holding the title of my girlfriend, wearing a wedding gown, carrying flowers, and proposing to another man? Are you accusing me of being wrong? Xia Shuyun snapped. Ji Tianwan, I really didn't think that you were actually such a small-minded person, weighing things down over such a small matter. A small matter? Ji Tianwan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Chapter 4, Arranging a Blind Date. Xia Shunyun was too lazy to break up with Ji Tianwan and impatiently said, it's meaningless to dwell on right and wrong now. You hurry up and talk to your parents and let them delete their microblogs and continue to cooperate with Xia's group. Also, you promised me to give Xia's group $300 million. Call it right away. Ji Tianwan snorted. What if I don't do what you say? Then break up. Xia Shuyun said without thinking. Over the past 5 years, those 4 words have arguably been the lifeblood of Jiatanan. As long as he said it, Ji Tianwan was bound to be obedient and agree to any conditions. So much so that Xia Shuyun had developed a conditioned reflex. This time, however, it was not working. Oh, just split it. What did you say? Xia Shuyun suspected that she was hallucinating. Ji Tianwan calmly said, don't say good words twice. Xia Shunyun gritted her teeth and said, I'll give you one more chance. Immediately put the $300 million you promised to give me into Xia Group's account. We still have something to talk about. Talking about what? Bouncing your brains out? Ji Tianwan's tone steeply aggravated. $300 million? Xia's group worthy? Do you deserve it? How dare you scold me? Sappy, you have a big face. The phone hung up. Xia Shuanyun's lungs were practically bursting with anger. With a full-blown rage, she put the phone back on the line. However, it was no longer reachable. Ji Tianwan actually pulled the plug on me? Xia Shuyun said in an incredulous tone. Sun Jiajia's face was chagrined and filled with regret. If she had known that she should have insisted on stopping Xia Shuyun, this was good. Ji Tianwan had really flipped out. Coincidentally, Xia Jianda's phone called again. Xia Shunyun answered the phone, and could clearly hear that his dad's emotions, obviously more agitated than the last call. Did you call or not? Hit it. After calling, how come G Group's movements still don't stop? Xia Jianda was annoyed. What exactly did you tell Ji Tianwan? Xia Shunyun didn't hide it, and told the truth about the conversation she just had with Ji Tianwan. Confused, Xia Jianda felt his blood pressure soar as he angrily said, you know Ji Tianwan is in a rage, but you still continue to arch the fire. Why did I give birth to such a brainless daughter like you? Xia Shuyun also came to temper. Angrily said, Dad, I just don't like Ji Tianwan. I've had enough of him all these years. I don't believe that our family can't get by without him. After saying that, he just hung up the phone and turned it off. Xiao Zimo, who had watched the entire process from the sidelines, dismissed Sun Jiejia and first stabilized Xia Shuanyun's emotions before asking, Shunyun, don't you hate Ji Tianwan? Exactly. I hate him with a passion. I have an idea that will get back at him. Xia Shuanyun's eyes lit up. Brother Zimmer, speak quickly, Xiao Zimo said in a slow voice. Shu Yun, the best way to take revenge on someone is not to stay away from him, but to get close to him, deprive him of everything, and make his life worse than death. Ji Tianwen is still of use to us at the moment, so you can fake your affection for him and get him to help you set up an entertainment company. Then you can sign me up as an artist for the company. This way, we'll be able to have a lot of alone time. And the day I become a top stream, we won't need to rely on Ji Tianwen anymore. And I'll announce my relationship with you at that time. In the detached house, a woman of great charm hugged Ji Tianwen's arm with a heartfelt smile of pleasure on her face. The woman looked to be in her 30s, but in reality her true age was over 40. She had a pretty face, her knitted brows and smile looked elegant and calm, and her body had an innate nobility. Simple and atmospheric clothing, on the other hand, highlights her taste and style. It was Ji Tianwen's mother. Bai Jiyu, son, how did you suddenly become enlightened? Bai Jiyu asked with a smile. Ji Tianwen casually replied, awakening is often a matter of a split second. I was too stupid in the past. No matter what, it's good that you can figure it out, Bai Jiyu said in relief. When I received a call from Secretary Song saying that you requested a full divestment of Xia Group, I thought she was joking with me, but I didn't realize that it was actually true. After saying that, holding Ji Tianwen's hand, he said in a serious tone, it doesn't matter if you were stupid before, but don't continue to be stupid in the future. Since you want to break it off, then break it off completely, and don't get involved with anyone from Xia's group anymore. Mom, divestment is just the beginning, Ji Tianwen said indifferently. In his previous life, he was framed by Xia Shuyun's scheme and even poisoned. If he could let go of such a deep hatred, wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunity God gave him to live again? Bai Jiyu pondered for a moment and said, if you want to retaliate against the Xia group, it's actually quite simple. I'll talk to your dad. Mom, you and my dad can't help me for the rest of my life, Ji Tianwen interrupted. While you guys are still able to shield me from the wind and rain, I have to grow up fast as well, and when you guys get old, I'll be your dependents. Bai Jiyu sniffed her eyes and couldn't help but redden her eyes, then took her cell phone out of her bag and said, old Ji, you've heard everything your son said, haven't you? Ji Tianwen was first stunned, then filled with speechlessness. From 5 years ago, because he insisted on the matter of injecting capital into the Xia group, the relationship between father and son has been very stagnant, and usually when they want to say anything, they pass the word through Bai Jiyu in the middle. Ji Tianwen took a deep breath, took the phone from his mom's hand, and said, Dad, I was wrong in the past. After a few seconds of silence, a thick and authoritative voice came out of the cell phone receiver. Make time and get your ass back here for dinner. After that, the phone hung up. Bai Jiyu laughed. Your father scolded you on the mouth. I guess this moment has been happy and crazy. By the way, do you still remember Meng Lei? Meng Lei? Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned, then asked, that big lady from the Meng group who went abroad to study for further education? In Pingzhou City, Meng's group was a second-tier enterprise, just like Xia's group. In terms of strength, it was far less than the Ji group. The reason why Ji Tianwen has an impression of Meng Lei is not only because she is in the same circle, but also because the one who bought Xia Shuyun to steal business secrets and accurately snipe Ji's group in her previous life was Meng Lei. That's right, Bai Jiyu said. When Meng Changming was drinking with your father the day before yesterday, he said that her daughter was going back to China tomorrow and wanted you to pick her up at the airport. I think you should go. Ji Tianwen instantly understood that his mom was trying to arrange a blind date for him, though it's common knowledge that he's head over heels in love with Xia Shuyun. However, with the aura of Ji Group's crown prince on his head, Meng Group and other second-tier companies had never given up on the idea of pulling in Ji Tianwen. Worried that her son would refuse, Bai Jiyu immediately put her eloquence to good use and praised Meng Lei. Chapter 5, Feeling like you're being adopted. From stature to looks, from literacy to competence, from personality to character, Bai Jiyu's compliments to Meng Lei could be said to be all-encompassing and three-dimensional, and her purpose was simple, to avoid her stupid son, once again, being dragged into the abyss by Xia Shuyun. Beyond that, of course, there are profit considerations. Because of the Meng Group, there is only one heir, Meng Lei. She does intend to set up her son with the Meng Group's daughter. After all, marrying Meng Lei was the same as mastering the Meng Group. Mom, stop it. I'll just go. Ji Tianwen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Really? Bai Jiyu was pleasantly surprised. Good, good. If you take Meng Lei down, you'll be counted as having made a great achievement. As soon as the words left his mouth, his cell phone rang. Ji Tianwen squinted and realized that the one who called his mom was none other than Meng Changming's wife, Qian Yuanfang. Needless to think, it must be that the Meng family was more interested in him as a golden son-in-law after reading the hot search. 9 o'clock in the morning of the following day, Ji Tianwen sat in the cafe at the Pingzhou airport, patiently waiting for Meng Lei's arrival. About 10 minutes later, a light, cozy scent came. Ji Tianwen's eyes left the cell phone screen and raised his eyes to see a young woman about his age. White suit with black bottom shirt, plus black suit pants and high heels, the standard workplace goddess dress. Her features looked like they had been carefully carved by skilled craftsmen, clear and three-dimensional. Her long burgundy hair was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders, and her pair of Danfeng eyes revealed a sharp light. Simply standing there gave the impression of elegance and confidence. "I'm Meng Lei." The woman offered to extend her right hand. Ji Tianwen stood up and similarly extended his right hand. Ji Tianwen. After both sides shook hands, Meng Lei took a seat and ordered a cup of pure black coffee. Meeting with this former enemy again, Ji Tianwen was very calm inwardly and didn't have much resentment. The mall is like a battlefield, and you should be able to do whatever it takes. What's more, the placement of undercover agents employed by Meng Lei was nothing more than the most basic operation in a business war. To be honest, I'm surprised that Ji Xiao was able to come. Meng Lei's pretty face was taut without much expression. Her attitude wasn't exactly warm, but it didn't make people feel particularly cold either. Ji Tianwen smiled and casually picked up. "Life is always full of surprises." Meng Lei nodded slightly. "Every have too many pleasantries," bluntly said. "My parents intend to set me up with you. I have no problem with it. Do you?" Ji Tianwen froze, surprised at Meng Lei's overly bluntness while nodding her head. "My willingness to come over today has already shown my attitude." "Well then, from now on, we're boyfriend and girlfriend in name only." "Nominally, Ji Xiao. Not everyone has the same right and freedom to go after true love as you do, and I believe it's impossible for you to fall in love with me at first sight, right? What if I said that it really was love at first sight for you? Then it wasn't love at first sight. It would be more apt to say love at first sight." After Meng Lei finished speaking, she picked up the bag beside her and took out 2 pieces of A4 paper from it, placing them in front of Ji Tianwen and said, "This is the agreement I drew up on the airplane, and I've already signed it. So if Ji Xiao thinks it's okay, just sign it." Ji Tianwen picked it up and realized the content of the agreement, which was about the two of them establishing a nominal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The terms aren't much, except that there shall be no compulsion to have physical relations. The rest of the terms and conditions are said to be fair and reasonable. One of the items that interested Ji Tianwen the most was that the agreement was for a period of 6 months. After half a year, the agreement ends and Meng Lei will pay him $20 million. Ms. Meng, this $20 million of yours makes me feel like I've been adopted by you, Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei took a sip of her coffee and returned. "This is supposed to be what Ji Xiao deserves. I've just returned to China and want to focus on developing my career. Becoming Ji Xiao's nominal girlfriend will be of great benefit to me." These words, that is, were from Meng Lei's heart, but at the same time, they were also indisputable facts. As long as she becomes Ji Tianwen's girlfriend, then internally, Meng Lei doesn't have to worry about her mom and dad arranging for her to go on a blind date. Externally, Ji Tianwen's identity could also add a lot of convenience to her development of her career. If Ji Xiao thinks there's something inappropriate, you can say it now. Meng Lei raised her hand in a gesture. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. "The terms of the agreement are fine, but I'm afraid that when the time comes, Ms. Meng will really fall in love with me, and won't be able to break this agreement," crying out for a renewal. Meng Lei was stunned, then said with a smile on her face, "Xiao Ji is really humorous." Ji Tianwen didn't dwell too much on the topic, signing his name on the 2 agreements and taking the one that belonged to him. Ray, do you need me to go home with you?" Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. Ray, Meng Lei's willow brows slightly knitted, feeling uncomfortable with this title, and spoke. "Ji Xiao, I think, you shouldn't call me Ji Xiao. The agreement has been signed. I'm your boyfriend now." Ji Tianwen interrupted. This guy enters the role really fast. Meng Lei mouth corner slightly twitching, nodded. "Ji Xiao is right. Then I will call you Tianwen. Good." "Yes." Ji Tianwen nodded in agreement. Meng Lei was about to continue talking when the cell phone in her pocket rang. The person who called was none other than her father. "Meng Changming. Ray, you've met with Ji Xiao, haven't you?" "Met and had a nice chat." "That's good. It just so happens that your mom and I are busy with something, so you don't have to rush home. Just hang out for the day and come back in the evening." After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively. Meng Lei shook her head with some amusement and looked towards Ji Tianwen, who was sitting across from her, and laughed. "My dad called, and when he heard that I had a good chat with you, he didn't even let me go back home. So I'll show you around first. See how Pingzhou City has changed in the past few years? Good thing too." Ji Tianwen went ahead to settle the bill while Meng Lei went out of the cafe first. As a result, just as he went out the door, he saw Xia Shuyun and Sun Jiejie walking head-on. Sun Jiejie she didn't recognize, but Xia Shunyun was no stranger to her. "Xia Shuyun? That's quite a coincidence," Meng Lei greeted with a smile. Xia Shunyun's feet lurched, then she recognized who the woman in front of her was. "Meng Lei, when did you come back?" Xia Shunyun's brows were furrowed, and she clearly didn't have much goodwill towards Meng Lei. This is because in the early years, she and Meng Lei were once used against each other in the circle. From the looks, to the body, to the ability and so on, they are compared and judged in all aspects. For a long time, the two couldn't tell each other apart. It wasn't until Ji Tianwen threw $200 million at the Xia group for the sake of Xia Shenyun that Xia Shenyun was considered to have pressed Meng Lei. But it was too late to show off. Meng Lei went abroad to study, and the two have not met again in recent years. Chapter 6, Because I'm good. Just got off the plane. Less than an hour ago. My boyfriend picked me up. Meng Lei said faintly. People who are more career-oriented tend to be more competitive. Regarding the matter of being pressed by Xia Shenyun before she left the country, Meng Lei didn't mention it on her lips. But in fact, she didn't really mind. Your boyfriend? Xia Shenyun said with interest. I'm curious as to what kind of young talent can take down the high-eyed you. Don't be anxious. You'll see it soon. As soon as Meng Lei's words fell, Ji Tianwen walked out of the cafe. Seeing Ji Tianwen, Xia Shuyun's eyes appeared to dodge for a moment. She came to the airport this time to see Xiao Zimo off. Last night, the two had made plans. Xia Shenyun learned the hard way and decided to continue to make false pretenses with Ji Tianwen for the sake of a bright future with her brother Zimmer and for the sake of the future destiny of the Xia group. She even thought of going to the cafe, making a phone call to Ji Tianwen, lowering her stance a little bit, and if she couldn't, admitting her mistake, and letting Ji Tianwen change her mind first. What I didn't expect was to meet the main man before the call was even made. Ji Tianwen looked as if he hadn't seen Xia Shuyun and walked straight to Meng Lei. Meng Lei, on the other hand, naturally placed her hand in the crook of Ji Tianwen's arm and smiled as she rushed at Xia Shenyun. Introducing, this is my boyfriend. You, are you kidding? Xia Shuyun said incredulously. No kidding, Ji Tianwen replied back, turning his head to look at Meng Lei and saying in a gentle tone, Lei, let's go. Aha, Meng Lei responded, stepping away on her long legs. Wait, Xia Shuyun stopped in front of the two, took a deep breath, and rushed Ji Tianwen. I apologize to you for what happened last night, so stop it, okay? There's no need to apologize to me. I don't feel that you've done anything wrong, Ji Tianwen said indifferently. You finally waited for your Prince Charming to return home. I should have blessed you. I was actually rehearsing for a play last night. Xia Shuyun stated the reason she had discussed with Xiao Zimo. Ji Tianwen remained unmoved and said, Oh, then you acted quite well. You. Xia Shenyun was instantly annoyed. She had already lowered her stance and apologized, but he actually had this kind of attitude. Sun Jiajia quickly rounded up the situation and said, Ji Xiao, I know you're in a rage right now, and Xia Xia also blames herself and regrets it. Uncle Xia is hospitalized, but Xia Xia is still the first to come to you to apologize. So, should I send Miss Xia a banner with the words contemporary great filial daughter written on it? Ji Tianwen said in a teasing tone. Sun Jiajia was stunned. According to her anticipation, Ji Tianwen should have been touched to the core, but she didn't expect to actually speak out and flirt, which made her unable to catch her words at once. Xia Shuyun lost her patience and droned. Ji Tianwen, I've specially come to you to apologize. What more do you want? Are you sure you showed up at the airport to come and apologize to me? Ji Tianwen's smile instantly disappeared, his eyes bursting with a sharp light as he said in a cold voice, Do you want me to pull up the information of the registered people and see if there's one named Xiao Zimo in there? You. Xia Shuyun was so angry that she couldn't speak, but she didn't dare to choke back again, because Ji Tianwen really has that ability. Also because Zimmer's brother, indeed, just boarded the plane. So, she decisively changed the topic and said, Ji Tianwen, did you go behind my back a long time ago and take up with Meng Lei? We've just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. No way. We just broke up last night. How can you find a new girlfriend so soon? All I can say is that anything is possible. Seeing that she couldn't make a breakthrough from Ji Tianwen, Xia Shuyun looked at Meng Lei with angry eyes and questioned, Do you dare to swear that you and Ji Tianwen just got together? Dare. Meng Lei replied without thinking, then asked rhetorically, But on what basis should I swear? If you don't swear, then you're weak-minded, which means that you and Ji Tianwen have been secretly getting it on behind my back for a long time. Don't say it's not the case, even if it is. What can you do? Meng Lei said unhurriedly, Hang me and Tian Man on the internet. Say I'm a mistress. Say Tian Man is a scumbag? You think I wouldn't dare? You can try it and see which way public opinion will side. Xia Shunyun's face was gloomy to the extreme, but she really didn't dare to do that. For one thing, it didn't fit into the plan she'd made with Brother Zimmer. Secondly, even if she put Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei up on the internet, it was hard to say how many people would believe her at this juncture right now. Furthermore, G Group's public relations department was not a dry meal. She did not have the certainty to win the battle of public opinion. Let's go Lei. Ji Tianwen held Meng Lei's soft, cold hand and took a big step away. Xia Shunyun looked at the backs of the two men and her mood couldn't help but start to get irritated. Although she didn't like Ji Tianwen, she still felt irritated when she saw Ji Tianwen holding hands with Meng Lei. It's like your own pet dog, running to lick its new owner. In the business car, Meng Lei pressed a button and saw a screen rise up in front of her, isolating the front cockpit from the rear writing area. You and Xia Shuyun, did you really break up? Meng Lei questioned. Just now, outside the cafe, she was really worried that Ji Tianwen wouldn't cooperate with her. But what he didn't expect was that Ji Tianwen was not only cooperative, but also seemed to really have no interest in Xia Shuyun anymore. This made her wonder, could it be that the rumors she had heard before were all false? Breaking up is of course true. Not even married, already started proposing to other men. This kind of girlfriend not break up, waiting for the head to be green? Ji Tianwen said with reason. Meng Lei couldn't find a reason to retort, and continued to pursue. Haven't you ever thought of taking revenge on Xia Shuyun, and that third-rate singer who has little fame? Hadn't thought about it. So generous? Not generosity. And because of what? Ji Tianwen raised a finger and placed it diagonally in front of his body, saying in a serious manner, because I am good. Meng Lei was speechless. Good or bad is another matter, but mainly this gesture. It's very inexplicable. Shaking her head, Meng Lei said, in a few days, it will be the day when the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce will hold its plenary meeting. I want to make an official announcement of our relationship by then. What do you mean? Whatever. You decide. Ji Tianwen casually replied. But the mouth is casual. But then he thought of a major event that had occurred in his previous life, while attending a Chamber of Commerce plenary session. If this opportunity is seized, then it will be of great benefit to the Ji Group. Having lived a new life, Ji Tianwen no longer set his sights on this corner of Pingzhou City. To be king in the city is not a skill. To be bullish in the province, the country, and even the world, that is really bullish. Chapter 7, The Wall Falls Down. The big event Ji Tianwen thought of had to do with the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Pingzhou City. The president of the Chamber of Commerce of Pingzhou City, named Yu Boyuan, is exactly 80 years old this year, and his occupation is not a businessman, but a feng shui master. On the surface, Yu Boyuan didn't have any deep background, but his connections were unfathomable. Since the establishment of the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce, it has faced several crises, and it was Yu Boyuan who stepped in to save the day. According to the memories of his previous life, at this Chamber of Commerce plenary meeting, Yu Boyuan would publicly offer a bounty for a piece of lightning strike wood with a vintage of 500 years, with an opening price of $100 million. As it happens, the old mansion of the chairman of the Miao Group, which happens to have a date palm tree of more than 500 years, was struck by lightning just a month ago. The Miao Group lowers the price and sells the whole jujube tree to Yu Boyuan at a price of $15 million. Since then, a relationship has been established. Immediately after that, Miao's group can be said to be in the wind, bending the road. By the time Ji's group collapsed, it only took a few short years to make the scale similar to Ji's group's heyday. The heir to the Miao clan, Miao Ruweifeng, had even publicly humiliated Ji Tianwen on several occasions. On the one hand, it's because the walls are falling down. On the other hand, Miao Ruweifeng is Meng Lei's avid suitor. At that time, Meng Lei and Ji Tianwen were in a hostile relationship, and Miao Ruweifeng naturally wanted to gain Meng Lei's favor by suppressing Ji Tianwen. Ray, do me a favor, Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei was surprised. In Pingzhou City, there are still things I can do to help you? You remember Miao Ruweifeng, don't you? Miao Ruweifeng, kind of rings a bell. Ring any bells? Hearing this statement, Ji Tianwen, in his heart, silently mentioned Miao Deshao for 3 seconds of silence. Miao Ruweifeng repeatedly high-profile love Meng Lei. The results in the mouth of Meng Lei, just a little impression. This is really some people feel sad. His family's old mansion, there is a jujube tree, let the lightning to split. You think of a way, get that tree, spend how much money, turn around and you tell me on the line, I will reimburse you, Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei frowned slightly, not understanding Ji Tianwen's intentions. Still, it was a nod of agreement. In a flash, a week passed. For Xia's group, this week was so long that it felt like a century. Ever since Ji's group announced that it had severed all cooperation with Xia's group and started withdrawing its capital, Xia's group had fallen from the edge of the cliff, directly into the abyss. Even if the business is in jeopardy, the bank is also pressing for loan repayment, and it looks as if it is going to drive them out of business. Xia Shuyun contacted Ji Tianwen several times, but there was never any result. Whether he went to Ji Group or Ji Tianwen's residence, he never saw anyone. A week ago, Xia Jianda and Xia Shunyun, father and daughter, agreed that Ji Tianwen was in a fit of anger, and when the anger subsided, it would be fine, but now a week has passed. Ji Group has no intention of negotiating, and Ji Tianwen can't be contacted. This made Xia Jianda and Xia Shuyun give up their illusions and clearly realize that Ji Tianwen was going to get real this time. Shuyun, when you see Ji Tianwen this time, you must persuade him to change his mind no matter what, Xia Jianda said with a serious expression. As you can see, at least at the current stage, the Xia group cannot be separated from the Ji group. Dad, I know, Xia Shunyun nodded, her eyebrows and feathers rather impatient. The reason why she agreed so readily was naturally not because of the majesty of her old dad, but because of Xiao Zimo's good guidance these days. Showbiz, to put it bluntly, is the circle of fame and fortune. Xiao Zimo, who is in the middle of it and has been immersed in the stick country, knows better than anyone how to maximize the benefits. Now that he has met a love-brain Xia Shuyun, and Xia Shuyun can help him get on the big boat of G Group, he naturally won't miss the opportunity. Thus, while drawing a big pie for Xia Shuyun, he unceasingly instilled the concept of the supremacy of interests in Xia Shuyun, thus consolidating the idea of Xia Shuyun making a false peace with Ji Tianwen. Seeing that his daughter was so obedient, Xia Jianda nodded with satisfaction and said, Shuyun, should admit fault, should apologize. Ji Tianxian explicitly rushed to the end of the world. In fact, just want to let you bow down. For the sake of the Xia group, can only aggrieve you. Xia Shunyun nodded. In her heart, she didn't actually care about Xia's group, and was thinking about the bright future for her and Zimmer's brother. Father and daughter departed from the hospital and headed for the Pinellas Chamber of Commerce. Entering the chamber's gate, one can see that there are already a number of chamber members and famous local entrepreneurs present. In the past few years, as long as Xia Jianda appeared, then it will certainly become the object of attention, greeted by smiling faces and the hand of friendship. But today, it was different. The people present merely swept a glance at Xia Jianda before withdrawing their gazes as if they hadn't seen him. Even though Xia Jianda had anticipated this situation, he couldn't help but look gloomy. No one greeted him, so Xia Jianda had to lead Xia Shunyun and find a random table to act as a backdrop. Not long after the two sat down, they heard someone outside the door shout, G Group, General Manager Ji Tianwen has arrived. As if the mute button had been pressed, the originally noisy banquet hall suddenly became silent. Many people gathered towards the entrance of the banquet hall, quietly waiting for Ji Tianwen to appear. A moment later, Ji Tianwen stepped into the banquet hall. He was dressed in a black suit, with a smile like a spring breeze. His straight posture stood proudly, and his hands and feet showed a kind of noble temperament, instantly letting everyone around him were reduced to a chaperone. Looking at Ji Tianwen, who was shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Xia Shuyun couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. In the past few years, she had always been the one standing beside Ji Tianwen. This time, looking at it from a different perspective, he actually felt that Ji Tianwen had an indescribable charm. Shuyun, let's go. Xia Jianda greeted his daughter and walked in Ji Tianwen's direction. It took a lot of effort for the father and daughter to get to the front of the crowd. Xia Jianda stretched out his right hand and greeted with a big smile. Tianwen, Shuyun has just been chanting about you in my ears, and when she saw you come in, she urged me one after another to hurry over, wanting to explain the previous misunderstanding to you. The surroundings were once again silent as everyone looked at Ji Tianwen. His reaction would determine their next attitude towards Xia Jianda. Ji Tianwen stretched out his hand and shook it with Xia Jianda. His tone was nonchalant. Mr. Xia, what happened between me and your daughter? It's all in the past. There's no misunderstanding, and I have to congratulate your daughter for finally finding true love. Hearing this, Xia Jianda's smile froze on his face. Mr. Xia is enough to explain the problem. It should be known that Ji Tianwen had always called him Uncle Xia, both in private and in public. The people around them, on the other hand, couldn't help but roar with laughter. Chapter 8 Responding. Mr. Xia, congratulations, your daughter has found true love. What a joy. What's most valuable these days? True love is the most valuable. Your daughter has the courage to pursue true love. I really admire her. Mr. Xia, I remember that the male singer who was courted by your daughter didn't seem to give a response on the spot. The people around him, laughing while saying solid words, made Xia Jianda's face even more ugly. To give up the leader of the Pingzhou city's business district for a third-rate singer with little to no fame was truly enough of a joke to make people laugh. And while laughing at Xia Jianda, the minds of many people in the room were also alive. Since Xia Jianda's daughter had no chance, his own daughter, perhaps, had hope. For a while, many people had made up their minds to let their daughters contact Ji Tianwen later and have a good chat. If they really saw eye to eye, then they would be flying high. Just then, Meng Changming and Meng Lei's father and daughter arrived. The appearance of the two men did not cause too many ripples, just like the father and daughter of Xia Jianda and Xia Shunyun. The main reason, of course, was because Ji Tianwen hadn't left yet. If it was Meng Changming and Meng Lei at the wrong time, then it certainly wouldn't have had this effect. The reason is also very simple. Meng's group is involved in our booming new industries, rather than the Xia's group, under the banner of basically all the sunset industry. Lei, you're late. Ji Tianwen smiled and spoke, no blame in his tone. All the people around them froze. All of them felt that the way young Master Ji addressed Meng Lei seemed a bit too intimate. Meng Lei walked to Ji Tianwen's side, took his arm, and said with a coquettish smile, putting on makeup and picking out clothes took up a lot of time, mainly because I was afraid of embarrassing you. The moment I came out, everyone in the room froze. Ji Tianwen's address to Meng Lei, plus Meng Lei's actions, as well as the words he said, were all revealing one thing, and that was, Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei were boyfriend and girlfriend. Realizing this, the crowd was filled with disappointment. I thought my own daughter had a chance, but I didn't expect that she was actually shortchanged by Meng's group's daughter. But, when you think about it, there's nothing to be surprised about. After all, Meng Changming has only one daughter, Meng Lei. If you married Meng Lei, it would be the same as getting hold of the Meng group. Even if it was as strong as the Ji group, it could not be said that the Meng group was dispensable. Uncle Meng, I was going to go out to greet you later, but I didn't expect you to come in first. Ji Tianwen smiled apologetically and shook Meng Changming's hand. Meng Changming patted Ji Tianwen's shoulder and said amiably, Tianwen, this is a long way off. We're all family, there's no need for that whole thing. As long as you're good with our Shaolei, Uncle Meng will be satisfied. Despite having shown enough obviousness, someone was still undeterred and opened his mouth to ask, Ji Shao, you and MS, Meng Lei? Ji Tianwen smiled and returned, Meng Lei is my girlfriend. After saying that, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Meng Lei's shoulders and walked towards the seat in the middle of the banquet hall. Although the people present felt sorry in their hearts, they still suppressed their emotions and showed full enthusiasm for Meng Changming. This scene, in Xia Jianda's eyes, was really a lung that was about to explode. Obviously in the past, the one who enjoyed this treatment should be him, but now, it was Meng Changming. Xia Shuyun looked at Ji Tianwen, who was sitting with Meng Lei, and her heart was equally bad. At least during the time she was boyfriend and girlfriend with Ji Tianman, she never knew what it was like to be left out. Now that she had tasted it, it was really hard. Tianman, I'm curious, do you want the old mansion of Miao Ruifeng's family? The tree trunk that was struck by lightning? Meng Lei questioned. The tree? She bought it 2 days ago for $5 million. $5 million. Or she insisted on giving it, because Miao Ruifeng was dead set on giving it to her. Meng Lei did not have the habit of taking advantage of people for nothing, so she played $5 million. Want to know? Ji Tianwen smiled wickedly. Give me a kiss and I'll tell you. Ji Shao, I think you've forgotten the agreement between us, Meng Lei said in a cold tone. Ji Tianwen laughed. Lei, I won't do a business that loses money. $5 million to buy a dead tree. You might think that I've lost money, but I can create at least 100 times more value with what I bought with $5 million. I don't believe it, Meng Lei said without thinking. 5 million, doubled 100 times, that's 500 million. She really didn't believe that Ji Tianwen could take a dead tree and sell it for $500 million. If you don't believe me, then just wait and see. It's tonight. Ji Tianwen tapped his finger on the desktop and calmly said, to be precise, within half an hour. His tone was calm, but revealed total confidence. Meng Lei was curious as to the source of Ji Tianwen's confidence and was about to ask after him. Suddenly, a youth came closer. The youth was in his mid-20s, with a thin figure and a few handsome looks, but not very tall, and was none other than the eldest son of the chairman of the Miao group, Miao Ruifeng. Miao Ruifeng first glared at Ji Tianwen in annoyance before rushing at Meng Lei. I have something that I want to say to you alone. Meng Lei didn't answer and turned her head to look at Ji Tianwen beside her. The moment he saw Miao Ruifeng, the humiliation he had suffered in his previous life surfaced before his eyes. Ji Tianwen could understand what Miao Ruifeng had done, but it didn't stop him from harboring a grudge. At that moment, he wrapped his arm around Meng Lei's fragrant shoulders and said with a smile, Miao Ruifeng, letting my girlfriend talk to you alone in front of me. You're very arrogant. What happened to arrogance? Miao Ruifeng snapped. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Ji Tianwen, you're a piece of trash. Take your dirty hands off. Young man, walk your brain before you speak. Go ask your father if he dares to talk to me like this. Ji Tianwen said with an old-fashioned tone. Ji Tianwen, you dog, don't pretend to be big in front of me. Miao Ruifeng flamed out. Don't you just have a good father? Old me is no worse than you. After saying that, he rushed at Meng Lei and said, I know, you definitely can't look at this kind of trash like Ji Tianwen. What Ji group can give, we Miao group can give as well. You don't need to condescend yourself. Meng Lei shook her head and lost her smile, looking at Miao Ruifeng as if she were a fool. If what Ji group could give, Miao group could also give, then why would she still need to sign an agreement with Ji Tianwen? Ji Tianwen slowly got up, walked over to Miao Ruifeng, and with a backhanded slap, directly threw himself over. Pop! The sound of a crisp slap rang out, catching the eyes of those around them. Miao Ruifeng took 2 steps back and covered his face, looking at Ji Tianwen in disbelief. How could he not expect that Ji Tianwen would actually dare to hit him with his hands? Meng Lei was equally surprised, but said nothing. Ji Tianwen looked at Miao Ruifeng, who was reaching out to cover his face, and said expressionlessly, "Little brat, if I'm trash, then what are you?" Chapter 9, Provocation. As far as these second-generation people in Pingzhou City are concerned, if money is used as a yardstick, before and after, Ji Tianwen, who had smashed more than $1 billion on the Xia Group, was certainly the most defeated one, but the others, no better. At least in terms of career, no one has anything particularly great to build on, and Ji Tianwen's slap was not only a personal grudge, but also because he was attending this time, representing the Ji clan. Miao Ruifeng calling him a piece of trash was the same as calling the Ji Group. What's going on? A tall and thin middle-aged man, who quickly walked up to Miao Ruifeng's side, was the chairman of the Miao Group, Miao Ruifeng's dad, named Miao Jigang. Miao Ruifeng didn't reply, glaring viciously at Ji Tianwen, his fists clenched, so angry that even his breathing became ragged. The surrounding witnesses, on the other hand, walked over to Miao Jigang and whispered what had happened. After hearing this, Miao Jigang cursed his son for having nothing to do while turning his gaze to Ji Tianwen and said with a smiling face, "Ji Shao, hitting someone without a glance, isn't it a bit of a thing to say? Mr. Miao, I don't beat up everyone, I only beat up mouthy people," Ji Tianwen said indifferently. When Miao Jigang heard this, his already stiff smile looked even more awkward. His intention was to get Ji Tianwen to give him a leg up. After all, his son had been beaten up and punched in the face, so he, as a father, couldn't even fart. Even if Ji Tianwen casually explained that he hadn't been able to hold his temper for a while, Miao Jigang would be able to take advantage of the situation and wouldn't pursue the matter any further. But what he didn't expect was that Ji Tianwen didn't give face at all. Even if he didn't even bother to give a coping explanation, he even scolded Miao Ruifeng for being cheap. This made Miao Jigang unable to get off the stage at once, his expression looking a million times better. After holding his tongue for a long time, Miao Jigang let out a cold snort, his tone a bit more stern, and said, "Ji Shao, as the heir of the Ji Group, is that the only thing you have the temperament for?" Ji Tianwen raised his eyebrows slightly and was about to start disliking him on the spot, but without waiting for him to speak, he heard Xia Jianda angrily say, "Mr. Miao, are you feeling justified and want to play the moral kidnapping bit?" He's been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to show favor with Ji Tianwen. Right now, the opportunity finally presented itself, and he struck decisively. Miao Jigang was not happy at that time. If it was a period when Xia Jianda was still hugging the Ji Group's thigh, he would still let the other party have 3 points. But, right now, Ji's group had kicked Xia Jianda away, and Xia Jianda still dared to jump up and down in front of him. Did he really think that he didn't have a temper? Miao Jigang is not at all accustomed to Xia Jianda, and the two began to break their heads on the spot. "Ray, grab me a melon," Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei got up, grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the tray of dried fruit on the table, and handed them to Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen took it and then handed it to Meng Lei. "I don't eat." Meng Lei shook her head. "I didn't ask you to eat it, you knock it for me. Knock enough for 100 melon kernels. I'm going to eat it in one sitting." This guy, he's really not polite at all, Meng Lei slandered in her mind, but still obediently did as she was told. Xia Shuyun's gaze was always locked on Ji Tianwen, her pink fists clenched tightly, her eyes revealing hatred. Even now, Ji Tianwen was acting like he was desperate for love and oil and salt, but she didn't believe that Ji Tianwen was completely dead to her. So, the odds are that Meng Lei is an imposter girlfriend that Ji Tianwen found in order to make her feel a sense of crisis. Thinking of this, Xia Shuyun laughed coldly in her heart. Such a childish trick. Also have the nerve to take it out to show your eyes, when the old lady is a fool? Right at this moment, the sound of shouting once again came from outside the door. President of the Pingzhou City Chamber of Commerce, President Yu Boyuan Yu has arrived. Hearing the shouts, everyone headed towards the ballroom doors. Miao Jigang and Xia Jianda also tacitly stopped breaking their heads. The two of them snorted coldly and each went to the seat that belonged to them. It's just that unlike previous years, Xia Jianda's position, with Meng Changming, has been switched. Miao Ruifeng walked behind Ji Tianwen and lowered his voice. "Ji Tianwen, don't get complacent too early. Sooner or later, one day, I'll make you cry. You won't even be able to find a tune. Are you thinking that the hit just now wasn't enjoyable and you want me to reward you again?" Ji Tianwen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, giving off a very dangerous feeling. Miao Ruifeng was completely unperturbed and sneered. "I don't believe it. You dare to move me again. His bottom line stemmed from the old man who was slowly walking into the banquet hall at this moment. The old man was pudgy, tattered, and unkempt, looking no different than a homeless man sleeping in a garbage dump. However, it was such an old man whose image was like that of a vagabond that made no one present dare to neglect him. This person was the president of the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce, Yu Boyuan. Yu Boyuan is most concerned about the rules. He often hangs on the lips of a sentences, no rules cannot be round. In addition, Yu Boyuan really dared to not give face to anyone, not to mention Ji Tianwen. Even if Ji Tianwen's dad, Ji Weiyun, was present, Yu Boyuan would still dare to follow the rules. Garbage, I called you trash, so hit me with your hands instead. Miao Ruifeng provoked again, trying to provoke Ji Tianwen so that Yu Boyuan would come and help him avenge what he just did. Ji Tianwen laughed lightly and said, "Little brat, don't be in a hurry. Want to be beaten is not easy, don't need me to do it myself. Later your father will greet you with a big mouth." After saying that, he stood up first. The people seated followed suit and rose to greet Yu Boyuan with applause. Yu Boyuan walked to the main seat, raised his hand and pressed down, signaling the crowd to take their seats. When it had quieted down, he put his hands on the edge of the table and said in a slow voice, "Before the meeting begins, I'd like to ask you all to do me a favor." As the words settled, there were immediately quite a few people who seized the opportunity and opened their mouths to pat their asses. "President, if you have any orders just say them directly and we'll do as we're told." "President, you work day and night for the Chamber of Commerce. It's really our duty to share your worries. I should say it's a triple pleasure to do you a favor." Yu Boyuan waved his hand to stop the crowd's clamor and then said, "I urgently need to find trees that have been struck by lightning. The age of the peach tree is required to be more than 200 years old, and the age of the date palm tree is required to be more than 500 years old. These two kinds of trees, any one of them will do. I am willing to pay $100 million to buy them if anyone can provide them." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Spending $100 million on a tree, that's not a small gesture. However, the money is obviously not that easy to make. Requirements have been struck by lightning is not to say, just say the age of the peach tree and jujube tree, can have such a long time, all belong to the phoenix. Two conditions together, that's a lot harder. Chapter 10, do you think your favor can be worth $90 million? However, despite the harsh conditions, but in the way of asking for help as Yu Boyuan, there are still many people began to call, send messages, contact business timber friends. Meng Lei stared blankly at Ji Tianwen, who was wearing a smile beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. 20 minutes ago, Ji Tianwen threatened to create a value of more than $500 million from the dead tree that he had bought for $5 million. Right now, it's actually becoming a reality. After reacting, Meng Lei moved a bit closer in Ji Tianwen's direction and asked in a low voice, "Tianwen, did Chairman Yu discuss this with you in advance?" In her thoughts, unless Ji Tianwen could foretell things, there could not be such a coincidence. "Would you believe me if I said no?" Ji Tian asked rhetorically. Meng Lei shook her head in disbelief. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders, expressing his love for it. At that moment, he saw Miao Zhigang suddenly raise his hand and say, "President Yu, this is really a coincidence." Oh, Yu Boyuan's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Mr. Miao, is it possible that you have what I want?" "That's right." Miao Zhigang nodded heavily and said, "To tell the truth, just over a month ago, the jujube tree in the yard of my family's ancestral home just happened to be struck by lightning, and according to my family's genealogy, the jujube tree was loaded in the early years of Hongzhi's reign in the Ming dynasty, and it must be 500 years old by now." "Good. Great. This is really great." Yu Boyuan exited with 3 good words in a row. Looking excited, Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei looked at each other and realized something at the same time. That is, Miao Ruifeng sold the tree without Miao Zhigang's knowledge. The rest of the people present, on the other hand, all looked at Miao Zhigang with envious eyes. To a certain extent, in Pingzhou City, Yu Boyuan is really the thickest thigh. If it could be held firmly, not to say equal to the G group, at least to leave behind the rivals on the same level, certainly no problem. What day is it anyway? First Meng Changming got attached to the G group, and now Miao Zhigang has hooked up with the chairman. How come I don't have such good luck? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Does that even let anyone live? Just as the crowd complained in whispers, the pale-faced Miao Ruifeng reacted from his stupor. He immediately got up and jogged to Meng Lei's side, speaking rapidly, "Help! I want to buy back the tree that I sold you 2 days ago." Meng Lei smiled apologetically and said, "Xiao Miao, I'm really sorry, the tree you sold me is no longer in my possession." "Then in whose hands?" Miao Ruifeng asked busily. Meng Lei didn't say a word back, but only tilted her head in Ji Tianwen's direction. Miao Ruifeng's fists clenched instantly. Glancing at his dad who was talking happily with Yu Boyuan, he fiercely clenched his teeth and forced out a smile that was worse than crying. Young Ji, can you please be generous and let me buy the tree back? I'm willing to pay double the price. Ji Tianwen almost didn't laugh, pulled out his ears and asked, how much is the double price? $10 million. MS. Meng bought it for $5 million. I'm willing to pay $10 million to buy it back. This isn't right, is it? To double the price in just a few days. If word gets out, people will say my heart is too black? Then you can return my tree for free. Miao Ruifeng had a million horses racing in his heart, but he didn't dare to have a fit, and compensated with a smile. It won't happen. Whoever dares to say that Ji Xiao has a black heart, I'll be the first to say no. Oh, Ji Tianwen answered. Then, nothing more. Miao Ruifeng was practically frantic and said in a low voice, Ji Xiao, I'll transfer the money to you now? No need. I for one don't make deals with overly savvy people. Ji Xiao, I sold it for $5 million and now I'm spending $10 million to buy it back. If this can be considered shrewd, then there are no fools under the sky. You're still not shrewd? Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, Chairman, you offered $100 million to buy that tree, but you said you wanted to spend $10 million to buy it back. If I sold it to you, wouldn't that be a loss of $90 million? Ji Xiao, raise your hand. Count me as owing you a favor. Do you think your favor is worth $90 million? Miao Ruifeng simply lungs are going to explode. In a rage, directly reach out to grab Ji Tianwen's collar. At the same time open-mouth cursed, Ji Tianwen, UING. However, before he could grab Ji Tianwen's collar, he was kicked in the stomach by Ji Tianwen. Miao Ruifeng took several steps back on his hind legs and fell straight to the ground. The commotion over here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. Miao Jigang was on fire on the spot and said, Ji Tianwen, you attacked and injured people on 2 separate occasions, completely disregarding the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Do you think that the G group can really cover the sky with just one hand? Putting it a few minutes ago, he naturally wouldn't have dared to speak to Ji Tianwen with this kind of attitude and tone. But, it's different now. All he needed to do was to sell the tree to Yu Boyuan, and it was the same as hugging Yu Boyuan's thigh. In this situation, not to mention Ji Tianwen, even if he was facing Ji Wuyang at the moment, he would still dare to call out. Ji Tianwen said expressionlessly, General Manager Miao, no investigation, no right to speak. My behavior just now belongs to self-defense. Do not believe you can adjust the monitoring. The people sitting around Ji Tianwen immediately opened their mouths to command harmony. It was indeed Miao Ruifeng who made the first move, intending to grab Ji Xiao's clothes, and Ji Xiao was the one who counterattacked passively. I don't blame Ji Xiao for this. I also heard Miao Ruifeng cursing. Ji Xiao did not even move place. It was Miao Ruifeng who took the initiative to run over. I think he is deliberately provoking. Hearing everyone speak lopsidedly toward Ji Tianwen, Miao Jigang was not surprised. He turned his head to look at Yu Boyuan and spoke in a respectful tone. President Yu, before you arrived, Ji Tianwen had already slapped my son, and now he's kicked my son to the ground. So I implore you, in my capacity as a director of the Chamber of Commerce, to do justice for my canine son. Yu Boyuan nodded slightly. His gaze turned to Ji Tianwen, and said nonchalantly, Ji Tianwen represents the G Group. According to the Chamber of Commerce's regulations, the G Group should be removed from the Chamber of Commerce. And now the vote will begin by a show of hands, and those who agree raise their hands. Miao Jigang immediately raised his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. How could he not expect that a tree that was struck by lightning could be exchanged for a chance to hug Yu Boyuan's thigh? That's a lot of ancestry and shade for your children and grandchildren. The remaining few counselors, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief and hesitated to take a position. Yu Boyuan could not give face to the G Group, but they could not. A short while later, Meng Changming got up and rounded off the situation. President Yu, after all, Tianwen's nephew is still young, and hitting someone with his hands belongs to the cause of the incident, so I think it's better to clear things up first. The rest of the group nodded in agreement with this statement. Yu Boyuan still acted calmly and rushed Ji Tianwen. Tell me, what is the reason for hitting someone? Chapter 11, Pingzhou City's #1 loser. Ji Tianwen stood up with a calm expression and first explained the reason for the previous slapping. The crowd listened and nodded. Miao Ruifeng's pursuit of Meng Lei. This matter was not a secret in the circle. Learning that your sweetheart has become someone else's girlfriend and seeking them out in a fit of rage is nothing to sneeze at. However, opening his mouth to call Ji Tianwen trash would be purely looking for a beating. It was important to realize that Ji Tianwen was attending today, representing Ji Wuyang and the Ji clan. Calling Ji Tianwen trash was the same as calling Ji Wuyang and the Ji clan trash. It wasn't a bad slap in the face. Ji Tianwen, then how do you explain that you just hit my son? Miao Jigang questioned in a stern voice. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, it starts with your son being overly shrewd in trying to make me lose $90 million with a flippant remark. At these words, the people around them began to whisper. On the other hand, Miao Ruifeng's body trembled and he nearly sat on his butt on the ground. If Dad knew that the tree in the ancestral home had been sold by him in advance, then the consequences that awaited him were naturally predictable. Ji Tian-1, don't talk nonsense here, Miao Jigang snapped. One sentence to make you lose $90 million. Such a lame reason. Thanks to you also have the nerve to say it. How can my son run over to make you lose $90 million on the premise that he has already had an unpleasant experience with you? Is he a fool? Ji Tianwen shook his head. Whether your son is a fool or not has nothing to do with me. But I can tell you one thing very clearly. What is it? The deal between you and Chairman Yu is not going ahead. Hearing this, the entire crowd stirred. This crown prince of the G group was a bit overly arrogant. He dared to intervene when one of the parties to the deal was Yu Boyuan. Meng Changming's face changed, and he hurriedly got up and spoke. Tianwen's nephew, one size does not fit all. The conflict between you and Miao Jigang's father and son has nothing to do with President Yu. After saying that, he compensated with a smiling face and explained to Yu Boyuan, fearing that Yu Boyuan would be dissatisfied with Ji Tianwen and even the G group because of this. It was just that while doing all of this, Meng Changming couldn't help but feel a bit upset in his heart. Ji Tianwen is really a little too childish. Such a character. In the future after Ji Wuyang retires, can he pick up the pillar of G group? Just as he was thinking, he heard Ji Tianwen say, Uncle Meng, you've misunderstood. What I said about the deal between Mr. Miao and President Yu not going ahead is not me playing a childish tantrum. It's the truth. Meng Changming instantly wanted to die. I'm wiping your ass, and just as I'm about to wipe it clean, you your pants again, and it's a big one. Are you really that blind? Miao Jigang fumed on the spot. Ji Tianwen, what do you mean? Do you think President Yu can't afford to pay? Let me tell you, even if Chairman Yu doesn't pay, I'll still give Chairman Yu what he wants with both hands. It was common knowledge that Yu Boyuan had no money. This, based on Yu Boyuan's unkempt, vagabond-like image, could actually tell something. But, even though Yu Boyuan had no money, there was never a single person who doubted that he could afford to pay. Not to mention, but as far as the people present are concerned, as long as Yu Boyuan puts the word out, many people are willing to take 100 million out for him, and there are many stories about why Yu Boyuan has no money. One of the widely circulated claims is, when Yu Boyuan worshipped his master gave him a fortune. He was told that he could not have any money left in his hand after this business. Otherwise, the money is bound to be dispersed in a variety of ways, perhaps stolen, robbed, or in some other accident. It is a case of both financial ruin and disaster. Yu Boyuan followed his master for a few years to learn the skills and went down the mountain to venture into the world alone. As it turned out, not surprisingly, the master's words began to come true. As long as he has more than one meal in his pocket, before dark, the money is bound to be spent due to various contingencies. At first, Yu Boyuan didn't believe it and deliberately tried to find a way to keep the money. He did succeed, but the price he paid afterward was the near loss of his life. Back to the main topic. Facing Mao Jigang's questioning, Ji Tianwen shook his head and denied. Mr. Miao, naturally I'm not worried that President Yu can't get the money. It's just that you can't give President Yu what he wants. Joke. This is simply a heavenly joke. Miao Jigang narrowed his eyes and asked sorrowfully, Ji Tianwen, you're not planning to hire a group of people to destroy what Chairman Yu wants, are you? Before Ji Tianwen could speak, he felt Yu Boyuan's gaze, which suddenly became harsh. For a moment, he felt like he was carrying a mountain on his body, obviously appearing to be just a vagabond-like old man. He was bringing such a huge pressure on him at the moment. Ji Tianwen maintained his surface calmness, his gaze turning to the flustered Miao Ruifeng, grinning. Young Miao, is it you who will speak, or is it me? Miao Ruifeng immediately on the door of the brain seeped out a layer of cold sweat. Clenched fists because of excessive force, along with the body are trembling, teeth are biting the creak sound. Seeing that something was wrong, Miao Jigang walked quickly to his son's side and asked, what's going on? Miao Ruifeng wanted to say something several times, knowing that he couldn't avoid this robbery, so he could only lower his head and return. The tree in the ancestral home. I sold it 2 days ago. Sold? Sold to who? $5 million. Sold it to Meng Lei. Now the tree is in Ji Tianwen's hands. I want to spend $10 million to buy it back. That bastard Ji Tianwen refuses to sell it. You. Miao Jigang's eyes went black and he almost didn't faint on the spot. His forehead veins popped up and he raised his hand to slap Miao Ruifeng's face. However, the slap was clearly on his son's face, but Miao Jigang felt a fiery pain on his face. Just a few moments ago, he thought the chance to fly high was coming, but after a short while of joy, the dream was shattered by my son. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he started punching and kicking at Miao Ruifeng. Those who were farther away were baffled. But soon, what Miao Ruifeng had just said spread throughout the entire banquet hall. It dawned on everyone in the room. No wonder Ji Tianwen said that the deal between Miao Jigang and Yu Boyuan could not be reached. Miao Jigang has no goods in his hands at all. What can he trade with people? TSK. I used to think that Ji Xiao was the most loser, but now it seems that the most loser is still this male son of Miao Group, the tree that can be worth $100 million, $5 million sold, and still want to spend $10 million to buy back, without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, cannot do this kind of thing. Absolute. It's really absolute. This is simply the number one loser in Pingzhou City. Chapter 12, Don't Take a Penny. I'll give it to you, Ji family boy. The tree from Miao Jigang's ancestral home is in your hands now? Yu Boyuan asked. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and said, yes, before there was a high person, who also made the same request as you. I inquired about Mr. Miao's ancestral mansion, and there happened to be a tree that met the conditions, so I spent $5 million to buy it. The reason for this is to explain his motivation for buying the tree. After all, no one in their right mind would be so idle as to spend $5 million on a dead tree. Yu Boyuan's heart tightened, and he busily said, then that tree now, was it taken away by that high person you mentioned? No, Ji Tianwen replied back. The higher power just took away a few branches, which are currently being placed in my house. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and pulled up the photos, showing them to Yu Boyuan. There are 3 photos, each taken from a different angle. After Yu Boyuan finished reading, he was slightly relieved and asked after him, are you sure that the tree, now, is still the same as it was in the photo, right? Okay, Ji Tianwen half-joked. It's fortunate that you said it early, President Yu, or else I'd be too much of a nuisance and plan to find a place to throw the tree away. Don't throw it, never throw it. Yu Boyuan suddenly became agitated. You call your father right now and tell him to keep the tree. Ji Tianwen instantly realized that this tree was more important to Yu Boyuan than he had expected. This was naturally a good thing, and he did as he was told, calling his dad on the phone. After connecting, Yu Boyuan personally spoke to Ji Woyong. Yu Boyuan first offered to let Ji Woyong keep the tree safe, then offered to buy it for $100 million. However, Ji Woyong didn't immediately agree, but said, President Yu, you can just talk to my son about this matter. He can represent me fully. Ji Tianwen, who was listening to the call from the side, was stunned at the words. Dad's not following the script. However, he quickly realized that Dad was trying to put Yu Boyuan's favor on him. Ji Tianwen didn't dwell on it much. The difference wasn't that big as to who the favor fell on. When the phone hung up, Yu Boyuan said bluntly, Ji family boy, your father asked me to talk to you. For $100 million, can you sell me the tree? The ballroom was instantly quiet. Everyone thought that Ji Tianwen would agree readily. However, Ji Tianwen did not speak immediately, but rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look. Meng Changming clenched and unclenched his fists, itching to open his mouth and agree for his future son-in-law. But he knew that it was not the right time to speak, so he immediately passed his daughter a look. Meng Lei naturally ignored it directly. In her eyes, Ji Tianwen was currently singing a double act with Yu Boyuan. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Tianwen said, President Yu, I bought the tree for $5 million, selling you for $100 million. I can't live with it on my conscience. I intend not to take a single penny, and send it to you directly. The people in the room were not surprised by this statement. In their place, there was still the possibility of selling at a reduced price, but for the rich and powerful Ji Group, $100 million was nothing more than a small amount of money. Instead, Yu Boyuan's favor was the most valuable. Ji family boy, I won't be polite to you that much. I'll accept the tree. You arrange for someone to send it to Cloud Mist Mountain, and if there's anything in the future, you'll go directly to the mountain to find me. Yu Boyuan said. Ji Tianwen agreed with a smile and said, President Yu, then I'll arrange for people to go up the mountain overnight. Yu Boyuan nodded with satisfaction, sat down on the main seat, held the microphone and said, Sorry, I've delayed you all for quite a while, and now I announce that the 265th meeting of the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce officially begins. The crowd applauded and took out pens and paper and started taking notes. After the half-hour meeting, Ji Tianwen was surrounded on the spot. Ji Xiao, in the face of $100 million in front of you, you are completely unmoved, firmly holding on to your conscience. I simply admire you to the core. That's pattern. This is foresight. There's a saying that as big as your heart is, the world is as big as your mind. You have a big heart, Ji Xiao, and you're going to do great things in the future. I've heard of Mr. Ji's famous name before, but I've never had the chance to meet him, and today I've gotten a taste of Mr. Ji's style. It's really better to meet him than to be known. All of them were drumming up compliments plus bragging, trying hard to draw a relationship with Ji Tianwen, and similarly treated to Ji Tianwen. There was also Meng Changming, although right now Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei were still just boyfriend and girlfriend. But, judging from the special situation of Meng Clan's heir, only Meng Lei, there was a high possibility that Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei would get married. Rounding up, flattering Meng Changming is flattering Ji Tianwen is flattering the Ji group. This scene, which fell into the eyes of Xia Jianda and Xia Shuanyun's father and daughter, made both of them a bit annoyed, feeling that the preferential treatment that should have belonged to them was snatched away by Meng Changming and Meng Lei's father and daughter. Xia Shuyun, look what you've done, Xia Jianda huffed. This scene right now is what you want, isn't it? Xia Shuyun's eyes flashed with a touch of anger as she choked out. Over the years, I've paid enough for the sake of the group. If it wasn't for me, the Xia group would have been finished 5 years ago. You, Xia Jianda was furious. I gave birth to you and raised you for so many years, and you dare to talk to me like this? Xia Shuanyun's aura weakened a lot at once, and her brows knit tightly as she said, I'm just telling the truth. The current situation of the group can't be delayed any longer. Xia Jianda snorted coldly. Tonight, no matter what you think of, you must coax Ji Tianwen. Xiao's group is pointing to Ji's group to rescue, and now Ji Tianwen and let Yu Boyuan bear him a big favor, which is the same as Yu Boyuan, also pulled to the Ji's group this big ship. Glancing at Meng Changming, who was talking and laughing with the crowd left and right, Xia Jianda couldn't help but become even more sullen and added, even if you pay a little sacrifice and price, it belongs to the necessity. Xia Shunyun was stunned, and then realized what her father meant by sacrifice and price. She said incredulously, Dad, you mean that you want me to sell my color to Ji Tianwen, don't you? Don't speak so harshly. What does it mean to sell your color? Xia Jianda's thick eyebrows twisted in one place, dissatisfied. Anyway, you've been with Ji Tianwen for 5 years, and everything that should have happened, has happened. Ha, you really are just like what outsiders say, only knowing how to sit and wait to collect money. Xia Shuyun revealed a mocking smile, but her eyes looked a little sad. She had been with Ji Tianman for 5 years, not to mention sleeping with him. The most intimate things the two have done have been limited to holding hands and hugging in public, not even kissing. Even the hand-holding and hugging was something that Ji Tianwen had paid a terrible price for. Chapter 13, Xia Shuyun stops the car. 3 years ago, Xia Shuyun suffered a kidnapping. Ji Tianwen took the initiative. He came to act as a hostage in exchange for Xia Shuyun's safety. The kidnappers naturally would not refuse. After all, Xia's group's 1,000 gold. How can the gold content compare to Ji's group's crown prince? Later, when Ji Tianwen was rescued, he was already bruised and battered. Touched, Xia Shuyun promised Ji Tianwen that in the future, in public, she could hold her hand and simply embrace her when necessary. Thinking about this, Xia Shuyun's mind floated back to the headbroken, bruised and swollen Ji Tianwen, the kind of heartfelt smile he revealed when he heard her promise. Then, an inexplicable stabbing pain inside. In the future, he probably won't show that happy smile for her, right? Xia Shunyun shook her head, clearing this inexplicable thought from her mind. It was Brother Zimmer that she liked, and whether Ji Tianwen would laugh or not had nothing to do with her. However, right now was the time to think of a way to get back to Ji Tianwen's side. Otherwise, her bright future with Brother Zimmer would all be in vain. After the dinner, the crowd left in an orderly fashion. Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei, escorted by a vast group of people, left the door of the banquet hall. Everyone doesn't need to be sent off. Go back. Ji Tianwen waved his hand and turned to leave. For him, the meal meant little, but for most people, the occasion is an unparalleled opportunity to build contacts and make good friends. It was only after Ji Tianwen had been sent to the side of the car that the voluminous group of people stopped in their tracks. The driver opened the door. Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei successively entered the back row of the business car. Tian man, you don't seem to like people complimenting you too much? Meng Lei asked curiously. Ji Tianwen smiled and returned. After hearing more, one becomes numb. 2 hours into his visit to the chamber, he'd heard at least an hour or so of boasting and flattery. As far as inner feelings go, it's certainly not disgusting. After all, no one doesn't like to hear good things. But, it's not like they're floating around. Ji Tianwen, who had fallen into the abyss, naturally understood how untrustworthy the words coming out of a person's mouth were. Meng Lei chatted a few more words, then cut to the chase. Next, I plan to do a high-end jewelry brand. Interested in participating in a share? Into your shares? Ji Tianwen showed great interest and said, how much money do I need to enter your shares? Why does that sound so strange? Meng Lei pulled up a strand of her long hair and wrapped it around her index finger as she returned. The initial investment needs 100 million. I put out 60 million, accounting for 60% of the shares. You put out 40 million, accounting for 40% of the shares. You cannot participate in the management. All the things handed over to me to do. The end of the year, waiting to share the money on the line. $100 million for the initial investment. How much additional investment is needed for the follow-up? Ji Tian asked casually. From memory, he didn't really remember Meng Lei working in the jewelry industry. the odds are that the attempt to march through was made, but ultimately it didn't make many waves, and the tiger was a snake. Meng Lei returned. Subsequent investments have to be judged according to the actual situation. Forget it then. Ji Tianwen said. I don't have much free money on hand. I can't afford to squander it. Meng Lei frowned, clearly displeased with the statement. After changing several ways of persuasion in succession to no avail, she puffed up her cheeks and spoke in a strange tone. I really envy Xia Shunyun. The same is topped with the title of girlfriend. Xia Shunyun move their mouths, can pull hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, but I'm not the same. The lips are almost worn out, but even $40 million of investment cannot be pulled. Ji Tianwen was surprised. Lei, this doesn't seem like something you, a strong woman, could say. Meng Lei didn't say anything, just gave him a sly look. Ji Tianwen laughed. You said that Xia Shunyun moved her mouth and was able to pull in hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. This statement is not entirely accurate. Xia Shunyun did move her mouth, but it wasn't to speak. It was to do things. Errands? Meng Lei didn't understand the meaning of those two words for a moment. What can the mouth do but eat and talk? Ji Tianwen gave an explanation. It's just kneeling in front of me and gulping. Meng Lei gradually understood, and a layer of pink covered her pretty cheeks. Seeing this, Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. When I say this, are you not much more balanced in your heart? Meng Lei furiously rolled her eyes and said, if I didn't know enough about Xia Shuyun, I might have really believed you. Just then, the car slowed down. The door and roof ambient lights, too, flashed rapidly. This means that the driver in the front row pressed the request to speak button. In fact, the driver can use the intercom directly and talk to the passengers in the back. But, non-essential situations are usually not spoken to directly. Ji Tianwen pressed the button on his hand to lower the large screen in front of him. Just then I heard the driver say, young master. Someone stopped the car in front. Ji Tianwen had already seen the person who stopped the car in front of him, and it was none other than Xia Shuyun. At the end of the meeting, before the banquet begins, Xia Jianda and Xia Shuyun, father and daughter, then followed the example of Miao Jigang and Miao Ruifeng, father and son, and left the Chamber of Commerce early. No need to stop, just go around, Ji Tianwen said. The driver nodded and returned. Yes. With that, he hit a handful of directions. However, Xia Shunyun was moving in the direction of the front of the car and blocked the front of the commercial vehicle again. The driver had no choice but to slam on the brakes. Go ahead. Maybe Xia Shuyun is looking for you to do something. Meng Lei's tone was flirtatious, deliberately biting the word errand very hard, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation and pressed the button to open the door. The automatic doors opened and he stepped out of the compartment. The result was a stagger and a near fall to the ground. Seeing this, Xia Shunyun had intended to go straight to business, but thinking that she next had a request from this other person she hated, she still spoke out in concern. Are you alright? It's fine. I just finished my business. My legs are a bit soft, Ji Tianwen explained, lifting his pants in the process, giving the impression as if he had just put his pants back on. Inside the car, the corners of Meng Lei's mouth twitched twice, filled with speechlessness. A few days ago, this young Master Ji, who claimed to be good, had a strong heart of vengeance. In Meng Lei's opinion, the reason why Ji Tianwen did this was clearly a counter to the flirtation she, just before he got off the bus, had issued to him. Xia Shuyun read Ji Tianwen's words, as well as the meaning of his actions, after a brief moment of stupefaction. Thinking of what Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei had done in the car, her pink fists unconsciously clenched, a flame of anger igniting within her, her eyes looking towards the open door of the business car. She purposely blurted out, I thought that the Grand Miss of the Meng Group was so icy clean. It seems that after a few years of waving abroad, people have followed suit. Chapter 14, I have four no foods. How could Meng Lei endure Xia Shunyun's denigrating tirade? And immediately opened the car door and got out of the car from the other side. She walked to Ji Tianwen's side, reached out to take his arm, and didn't look at Xia Shuyun, but asked, Tianwen, I just heard a dog barking. Did you hear it? Heard that. Then we'd better hurry up and get in the car. Dogs that bark are usually wild dogs that no one feeds, so it's not good if we get bitten. You have a point. The two of them sang together and turned around to get into the car. Xia Shunyun couldn't stand it on the spot and said angrily, Meng Lei, who are you calling a dog? I curse the dog that stops the road. The dog that eats excrement and spits with its mouth full of feces. Meng Leihao said nonchalantly, you're the dog. Xia Shuyun scolded back. Then her gaze turned to Ji Tianwen, indignantly saying, Meng Lei just came back to China for a few days, and she's playing with you in the car. Aren't you afraid of catching a disease? There are so many black brothers abroad, and for Meng Lei to be like this, I'm afraid she would have rotted through long ago. Xia Shunyun, things don't come in threes, Ji Tianwen said in a cold tone. If you make up one more sentence about my family Lei, don't blame me for being impolite. Shuyun said incredulously. Tianwen, we've been together for 5 years. Is it still no better than you spending so many days with Meng Lei? Tianwen felt amused and said, how did you have the nerve to ask this? We've been together for 5 years, and as a result, once your true love returned to China, didn't you still run over and propose? Shuyun was speechless and explained stiffly, I've already said that I was rehearsing a play that day. Cut the crap. What exactly do you want when you stop my car? Tianwen said impatiently. Shuyun calmed down and said with a prayer in her tone, go talk in my car. No time. Tianwen balked. I don't want to be photographed and then rumors spread that I'm coupled up with you. Shuyun to this result, has long been expected, immediately changed the fight, put on a look of watering eyes, choked, you, really so desperate? Tianwen was stunned. In his previous life until his death, he had never seen Shuyun in front of him, showing this stance. Honestly, it's quite a bit more pleasing to the eye. Don't do thunder without rain. Shed a few crocodile tears out. It looks more real. Meng Lei skimmed her lips in undisguised mockery. Tianwen, on the other hand, said expressionlessly, Shuyun, I'll give you 2 more minutes to say something and leave if there's nothing. Shuyun sniffed, and not caring to sympathize, wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath. Tianwen, Xia clan group is my father's blood for half of his life. Only you can save Xia clan group at the moment. You help Xia clan group one more time, even if I lend you $300 million, is that okay? No, Tianwen said without thinking, I can give you an IOU. It's no use typing an IOU, I can't lend you a cent of the money. Shuyun simply suffocated to death. Meng Lei was present in the case. The beauty plan did not have the conditions to perform. She could only lower her posture as much as possible, but Tianwen remained unmoved, which gave her a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration. How can Tianwen just change? Before this, Shuyun thought to herself that she knew enough about Tianwen, but now, she felt as if she had never really known the man. Miss Xia, I can lend you the money instead, Meng Lei said with a big smile. No need. Shuyun decisively refused and turned away. Thinking with her feet, she could figure out that Meng Lei was planning to tease her rather than actually being kind enough to lend her the money. If you answer, you'll just be humiliated. After dropping Meng Lei off at home first, Tianwen went to his mom and dad's place. The ocean view villa situated on the golden sandy beach is especially noticeable at night, giving a feeling of luxury just by looking at it from afar. In addition to the villa's own pool, there is a wine cellar, restaurant, theater and other amenities. Before he had a falling out with his dad, Tianwen also lived here. Get out of the car and calm down a little. Tianwen took a step into the courtyard of the villa and walked forward about a dozen meters along the cobblestone paved road. Only a middle-aged man, holding a fishing rod in his hand, was sitting by the pool and fishing. The man's features are very angular, and the carefully trimmed beard adds a bit of mature man's charm. A proper handsome uncle. For a certain type of young girl, such a handsome uncle has a fatal attraction. Dad, our swimming pool, when did we turn it into a fishing ground? Tianwen greeted. Ji Woyong said without looking back. You're always not going home, so I'm sure you don't know when you've changed. Tianwen touched his nose and smiled twice. Dad, I was confused before. I apologize. At these words, the fishing rod in Ji Woyong's hand appeared to visibly shake. When he regained his composure, he still didn't pick up the conversation, but changed the topic and said, tell me about what happened tonight at the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce. Good. Tianwen nodded in agreement and recounted the flow of the meeting, as well as what he encountered. In general, Ji Woyong listened attentively, even though he had already known in advance about all the things his son had said. But, hearing it from someone else's mouth and hearing it from my son himself are two very different feelings. After patiently listening, Ji Woyong slowly asked, how are you getting along with Meng Lei? Not bad. Since it's still okay, don't delay. Your mom is anxious to have a grandchild, and she's in my ear every day, so if you hurry up a little bit, I'll be able to get some peace and quiet. As he spoke, Bai Jiyu came carrying a teapot. Seeing that his son was also there, he was immediately flustered in his eyes and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. It was sort of an instinctive reaction, after all. In the past, whenever father and son met, they would have to quarrel whenever they spoke more than 3 sentences. Son, when did you come back? Bai Jiyu asked. Mom, I just got back. Ji Tian asked back. Bai Jiyu observed a bit and saw that there was still harmony between father and son. Her heart breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Son, before you came back, your father was praising you all the time, saying that you finally got the hang of it, and that you gave that tree to Yu Boyuan, so that Yu Boyuan would owe you a favor, and that the deal was worth it. I didn't say that. Ji Woyong denied it. Bai Jiyu ignored him and said to herself, son, don't go tonight, Later let your father catch 2 fish and send them to the kitchen to be cooked for you 2 masters to drink 2 cups. Ji Woyong lived up to his expectations and soon caught 2 big fish. Before handing it over to Bai Jiyu, he opened his mouth and said, "Tell the kitchen that the practice should pay some attention to it, and I have 4 not to eat. Don't eat it and get out." Bai Jiyu didn't have any good manners. "It's mainly for my son. You can eat it or not." Chapter 15, Declaring War on Meng's Group. Half a month passed in a flash. During this half month, Ji Tianwen diligently went to work and clocked in, and proceeded to deal with the mess that was left behind when he used to work with Xiao's group. Then, every now and then, meet with Meng Lei for afternoon tea. The days were busy and full. That morning, Ji Tianwen entered the office as usual. Just as he sat down, the cell phone in his pocket rang. The call was from Meng Lei, and Ji Tianwen knew what the other party was calling about. When the phone connected, I heard Meng Lei say, "Tian man, guess why I'm calling you so early?" Just by listening to the tone and content of this speech, Ji Tianwen was sure that Meng Lei's parents were right next to her. Ji Tianwen returned indifferently. "For the opening ceremony, Meng Lei said in a surprised tone. "It seems that my words are still quite on your mind. Come over early, you still need to cut the ribbon." "Good," Ji Tianwen answered and then hung up the phone. 10:30 in the morning. Ji Tianwen appeared in front of the Pingzhou City Trade Square. It's in a prime location, truly an inch of gold. The rent for any given store is 10, if not dozens, of times higher than any other mall. From the signboards of that one luxury brand, you can tell that this place caters to a precise group of consumers. You certainly wouldn't hang out in a place like this without hundreds of thousands of dollars. Meng Lei's store is located in the middle of 2 stores that buy jewelry. The people who were guarding the door immediately ran into the store when they saw Ji Tianwen. When Ji Tianwen approached the front of the store, he saw a middle-aged woman walking out of the store with quick steps. The woman looked to be in her early to mid-40s, with a well-maintained body and skin, and was dressed in a way that showed an air of affluence. From the look of her eyebrows, she resembled Meng Lei, and was none other than Meng Lei's mother. "Chang Jingqi, Tian man, you're here so early." Chang Jingqi was all smiles as she opened her mouth to greet him from a long distance away. "Auntie Chang, this is Lei's first time opening a store after returning to China, and she has great expectations for the brand she created, so it's only right that I come early," Ji Tianwen politely said. Chang Jingqi was very satisfied with this statement, and said with a smile on her face, "Tianwen, you are really good at talking. Auntie led you inside to have a look. The decoration here are all designed by our family Xiao Lei herself." Led by Chang Jingqi, Ji Tianwen entered the store. The store wasn't exactly small, probably in the neighborhood of 500, less than 600 square meters. The decoration style is also on the European side, especially the chandelier right in the middle of the room. The chandelier is made of what looks like crystal, put together from a variety of different shaped objects. In addition to the usual flat shapes, 3-dimensional and multi-dimensional shapes have been added. But the overall look, does not let people feel the violation and messy, but let people feel very artistic, especially high-end atmosphere. In addition, the tables and chairs in the lounge area are all styled differently than what is common in everyday life. "Tian man, Ray really spent a lot of effort for this store," Chang Jingqi said in a tone of emotion. "When the renovation, she has been in the store to supervise the work. The renovation workers 2 shifts, she sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day, really sleepy, only to go upstairs to sleep for a little while." Ji Tianwen nodded slowly. In fact, from the whole to the details, it was not difficult to see that Meng Lei had indeed put in a lot of thought for this store. Just as he was thinking, he heard Chang Jingqi ask, "Tianwen, do you think Xiao Lei, this store, can it do well?" "I'm sure Ray can do a good job," Ji Tian asked casually back. A few moments later, Meng Lei, dressed in workplace attire, came down from upstairs. Chang Jingqi immediately greeted her daughter and then left the time for the 2 young men. Perhaps it was because she was about to open. Meng Lei looked in a good mood, leading Ji Tianwen and introducing the various jewelry she had designed. From necklaces to earrings, rings to bracelets, each one speaks for itself. Ji Tianwen listened to Meng Lei's narration, and then looked at the jewelry, with its mediocre styling, and finally understood the reason why Meng Lei was unsuccessful in this track. "Tian man, what do you think?" Meng Lei asked with a slight smugness. "Any regrets about not investing?" Ji Tianwen murmured. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course it's true. No regrets." Meng Lei slowly nodded and said, "It's normal to have no regrets now, and there will be times in the future when you'll regret it." "I'll see." Ji Tianwen shrugged with a relaxed look. At that moment, someone came over to remind us that it was almost time for the opening ceremony. Meng Lei lifted her wrist and glanced at the time, greeted Ji Tianwen, and headed for the door. At 11 o'clock sharp, Meng Lei appeared on the stage set up outside the store. However, before he could speak, he saw a group of people with wreaths placed in front of the store. The whole room was in an uproar. Crap, who's this guy with all the nerve? How much hate is it to send a wreath for an opening? Interesting, I really didn't come here for nothing today. Catching such a big bustle. On the VIP seat, Ji Tianwen looked at the scene that was already in disarray and couldn't help but wonder, who let the wreath be sent? On the stage, Meng Lei's pretty face was like a layer of frost covering it. Opening a jewelry store has been her dream since she was a little girl. That's why she was able to get the store up and running so quickly. The intricate designs, which had long existed in her mind, only needed to be constructed according to the plans. But what she didn't expect was that just when she was using her dream as an oar and planning to set sail, there was such a big twist. Miao Group. Inside the spacious office, a middle-aged man of about 30 years of age, smoking a cigar, resting his legs on his desk, swallowing clouds of smoke with a pleasant look. The man's name is Miao Ruixiang, Miao Ruweifeng's own brother. On the sofa, Miao Ruweifeng frowned and said, "Brother, aren't we doing this a bit too hard? Sending wreaths on the day of opening. By doing so, isn't it the same as declaring war with Meng's group?" "You are right, is to declare war," Miao Ruixiang said in a calm tone. "If Pingzhou City is treated as a big cake, then for so many years, each family is guarding the portion in front of them, and each other. Although they are greedy, they all abide by the rules, and no one is going to grab anyone's. But now, Meng's group is not abiding by the rules, reaching out to our side, trying to take the cake away from us in front of us. Can we let him take it away? What about Ji Tianwen?" Miao Ruweifeng said worriedly. "Ji Tianwen is Meng Lei's boyfriend. If he stands up for Meng Lei, then we'll be in trouble." Miao Ruixiang revealed a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Chapter 16, How about you help me out? In this age of self-publishing, it often no longer takes a long time for a story to go from festering to detonating. Only half an hour had passed, and the news of Meng Group's Missy receiving a wreath of flowers for the opening of her new store quickly hit the hot search. The cold store. Meng Lei sat in a chair styled as a harp, expressionless and silent. She looked calm, but it was clear to anyone that within her calm exterior lay a volcano that could erupt at any time. A few moments later, Song Yabing, a white-skinned female secretary with long legs, walked up to Ji Tianwen and broke the silence. "Mr. Ji, it's been checked out. Who is it?" Meng Lei looked over with a stern gaze. Song Yabing moved in Ji Tianwen's direction and returned. It was Miao Ruixiang of the Miao Group who instructed those people to send the wreath. "Miao Ruixiang?" Meng Lei clenched her fists, flames igniting in her eyes. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, nodded his head in understanding, not feeling surprised by the result. Previously, before getting accurate information, he had locked his suspicions on the Xia Group and the Miao Group. Compared to the two, the Miao Group is much more suspicious. The reason is also very simple. Although Xia Shunyun and Meng Lei, some personal grudges, but right now at this juncture, Xiao's group even self-preservation is very difficult. No energy, there is no reason to provoke Meng's group. The same could not be said for the Miao Group. Leaving aside the previous beams that had been formed at the Chamber of Commerce, Meng Lei opening a jewelry store has a direct conflict of interest with the Miao Group. Over the years, Miao Group has been the leader in the track of women's jewelry. Meng Lei's sudden foray into this track as the sole heir of the Meng clan would naturally be interpreted as the Meng clan declaring war on the Miao clan. If the Miao Group was indifferent, it would be abnormal. After spending a good half day, Meng Lei calmed down her inner emotions, looked at Ji Tianwen, who was sitting across from her, and spoke. "Don't you want to say something?" Ji Tianwen tapped his finger on the desktop and said, "Miao Group's tactics are indeed a bit underhanded, and the purpose is also very clear, to strike you as a competitor. And, I am offended by the despicable tactics of the Miao Group and strongly condemn this bad behavior of malicious competition." Ji Tianwen of course knew clearly that Meng Lei was trying to pull him down, but he'd actually prefer to watch the show than get down there himself. After all, it's not like there's anything to be gained by going down to a dry spell. Meng Lei took a deep breath and continued, "No matter what, I'm your nominal girlfriend now, and you're just going to stand by and watch as Miao Group bullies me like this? Then I'll close my eyes and not look." Jiten tactically leaned back and closed his eyes. To play the emotional card, you must at least be emotional. Moreover, the one in front of her is obviously a strong woman, but she is thinking about how to whore him out for nothing. Ji Tianwen, who had planted a big head on Xia Shuyun, naturally wouldn't let Meng Lei get a taste of the sweetness of white whoring. It was at this moment that Song Yabing, who had finished answering the phone, re-entered beside Ji Tianwen and reported, "Mr. Ji, just now the chairman's secretary called and said that Miao Jigang, the chairman of the Miao Group, had just met with the chairman, and Miao Jigang mentioned the matter of sending a wreath." "How?" Jiten asked with his eyes closed. Song Yabing returned. Miao Jigang said that sending the wreath was his eldest son's impulsive overreaction, and that there was no intention to target you, Mr. Ji, so I hope we don't misunderstand. Meng Lei's expression became subtle as she sniffed. Miao Jigang personally went to see Ji Woyong, explaining that sending the wreath was not against Ji Tianwen, but was jealous of the Ji group. Ji Woyong asked his secretary to relay this news to Ji Tianwen, as a way of telling Ji Tianwen not to go down easily. In other words, trying to get Ji Tianwen and the Ji clan to go down won't work without certain benefits. Figured this out, Meng Lei let Son Yaving evade, and then openly and honestly said, Ji Shao, I will send you Edge of the Dream 40% of the dry shares. The condition is, you have to help me counterattack Miao Ruixiang. Judging from the name calling, Meng Lei obviously harbored a great deal of resentment in her heart, but Ji Tianwen naturally won't care. Good feeling this kind of thing, and can't be a meal. It doesn't matter if there is or isn't. He opened his eyes and shook his head. Countering Miao Ruixian will inevitably take on the Miao group. And as for the 40% of dry shares you said, it's a bit of a blank check. The benefits of dry shares are obvious. No need to take risks. No need to invest money. Just sit back and enjoy the dividends. But, only if there is money to share. Dry shares are worthless if you're even struggling to make a profit. Moreover, Ji Tianwen remembers clearly. Meng Lei founded the Edge of the Dream brand. Pressure did not make waves. Therefore, 40% of dry shares was not attractive to Ji Tianwen at all. Put the words me and fart in the middle of the word dry stock and he might even be a little interested. Meng Lei knew in her heart that Ji Tianwen didn't believe that she could make a profit, and said with some impatience, then tell me, how about you give me a hand? Ji Tianwen was waiting for these words, but he didn't immediately put forward his conditions. Instead, he pretended to think for a while and said in a difficult tone, this moment, really can't think of anything you can help me, like this. I heard that Meng's group intends to cooperate with Zhurong Technology to research VR glasses. I think this product is a bit interesting. If I can get Ji's group into the game, I'll help you deal with Miao's group. In his previous life, Meng's group, led by Meng Lei, gambled all of his fortune, and ultimately, with the product of VR glasses, he realized that he had bent the road to overtake the car and surged forward in a short period of time, and ultimately, he was on par with Ji's group. In his last life, Ji Tianwen was planted in the hands of two women, Xia Shuyun and Meng Lei. Xia Shuyun didn't have to worry too much, but Meng Lei still had to be on guard. Ji Tianwen had to snuff out all the hidden dangers so that he could settle down. I'm not currently in charge of Meng's group. I'll have to discuss this with my dad, Meng Lei said. Yes, Ji Tianwen nodded. Meng Lei didn't waste any time and immediately called her dad on the phone. When he said that Ji Group was interested in joining the product development of the virtual reality project, Meng Changming did not give an immediate answer, but said that he would have to think about it. Although the Ji Group into the game can largely link the pressure of capital, but the cake will inevitably also be divided out a piece. He needs to repeatedly weigh the pros and cons before. 2 hours later, Ji Tianwen, who had finished lunch with Meng Lei, waited for Meng Changming to reply that the other party had agreed to Ji Group's request to enter the game. While Ji Tianwen was delighted, he was also quick to honor the conditions promised to Meng Lei. He sent out a microblog, the wreath has been received. I will return a coffin to you and send the wreath back along with it. Hurry up and pick yourself a good gravesite. At Miao's group. Chapter 17, Old Habits Die Hard. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. After Ji Tianwen's microblog was sent out, not only did it quickly put him on the hot search, but it also triggered the entire Pingzhou business community. Previously, there were various speculations about how Ji Tianwen would react, but no one had ever thought that Ji Tianwen had actually just reached this level. When Miao's group sends a wreath to his girlfriend, he has to send a coffin to Miao's group, and he also tells Miao's group to hurry up and choose a gravesite. Ji Tianwen is out of his mind, isn't he? It's not true that the Ji group is wealthy enough, but the Miao group isn't a vegetarian either. From the literal meaning of the word, young Master Ji clearly means to bring down the Miao group, but I really can't figure out in what way young Master Ji will actually bring down the Miao group. Inside the restaurant, Ji Tianwen got up and said, Lei, I have to go back to the office and ask my dad for some money. Meng Lei nodded. Well, you don't have to give me a ride. I'll just go home by myself. Ji Tianwen answered and turned to leave. Ji's group. In the office area, many female white-collar workers come together to whisper. You all saw that tweet that Mr. Ji sent out, right? Of course I saw it. The likes are already over 100,000. I'm not talking about the kudos. I'm talking about the content. Mr. Ji is so bossy. Mr. Ji treats his girlfriend really good beyond words. I've decided that from now on, Mr. Ji will be my choice of spouse from now on. Then you'll probably have to marry for the rest of your life. In the entire city of Pingzhou, you won't be able to find the second one who is richer than Mr. Ji. Don't keep money. I mean this kind of behavior of Mr. Ji to stand up for his girlfriend. If there's any man who's willing to do this for me, I'll marry him on the spot. Even if the man old, Ugly and broke? Mr. G is here. Don't even say it. Everyone sniffed and slid on their feet, sliding their office chairs and returning to work. Then, standing up, they said in unison, "Good day, Mr. G." Ji Tianwen raised his hand as a greeting, then headed straight for the chairman's office, knocked on the door and heard a voice from inside. Ji Ten turned the doorknob and stepped inside the office. Behind the wide desk, Ji Woyong raised his eyes to look at his son and frowned. "Your old habits are back, aren't they?" Ji Tianwen was stunned, and then reacted to the fact that his father's so-called old problem was the matter of being too good to his girlfriend. He shook his head and denied. "Dad, I'm not a fool. I definitely can't do a money-losing deal. If you're talking about taking over the piece of cake they're holding after bringing down the Miao group, I'm telling you loud and clear that it can be done, but it can't be done that way. I understand. The G group is really going to make all the money, and the end result will be that everyone will unite to lift the table, and no one will want to play along with us anymore." When Ji Woyong heard this, he couldn't help but frown even more tightly as he questioned, "Then what exactly do you mean by not doing losing money?" Meng's group is cooperating with Jurong Technology to develop a VR glasses. This kind of virtual reality product is very promising. By helping Meng Lei deal with Miao's group, I'm exchanging it for a chance to get into the cooperation. This project is bound to make money. Dad, you believe me, Ji Tianwen said with a serious expression. Ji Woyong didn't immediately state his position, but said, "I'll consider the project you mentioned. I'll only ask you one thing. How much money do you need to spend in order to bring down the Miao group? Have you done any calculations?" Ji Tianwen nodded and returned. "There's about 3 billion, more or less. $3 billion? It's really easy for you to say when your upper lip touches your lower lip." Ji Woyong snorted coldly and pursued. "Then how much money do you need to invest in the project of entering the Meng group and Polygon Technology?" Ji Tianwen murmured. "I'm not very clear about the specifics. Later Meng Changming will contact you. I estimate that the three together, the total investment had to have to break 10 billion. The three families jointly invested $10 billion, counting another 3 billion or so spent. That's more than 6 billion. Do you know what that means?" Ji Woyong said with an expressionless face. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and tentatively returned. "Meaning, in your heart, I have lost my family to new heights?" "No," Ji Woyong denied. "Means you can pack up your things and get the hell home and mingle." He thought that he had been bold enough, but now it seems that the blue is better than the blue, and his son has more guts than he does. "It's not even a month since we finished cutting with Xiao's group, and we're planning to spend more than $6 billion out of it." This caused Ji Woyong's idea of training his son to be the heir to be shaken. At this rate of spending, it is estimated that in less than a year, Ji's group will have to go bankrupt and liquidate. In that case, it would be more economical to find professional managers to manage the group on your behalf. Ji Tianwen's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Dad, you give me a chance, just this once. If my prediction is wrong, then I will no longer get involved in business matters in the future. Roll home and mingle peacefully." Ji Woyong locked eyes with Ji Tianwen. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, he was silent for a long time and asked, "How long will it take for the project between Meng Group and Polygon Technology to generate revenue?" "By the end of this year, there will be a major breakthrough, and by the third quarter of next year at the latest, we will be able to start making money," Ji Tianwen said with confidence. "Although the cycle is a bit long, in the long run, it will definitely be greatly beneficial to G Group." Ji Woyong looked deeply at his son, pulled open a desk drawer, took out a coin from it, and said, "I'll throw the coin. If the face facing up is a word, I'll agree with you, and if it's a flower, then you don't have to think about anything. Isn't it a bit hasty to decide whether to spend or not to spend over $6 billion by tossing a coin?" Ji Tianwen was inwardly speechless for a while, but nodded his head in agreement. "Good." Without further ado, Ji Woyong placed the coin vertically on the tabletop, then reached out and popped it on the side. The coin spun around for a while and eventually fell onto the table, and on the side facing up, there was a flower. "It's a flower. You can think of nothing else," Ji Woyong said. Ji Tianwen said suspiciously, "You didn't cheat?" Ji Woyong nodded heavily. "This is the will of heaven." "Really? I don't believe it. The results have already appeared, and whether you believe it or not won't change the facts." "Can change." "Oh, how do you want to change it?" "Smash the table and let the coins fall to the floor." "What if it lands on the floor and also remains flower facing?" "The floor is smashed, letting the coins fall to the next level." Ji Woyong slowly got up and smiled. "Your statement is quite satisfactory to me. I'll believe you for once." "I knew it. You must have cheated," Ji Tianwen muttered in a low voice. Chapter 18. Inside the Rim Dream Store, Meng Lei was alone, sitting on a chair. On the table in front of him were red wine and goblets. She poured herself a drink, and her beautiful and attractive pretty face was devoid of any expression. Drinking the last sip of red wine in her glass, she took out her cell phone, opened Weibo, and went to Ji Tianwen's homepage, the microblog that Ji Tianwen sent out in the afternoon. As of now, the retweets and comments, plus the likes, have all broken 100,000 points. Seeing that domineering speech, a touch of softness couldn't help but appear among her eyes. Being sided with seems like a pretty good feeling. Clicking through the comments, the highly liked ones were all lopsided in their support and praise. Worthy of being the crown prince of the G group, angry for the redhead. A man. Last year I got married in the Miao Group stores to buy diamond rings. The results later found that the goods are not the right board. Grams are also serious false labeling. The lawsuit has not been a result until now. I real name to support the Ji Shao. Dry over the Miao Group of this kind of black-hearted capitalists. Sisters, all of you at your boyfriends to see what a real boyfriend Max is. Want to find a boyfriend like Ji Shao? Waiting online. I really envy Meng Group's Missy. She's so favored even before she's married. If she gets married later, won't she be favored to the sky? Meng Lei scrolled through the comments, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raising in a graceful arc. Then she opened WeChat again and tapped into the Circle chat group. It is through the Circle group that she has spent the last few years abroad that she keeps up to date with the events and happenings in the city of Pyongju. And unsurprisingly, what was being hotly debated in the group was precisely Ji Tianwen's declaration of war against the Miao Group. Ji Shao, this operation. I guess Miao Group are confused. It's equivalent to fight the landlord. Miao Group just came out with Zhang San. Ji Shao directly dumped the king bomb. The analogy is inappropriate. Sending a wreath is not as simple as a junior sheet. The nature is too bad. At Meng Lei, Miss Meng, we won't dare to mess with you in the future. Your family's Ji Shao is too powerful. At Meng Lei, Sister Lei, can you pass on the mastery of the husband scripture? Let's get down to business. Do you guys think Ji Shao can up the Miao Group? It's hard to say. Ji's group is very strong, but it's not on the same track as Miao's group, fighting across the field. Unless you put your blood into it and slam money into it, in a short period of time, Miao's group can't collapse. Meng Lei looked at the messages scrolling through the group with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Ji Tianwen's willingness to declare war on the entire Miao Group for her sake was actually equally out of her expectation. Her own idea was just to target Miao Ruixian. Although targeting Miao Ruixian may seem no different from targeting the Miao Group, it is fundamentally different. If Ji Tianwen sends out a tweet announcing that he will launch a retaliatory action against Miao Ruixian himself, then the conflict is still within control. But Ji Tianwen naming the Miao Group would be the same as directly tearing his face off and pushing the conflict to an irreconcilable level. Although Ji Tianwen also made a precondition to join the cooperation between Meng's group and Zhurong Technology. But Meng Lei always felt that something wasn't quite right. She had already learned about Meng's group in detail, even if Ji Tianwen didn't take advantage of this opportunity and put forward his conditions, but instead directly asked Meng's group or Zhurong Technology for investment. Then the probability was that it would still be successful. Could it be that getting into the virtual reality R&D program was just an excuse he made to help her? As he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. Meng Lei came back to her senses, and when she saw that it was Ji Tianwen who had called, her heartbeat inexplicably stopped for a beat. She adjusted her emotions and picked up the phone. Lei, the funds are already in place. We need your cooperation next, Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei had already gotten used to the name Lei and did not feel as awkward as she did in the past, and asked, how do you need me to cooperate? Just keep silent, Ji Tianwen said bluntly. Good. Meng Lei agreed quickly, then pursed her pink lips and asked, you refuse to accept 40% of the dry shares of Rim Dream. It should be that you don't believe that I can take over the cake in the hands of the Miao Group. Can you say why you don't believe in me? Instead of answering, Ji Tian asked rhetorically, Ray, what do you think jewelry is for? Worn on the body. Of course, not accurate enough. And the precise statement is, worn and displayed for others to see. Meng Lei pursued. So your design, it's too mediocre. Ji Tianwen hit the nail on the head. Can't deny that your design has a moral and connotation, but it's useless to have an empty connotation. How you talk about it is not how you can get promoted and get rich after wearing it. After a pause, Ji Tianwen added, just like the clothes. You put the pattern, all designed into the clothes inside, so that people have no way to see it at a glance. Then why don't I just buy a piece of solid color, without patterns and patterns? Makes sense. Meng Lei slowly nodded her head and said, it seems that I'm the one who's in authority, so I'll redesign the entire line of jewelry. Again, Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, the children are teachable. They didn't make me waste my spittle. Miao Group. Inside the chairman's office, the father and son were gloomy, making the atmosphere in the room more and more gloomy. After a long time, Miao Jigang opened his mouth and asked, has public opinion changed? No. Miao Ruifeng shook his head and said back, we also found a group of marketing numbers to bring the rhythm, but it had no effect. The people on the internet determined that sending wreaths is what we, Miao Group, did. and I don't know what kind of ecstasy G Tianwen, that son of a, gave them. G Group sighed. No news back yet? Miao Jigang looked at his eldest son. Miao Ruixiang said with an exasperated face. G Group refuses to accept negotiations unless we publicly apologize. Bang! Miao Jigang slammed his fist on the desktop, startling both of his sons. A public apology is definitely out of the question. Once an apology is made, that's a disguised admission of sending the wreath. This will make the reputation of the Miao Group go down the drain and become the target of verbal abuse. Ji Weiyang and Ji Tianwen, father and son, are kind of giving their faces away. Miao Jigang clenched his fists, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if he was able to lower out water. Miao Ruixiang nodded in agreement. Dad, you are absolutely right. You even personally went over to say hello, but that's it. Ji Weiyang, that old thing, still didn't give a single bit of face and completely disregarded our Miao Group. We should fight back and show the G Group and everyone in Heping City that we are not easy to bully. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Miao Jigang said. The door of the house opened, and the secretary outside the door said with trepidation, Chairman, Ji Tianwen, tweeted again. Chapter 19, do you think, is worth it? This tweet is a bit long and will take about 10 to 15 minutes to read in its entirety. So those who have the patience to read it in its entirety, and those who don't, just cross it to the bottom with the highlights I've underlined. My girlfriend, Ms. Meng Lei, has always been the image of a strong woman, but underneath her strong exterior lies the heart of a simple, lovely, and even somewhat fragile little girl. Like most girls, she likes pink dresses and pretty jewelry. Since she was a child, she has had a wish, that is, to open a jewelry store of their own. Edge of the Dream, this name, and Dream homophonic, the original intention of the creation, but also in order to fulfill a dream of her childhood. But just when she was hesitant and thought her dream was about to come true, she was suppressed from the Miao Group. I can't help but ask, what business the Miao Group is doing? Can't other companies touch it? From here on, the following are all verbal attacks on the Miao Group. Miao Jigang didn't have the heart to read this and slid the mouse directly to the end of the article. The following is the highlighted section. 1. I'm just going to stand up for my girlfriend. No one can bully her but me. 2. There is no need to guess what I will use to combat the Miao Group. It is simply to smash money, and if I can't do it, I will lose. 3. The G Group is not interested in stealing business from the Miao Group and will not get involved in the jewelry field in the future. Edge of the Dream of this brand, even if really do it in the future, will not be as insatiable as the Miao Group. Top to bottom, all-round expansion of stores. Each city, at most, will not open more than 5 brand directly managed stores. Dad, this bastard Ji Tianwen is too arrogant. Miao Ruifeng gritted his teeth. This asshole, how dare he defy us? Arrogant? Miao Jigang said viciously. I should say too sinister. Sinister? The two brothers, Miao Ruixiang and Miao Ruifeng, looked at each other in confusion. They hadn't really seen where the insidiousness was in the tweets Ji Tianwen had posted. Miao Jigang said indignantly, Ji Tianwen, this bastard, first put Meng Lei on the weaker side, incited public opinion, and labeled the Miao Group as a villain, and then skimmed the G Group off the top. The key thing was his last statement that he would not expand his stores even if the brand did. Miao Ruixiang thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, we are the boss in the industry. The ones who want to screw us the most are our peers. Ji Tianwen openly declared that after Edge of Dreams is done, there will not be a big expansion of stores. This is to make us a public enemy in the industry? Miao Jigang nodded, a touch of shade crossing his eyes as he slowly said, if this article is from Ji Tianwen's own hand, then it means that we all underestimated this bastard before. Dad, then what do we do now? Miao Ruixiang asked. Miao Jigang lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, spit out the smoke and said, soldiers to block, water to cover up the earth, is not just smashing the money. I want to see G's Group to smash how much. However, the words are tough enough, but in fact, the intestines are repenting. Had I known that Ji Tianwen's temper was so great, even if he was suppressing it, he should have used a relatively softer approach, but there is no way. Now the situation is forced, no matter how reluctant, but only hard to top. The only thing Miao Jigang expected was that the G Group had prepared an insufficient budget and couldn't afford to drop too much money down for the Meng family's eldest daughter. On the wide double bed, Ji Tianwen took his cell phone and briefly swiped through the hundreds of messages underneath the microblogs, letting out a sigh of relief in his heart. The current climate of the internet is still somewhat innocent. If a few more years go by, not to mention writing such a small essay, even if you write a long novel of several million words, the sober netizens will only think that G's Group and Miao's Group are dog-eat-dog. That's when Meng Lei called. After Ji Tianwen connected, she heard Meng Lei ask, did you listen to my parents and tell you something? Say what? Ji Tianwen said uncertainly. It's my childhood dream to open my own jewelry store. Meng Lei said back. This was also the reason why she would be so furious when she received the wreath that she was eager to pull Ji Tianwen down. In a way, it doesn't particularly matter whether Rim Dream makes money or not, as long as she could open it up smoothly, even if she had to keep breaking even. She was okay with that, because she was also clear that Meng Group's track was not here, and it was impossible for her to put all her energy into the brand of Edge of Dreams. Ji Tianwen froze, then surprised, Lei, when you were a child, you really dreamed of opening a jewelry store. What I wrote in my tweets is just a story based on the brand Rim Dream. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Meng Lei suddenly had a very strange feeling that couldn't be described in words, yet was real. Shaking her head and not continuing to dwell on the issue, Meng Lei asked, then you promised for me that Edge of Dreams would not open more than 5 stores in each city, or at least you should discuss it with me, right? Missy, what era is this? Offline channels let out, specializing in online sales, as usual can make money. Ji Tianwen reasoned, besides, you are not planning to take the high-end brand route. The store opened too much, but not a good thing, easy to destroy the brand image. Meng Lei was immediately speechless and once again changed the topic. This time, how much money are you going to take and smash it against the Miao Group? Ji Tianwen said, 3 billion or so. 3 billion? Hearing this number, Meng Lei couldn't help but be startled. Meng Lei held back, but still didn't hold back and asked, do you think it's worth it? Of course it's worth it. It's worth it, Ji Tianwen said without thinking, although throwing $3 billion for nothing, but when the research and development results of Zhurong technology come out, Ji's group can at least grow by a quarter of its volume. The deal can no longer be described as worth it, it should be described as overpriced. However, when this fell on Meng Lei's ears, it took on a different meaning. Spend 3 billion, just to help her out, still feel very worthwhile. Meng Lei heart ripples, the tone are unconsciously become much softer, said, what needs me to cooperate next? You feel free to tell me. The phone hung up. Ji Tianwen waited patiently, and not long after, a person called Huang Haitao, Trust Relations to contact him. When the phone was connected, he heard Huang Haitao say, Ji Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you so late, tomorrow at 12 noon. If you're free, please have the honor to come to the Royal View Building. There's something I want to discuss with you. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Ji Tianwen would refuse, Huang Haitao hastily added, discussing how to deal with the Miao Group. Chapter 20, take out 100 million to help the field. This call from Huang Haitao made Ji Tian ask for understanding. The paragraph he left at the end of his microblog, the strategy of deliberately guiding Mao Zhigang's peers to start a competition with the Miao Group, had begun to work. In the jewelry track, Huang Haitao is Miao's biggest rival. The two had a bad relationship, something that was well known in the city of Pingzhou, and one of the major reasons for the bad relationship between the two, aside from the self-inflicted hatred of their peers, is that the two used to be partners? According to Huang Haitao, Miao Zhigang misappropriated his planning and sales program, and seized the supply channels and sales channels, after doing the game to kick him out, which led to the current Miao Group. Naturally, Mo did not admit it, stating that he was the victim. The two sides have gone back and forth over the years without much fighting. From this point of view, it was not surprising that Huang Haitao took the initiative to call and contact to help the field. The following day at noon, Ji Tianwen led Meng Lei and arrived at the Royal View Building. This is one of the few century-old stores in Pingzhou City, and the overall style favors the ancient style. Big red lanterns hang outside the door, and the waiters inside have old-fashioned work clothes. If you ignore the skyscrapers and vehicles around you, it's quite a bit of traveling. Enter a large private room on the 3rd floor, only to see that beside the large round table, there were already quite a few people seated. Seeing Ji Tianwen enter, a dozen people rose and opened their mouths to exchange pleasantries. Young Ji, I haven't seen you for some days. You still have the same elegance. Young Ji, what you said to Miao Group was really domineering. Young Ji and MS Meng, truly a match made in heaven. Facing a smiling face, Ji Tianwen also put on a smile and snorted with the crowd. In fact, he didn't recognize most of these people, but that's the way it is in business. As long as you're at the same table, you're all friends, though it's possible to forget what the other person's name is before a meal is over. After some pleasantries, Ji Tianwen went to the main seat and took a seat, and sitting to his left was none other than Huang Haitao. He was tall and thin, looked to be in his early to mid-50s, had a somewhat hunched back, and spoke with a thick accent, giving him a very grounded feel. Young Ji, it's really an honor for you to come over in your busy schedule, Huang Haitao said with a big smile. Ji Tianwen waved his hand and said, don't say that, Mr. Huang, I should be thanking you for your willingness to help. Ji Xiao is out of line. The entire Pingzhou city knows that Miao Zhigang is my greatest enemy. This time even if I lose money, I'm going to make a profit. Huang Haitao threw his voice, a phrase that, while demonstrating an attitude, set the tone of the meal. Huang Haitao pointed to the people present and continued. Everyone here, one for each, all have been pitched by Miao Gang. Ji Xiao is going to deal with Miao Group this time. We can't say anything to stand on the sidelines. The people in the audience nodded their heads in succession, and then opened their mouths one after the other, as if they were holding a critique session against Miao Gang. Ji Tianwen went in with his left ear and out with his right, not listening carefully at all. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter what kind of beef these guys had with Miao Gang. What matters is how much of a difference it can make in the battles to come. Huang Haitao obviously knew that this was not what Ji Tianwen wanted to hear, so he didn't let the crowd have too much speaking time. Young Ji, is it convenient to reveal how much money you plan to take out this time to combat the Miao Group? Huang Haitao asked. Ji Tianwen smiled and made an okay gesture. 300 million? Huang Haitao asked tentatively. Ji Tianwen shook his head, indicating the wrong answer. Huang Haitao froze and said with wide eyes, $3 billion? That's right, Ji Tianwen acknowledged with a nod. Boom! Like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears, all the people sitting there were shocked to the point of speechlessness, and their brains were dizzy. Everyone's first thought was that Ji's group was crazy. $3 billion. This crown prince of the Ji group is actually defeated. Oh no! Arrogant to this extent? Ji Tianwen grinned as he held Meng Lei's soft and cool palm. As long as my Lei can get out of this bad breath, not to mention 3 billion, even if it's 30 billion, as long as I can get it out, I will not hesitate to take it out. Meng Lei's eyes lowered as she glanced at the hand that was being held. Feeling the warmth that passed through her palm, a trace of a different feeling arose in her heart. The reason told her that Ji Tianwen was talking about the scene, but sensuality took over, leaving her mind unsettled. Huang Haitao held his tongue for half a day and gave a thumbs up. Ji Xiao, I'm kind of enlightened. After saying that, his gaze turned to Meng Lei, and he said in a sincere tone, MS, Meng, to be honest, old Huang, I'm really a bit envious of you. If I were a female, I would definitely have to do everything I could to take Ji Xiao into my hands. The crowd erupted in laughter, commanding and helping. Meng Lei smiled imploringly, not bothering to pick up the conversation. Before she left the house, she was instructed by her mom to do everything with Ji Tianwen's face in mind, especially when it comes to talking. Say when you should and don't say a word when you shouldn't. Wait for the assorted dishes to be served. Huang Haitao personally poured Ji Tianwen a drink, then stood up and said, let's raise our glasses together. The first drink, to honor young Ji first. Naturally, the crowd would have no problem with this, and they all stood up with their cups. Ji Tianwen was not polite. The wineglass knocked on the table, then got up and raised his glass to drink. The crowd finished their wine and applauded warmly, their mouths full of flattery. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, modestly said a few words and smiled as he took his seat. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Huang Haitao poured Ji Tianwen a drink while asking, young Ji, how do you plan to combat the Miao Group? Hearing these words, everyone here all pricked up their ears and perked up their spirits. An all-round strike. Ji Tianwen faintly returned. From supply to sales, from public opinion to word of mouth. After speaking, he told his plan. Specifically, after listening to the crowd, they exchanged glances with each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Hearing that Ji Tianwen had called up $3 billion of funds to use to fight with the Miao Group, while their hearts were shocked, they only felt that Ji Tianwen was a mallet who would do anything for a woman. However, after listening to Ji Tianwen's plan, he felt that this crown prince of the Ji group still had something. I'll make a statement first. I'll offer $100 million. I must make Miao Gang unable to turn over. Huang Haitao raised his hand and said. Ji Tianwen's face did not change, but in fact, he was secretly certain inwardly that Huang Haitao and Miao Gang's accumulated grudge was deeper than what was presented on the surface. It's not wrong to take $100 million out to help the field. Chapter 21, Planning to Rob? The rest of them had obviously discussed the matter and had opened their mouths to make offers. A dozen guys put together $12 million out of it. On average, one person contributes less than $1 million. Ji Tianwen's smile gradually converged. Leaning on the back of his chair, his face expressionless, talking about such a hilarious scene, just put together such a small amount of money to pay off the callers? A middle-aged man got up and smiled sarcastically. Ji Xiao, we're not you. It's not easy to earn money for our small family. The rest of the group commanded and, our group of people, who were already being pressed by that bastard, Miao Gang, couldn't raise their heads, and it's already not easy to come up with this much. Young Ji, we know that you can't look at this amount of money, and we would like to come up with more. The problem is that the strength just doesn't allow it. In fact, I think that the two of you and Mr. Huang together are enough to bring down the Miao Group. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and narrowed his eyes as he asked, I'm going to up the Miao Group with Mr. Huang, and then you guys are coming along to split the benefits? With these words, the atmosphere which was still happy, instantly dropped to freezing point. The middle-aged man named Zhou Kaixian, who had taken the lead earlier, laughed awkwardly and said, "Where did Ji Xiao start with that? We simply want to help out." Helping the field? Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy and said unflinchingly, "Are you all taking me for a fool?" Zhou Kaixian maintained a smile, argued, "Ji Xiao, you can never misunderstand. We really are good intentions to help the field, has done the best it can. This thing is still mainly you help your girlfriend out of anger. You can't smack us these help the field to help less is not it?" Ji Tianwen applauded. "The words are beautifully spoken and the reckoning is loud enough. Since I have to make it clear, I'll open up the windows of heaven and say the truth." He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present. Obviously more than half of these people sitting here have been in business longer than he is old. However, no one dared to make eye contact with him at the moment. Ji Tianwen laughed coldly. "When one whale falls, everything grows. In your circuit, Miao Group is the whale that has dominated more than half of the market share. If he falls, then whose hands will the market share he holds fall into?" The people present looked at each other in dismay. All of them were speechless, only their eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Zhou Kaishuan's direction. Zhou Kaishuan's smile stiffened and he said stiffly, "Ji Xiao, you can't say that. If we don't help the field, are you not going to crack down on the Miao Group?" "Of course fight," Ji Tianwen said. "My main purpose in bringing down the Miao Group was to take it out on my girlfriend. I naturally won't stop you guys from sulking, but I'm very upset when a dozen or so of you guys come up with more than $10 million to disgust me." Hearing this, Zhou Kaixian and the others simply wanted to die. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have helped out. Would I have? The idea of Zhou Kaixian and the others was actually very simple. Spend a small amount of money and do a big thing. Get the most bang for your buck with the least amount of effort. As long as the money to help the scene, then when the collapse of the Miao Group, they, as a merit of the money, to divide the market share of the Miao Group. That is also justified. As for whether the reckoning would be seen by Ji Tianwen, they were confident that even if they were seen, they would be able to use their excellent level of horse's ass to make this prince, who was a fool and had a lot of money, not dwell on these fine details. After all, they're doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. Reach for the stars. What's more, they are smiling people who are eager to help. However, reality is ruthless. Their math, it seems, is not working. Zhou Kaixian fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "Ji Xiao, nothing more to say. Since you think that the money I offered is less, then I will add another 4 million to make up a 5 million. The rest of the group sniffed and said they wanted more money, so the price grew from 12 million to 20 million. Ji Tianwen shook his head and said, "I don't have time to dilly-dally with you guys. A dozen of you guys? At least come up with $300 million out of it. Exactly how much each person contributes. You guys see to it that you distribute it yourselves." Hearing this, everyone changed their faces in unison. The corner of Zhou Kaishuan's mouth moved, intending to squeeze out a smile, but after several attempts failed to do so, he simply gave up and said with a cold face, "Ji Xiao, are you planning to rob? Whatever you guys think, I only look at the money." Ji Tianwen said with a strong attitude, "Asking for $300 million from you guys is already conscientious enough. This money, when you guys divide up the market share in the hands of the Miao Group, you will be able to quickly recoup your capital in a short period of time, and what's left will be a long-lasting profit. And what if we don't offer this money?" Zhou Kaixian said in a cold voice. "Very simple." Ji Tianwen smiled easily and said, "With the $3 billion in my hand, I only need to smash out half of it. It's enough to cause the Miao Group to be hit hard and have its vitality greatly injured. And by then, whether Miao Jigang dares to continue smashing against me or not is an unknown. My girlfriend is beautiful and kind-hearted. If Miao Jigang sheds his old face and kneels in front of her with old tears, she will surely soften her heart and let the Miao Group off the hook. So with the rest of the money, you all might as well think about it. Can I smash you to death?" The corners of Meng Lei's mouth moved slightly twice, suddenly feeling somewhat unable to understand this man. What's the deal with being a hooligan, but seeming to be a little bit handsome? Zhou Kaixian and the others, on the other hand, each of their faces changed drastically and chills ran down their spines. This crown prince of the G Group, he really deserves a beating. Tea on one. Have a sip of tea. Meng Lei spilled the tea in Ji Tianwen's cup and poured a fresh cup of tea, just in time to be thirsty. Lei is so sweet. Ji Tianwen took the teacup, took a sip, and placed it on the tabletop. At this time, Huang Haitao opened his mouth to round off the conversation. "Right now we are all on the same front. With Ji Xiao, Miao Group's good days are not for a few days. I think we can discuss ahead of time how to distribute the market share in Miao Group's hands." Although these people, Zhou Kaixian, were called over by him, he was actually not used to seeing what these people, Zhou Kaixian, were doing. Still, as a businessman, you have to keep the big picture in mind. He could look down on these people, but not the money. Zhou Kaixian and the others obviously did the same. choosing to suppress their inner irritation, discussing how to divide the cake while quickly weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. It doesn't really take much math. Just like Ji Tianwen said, a dozen people put together 300 million. As long as they can exchange the market share in the hands of the Miao Group, it is certainly a sure thing. Only, not as expected. To realize a small price for big benefits, the heart cannot help but be a little depressed. After roughly discussing how the cake would be divided, the crowd chose to compromise. Chapter 22, War is on. Ji Tianwen nodded in satisfaction and said, empty words are no proof. Let's set up a third-party account. Mr. Huang will play 100 million. All of you will play 300 million. I'll play 600 million first. Make up 1 billion. As the funds to fight against Miao's group, all of you will supervise together. Also, the verbal agreement we just reached was put on paper. Any comments? After speaking, his gaze swept to the people present. Everyone nodded their heads, indicating that they had no problem with it. Ji Tianwen nodded and said, all right then, next we will start assigning tasks. Each person will be responsible for which specific piece. After we break it down, it will also be easier to put the plan into action in an organized manner. The crowd nodded again and then began to speak positively. All sorts of underhanded tricks, all sorts of routines, kept coming out of the mouths of the people in the audience. Hearing the end, Ji Tianwen couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised. It's still you guys who are detrimental. Crowd, what the hell kind of compliment is that? After having enough wine and food, Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei went out of the restaurant and got into the business car. Meng Lei had a pair of beautiful eyes that were fixed on Ji Tianwen's face, as if she intended to see something. Ji Tianwen laughed. Lei, even though I'm handsome, you can't stare at me like that, right? Be subtle. Meng Lei gave him a blank look and said breathlessly, less self-centered. I'm curious, did you plan this to screw those people in Zhou Kaixin? Pretty much. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and admitted, last night, after Huang Haitao called me, I had someone make a list of the people who were on the same track as Miao Jigang and did a good job of ranking them, and it just so happens that almost all of them are here today, so it saves me from having to look for them again. After a pause, Ji Tianwen placed his hand on Meng Lei's shoulder and laughed. They're not you, so there's no reason for me to let them take advantage of me for nothing. Meng Lei's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at the hand on her shoulder, and although she didn't particularly resent it, she still reached out to take Ji Tianwen's hand down, and pressed on. So what if those people, Zhou Kaixin, are dead set on refusing to pay up? Ji Tianwen said without thinking. Then I'll personally take over Miao Group's market share. Personally take over the business? Meng Lei frowned. Didn't you publicly promise earlier that Ji Group wouldn't get involved in the jewelry industry? Ji Tianwen didn't answer, but instead looked at Meng Lei with a suspicious look. Meng Lei was staring a bit uncomfortably and snapped. What are you staring at me for? I was wondering, Ray, what kind of school you actually graduated from? What do you mean? Meng Lei was a bit upset and felt challenged. Ji Tianwen explained. Even someone like me who didn't study very well knows that the words of a businessman are the least trustworthy. I did say that Ji's group wouldn't kill the Miao Group's track, but couldn't I just set up a separate company to seize the market? As long as I don't take the company and embody it under the Key Group, then I'm not breaking my promise. If you want to be more secretive, I can find someone to hold the shares on behalf of me, and I can also find a random unrelated person to act as the company's legal person. As long as you want to, there are more than a few ways to keep this company from being associated with me and the G Group in the open. Meng Lei was stunned for a moment, tapped her head, and once again blushed. Only unlike before, when it was out of shyness, this time it was out of shame. How did such a simple, even stupid question get out of her mouth? Quickly adjusting her state of mind, Meng Lei suddenly looked straight into Ji Tianwen's eyes, and her sandalwood mouth gently opened. You just said that businessmen's words are the most untrustworthy, so can I trust those words you said before? What words? I've said so many things before, who knows which ones you're asking about specifically? Ji Tianwen thought this in his heart, but did not say it out loud. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe his talent for flirting with girls had suddenly awakened. Ji Tianwen's eyes became gentle as he said in a serious manner, Lei, you can always believe what I say to you. Meng Lei sniffed and suddenly felt as if her heart had missed a beat. She didn't dare to continue to stare at Ji Tianwen and turned her head to look out the window, but her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. When $1 billion, all of it, was centralized in a third-party account and the contract was signed, the strike against the Miao Group unfolded like a storm. Ji Tianwen is responsible for the face, and Miao's group of suppliers to negotiate, half coercion and half lure, so that a supplier, cut off the supply to Miao's group, successfully cut off the supply chain. At the same time, Huang Haitao went door to door and found the landlord of the store leased by Ji's group, promising to pay the liquidated damages and then leasing the store at double the price. And Zhou Kaixin and the others weren't idle either. Some have set up rights groups to bring together people who have lawsuits against the Miao group and provide legal assistance free of charge. Some posted real-name reporting posts on major social media platforms, disclosing that Miao's group cut corners and sold defective products to customers at the price of good ones. Others are in private contact with the executives of the Miao group, intending to tear open the gap from within. For a time, the entire business community of Pingzhou City began to stir. Tianwan is a bit powerful. It's only been 2 short days, and 2/3 of Miao Group's stores have already closed. Not only the stores, I've asked about the latest news, even the suppliers, they don't cooperate with the Miao Group anymore. Now a search on the internet, 8 out of 10 news about Miao Group are negative. This is really going to Miao Group to death. The supply chain, the sales chain, plus the network public opinion war. This momentum is indeed too fierce. The Miao Group is estimated to be really planted. However, there are also opposing voices present. Words don't say too early. G's group this wave is running into the Miao Group's track to fight. The deer is still not certain who will die. Miao Group has accumulated so many years. The strength cannot be underestimated. Don't look at the G Group put up a big front. The follow-up will not be weak. Who can not say? It's just like fighting a war. It's impossible to scare the opponent without taking out the stance of fighting to the end. I'm standing for Miao Group in this wave, sitting back and waiting for a punch in the face. In the pink bedroom, Shuyun sat at the writing desk money, holding the cell phone, looking at the hot discussion in the circle group. The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he felt. Especially those envious comments about Meng Lei made her nearly drop her phone several times. Tianwan, you asshole. Shuyun's pink fists clenched, her eyes full of hatred. She forced herself to endure her disgust and stayed with Tianwan for 5 years. Tianwan before and after adding up, but also to the Xia group body less than $1 billion. But what about Meng Lei? It's only been less than a month since he's been on good terms with Tianwan, and Tianwan took out $3 billion just to give Meng Lei a breath of fresh air. On what grounds? Where is she inferior to Meng Lei? Chapter 23, What do you think I should do? Shuyun forced herself to calm down and think hard about the reason. As far as this current situation was concerned, whether it was for the sake of the Xia group or her bright future with her brother Zimmer, she had to find out why and how Meng Lei was holding Tianwan. In fact, she had thought about the possibility that Tianwan had long since taken up with Meng Lei, but it was unlikely. With Meng Lei's character, if Tianwan had taken up with her a long time ago, then Meng's group wouldn't be in the current state. A moment later, his mind drifted back to the night he stopped the car a few days ago, when Tianwan got out of the car to lift his pants. Shuyun vaguely felt that she had found the reason, then couldn't help but feel a wave of revulsion. This pair of dogs really made her sick to her stomach. Just then, the cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller displayed on the screen was Brother Zimmer, Shuyun's tightly locked brows slightly relaxed. Imperial Capital. Inside a star hotel room, Xiao Zimo forced himself to hold back his inner urgency and sent care and sweet words. He knew exactly what Shuyun needed. It is more than clear that the most taboo thing to deal with this kind of love brain is to be in a hurry. You have to let the other person get on top before you tell them your true intentions. Otherwise, it is bound to invite resentment. After gauging that the padding was sufficient, Xiao Zimo asked, Shuyun, your relationship with Tianwan recently, has it eased? No, Shuyun returned, and the original still good mood was gone in an instant. Xiao Zimo's face turned ugly when he heard this. He came to the imperial capital for half a month. Old and ugly rich women, contacted one after another, only to be whored out again and again. If he wasn't thinking about being a flow-love bean, he was even thinking about whether or not to change his nationality, because he had inquired about the little star over there, who was especially popular in the circle of rich women in the imperial capital. And, still, a pretty young little rich girl, not the fat, ugly-looking, smoky on top and even more chokingly old rich woman he'd encountered. Xiao Zimo suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and said in a very hurt and pitiful tone, Shuyun, my side is not very smooth either. I'm a newcomer, no fan base, can't get too good resources, unless it's to bring money into the group. Or even if I go to a hotter program, I can only be a backdrop. I can't even get a turn for a close-up. At the end, he sighed and said, alas, I'm really useless. If I'm a top stream like the Return Four Sons, not only can I solve the Xia Group's financial problems, but I can also live happily with you. Hearing this, Shuyun was moved to tears and busily consoled. Brother Zimo, don't be discouraged. Just as you said before, the hardest times have passed us by, and now that we're hand in hand, we'll definitely be able to get through them. Screw hand in hand. Old man wants a shortcut. Xiao Zimo cursed angrily in his heart, but on his lips, he said, Shuyun, your encouragement is like a stimulant to me. For our future, I will definitely work hard. After speaking, he said how hard it was to be in the imperial capital during this period of time, and how he missed it all in one drum. he couldn't have said. Of course, that it was the hard work of kidney overdraft, but made it up as he went along. About the hard work aspect of the job. After hearing this, Shuyun choked in her tone and said, Brother Zimo, it's really bitter for you. It's all my fault for being too capricious at that time. If I could have held back at that time, didn't wear a wedding dress on the stage, and didn't propose to you, we don't have to have such a hard time now. How dare you mention it? Xiao Zimo was on fire for a while, but what had already happened? Anger and regret couldn't change the ending. Be patient and comforting for a few moments. Xiao Zimo also inquired about Xia Shuyun's specific approach to easing relations with Ji Tianwen during this time. Xia Shuyun, who was immersed in warmth, naturally knew everything and said everything, the specifics of what she did, as well as the speculation as to why Ji Tianwen was willing to spend $3 billion to take it out on Meng Lei, were all told in a single breath. After Xiao Zimo heard this, he was tempted to persuade Xia Shunyun to go straight to Ji Tianwen's bed and take off her pants. After all, sleep. You can make billions of dollars. Shiboichi do not do. But thinking that Xia Shunyun is a Shiboichi character, he still held back. Brother Zimo, if we really have to sell our bodies in order to exchange for our happiness, then, what do you think I should do to be good? Xia Shuyun asked tentatively. It's been a really hard time for Xia's group. Not only did they sell some of their assets to pay off their debts, but they couldn't even pay their next month's salary. Xia Qianda every day worrying sleepless, many times to persuade her to find Ji Tianqian, let her at any cost, make sure to pull the investment to hand. Xia Shuyun had a premonition that perhaps within the next day or two, if she didn't say yes again, she might be tied up by her desperate dad and forcefully sent to Ji Tianwen, or even to her bed. Xiao Zimo's brain couldn't help but turn sharply when he heard that Xia Shunyun had the intention of offering herself. It's good that Xia Shuyun wants to sacrifice herself, but since this love brain asked him about his attitude, he won't be so stupid as to say something like for the sake of happiness, you can only be sacrificed or something like that. Shuyun, the car will be there, Xiao Zimo said. In this case, I'll fly back to Pingzhou City tomorrow. I'll invite Ji Tianwen for a meal and explain what happened before in person. It might be useful. Brother Zimmer, thank you. Xia Shuyun burst into tears. Sure enough, her brother Zimmer cared about her. After some more sweet talk, the two hung up. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Zimo opened the door to the room and saw the female agent walk in. The female agent's face was coated with thick foundation, wearing a glance of fake false eyelashes. The color of the lipstick on her mouth was bright red, plus her lanky figure gave a huge sense of oppression. Sister Hong, that Mrs. How in the afternoon? Is she still satisfied with me? Xiao Zimo said with a fawning smile. Sister Hong snorted coldly and said without a trace of humor, you still have the face to mention it? You almost smashed my signboard. Xiao Zimo's smile faltered and he hurriedly said a few good words. Sister Hong said, Sister Hao told me, your thing is as thin as a toothpick. She didn't feel it at all. And you're too useless, right? After a few moves, it turns into a dead silkworm baby. Didn't I tell you to take the medicine? This, Xiao Zimo simply tears are coming down. Bitter face, Sister Hong, even half a month, from morning to night, I have not been idle, even if it is an Iron Man, but also cannot carry such a toss law. It's useless to say this to me. Sister Hong's face was expressionless. I gave you a chance. You're useless yourself. So many rich sisters, none of them are satisfied with you. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your lack of ability. Chapter 24, Makeup for Sickness. Early morning. The curtains opened automatically and the window opened a crack. Ji Tianwen, who was awakened by the cries of the seagulls, sat up from the bed and stretched. Getting out of bed, I went to the window and looked out at the golden sandy beach, the endless sea, and the seagulls passing through the air. Frozen in thought for a moment, Ji Tianwen washed up and changed her clothes. Then he got in the car with his dad and headed to Ji's. The father and son were just about to walk into the special elevator when they heard a familiar shout from behind them. Mr. Ji, stay back, stay back. Ji Wuyan walked into the elevator without stopping his steps. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, stopped and turned to look at the middle-aged woman who was stopped by the security guard. The woman looked to be in her 40s, with visible crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but judging by her looks, she claimed to be in her element. She is no one else. It is Xia Jianda's wife, Xia Shuanyun's mom, named Lu Liji. In the past half a month, Xia Jianda and Lu Liji, husband and wife, had come to Ji's group quite a few times. Seeing Ji Tianwen or Ji Wuyang was like a fan meeting his idol. It was called fervor. But, also, as is the case with the vast majority of idols and fans, there is a barrier of security guards separating them. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Ji Xiao, seeing Ji Tianwen looking over, Lu Liji looked like she was afraid that Ji Tianwen would order the security guards to kick her out of Ji group. and hurriedly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Ji Xiao, Shuyun already knows it's wrong. She regrets it." Ji Tianwen waved his hand, signaling the security guard to get out of the way. Lu Lizhi had joy in her eyes as she trotted to Ji Tianwen's front, a smile piled on her face. "Ms. Lu, will Miss Xiao regret it as well?" Ji Tianwen asked indifferently. "Ji Xiao, Shu Yun is really regretting it," Lu Lizhi said with tears in her voice. In the past few days at home, she locked herself in her room, didn't eat or drink, and cried all the time. I, as a mom, saw it in my eyes, and was really anxious, and if it continues like this, I'm worried that Shu Yun will really go to extremes. Ji Tianwen's face was expressionless, and he didn't seem the least bit anxious, or to be concerned. However, in his heart, he was thinking that it was almost time to air it out. It was time to meet Xia Shunyun. When Lu Lizhi saw that Ji Tianwen had no intention of turning around to leave, she immediately sparked hope within her heart and struck while the iron was hot. "Ji Xiao, what I said is all true. Shu Yun these days, even dreaming of shouting your name. You've been together for 5 whole years, so to say split is really too bad." Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation and directly asked, "Where is Xia Shuyun now?" At home. I'll call her right away." Lu Lizhi immediately took out her cell phone and called her daughter. The call was quickly answered. Before Lu Lizhi could speak, she heard noisy background sounds. She was a little glad she hadn't put it on speakerphone, or else she would have had to reveal herself at the sound of her voice. "Shu Yun, I'm at Keys now." "That's right, I've already met Kisho." Fine. I'll tell him for you." Hanging up the phone, Lu Lizhi rushed to Ji Tianwen and said, "Ji Xiao, Shuyun said that she invited you to Yaluo's restaurant for lunch at noon, and that she has something to say to you in person." "Good." Ji Tianwen casually agreed and turned towards the dedicated elevator. After this period of busy work, the cut with Xia's group has basically been completed. As for the fight with the Miao group, on the contrary, it is not necessary to spend too much effort. Just smash money. Take the time to meet up with Xia Shuyun as a clown show. Seeing Ji Tianwen enter the elevator, Lu Lizhi exited Ji's group and reset the phone to her daughter. "Hey, where are you now?" "Mom, I'm at the airport." "What are you doing at the airport for nothing, you damned girl?" Xia Shuyun didn't dare to say that she came to pick up Xiao Zimo, dryly coughed twice, and asked, "Mom, what do you mean by that writing you just said?" Mentioning the main event, Lu Lizhi no longer dwelled on other issues and lowered her voice. "I've already made an appointment for you with Ji Tianwen, so you should go to Yaluo's hotel right now and book a private room, and go over early to wait. By the way, put on some sick makeup before you go." "Sick makeup?" Xia Shunyun said inexplicably. "Why do you need to put on sick makeup?" Lu Lizhi gave an explanation. "I told Ji Tianwen, you have been particularly miserable these days. Rice, he is probably soft-hearted. You draw a sick makeup over, one to prove that I did not tell lies, and the other is more conducive to pull the investment thing." "I know," Xia Shuyun said indistinctly. Lu Lizhi's solemn voice, "Remember, this opportunity is rare. If you still cannot pull the investment, that Xia's group is completely finished. Our whole family will have to go to the street to ask for food." Yalog Restaurant, which is considered one of the most high-end restaurants in Pingzhou City. The meaning of the word high-end doesn't necessarily mean the food is great, but it certainly means high spending. However, for a rich and powerful young man like Ji Tianwen, it was just a family affair. As a result, he was dressed casually, with a white t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, and looked out of place in the restaurant with the diners who were dressed in formal attire for their meals. The manager of the restaurant was a round, unassuming-looking little fat man with a rather foreign name, Louis Chang. Seeing Ji Tianwen, a big client who hadn't been here for a long time, enter the door, he immediately greeted him and bowed. "Young Ji, Miss Xia is on the 2nd floor. I'll take you there." Ji Tianwen nodded and led by Jean-Louis, his feet stepping on the cashmere carpet to the 2nd floor. The people dining on the 1st floor could not help but look sideways when they saw this scene. Some of them had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars at the restaurant, but Jean-Louis, despite his polite attitude, had never been so attentive. Seeing a casually dressed young man make Jean-Louis stoop so low, it was hard not to be curious as to the young man's identity. "It's not the boss's son, is it?" Thinking of this possibility, the minds of many of the celebrities who were dining began to come alive. 2nd floor. Ji Tianwen entered the private room and was shocked on the spot. If the lights had been turned off, he would have suspected that he had come to an adventure house instead of a restaurant, because Xia Shuyun's makeup was really a bit scary. That kind of pale face, easily reminiscent of Sadako from the Island Nation, or the heroine in the chatty movie In Her Country, can trigger strong discomfort. "Tianwen, you're here." Xia Shunyun stood up with a look of surprise, but quickly sat down again holding her forehead and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I haven't eaten much in the past few days, and I have a bit of low blood sugar." Ji Tianwen put on an appearance of wanting to go forward and care, but then held back and said with a taut face, "Don't you have something to say to me? It's okay to say it." Hearing this, young Louis had the good sense to close the door behind him and excuse himself. Xia Shunyun, on the other hand, said with a straight face, "Let me first formally apologize to you. I'm sorry, it was me who did wrong before." Chapter 25, Investing in Xia's Group. Looking at Xia Shuyun, who was apologizing in a very sincere manner and was about to cry at any time, Ji Tianwen felt relieved inside and at the same time felt that his previous life was really too stupid. Obviously the advantage was in his favor. But a good hand froze and let him beat the crap out of it. But in this life, he wasn't going to make the same mistake again. Not to mention Xia Shunyun crying and apologizing. Even if he knelt down and kowtowed to one, there was no way he would be soft. And then, Ji Tianwen pulled a chair and sat down. His expression was like a tan of stagnant water, no ripples in sight. Xia Shunyun wasn't too sure if Ji Tianwen's anger had subsided, so she could only follow the plan down the line. She tried to make her eyes look sincere and said in a serious tone, "Xiao Zimo and I, we are really innocent. If you don't believe me, I can call him over and confront him face to face." "Is that so?" Ji Tianwen said unmoved. "If you are truly innocent, then you now scold Xiao Zimo." Xia Shunyun's eyebrows knit tightly, her face showing a difficult color. Having her scold her sweetheart, the white moon of her teenage years, she found it unacceptable. Ji Tianwen laughed softly. "Can't open your mouth?" Xia Shunyun shook her head and denied. "I just don't think it's necessary. Even if I scolded Xiao Zimo, it doesn't seem to prove anything." "Ha," Ji Tianwen said with a leathery smile, "but the fact that you can't even spare a few words to scold Xiao Zimo, that third-rate singer, proves a lot to me. Does it really matter if I scold Xiao Zimo or not?" Xia Shuyun forced down her anger and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm just having fun." Ji Tianwen said with a lazy tone, "I'll feel soothed when you scold Xiao Zimo, and when I'm happy, maybe Xia Group's predicament will be helped to be solved by hand." "Are you sure?" Xia Shuyun asked. "If I scold Xiao Zimo, you'll be willing to invest in the Xia Group?" Ji Tianwen nodded. "Okay, good. I'll curse." Xia Shunyun clenched her fists and said as if she had made a great determination, "With this acting skill, it really is not even as good as fresh meat." Ji Tianwen silently gave an evaluation in his heart and patiently waited for Xia Shuyun to start performing. Xia Shunyun kindly took a breath and opened her mouth to scold. "Xiao Zimo is a fool, an idiot, and a pig is smarter than him." Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile, clearly dissatisfied. Seeing this, Xia Shuyun quickly psychologized herself. "Everything is for the investment. It's better to scold Zimmer's brother than to sleep with this asshole." Figuring this out, Xia Shuyun's wording gradually began to carry killing power, and at the back, it became even more uncivilized. Ji Tianwen watched the scene with interest, despite knowing that the words the other party cursed must have all been counted against him in his heart. But it was still interesting to see Miss Xia swearing like a shrew. After 5 minutes of cursing in one breath, Xia Shuyun used up all the vicious language she could think of and asked, "Are you happy now?" "It's okay. What about investing in Xia's Group?" "No problem." Ji Tianwen agreed cheerfully, then reached into the pocket of his shorts. Xia Shuyun's eyes lit up immediately. "This asshole is hateful, but he keeps his word. It's just aggravating Brother Zimmer." "Forget it, it's all about the investment." If Brother Zimmer was angry, then she would just find a way to make Brother Zimmer happy. However, just as Xia Shuyun was filled with joy, thinking that Ji Tianwen was going to take his cell phone and call someone to give Xia's Group money, dang! A coin was tossed from Ji Tianwen's hand and landed on the tabletop made of crystal glass. Xia Shunyun looked at the 10-cent coin, and her whole body was dumbfounded. What does that mean? What an investment for the Xia Group. Xia Shunyun tried to control her expression and squeezed out a smile. "Tian man, don't joke around, okay? This kind of joke isn't funny." "I'm not kidding," Ji Tianwen said in a serious manner. "Originally, I wanted to vote for 1 point, but 1 point is a bit hard to find. If you have a 1-point coin, you can find me 9 cents. You." Xia Shunyun couldn't hold back her anger any longer and exploded. "Is it fun for you to insult people like this? How is that insulting?" Ji Tianwen said with an innocent look on his face. "I said I would invest. Does an investment of a dime not count as an investment?" Xia Shuyun was furious and said angrily, "Ji Tianwen, I really didn't think that you were actually this kind of person. You want me to call me Tianwen when I invest, and when I invest the money, you immediately flip out and call me by my first name. Do you think that's appropriate?" Ji Tianwen said with a tone of gratitude. "Thanks to the fact that I invested less. If I invested more than that, I wouldn't have to lose my money." You. Xia Shuyun's lungs were about to explode with anger, and tears were swirling in her eyes. Since she was a little girl, where had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? If it had been someone else who had teased her, she might not have been so out of it, but the one who teased her was Ji Tianwen, who had been obedient to her a month ago. This psychological gap is most unacceptable. Ji Tianwen leaned back, his back leaning on the seat back, slowly said, let's say it plainly. I just can't stand the sight of that Xiao Zimo. Aren't you looking for him to come over and confront him? Call now. As long as I can prove that you two are innocent, I will invest in Xiao's group. Xia Shuyun wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and said suspiciously, how much to vote for? Having already been fooled once, she naturally wouldn't gullibly trust Ji Tianwen's words again. Ji Tianwen lifted his palm and shook it, saying, $500 million at the bottom, with no cap on the top. That's what you said. I said it, and if you don't believe me, you can record the video. Xia Shuyun gazed into Ji Tianwen's eyes, trying to read his mind. Ji Tianwen acted calmly and his eyes were serious, not seeing any teasing. Fine, I'll believe you once more. Xia Shunyan took out her cell phone and said in a warning tone again, if you lie to me again, I'll never care about you again. Having Xiao Zimo come over and clarify in person was originally a part of the plan. Therefore, Xia Shunyan didn't worry too much and put the phone out, her tone icy cold. Mr. Xiao, because of the previous misunderstanding, it caused me a lot of trouble. Please come to Yalog restaurant, second floor, one private room, to help me and my ex-boyfriend to clarify the relationship between us. Because the anger in her heart hadn't calmed down yet, Xia Shuyan's acting skills improved a lot, giving the impression that she was angry with Xiao Zimo. The phone hung up, and Xia Shuyan rushed Ji Tian and asked, Xiao Zimo agreed, and will probably be able to come over in 20 minutes. Alright, then let's order first. Ji Tianwen raised his hand in a gesture. Xia Shunyun was not polite, picked up the tablet on the table and ordered more than 20 dishes in one breath, specifically picking the most expensive ones. Chapter 26, adding another article. While waiting for Xiao Zimo to arrive, Xia Shuyan mentions quite a few things that happened when the two were dating. Ji Tianwen felt like he was being tortured, and for everything Xia Shuyan said, he wanted to curse himself for Shiboichi. For Xia Shuyun, on the other hand, it was a different feeling. Revisiting old matters was Xiao Zimo's idea for her to play the emotional card with Ji Tianwen, but when one past event was told, Xia Shuyan felt again that Ji Tianwen was really good to her. Birthdays, Valentine's Day, anniversaries together. There is never a shortage of gifts and surprises. Although she, at that time, did not feel any surprise, she had to admit that Ji Tianwen was indeed attentive enough. There was one more thing that Xia Shuyun deliberately didn't say. That's when she was kidnapped and Ji Tianman risked his life to exchange her from the kidnappers. How could you have risked your life if you hadn't been so deeply in love? No, can't think like that. Xia Shuyun immediately interrupted the thoughts in her head. She didn't like Ji Tianwen in the first place, and the reason why she was together since the beginning was just for the Xia group. However, even if she tried to control her thoughts, the look of Ji Tianwen's severely injured body in her mind lingered. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Xia Shunyun came back to her senses, calmed her mind a little, and opened her mouth. Please come in. The door opened and Xiao Zimo, wearing makeup, walked in. His kidneys were severely overdrawn in the imperial capital, and if he didn't wear makeup, even his lips were white, and it looked like he had overindulged. In case if Ji Tianwen were to misunderstand again, it would be a big trouble. Ji Xiao, MS. Xia. Xiao Zimo wore a fawning smile and met with a 90-degree bow first. Xia Shuyun was very intolerant of her brother Zimmer's gesture, but thinking of what brother Zimmer had said on the phone last night, she still quickly stabilized her mind and turned her gaze towards Ji Tianwen. Who do you want to hear first? It's all the same, if you guys collude in advance, it makes no difference who you listen to first. Then I will say it first. Xia Shunyun said, Mr. Xiao is my high school classmate. After graduating from high school, we never contacted each other again. That is, a month ago. Mr. Xiao returned to China, and it was only at the class reunion that we met again. Xiao Zimo nodded and said along with the conversation, Ji Xiao, after I graduated from high school, I went to a foreign country to become a trainee, and since the four sons of this non-returning country developed well after they returned to their home country, I'm thinking of going back to my home country to develop as well. I don't have much of a reputation, much less a fan base, and when I have a concert, the tickets are definitely not sold out. So, I begged MS. Xia to help me, so that she could solve the problem of the tickets, and MS. Xia was righteous enough to agree to help me for the sake of her old classmates. Xia Shuyun continued, Tian Man, that day on stage, I was really acting in a play, and the words I said were all lines. Right, right, right. Xiao Zimo hurriedly commanded and said, I've brought over all the scripts. Ji Xiao, please take a look, said the man, placing the canvas bag in his hand on the table and removing a bunch of A4 papers from it. The lines that MS. Xia said, I circled them with a pen. On the second page, Xiao Zimo respectfully said, Ji Tianwen didn't bother to get the script and let out a light laugh. Acting in a play and jumping around? Xia Shuyun gave an explanation. I was playing Dare with Sun Jia. She picked a random section and asked me to go on stage to act it out. I lost the game and could only admit to the blocking. Oh, Ji Tianwen nodded in realization, then followed up with, is there a requirement in this script that you must wear a wedding dress during rehearsals? For this question, Xia Shunyun was naturally prepared, and returned with a straight face. I want to see in advance. What will be the effect when I put on the wedding dress? The wedding is only once. I want to present the best side, so that everyone will be amazed. Ji Tianwen smiled without saying anything, as if he believed it and as if he didn't. Seeing this, Xiao Zimo made another 90-degree bow and said with a guilty face, Ji Xiao, I'm really sorry, because of my reasons, to you and Miss Xia, brought so much unnecessary trouble. I'm here to formally apologize to you. Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment and spoke, take a poisonous oath and I'll listen. No problem, Xiao Zimo quickly agreed. 3 fingers up. His expression serious, I Xiao Zimo swear to heaven, if there is any improper relationship between me and Ms. Xia, let me be struck by heavenly thunder. Shall not die. Xia Shunyan frowned slightly, feeling that Brother Zimmer had agreed too painfully, as if he was particularly eager to clear the air with her. Although, this was also discussed in advance, there was still some discomfort in his heart. Tian Man, do you believe it now? Xia Shuyun asked. Ji Tianwen ignored her and instead said to Xiao Zimo, add one more. Ji shall you say, add whatever you want. Xiao Zimo did not hesitate in the slightest, giving off a feeling of being very honest and having a clear conscience. Ji Tianwen said indifferently, you add one sentence. From the time you enter the door, if you have a single blind word in your mouth, you will have to let the old and ugly woman play with you for the rest of your life. Xiao Zimo was creeped out. He was skeptical that this crown prince of the G group had found out about him being played in the imperial capital. However, he quickly calmed down. If Ji Tianwen had the actual hammer in his hand, then he should have shown it to Xia Shuyun, the love brain, a long time ago. And now Xia Shunyun was still cooperating with her own act, which meant that Ji Tianwen didn't have a solid hammer in her hand. Having figured this out, Xiao Zimo continued to swear. I, Xiao Zimo, swear to the heavens that from the moment I enter the door, if there is a single word of blindness in my mouth, let me be toyed with by an old and ugly woman for the rest of my life. It was true that he didn't care about such things as swearing. If it really worked, then those who had made oaths and promises when they were young would have been struck to death by lightning long ago. And the reason why Ji Tianwen asked Xiao Zimo to add such a line was because in his previous life after Xiao Zimo became popular, he's received blackmail photos and videos from old rich women, over in foreign countries. On the screen, Xiao Zimo was scratching his head in various ways. There were tied up, hung up, and whipped, on a scale so large that it was more amazing to the eye than the movies made in the small days. Now it seemed that the experience on the foreign side didn't seem to have left too much of a psychological shadow on Xiao Zimo. However, Ji Tianwen didn't feel discouraged either. Anyway, the initiative was in his hands now, and he had plenty of time to accompany these two in front of him to play slowly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the knock on the door came again. Xia Shunyun thought of something and her face changed. Then she opened her mouth and said, please come in. The door was pushed open and waitresses of excellent size and good looks lined up to push the food carts in. Xiao Zimo was frozen on the spot, his eyes looking straight. Chapter 27, which foot entered the door first? The reason why Xiao Zimo lost his temper was not that the waitress was really beautiful to the point of being mesmerizing. Rather, it was the food truck that was overloaded with stuff. Big Australian lobsters, all 5 of them. There were a dozen plates each of abalone and sea cucumber. There are also a dozen or so dishes that, just by looking at the presentation, you can tell they're not cheap. Can you order so much at once and eat it all? Or is it the rich kids who want this kind of platitude? When the waiter left, Xia Shuyan looked at the table full of dishes and smiled shyly. Tian Man, I didn't pay attention when I placed the order just now. I seem to have ordered more. Do you mind? Of course I don't mind. If you don't think it's enough, it's fine to order 2 more tables. Ji Tianwen said without thinking. He wasn't going to spend the money anyway, so what did he have to mind? Hearing these words, Xia Shuyun and Xiao Zimo did their best to lift their spirits. Ji Tianwen seemed to have believed them, which was a great thing. Tian Man, Xia Clan Group's salary for the next month is already unavailable. Xia Shuyan said in a pitiful tone. When Xia's group pulls through, I will definitely repay you properly. Oh, Ji Tianwen answered. And then, no more next questions. Xia Shuyun couldn't help but ask, Tian Man, do you still not believe that there is innocence between Mr. Xiao and I? Faith, since you believe it, then hurry up and invest in Xia's group. You really can't delay it any longer. Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation, turning his head to look at Xiao Zimo, who was standing not far away, and asked, Did you just enter the door with your left foot first? Or your right foot first? Xiao Zimo? Ji Xiao, let me ask one more time. Is there any saying about which foot goes in the door first? Xiao Zimo asked tentatively. Ji Tianwen frowned and said with little kindness. Since you know it's talkative and you still want to ask it out, are you picking a fight with me? No, no, no. Xiao Zimo hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum and denied. Ji Xiao, compared to you, I'm nothing. Even if you lend me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to provoke you. Then answer my question honestly. Ji Tianwen's tone returned to calm. Xiao Zimo's brain spun and deliberately didn't say the words to death. I kind of forgot. I think it was left foot first in the door. Ji Tianwen was dissatisfied. Don't be so ambiguous. Which foot entered the door first? Seeing that he couldn't muddle through, Xiao Zimo had to reply. It's the left foot. Ji Tianwen twisted his head to look at Xia Shunyun inside. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to invest in Xia's group in the near future. What do you mean? Xia Shunyun said indignantly. Our misunderstandings have been resolved. Haven't you gotten over it yet? It has nothing to do with whether or not I've lost my temper. Ji Tianwen said in a serious manner. Before I went out today, I specially asked a high person to calculate a fortune, and the high person told me that if this Mr. Zhao's left foot is first in the door, then I can't invest in the near future, or else I'll be in big trouble. Hearing this, Xiao Zimo slapped his head and busied himself. Ji Xiao, I just said the wrong thing the fastest. I entered the door with my right foot. It was my right foot. Ji Tianwen's gaze snapped as he bellowed. Is that a head or an ass on your shoulders? Is talking like farting? Xiao Zimo shivered in fear and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak out of turn. Although the rich second generation in China, unlike the male children of foreign plutocratic families, do not dare to be blatant, so that people casually disappeared into the world. Xia Shunyun couldn't bear it on the spot, slammed the table and stood up. Ji Tianwen, if you don't want to invest, you can say so explicitly. Teasing others like this will only make you appear to be in bad taste. So, you don't care at all that I'm in big trouble and are only thinking about wanting me to invest, right? Ji Tianwen said with a single word. Xia Shuyun was annoyed. What big trouble? That's just an excuse for you not wanting to invest. If you say it's an excuse, then it's an excuse, right? Ji Tianwen didn't argue and got up and walked straight away. Ji Xiao, Ji Xiao. Xiao Zimo hurriedly dissuaded. 1,000 wrongs are all my fault. I'll make amends to you. Don't stop him. Let him go. Xia Shunyun Fire Avenue. Ji Tianman is clearly playing a trick on people. Can't Brother Zimmer see that? Xiao Zimo hesitated a little and stepped aside to open the door to the room. He didn't want to provoke Ji Tianwen into anger. In that case, the one who would be in big trouble would be him. After Ji Tianwen left, Xiao Zimo waited for a few more minutes before closing the door behind him, then sighed and said, Shuyun, you still haven't calmed down. Xia Shunyun said with lingering anger. Ji Tianwen has no intention of investing at all. Can't you see that, Brother Zimmer? I don't think it's necessarily that we don't intend to invest, but rather that Jitenjin isn't really convinced that we're innocent yet. You've sworn, and he still doesn't believe it. What else can be done? As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Xiao Zimo soothed a sentence, then said in a difficult tone, Shu Yun, I do have a way to make Ji Tianwen believe that we are innocent. Just, ouch. Xia Shuyun said impatiently. Brother Zimo, don't swallow your words. There's nothing we can't say to each other. Xiao Zimo waited for these words, and immediately clenched his teeth fiercely and came to Xia Shunyun's ear, saying his plan once again. After hearing this, Xia Shunyun couldn't help but show a difficult look. Seeing this, Xiao Zimo returned to the state of sighing inside, helplessly saying, Shu Yun, I know that my way will make you lose face. Forget it, I'll think of another way. Well, Xia Shunyun instantly felt her heart was too much, slightly frowned and said, Brother Zimo, don't say that. I'm not thinking that your approach is bad, nor am I unable to give up face. After a pause, she explained in detail, your approach is built on the base condition that Ji Tianwen still likes me, but I always feel as if Ji Tianwen doesn't like me anymore. Shu Yun, you are overthinking. Xiao Zimo followed the good advice. If Ji Tianwen really doesn't like you, he probably won't even come. Since he came, it means that he still has you in his heart. You're condescending, letting him hold up your youth for 5 whole years, and it's too cheap to let him off the hook so easily. Xia Shunyun deliberated for a long time and nodded. Then I'll do as you said and try it out. Xiao Zimo breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the table full of great meals, his appetite opened up and said, Shu Yun, let's eat, just when I have to make up. Oh no, I happen to be hungry. After that, he sat down and feasted on the table full of dishes without any manners. Chapter 28, The Girl with the Incredible Eating Capacity. Yareg Restaurant, first floor. At a corner booth, a young girl buried her head in her bowl of food as if she had a grudge against it. The young girl, with a white shirt on top, a horse-faced skirt underneath, and a pair of flat cloth shoes on her feet. Looked as if she had just finished attending Comic-Con and hadn't had a chance to change her costume yet. Of course, if that was the case alone, there wouldn't be so many people around. The main reason for the young girl's mobbing is still the speed at which she dries her food. In less than half a minute, you can fix a bowl of rice plus a plate of vegetables. The height of the empty dishes stacked on the table was on the verge of drowning the young girl's head. Ji Tianwen was also in the crowd of onlookers, watching the young girl dry her rice while slurping. This girl looks so skinny. How can she eat so much? The people around him, likewise, were in a state of shock. Are you sure there won't be any problems if you eat like that? This is not scientific. I've seen the big appetizer live, but it's not as outrageous as this one. I've seen those who can eat, but this is the first time I've seen those who can eat like this. After 10 seconds or so, the young girl stacked the bowls onto the stack to her left and said in a soft voice, 10 more bowls. Hearing this, all the people around them had their mouths twitching with wonderful expressions. To a bowl of scene, to 2 bowls of scene, but 10 bowls of cum, really is unheard of. It wasn't until then that Ji Tianwen could see the young girl's face clearly. She had a round googly-eyed face with a complexion as fair as snow, a high nose, and almond eyes that were large and bright, looking extraordinarily alert, giving her a very cute feeling overall. Louis, the restaurant manager, smiled and said, sorry, at the risk of asking, do you usually eat like this? That's not true. The young girl shook her head and returned. I usually use a basin for my meals. It's too troublesome to use a bowl. Why don't we just change the basin on it? This, said Louis with a difficult face. I'm sorry, the restaurant's ingredients are not prepared enough. You can come back next time, can you? He really did not dare to continue to let this young girl eat. If it really lasted, then he could not afford the responsibility. The young girl wrinkled her delicate eyebrows with an uninterested look, but she didn't say anything more, but asked, how much is it? Louis breathed a sigh of relief, took the tablet handed to him by the waitress, and returned, $1,263,000. You just pay $126,000. At Yulog restaurant, unless one has a membership card, there is no such thing as a discount, or erasure of zeros for regular customers. Louis is, today, kind of making an exception. Mostly, he was worried that there would be trouble to follow, and just wanted to send this eater away quickly. Did I hear you right? The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Louis kept his smile and returned. There's no mistaking it. It's $126,000. Here's a list of your purchases so you can do the math. The young girl took the tablet and exclaimed, $2,500 for a bowl of egg fried rice? Do you know how much rice you can buy for $2,500? Listening to that stump, it's kind of like you're trying to eat a bully's dinner. Louis's smile stiffened, but he still maintained his politeness. Our restaurant is clearly labeled. There is no cheating consumers. The young girl's brow furrowed even more as she asked, how much do you make a day scrubbing dishes at your place? The real deal is that it's just here for the bully pulpit. Louis said, we don't want dishwashers here. But what if I don't have any money? The young girl blinked her big eyes, her tone sounding serious. Louis wasn't in a hurry and smiled. If you're not kidding, then we'll just have to call the police. I didn't break any laws. Why did you call the police? It is an offense to eat a bully's dinner. This can't be blamed on me. The young girl said with a bitter face. I walked to the door of your store, and was about to ask. I brush dishes in the store. Can you manage me a meal? But before I said anything, there were 2 people who welcomed me to say, your store's meal is also too expensive. Louis kept his smile and said, these words, when the police come, you can tell the police. If the police say that you can eat for nothing without paying, then we have nothing to say. The young girl was not happy. Can I get credit? Sorry, we don't support credit here. You guys are just a shady store. Where do you eat without letting people get credit? The young girl looked like she was in a hurry and rose indignantly, slamming her fist on the tabletop. Dang! A muffled sound. The table collapsed immediately afterward. Everyone was shocked by the scene and backed away in unison. Ji Tianwen was similarly a bit incredulous, noticing another bit of incredulity in the young girl. The table used on the first floor is solid wood, with a tabletop 10 centimeters thick. It would take at least 2 strong adult men to even try to lift it. As for smashing a table until it collapses with one punch, that's even more of a pipe dream. However, the impossible happened, but the young girl did it. Manager Liu. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth to call out. Louis twisted his head and saw that it was Ji Tianwen, and he couldn't care less about being closer to the teenage girl who was eating the king's food, and quickly stepped to the near money, nodding his head and saying, Ji Xiao, you command. The sound of Ji Xiao instantly made all the surrounding guests understand who Ji Tianwen was. For a while, quite a few people were up in arms about wanting to make friends. The balance in my membership card. How much is left? Ji Tian asked inquiringly. Louis took out his cell phone, checked it, and returned, 3 million. 160,000 left. Ji Tianwen nodded and continued. The money for this girl's meal. Deduct it from my card, and then the remaining balance. Return it to the payment account I made when I got the card. At these words, Louis instantly panicked and hastily compensated with a smile. Ji Xiao, where did I do something inconsiderate? You can directly say it. He was able to make a name for himself at headquarters year after year, relying on Ji Tianwen to contribute to his performance. Ji Tianwen wanted to return the card now, so it was naturally impossible for him not to panic. Not inconsiderate, just simply wanting to return. Ji Tianwen returned indifferently. Louis couldn't care less about face, bending and bowing and saying nice things. However, Ji Tianwen was unmoved and was adamant about returning the card. There was no choice but for Louis to nod his head in agreement. He dared to delay and pull some other tricks in the face of the usual customer returns, but facing the crown prince of G Group, he really didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. After all, this is a ruthless person who can directly drop $3 billion in order to give his girlfriend a breath of fresh air. If this is offended, it's really not even know how to die. At that moment, the guests surrounded Ji Tianwen, each with a spring-like smile on their faces. A few well-presented celebrities even threw crazy winks at Ji Tianwen despite their male companions' desire to knife people. Chapter 29, Harui's Harui. Ji Young Atmosphere. Young Ji is simply the #1 benefactor in Pingzhou City. When Ji Xiao came in just now, although I didn't see the front face, just by looking at the back, I knew that Ji Xiao was not an ordinary person. The people around him all sent flattery. A few moments later, an internet red face with light makeup walked up to Ji Tianwen, pulled her collar down and said with a coquettish smile, Ji Xiao, I've always admired you. Can you add me as a friend? Ji Tianwen looked at the QR code that the woman had tattooed below her collarbone. This is real fun. After thinking about it, Ji Tianwen didn't hold back and asked, in case one day your microsignal is blocked, or WeChat as a software doesn't work, then this tattoo of yours, isn't it the same as a fee? Netflix. It was a question she hadn't really considered. It was in such a moment of concentration that Ji Tianwen was no longer in sight. Netflow. Nine scratched his hair with a chagrined look. Usually she reacted quickly. How come she didn't react first just now? At this time, Ji Tianwen had already walked out of the store. The appetizer girl looked like she had just reacted, and hurriedly picked up the sack at her feet and quickly chased after it. Wait! Hearing a pleasant voice from behind him, Ji Tianwen stood still. He was actually interested in making the acquaintance of the young girl with the big appetite, but there were too many people in the store just now, so it was obviously not the time to talk. So he thought to come out first, and then wait for the young girl to go out, and then go over to strike up a conversation. As it turned out, the young girl quickly chased her out, which saved waiting time. Ji Tianwen turned around and said with a smile, You're quite extraordinary. Ah, the young girl was slightly stunned, then she put down the sack on her shoulder, walked up to Ji Tianwen, stretched out her right hand, and said with a big smile, Hello, my name is Zhao Cheng, Zhao Qian San Li's Zhao, Fa Zi, Clear Skies Cheng. Thank you for helping me pay for my meal. Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen gave his name and shook Xiao Cheng's hand. As a result, in the next moment, he felt a tugging force that caused him to fall directly forward. Bang! Ji Tianwen crashed solidly into the young girl, her face coming into close contact with two masses of softness. It really wasn't a case of trying to take advantage, but the young girl was too strong. Zhao Cheng was startled, and while taking 2 steps back, she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm a bit unable to gather my strength every time I finish eating. Are you alright? Ji Tianwen shook his head, secretly thankful that when the other party shook his hand just now, he was pulling him a little bit instead of using his strength on shaking. Otherwise, it would probably need to be taken to the hospital at this point. Ji Tianwen glanced at the time and asked, You just said that you haven't eaten enough, right? Zhao Cheng's mouth gently opened, and before she could answer, her stomach made a gurgling sound, giving the answer for her. Zhao Cheng blushed and smiled sarcastically. I've been eating a lot since I was a kid. Can you treat me to a full meal? After a pause, as if afraid of being rejected, Zhao Cheng quickly added, I don't eat your food for nothing. I'm strong, and I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired. I can do any job. If you don't believe me, I'll prove to you that I'm really strong. No, there's no need to. Ji Tianwen hastily refused, saying that there was no need to prove it. However, the young girl had bent down, her shoulder against his stomach and one arm around his waist. After carrying it on his shoulders, he directly spread his legs and ran away, while running and jumping twice every now and then. Meng's group, president's office. On the wide desk were sheets of sketching paper and professional drawing tools. Meng Lei holds a syringe pen in her hand and draws on the paper with concentration and elegance. For her, it's the best way to relax and rest after a busy day of regular business. In fact, as she said before, Opening a jewelry store is nothing more than fulfilling a childhood dream. She never intended to shine on this track from the beginning, although at the moment she still has no intention to take Yuan Meng as the main business to do. But when he thought of Ji Tianwen's layout and the crazy spreading of money these days, he always felt that if he didn't make some achievements, his heart would feel bad. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Meng Lei penciled in and raised her eyes to the office door. Come in. The door opened and the secretary walked in with a folder. Mr. Meng, there are a few documents that need your signature. The secretary glanced at the desktop that was filled with sketch paper, and instead of placing it on the desktop, she bent down and handed it over with both hands. Meng Lei took the folder, read the documents, and signed her name. The secretary retrieved the folder and made to leave, but then stopped in her tracks, looking like she wanted to say something. Say whatever you want, Meng Lei said faintly. The secretary hesitated a little and revealed a smile. Mr. Meng, what I'm about to say is not about work. She knew Meng Lei's style was tough and thunderous. It's not wise to go off on a tangent about something that has nothing to do with work. In a way, it's also trial and error. Some small mistakes are made first, so you can keep an eye out for them later and avoid stepping into the minefield. Speak. Meng Lei gestured with a slight raise of her head. The secretary returned. It's like this. Just now during dinner, a friend of mine told me that she met Ji Xiao when she was eating at Yulog restaurant, and an hour before meeting Ji Xiao, Xia Shuyun, of the Xia group, went to the second floor. After Ji Xiao arrived at the restaurant, he went straight up to the second floor. Meng Lei frowned slightly and nodded. I know. Go get busy. Okay. The secretary answered and turned to leave. Meng Lei redirected her gaze to the design drawings in front of her, but her mind was already completely uninvolved and even a little distracted. Xia Shuyun went to Yulog. Ji Tianwen arrived later. While coincidence cannot be ruled out, the likelihood of this is slim. Is it a lingering love? Meng Lei clenched her pink fists, picked up the phone on her desk, and after making sure that there was nothing she had to deal with personally for nearly 3 hours, she pulled open a drawer, took out her car keys, and left the office. Yulog restaurant. Xiao Zimo burped loudly, touched his rounded stomach, pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and said, Shu Yun, are you full? Full. Xia Shunyun nodded her head, but in reality, she hadn't moved a few chopsticks at all during this meal. I'm so angry that I'm full of gas. Where can I eat? Instead, it was Xiao Zimo, who was eager to make up for it, who ate a round belly. The two left the booth and went down to the first floor. He was about to leave the restaurant when he was stopped by the waiter. Ms. Xia, you forgot to pay for your meal. Xia Shunyun froze on the spot and frowned. Ji Tianwen didn't give any money? No. The waitress returned truthfully. Chapter 30, Insufficient Card Balance. Xia Shunyun forced herself to hold back her displeasure, took her cell phone out, opened the Apoth Yulog restaurant, and showed the payment membership code. Then, show the member code to the waiter. The waiter took down the mobile POS machine on his waist and scanned it against the membership code presented by Xia Shuyun. Hearing a drop sound, Xia Shuyun retrieved her cell phone and walked towards the store door. As a result, just 2 steps out, he was shouted at. Miss Xia, wait. Xia Shunyun's footsteps lurched as she impatiently said, anything else? The waiter smiled apologetically and explained, the membership code you just presented is invalid. How can it be invalid? I've always used this membership code before. Xia Shunyun was carrying fire and spoke with an unconsciously much louder voice, causing quite a few people to look towards her. It looks familiar. It seems to be the first lady of the Xia group? No need to seem like it. It's her. I've often seen her come to dinner with Ji Xiao before. The little white guy next to me also looks familiar. I remember. It is the boy that Miss Ji proposed in a wedding dress. Are these two really hooking up? The people dining on the first floor whispered and whispered. The restaurant manager, Louis, also quickly arrived in front of Xia Shuyun and explained, Ms. Xia, I'm sorry, but your membership code has lapsed and you can't continue to use it. Why? Xia Shunyun huffed. There's at least a few $1,000,000 left in the card's balance, so if you say you can't use it, you can't use it? Louis, who had just suffered a card withdrawal, was already in a bad mood. However, in the face of questioning, he still maintained the attitude expected of a service staff and patiently explained. The membership card was handled by Ji Xiao, who returned the card half an hour ago. Xia Shunyun's face instantly became ugly, and her inner resentment towards Ji Tianwen exploded even more. Her membership code was authorized to her by Ji Tianwen. If Ji Tianwen returned all the cards, the membership code would definitely not work. How much is our meal? Xiao Zimo asked with a tone of wealth. He roughly calculated in his mind that although all those things he ordered weren't cheap, they would only be around $50,000 at most. Spending $50,000 to solidify a good feeling in the heart of Xia Shuyun, the love brain, was a bit of a meatball, but the overall math was still worth it. Louis took the tablet handed to him by the waiter and returned. Meal 237,000. Drinks 88,000. Total is $325,000. How much did you say? Xiao Zimo was dumbfounded, looking as if he suspected he had heard wrong. Lewis repeated, $325,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Zimo cursed on the spot. You guys are too dark, right? The bank is right across the street. Why don't you guys just take a sack and rob it? Lewis' smile tightened and his tone intensified. Sir, our restaurant charges are very transparent and all meals are clearly marked. Please don't slander and create rumors. Shuyun, let's call the police. Xiao Zimo lowered his voice. This charge is too pitiful. As if he guessed what Xiao Zimo was saying, Lewis snorted coldly and said, Ms. Xia is our regular customer here, and the dishes and wines ordered and drunk at noon were all those that Ms. Xia had often eaten and drank before, so she should be able to figure out the approximate cost. Xia Shenyun was cold and fished out the bank card from her bag and handed it over. Drop. After a beep, the waiter handed the card back to Xia Shuyun. Xia Shuyun took a step to leave, but was called back. Miss Xia. Wait. What else? Xia Shuyun huffed. The waitress, somewhat taken aback, took a step back and resumed her smile. The balance on your card is insufficient. After saying that, he showed the tips on the screen of the POS machine to Xia Shuyun. The guests who had been paying attention to this side of the room, one by one, their eyes became odd. No way? You lost all your money for one meal? I've heard before that the Xia group is going to be finished this time, and now it seems that the rumors aren't empty. Without G's group as a backer, Xia's group is nothing. In the past, Xia Shuyun would have enjoyed it if she had been noticed, but at the moment, the eyes that were looking over at each one of them made her unspeakably uncomfortable. It always felt like those eyes contained mockery and sarcasm. Brother Zimmer, why don't you settle the bill first, and I'll transfer the money to you later, Xia Shuyun said. This. Xiao Zimo smiled awkwardly and coughed dryly. Shuyun, I don't have that much money. The card is just over $80,000. Xia Shuanyun's face became even more ugly as she rushed to Lewis and said, make a note of it first. I will transfer the money over before the evening. Lewis thought he should find a temple and burn some incense. The eater who just left for a bully meal wanted credit. Now the soon-to-be down and out Miss Xia actually wanted credit as well. What the hell is today? Ms. Xia, the restaurant's rules are not set by me. They are set by the headquarters, and I can only abide by them. Lewis said in a businesslike tone, if I hang up the bill for you, other guests will also have to hang up the bill. Do I agree or not? Although there was no explicit refusal, the meaning of the words was obvious enough. That is, don't pay or don't leave. It was at this moment that a clear and cold voice came. It's just a meal. Miss Xia's meal. I'll pay for it. Hearing these words, the Dao gazes looked towards the source of the voice. A stunning-looking woman was seen, at some point, walking into the restaurant. The black suit, white shirt and black flat leather shoes looked to give a competent look. Burgundy wavy hair that fell over her shoulders made people look more toward her. Meng Lei, Ji Tianwen sent you here, right? Xia Shuyun said without looking back. Want to see me laugh, do you? Go dream away. I'm not going to give you this chance. With that, he took the watch off his wrist and handed it to Lewis. This watch is $800,000. If we sell it, we can buy at least $500,000 to cover the cost of the meal. Is that okay? Lewis shook his head no, not lifting his hand to take the proffered watch. If Meng Lei didn't show up, then it must be okay. Sell the watch. Not only will it cover the cost of the meal, he'll make a small $200,000. But, the arrival of Meng Lei makes Lewis change his mind instantly. Previously, Ji Tianwen was willing to spend several $1,000,000 on a card because Xia Shuyun liked to come here to eat. And now, Ji Tianwen's girlfriend is Meng Lei. As long as she made Miss Meng happy, Miss Meng would come a few more times in the future. Then maybe young Master Ji would come back over to get a card. And when Meng Lei saw Xia Shenyun take her watch out uselessly, she casually found a card seat and sat down to watch the show at ease. At the same time, the heart was inexplicably relieved. Judging from what Xia Shuyun had just said, instead of repairing her relationship with Ji Tianwen, it had gotten worse. Chapter 31, this deal is worth every penny. A private room in an ordinary restaurant. After wildly flaunting 12 bowls of rice, Zhao Yicheng took a sip of tea, exhaled a long breath, and smiled sweetly. Really comfortable Since I came down from the mountain, I haven't had enough to eat. Brother Tianwen. I'll call you Brother Tianwen. You're such a good person, Jitan asked. I'm a nice guy no doubt, but what you're saying is not nice. Iboshi, you should still be in school, right? Jitian asked curiously. Zhao Yicheng shook her head and returned. I didn't go to school, it was all my master, and my senior brother and sister, who taught me to recognize words and read books. What about your parents? I don't know. I remember since I was in the orphanage, and then the director of the orphanage sent me to Mount Dianxi, and I practiced martial arts with my master. 2 months ago, My master said, let me go down to the mountain to travel. Go wherever you wanna go, and then go back after half a year. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding, more or less suspecting inwardly that the fundamental reason the young girl's master had supposedly allowed her to travel was because he couldn't afford to supply rice anymore. At this time, Zhao Yicheng rubbed his hands together, smiled shyly, and asked, Brother Tian Man, you're rich aren't you? It's okay. Then do you need a bodyguard? Don't look at me as thin and not tall, but I'm very capable of fighting. Don't believe me. I believe. Ji Tianwen hurriedly opened his mouth, afraid that the young girl would carry him up and run all over the street again at the drop of a hat. Zhao Yicheng squeezed out a smiling face and said, Brother Tian Man, why don't I work for you as a bodyguard? You don't have to pay me a salary, as long as every meal, I'm fed. Yes. Ji Tianwen nodded his head crisply in agreement. Just by managing the food, you get such a big and strong eater in return. All in all, the deal was superb. Brother Tian Man, thank you so much. Zhao Yicheng jumped straight up in surprise, patting his chest and assuring, don't worry, with me around in the future, no one will be able to touch you for a second. Miao Group, in the chairman's office. Boo! The teacup fell to the floor in pieces. Miao Jigang took the folder in his hand and slammed it heavily on the desktop, his face gloomy and scary. You go out first. Miao Ruixian said at the secretary. The female secretary gratefully glanced at Miao Ruixian, feeling that the usual throat did not hurt in vain at the same time, as if amnestied, turned around and went out of the office. Ji Weiyong, this son of a, doing something really damned desperate. Miao Jigang cursed profusely. Miao Ruixian persuaded. Dad, don't be so angry. First, shut up. Miao Jigang was on fire. You are at least half responsible for the situation at hand. I asked you to give Meng Group a warning, but you were good. You directly sent a wreath and pissed off Ji Tianwen, that bastard who is full of women. Now our stores has been closed almost. The ranking of the online store cannot go. There are a lot of malicious returns. Maliciously give a bad review of. What to do if this goes on? You tell me. What's going to happen at this rate? Miao Jigang didn't really care much at first, thinking that Ji Tianwen's statement that he would take out $3 billion to smash down the Miao Group was nothing more than scaremongering and bragging. However, by now, he was somewhat compelled to believe it. Roughly estimated, the money Ji Tianwen had currently spent out was close to $1 billion, and had even exceeded $1 billion. And, still, there's no closing. With such a huge capital investment, Miao Group naturally will not fare well. A rough estimate of the direct damage caused since the start of the war is close to $200 million. This is the loss that can be seen on the books, and if you add in losses such as damage to brand reputation, it adds up to at least over $500 million or more. Such damage, for Miao's group, not to say that it was a major injury, but it was also beaten out of blood. Just then, the female secretary who had left earlier, knocked on the door again and walked in. She looked flustered, like something big had happened. Miao Jigang's heart sank as he asked in a cold voice, "What's the situation?" The female secretary warily reported. Mr. Wei posted on his personal microblog. When he finished, he put the tablet on his desk and proceeded to take several steps back. Miao Jigang picked up the tablet and took a look at it, immediately clenching his fists, his forehead veins bursting. Moments later, the tablet was smashed on the floor. The female secretary shrieked out in fear. Her face was white, and she didn't dare to breathe. Miao Jigang, on the other hand, once again opened his mouth, targeting the female secretary's mouth of Mr. Wei Zhongqian. Miao Ruixian took out his cell phone, checked the microblogging, and understood the reason for his old man's rage. On microblogging, Wei Zhongqian reported in real name that Miao Group violated labor laws and forced employees to work overtime, and also said that there are violations of the law in terms of taxation, as well as 5 insurance and 1 gold. It would be fine if Wei Zhongqian was an insignificant figure, but Wei Zhongqian was one of the executives of the Miao Group, and it was easy for the public to be convinced by what he said. This backstab can never be considered small in terms of power. Miao Ruixian signaled with his eyes, letting the secretary go out, then walked to the desk and lowered his voice. Dad, you calm down. I have a backhand. Bull backhanded. Miao Jigang directly slapped him across the face. Pop. Slap loud. Miao Ruixian eyes crossed a touch of resentment to the mouth of the words, but also decided not to speak. Negotiate with G Group immediately. Apologize when you should apologize. Compensate when you should compensate. You can't keep fighting. Miao Jigang said without question. Keep playing. Sure, his pool hasn't bottomed out yet, but when it really bottoms out, it's time for the Miao Group to be finished. Even if they don't get crushed, they are bound to lose their market dominance. This was definitely not something Miao Jigang could accept. Now that I think about it, I should have apologized a long time ago for not letting this business war actually start. But no one has a front or back eye. Miao Jigang couldn't possibly have thought that Ji Wuyan would really dare to go by Ji Tianwen's nature. With the giant gastronomical girl in tow, Ji Tianwen returned to the Ji group. On the way to the office, Zhao Yicheng kept her eyes and ears on all sides, maintaining a high level of vigilance, always on the lookout for dangers to her granary. To the office, Ji Tianwen sat down on the office chair, pointed to the sofa, and said, "Feel free to sit down. If you're bored, play with your cell phone or tablet, and if you're sleepy, there's a small room inside where you can sleep for a while." "That won't do," Zhao Yicheng said with a serious expression. "Brother Tianwen, I'm your bodyguard. I have to stay by your side and protect your safety. Where can I be passive?" Ji Tianwen found it funny and said, "There's no need to be so tense. In this building, still no one dares to turn against me. You can stay relaxed, and it's not too late for you to stay vigilant when you're out of this building and outside." The words just fell. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chapter 32, Poison in the Tea. "Please come in." Ji Tianwen opened his mouth. The door to the office opened, and the female secretary, Song Yabing, with a folder in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, stepped up to the desk. White suit, white wrap skirt, white heels, plus black shirt and black stockings. This is a simple but visually appealing combination. Of course, the main value and figure in that, if these two kinds of failure, and how to know how to dress is useless. Mr. G, this is the plan submitted by the project department, and the chairman asked you to go through it. Sonia Bing put the folder and the teacup onto the desk, while her eyes swept Zhao Yicheng as if she was not thinking. As a matter of fact, Song Yabing was initially arranged to become Ji Tianwen's secretary after receiving an assignment from Bai Jiyu. Bai Jiyu told her to find a way to move her son's mind away from Xia Shuyun, but unfortunately, Song Yabing didn't finish this task properly. At this moment, to see Ji Tianwen beside, appeared a delicate and lovely appearance of a young girl. Cannot help but in the heart of the muttering, "Is it Ji always like this type?" Ji Tianwen flipped open the folder to look at a few eyes, then closed the folder, said lightly, "Tell the project department, and then submit this kind of fool's plan." All rolled away. Usually, it's the dad who comes in and personally shoots down the plan and decides whether or not to pass it. This time it was given to him to go through, so the meaning was obvious. Obviously trying to get him to sing the white song and knock the program department. Sonia Bing retrieved the folder and nodded, pushing the teacup towards Ji Tianwen and smiling. "Mr. Ji, you've been working especially hard these days. This is the ginseng tea I sent from my hometown. It tastes very good. It's perfect for summer. You can try it." "Good," Ji Tianwen answered, his gaze going to the computer screen. Sonia Bing kept her smile and glanced at Zhao Yicheng again. Although her heart was curious about the other party's identity, she didn't ask much, said hello and turned to leave. Ji Tianwen finished handling all the emails in his mailbox, and when he saw the bored young girl beside him, he smiled and said, "Yicheng, do you have any favorite games you like to play? I'll download it for you and you can play it for a while." "Love to play the game." Zhao Yicheng tilted his head, thought for a moment, his eyes lit up and said, "Brother Tianwen, let's play poker." "You've played poker?" "Of course. When I was in the mountains in the past, my senior brother and sister and I used to play poker together." After saying that, he trotted over to the sack in the corner and rummaged through it to find a deck of playing cards. Jitan asked, "It's really poker?" Zhao Yicheng ran back to the table, shuffled the playing cards, put them on the table, and said, "If the two of us are playing, let's play push the train." The rules are very simple. Thus, Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng played poker. This game is simple, but also boring. After playing a few hands, Ji Tianwen lost interest. "Yicheng, there is a card game on the computer. I'll teach you how to play it." Ji Tianwen opened the card game and briefly informed the young girl how to operate it, then let her play by herself. Zhao Yicheng quickly got the hang of it, sitting on the office chair with one hand resting on her fragrant cheeks and her elbow propped up on the desktop, playing with gusto. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, laid down on the sofa and swiped through short videos. It wasn't long before the landline on the desk rang. "Brother Tianman, the phone is ringing," Zhao Yicheng reminded. Ji Tianwen casually replied back, "You answer it." Usually, 9 out of 10 such calls were not important enough for him to bother answering them. Zhao Yicheng complied, picking up the earpiece and putting it to his ear. "Hello." On the other side of the phone, Meng Lei, who heard the voice, frowned slightly and said, "Is Mr. G not here?" "Mr. G?" Zhao Yicheng froze, then suddenly said, "You mean Brother Tianwen, right? Brother Tin Man?" Hearing the intimate address, Meng Lei frowned tighter and admitted, "That's right." Zhao Yicheng glanced at Ji Tianwen, who was lying on the sofa, and very honestly returned, "Brother Tianwen just finished playing poker with me, and is now lying on the sofa resting." Meng Lei's pink fists clenched violently, a nameless fire instantly ignited, and the original mood which was still quite good, vanished in an instant. Her tone turned cold. I don't like it when people joke with me like that. I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth. You should be a friend of Brother Tian Man, right? If you want to play poker too, you can come over and we'll play poker together. Do you know who I am? I don't know, but I don't know who you are, and it doesn't stop us from playing poker together. Meng Lei's face became completely ugly. The other party didn't stray from playing poker in 3 sentences. This was clearly a provocation. This is Meng Lei. You put Ji Tianwan on the phone. Ta-da! Zhao Yicheng rushed Ji Tianwan on the sofa and said, Brother Tianwan, there's a Meng Lei who wants you to answer the phone. Ji Tianwan sniffed, put his cell phone in his pocket, sat up, walked to his desk, and took the phone handed to him by Zhao Yicheng. Ray, what did you want to see me about? Young Ji, am I disturbing you? Ji Tianwan felt that the other party's tone was strange, but he didn't think much of it and returned, no interruption. I'm not busy right now either. Oh, so you were just playing poker? Well, it's kinda pointless to play push the train, push the cart? Ji Shao, you're playing with flowers. Meng Lei hung up the phone indignantly, her heart burning with rage, and she had the urge to rush straight to Ji Tianwan's office. However, it occurred to me that the two were only a contractual couple. Also, it's written in the contract not to interfere in each other's personal lives. Even if she had sought it out, she would not have been able to justify it. Ji Tianwan. Meng Lei gritted her teeth and pounded her pink fist on the desktop. Even she couldn't figure out why she was so angry. But, it's just pissed off. The other side. Ji Tianwan had already reacted to what Meng Lei meant by playful enough. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone, aimed it at the playing cards on his desk, took a picture, and sent it to Meng Lei. At this time, Zhao Yicheng, who was playing to the fullest, casually picked up the teacup at hand and took a sip. Then the delicate brows furrowed together momentarily. She smacked her lips as if she didn't feel quite right, then took another sip of the tea and said, Brother Tianwan, there is poison in this cup of tea. What did you say? A flash of surprise crossed Ji Tianwan's eyes. Zhao Yicheng said with a tone of certainty, There's poison in this tea. How can you be sure that there is poison in the tea? Ji Tian asked in disbelief. Zhao Yicheng explained, When I was little, I was greedy and ran into my master's pharmacy and stole a poisonous little pill. And then my master starved me for 7 days, so I remember it especially clearly, and the poisonous little pill I ate tasted the same as this tea. Chapter 33, Show of Strength. Ji Tianwan saw that the young girl didn't look like she was lying, and she was instantly convinced in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and asked, Ezra, the poison in the tea, can it poison someone to death? It won't be poisoned to death immediately. Zhao Yicheng returned. My master said that after being poisoned, one would go through 3 stages. The first stage is diarrhea, the second stage is a low fever that won't go away, and the third stage will be coma. Each stage lasts about a month, and it's only life-threatening if you haven't gotten the poison out of your body after the third stage. Ji Tianwan nodded in understanding and continued to ask, What is the name of this poison? Not quite sure. My master made those small pills, which he mixed himself, and mainly gave them to the villagers to use to cure bugs. Zhao Yicheng said, After the pills are crushed, they are mixed with water and sprinkled into the yard and the house to protect against snakes, insects, mice and ants. Ji Tianwan no longer asked more questions and immediately arranged for someone to send the tea for composition testing. Evening. Ji Tianwan led Zhao Yicheng back to the seaside villa. When Nanny Chang Ju saw Ji Tianwan, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Young master, you're back. Ji Tianwan nodded, pointed to Zhao Yicheng beside her, and instructed, Auntie Chang, arrange your room for her, and make an extra 20 servings for dinner. Okay. Chang Ju agreed and led Zhao Yicheng upstairs. When dinner was about to be ready, Ji Weiyang and Bai Jiyu returned home together. Seeing an additional beautiful girl on the dining table, the two looked at each other, and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. It was the second time since I was a kid that my son had brought a girl home. The last one was Xia Shuyun. Tian Man. Who is this? Bai Jiyu asked. Ji Tianwan smiled and returned. Mom, this is my bodyguard, Zhao Yicheng. Hello auntie. Hello uncle. Zhao Yicheng nodded her head politely in greeting. Bai Jiyu's gaze looked up and down at Zhao Yicheng, and she almost couldn't hold back her joy. How can you be a bodyguard with such thin arms and legs? It's fooling her like she's stupid. Ji Tianwan saw his mom's expression, and knew that she must think he was talking nonsense, and immediately said in a serious manner, Mom, don't believe me. Yicheng is very capable of fighting. You're talking about a face and body that can fight, right? Bai Jiyu skimmed her lips, not even bothering to poke at the lame excuse her son had found. Ji Tianwan looked at Zhao Yicheng and said, Yicheng, my mom doesn't believe that you can keep me safe, so show some skill and prove it. Okay ta. Zhao Yicheng nodded. her expression becoming serious. If you want to be able to eat every meal for the rest of the day, you have to show some strength. How to show it well? While thinking about it, he looked around the room and finally locked his eyes on Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen instantly tensed up and said busily, "Don't use me as a prop. Then I'll give uncle and auntie a boxing set." Zhao Yicheng finished speaking and walked towards the courtyard. Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu exchanged glances once again, still not believing that a soft and weak-looking girl could have the ability to act as a bodyguard for someone. But, looking at my son, it doesn't seem like he's joking? The couple didn't dwell much on the fact that they would soon see if it was a mule or a horse anyway. Zhao Yicheng came to stand in the courtyard and first took a horse stance, then drilled one move at a time. The young girl's stance was dashing, and between the swings of her pair of white fists, the sound of breaking wind could be faintly heard. The horse-faced skirt swirls and swings like a gorgeous flower in bloom, and it's beautiful. It seems to be a practicing artist. Ji Woyang was surprised. Bai Jiyu didn't agree. It's also possible that it's just flowery boxing. It's just that the stance looks bluffing. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw the young girl do a cartwheel, followed by a punch on the cobbled path. Bang! After a muffled sound, the teenage girl shock was using her fist, hard enough to smash the ground out of an obvious depression. Zhao Yicheng stood up, patted the crushed stone chips and dust on the back of her hand, and trotted over to Ji Tianwen's side, asking in a small voice, "Brother Tianwen, is my display okay?" "No problem," Ji Tianwen replied back. Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu were both a bit startled. The two of them walked next to that one depression, looked at the broken pebbles, and then looked at the back of the young girl's right hand, and did their best to feel unbelievable. The two have seen a lot of practicing fighters, and the one in charge of security at Ji's group is a retired champion of sparring. But, one that could combine force and beauty had never been seen before. Where did my son find such a person? Dad, Mom, now you believe it, don't you? Ji Tianwen laughed. Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu nodded their heads in recognition of Zhao Yicheng's strength. Back inside, only to see the dining table, which was already filled with colorful and delicious dishes. Zhao Yicheng's eyes were glowing on the spot, itching to jump straight over. When she got her chopsticks and could start eating, the young girl instantly went into a dry rice state. That eating like they hadn't eaten for 10 days once again made Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu feel their eyes widen. When the fifth bowl of rice went down, Bai Jiyu worriedly said, "There won't be any problems with such a way of eating, right?" "No, Eboshi is strong and eats a lot," Ji Tian asked back. After eating another 4 bowls of rice, Zhao Yicheng put down her chopsticks, smiled shyly, and said, "Uncle, Auntie, if you guys think I ate too much, I'll try to eat less next time." "No, it's good to be able to eat," Bai Jiyu laughed. "It's important to eat enough, or if you wake up at night and are hungry, it will be hard." "Auntie, you're so right." Zhao Yicheng looked as if she had found a confidant and commanded and said, "I just often wake up in the middle of the night hungry, and my heart is in a panic." Bai Jiyu thought for a moment and said, "Yicheng, you don't have to be polite, just eat openly. Later on Auntie will have someone put snacks all over your room, so you can take them anytime you're hungry, but be careful not to spoil your stomach." "Auntie, you're really a great person." Tears flowed from the corners of Zhao Yicheng's mouth as she was touched, and in a good mood, she ate 2 more bowls of rice. When Zhao Yicheng was full, Bai Jiyu smiled and asked, "Yicheng, how old are you?" 17, in half a year, I'll be 18. Zhao Yicheng answered truthfully. Bai Jiyu nodded before giving her son a warning glance. Ji Tianwen immediately had a black line on his head. Did he look like the kind of person who would eat tender grass? "Ezra, can your kung fu be outsourced?" Ji Woyang asked. Zhao Yicheng thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "It should be possible. Master didn't say that he wouldn't allow it to be spread out." "Good then, Uncle will give you a task. From tomorrow onwards, you will be responsible for training your brother Tianman and improve his physical quality a bit," Ji Woyang said cheerfully. "In return, whatever you want to eat, Uncle will have someone get it for you." Chapter 34, Sincerity of the Miao Group. The next day, Ji Tianwen sat in his office chair, yawning every now and then, with a look of severe sleep deprivation. "Mr. Ji, didn't you sleep well last night?" Sonia Bing said with concern. Ji Tianwen waved his hand and yawned again, glancing grudgingly at the young girl on the couch who was watching anime while eating snacks, and returned, "It's not that I didn't sleep well, it's that I got up early." He was awakened at first light by a knock on the door. Then, he was forcefully dragged out for a run by Zhao Yicheng, finished the run and zipped around for another half hour. "All I feel now is a sore back and a bad case of the sleepies." "Mr. Ji, you can drink more of the ginseng tea I made for you yesterday. It has a refreshing effect," Sonia Bing said. "The effect is not worse than coffee. If you think it's good, I'll bring it over for you." "Yes," Ji Tianwen agreed with alacrity. Then, with a glance full of deep meaning, he glanced at Song Yabing. "Ingredient testing report, results will be out today. If it was really detected that there was poison in that cup of tea, it would mean that there was a mole in Ji's group. As far as his heart was concerned, Ji Tianwen didn't believe that Song Yabing would poison him. In his previous life, Song Yabing had reminded him many times that Xiao Shuyun and Xiao Zimo had problems. Even when Ji's group was in danger, Song Yabing still stood firm until Ji's group collapsed. As far as character is concerned, the other side is still very much over the top. Just as she was thinking, Song Yabing took a packet of ginseng tea and placed it on the desk, then said, Mr. Ji, Miao Ruixiang from the Miao group is looking for you. Let him come over, Ji Tianwen said indifferently. Song Yabing nodded and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Miao Ruixiang walked into the office with a gift box in one hand and a big smile. On the sofa, Zhao Yicheng saw someone come in, got up and left the sofa, standing to Ji Tianwen's side. As a bodyguard, she was still doing her job. Ji Xiao, it's been some days since I've seen you. Miao Ruixiang put the gift box on the desk, then extended his right hand. Ji Tianwen didn't even have the intention to get up. His face calmly said, say what you have to say, don't talk about these falsehoods. He didn't know much about Miao Ruixiang, but he knew that the other party was far more urban than Miao Ruifeng. However, in the face of absolute strength, the depth of the city was no good for. Since Xiao Ji doesn't like to beat around the bush, then I'll have something to say straight away, Miao Ruixiang said openly and honestly. I came here today because I want to ask Xiao Ji to be magnanimous and stop the crackdown on the Miao group. Ji Tianwen laughed lightly and said, more than 1 billion I have smashed out. You now know afraid? What did you do earlier? Ji Xiao, more friends more roads, more enemies more walls. Miao group can show their sincerity. Yeah, then show me your sincerity. Miao Ruixiang nodded and opened the 2 gift boxes in turn. In one of the gift boxes, a contract was placed. The other gift box contained a celadon vase. The shape of the bottle is like a gourd, with clear lines on it and bright colors. The color can be said to be very good. Ji Tianwen thought for a while and remembered the origin of the gourd bottle, an antique that Miao Group had spent $20 million on the auction held at the end of the year by the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce the year before. Miao Ruixiang raised his hand and made a pleased gesture, saying, Ji Xiao, please take a look. Ji Tianwen was not polite and picked up the contract to read it. The content is very simple. The Miao Group is willing to hand over 20% of the market share to the Edge of the Dream. The condition is that the Ji Group immediately stop all the blow against the Miao Group, and after that shall not be used for any reason to the Miao Group to make detrimental to the interests of the action. The sincerity is quite enough, but it's too late to bring it out now. Ji Tianwen threw the contract on the desktop as if he was throwing a few pieces of scrap paper. Miao Ruixiang's smile stiffened and he said, Ji Xiao, it's better to resolve the grievances than to tie them up. If we continue to fight, even if Ji's group ends up defeating Miao's group, it's still a costly deal. After a pause, he added, if Ji Xiao is willing to turn his anger into peace, the Miao group will do its best to save the face of the Ji group and you. Ji Tianwen slowly shook his head and said, for now, the money that has been spent out is more than enough. If we stop now, I think it's really a waste of money. Miao Ruixiang were cannot hear. Ji Tianwen this is to knock the meaning, but, still said patiently, Ji Xiao, if you feel dissatisfied, Miao Group can take out an additional $50 million as compensation. $50 million is not enough. Then Ji Xiao make an offer, at least tenfold. Miao Ruixiang's smile gradually tightened and his face became ugly. 10 times 50 million. That's 500 million. If you really lose $500 million, the shame is not to say. This will cause the Miao Group cannot even keep the basic disc, equivalent to crippled state. Miao Ruixiang took a deep breath, suppressed the anger that was churning in his chest, and said in a cold voice, Ji Xiao, the Jianghu has never been about fighting and killing, but about human feelings, and doing things to leave a thread, so that we can meet in the future. You're teaching me things? Ji Tianwen raised his eyebrows and snorted. What qualifications do you have to lecture in front of me? Someone who comes to my door to beg for peace? If it was Miao Ruifeng, his mind was bound to explode at this moment. But Miao Ruixiang was different. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smirk, that is to say, there's no more to talk about is there? I've already given the conditions. Whether or not I'm willing to accept them, that's something you Miao Group should consider. Ji Tianwen yawned and stretched, saying, oh yeah, there's another path that you guys can choose. What road? Miao Group stops its losses in time, preserves its existing strength, withdraws from the Pingzhou market, and then changes to a place farther away from Ji Group, and restrikes the drums to order to open, so that the days can still be better. Oh, you shouldn't be awake yet. Keep dreaming. Anything you wish for can come true in your dreams. Ji Tianwen spread his 2 hands and said, then let's continue the fight and see who can't carry it off first. Miao Ruixiang snorted coldly and picked up the contract. When he was about to take the gourd bottle, Ji Tianwen snatched it into his hands first. What? Want to rob? Miao Ruixiang asked in a stern voice. Ji Tianwen said expressionlessly. What kind of place do you think Ji Clan is, where you can come and go as you please? A flash of resentment crossed Miao Ruixiang's eyes as he sneered. Ji Tianwen, just to remind you, my things are hot and not that easy to take. Is it hot? I think the temperature is just right. If you think it's appropriate, then take it and keep it safe, because sooner or later you'll have to give it back to me in its original form. Miao Ruixiang put down a sentence, turned around and left with a big stride. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, smoothly placed the gourd bottle onto the bookshelf behind him, his expression looking relaxed. Chapter 35, Test Reports. Miao Ruixiang's arrogant attitude from the beginning, as well as the harsh words before leaving the door, let Ji Tianwen clearly realize that the other party has a backhand waiting for him. As for what's the backhand? Ji Tianwen's gaze moved and locked onto the teabag on the tabletop. Ezra, smell this teabag and see if it's poisonous. Ji Tianwen handed the teabag over. Zhao Yicheng unwrapped the teabag, sniffed it, and nodded heavily. Poisonous. Ji Tianwen nodded, then once again arranged for someone to send the tea leaves for composition testing. Catch a traitor in the act, take a thief and get him dirty. Regardless of who the mole really is, it is impossible to convict on the basis of empty words, and it is still necessary to lock up the evidence in a timely manner. Near noon, Meng Lei arrived at the G group. She was wearing a gray suit with a white undershirt underneath, and the overall look leaned towards casual business style. Ji Xiao, this is the chicken soup my mom specially made for you. Drink it while it's hot. Meng Lei was expressionless, putting the thermos in her hand, onto the desktop, while her other hand was inserted in her pants pocket, giving off a high and cold feeling. Lei, didn't I already take pictures with you yesterday? Ji Tianwen got up and walked around the desk to the opposite side of Meng Lei. Next, take the other man's hand in his pocket and hold it in your hand. Meng Lei furrowed her brows and struggled twice, only to fail to break free. However, she didn't roll her eyes, but allowed Ji Tianwen to hold her hand before twisting her head to the side. Ji Tianwen looked at Meng Lei's white palm, then squeezed it twice. Stabilizing Meng Lei was still necessary in his opinion, even though the two are a contractual couple. With Meng Lei's strong character, once she feels insulted and directly blacks out, it would be very troublesome. Although Ji Tianwen didn't fear Meng Lei, he also recognized Meng Lei's ability. Overall, it's definitely more beneficial to not be the enemy. Follow me. Ji Tianwen pulled Meng Lei and sat down on his office chair, then leaned over to maneuver the mouse and called up the office's surveillance, saying frankly, feel free to look. Not interested, Meng Lei said without thinking. Ji Tianwen laughed. Women often say they're not interested when they're actually very interested. Ji Xiao, you know a lot about women's minds. From the book. So you read books like this with the intention of being a scumbag and playing with women? Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. If it's for the sake of being a scumbag, instead, you don't need to go through so much effort to read a book, just smash the money. Meng Lei was speechless. Indeed, with Ji Tianwen G Group's crown prince's status, even if he didn't spend any money, there were women lining up, willing to spend money to be slagged by him. So what's he reading and studying all this stuff for? Just as he was thinking, he heard Ji Tianwen sigh and say, I really regret not reading the book earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much wasted money on Xiao's group before. Meng Lei's pink lips buzzed with the desire to speak. If the $1 billion invested in Xiao's group before was considered a waste of money, so spending $3 billion to slam Mo's group and stand up for her isn't a waste of money? Or, in his mind, does he really think it's worth the money, as he said before? The moment that thought popped into her mind, Meng Lei hastily contained the thought. She had never been a narcissist and didn't find herself that attractive. Perhaps, Ji Tianwen plotted against Meng's group. When you think about it that way, it makes sense to pay a huge price. Lei, look, this is half an hour before you called me, when I was indeed playing poker. Ji Tianwen pointed at the computer screen. Meng Lei squinted twice, but didn't turn her head to look at the screen. Seeing this, Ji Tianwen grabbed the backrest of the seat with both hands, pulled it backward, and then rotated it so that Meng Lei's proper face was just right in front of the computer screen. Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Her eyes lowered and she glanced at the corner of the desk cabinet. If she hadn't just pulled back and turned straight, her leg, then, would have knocked into the corner of the cabinet. He is still very attentive. Meng Lei didn't move, her gaze lifting to the computer screen. The screen showed that Ji Tianwen was playing cards with a delicate girl. Ji Tianwen clicked on the multiplied speed playback, waited until Zhao Yicheng answered the phone, returned the speed to normal, and said, Lei, look, I was lying on the sofa playing with my cell phone. I answered the phone, froze for a while, reacted to the fact that you misunderstood, and the first time I took a picture of you. Meng Lei didn't answer, her pretty face tense. As a matter of fact, the resentment within her had already dissipated as early as when she saw Ji Tianwen really playing poker. However, to think that the one playing cards with Ji Tianwen was a girl with a very handsome appearance. Moreover, she still felt a little uncomfortable that Ji Tianwen didn't contact her on the phone afterward. So, why didn't you call and tell me? Meng Lei said unhappily. I thought you were taunting me when you sent a picture of a table with playing cards on it. Ji Tianwen didn't break up more on this issue, but said bluntly, because there was a mole in Ji's group. My mind was focused on this matter at the time. A mole? Meng Lei's expression became serious. I was about to press the issue when there was a knock on the door. Meng Lei immediately got up, walked out of the desk, and went to the sofa to sit down. Come in. Jiten sat down in his office chair and looked toward the door of the house. Click. The doorknob turned and a portly young man entered with a folder. Hello Mr. Ji, the youth greeted and put the folder down. Go and get busy, Ji Tianwen said indifferently. The youth nodded and turned away, waiting for the office door to close. Ji Tianwen greeted. Ray, come over and watch it together. Meng Lei hesitated a little and got up to walk over to Ji Tianwen. The folder was opened and inside was a toxic substance test report. Ji Tianwen didn't bother to look at the specialized vocabulary and the densely packed elemental symbols, and looked directly at the rating section at the end. The presence of toxic substances, excessive intake, can cause great harm to the human body. Seeing this, Meng Lei's heart tightened and she busily asked, You're not poisoned, are you? No. Ji Tianwen shook his head and returned. Thanks to the one who played poker with me yesterday. Otherwise, I might have really gotten hit. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Then her expression once again became grave. Who is the mole? Have you found him? Who was the mole turned? This point does not need to use the brain. With the feet can think. Must be the Miao group did. The point is, who the mole is has to be pinned down as soon as possible. After all, it's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows, Ji Tianwen said. Although it's not quite sure who it is, there's already a direction of investigation. Lei, you must be careful during this period of time. Ji's group has a mole. Meng's group may not have one. Chapter 36, You're my treasure. Well, I know, Meng Lei said with a serious expression. A few more small talk. Meng Lei afterglow skimmed the gourd bottle on the bookshelf. Felt indescribably familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Miao Jigang bought it the year before last. At the auction held by the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce at the end of the year, it cost $20 million. Before you came, Miao Ruixian took it to beg for peace. I didn't agree, Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei nodded in understanding. No wonder I feel familiar. After a pause, he added, Have some chicken soup. It doesn't taste good cold. Good. Ji Tianwen went to unscrew the lid of the thermos while snickering. It won't be poisonous in here too, right? Meng Lei rolled her eyes furiously and said with little good humor. It's poisonous, and the main thing that's poisonous is philandering men. Oh, that can't poison me. I'm the most dedicated person, Ji Tianwen said full of concern. Meng Lei hummed, the corner of her mouth curling up into a smile if anything. Thermos lid unscrewed, a rich aroma accompanied by hot air dents. The next moment, the door to the restroom inside the office suddenly opened. Zhao Cheng poked her head out, wrinkled her nose, and said with a light in her eyes, It smells so good. It's the flavor of chicken soup. The smile at the corner of Meng Lei's mouth froze, then turned into a sneer. Ji Xiao, a dedicated person wouldn't do something like hiding a woman in a golden house. Ji Tianwen said breathlessly. This is my bodyguard, not counting the golden house. Bodyguard? Meng Lei was barely amused, smoothing the hair on her shoulders behind her back, and mocking unabashedly. Ji Xiao, you're really open-mouthed. Ji Tianwen ignored her and looked toward Zhao Cheng, who ran over on his butt and stared at the chicken soup on the verge of drooling, and said, Yi Cheng, raise the sofa one-handed, and I'll share half of the chicken soup with you. No problem. Zhao Cheng agreed without even thinking and took a step behind the solid wood sofa. She put her hand on the back of the couch and gave it a little push. The couch didn't move. It tilted. Zhao Cheng leaned down and slung the sofa over his shoulder, then stood up seemingly effortlessly and without the slightest pause. Then, after a few attempts to find balance, one hand lifted a couch that was over 300 pounds. Meng Lei stared at her beautiful eyes in disbelief. This soft-looking girl is actually this strong? Ka-ching. Ji Tianwen took out his cell phone and photographed Meng Lei's stunned expression, commenting, Don't say it. It's quite cute. It'll be great if you use it as a cell phone wallpaper. Meng Lei blushed slightly and said in annoyance, It's not a good habit to steal photos of others. No sneak peek didn't I take this in front of you? Ji Tianwen rationalized. Meng Lei, at this time, the young girl with her hand raised on the sofa, opened her mouth and asked, Brother Tianwen, is it ready? Do you need me to hold it up and run around? No need. Ji Tianwen hurriedly replied back, Put the sofa down. Put it down gently. Of course he wasn't afraid that Zhao Cheng would get tired. but he was worried that things in the office would get knocked around. Zhao Yicheng put the sofa down gently, clapped her hands, and sprinted to the thermos pot. Ji Tianwen handed the spoon over and said, "You drink it first, just save some for me." Aha! Zhao Yicheng took the spoon and drank it beautifully. Seeing Meng Lei looking at the sofa suspiciously, Ji Tianwen laughed. Lei, why don't you go over there and try lifting it? Just try it." Meng Lei stepped over. She really suspected that the couch was a specially made fake prop. A solid wood sofa is not something that even a champion weightlifter could easily lift. But a weak-looking young girl did this easily, and lifted the couch over her head with one hand. Is that possible? With questioning, Meng Lei came to the couch, gazing over at Ji Tianwen. She didn't find the slightest hint of impending panic of being dismantled in his expression or eyes. Instead, she felt as if he was watching a play. If it is said that it is pretending to be calm, then this acting skill and psychological quality, when it is really hard enough. Meng Lei withdrew her gaze and tried to push the couch. However, the couch didn't budge, as if welded to the floor. After a few more attempts, with the results remaining the same, Meng Lei was finally convinced that the young girl who was drinking chicken soup really did have the ability to act as a bodyguard for someone. How did you guys meet? Meng Lei wondered. Ji Tianwen didn't hide it and truthfully replied. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Xia Shenyun. After speaking, he briefly recounted how he met Zhao Yicheng. Meng Lei drifted off, then said in an odd tone, "Then you've really picked up a treasure." Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned, and he, who had been tutored in the psychology of love and had already resolved to waste this strong woman, immediately analyzed the meaning of this tone. His gaze grew deep and he shook his head. "Ray, you're wrong. Wrong? Wrong. What's wrong? You're my treasure." Meng Lei straight away felt the temperature of her cheeks rise extremely dramatically, almost instantly reaching a rolling boil. But, more than that, she was incredulous. It's amazing that she doesn't seem to be offended by such greasy, goosebump-inducing words. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then, without waiting for Ji Tianwen to speak, the door was pushed open. Ji Wuyang and Mr. and Mrs. Bai Jiyu walked into the office side by side. Their faces looked gloomy, giving the impression that a volcano was about to erupt. Meng Lei hurriedly turned sideways to avoid her red face being seen, but after thinking about it, this is really rude, so he quickly turned around again and greeted, "Uncle Ji, Auntie Bai." Ji Wuyang nodded in response. Bai Jiyu forced out a smile and said, "Xiao Lei, when did you come? I just got here not long ago. My mom made chicken soup. I'll send it over for Tianman to try." Meng Lei said back. Bai Jiyu obviously didn't have the intention of exchanging more pleasantries, smiled apologetically, and said, "Xiao Lei, you and Yicheng go to the lounge to sit for a while first. Auntie and your uncle. There is something important to discuss with Tianman." "Okay," Meng Lei agreed. Although she wasn't sure what exactly was going on, she could vaguely feel that in all probability, it was related to the G Group's mole. When Meng Lei and Zhao Yicheng left, Bai Jiyu immediately asked, "What happened to the test report?" "Mom, was just about to tell you and my dad." Ji Tianwen asked the two to sit down, and then told the story of what happened. As it was, Bai Jiyu said with palpitations, "According to this, Yicheng has really made a great achievement." After saying that, he inwardly and silently decided that he would arrange a full table for the maiden who had taken the credit. Ji Wuyang, on the other hand, his eyes became ferocious, and his tone was morose as he said, "Miao Group, what a rush to die." Chapter 37, Can I Trust You? Although the shopping mall is like a battlefield, it is supposed to be unscrupulous. You die and I live. However, Miao Group's move had undoubtedly touched Ji Wuyang's backbone, and inspired a rage that hadn't really been ignited in him for a long time. At the moment, the sky is not yet settled, but Ji Wuyang has already, in his heart, pronounced the death sentence of the Miao Group. However, before the execution of Miao's group, the mole of Ji's group should definitely be dealt with first. Ji Wuyang immediately called and had someone notify Song Yabing to come over. "Dad, I don't think the person with the problem is necessarily Secretary Song," Ji Tianwen said. Bai Jiyu gave him a cross look and said in a bad mood, "In your eyes, is it true that as long as they are pretty, they are not bad people? I just don't think that Secretary Song would go and do something as silly as losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed." "It doesn't matter what you think. What matters is the truth." Ji Tianwen opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. Not long after, Song Yabing knocked on the door and entered the office. The moment she entered the door, she sensed that the atmosphere was wrong, and her mood became uncontrollably heavy. "Secretary Song, you made a cup of ginseng tea for Mr. Ji yesterday, didn't you?" Ji Wuyang asked. "Chairman, there is such a thing," Song Yabing returned. "The ginseng tea was sent from my hometown. It has the effect of refreshing the mind. I drank it and thought it was good, so I let Mr. Ji try it as well." While replying back, Song Bing was also trying to figure out the chairman's intention of asking this matter. Could it be that she felt, as secretary, that her behavior was a bit out of bounds? But giving your boss some tea can't be a big deal, can it? Was thinking. Pop. The folder was dropped on the coffee table. Song Bing was startled and hurriedly collected her thoughts. Open it and look, Bai Jiyu said in a commanding tone. Yes. Song Bing forced herself to remain calm, picking up the folder and checking the contents inside. She was equally unable to read the specialized vocabulary and the chemical element symbols. But the final conclusion is still readable. Could it be that this report, which determined the presence of toxic substances in the items sent for testing, was based on the cup of ginseng tea she had made? Sure enough, I heard Bai Jiyu say, the poisonous substance was detected in the cup of tea you made for Mr. G yesterday. Have you considered the consequences of doing so? Or did the person who instructed you promise you enough benefits to defy the consequences? I didn't poison Mr. G. Song Bing panicked and denied. Chairman, Mrs. Chairman, since I graduated from college, I've been working for G Group. The company treats me well. How could I possibly do something that's heartless? You should be clear that what I want to hear is not this. Bai Jiyu's tone was cold. At this moment, she had completely lost the usual kind of dignity and gentleness, and her aura was so strong that it made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Song Bing put her head down. The immense pressure within her caused a layer of fine sweat to break out on her bare forehead, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Ji Tianwen looked at Song Bing, patiently waiting for the other party to give her statement. He didn't believe, though, that the other side would poison him. But Mom was right. The facts speak for themselves. Human nature is often fragile to the point of weakness in the face of sufficient profit. For a long time, Bai Jiyu, who hadn't been able to wait for Song Bing to open her mouth, gradually lost her patience. You can remain silent and I'll take that as your acquiescence. You just have to face the consequences. Song Bing snapped her head up and said in a panic, Mrs. Chairman, you believe me. I really didn't poison Ji Xiao. I was just wondering which part of the process went wrong. So have you figured it out yet? Could be the transportation link, or someone else could have moved the tea. Me without my knowledge, and I just can't be sure. What the problem is, Ji Weiyong spoke. Since you can't be sure, let the professionals help determine it. Chairman, I beg you to believe me. Song Bing shouted with a sobbing voice, inwardly terrified and at the same time, she really felt wronged. She racked her brain for a way to prove herself, but no matter how I think about it, I feel that my words lack the strength to be credible. Ji Weiyong ignored Song Bing's pleas and took out his cell phone that was sitting on the coffee table. Song Bing saw this scene, and for a moment her heart fell to the bottom. She knew very well that the call was going out, and her life, too, would enter its darkest hour. For a moment, the heart was flooded with fear and filled with despair. Just then, Ji Tianwen blocked. Dad, don't call yet. He stood up and walked over to Song Bing. Song Bing's originally empty eyes rekindled their light. In desperation, she grabbed Ji Tianwen's arm and eagerly said, Mr. Ji, you believe me. I really haven't done anything to apologize to you or to G Group. Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation, looked straight into Song Bing's eyes and asked, Can I trust you? Yes. Song Bing nodded heavily, her eyes full of determination and sincerity. Ji Tianwen stared for a moment, turned his head to look at his dad and mom sitting on the sofa, and persuaded, Dad, Mom, you guys calm down first, before the matter is investigated clearly. I think it's better to wait a little bit before jumping to conclusions, so as to avoid wrongly blaming the good guys. Song Bing gratefully glanced at Ji Tianwen, but her hanging heart was still unable to settle down. Ji Tianwen's willingness to help her out could only mean that she had a possibility of avoiding a great disaster. But the ones who really swayed her fate had to be Ji Weiyong and Bai Jiyu. Are you thinking that this test report is not enough to explain the problem? Bai Jiyu asked in a cold voice. It can show that there was poison in that cup of tea yesterday, but it can't show that the poison was given by Secretary Song. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment, turned his head to look at Song Bing, and asked, Before you brought me the tea yesterday, who all knew about this? After a pause, he added, By before, I mean someone who knew ahead of time that you were going to bring me ginseng tea and had ample time to poison it. You should have inadvertently mentioned that you were going to send ginseng tea for me to drink before the person who actually poisoned me could take advantage of it. Otherwise, either you're lying, or the person who poisoned you is the one who really wanted to poison you. Song Bing's face was grave. Carefully recalling some memories, she returned, 2 days ago, when I received the ginseng tea, it was Li Jingyi who took the delivery for me, and I seem to have said to her in passing that I intended to give you a taste. Li Jingyi. Ji Tianwen continued to pursue. Li Jingyi character how? Not very sociable. Song Bing returned. Her family conditions are not very good. Usually parties among colleagues rarely participate. and cosmetics are rarely branded. Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment, gradually getting an idea inside. He waved his hand and said, Secretary Song, go ahead and go about your business. Just pretend that what just happened didn't happen. Chapter 38, It's okay if you don't want to cry. After Song Yabing left, only Ji Tianwen's family was left in the office. Ji Woyang's thick eyebrows locked. You figured out a way to catch the mole? Yes. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and acknowledged. As of now, Li Jingyi is more suspected and is listed as a key surveillance target before expanding the surveillance scope based on Li Jingyi as the center point. Bai Jiyu raised an objection and said, I think, why don't we just gather all the people who have close dealings with Song Yabing and make tea for them to drink, and whoever doesn't dare to drink it will be the mole. Mom, let's not talk about whether or not that would be useful. Even if we could catch the mole, then the end result would be more harm than good. We'd be spooking the snakes and losing people's hearts. Ji Tianwen shook his head. The test report on the ingredients of the ginseng tea, though, is not yet available. However, it is not difficult to extrapolate this in the context of what is currently known. The poison in the ginseng tea was a chronic poison, and from what Zhao Yicheng had said earlier, there must be an antidote, or a way to detoxify the poison. After all, if the Miao group dared to poison Ji Tianwen to death, it would be tantamount to a suicide play. Letting Ji Tianwen be poisoned and then blackmailing and negotiating based on that was the best way to break the situation. Already knowing what the Miao group was playing at, it was simple to respond. Just pretend you don't know and pretend to be poisoned if necessary. At that time, not only would we be able to catch the mole, but we would also be able to bring down the calculations of the Miao group. Of course, if we go by Jiyu's argument, it's not unfeasible. It's just that in that case, the Miao group will definitely fail at one trick and come up with another, which will be more troublesome to deal with. After hearing his son's statement, Ji Woyang nodded slightly in recognition. For her part, Bai Jiyu said suspiciously, Are you sure you're not defending Song Yabing because she's pretty? Mom, what do you take your son for? Ji Tianwen had a head full of black lines, and then said with a straight face, I am indeed thinking of the big picture. Whether the mole is Song Yabing or not, controlling it first is certainly insurance, but then it will attract a lot of criticism. Discussed a follow-up plan. Ji Tianwen went out of the office, and after thinking about it, decided that he'd better go comfort Song Yabing. As far as work is concerned, except for the initial period, when the other party often did some seductive moves, the follow-up is also called dutiful, and can't pick too many faults. As Ji Tianwen's secretary, Song Yabing naturally had her own independent office. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the door, Ji Tianwen turned the doorknob, only to find that the door was unlocked from the inside. One moment, a voice came from inside the door. Not long after, the door opened and Song Yabing appeared in sight. Her eyes were a little red and puffy, and you could clearly see the signs of crying. Mr. Ji, Song Yabing bowed and said gratefully, Thank you for being willing to believe in me. Ji Tianwen walked into the office and closed the door smoothly, patted Song Yabing's shoulder and said, It's normal to feel aggrieved in your heart. Whoever is wronged in exchange won't feel good. Wait for this time to pass. Your salary will be doubled. When Song Yabing heard this, her heart was warmed and she shook her head, saying back, Mr. Ji, having your words is enough. Waiting for her emotions to calm down a bit, she asked in a low voice, Mr. Ji, do you need me to cooperate next? This question, in turn, confused Ji Tianwen. Cooperate with what? It's just suspending me, or sending me to the station or something like that. Acting out for the Miaos. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Do you think that's why I came to you? Song Yabing didn't say anything, but in the world of adults, silence often meant acquiescence. Ji Tianwen snorted. Miao group isn't that big of a face to let us act out for him in this way. Then I came to find you because I felt quite overwhelmed and was afraid that you would feel too hard inside. Song Yabing froze and tears came to her eyes. It did not occur to her that Ji Tianwen had come specifically to comfort her. Mr. Ji, thank you. Song Yabing sobbed while saying thank you. Ji Tianwen pulled out a tissue from the paper box on the table and handed it over, half-jokingly saying, Why don't I lend you my shoulder to lean on? Song Yabing's eyes lit up. The aggression and apprehension that had been accumulated in the bottom of her heart exploded centrally at this moment, and she directly jumped into Ji Tianwen's arms, whimpering and crying. Ji Tianwen also did not expect that a casual joke. The other party actually took it seriously. However, right now, the other party was crying in pain, so he couldn't push away. Ji Tianwen gently patted Song Yabing's back and whispered words of comfort. Slowly, Song Yabing's mood stabilized. She left the embrace in front of her with some reluctance. Looking at Ji Tianwen's shirt that was wet with tears, her face blushed slightly and said, Mr. Ji, I'm sorry, dirtying your clothes, why don't I wash them for you? No need. Ji Tianwen snickered. If I want to cry someday, you can just let me do the same. Ha, Sonya Bing was stunned. The position where her face touched was her chest. But, still whispered back, "No, it's okay if you don't want to cry." Ji Tianwen didn't hear Sonya Bing clearly and questioned, "What did you say?" "No, didn't say anything." Sonya Bing didn't dare to repeat it. Leaving Sonya Bing's office, Ji Tianwen went to the restroom. Pushing the door in, she only saw Meng Lei sitting with Zhao Yicheng, facing each other, playing poker. Seeing Ji Tianwen come in, Zhao Yicheng pointed to the thermos pot next to him and said, "Brother Tianwen, I drank half of it and left half for you. Try it, the chicken soup tastes great." "Good," Ji Tianwen answered and unscrewed the thermos. Seeing Ji Tianwen pick up the spoon that Zhao Yicheng had just used, Meng Lei coughed dryly and opened her mouth. "Tian man, I see that Yi Qing quite likes chicken soup, and she just said she was hungry. Why don't we give it to Yi Qing so she can pat her stomach first?" Ji Tianwen's gaze turned to Zhao Yicheng, and when he saw the young girl looking at him blearily, he didn't hold back his joy and said, "All for you to drink. Brother Tian man, you're so wonderful." Zhao Yicheng smiled with open brows and, like a gust of wind, rushed to the front and took the soup spoon in his hand. Ji Tianwen lifted his wrist, glanced at the time, and said, "It just so happens that it's almost dinner time. Let's eat before we leave." "Aha." Meng Lei nodded her head in agreement and then said, "Xia Shuyun shouted at you. It's quite interesting." "What is she shouting at me for?" Ji Tian asked in a puzzled tone. Meng Lei laughed. "Just open up Weibo and take a look." Ji Tianwen took out his cell phone and opened Weibo, and found that there were really quite a few people at him. Also, the copy is so consistent that it looks like it's bought and paid for. Chapter 39, 18-year-old Ji Tianwen listen. Ji Tianwen casually clicked on a message at him, and the interface jumped directly to the comments section of Xia Shuyun's microblog. Xia Shuyun released a long video. In the picture, her eyes are red and swollen, as if she has just cried, and her face looks a little haggard. "Hello everyone, I'm Xia Shuyun. These days, so many unknown people are being lopsidedly sarcastic, sneering at me, and even cursing me, using vicious words to attack my character." Hearing this opening statement, Ji Tianwen couldn't help but be flooded with questions. Is this a battle for public opinion? I heard Xia Shuyun continue. The reason why I didn't respond was because I felt that the cleaner was the clearer. But from the current situation, it's obvious that my thoughts were a bit naive. Let's start with the most controversial wedding dress incident. In fact, I was rehearsing for the play. The script of the play I have already published. Those who believe me, don't need me to explain more. Those who don't believe me, have 10,000 reasons not to believe me. I can only guarantee that what I said is the truth. Besides, Mr. Ji Tianwen and I, we've been dating for 5 years, and we were supposed to have gotten married this month. But because of my willfulness and lack of understanding, accidents have occurred, and it's my fault for taking a beating and standing upright, and there's nothing I can say about it. But, there's something I still want to say to him. The screen reaches this point and suddenly goes black. Then the drone view overhead appeared. A line of subtitles goes from fuzzy to clear, accompanied by a somewhat sad soundtrack. "You and I met when I was 18. I have something to say to you at 18. The sunset is in the background and the drone footage advances slowly. On the hot air balloon, Xia Shuyun held the guardrail with both hands, her hair fluttering in the wind. Dressed in her school uniform, she looks both youthful and innocent. The next moment, Xia Shuyun opened her mouth and shouted, 18-year-old Ji Tianwen, you listen." The corners of Ji Tianwen's mouth twitched, and then at double the speed, he finished playing Xia Shuyun's sensationalized text. Meng Lei, who always paid attention to the changes in his expression and eyes, asked with a smile, "The other Miss Xia is so affectionate towards you. It seems a bit unreasonable for you not to shed a couple of tears." Lei, Xia Shuyun is getting guidance from a demon. Ji Tianwen sked. The person who wrote the text is truly a talent, completely unaware of what embarrassment means. Hearing Ji Tianwen say that Xia Shuyun's sensational video was embarrassing, Meng Lei couldn't help but become happier and asked with a smile, "Are you going to respond to it? I just looked at your comment section, and it's all 18-year-old Ji Tianwen, you listen." Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and said, Lei, you send a tweet at me, with the text copied directly from my comment section, and then I'll retweet your tweet directly in response. How are you going to respond? Meng Lei asked curiously. Ji Tianwen smiled mysteriously and returned, "You'll know later." Meng Lei nodded, took out her cell phone, and posted a tweet. 18-year-old Ji Tianwen, you listen. Ki Tian man. Ji-Ten walked over to the refrigerator, took a small pudding out of it, took a bite, and snapped a picture. Then, retweet Meng Lei's tweet with a picture and copy. "It's hot and it's eating a little pudding. Me pudding, me pudding." Meng Lei was stunned when she saw Ji Tianwen's reply. "My pudding?" Then she realized that what Ji Tianwen was trying to convey was, "I'm not listening." Xia's group. Xia Shuyun looked at the sudden extra comments at the bottom of the microblog and couldn't help but be filled with doubt. What do you mean I don't ding? Xia Shuyun initially suspected that Ji Tianwen had hired a water army to purposely clean her comment section. It wasn't until some enthusiastic netizens, who took screenshots of Meng Lei's tweets, and Ji Tianwen's retweet of Meng Lei's tweets, and posted them in the comments section, that she realized what was going on. For a while, Xia Shuyun's microblog comments grew in a straight line. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Young Master Ji is so talented. Let me translate this for the group. Xia Shuyun, 18-year-old Ji Tianwen, you hear me? Meng Lei, 18-year-old Ji Tianwen, do you hear me? Ji Tian man, I don't listen. I don't listen. Focus on eating my little pudding. I said at the beginning that the video that Miss Xia made was so embarrassing that there were actually people saying that they were moved to tears. How about now? Was young Master Ji moved? Xia Shuyun's face was hard to see. How could she not have imagined that Ji Tianwen would respond to her in such a way? It made her deep love a joke for the netizens to flirt with. In addition, she felt, more and more, that her instincts were right. It was highly likely that Ji Tianwen no longer had much affection for her. In other words, it was no longer possible to expect Ji Tianwen to reach out and rescue the Xia clan group like he did before. Just then, the office door opened. Xia Jinda, who was on crutches, walked into the office with Lu Luji's support. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Xia Shuyun got up and said. Xia Jinda coldly said in a muffled voice, come with me to the hospital. Didn't you just go to the hospital this morning? Are you not feeling well again? Not me. Giving you a checkup. For me? Xia Shunyun said inexplicably. I'm not unwell. What kind of examination is it for me? Didn't you say Ji Tianwen hasn't touched you? Lu Liji said. I studied it with your father and think that Ji Tianwen's current attitude is because he suspects that you were slept with by that third-rate singer. And as long as it's proven that you're still clean, then Ji Tianwen will definitely change his attitude. You, what did you say? Xia Shunyun simply doubted her own ears and laughed back in anger. In your hearts, am I a piece of cargo? No, perhaps I am even worse than goods. Lu Liji's statement made her feel intensely insulted. It was as if Ji Tianwen wanted to eat pork but was afraid of eating diseased pork. So she, the pig, needs to go to the meatpacking plant and get a stamp of quarantine approval before she can be served as if she were on the table. Xia Jinda said in a cold voice, what is the situation of Xia's group right now? You have also seen it in your eyes. Looking at the entire Pingzhou city, the only one who can help us is Ji's group. Lu Liji sighed and said, Shuyun, don't think that your father and I are overdoing it. You also have a responsibility when it comes to this point right now. If it wasn't for the fact that you had to go and mess with that third-rate singer, now that you've already gotten married to Ji Tianwen, it wouldn't have been so difficult for Ji's group. When Xia Shunyun heard this, she felt indescribably ridiculous. Was it justified to sacrifice her happiness for the sake of the Ji group? I am not going to the hospital. Xia Shunyun squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth, angrily went into the separate bathroom in the office, and locked the door behind her. She leaned her back against the bathroom door, feeling indescribably weak, desperately craving psychological dependence. She thought of her Zimmer brother, and it was at this moment that the cell phone rang, and the caller was none other than Xiao Zimo. Chapter 40, Ji Tianwen was sent to the hospital. Brother Zimmer. Xia Shuyun contained hot tears, and her tone sounded a little choked up. Xiao Zimo said in an anxious tone, I've read Ji Tianwen's microblogging. He doesn't seem to eat this too much. Is there any other way out? Xia Shunyun's heart ached and felt even harder. Can't Brother Zimmer hear that her tone is not normal? Forcing down her emotions, she said, my parents said that I should go to the hospital for a test to prove that I. Prove you what? Proof. We haven't slept together. This is a good idea. Xiao Zimo urged. Shuyun, hurry up and do the examination. You, Xia Shuyun said incredulously. Brother Zimo, don't you think that such an examination is an insult to me? Xiao Zimo smiled and immediately calmed down, busy saying, Shuyun, listen to me. I know you are very aggrieved. A little reassurance, plus sweet words. Xiao Zimo followed up by starting to draw a big pie for Xia Shuyun, describing the wonderful life after taking care of Ji Tianwen. Xia Shuyun was halfway through hearing the knock on the door. She hung up the phone straight away, feeling indescribably irritated, and, for the first time in her life, there was a feeling of resentment towards her Zimmer brother. Xiao Zimo, on the other hand, didn't take it very seriously. She couldn't wait for Xia Shuyun to have her checkup earlier and then sleep with Ji Tianwen earlier. That way, he wouldn't have to keep putting up with it. Although Xia Shunyun is in love with her brain, her face value and figure are really very capable. Miao Group. After receiving a bad scolding, Miao Ruixian returned to the office and sat on the office chair, deleting the short message received. 3 cups of ginseng tea in a row can reach the level of poisoning. Yesterday Ji Tianwen had already had a drink. Even today and tomorrow, only 1 drink. The day after tomorrow, at the latest, would be the time for him to step in and save the day. Thinking of this out, Miao Ruixian touched his fiery face. and a touch of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Old thing, it's all because you forced me to, Miao Ruixian viciously cursed. He had originally wanted to inform Miao Jigang about the poisoning, but getting slapped on 2 separate occasions made him change his mind. He's going to use this opportunity to make Miao Jigang cede his power. The next 2 days, Ji's group to combat the Miao group's merit momentum has not been reduced in the slightest, completely a look of not to bring down the Miao group, vowed not to give up. The response of the Miao group also gave the impression that it was going from stormy weather to the end of the road. Miao has held 2 meetings in his capacity as a permanent member of the Pinzhou Chamber of Commerce. However, none of the really important ones were present. All of them excused themselves for various reasons and were unable to attend. Therefore, those who participated in the meeting were people who had little say and could not sway the situation, and went over to join in the fun. When the meeting failed, Miao Jigang publicly shouted again, accusing Ji's group of being too overbearing. It also said, when the birds fly, the good bough hides, and when the cunning rabbit dies, the dog cooks. If it is Miao group that falls today, it will be any business in Pingzhou City tomorrow. In most people's eyes, Miao Jigang was trying to incite a number of unions to work together against the Ji group, but in the eyes of the discerning, Miao Jigang this approach belongs to the incompetent rage. From the side of the proof, he has been unable to stave off the Ji group's combination of punches. In response, 5-star critics, oh no, the celebrities of the business community in Pingzhou, launched a hot debate. Does anyone still doubt that the Ji group is just putting up a front just to scare the Miao group? According to reliable sources, sending the wreath was Miao Ruixian's own initiative, without consulting Miao Jigang beforehand. If that's the case, I guess Miao Jigang has the heart to strangle his eldest son. Miao Ruixian Miao Ruixian, you say you mess with who is not good, but to mess with the lover Ji de Xiao, really do not know how to write the word death. Meanwhile, the entrepreneurs who had previously remained neutral went to the Ji group in droves. It's rare to see something in the snow, but there's plenty of people willing to do it to put the icing on the cake. Ji's group and Miao's group had fought to this extent, and were already destined to have no room to turn around. Both sides have paid a huge price, and reconciliation is definitely out of the question. This battle will surely end in the destruction of one side in the end. The answer to whether it would be the Ji group or the Miao group that would be overthrown was not in dispute. In the reception room of the Qi group, nearly 20 people wore smiles and expressed their unwavering support for the Ji group. Ji Xiao, our chairman, thought for 3 days and froze. He didn't think to understand what makes Miao group dare to mess with Ji group. Then he thought and finally figured out that Miao Jigang is tired of living and wants to die earlier. That's right, the hallowed Ji group is also something that a mere Miao group can fight against? What do you mean? It's a typical self-indulgence. Young Ji, we are willing to do our part for you. If there's anything you need us to do, you can just order us directly. Ji Tianwen waved his hand to stop the crowd from clamoring. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Ji Tianwen covered his stomach and indicated that he needed to go to the restroom. When he returned, the crowd continued to deliver the horse's ass. As a result, he didn't wait to say a few words before Ji Tianwen covered his stomach again and stated that he needed to go to the restroom. The people were unhappy about this, but they didn't dare show it. It wasn't until Ji Tianwen went to the restroom more and more frequently and was eventually sent to the hospital that the group of people sort of left. Miao group. Miao Ruixian can't help but sneer in his heart when he learns that Ji Tianwen was sent to the hospital because of diarrhea. Ji Tianwen, you dog, I told you that my hot stuff is not so easy to take, and this is the price. Miao Ruixian instructed. Notify Wang Hu, ask him to bring more people and accompany me to the hospital. Okay, the female secretary answered and immediately did as she was told. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and unimpressive appearance walked into the office. The middle-aged man was the Wang Hu that Miao Ruixian spoke of. With a hand of iron sand palm, he made a name for himself in Pingzhou City, and was later recruited by the Miao group, specializing in handling some unseemly matters. How many people did you bring? Miao Ruixian asked. Wang Hu returned. 30, all practiced, unusual 3 or 5 people, cannot get close. Very good. Miao Ruixian nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 41, Kang's group enters the picture. Hospital. Miao Ruixian instructed Wang Hu and the others to stand guard at various locations in the corridor, then entered the ward. Seeing Ji Tianwen lying on the bed in his hospital gown, a flash of pleasure crossed his eyes. Ji Xiao, I heard that you are sick. I specially came to take a look. Your condition is not serious, right? Miao Ruixian smiled skinlessly and put the fruit basket on the bedside table. Ji Tianwen grunted coldly and said, it's okay, just diarrhea. Oh, Miao Ruixian nodded his head in understanding, pulled a chair by himself and sat down, crossed his legs and said lightly, I think that the battle between Ji group and Miao group should be over. I don't think it's over yet. Ji Tianwen shook his head. The smile at the corner of Miao Ruixiang's mouth expanded by a few points, and he said in a deep voice, Ji Shao, it's not that I scare you. If there is no truce, in a few more days, you may not just have diarrhea. So simple. It's true that you didn't scare me. Listening to your words, it's more like you're threatening me, Ji Tianwen disdainfully said. Miao Ruixiang, do you think that lousy will eat this from you? Miao Ruixiang laughed. Ji Shao, I don't care which set you eat. I only know that after you have diarrhea, you will have a low fever in a few days, grasping the ankle and neck to take a pulse. What old Chinese medicine doctor to pretend? Ji Tianwen nonchalantly said. Miao Ruixiang, you have time to bull ***** in front of me. Why don't you go back and persuade your father to hurry up and roll up and get out of Pingzhou City? Miao Ruixiang sneered. Ji Shao, since you don't believe in what I said, I'll come back in a few days, and if you still dare to talk to me like that by then you should be prepared for a long sleep. After that, he got up and left. In the corridor, Wang Hu, who always paid attention to the entrance of the ward, saw Miao Ruixiang walk out and immediately greeted him, asking in a low voice, Mr. Miao, do you want to make a move? Miao Ruixiang shook his head and returned. No need. Remove all the people. The reason he brought so many people over was to confirm Ji Tianwen's condition with his own eyes, and secondly, because he was worried that Ji Tianwen would just snap him up. Now it seems clear that Jitenman didn't take the diarrhea seriously. But that's normal. Who associates diarrhea with poisoning? And poisoning? And after confirming that Ji Tianwen had been poisoned, what was left to do was simple. Just wait a few more days. 2 days later, Song Bing put a folder on Ji Tianwen's desktop as usual and waited for him to finish signing before saying, Mr. Ji, there's a move on the Miao Group's side. Oh, Ji Tianwen said with interest. What kind of action? Song Bing returned. Miao Jigang didn't know what method he used to pull the Kong Group from East Germany City as an ally. And while I was sorting out the documents, the two companies had already publicly announced that they were establishing a strategic partnership. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and showed Ji Tianwen the news that Miao Group had released to the public. Ji Tianwen swept a glance and let out a light laugh. Fish looking for fish, shrimp looking for shrimp. Don't pay attention to it. Dongda City is adjacent to Pingzhou City, while Kang's group specializes in accessories, just like Miao's group. The fact that Miao Group pulled appear to be an ally, in the eyes of the discerning, already indicated that it could not carry the fight. Sonya Bing pondered for a moment and spoke. Mr. Ji, I've checked. The strength of the Kong Group is no weaker than the Peak Miao Group, and their alliance with Miao Jigang may not necessarily mean that they won't be able to provide support in terms of funding, in addition to providing assistance in terms of sources of goods and the like. Then let the Kong Group provide it. Ji Tianwen didn't panic in the slightest and said, even if it's provided, it's still very limited, at most $200 million to the head. Mr. Ji, how dare you be so sure? Song Bing said in disbelief. Ji Tianwen explained with a smile. Thinking with my feet, I can know that Miao Jigang pulled Kang's group into the game, and inevitably promised very generous benefits, but the problem is that Miao's group is already in a half-crippled state, and Kang's group is unlikely to be foolish enough to throw all their weight behind Miao Jigang when Miao can't cash in on the benefits. This kind of alliance, which seems to be solid, is in fact just like papier-mâché, breaking at the first poke. Just watch. In less than 3 days, Kang's group will have to flee in disgrace. Song Bing stared blankly at Ji Tianwen, a flash of color crossing her beautiful eyes. As a secretary, she naturally knew enough about Ji Tianwen. To put it mildly, a month ago, Ji Tianwen was still like a mallet. Not only did he not care about the company's day-to-day affairs, but he also often made some stupid moves. However, right after the announcement of the divestment of Xiao's group, Ji Tianwen suddenly transformed. Not only the company's daily affairs in order, but also for some events, also has a unique views and insights. One had to admit that such a Mr. Ji was indeed very attractive. Bing Bing, even if I'm handsome, there's no need to stare at me like this, right? Ji Tianwen picked up the folder and waved it in front of Sonya Bing. Sonya Bing came back to her senses, took the folder with a red face, and said awkwardly, Mr. Ji, I still have some things to do, so I'll go and get busy first. After that, he turned to leave. Looking at its back, it was quite a bit like fleeing in panic. After leaving the office, Sonya Bing leaned against the wall of the corridor, her hand covering her chest, her heartbeat unconsciously accelerating. If I'm not mistaken, the way Mr. Ji just addressed her was not Secretary Song, but Bing Bing? When she thought of this title, the blush on her face deepened a few points, and her heartbeat became more and more uncontrollable. As Ji Tianwen had predicted, the alliance between the Miao Group and the Kong Group was like a joke. Only a day and a half later, the Kong Group unilaterally deleted the previously released news of establishing a strategic partnership with the Miao Group. Jitan asked in his office. Huang Haitao laughed cheerfully. Ji Xiao, what a laugh. I thought Kang's group was so capable, but it turned out that after losing $100 million, they directly ran away. Very normal. Ji Tianwen took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, if at the beginning, Miao Jigang could make up his mind and cut off some of his interests to pull the Kang group into the game, it definitely wouldn't have been the result that it is now. Yes, Huang Haitao commanded and a sentence, took a drag on a cigarette, spat out the smoke and said, however, then again, the meat in the mouth to give up, if it is not compelled to do so, no one could possibly be ruthless enough to do that. Ji Tianwen changed the topic and said, Old Huang, how's the progress on your side? Huang Haitao immediately came into the spirit, his eyebrows fluttering as he said, the situation can be said to be a great one. My old Huang has never fought such a rich battle in his life. It's so damn cool. After saying that, he picked up the purse beside him, unzipped it, and took out a few sheets of A4 paper from it. Ji Xiao, I've drawn up a contract, so take a look at it, and if there's anything you're not satisfied with, let's change it on the spot. Chapter 42, Do you know my sister? Contract? Ji Tianwen let out a question and took the contract handed over by Huang Haitao. After reading it, I can't help but be amazed. Old Huang, are you sure you want to transfer 10% of the company's shares? Unconditionally, to me? Huang Haitao nodded his head heavily and said in an emotional tone, Ji Xiao, the previous car is a lesson for the future. That son of a Miao Jigang, his defeat was because he was too greedy, only thinking of taking, never thinking of giving. I, Old Huang, am not that kind of white-eyed wolf. This time when Miao Jigang is finished, the biggest beneficiary will be me, although I also put in some effort. If it wasn't for Ji Xiao, my old Huang wouldn't have been able to get so much market share, and this 10% share is what Ji Xiao deserves. Ji Tianwen said approvingly, Old Huang, you do see things through. He was certainly aware that Huang Haitao's willingness to give up 10% of his shares to him could not be entirely out of gratitude. More than that, it was bound to be the fear that he would settle scores in the fall. After all, when it comes to contributing money, he contributes the most. If we do the math afterward and find that we have received the least benefits, then we are bound to be psychologically unbalanced. Taking the initiative to give up a part of the benefits, that can be exchanged for peace, but also equivalent to the G group on this big ship, putting aside the loss of light not to talk about. At least this is the most prudent way to do so. Ji Xiao, if there are no comments, then let's sign the contract now? Huang Haitao asked. Ji Tianwen shook his head and said, as I said before, the G group will not be trading in ornaments, so this part of the shares cannot be reflected in my name. I need to find someone to hold the shares for me. After that, he called Song Yabing and asked her to prepare a shareholding agreement. Not long after, Song Yabing walked into the office with the drafted escrow agreement. Mr. G, this is the escrow agreement you wanted. Song Yabing put the document in front of Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen nodded. Sit down. Sit? Song Yabing froze. How could she, a secretary, be qualified to sit? Ji Tianwen filled in the information on the agreement while saying, Mr. Huang intends to transfer 10% of his company's shares to me. This part of the shares, you come to hold them for me, and at the end of each year, give you 1% of the dividends. Ha, this. Song Yabing was shocked and delighted, and more than that, she was moved. She could never have imagined that such a big pie would fall from the sky and hit her head. Even 1% of the dividends could top her salary for several years. Mr. G should not be. Song Yabing sensed a tendency for his cheeks to warm up, and hastily collected his thoughts. Wait until the relevant contracts are signed. Huang Haitao didn't stay long, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he excused himself and left. Song Yabing sent Huang Haitao away and returned to Ji Tianwen's office, saying, Mr. G, Kong Yonga from Kong Clan Group, said that there is something he wants to see you about. Kong Yonga? Ji Tianwen nodded in realization and said, have him come over. Okay. Song Yabing agreed, her eyes filled with tenderness as she glanced at Ji Tianwen and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, a young man in a suit walks into the office. The youth looked to be in his mid-20s, with a few handsome looks, and the studs he wore on his earlobes gave him a bit more of a dashing and uninhibited demeanor. Ji Xiao, I'm Kong Yonga. Nice to meet you. Ji Tianwen stood up and shook Kong Yonga's hand, signaling the other party to take a seat. Without any pleasantries, he said bluntly, Kang's group is now an ally of Miao's group. Is Mr. Kong here this time to place a war order for Miao's group? Kong Yonga's smile faltered and he smiled sarcastically. Ji Xiao jokes, Kang's group and Miao's group can never be any allies? It is Miao Jigang cheeky, begging my dad to stand up for him. Only then there is the so-called strategic partnership. I'm here today to specifically clarify this so that the G group doesn't misunderstand us. On behalf of the Kong group, I'd like to make it official that we will not be giving any form of funding to the Miao group whatsoever. Ji Tianwen nodded slightly, understanding where Kong Yonga was coming from. To put it bluntly, it's a fear that the G group will harbor a grudge. After all, Dongda City is very close to Pingzhou City, and there may be times when one will have to beg the other. It's been hard enough to go down in a hurry this time and lose money. If we mess with the G group again, we'll really lose money to our grandmother's house. Stopping losses in a timely manner is the best thing to do. Mr. Kong, who is Kong Yongqi to you? Ji Tianwen suddenly asked. Kong Yonga froze, then returned. It's my sister. Oh, Ji Tianwen drifted off. When he heard the name Kong Yonga earlier, he thought of Kong Yongqi. The reason why I have an impression of Kong Yongqi is because after Xiao Zimo became popular in his previous life, Kong Yongqi became Xiao Zimo's hardcore fan, and it's not clear if she was cheated or not, but she didn't cheat a lot of money anyway. Kang's group had also approached Ji's group on this issue. Young Ji, you know my sister? Kong Yonga questioned. Ji Tianwen shook his head and said back, I don't recognize it. I've just heard of it. You've heard of it? Kong Yonga was instantly on guard, always feeling that Ji Tianwen was unsettled and wanted to hit his baby sister. Miao group. Miao Jigang sat in his office chair, grimacing and not saying a word. It was hard to pull in the Kangs, but it turned out that the Kangs, after letting off 2 shots, felt that the situation was not right and just bailed out. It made him feel irritated and at the same time, he also felt deeply powerless. Dad, I've been to Meng Clan. Meng Lei refuses to see me. Miao Ruifeng hung his head and said. Miao Jigang did not answer, just sighed and said, cannot fight, admit defeat and cannot restore the situation, and then continue, the family base to lose all. He stood up slowly, his eyes tinged with intense resignation, his fists clenched and unclenched. Finally, in a disheveled tone, we admit it, Miao Ruifeng said with wide eyes. Dad, what do you mean? Miao Jigang rubbed his brow and said with a headache, exit the Pingzhou market, save your strength, go to Dongda City, and maybe, still make a comeback. Dad, if we really go to Dongda City, then we can only serve as a junior to the Kong group. Where can we make a comeback? Miao Ruifeng strongly discouraged. Ji Tianwen, that trash, let's fight him to the end. Miao Ruixiong also said, when the car arrives, there will be a way out, and we are not at the point of no way out yet. You're not at the point of no return? Miao Jigang immediately became furious and said, then you should tell me where the road is. Miao Ruixiong calmly said, the sky is not. Before he finished his pretentious words, Miao Jigang directly smashed the folder on the table, then cursed, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Since 2 days ago, you've been pounding this line, and today I'm going to make you leak it. Chapter 43, if God wants to make him die, he must first make him mad. Miao Jigang said more and more angry, simply bypassed the desk, raging to the front of the Miao Ruixiong. A hand clutched its collar, scolded, how did I give birth to such a scourge as you? Although Ruifeng did not help a great deal, but these days at least east and west, a moment not idle. But you? Every day, they don't do anything but talk about the secrets of the world. I thought you weren't going to leak it? Okay, if you don't divulge it now, don't divulge it ever. After saying that, he fought to push Miao Ruixiong away. Miao Ruixiong was pushed and stumbled, and after stabilizing himself, he straightened the folds on his clothes and said expressionlessly, I've already said that I have a backhand. Then tell me what the hell you're talking about. Say yes, but I need you to give me the Miao group. What did you say? Miao Jigang's tone changed, and he almost didn't get angry. Miao Ruixiong said with a straight face, you heard right. You are no longer suitable to continue to be the chairman of the Miao group. Leave it to me, so that the Miao group can shine and go to the top. Put the niggas ass in there. Miao Jigang was furious. You bastard. The Miao group is almost finished, but you still want me to give you the throne. You're really my good son. Thank you. Miao Ruixiong responded with a smile and then made a call. Not long after, the secretary knocked on the door and walked in, handing Miao Ruixiong a long-drafted equity transfer letter. Miao Ruixiong directly forwarded to Miao Jigang, with a strong attitude, sign the word. I will let the Miao group restore the status quo ante. Do not sign, then a lifetime to Kong group as a dog. Sign or not, you choose. You. Miao Jigang was trembling with anger. Seeing this, Miao Ruifeng hurriedly held his dad and snapped, brother, you're crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm fed up. Miao Ruixiong coldly laughed. From the beginning of the year to now, I submitted 46 proposals. The result is that only 2 were passed. The rest were all killed, and even refused to listen to me expound on my ideas. Said that they were cultivating me as a successor. And that's how they were cultivated? That's because your ideas are not mature enough and too whimsical. Miao Jigang rebuked. Miao Ruixiong shook his head and said, I don't have the heart to break up these. Sign or not sign. You make a decision as soon as possible. Miao Jigang was silent for a long time and laughed fiercely. What a good job. I'll see what you're going to toss Miao Group into. After that, sign the contract. Miao Ruixiang nodded with satisfaction and immediately convened a shareholders meeting in the name of the chairman. That afternoon, Miao Group sent out an announcement. Miao Ruixiang officially succeeded Miao Jigang as the new chairman of the Miao Group. This operation directly made everyone feel confused. Let's not talk about whether the timing was right or wrong in choosing to hand over power at this juncture. The point is, what's the point of handing over? For a while, the business community in Pingzhou launched a hot debate. That's a fascinating operation. Can't read it. Miao Jigang let his son take over. Is this a swing for the fences? If you want to swing for the fences, just don't do anything. There's no need to hand over a rotten company to his son, right? Just as there was a divergence of opinions and speculation about Miao Jigang's intentions in doing so, another heavy hitter has emerged. Miao Ruixiang put out the word that within 3 days, Miao's group will be full of blood. It's all starting to talk crazy. It's a mental state gone wrong, isn't it? I think so. You can't say something like that without a 10-year brain clot. And full-blooded? Bankruptcy and liquidation. I take it? Most people think that Miao Ruixiang is out of his mind. However, there are also some people who think that Miao Ruixiang dares to put such words. There must be some basis. The good people immediately contacted Miao Ruixiang and Ji Tianwen through various channels. Miao Ruixiang's reply was, "Be patient. We'll see in 3 days." Ji Tianwen's reply was, "Heaven wants to make it die, but it must first make it crazy." The reply from the two men quickly spread throughout the business world of Pingzhou, pulling people's anticipation full circle. For the next 2 days, Ji's group still maintained its crushing momentum, beating Miao's group back, looking like it was going to die at any moment. Just then, news broke that Ji Tianwen had been hospitalized again. Miao Group, in the chairman's office, Miao Ruixiang, who heard the news of Ji Tianwen's hospitalization, was ecstatic and pressed the back of his secretary's head. Out and in, out and in, cough cough cough. The secretary coughed violently, tears streaming from her eyes. Miao Ruixiang laughed out loud and said, "Cool, I can finally wait for this day." After saying that, he looked down to the secretary who had a resigned face and was cleaning up the battlefield, and said with a hefty smile, "Starting today, your salary will be doubled tenfold." 10 times? The secretary couldn't believe her ears. After reacting, he was immediately about to let Miao Ruixiang have another go. Miao Ruixiang stopped. "You go to the hotel to open a room. Open and send me the room number. I still have business to do." "Okay, mister." "Miao, I'll make sure you're satisfied." The secretary threw out a flirtatious look, her fighting spirit full, planning to use all her best skills at night. Half an hour later, 5 vans, one after the other, drove into the hospital gates. Although he was confident that Ji Tianwen wouldn't dare to move him, he still felt that there was no harm in being careful. "Take more people with you for more safety." One who followed me into the hospital room. "The rest of you are still guarding the corridor." Miao Ruixiang commanded and led one who into the inpatient building. "Come to the hospital room where Ji Tianwen was." He grinned broadly. "Ji Xiao, it's only been a few days and you've been hospitalized again. You haven't put in much effort these days, have you? I have to advise you, although it's important to deal with the Miao Group, your body is the capital of the revolution, so don't overwork yourself." Ji Tianwen calmly said, "Mr. Miao, to bring such a person and dare to come to my place, it seems like you're thinking of staying with me for a while." Miao Ruixiang's face changed, but he quickly regained his composure and grinned. "It seems that Ji Xiao has already understood? Didn't you say last time that I'd have a low-grade fever in a couple days? And now that it's really low, it's clearly not normal. Since that's the case, there's no need to beat around the bush. I said 2 days ago that I want to bring the Miao Group back to life with full blood. What does Ji Xiao think? I think you're purely trying to go blind." Ji Tianwen snorted. "I also said that if heaven wants to make it die, it must first make it mad. You've been mad and gone too far, so you should be honest and move towards extinction." Miao Ruixiang froze on the spot, obviously not expecting Ji Tianwen to be so tough. He couldn't help but say suspiciously, "Ji Xiao, do you really understand? What state are you in now? In your eyes, I should be in a poisoned state." Ji Tianwen returned indifferently. Miao Ruixiang heard, heart thump, an ominous feeling of foreboding arose. Chapter 44, The Overly Honest Bodyguard. Miao Ruixiang was a bit skeptical. Was Ji Tianwen really poisoned? After all, a person shouldn't be so calm if they know they've been poisoned. Moreover, the phrase "in your eyes" in Ji Tianxian's words seemed to indicate that he was not poisoned. "Mr. Miao, you are wondering if I was poisoned or not, right?" Ji Tianwen smiled and said, "I can clearly tell you, to your disappointment, I was not poisoned." "Impossible." Miao Ruixiang broke the defense on the spot and said with open teeth and claws, "You less pretend to be calm here. You must have been poisoned and deliberately pretended not to be poisoned to try to trick me." "Swindle you?" Ji Tianwen said with amusement. "What am I swindling you for? Do I look like a person who would swindle you? Or is it that after swindling you, you can give me the antidote?" "You, Miao Ruexian was speechless. Indeed, if Ji Tianwen had been poisoned but pretended not to be, the purpose must be for the antidote. But once the antidote was offered, the claim of not being poisoned was a non-starter. In other words, Ji Tianwen had absolutely no need to tell such a lie. Mr. Miao, the person you turned is called Li Jingyi, right? Ji Tianwen said with a leathery smile. At the mention of Li Jingyi, the last trace of fluke in Miao Ruexian's heart also broke. He grimaced, inwardly panicked. Ji Tianwen, since you're not poisoned, what do you mean by pretending to be poisoned? Trying to humiliate me? Miao Ruexian's expression became hideous and his eyes became fierce. I hadn't really thought of humiliating you in this way, pretending to be poisoned, but I was just worried that if you failed in one of your schemes, you'd come up with some more underhanded tricks. How did you know about the poisoning? Did Li Jingyi tell you? Ji Tianwen raised his eyebrows, his smile playful. You guess. It must be Li Jingyi. I will definitely make her life worse than death. Miao Ruexiang's simply lungs are going to explode with anger. Originally thought that the situation of a sure win, but in the end, actually had no chance of winning from the beginning. It was overwhelming and he was in desperate need of an outlet for his anger. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Guessed wrong. Into the next question. Guess. Why do I have to waste so many words with you? Miao Ruexiang's pupils suddenly contracted in fear. What do you mean? I asked you to guess the answer. I didn't ask you to ask a question. Ji Tianwen said expressionlessly. What exactly do you mean? Miao Ruexiang roared out, his eyes inadvertently scratched across the wall corner surveillance, vaguely guessed the answer, coldly smiled and said, are you trying to say that what I just said has been recorded by the surveillance? Exactly. But what if I said that I'd already said hello and that the surveillance was now off? Yes? Of course. Miao Ruexiang said proudly. Ji Tianwen, you think I would make such a lowly mistake? Ji Tianwen stroked his chin, pointed behind Miao Ruexiang, and asked, do you think there's a possibility that the doll placed on top of the TV, it's not just a mere ornament? The smile at the corner of Miao Ruexiang's mouth froze, and he turned around violently, his eyes locking onto the one-eyed little yellow man above the wall-mounted TV. As soon as he had the little yellow man in his hand, he looked closer and realized that the eyes of the little yellow man were, in fact, cameras. Ji Tianwen stretched and said, all right, the evidence is there now. Mr. Miao can go. Ji Tianwen, you're so insidious. Miao Ruexiang squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, grimacing as if he couldn't wait to eat Ji Tianwen alive. Put. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy and said while laughing, you bought the murder to poison me, but you turn around and call me sinister. Don't you think it's a joke? Miao Ruexiang took one deep breath after another, forcing himself to calm down and think about the situation. However, the more I think about it, the more unanswerable I feel. If what I just said hadn't been recorded, there would have been a way back. But he just admitted in person that he poisoned Ji Tianwen. With the power of Ji's group, it's enough to send him inside to pick up soap. The only way out, it seemed, was to beg for mercy. But even if you beg for forgiveness, what can you do? Would Ji Tianwen be able to let him go just because he begged for mercy? Even if he would be spared, the Miao group, too, could no longer be saved. Horizontal and vertical, all are dead. The more Miao Ruexiang fought, the more desperate. People in this state can easily go to extremes. Ji Tianwen, who always pays attention to the changes in Miao Ruexiang's demeanor, senses that Miao Ruexiang seems to be planning to fight to the death, and says with a big smile, here's an idea for you. Hold me hostage and negotiate with the G group, and you'll still have a chance of survival. You think I don't dare? Miao Ruexiang's eyes steeply became ferocious. Zhao Yicheng, who was standing beside Ji Tianwen in chewing gum, sensed the incoming murderous aura and immediately pulled her guard full. Ji Tianwen said with a relaxed tone, it doesn't matter if you dare or not, because you have no other way out but to take a desperate step, and since I dared to warn, do you think I would be unprepared, knowing that there is no way back? Miao Ruexiang, at this moment, in contrast, calmed down. He handed Wang Hu a look that he was ready to strike at any time, and said in a morose tone, Ji Tianwen, what is your so-called preparation? Is it hard to believe that you've arranged for snipers to aim at my head? Ji Tianwen raised his thumbs and pointed his fingertips towards Zhao Yicheng, saying, by way of introduction, this is my bodyguard, capable of fighting and being cute. As long as she's around, don't say you've brought just one person. Even if you brought 100, you wouldn't be able to touch a single strand of my hair. Zhao Yicheng sniffed and said with an obvious lack of energy, Brother Tianwen, I haven't tried to fight 100 people at once, so I'm not sure I can beat them. Jitan asked, is it necessary to be so honest? Ezra, have you ever heard a saying? What's the word? No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Zhao Yicheng blinked her big eyes and said doubtfully, Brother Tianwen, you mean that I just said something wrong, right? Before Ji Tianwen could say anything, Miao Ruixiang had obviously lost his patience and ordered Wang Hu, go. However, Wang Hu was a bit hesitant, although the Miao group had treated him well. In the end it was only an employment relationship. If he really holds Ji Tianwen hostage, will he still have a foothold in Pingzhou City in the future? Even if you leave Pingzhou City, I'm afraid you won't be able to live in peace. Instead, if he temporarily turned against Miao Ruixiang and made a move towards him, then he might still be able to hold on to Ji Tianwen's thigh. No more than that. You can make the other party take on a favor. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Miao Ruixiang said in annoyance. I'll go to Nima. Wang Hu backhanded a slap, slapped on Miao Ruixiang's face, and then without giving Miao Ruixiang a chance to react, kicked him over on the ground. Ji Shao, I, Wang Hu, have never done anything illegal. If you can see me, I'll hang out with you from now on. Chapter 45, The Celebration Banquet. 2 days later, Ji's group and Miao's group. The battle that lasted for a little more than half a month was declared to have come to an end. Miao group has formally submitted an application for bankruptcy, and after it passes, it can go through the process of bankruptcy and liquidation. From a small company, it took nearly 10 years for the Miao group to grow into a large conglomerate, and from the big group to the collapse, the Miao group took only 10 days. This made people in the business community of Pingzhou feel saddened. However, more people believe that this falls under the category of being to blame, especially after learning that Miao Ruixiang had used the means of buying and poisoning Ji Tianwen. There were even more people who held this view. I said how Miao Ruixiang dared to give a harsh word, so it was poison for Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen was also really lucky that he wasn't poisoned. If he was, it's hard to say how it would have ended. Miao Jigang should be stealing joy. If it was 10 years ago, with Ji Weiyang's temper, I'm afraid that this time, not only the collapse of Miao's group will end this battle. Ji's group, Jitan asked in his office. Meng Lei with a smile, put an invitation to Ji Tianwen's desktop, coquettishly smiled and said, the edge of the dream reopened 10 days later. Mr. Ji will be sure to come to visit. I definitely have to go. Ji Tianwen answered with his mouth full, forcing a smile. MS. Meng is now the woman in Pingzhou City that can't be messed with the most, personally coming to send me an invitation. Where would I dare not to go? Nowadays, the Miao group has collapsed. Meng Lei, the main character who started the war between the two groups, was also rated by the circle as the woman who can't be messed with in Pingzhou City. That is to say, it is a flirtation, but it is also a fact, with the precedent of the Miao group. As far as Pingzhou City was concerned, those who dared to mess with Meng Lei had almost ceased to exist. Meng Lei gave him a blank look, put the thermos on the tabletop, and said, drink chicken soup. Ji de Lovesick. The title of Lovestruck was also given to Ji Tianwen by the business community with the collapse of the Miao group. Formerly, there was for the sake of his ex-girlfriend, Xia Shuyun, threw nearly $1 billion to Xia's group to renew their lives. Later, there is a slamming of $3 billion just to give a breath of air to his current girlfriend. Meng Lei, if you measure it in terms of money, then the title of Lovestruck would be none other than Young Master Ji. Ji Tianwen's eyes rolled and smiled. Lei, do you want to make a bet? What's the bet? Meng Lei wondered. Just bet on whether or not I can hook up with Ezra within 3 counts of unscrewing the lid. No need to bet. It's sure to work. She's got a great nose. Meng Lei returned. Suddenly as if she thought of something, she said with interest, Tian man, when you're at home at night, do you often tease your little bodyguard like this? I didn't get what you meant. That's when you get bored at night. Take whatever goodies you want. Rip open the bag. And the little bodyguard smells it and comes to your house and talks about life and ideals, and then finally stays and warms your bed? It's getting more and more outrageous. It's summer. You don't need to warm up your comforter. Meng Lei said in an odd tone. Why do I feel that you're avoiding the issue? How's that for evasive? What I just said. The focus doesn't seem to be the matter of warming the comforter. Moreover, you don't need to warm the comforter in summer, then what about winter? Meng Lei slapped her head and said, right, in winter, that little bodyguard of yours will be 18 years old. And by then, not only can she warm the comforter, she can also stay and coax you to sleep. Lei, I actually prefer you to warm the blanket for me and I'll put you to sleep. Ji Tianwen said in a serious manner. No, don't be ridiculous. Who's going to warm your comforter? Meng Lei turned away, an extra flash of scarlet on her pretty face. Ji Tianwen recalled the knowledge of love that he had supplemented, and playfully said, if you don't warm it for me, it's okay if I warm it for you. It just so happens that I have a house there in Moonbay, which is quite close to both Ji's and Meng's groups. Meng Lei sniffed and instantly appeared momentarily flustered. Why are we talking about cohabitation? Is he serious? While he was struggling with this, the phone on his desk rang. Seeing Ji Tianwen pick up the phone, Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time had some inexplicable regrets. If I had just really agreed to it. Then, she shook her head and didn't think any further. Alright, Old Huang, you see to the arrangements. I'll definitely go. Ji Tianwen put down a sentence and hung up the phone. Meng Lei was a little curious, but didn't open her mouth to ask. Ji Tianwen laughed. Lei, just now old Huang called and said that he was ready for the celebration banquet. Shall we go together? Rim Dream is going to reopen soon, and I'm still not particularly satisfied with a good number of pieces of jewelry, so I need to keep an eye on them. Meng Lei smiled apologetically and said, when I'm done with this period of time, I'll treat you to dinner alone. Good. Ji Tianwen nodded in agreement. The so-called celebratory feast was not really something he was particularly interested in, but Huang Haitao, after all, gave him shares for nothing, is considered a partner, and it is not appropriate not to go. If anything, Yalog belongs to the places that young people love to go. Then the Royal View Building, a favorite of middle-aged people. The place where Huang Haitao set up the celebration banquet was still at the Royal View Building. The time for the party to begin was set for 8:30 p.m. Huang Haitao and Zhou Kaixian, among others, clustered at the entrance to the parking lot half an hour in advance. Waiting. What does it mean to be rich and powerful? This is rich and powerful. Miao's group developed well. Frozen let the young Master Ji take money to smash down. This thing is really not something that ordinary people can do. It's better to think about ourselves. The G group's cheapness is not so easy to pick up. Once this statement was made, the crowd, including Zhou Kaixian, began to discuss giving Ji Tianwen certain benefits. Huang Haitao listened to the crowd's discussion, could not help but feel like everyone is drunk and I am awake alone like feeling. After a few contacts, he felt more and more that the crown prince of G group was not as simple as he appeared. So, he nabbed the pitch in advance and hugged his thigh. 20 minutes later, a black Cullinan came into view. Huang Haitao and the others immediately got into the spirit. When the vehicle pulled into the parking lot and stopped, the crowd swarmed over. Ji Tianwen got out of the car, while Zhao Yicheng got out from the other side and stood beside Ji Tianwen. After some pleasantries, the crowd entered the Royal View Building, the big box. As soon as they were seated, the crowd began to shower Ji Tianwen with compliments. Ji Xiao. The collapse of the Miao group this time fully confirms the old saying, what goes around comes around. It's all thanks to Ji Xiao's proper command that we were able to bring down the Miao group so quickly this time. Young Ji is so capable at such a young age. He's bound to achieve great things in the future. Ji Tianwen waved his hand to stop the crowd's clamor, and then revealed a smile if nothing else. Chapter 46, Come in with bad intentions. Seeing this smile appear, Zhou Kaishuan's heart thumped. He clearly remembered that the last time Ji Tianwen had laughed like this when he was minding their money. Sure enough, he heard Ji Tianwen say, with the collapse of the Miao group, all of you haven't been able to reap any benefits during this period of time. Hearing this, many people's smiles froze. In the midst of the siege of the Miao group, there are indeed quite a few people quietly raking in money into their pockets. However, they were prepared to be ripped off for a fortune. Therefore, all of them looked at Zhou Kaixian. Zhou Kaixian didn't make any nonsense, pulling out a card from his pocket and placing it in front of Ji Tianwen. Smiling, Junior Ji, although our gang is a small family, we're not fools. You've put up the most money this time at the top, and even though you're rich, we can't just pick up the bargain with a clear conscience. We've scraped together $100 million. You laugh. Ji Tianwen stroked his chin and frowned. We've already signed the contract in advance. It doesn't seem appropriate for me to take this money again, does it? Hearing this, Zhou Kaixian and the others looked at each other in dismay, and all of them felt the urge to hit someone. What do you mean? You've got a bargain? This is a classic case of getting what you want. Besides, if you really felt guilty, what was the point of knocking you down with your words before? Young Ji, you must accept this money. If you don't take it, we have a bad conscience. Right, no sense in you charging ahead and us just picking up the pieces at the back. The crowd was sincere, as if Ji Tianwen would be a sinner if he didn't accept the 100 million. Ji Tianwen looked embarrassed and said, well, since everyone has said so, I'll shamelessly accept it. Of course he knew very well that these people had to give money when they had signed a contract. Naturally, they were not out of their minds, but they were worried that G Group would settle their scores in the fall. It's like a hunter who's worked hard and got a fat pig. Even if the hunters didn't expect to make money from selling pork, they had to mean it more or less if they wanted to part with the meat. As the banquet began, Zhao Yicheng won the curious gazes of the crowd by eating in a ladylike manner. It wasn't that she wasn't interested in the table, but Bai Jiyu had explained to her in advance. When he followed Ji Tianwen out, he couldn't eat casually as if no one else was there, and only after he returned home could he go on a eating spree. Young Ji, who is this? Zhou Kaixian asked curiously. The rest of them, too, pricked up their ears and waited for Ji Tianwen to give his statement. After all, Meng Lei wasn't here, and Ji Tianwen had brought other female companions over. Is it hard to break up? Ji Tianwen chucked a goose leg onto the plate in front of Zhao Yicheng and casually returned. Bodyguard. Oh, Zhou Kaixian dawned on him, then joined the people around him in a smile that all men understand. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Ji Tianwen spoke indifferently. He saw a middle-aged man with a smile on his face and a slightly chubby figure walk in with a bottle of wine. The middle-aged man was none other than the owner of the Royal View building, named Ma Yangyi. Boss Ma, sit down quickly. Huang Haitao rose to welcome him, and the rest of them followed suit. Although Ma Yangyi kept a low profile, no one dared to underestimate him. As a century-old store, the wealth and connections accumulated by the Royal View House were not weak at all. At least most of the people here still needed to give Ma Yangyi face. Mr. Huang, I won't sit down. I took the liberty of bothering you because I have something to tell you. Ma Yangyi retained his refusal. Hearing this, Huang Haitao couldn't help but stare, and the rest of them were also a bit confused. Previously, everyone thought that Ma Yangyi had come to make a toast, but now it seemed obvious that this was not the case. Boss Ma, what is it you say? Huang Haitao said. Ma Yangyi also did not hide, bluntly said, Kang's group's Miss Kong Yangqi, with a group of people to dinner. I made it clear that you have been chartered, but they had to come in. You see how to deal with this matter? Huang Haitao frowned, his eyes looking toward Ji Tianwen for advice. Young Ji, what do you think? Previously, Kang's group and Miao's group announced a strategic partnership. Even if they didn't provide substantial funding, they were still openly standing up for the Miao group. Right now, this side was having a celebratory dinner when Kang's group came. It's a bit of a stretch to call this a coincidence. Ji Tianwen turned his head to Ma Yangyi and asked, Boss Ma, have you received the money for the chartered venue? Collected. Ma Yangyi nodded back. Ji Tianwen continued, since we've collected the money, tell the people outside when we're done eating and when they'll come in. Wait if you're willing to wait. Leave if you're not. Okay, Ma Yangyi promised, then opened the wine he brought, poured a cup, bowed slightly and said, I'm sorry for disturbing all of you. I'll apologize to all of you with this cup of wine. When he finished, he took a drink of his wine. After Ma Yangyi left, Huang Haitao pulled his seat towards Ji Tianwen's direction and lowered his voice. Ji Xiao, Kong Yangqi is a bit of a bad influence. Doesn't matter. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, I'm not interested in guessing what she's here for and who she's coming for. As long as she doesn't mess with me, then it'll be 2-0. And if she messes with me, then it'll be soldier to soldier, water to water, earth to cover up the earth. Huang Haitao nodded repeatedly and poured Ji Tianwen a drink. The Royal View building. In the hall on the first floor. Boss Ma, the customer is God. Is this how you treat God? The person who spoke was a woman with a hot body. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a high ponytail, wearing a black halter neck halter top and a black super short skirt underneath, showing off her hot body to perfection. In addition to the body, a woman's face is also proud. The high bridge of the nose makes her features look namely delicate and three-dimensional. It's the daughter of the Kong group, Kong Yangqi, MS. Kong. The main thing is that the venue has been wrapped up early today. If you are willing to wait, you're spending here with me today. No matter how much it is, it will all be counted on me. Ma Yangyi said politely. However, Kong Yangqi was not buying it and huffed. I'll pay double the purse stakes to get the person inside out. MS. Kong, this is out of order. Ma Yangyi compensated with a smile. The group behind Kong Yangqi was also a bit anxious. We can't even eat on the first floor when there's obviously no one there? It's fine if we're not allowed to eat, but refusing to even send someone out to say so is clearly contemptuous. We still have to eat this meal today. Seeing that this group of people would not relent, Ma Yangyi simply raised Ji Tianwen, MS. Kong, to be clear, today's meal is mainly an invitation to Ji Xiao, Qi. In Pingzhou City, there may be quite a few people with the surname Ji, but Kisho, there's just one, the crown prince of the Ji group, Ji Tianwen. Chapter 47, let's bet $500 million. Hearing that Ji Tianwen was also there, the line of people present were all dumbfounded. If it was in East Germany, they would naturally not be afraid of anything. But this is in Pingzhou City, the territory of the Ji group. Kang's group, a few days ago, had also allied with Miao's group, and it was really inappropriate to fight Ji Tianwen right now. Miss, why don't we just switch to another one? A middle-aged man whispered. Change? Kong Yangqi's willow eyebrows rose slightly as she asked rhetorically. Why change? This. The middle-aged man was speechless, and said, do you still need to ask why? Kong Yangqi's gaze turned to Ma Yangyi and said with a cold snort, it's not just Ji Tianwen. I happen to want to look for him. We won't eat. We'll sit and wait. That's fine, right? As you wish. Ma Yangyi nodded. About half an hour later, the group came down from the second floor. Kong Yangqi immediately got up from the sofa and walked towards Ji Tianwen's direction. In fact, she didn't know Ji Tianwen, but she could still tell who was the core of the crowd at a glance. Ji Tianwen, I happen to be looking for you. Kong Yangqi held her head high and said, I'm Kong Yangqi, and I want to compete with you. Ji Tianwen's eyes looked up and down at Kong Yongqi, and when he saw the tightly wrapped, yet fullness that looked like it would break free at any moment, he couldn't help but tsk. The words big boobs, no brains are simply axiomatic. Kong Yongqi is the size of Xia Shuyun. Perhaps it was also for this reason that he had been tricked by Xiao Zimo. Just then, Ji Tianwen suddenly realized that in the group of people behind Kong Yongqi, it seemed that someone was deliberately avoiding him. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was no one else but Xiao Zimo. Ji Tianwen's eyes became suspicious. The two of you are hooking up? I just don't know if Ronnie Kong has been fooled so far. I'm talking to you. When Kong Yongqi saw Ji Tianwen ignoring her, she couldn't help but get annoyed. Oh, Ji Tianwen answered. Then, once again, he looked at Xiao Zimo at the back of the crowd. Xiao Zimo, who was carefully avoiding Ji Tianwen's eyes, after determining that he had been discovered, fiercely clenched his teeth and simply walked directly towards the front of the crowd. The reason he was here was because he wanted to take over the brand endorsement of Kang's group, and after his observation, Kong Yongqi is still relatively easy to handle. It's the people around Kong Yongqi who are a bit difficult to handle. Right now, it's a great opportunity to perform. It's been recognized anyway. If through him, Ji Tianwen and Kong Yongqi were able to avoid a collision, then his value would be disguised a bit higher. Young Ji, this is really a coincidence. Xiao Zimo put on an appearance of being well acquainted with Ji Tianwen and said with a big smile, after the last time we ate together, I've been thinking of visiting you, and I didn't expect to meet up here first before I could go over. When he finished, he bent down and held out his right hand. Ji Tianwen, however, had no intention of reaching out and asked faintly, which one of you? Xiao Zimo's smile froze on his face, then became indescribably awkward. It's not a good idea to take back the hand that's outstretched, nor is it a good idea to keep it outstretched, but it's just a silly place to be. Kong Yongqi couldn't stand it anymore and dragged Xiao Zimo back. Stepping forward, Ji Tianwen, there's no need for you to play dumb, right? How could you not recognize Xiao Zimo? Xia Shuyun proposed to him. I know all about it. Hearing this, Xiao Zimo hastily interjected, Ms. Kong, at that time, it was a rehearsal for the play, not a real marriage proposal. Kong Yongqi ignored him and slightly raised her head, not hiding her intention to provoke him at all. Ji Tianwen, I want to compete with you. Do you dare? Kong Yongqi, right? Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Why would I want to compete with you? Because Kang's group lost money on Miao's group. I'm not convinced. As soon as these words came out, Huang Haitao and the others didn't hold back their joy and opened their mouths to speak for Ji Tianwen. Hear all, is this a human word? You Kang's group had poor vision, chose to help Miao's group and ended up losing money, and you actually have the nerve to lick your face and say you're not convinced? A word to the wise, if you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Ji Tianwen raised his hand, stopping the crowd behind him from speaking, and smiled. Miss Kong, your motivation for challenging me is sufficient. What do you want to compare with me? It's simple, Kong Yongqi said bluntly. 2 days later, the provincial city will hold a summit of young entrepreneurs. We'll sign up together, and whoever has a high ranking at that time will be considered the winner. What do I get if I win? What favor do you want? Ji Tianwen mused. For businessmen, I don't think there is anything more practical than money. Recently, my hands are a little tight, so let us bet 500 million. If you win, I'll give you $500 million. If I win, you give me $500 million. 500 million? All the people who heard this couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. $500 million a mouthful, and no need to say hello to the family. Looking at the entire city of Pingzhou, apart from Ji Tianwen, he couldn't find the second one who dared to do so. Kong Yongqi was also a bit startled, not expecting Ji Tianwen to play such a big game. What? Wimped out at this? Ji Tianwen snorted out a laugh. Kong Yongqi said expressionlessly, 500 million is a bit much. I'll bet you 5 million. The comments sparked laughter. Zhou Kaixian and the others, once again, turned on mocking mode. All this talk and you end up offering $5 million? You think this is a child's playground? If you only have $5 million in your pocket, you'd better not come out and embarrass yourself. Kong Yongqi angrily said, what's wrong with $5 million? My $5 million. I earned it by my own ability. Don't want some people. Speaking here, she glanced at Ji Tianwen. Despised, only spend money will not earn, not move a few hundred million. A few hundred million. Sounds bluffing, but spend all the family's money. Sooner or later to the family's family fortune all lost. Ji Tianwen was full of concern. Miss Kong, whether I will lose all my family's money or not, it's not for you to worry about. If you can't even afford to put up the chips for betting against me, it's better for you to go home and wash your hands off. After saying that, he walked straight towards the door. Stop, Kong Yongqi chirped and blocked. Ji Tianwen, It's true that I can't take $500 million, but I can use other conditions to offset the $500 million. Oh, Ji Tianwen said with interest. What conditions? Me. Kang Yongji patted her proud breasts and said in a Lang voice, if I lose to you, I'll work for you for 5 years for nothing. There was a dead silence in the room. Immediately afterward, a louder roar of laughter erupted. 5 years for nothing? Is that selling out? Even if you were made of gold and weighed on the scale, you wouldn't be worth $500 million. I think you want to fall for Ji Shao, don't you? Chapter 48, planning to attend the summit, listening to the dirty words that kept pouring into her ears. Kang Yongji's pretty face was as cold as frost. People who are nasty inside, no matter how clean words they hear, they will still interpret them in the nasty direction. Kang Yongji snorted coldly and forced down her anger. Ji Tianwen, if you can win against me, besides giving you $5 million, I'll work for 5 years for your G group for nothing. Ji Tianwen shook his head. Ms. Kong, working for 5 years against a debt of $500 million, which works out to an annual salary of $100 million. You're not here to work for a living, you're here to be an executive. Kang Yongji was at a loss for words, but she really couldn't come up with the appropriate chips. His pink fists clenched as he felt more and more that this prince of G group had a repulsive face. I need time to raise money, Kang Yongji said in a cold voice. Ji Tianwen wimped his shoulders and said with a disinterested look, feel free to do as you please. If you can raise enough money before the registration deadline, you can contact me again. After saying that, he stepped away. Huang Haitao and the others followed suit, following behind him with great vigor, looking quite powerful. Wait for Ji Tianwen and his group to leave. Ma Yongyi greeted him and smiled. Ms. Kong, if you need to dine, I'll arrange a private room for you now. No more food. I'm full of gas. Kang Yongji was filled with depression and stomped out of the Royal View building. The accompanying crowd followed suit, all feeling a bit nauseous as well. However, the fire was not directed at Ji Tianwen, but Kang Yongji, for a good reason. It has to be nothing. I really don't know what kind of thinking this big lady has. Of course, there are a few people who know what's going on inside and are not surprised by this. Accepting the Miao Group's offer of an alliance was mainly driven by Kang Yongji. It turned out to be a move that was quickly proved to be a fumbled move. Anyone else might be able to accept it, but Kang Yongji couldn't. It's not just because of pride, but it's also very important. In order to resist the marriage arranged by her family, Rachel Kong made a pact with her dad. As long as she invests in a project within a year with no errors and brings in more than $100 million in benefits, then there will be no more mention of the union. Originally, this goal was all set to be realized, but what I didn't expect was to end up planting on Miao's group. A single loss of over $200 million. Kang Yongji was eager to press Ji Tianwen, but she also wanted to show her own ability so that she could gain the capital to negotiate with her dad. Miss, let's go back to the hotel. Not returning. Kang Yongji returned with a cold face, but in her heart, she was quickly weighing the pros and cons. Ji Tianwen's offer to bet with her for $500 million was certainly an opportunity. If she can win, then not only does it prove her ability, moreover, after the $500 million arrived, it was able to erase the loss on the Miao Group as well as overshoot that $100 million profit. All things considered, the deal is certainly not a bad one. As for losing to Ji Tianwen, Kang Yongji did not think that she would lose to a rich second generation who would only hit people with money and would not make money for the family. With this in mind, Rachel began to think about raising money. Back home, Zhao Yicheng, who had long been hungry and thirsty, directly feasted on the pot of big bones on the table. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, was thinking about the Young Entrepreneurs Summit that Kang Yongji had mentioned. Familiar with the business models and the location of windfalls in the coming years, he didn't feel that he could gain any substantial benefits from attending such summits, but, wanting to take the G Group to new heights, this is a process that must be gone through. He needs to go to the front and represent the key group and compete with the top young entrepreneurs in each city. What are you thinking about? Bai Jiyu asked her dazed son as she smoothed the broken hair on the side of her face behind her ear for Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng stopped eating and flashed a sweet smile at Bai Jiyu. Then, bury your head in dry rice. Ji Tianwen came back to his senses and said, Mom, I'm going to sign up for the Young Entrepreneurs Summit organized by the province. Good thing. Bai Jiyu's eyes lit up and she nodded her head in approval. Mom supports you. The Young Entrepreneurs Summit. In addition to the grassroots players who do excel individually, the top 10 companies in almost every city get invitations. Participants in the summit are limited to those under 30 years of age. Previously, Ji Weiyong and Bai Jiyu had also persuaded Ji Tianwen to attend, but they were all rejected by Ji Tianwen on the grounds that they were not interesting and not interested. Now that my son has taken the initiative to attend the summit, naturally, I can't ask for anything better. At this time, Ji Weiyong came out of his study and asked, Did you tell him? Bai Jiyu gave him a blank look. and said in a good-natured manner, "Can't you talk to your son properly? Your son is right in front of you, but you still have to let me pass the message in the middle. You're not tired." "I'm still too tired." Ji Tianwen looked at his dad and curiously said, "Dad, what did you ask my mom to tell me?" Ji Weiyang boarded a face and said, "The province is going to hold a summit of young entrepreneurs. The list of participants I have seen this year, many of those who signed up to participate in the people. There are a lot of talent. You go to participate in it, even if you do not participate in the proposal, and other people to exchange and learn a little bit. It is also good. I just told my mom that I plan on attending the summit." Ji Tan asked. Bai Jiyu smiled and added, "Before I could say anything, my son himself said that he planned to sign up for the summit." A flash of surprise crossed Ji Weiyang's eyes, then he nodded in satisfaction. Ji Tianwen took the opportunity to say, "Dad, I have to prepare for attending the summit, so the training for the past 2 days will be waived." "No way." Ji Weiyang balked. "Good habits are all about nurturing. These days with Qing training you, you've already had some success. You have to continue to stick to it." Bai Jiyu also said, "Son, I guess you don't even see it yourself. Now your whole essence is different from before. You continue to follow I Ching's exercise, or else you'll have lost all your previous efforts." "Mom, whose side are you on anyway?" "I'll side with whoever has the advantage," Jitan asked. Ji Weiyang glanced at the large bones in the basin that were being gnawed clean and cheerfully asked, "I Ching, you haven't had enough to eat yet, have you? Uncle had someone get you a roasted goat and will bring it over to you later." "Uncle, you and Auntie are really good to me." Zhao Yicheng was so full of emotion that her eyes turned a little red. Ji Weiyang laughed. "It's only right to be nice to you. You just need to train Ji Tianwen well. Fly in the sky, run on the ground, swim in the water. Whatever you want to eat, Uncle will prepare for you." "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. I'll make sure to practice Brother Tianman well." Zhao Yicheng was full of fighting spirit, seriousness written all over her pretty face. Ji Tianwen held his forehead inside. It just felt like this bodyguard of his was a little too easily bribed. It's not to the extent that you can easily be lulled away by giving a lollipop, but it's not really that far off. Chapter 49, I Won't Lose. Early the next morning, Ji Tianwen wrapped his arms around Zhao Yicheng's neck and practically hung onto her as he returned towards his home. Compared to his sweaty, panting mess, Zhao Yicheng was much more relaxed. No red face, no breath, not even much sweat. "Iboshi, the meals you usually eat are really not in vain," Ji Tianwen said breathlessly. Zhao Yicheng said in a very relieved tone, "Brother Tianwen, it's good that you know I don't eat for nothing. Iboshi, it's not good to be too honest. It's easy to suffer." "Brother Tianman, does being honest mean being stupid?" "Not really, but close. So what do I have to do to not be truthful?" Ji Tianwen was waiting for this, and immediately replied back, "You can purposely relax your training on me. In that case, I'll be relaxed and you'll be able to eat delicious food every day. The best of both worlds." "No way." Zhao Yicheng shook her head and said in a serious manner, "Uncle and Auntie are good to me, and I have to fulfill what they've explained to me. So I'm not good for you? It's precisely because you're so good to me, Brother Tianman, that I can't relax my training on you. What is this saying?" Ji Tianwen was dumbfounded, feeling that the young girl was a bit of a benefactor. Zhao Yicheng explained, "In a little over 3 months, I'll be going back to the mountains, and I've trained Brother Tianman well now, so when I'm not by Brother Tianman's side at that time, Brother Tianman can protect himself." Jitan asked, "That's a reason that's pretty much impossible to pick out." Dragging my tired body back home, Ji Tianwen was about to take a shower when his cell phone rang first. The caller, an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is it?" "I'm Ricky Kong." "Something?" "I've already gathered enough 300 million, the other 200 million. Still need time. I'll gather it before the summit starts. You sign up first." Ji Tianwen suppressed his inner joy and confirmed, "Are you sure you want to bet with me?" "Of course," Kang Yongqi said without thinking, "betting $500 million. You proposed it, now I'm taking it. You won't be afraid to bet, right?" "I would be afraid of you?" Ji Tianwen snorted. "I'll see you at the peak." The phone hung up, and Ji Tianwen couldn't help but burst out in joy. He felt like his luck had, generically, exploded lately. Kang Yongqi rushed to send money, so he naturally had no reason not to accept it. When the final list of participants is announced, the people involved in the registration in Pingzhou City exploded. Am I reading this right? Ji Tianwen is going too? There won't be any renames, will there? What kind of young entrepreneur is Ji Tianwen? Although 9 out of 10 of the people who signed up for the conference this time around were all wealthy second-generation people from well-off families. However, this part of the people, but from the bottom of the heart to look down on those only know how to spend days and nights, play luxury cars, sleep with beautiful women rich second generation. They feel different and better in every way than the rich kids who just know how to spend their family's money and don't figure out how to make a career. And the spendthrift rich kids despise these entrepreneurial rich kids just as much. Think these guys, pure and simple, are playing the big tail. Even if you start a business, you spend your family's money, and you have no business showing it off. Not to mention that some of the rich kids who have failed to start their own businesses have lost far more money than they have ever spent on booze. The two sides have been at war over the years, basically meeting at each other's throats, especially whenever the annual Young Entrepreneurs Summit is held. The noise is the most intense. This year, however, is different, because Ji Tianwen was going to participate in the summit. Both sides' attention was drawn and they didn't have the heart to pinch each other anymore. There's really nothing to make a fuss about. We can all go if we want to sign up for it. The point is the question of what's the point of going? Ji Tianwen should have just purely put together a head this time when he went over. That's true, but Ji Tianwen is attending the summit this time, and I've heard that there's an inside story. What insider? I heard it's with Kong Yongqi of the Kong Group, betting against 500 million. In the office, Ji Tianwen took the suitcase handed by Song Yabing, lifted his wrist, and glanced at the time. Song Yabing's pink lips buzzed, and she was about to say some encouraging words when she heard a knock on the door behind herself. Knock, knock, knock. Turning his head to look, he only saw Meng Lei, at some point, appear at the office door. Today, instead of wearing a suit, as she had in the past, she was leaning towards a lifestyle look. Loose black t-shirt, long high-waisted skirt, plus a pair of high heels. Standing straight gives a feeling of confidence. Song Yabing had no choice but to swallow back the words that were on her lips and exit the office in a sensible manner. Ray, what brings you here? Ji Tianwen said in surprise. Came over to take you to the airport. Meng Lei returned, then asked softly, I heard that you're going to take $500 million and bet against Kong Yongqi of the Kong Group? There is such a thing. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in acknowledgement and said in a relaxed tone, Kong Yongqi rushed up to send money, and if I don't accept it, it looks as if I'm not giving face. Have you investigated Kong Yongqi? Meng Lei pursued. No, there's no need for an investigation, and it's not like I'm going to lose anyway. Meng Lei's brows furrowed as she said unhappily, know your enemy and know yourself before you can win 100 battles. Maybe you think that Kong Yongqi challenged you because she has a heavy heart for victory and defeat. But in fact, she's not that simple. How is it not easy? Since last year, Kong Yongqi began to take charge of a portion of the business at Kang's Group, and as of now, she has invested 63 times, and the only time she made a mistake in her investment was in Miao's group, which at least shows that her vision and ability isn't bad. Her vision ability is not bad, but my vision ability is bad? Ji Tianwen was unconvinced. Lei, could it be that in your heart, I don't have vision or ability? Meng Lei's wide eyes were about to roll out of the sky as she forced down her inner speechlessness and said in a deep voice, Tian man, $500 million is not a small amount, especially in the matter of defeating the Miao Group. It has already consumed a huge amount of money. In this case, and then take out such a sum of money to go out. In case if you lose, have you thought about the consequences? Didn't think about it. Ji Tianwen skimmed the corners of his mouth and wrote easily, because I won't lose. Ji Tianwen, Meng Lei said in an aggravated tone. I'm talking to you very seriously. Lei, don't be so serious. Ji Tianwen raised his hand and was about to pinch Meng Lei's face. Meng Lei grabbed Ji Tianwen's outstretched hand. Her eyebrows locked. I want to know the source of your confidence. The source of my confidence is you. Ji Tianwen answered correctly. If I attend the summit this time, and if I encounter any difficult problems, you can help me out. With you behind me, I won't lose. Chapter 50, Wagering. Meng Lei looked straight into Ji Tianwen's eyes, but didn't find any hint of joking, as if he really did see her as a credential. This was unbelievable to Meng Lei. He trusts her that much? Ji Tianwen held Meng Lei's hand, squeezed it twice, and smiled. Lei, I know you're worried about me. I'm not worried about you. Meng Lei pulled her hand back and turned her back. Anyway, we're in a relationship now, and if you lose to Kong Yongqi, I'll lose face. If Ji Tianwen could see Meng Lei's demeanor at the moment, he would inevitably be able to discover that the other party was lying. However, Ji Tianwen definitely wouldn't let go of the meat that had been delivered to his mouth. He said in a firm tone, Lei, just wait and see how Kong Yongqi loses to me. Meng Lei calmed down a bit, turned around, and said, if you have to insist, I won't say anything more. I'll do my best to help you if I need to. Drive Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng to the airport. Ji Tianwen opened his arms and laughed. Lei, once you leave this time, it will be at least a few days. Won't you give a separate hug? Meng Lei hesitated a little and stepped forward, her lotus root arm encircling Ji Tianwen's back waist. For some reason, when the side of his face was pressed against his shoulder, it really did feel a little uncomfortable, and he wished to prolong the embrace a little longer. A moment later, Ji Tianwen patted Meng Lei's back and loosened his embrace. Ray, wait for my triumphant return. Meng Lei nodded her head and watched Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng walk away with a smile on their faces, suddenly feeling a bit empty in her heart. The location of the Young Entrepreneurs Summit was set at a vacation lodge in Jinhai City. It has a very nice view with the mountains at the back and fresh air. Where you live? It's a patchwork of small villas. Zhao Yicheng put the small suitcase into the room and asked, Brother Tianwen, what are we going to do next? Do what you want to do most. Ji Tianwen replied back. First, I'll take you to taste all the specialties. Really? The young girl's eyes erupted with surprise, and under her excitement, she directly jumped up, like a kangaroo bear, hanging on Ji Tianwen's body. Ji Tianwen subconsciously hugged the young girl tighter, smelling the gusts of fragrance emanating from the young girl's body, and dryly coughed twice. If you want to eat quickly, hurry down. Okay ta. Zhao Yicheng landed on both feet and loosened the hand around Ji Tianwen's neck in a well-behaved manner. As a result, just as he went out, he saw two familiar figures, successively getting down from the sightseeing car. It was Kong Yongqi and Xiao Zimo. The former was dressed in a loose gray sweatshirt and a pair of running shoes, her high ponytail swaying around as she moved her feet, giving her an energetic look. The latter, on the other hand, lowers his eyebrows and is a total heel. Xiao Zimo was here because he grossly told Kong Yongqi that he could influence Ji Tianwen's mind if he was there. He also bragged about taking business training classes when he was a trainee in the Land of Sticks. It took a little bit of smallpox to trade for a spot on the entourage. Ji Tianwen, I'm here today to sign a contract with you. Kong Yongqi opened the door and held her hand out to the side. Xiao Zimo immediately pulled open the file bag in his hand and took out a contract, respectfully handing it over to Kong Yongqi. Kong Yongqi took the contract and handed it directly to Ji Tianwen. Ms. Kong, the contract aside, did you get the money together? I've already scraped together 400 million, and there's still 100 million to go, so I'll be able to get it together soon. Kong Yongqi replied truthfully. Ji Tianwen nodded his head understandingly, before looking over the contract in his hand. However, without waiting for the contract to be read, a muffled voice was heard. You're Ji Tianwen? Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned and followed the source of the voice, only to see a young man with very angular features, was pacing with one hand in his pocket, with a wave of condescension between his eyebrows and feathers. You are? Jitan asked rhetorically. LV Chingsong. The youth stood still and after giving his name, he added, besides being the heir of the LV clan, I am also Rong Qi's fiancé. In Dongda City, the status of the LV group was similar to that of the G group in Pingzhou City, but in terms of overall strength, it was still the G group that was stronger. Kong Yongqi seemed to resent Lu Qingsong and frowned. What are you doing here? Standing up for you and cheering you on, Lu Qingsong said with a smile on his face. Kong Yongqi didn't appreciate it. I don't need you to stand up for me. LV Chingsong was not angry. His gaze turned to Ji Tianwen and sneered. I heard that Rong Qi initially bet with you for $5 million. You felt it was too little and increased it to 500 million. Now I feel that $500 million is too little. Do you dare to raise the stakes again? Ji Tianwen calmly said. That's fine. I'll follow how much you add. Very good. LV Chingsong nodded with satisfaction and said lightly. Then just add another 500 million. Listening to the tone alone, adding $500 million was as simple as adding $5 to him. Of course, as the heir to the leading company in East Germany, he did have the right to add that. Ji Tianwen was about to speak, but Kong Yongqi was on fire and said, Lu Qingsong, what's gotten into you? What does my matter have to do with you? After saying that, his gaze turned to Ji Tianwen and said coldly, you don't need to pay attention to LV Chingsong. If there's no problem with the contract, just sign it directly. LV Chingsong's smile did not diminish at all and said, Rongqi, the win is on you, the loss is on me. I will only help you to pay for the money. I don't care about anything else. You are the only one who has the final say. Is this still not okay? What's the line? You think you're being nice and helping, but have you ever considered if someone else needs it? Ryachi, you've been borrowing around. You must need money. I have the money to take care of just what you need. I need money, but I don't need your money. I volunteered to help you. Listening to the quarrel between the two, Ji Tianwen drifted off and saw in Lu Qingsong the shadow of himself back then. However, LV Chingsong is luckier than him and meets Kong Yongqi, who is straightforward and does not hide her true attitude. And what he met was Xia Shuyun, who buried all the sinister and resentment in her heart. Both of you, stop arguing. Ji Tianwen interrupted. It's a simple matter. There's no need to argue. The big deal is that I'm alone, and I'm betting against the two of you. Kong Yongqi giving away money was enough to make him happy. Now another LV Chingsong popped up and came over to give away his head. There was no reason not to harvest it. Kong Yongqi snorted coldly. LV Chingsong, if you bet with Ji Tianwen, it's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. And don't hang your win or loss on me. Lu Qingsong nodded, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, Ji Tianwen, You have a lot of confidence. It doesn't matter if you have enough confidence. What matters is the result. Ji Tianwen said nonchalantly. Chapter 51, Agricultural Products King. The most distinctive feature of the Young Entrepreneurs Summit is that each time, after the opening, a competition takes place. It says it's a competition, but it's really closer to a simulation game. Contestants, each given $1 million to start, then make one choice after another, according to the rules, which affects the amount of money in hand. Finally, the ranking is based on the amount of money left in hand. Regarding the content of the competition, it is said to have evolved from test questions issued by a foreign business school to test the participants' business skills. In addition, the rules are adjusted annually to take into account the general situation at home and abroad to ensure that they can be adapted to the times, while avoiding people specializing in exploiting loopholes in the rules. A large portion of the population believes that such contests are not scientific because they are still essentially games. It's the equivalent of a game master who may not be as good in reality as he is in the game. But it is undeniable that every year, more than half of the 10 people who get high rankings in the competition become business nouveau riche. Noah's lectern. The presenter impassionedly said, to become a qualified entrepreneur, or rather, every successful entrepreneur, must experience the baptism of the big storm. This competition, still as much as possible to restore the reality. I hope that you can race in style and level, and cherish this rare experience, rather than treating it as an experience or a game. The rules of the contest have been sent to everyone's mailbox. Please check them and read them carefully. The opening ceremony was concluded. The field became lively. Most of the people who came to the summit, apart from some grassroots entrepreneurs, don't really care much about the so-called competition. Most of the rich second generation like Ji Tianwen still held the idea of making some friends or searching for their families to find out if there were any talents that could be recruited under their command. Reading the rules over, Ji Tianwen got up and searched the field for the figure he was looking for. During that time, a number of people shook his hand and exchanged pleasantries, saying they would want to have a good talk. Ji Tianwen responded perfunctorily, and after searching for a long time, she finally saw the girl sitting in the corner of the last row of benches, her head lowered, her hands clenched together and placed between her knees. The girl looked to be in her early 20s, and her demeanor seemed formal. Compared to the scantily clad people in the room, her clothes looked like they were borrowed and didn't feel like they fit. In addition, rough skin and 2 twisted braids on the back of her head made her look a bit rustic. In terms of image, she doesn't fit the image that most people have of the word entrepreneur at all. But, other than Ji Tianwen, no one would know. It was this young, earthy, unassuming-looking girl who would single-handedly build the country's No. 1 produce brand a few years later. Hello, Ji Ten greeted and sat down next to the girl. The girl's body trembled as she looked up at Ji Tianwen before quickly lowering her head again. Hello, get acquainted. My name is Ji Tianwen. My name is Pang Sihui. The two hands clasped together and then separated. Mr. Pang, what kind of business are you in? Ji Tian asked casually. Pang Sihui shook her head and returned. I am not any Mr. Pang, I am just a vegetable grower. Are you? I'm a vegetable eater. Ji Ten asked back. Seeing that Pang Sihui was a bit unable to pick up the conversation, Ji Tianwen didn't joke anymore, but said, I am a family with a bit of money, and I don't have my own company for the time being. That's kinda nice. How? The family has money so they don't have to work hard to earn it themselves. What's the name of your company? No, there is no company. Pang Sihui lowered her head with some inferiority complex and truthfully replied, I contracted a lot of land, and it was the town that recommended me before I came over. It seems that this king of agricultural products, his career has not yet begun to start. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in a calm manner and was about to continue to ask questions. Suddenly, a voice full of teasing came. Ji Tianwen, are you avoiding me on purpose? Ji Tianwen twisted his head to look at Lu Qingsong standing in the corridor and let out a light laugh. If you're sending me money, I can't wait to welcome you. How could I intentionally avoid you? After saying that, he greeted Pang Sihui and got up to walk towards Lu Qingsong. Is the contract ready? It's ready. Lu Qingsong nodded and handed over the 2 contracts. Ji Tianwen read it, confirmed that there were no problems, signed his name, and returned one of the contracts. Lu Qingsong laughed and glanced at Pang Sihui, who was sitting in the corner, revealing a smile full of deep meaning. Ji Tianwen, I didn't see it. Your taste is quite special. Is it because you feel that you are tired of eating mountain delicacies and want something different? Those sitting in the last 2 rows were all grassroots with little background. To put it bluntly, it's just pulled over to punch up the numbers. Therefore, when Lu Qingsong spoke, he didn't deliberately lower his voice and wasn't worried that Pang Sihui would hear him. Ji Tianwen said with a cold face, Lu Qingsong, a few days ago, your fiancé said something that I think is appropriate to put on you. though it was known that what the other side had to say would certainly not be anything good. Still, Lu Qingsong could not resist his curiosity and asked, "What words? Anyone who is nasty on the inside sees anything and hears anything. All of it is nasty." LV Qingsong's smile converged, coldly laughed. "Whatever you say, I'll wait for you to obediently send 500 million to my hands." With those words, he turned to leave. The start of the competition was set for the afternoon and the venue was the gymnasium at the resort hill. Ji Tianwen came to the gym after his lunch break. There were quite a few compartments set up in just the nooks and crannies of the venue. Above the cubicles, there are serial numbers. Contestants follow their serial numbers and simply enter the compartment. Ji Tianwen walked into the cubicle and immediately received a video call from Meng Lei. "Tian man, let's stay on the line next," Meng Lei said. Ji Tianwen nodded. Lei, when I need you to help me make up my mind, I will talk to you." "Good," Meng Lei answered, a serious expression on her pretty face, as if it was her who was competing. On the contrary, Ji Tianwen, sitting on the single sofa, looked relaxed. In a way, not banning contact with the outside world is very unfair to grassroots players, because rich and powerful rich kids are perfectly capable of hiring a team to act as a think tank. Then, based on the think tank's input, complete the selection. But then again, the world is inherently unfair. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. The starting point for a few is the end point for the vast majority of people who have struggled all their lives to get to where they want to be. Chapter 52, Confidence in Victory. Meng's group. Meng Lei sat in her office chair and used her laptop to video call Ji Tianwen. Seeing Ji Tianwen's relaxed demeanor without any nervousness, she couldn't help but be a little impressed. Looking into her heart, she felt that if she were in her place, she would never be able to do so calmly in front of a $500 million bet. Meng Lei collected her thoughts and informed Ji Tianwen of the homework she had done in the past 2 days. As a result, after she finished speaking, she found Ji Tianwen on the screen, looking at her with a smile on his face, as if he was in a daze. "Don't you look at me like that," Meng Lei snapped. "Did you hear what I just said?" However, Ji Tianwen didn't reply. Still fuming, Meng Lei snapped, "Are you even listening to me seriously?" Ji Tian doesn't reply, staying glowering. Meng Lei was really a bit angry, but without waiting for him to snap, the screen displayed a prompt. The current environment for the other party's call is not favorable. The poor call environment is not really related to the environment, but to the network signal. The next moment, the video call hung up. Meng Lei frowned and tried to call Ji Tianwen. However, the prompt heard was, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Sorry. Meng Lei was instantly annoyed that the competition was about to start and the phone couldn't be reached. But right now there was nothing else to do but wait for the signal to return. During the waiting process, Meng Lei found that the frequency of statements in the WeChat group, in a short period of time, rapidly increased. "My brother's phone suddenly hung up. The game is about to start and the phone doesn't work. It's a rush. My sister's phone number is the same. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Go check Twitter." Organizers made an announcement. Soon after, someone sent out a screenshot. Presumably, this means that previous summits have been criticized for not being fair enough in the competition. The organizing committee then decided to block out the signals so that the contestants could not draw on outside forces to ensure that the competition would determine the rankings on a level playing field. As for the placements and live video, they will be announced after the first race. A few minutes later, Meng Lei received a call from Ji Tianwen. "Ray, you can't help me this time. I saw the tweets from the organizers. What's with the sudden change in the format?" "Unclear." "Then you," Meng Lei wanted to say. How could she not expect this situation to occur? Lei, have a little faith in me, okay? Ji Tianwen said in a relaxed tone. "Just put your heart in your stomach and obediently wait for my good news." "Good," Meng Lei said in a deep voice. "Tian man, you go for it. I believe in you." At this point in time, she had no choice but to believe. Contest site. Although most people were upset that the organizers wanted to block cell phone signals, they didn't make a fuss. For one thing, most people don't care about ranking high or low. Secondly, the organizing committee had already stated that this was done for the sake of fairness, and if they strongly opposed it, they would inevitably be perceived as weak-minded and not confident in their own abilities. Ha 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 ha, that's a great rule addition. In cubicle 37, Kang Yongqi laughed out loud and couldn't help but clap her hands. Before this time, although she was confident in winning over Ji Tianwen, she was not yet at a level where she dared to say that she would surely win. After all, with the skills of the G group, it wasn't difficult to hire some highly intelligent people with a keen sense of business to help out. And now, unable to draw on outside forces, this instantly gave Kang Yongqi the confidence to win. 10 minutes later, the contest has officially begun. On the tablet in front of Ji Tianwen, a line appeared. Please choose the industry you want to enter. Once any choice is confirmed, It cannot be changed or reselected. Please consider carefully. Below this line, densely packed options appear, and in the bottom right corner, a 5-minute countdown. Ji Tianwen looked it over and then made his choice. At this point, the countdown in the lower right corner refreshes. New questions arise and the need to choose again. This competition, it's properly capable of driving dyslexia crazy. Ji Tianwen spat while making another choice. The questions were refreshed one by one, and Ji Tianwen kept making choice after choice, like a relentless brushing machine. 1 hour later, Ji Tianwen stretched and walked out of the cubicle. The spectators were all shocked. No way. You answered it so quickly? It's not like it's a race to see who can answer faster. So maybe it's a blind choice? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He took $500 million and bet against Kong Yongqi. If he chose blindly, wouldn't he be giving away money for nothing? It's indeed impossible to choose blindly. I heard that Ji Tianwen not only bet $500 million with Kong Yongqi, he also bet $100 million with Lu Qingsong. Good guy. $1.5 billion taken out to gamble. How dare this? Just watch. Sooner or later, Ji's group will have to be tossed apart by this loser. Ji Tianwen didn't care about the comments around him and walked straight towards the audience. Brother Tian Man. Here. Zhao Yicheng waved her little hands like a cheerleader. Ji Tianwen sat over and asked with a smile. Yicheng, where do you think I can rank this time? Definitely number 1. Zhao Yicheng said without thinking. Brother Tianwen is number 1 in my heart no matter where he ranks. Just for your words, you can eat whatever you want at night. Ji Tianwen said cheerfully. Zhao Yicheng instantly smiled and fed Ji Tianwen a shrimp stick before pinching his shoulders. Ji Tian munched on crunchy chips and enjoyed a shoulder squeeze from the young girl, his mind going back to making the choice in the cubicle. I have to say, even though it's a game, the level of reproduction of reality is quite high. Just being able to immerse yourself in it really does encapsulate basically all the problems faced during the startup process. Of course, since it's a simulation, that means it can't be 100% real. At least there's no drama in there about dealing with local officials. About 10 minutes later, on the big screen above the stadium, a series of numbers appeared after the number 6. That's what's left of G10's assets. No way. It actually didn't pay out? Not only did it not lose money, it made quite a bit. $86 million on a $1 million capital. Does that mean he's really a genius? Don't be in a hurry. The other players' scores haven't come out yet. Maybe 86 million is the bottom. Seeing the results come out, Ji Tianwen yawned, looking bored. Seeing this, Zhao Yicheng sat down on the second seat beside Ji Tianwen, patted her tight, flab-free thighs, and laughed. Brother Tianwen, if you're sleepy, you can sleep for a while. I'll use my legs as a pillow for you. Ji Tianwen looked around and saw that there wasn't much, so he didn't make himself polite and just laid down. Chapter 53, The Good Samaritan. I don't know whether it was because he was really sleepy or the young girl's legs were indeed suitable as pillows. Ji Tianwen quickly fell asleep. When I woke up again, an hour had passed. Brother Tian Man, you're awake. Zhao Yicheng smiled sweetly. Seeing the young girl's smiling face, Ji Tianwen felt in a much better mood, and while once again promising to take the young girl to eat a big meal, his eyes looked towards the big screen above the arena. Most of the players' scores have already appeared. Roughly 1/3 have negative assets, which equates to outright bankruptcy. The vast majority of the remaining 2/3 stayed around the 20 to 40 million mark. Anyone who breaks 50 million is in the minority. When compared like this, Ji Tianwen's 86 million remaining assets were indeed dazzling enough. However, Ji Tianwen did not take it lightly. This is because the two most crucial ones, the remaining assets of Kong Yongqi and Lu Qingsong, have yet to show up. Just then, a voice with a strange tone came from the side. Ji Tianwen, I didn't expect you to have 2 tricks up your sleeve. Ji Tianwen followed the voice and saw Kong Yongqi clasping her hands in front of her body with a confident look. And beside Kong Yongqi, Xiao Zimo lowers his eyebrows and acts as a follower. Kong Yongqi, looking at you, you're pretty sure that your remaining assets can move towards passing me? Ji Tianwen calmly said. That's for sure, Kong Yongqi proudly said. I don't dare to say if I can take first place, but I'm still confident in winning over you. We'll see then, Ji Tianwen replied back, his gaze turning to the few players on the big screen who had more remaining assets than him. There are actually a couple of unremarkable traps in the first half of doing multiple choice questions. The short-term impact won't be huge, but it will explode at a later stage. If he hadn't possessed insight and discernment beyond his years, odds are he would have been hit. And these players, being able to avoid those traps, must have something to offer. Either they are experienced enough or have a keen sense of smell. At that moment, scrolling numbers appeared on the screen behind the serial number belonging to Kong Yongqi. The first number, set at 9. Seeing this number, Kong Yongqi's eyes were happy as she raised her head and said, I won. Ji Tianwen's brows furrowed, and his mood couldn't help but start to get heavy. Had he underestimated Kong Yongqi after all? But in his memory, in his previous life, Kang Yongchi was not a business genius at all. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt a sense that the situation was out of his control. Ji Tianwen locked his brows tightly as he continued to stare at the scrolling numbers. When he saw the end, his brow relaxed and he didn't hold back his amusement. Ji Tianwen, losing me by $500 million. You can actually still laugh. I really don't know whether to say you're optimistic or heartless. Kang Yongchi slowly shook her head. Behind her, Xiao Zimo, who had his head lowered, couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Although Ji Tianwen, the bastard, lost the money and couldn't get to him, but the good thing is that there was enough preliminary work done, and Kong Wingyi should be able to count him as a credit. Even if he doesn't get credit for it, the endorsement is definitely secure. Kang Yongchi, who did you say lost you $500 million? Ji Tianwen said with a forced smile. Hearing this, Kang Yongchi's expression instantly turned cold. Ji Tianwen, we signed the contract in black and white. Do you still want to deny it? Why don't I take out the contract and show it to you? Don't read the contract yet. You might as well look at the big screen. What do you mean? I suspect you have a problem with your eyes or can't read. Kang Yongchi was shocked. Wasn't what she saw just now 9? She hastily turned her head to look at the big screen and realized that after her serial number, the first number was indeed 9. Kang Yongchi breathed a sigh of relief and laughed coldly. Ji Tianwen, I think you're the one who doesn't know how to count, right? Isn't 9 greater than 8? 9 is bigger than 8. But it's also divided into what's going on. An 8-digit beginning 8 is bigger than a 7-digit beginning 9. Ji Tianwen said with a big smile. Wide-eyed, Kang Yongchi redirected her gaze to the big screen, then said incredulously, how is this possible? Her remaining assets, $9,350,000. The number, like a slap in the face, was thrown hard in her face. It wasn't that Kang Yongchi didn't look closely enough, but she had absolute confidence that the remaining assets were at least in the tens of millions. So when the first number settled on 9, she took it for granted that it was more than 90 million. Then the later, naturally, you don't have to look any further. Even if it was all zeros, it was still more than Ji Tianwen's 86 million. However, she could never have imagined in any way that her remaining assets would be even less than $10 million. Kong Rongqi, Miss Kong, surprised or not? Ji Tianwen asked in a manner. Kang Yongchi was petrified and froze in place, not moving a muscle. Xiao Zimo was also dumbfounded. Previously, Kang Yongchi had always acted confident and disdainful of Ji Tianwen. This made him subconsciously think that Kang Yongchi and Ji Tianwen were not at all the same level of opponents, especially with no access to outside forces. This bet is even less suspenseful. But what he didn't expect was that the person he had always thought of as a king was actually a bronze. Don't gawk, pretty girl, hit the money. Ji Tianwen patted Kang Yongchi's shoulder. Kang Yongchi's face turned pale as she slapped Ji Tianwen's hand aside and squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. I'll give you every penny of the money, but I'm still not convinced by you. Ji Tianwen shrugged his shoulders, looking like he didn't care. Whether Kang Yongchi served or not didn't mean anything to him. As long as the money is there, love to serve. A moment later, Lu Qingsong walked over with a gloomy face. Kang Yongchi had wanted to ask how the other side was doing. However, looking at his expression and his knowledge of Lu Qingsong's abilities, she felt that there was no need to ask anymore. Sure enough, soon LV Qingsong's remaining assets were released, amounting to a mere $6,211,000, less than Kong Wingyi. LV Qingsong, young master LV, you are truly a great benefactor. Ji Tianwen was overjoyed and said, giving me money in this way, and giving me $1 billion in one go, you're really more than my own brother. Lu Qingsong grimaced, his teeth on the verge of crunching. He dared to bet $1 billion. The bottom line is that in order to shine in this competition, and also to impress Kang Yongchi, he went to great lengths to hire a foreign business consultant, William Smith. The content of the competition, which evolved from the test questions of foreign business schools, and William Smith, one of the people who came up with the test questions, with such a character in the center, why worry about not getting a high ranking? However, by 1,000 calculations, I didn't count on the damn organizers, who actually banned off-site assistance. This has made all his preparations go down the drain. $1 billion. If Dad finds out, he'll skin him. Chapter 54, Ji Tianwen. You're too detrimental. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he felt, and Lu Qingsong broke his defense on the spot. The stoic persona that had been maintained for so long collapsed at this moment. Ji Tianwen, I seriously doubt that you knew in advance that the organizers would temporarily change the tournament system. LV Qingsong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Ji Tianwen looked at him as if he was looking at a retard and choked back. I seriously doubt that you have a brain problem. Even though Ji Tianwen knew that there would be a temporary change to the race system, everyone was still on the same starting line. The disallowance of off-court assistance was aimed at all participants, and Ji Tianwen could not be an exception. As for the suspicion that Ji Tianwen cheated, Lu Qingsong had this suspicion, and so did Kong Yongqi, but neither dared to bring it up. The organizers, this time, are proper two official units. The members of the organizing committee, taking out just any one of them, have a lot of power in their hands. Prior to the start of the race, the organizing committee made it clear that it would be strictly monitoring the players' every move. Questioning Ji Tianwen's cheating was the same as questioning the organizing committee's poor monitoring. What's more, the questioning has to be based on something, but neither LV Qingsong nor Kong Yongqi could come up with a basis. Just then, there was a clamor not far away. Chai Wen-mao, you asshole, didn't you say Ji Tianwen would only throw money around and had no business sense? Damn, I'll let you kids lead me to the ditch this time. Chai Wen-mao, tell the ing truth. Are you deliberately making a trap to trap us? Ji Tianwen followed the voice and saw a youth surrounded, and the surrounding people looked at the youth as if they could not wait to eat him alive. The youth was none other than Chai Wen-mao, the heir to the Chai group in Pingzhou City, the same as also Pingzhou City, within the circle of rich second generation, entrepreneurial representative of the figure, and Ji Tianwen on behalf of the Eat and Wait for Death faction, always looked down on each other. Ji Tianwen listened for a while and probably understood what was going on. To put it simply, after hearing about his bet with Kong Yongqi and Lu Qingsong, these rich second-generation people from various cities began to set up a betting game as well. The rich kids from outside the city who didn't know enough about Ji Tianwen asked Chai Wen-mao about how many kilograms Ji Tianwen weighed. Chai Wen-mao definitely wouldn't say anything good about Ji Tianwen, stating that Ji Tianwen was a mallet. So, taking his word for it, the rich kids pressed Ji Tianwen to lose to Kong Yongqi and Lu Qingsong. In the end, there is no return of blood money. Chai Wen-mao, well done, Ji Tianwen shouted loudly. Don't forget my share of favors when you turn around. The rich daughters surrounding Chai Wen-mao had already suspected that Chai Wen-mao was intentionally punking them. At this moment, hearing Ji Tianwen shout, he exploded with anger on the spot. Good. Feel like you're really ting on us like we're stupid? Chai Wen-mao, you asshole thing. I think you're tired of living. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Geneva, pay us back. Chai Wen-mao really looked like he was dying, and hurriedly shouted, I've also lost money. We're all the same. We're all victims. However, the rich second-generation people from various cities who had lost their money and were in an uptight state pressed no one to listen to what he had to say. The one who grabbed the collar grabbed the collar. The one who grabbed the tie grabbed the tie. And there was a look of wanting to dismantle Chai Wen-mao. By the time the security guards intervened and Chai Wen-mao was rescued, his appearance was in a sorry state. Sitting on the floor, Chai Wen-mao's tie had long since disappeared. His shirt was missing a sleeve. His hair was disheveled, and there were nail marks on his face, making it look like he'd been trashed. Ji Tianwen, you're too detrimental. Chai Wen-mao's eyes were like they wanted to spit fire as he yelled angrily at the top of his voice. I'm damaging? Ji Tianwen snorted. Chai Wen-mao, how come you didn't feel detrimental when you were dragging me along and setting me up as the antagonist in your small circle? When you spoke ill of me behind my back and denigrated me, why didn't you feel damaged? When you try to win money by relying on me, how come you don't feel damaged? After a pause, he steeply aggravated his tone and said, Don't cue Lao Zi again in the future. Let me hear it again. If you mention me behind my back again, Lao Zi won't mind accompanying you to have a good time. Chai Wen-mao's body trembled, and under Ji Tianwen's stern gaze, he felt fear for the first time. Big beauty Kong, big kindness Lu, grab the money. Ji Tianwen put down a sentence, pulled Zhao Yicheng's small hand, and walked towards a less crowded location. A few minutes later, the outcry resumed. Ji Tianwen looked at the big screen and was equally surprised at the series of numbers behind number 99. Number 99, if I remember correctly, it seems to be Peng Sihui, Ji Tianwen muttered. The next moment, a name appeared on the big screen and was labeled with a ranking. Sure enough, Peng Sihui's name appeared at the top, with a remaining asset of $142 million, and her industry of choice is, well, agriculture. Agriculture has so much potential for growth? How is it possible to make more than $100 million when agriculture is nothing more than planting seeds, raising livestock and then fish? Outrageous. It's outrageous. I seriously suspect a bug in the calculation system. Inside the gym, skeptical voices rose. The second generation with a background, and the grassroots without a background, presented a stark contrast at this moment. In the minds of the vast majority of people, Ji Tianwen belonged to the typical defeated rich second generation, but when he was in fifth place on the list with $86 million left over, even though most people had doubts in their minds, no one openly questioned him about cheating or abusing the calculation system. However, when Pensive, who has no background, came in first place with a far superior surplus, all sorts of skeptical voices, all of them popping up, Peng Sihui lowered her head and didn't say a word, with tears rolling in her eyes. Since the summit began, she's been met with a lot of blank stares and ostracism. She didn't think about the flowers and applause and recognition she'd get in return for doing well in a competition. From the beginning, all she wanted was a minimum of respect. Suddenly, a voice fell into his ears. "Congratulations!" Pang Sihui's delicate body trembled, and the tears in her eyes fell to the ground. Although she didn't look up, she had already heard Ji Tianwen's voice, because Ji Tianwen was the only one who gave her respect and was willing to take the initiative to talk to her. Pang Sihui took a deep breath, quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, raised her head, and barely squeezed out a smile. "Thank you. You should be happy to have won first place." Ji Tianwen spoke as he took out a pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled out one, and handed it over. Pensive thanked her again, took the tissue, and pressed it twice over her eyes. Then, fold the tissue and put it in his suit pocket. People feel great comfort when they are lost, no matter if they have someone to follow them around and say something. Although Ji Tianwen didn't purposely go out of his way to say something comforting, Pang Sihui still felt warm. Chapter 55. What kind of species are you? The crowd's skepticism proved to be of little use, and the person who issued the query actually knows the odds are that it won't work. But they continued to issue queries, as if this was the only way to make their loss less lopsided. In the conference hall, the host stood on the stage and said in a neutral voice, "All participants, after the meeting, will be subjected to a detailed profiling. After reading it, you will know what each choice you made affected and why it had a positive or negative impact. Please check it out." The meeting ended and the people in attendance got up and left the banquet hall. Ji Tianwen had wanted to greet Pang Sihui and have a meal together, but the last row of corner seats had long been empty. "Ezra, let's go. Let's eat," Ji Tianwen said with a greeting. "Yeah." Zhao Yicheng cheered and hugged Ji Tianwen's arm. The surrounding people saw this and cast envious looks. That is, he envied Ji Tianwen for winning $1.5 billion, and he also envied Ji Tianwen for being accompanied by a lively, cute, and super high-value beauty girl. Take the tour bus to the resort's restaurant. Ji Tianwen had just taken his seat when he received a call from Meng Lei. "How's it going, Tian man? You guess. Don't sell yourself short. Did you win or lose?" Although the organizers will subsequently announce the rankings on Weibo, Meng Lei can't wait to find out the answer. Lei, you still don't have enough confidence in me." Ji Tianwen grumbled and revealed the answer. "I'm ranked 5th. Kong Yongqi is 62nd. And I didn't pay attention to LV Qingsong. He's ranked even lower than Kong Yongqi." When Meng Lei heard this, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, followed by ecstasy. "That means you won $1.5 billion? That's right." Ji Tianwen's tone was flat, as if winning $1.5 billion was not something particularly worth being happy about for him. Meng Lei suppressed the emotions churning within her and said in a solemn voice, "Tian man, don't continue to gamble. You can't win every time. I'm making a bet with someone, not gambling. A bet is a bet." Ji Tianwen couldn't help but say, Lei, you're a bit of a housekeeper now." On the other side of the phone, Meng Lei was stunned. Then her face blushed slightly as she avoided the topic and asked directly, "So, do you listen to what I say or not?" "Listen." Ji Tianwen gave a quick answer. "That's more like it." Meng Lei hummed lightly and asked a few more questions about the summit. At the same time, a different emotion quietly spread in the bottom of his heart. Meng Lei realized that right now, it was as if she had become a real couple with Ji Tianwen. Other than not having those intimate encounters, it's not much different than most couples. In every way, like this summit, for example, she wouldn't be able to help but think about it, and would worry if Ji Tianwen had encountered any trouble. The phone hung up. A beautifully prepared dish is brought to the table. Looking at the young girl in front of him feasting, Ji Tianwen, who was originally not very hungry, was also aroused by his appetite. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up the dish on his plate as well. During the meal, Ji Tianwen received another text message that the remittance had arrived. $500 million, apparently transferred by Ronnie Kong. This made Ji Tianwen more appetizing and he ate 3 bowls of rice in a row. After eating and drinking, the two left the restaurant. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw Lu Qingsong leading a large group of people, walking over with great vigor. However, it was not LV Qingsong who stood in the C position, but a dangling-looking youth with shawl hair and hands in his pockets. Ji Tianwen stood still and took a closer look, thinking that the youth looked familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember who he was. A moment later, the dangling youth held his head high, revealing a sneer and said, "Ji Tianwen, when you see me, you don't even say hello. Are you not putting me in your eyes?" Ji Tianwen's eyes narrowed as a sharp light flashed by. "I only greet people. What kind of species are you?" Ji Tianwen directly disliked him. The moment these words came out, all the people present all changed their faces. Lu Qingsong was first stunned, followed by joy in his eyes. "Ji Tianwen, if you dare to talk to Guo Xiao like that, Have you thought about the consequences? As LV Chingsong took the lead in opening the first cavity, the people who came with him followed suit. Open your mouth and curse. Do you know what it means to be educated? I think you're used to being wild in Pingzhou City and don't know what it means to have a high heaven and a high earth. And there are people outside of it. Ji Tian1. This is not Pingzhou City. Put your arrogance away. At that moment, the hangdog youth, raising his arm, stopped the clamor of the crowd behind him. He shook his head and sneered. Ji Tian1. The last person who dared to scold me, Gui Ziguang, was 5 years ago, and that person is still recuperating in the hospital. Gui Ziguang? Hearing this name, memories related to the other party gradually surfaced in Ji Tianwen's mind. Gui Ziguang's old man, Guo Liang, was one of the first group of coal bosses who started out by mining. After getting rich, Guo Liang changed his house and car, and also his wife. Guo Liang was 50 years old and had Guo Ziguang with his new wife. The old man has a son, naturally pampered, which also created Gui Ziguang's flamboyant and domineering character. The reason why Ji Tianwen had an impression of Gui Ziguang was because the other party had appeared on the legal program of the official media. Along with him on the show was Gui Ziguang's old man, Guo Liang. The father and son, wearing little orange vests and silver bracelets on their hands, cried out in front of the camera. But the crimes committed by the two men are ones that are hard to sympathize with. Artificially creating mining accidents to defraud insurance, opening casinos and forcing good people to become prostitutes, so that they can be called evil. And doing the math, Guo Liang and Gui Ziguang's fall from grace will be next month. Ji Tianwen retrieved his thoughts and let out a light laugh. Gui Ziguang, you're so rampant outside. Does your grandfather Guo Liang know about it? One sentence directly caused Gui Ziguang to break his defense on the spot. He hadn't been teased much growing up because of the age difference with his old man. This also became Gui Ziguang's taboo, and no one dared to mention it in front of him. Ji Tianxian explicitly said that Guo Liang was Gui Ziguang's grandfather, which was tantamount to stabbing Gui Ziguang in the heart. You're looking for death. Gui Ziguang became furious and threw up his fist, about to slam it into Ji Tianwen's face. Ji Tianwen was not afraid in the slightest, his expression not seeing any fluctuations. Dare to touch my brother Tianman? I think it's because you want to seek death. Zhao Yicheng took a stride forward, her long, slender and straight leg lifted up and kicked Gui Ziguang in the stomach. Ah! Gui Ziguang screamed out in pain, his eyes glazed over, but unbeknownst to him, he was lucky enough. Before she had met Ji Tianwen, Zhao Yicheng could not easily collect her strength when she had a full meal. During this time, deliberate adjustments have been made to correct this flaw. Otherwise, with this kick alone, not to say that it could kill Gui Ziguang's little life, at least kicking a serious injury, certainly no problem. Chapter 56, The Inverted Big Dipper. It was only until this moment that the bodyguards brought by Gui Ziguang were able to react. It couldn't be blamed on their slow reaction, mainly because no one could have imagined that the soft-looking young girl would actually be able to kick Gui Ziguang to the ground. After reacting, several bodyguards immediately stepped forward and were about to make a move on Zhao Yicheng. Wait, Gui Ziguang blocked. He rubbed his aching belly and gritted his teeth. Ji Tianwen, this little you've raised is strong enough to let me have some fun for a few days, and I can forget about what you've just offended me with. As he spoke, Gui Ziguang looked at Zhao Yicheng, and a green light erupted in his eyes, like a hungry wolf that has seen its preferred prey and bared its sharp fangs. Hearing this, Lu Qingsong's heart thumped. He specially invited Gui Ziguang here because he wanted to get rid of the $1 billion, or change it to a couple $100,000 and mean it. If Ji Tianwen gave a woman to Gui Ziguang, wouldn't he have wasted his efforts? Thinking of this, Lu Qingsong walked behind Gui Ziguang, lowered his voice and said, Brother Light, you want to play with women? I'll find you a bunch of them. You can play casually, how you want to. Gui Ziguang shook his head and interrupted. You can find this kind of superb goods? This, Lu Qingsong glanced at Zhao Yicheng. Indeed, whether in terms of temperament or appearance, those so-called celebrities were a far cry from each other. Xiaosong, don't worry, when brother has had enough fun, I'll help you with your matter, Gui Ziguang said. Lu Qingsong wanted to say something, but he, who was familiar with Gui Ziguang's temperament and endowment, did not dare to say anything more. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Gui Ziguang, what kind of great character do you think you are in my eyes? I'm not your father who could be your grandfather at that age. I'm not obligated to spoil you. As the words settled, the atmosphere became tense with swords. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone in the face, you don't call them names. Ji Tianwen mentioned Gui Ziguang's taboos one after another, and Gui Ziguang naturally couldn't endure it. Ji Tianwen, it looks like I need to teach you how to behave, Gui Ziguang said indignantly. Hit me. Immediately, several bodyguards rushed towards Ji Tianwen. Zhao Yicheng let out a cold snort and rushed forward to meet a few people. Be careful, don't hurt that chick's face, Gui Ziguang hurriedly reminded. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a bodyguard being thrown to the ground. Zhao Yicheng's pink fist smashed into the chest of the fallen bodyguard, and heard a click sound, and the place where the bodyguard was hit clearly collapsed. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yicheng, as if she had eyes behind her, threw a roundhouse kick and slammed into the side waist of the bodyguard behind her. Ah! The bodyguard screamed out, falling to the ground and actually sliding 2 meters on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Such an eye-catching beauty. But she's also a fighting expert? In just half a minute, all 6 of Gui Ziguang's bodyguards were seriously injured and lost their fighting ability. Gui Ziguang said incredulously, how is this possible? His question was also a question shared by Lu Qingsong and the others. Yes, how could a delicate-looking young girl be so powerful and hit so hard? But, the reality is this. They all underestimated this high-color girl. Ji Tianwen, how dare you? Gui Ziguang snapped. Do you believe that I will immediately cut off your G Group's supply with a single phone call? This was also one of Gui Ziguang's credentials that dared to be arrogant in front of Ji Tianwen. The G Group had a marine transportation business under its umbrella, and the energy that needed to be consumed for the cargo ships to sail was in Guo Liang's hands to control. If the energy source was really cut off, Ji's cargo ships wouldn't last long and would have to stop. You want to call to cut off Qi's shipment, do you? Call now, Ji Tianwen said in a loud voice. Gui Ziguang, if you don't dare to make the call, if you can't break G Group's goods, then you're my grandson. Gui Ziguang wanted to cut off the cooperation with the G Group, which was something Ji Tianwen really couldn't wait for. Ji Tianwen remembers that in his previous life, after Guo Liang and Gui Ziguang appeared on a legal program, all the companies that cooperated with Guo Liang were affected. Naturally, the G Group was not spared, and its reputation slipped severely. It took a lot of effort to turn the corporate image around, and if you voluntarily cut off the cooperation, you need to bear a huge amount of liquidated damages. It would be great if Gui Ziguang could get his old man to voluntarily breach the contract. Thinking of this, Ji Tianwen continued to arch his fire. Gui Ziguang, don't you want to make a phone call? Fight! Don't be a wimp. I don't believe that one word from you can still make your father cut off his cooperation with G Group. Before Gui Ziguang could speak, the crowd of fans behind him clamored. Ji Tianwen, you've taken your G clan too seriously before you step on a horse. Light brother later really call. Really, if you do not give you G Group supply, you step on the horse just waiting to be hung up by your father to beat it. You're still the first one who dares to be so arrogant in front of Brother Light. While a group of people were clamoring, some of them also encouraged Gui Ziguang to call his old man at home. Ji Tianwen's arch-fire, plus the incitement of those around him. The two combinations combined and instantly set Gui Ziguang on his feet. If you don't make this call, can't let the old man at home break the cooperation with G's Group, then his face is even completely planted. Just fight. I'm waiting for you to run to me and beg me on your knees. Gui Ziguang put down a harsh word and immediately moved away from the crowd, took out his cell phone and dialed the number to his old man. Seeing this, Jiten called his dad as well. The call was quickly answered. Ji Woyong said in a cold voice, looking for money from me? Ji Tianwen froze, then said, Dad, the bets with Kong Yongqi and Lu Qingsong, I won them all. 5 billion, and 500 million has already arrived. However, Ji Woyong didn't have the slightest bit of joy and directly scolded. You're still quite complacent, aren't you? Gambling for a long time is bound to lose. I've taught you this since you were a child. I'm warning you, if you play this kind of parley again, I'll break your legs. Dad, I promise not to gamble in the future. Ji Tianwen promised. Ji Woyong's tone, which eased up, asked, what's the matter with the call? Say it. If Guo Liang next proposes to break off cooperation with us, even if he doesn't want liquidated damages and unconditionally terminates the contract, you agree to it. Ji Tianwen said in a deep voice. Ji Woyong was puzzled. What's going on? Speak clearly. Ji Tianwen put the conflict with Gui Ziguang, briefly said once, and then said, I heard the wind. Guo Liang may want to have an accident. For insurance reasons, let's change a supplier. The extra cost, I'm out of it. Is there a difference between you paying out and me paying out? You don't care if it makes a difference or not. Just do what I say anyway. Inverted Big Dipper. You asshole kid. You're even supporting my old man? Chapter 57, Termination of Cooperation. 10 minutes later, Gui Ziguang hung up the phone and walked towards Lu Qingsong and the others. The crowd observed Gui Ziguang's expression, and seeing the look of complacency, they immediately guessed the result. With one word, Brother Light broke off the cooperation with G Group. Domineering and mighty. After all these years, as long as Brother Light goes out, I haven't seen anything that can't be done. Quang is like a beam of light, guiding us forward. Gui Ziguang couldn't help but feel a little fluttery and condescending as he listened to the boasting in his ears. Ji Tianwen, I've already told my father to cut off the cooperation with G Group immediately. If you don't believe me, just wait for your old man to call you. After he finished speaking, he revealed a smug smile, as if he had already seen Ji Tianwen being shocked, then groveling and begging him for mercy. However, Ji Tianwen not only didn't panic, but instead smiled. Lu Qingsong and the others looked at each other, all feeling puzzled. This Ji Tianwen, is he really this bold? Gui Ziguang said in annoyance. Ji Tianwen, you're stepping on the horse and think that I'm bluffing you, aren't you? You wait and see. I'll make you laugh in no time. Just by you? Ji Tianwen snorted. Not qualified enough to keep me from laughing. 5 minutes later, Ji Ten's cell phone rang. It should be your old man who called you, right? Wu Ziguang clasped his hands in front of his body and gloated. Say it in advance. Unless you kneel down for me and beg me to forgive you, don't expect me to supply your G group. Ji Ten ignored him and picked up the phone, then put it on speakerphone. Ji Wuyan's voice came out from the cell phone speaker. Wu Liang just proposed to unilaterally terminate the cooperation. I agreed. Good. Ji Tianwen answered and hung up the phone. Wu Ziguang was dumbfounded on the spot. Lu Qingsong and the others were even more confused. Who's the son and who's the father? I don't blame them for thinking so. It was really because Ji Wuyong had just, as if he was reporting to Ji Tianwen. Could it be that Ji Tianwen is really in charge of the G group? If there's nothing else, you guys can get lost. Ji Tianwen stretched his back as if he was sleepy. Wu Ziguang's face flushed red for a while, white for a while, feeling unable to get off the stage, and harboring an inner rage to the extreme. Bring in the bodyguards, all reimbursed. Now even the cooperation was broken, but that was it. There was still no way to make Ji Tianwen bow down and soften. This asshole. It's amazing that he can't get a hold of him. Ji Tianwen, you step on my ass and wait. Wu Ziguang put down a sentence and left angrily. Lu Qingsong and the others exchanged glances with each other and were also about to leave on the spot. As a result, he didn't walk out a few steps before Ji Tianwen's voice came from behind him. LV Qingsong, don't think that I'm not clear on what you're playing at, Ji Tianwen said in a cold voice. If I don't see $1 billion arrive before 12 o'clock at night, then I won't look for you to ask for it, and I'll go directly to your father to ask for the money. You. Lu Qingsong was furious on the spot. Ji Tianwen continued. You can try and pull these little tricks of reneging on your debts again, as long as you can afford the cost. Although Gui Ziguang had never mentioned that he wanted to help Lu Qingsong renege on the $1 billion since the beginning. But, if Ji Tianwen couldn't even see this little trick, then he really was missing a string in his brain. 10 o'clock at night, Ji Tianwen, who was undergoing Zhao Yicheng's devilish training, heard the doorbell ring. Ezra, go open the door and see who's here. Ji Tianwen braced himself and walked over to the sofa, directly lying down on the sofa. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, he looked as if he had just come out of the water, giving the impression that he was close to being deflated. A moment later, Zhao Yicheng's voice came from the doorway. Brother Tianwen, it's Lu Qingsong. Let him roll, Ji Tianwen said without thinking. Okay ta. Zhao Yicheng answered and turned her head to look at Lu Qingsong outside the door. Brother Tianwen said to get lost. LV Qingsong, who was carrying 2 bottles of good wine, glanced towards the door and said in a loud voice, Ji Shao, I'm here to discuss with you the matter of the $1 billion. There's nothing to discuss. I've already told you. If I don't see the money by 12 o'clock, then there's nothing left for you to do. I'll just take the contract and pipe in your father for it. Ji Shao, can you let me in and let's talk it over? Zhao Yicheng twisted her head to see that Ji Tianwen had no intention of replying. Then she looked at the smiling LV Qingsong outside the door and said contemptuously, why do you have no skin and no face? Brother Tianman has told you to get lost. You don't understand human language, do you? LV Qingsong's smile stiffened, but he didn't dare to say anything more. For one thing, he was now begging Ji Tianwen. Secondly, he had already seen the stance of the young girl in front of him. Either way, he didn't have a heart on, hesitating again and again. Lu Qingsong clenched his teeth fiercely and said in a loud voice, Ji Shao, I have very important information that I can tell you, and if you can grasp it, it can bring Ji's group to the next level. Hearing these words, Ji Tianwen, who was lying on the sofa, resting his eyes, opened his eyes in a flash. There was no way he would not dare to be interested in important information that could bring the G group to the next level. And in this situation right now, forgive LV Qingsong for not daring to tease him. Ezra, let him come in. Ji Tianwen sat up as she spoke. Lu Qingsong took a long breath in his heart, readjusted his expression, carried a bottle of wine in one hand, and entered the door. Seeing Ji Tianwen's sweaty appearance, the corners of Lu Qingsong's mouth twitched unnoticeably twice. He suddenly understood a little bit that the young girl beside Ji Tianwen had unusually powerful hands. Just look at the stance. If you're not good, you won't be able to carry the toss. However, now was not the time to think about that. LV Qingsong put the 2 bottles of wine on the coffee table and smiled fawningly. Ji Shao, I was confused before and wanted to play some unseemly tricks. I'm here to formally apologize to you. You should know very well that what I want to hear is not this nutrientless nonsense. Ji Tianwen shook his head, looking a little impatient. LV Qingsong nodded his head and said yes, then hesitated. Ji Shao, I can tell you the intelligence, but I lost that 1 billion. To you, your intelligence, if it can be worth $1 billion, I'll waive the $1 billion you owe me for whatever. Ji Tianwen said cheerfully. Lu Qingsong was not blindly optimistic, but rubbed his hands together and smiled sarcastically. Ji Shao, intelligence, this kind of thing, probably in everyone's heart. There are different prices. I think it can be worth $1 billion. You may not think it's worth it. Let me say another bad word. In case I tell you the information and you think it's worth $1 billion in your heart but say it's worthless on your lips, won't I lose a lot of money? Chapter 58, $500 million in exchange for intelligence. Ji Tianwen's smile turned playful as he sniffed. He leaned back against the back of the couch and crossed his legs, tapping his fingers lightly on the arm of the couch. Neither did he say anything, he just quietly looked at Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong felt uneasy on the spot, even as if he were on pins and needles. Not a moment too soon, Lu Qingsong couldn't hold his tongue and took the lead, breaking the silence. Ji Shao, let's just take a bite. I tell you the intelligence. You give me a debt reduction of 500 million. Of course, if you feel that the intelligence I provide is worth more than 500 million, then naturally it is better. Ji Tianwen was silent, inwardly calculating whether or not to take a gamble. The mall is like a battlefield, and the importance of something like intelligence cannot be overstated. And the point at which Ji-ten was torn was that the trajectory of the next few years was clear to him. If what LV Qingsong provided was information that he knew, it would be like throwing away $500 million for nothing. Ji Tianwen weighed his options and felt it was better to take a gamble. It's like investing, risk and return, always in direct proportion. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Fine, just do as you say, Ji Tianwen said. Lu Qingsong took a long breath, took out the supplemental agreement that had been prepared long ago, and put it on the coffee table. Ji Shao, first a small man, then a gentleman. After all, it's 500 million, not a small amount. Let's put it into practice on paper. Ji Tianwen nodded, picked up the agreement and read it over, confirming that there were no problems before signing his name. Now it's time to talk about what you call important information. Okay, Lu Qingsong promised, and after a slight pause, he opened his mouth. Ji Shao, the information I'm going to talk about has to do with Kong Yongqi. Do you know why I have to use my hot face? To stick to her cold ass? Ji Tianwen thought about it and guessed. You have an addiction to that? LV Qingsong, you're the one with the addiction. Lu Qingsong lost his mind to sell the story and turned his head to look at Zhao Yicheng, who was standing beside Ji Tianwen. Just say it straight. Ezra is someone I can trust completely, Ji Tianwen said. The corners of Zhao Yicheng's mouth rose slightly and unnoticeably when she heard this. It turns out that in Brother Tian Man's heart, she is someone who can be trusted completely. LV Qingsong lowered his voice and said, Ji Shao, in fact, Kong Yongqi isn't Kong Dongliang's real daughter. Her real identity is that of the imperial capital's Yang family. The imperial capital Yang family? Ji Tianwen questioned out loud, having never really heard of any Yang family. LV Qingsong explained. Ji Shao, you don't know. Although the imperial capital Yang family doesn't rank among the top few in the imperial capital circle, in a place like the imperial capital, to be able to put down roots and gain a foothold, there is bound to be some ability. Even if Kong Yongqi is a member of the Yang family in the imperial capital, but if the Yang family doesn't recognize her, it's all for naught. So what's the practical significance of you chasing Kong Yongqi down? Ji Tianwen said in disbelief. Of course there's a meaning, or else there's no need for me to endure insults and humiliation in front of Kong Yongqi. Lu Qingsong said. The old man of the Yang family made a will that if he could find the child he lost back then, he would give all of his personal assets to the lost child. That is, Kong Yongqi. The Yang family's old man's favorite thing is to collect all kinds of antiques. You can search the Ming Yang Museum in the imperial capital. The collections inside, all of them are the Yang family's old man's personal collections, with a total value of more than $2 billion. In addition, the Yang family's old man still has quite a lot of real estate, adding up to at least $500 million, and it is said that there is also a set of quadrangle. This I do not know if it is true or not. Ji Tianwen came to a realization. If what Lu Qingsong said was true, then Kong Yongqi was simply a walking $5 billion, and there was indeed a need to make an effort to pursue it. Kong Yongqi's birth, doesn't she know it herself? Ji Tian asked curiously. Lu Qingsong replied back, of course I don't know. Otherwise, Kong Yongqi would have gone to the imperial capital to recognize her ancestor long ago in order to get rid of my entanglements. And how do you know that? I heard it from my grandfather too, but how he knew about it, I'm not sure. Speaking of this, LV Qingsong's eyes rolled around and smiled. Ji Shao, If you have the heart to take Kong Yongqi down, I can provide you with quite a bit of useful information, including Kong Yongqi's hobbies, personality, astrological sign, blood type, and so on. I know them all perfectly. Not interested, Ji Tianwen balked. I'll give you half a day's grace. I want to see $500 million arrive before 12 noon tomorrow. Lu Qingsong did not die and lobbied hard. However, Ji Tianwen's attitude was resolute and completely unmoved. There was no choice but for Lu Qingsong to leave. As a matter of fact, Ji Tianwen did have no intention of pursuing Kong Yongqi in order to obtain the inheritance of the young family's old man. It's not that I think the money is small, but I think that's unethical. As for spending $500 million in exchange for a story about Kong Yongqi's unknown life, although he felt that it was not worth it, he only felt that it was not worth it. Wait for Lu Qingsong to leave. Zhao Yicheng jumped to Ji Tianwen's front and said excitedly, Brother Tianwen, let's continue. Ezra, are you the devil? Ji Tianwen instantly felt unlovable. Brother Tianman, today's training program hasn't been completed yet. You know, I don't want to fight with you, Zhao Yicheng said in a serious manner. Ji Tian sighed and helped the sofa to its feet. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Ji Tianwen's eyes lit up and he immediately collapsed backward. Go Yu paralyzed on the sofa. Iboshi, go see who's here. Zhao Yicheng furrowed her delicate brows and inwardly decided that if the person outside the door was still Lu Qingsong, she would directly kick the other person away. The door opened, and when Zhao Yicheng saw the person outside the door, she turned her head and shouted, Brother Tianwen, it's Kong Yongqi, let her in, Ji Tianwen said. Zhao Yicheng stepped back and let Kong Yongqi inside the door. Ji Tianwen looked at Kong Yongqi who walked in, a flash of amazement crossing his eyes. She wore a gray camisole tank top, the waistline of her stomach flowing in the light, and underneath, a pair of loose, wide-legged pants with a pair of sneakers on her feet. Walking around gives you an energized feeling. Furthermore, judging from the stray hairs that stained the side of her face, and the sweat on her forehead, it was clear that she had just been exercising. Big Beauty Kong, looking for me for something? Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. Kong Yongqi said expressionlessly, Ji Tianwen, I want to fight you. Ji Tianwen was stunned, obviously not expecting the other party to make such a request. Want to fight? Zhao Yicheng raised her eyebrows and said contemptuously, You can, I'll fight with you. Kong Yongqi looked at Zhao Yicheng and shook her head. I heard about it. You beat all 6 of Gui Ziguang's bodyguards to serious injuries. I admit that I'm not your opponent. After saying that, his gaze went to Ji Tianwen on the sofa and provoked. Dare to fight with me? Chapter 59. I'm not done with you. Don't dare, Ji Tianwen said without thinking. Why don't you dare? You're too good. I can't beat you. Your bull asterisk ting me. Kong Yongqi was exasperated. You haven't even fought me. How do you know you can't beat me? Ji Tianwen said with a lack of interest. Even if I can fight, why should I fight you? If I win, I won't show my face, and if I lose, I'll be humiliated, so I'll be at a disadvantage either way. By Wing Yi Kong, how do you expect me to argue with that when it makes so much sense? Was annoyed to say, but heard Ji Tian asked a turn of phrase. Unless what? Ricky Kong asked immediately. Ji Tianwen grinned. Unless, you bet me another 100 million. You, Kong Yongqi flared up. You're dreaming. At present, she is already in both internal and external debt. With her debts, she couldn't get that much money, even if she wanted to. Ji Tianwen shrugged his shoulders and said with both hands, Kong dame, that can't be helped. If you really have no place to use your strength, go hit the sandbags. I want to beat you like a sandbag. Very good idea. Go back, take a shower, lie in bed and keep thinking. Ji Tianwen. Kong Yongqi glared angrily. If you don't fight me, I'll. What about you? Ji Tian asked curiously. I won't leave. Kong Yongqi sat on her but on the sofa, her arm pressed against Ji Tianwen's arm, and said in a roguish tone, Tomorrow, as soon as I go out from your house, rumors will surely be flying all over the place, and at that time, as long as I don't open my mouth, you won't be able to think of clarifying. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Kong dame, are you sure you want to play like this? Afraid? Kong Yongqi snorted coldly. If you're afraid, then you can fight me and I'll leave afterward. Ji Tianwen ignored her and faintly commanded, Yicheng, tie up the Kong beauty and send her to my bed. Okay da. Zhao Yicheng agreed and was immediately about to make a move. Kong Yongqi was startled. Like a frightened hare, she jumped up from the sofa and alertly said, Ji Tianwen, you dare to kidnap me? Ji Tianwen said with a light laugh. You just said it yourself. You're getting out of my place in the morning. The outside world must think I've had something going on with you, and since dirty water is inevitable, why don't I just enjoy it so I don't get it thrown at me for nothing? You. Kong Yongqi was so angry that her eyes went black and she gritted her teeth. You're shameless. I'm shameless? Kong big beautiful girl. Obviously you are the one who played the scoundrel first, right? But you can't, either. Ji Tianwen waved his hand, impatiently interrupting, while I'm still in a good mood. You'd better hurry up and leave, or else you won't be able to leave even if you want to later. Kang Yongqi's lungs simply exploded with anger. Breathing became ragged, and the two masses of softness in front of his body undulated significantly, giving a strong sense of visual impact. Ji Tianwen took a sip of tea and said, I Ching, it seems that Kong Dane wants to stay overnight. Don't be polite with her. Just do it. Don't. I'm leaving, Kang Yongqi said with a look of indignation. Ji Tianwen, just wait. I'm not done with you. After that, he left in a huff. Ji Tianwen held his hands on his knees and got up with difficulty. Yawning, he said, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I Ching, you also rest early. Brother Tian Man, you seem to have forgotten something. What is it? The training program? It's not finished. The next 3 days were basically half spent in meetings. The other half of the time is spent visiting advanced companies. At the conference, many people came up with their own business proposals, hoping to be favored by one of the bigwigs for investment and support. And as it turns out, there are indeed quite a few lucky ones who have been praised and funded by the big boys. This is certainly a shot in the arm for grassroots entrepreneurs to start preparing their business proposals more attentively. This is the case with Pang Zy. Over the past 2 days, she changed and reworked her business proposal, practically mulling over sentence after sentence, putting all her energy into it. Finally, it was her moment on stage. Next, please invite the young entrepreneur from Far Mountain Town, Ms. Peng Sihui, to come up and explain her business proposal, the host said perfunctorily. It's not just the tone of voice that makes it perfunctory. According to the process, it was time to introduce Peng Sihui's personal achievements, what honorary awards she had won, and so on. But none of that, just a line to get her on stage. Peng Sihui took a deep breath, took the business proposal, stood up from the corner of the last row, and walked towards the high platform in front. Step by step, the host was clearly impatient. Please hurry up, Ms. Peng, it's almost time to start the meal. Upon hearing this, the entire room burst out in laughter. Peng Sihui hurriedly accelerated her pace and almost jogged onto the stage. Hi everyone, I'm pensive, and my business proposal is, perhaps it was due to nervousness, Peng Sihui's voice sounded a little tremulous. The people on the stage, on the other hand, were all talking to each other. No one was listening to her seriously. A few minutes later, people were already leaving the table on their own, like a river breaking its banks. Group after group kept getting up and leaving. In just under 2 minutes, more than half of them were gone. Peng Sihui completely messed up her rhythm, and her heart was cold. At this moment, it was as if all her seriousness and effort seemed like a joke. Soon the conference hall became cold. Peng Sihui lowered her head, and teardrops, like rain, dripped onto the business proposal. Suddenly she missed the fields immensely, where there was freedom, where there were no cold stares or jeers. It's the sweat that flows, not the tears. Just as she was getting discouraged and planning to close the folder. Keep talking, I'm interested in your business proposal. Hearing this familiar voice, Peng Sihui raised her head in a Hugh manner. Her eyes had surprise, aggression, as well as a touch of unusual luster, which looked very complicated. As a teenager, Peng Sihui also loved to read stories about love. She had fantasized about it while sitting in the field resting. One day the prince, riding on a white horse, reached out to her sitting on the land, pulled her onto the horse, and took her in his arms. From then on, all afflictions would no longer concern her. However, every now and then, she would smile to herself, then shoulder her hoe and continue her labor. Stories that are too good to be true often don't feel real enough. Though her heart yearned for it, she didn't believe it, and she didn't dare to believe it. However, the only figure sitting in a seat on the empty stage, she was, suddenly, somewhat willing to believe. Okay, I'll continue. With tears in her eyes, Peng Sihui spread a smile, then began to talk about her business proposal. She played superbly in front of her only audience. Chapter 60, Interested? Wait until Pensieve's explanation is over. Ji Tianwen rose to her feet and applauded. He was smiling, and undisguised appreciation could be seen in his eyes. Snap, pop, pop. One person's applause doesn't liven up a cold conference hall. However, it was enough to warm Peng Sihui's cold heart. Closing the folder, she walked off the stage and came to Ji Tianwen, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip as she gratefully said, Mr. Ji, thank you. We've known each other for a few days now, and the most you've said to me is thank you. Ji Tianwen smiled and pointed to the seat next to him, signaling, sit. Pensive nodded and obediently sat down. Ms. Peng, did you think that I was intentionally trying to comfort you when I said I was interested in your business proposal? Isn't it? Isn't it? Of course not, Ji Tianwen said with a straight face. In my opinion, your idea is indeed very good. That is, you can make money and drive the economy of a party. It is a good thing to do. After a pause, and then said, I probably calculate. To realize your grand blueprint, the total investment almost have to spend 200 million. To the official give all kinds of subsidies and tax exemptions plus a period of investment. There is 30 million will be enough. Pang Sihui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Mr. G, you don't want to invest, do you? That's right. Ji Tianwen nodded. If you're willing, we can work together a handful of times. Of course I'm willing, Pang Sihui said without thinking. She didn't doubt that Ji Tianwen could take such a huge amount of money as $30 million. In the past 2 days, the rumor that Ji Tianwen had won $5 billion against Kong Yongqi and Lu Qingsong was spreading. She was a little transparent, but she had heard about it. Ji Tianwen had won $5 billion. Investing $30 million was naturally more than enough. But the problem is, happiness comes too suddenly, doesn't it? Pang Sihui raised her eyes and quietly glanced at Ji Tianwen, then quickly moved her eyes away. There were some things she didn't want to think about, but she didn't dare to think about them. She is a grassroots from a small place, and he is the young master of a group with tens of billions of assets. The difference between the two is like Cinderella and Prince Charming. In the story of the call, Cinderella and Prince Charming get to be together, but a story is a story. Shaking her head and throwing away the unrealistic fantasies in her mind, Pang Sihui said with a straight face, Mr. G, if you're really willing to invest, I can personally sign an agreement with you. If my business proposal, in the end, does not turn a profit, then your investment is considered a loan from me, and I will pay you back. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Ji Tianwen would change his mind, he began to explain in detail, from food, fruit and vegetable cultivation, to livestock rearing, to fisheries and aquaculture. Ji Tianwen listened patiently and didn't interrupt the other party. He could probably guess that the other party was trying to convince him through these explanations that she was capable of taking the blueprints depicted and turning them into reality step by step. 10 minutes in one breath. Pensive felt her mouth go dry. At that exact moment, Ji Tianwen unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it over. Smiling, Ms. Pang, have some water. Thanks. Pang Sihui thanked her and took 2 tiny sips to moisten her throat. Ji Tianwen continued, Ms. Pang, I believe that you have the ability to put my investment to good use. When the summit is over, you go to Pingzhou City to find me at the G Group, or come back to Pingzhou City with me and we'll formally sign the contract. Well, good. Pang Sihui nodded heavily, her excitement overflowing. Ji Tianwen also stopped talking nonsense and exchanged contact information with Pang Sihui, then asked, Ms. Pang, want to go to dinner together? Down. Next time. Pang Sihui shook her head and politely refused. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she felt that for her first meal, she should be the one to treat. But the consumption of the resort, the genus is not low. The money she brought on her body, not necessarily can afford it. In addition, she was worried that if she appeared by Ji Tianwen's side, she would bring him trouble. From time to time, she heard people talking about it, calling her earthy. If he ate with Ji Tianwen, it was certain that Ji Tianwen would lose face with him. Well then, Ms. Pang, I'll go ahead and can you not call me Ms. Pen? It sounds weird. Then what do you want me to call you? Ji Tianwen was puzzled. I remember the first time we met, I addressed you as Mr. Pang, and you said you weren't any kind of Mr. Peng. Pang Sihui's cheeks blushed slightly as she whispered, Just call me Sihui. No problem. Ji Tianwen agreed with his mouth full and smiled. Sihui, then let's talk next time. Out the ballroom door, Ji Tianwen saw, at a glance, his beautiful bodyguard, squatting on the side of the road, holding a branch in her hand, drawing circles on the lawn. He deliberately lowered his footsteps and approached quietly. When he got closer, he heard the young girl muttering something. Abominable. Brother Tianman is just too damnable. I can't believe you didn't come out for so long. You must have forgotten about me. So hungry. Brother Tianman, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't come out within 5 minutes, don't blame me for doubling your training program. Ji Tianwen forced himself not to laugh out loud, tensed his expression and coughed dryly twice. Ahem. Zhao Yicheng's petite body shook as she dropped the branch in her hand, stood up, turned around, and said in surprise, Brother Tianwen, you finally come out. Ji Tianwen said expressionlessly, Yicheng, I just heard you talking to yourself as if you were saying that you think I give you too much food every day and want me to cut your meals in half. No, Zhao Yicheng said anxiously, Brother Tianwen, you must have heard wrong. There is absolutely no such fat 4. Fat 4? It's still fat 5. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy and said, Forget it, I won't tease you, Iboshi, I was just delayed in there with a business deal. Actually, you don't have to wait for me deliberately. If you're hungry, you can go eat first and just wait for me in the restaurant. No way, Zhao Yicheng said with a serious expression. Brother Tianwen, I'm your bodyguard. I have to make sure that when you're in danger, I'll come to your side as fast as I can, in the shortest amount of time, to protect you. Ji Tianwen felt relieved and at the same time, stunned. Who taught you all this? I looked up the bodyguard behavior manual on the internet myself. Zhao Yicheng raised her head, her expression as if to say, quickly praise me, quickly praise me. Ji Tianwen raised his hand, rubbed the young girl's head, and couldn't help but say, Echidna, it's very good, just for the fact that you love your job so much, lunch will be waived. Ha! The young girl's jaw dropped as she said, Brother Tianman, since I've done a good job, how come you're still not giving me food instead? Chapter 61, Performance Accident. Time for 2 more days. The Young Entrepreneurs Summit. To its conclusion. What surprised Ji Tianwen was that Xiao Zimo actually appeared on the program list for the closing ceremony performance. Although the exact reason is not clear, it is certain that there is bound to be Kong Yongqi behind the scenes. Otherwise, with Xiao Zimo's fame, even if he didn't want to pay for the performance, it would simply be impossible for him to perform on stage. As expected, after Xiao Zimo went on stage, she was wearing a performance outfit that had the Laguf Kong Group printed on it. The various jewelry worn on the body also all came from Kang's group. It's kind of an advertisement. Nothing new. However, listening to the whispers around him, Ji Tianwen was still upset in his heart. It's kind of fun. The singing is okay and the dancing is good. There are even more interesting ones. Xia Shuyun knows, right? The daughter of the Xia group in Pingzhou City, Ji Tianwen's ex-girlfriend, was the one who proposed to this singer on stage, and Ji Tianwen broke up in anger and announced that she was divesting from the Xia group. I thought we were rehearsing a play? You believe such bull asterisk 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 asterisk? You need a wedding dress to rehearse a play? Then, according to this, that Xiao Zimo on stage, greened Ji Tianwen? It was at this moment that a youth stooped down and quickly moved forward on the walkway. When he reached Ji Tianwen's side, the youth stopped and slipped a button-sized remote control into Ji Tianwen's hand, lowering his voice, Young Ji, this is a gift from our young master for you. Ji Tianwen was about to ask who the young master the other party was talking about was, but the other party had already bent over and quickly left. Glancing at the remote control in his hand, Ji Tianwen had a foggy brain. This thing, it's not a remote control for a bomb, is it? Explode at the touch of a button? Ji Tianwen quickly dismissed this possibility. Cameras were everywhere here. Even if they were going to plant evidence, it wouldn't be so blatant. Hesitating for a moment, Ji Tianwen tried to press the button. Next moment, Xiao Zimo, who was singing and dancing rap on the stage, suddenly screamed out and collapsed on the stage. He kept convulsing, his voice traveling through the headset and all over the scene. Ji Tianwen glanced down at the remote control in his hand, and then at Xiao Zimo on the stage, whose expression was pained and twitching as if she had been electrocuted, and he couldn't help but think of the song with no lyrics performed by the music mage a few years later. At this moment, many people on the stage stood up. What's the situation? Sheepishly insane, aren't you? The sound is too harsh. Hurry up and turn off the stereo. After a few moments, the stereo turns off. The staff rushed the stage. Ji Tianwen pressed the button of the remote control in his hand once again, so as not to implicate the innocent. Then, he turned his head to look at Kong Yongqi, who was sitting in the same row. It was found that Kong Yongqi had a gloomy face and seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Zimo's performance. And it is true. Yesterday, Xiao Zimo pleaded again and again and used flowery language, saying that he would be able to perform and be able to increase the influence of Kang's group. Only then did Kong Yongqi agree and negotiate with the organizers to get Xiao Zimo a chance to go on stage. But what I didn't expect was for Xiao Zimo to come up with such a show. The impact is there, but it's certainly not a positive one, but a negative one. This can be judged by the comments of the people around them. I see that singer, with the logo of Kang's group on his clothes. He must be someone Kang's group is looking for. What kind of person is this Kong group looking for? No fame and a performance accident. Damn, my ears are still buzzing now. Kang's group is really ing blind. Get such a sick singer up here. Soon, Xiao Zimo was carried off the stage. The show continued, but the audience clearly had little interest in watching the performance. If it wasn't for the face of the organizers, plus the fact that the show was live-streamed all over the internet, there must have been quite a few people who had already left their seats. Xia's group, Xia Shuyun, who was sitting in his office, watching the live broadcast on his tablet. At this moment, with a tightly locked brow, his expression was indescribably ugly. After thinking about it, she still decided to call Xiao Zimo and ask what had happened. What she didn't realize, however, was that if it were before, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. Not to mention calling, I'm afraid I'd be tempted to buy a plane ticket and fly straight there. And the reason for this was actually because last time, Xiao Zimo asked her to go to the hospital for a physical examination, though at times, Xiao Zimo had also done remedies. Quite a few small gifts were given, as well as a lot of kind words. However, whenever she thought about it, Xia Shuyun would still feel a blockage in her heart. The phone called twice and finally connected. In the receiver, Xiao Zimo's weak voice came out. Shuyun, brother Zimmer, what's going on with you on stage? Xia Shuyun said with concern. Xiao Zimo returned. I'm not sure what's going on. It seems like he stepped on a power line and was electrocuted. So you're okay? It's nothing serious, just a bit of wood in my legs. I haven't regained full consciousness yet. I'll be fine after resting for a while. That's good. A little small talk. Xiao Zimo inquired. Shuyun, have you contacted GT on one? Xia Shunyun frowned and said back. Didn't I already tell you? I can't contact him. He pulled the plug on my phone and WeChat. And even Weibo. Can't contact can't GT on one this time 1.15 billion. Not to say all. Even think of a way to muddle to the hand of 1/3. That's 500 million Brother Zimmer, I've made it clear enough that I can't reach him at all. Tell you what, I'll think of something else, and you can relax. Xia Shunyun became even more dissatisfied. Could it be that every time we call, we don't have anything else to talk about besides GT on one? Xiao Zimo heard the dissatisfaction in Xia Shuyun's tone and hurriedly used flowery words in a burst of appeasement. Wait for Xia Shunyun's emotions to stabilize before continuing to draw a big pie. Only, what Xiao Zimo didn't realize was, this set of his, if he hadn't persuaded Xia Shuyun to go to the hospital for a medical checkup last time, it might have worked. But now, it would only make Xia Shuyun feel revolted. I still have things to do. Hang up first. Xia Shunyun put down a sentence and directly hung up the phone. She frowned tightly, questions bubbling up inside her. Her brother Zimmer, how did he become like this? Can't we live without GT on one? Just then, the office door was pushed open. A few well-built men in security uniforms walked in. Xia Shunyun said angrily, not even knocking on the door. Do you know any manners? Also, who let you in? Miss, it's the chairman who ordered us to take you to the hospital. So don't make it difficult for us. The leading security guard explained the situation and then waved a hand. Immediately, two security guards, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed Xia Shuyun's arm. Chapter 62, A Good Man Comes to the Door. Vacation Lodge. The Young Entrepreneurs Summit officially ended with the closing ceremony. The crowd retreated in an orderly fashion, and those who saw GT Onwon during this time all cast envious gazes. To say that the biggest winner of this summit would be GT Onwon. Yes, I came here and won $1.5 billion. So I didn't come here for nothing. Why did I hear that LV Chingsong didn't know what method he used to get GT Onwon to waive half of the money for him, and ended up giving only $500 million? 500 million is fine, plus Kong Yongchi's 500 million. That's 100 million in hand too. How come we can't get anything this good? After lamenting for a few moments, some people couldn't hold back and ran towards GT Onwon. Exchanging pleasantries with him, GT Onwon casually dealt with the situation, exited the gate, and returned directly to his residence. Looking at the remote control in his hand, he was naturally curious as to who had arranged it to make a fool out of Xiao Zimo. However, in the case of businessmen as a group, it is almost non-existent for someone to do a good deed without leaving their name. He didn't need to deliberately inquire, just wait for the good guys to come to his door. As luck would have it, 20 minutes later, someone came to the door. The visitor was a young man who appeared to be around 20 years old, not tall, with a rounded physique and a pothead. Fan Xingye? GT Onwon said in surprise. Fan Xingye was the third son of Fan Yu, the owner of Fan Group, and although the two were not familiar with each other, they had naturally met quite a few times since they were in the same city of Pingzhou. Fan's Group mainly operates in the clothing industry, including children's clothing, fashion, labor insurance clothing and so on, all involved. Van Changyi was not actually originally named Van Changyi. The reason for the name change was that Fan Yu's eldest and second sons, all of whom were not interested in inheriting the family business, started their own businesses and went on to do other business. Fan Yuxing was afraid that his third son would follow the example of his elder brother and second brother, so he renamed his third son Fan Xingye, meaning that his son would follow in his father's footsteps. Brother Tian Man, I brought 2 bottles of wine and a few dishes. Let's drink some. Fan Xingye's face was full of smiles as he lifted up the things in his hands. Ji Tianwen yielded toward the back and waited for Fan Xingye to enter, and asked directly, the remote control, did you have someone give it to me? Brother Tian Man is really a quick thinker. He guessed it at the drop of a hat. Fan Xingye delivered a smack on the ass and nodded his head in acknowledgement. I was the one who had someone give it to you. All the costumes for the performances at this summit are sponsored by my family. Last night I got the news that Kang's Group was planning to have that third-rate singer who had a problem with you perform at the closing ceremony show, so they specially customized an outfit just for him. Ji Tianwen nodded his head understandingly and returned. Young Fan, you really have a heart. What should be done? What should be done? Fan Qingye heatedly laughed. Brother Tianwen, don't call me Fan Xiao, call me Changye, or Xiaoye will do. Ji Tianwen nodded and gestured for Fan Qingye to sit on the other side of the coffee table. Yi Cheng, go back to your room and rest for a while, Ji Tianwen said at Zhao Yicheng. He gave the American girl bodyguard a stockpile of snacks. It wouldn't be a big deal to take her out to dinner later. A few drinks down, Fan Qingye said in an emotional tone. Brother Tianwen, after this summit, I've had my eyes open to the fact that you're the real deep concealer. It's not as exaggerated as you say, it's just being bold and lucky, Ji Tianwen said modestly. Fan Qingye shook his head and didn't agree. That son of a Chai Wen Mao said the same thing, but he's purely talking nonsense. Loss he also good sense. Every day in front of us, cattle like what? But busy work for so many years, but also earned a 7-8 million. But what about you, brother Tian Man? After attending a young entrepreneurs summit, he made $1 billion. Compared to you, he's not even a Kuan Mao. Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation, but the horse's ass still sounded comfortable. Fan Qingye continued. Brother Tianwen, you don't quite understand the situation on Chai Wen Mao's side. Let me put it to you this way. Every time you get together, you make it ing like a boat sail, and you can't move without shouting a couple of slogans, and then you cough up, and then you put down the rich kids from other families. I didn't want to go, but my dad had to force me to go, saying that it would be good to get in touch with more people who know how to get ahead, but it's really just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Tianwen said casually, a person a living, no ability to go hard to start a business. It would be better to lie down honestly. The money saved up to start a business to eat interest. As usual, live in style. Pa! Fan Qingye slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. Brother Tianwen, you're so right. That's what I think. When you have money, you should do what you like to do. Speaking of this, Fan Qingye sighed, finished the rest of the wine in his cup, and cursed, my big brother and my second brother. None of them are good. They both ran off with all their feet, leaving me alone to be left behind to be hobbled by my father. I'm really fed up with it. Ji Tianwen couldn't help but tsk at his words. The children of other families are scrambling, even breaking their heads, to be corporate heirs. But when it comes to Van's group, it's the other way around. The three sons, froze who is not willing to follow, as if the heir position is a hot potato. Take your time and simmer down. When your father retires and hands over the power to you, you'll be free too. Ji Tianwen casually comforted. Fan Qingye poured wine into Ji Tianwen's glass, then filled his own glass as well and said with a straight face, Brother Tianwen, I can't just wait. I need to save myself. Self-help? Ji Tian asked uncertainly. That's right. Fan Qingye nodded heavily and said with a serious expression, Brother Tianwen, I came to find you today because I thought that if there were any good investment projects in the future, you could think of me. When I've saved enough money and achieved wealth freedom to do what I want to do, I'm not going to work for the company anymore either. So I'll leave my dad to his own devices. You should also know that my father changed my name to Fan Qingye, and sooner or later I'll change it back myself. It could be heard that Fan Qingye did have a great deal of resentment towards Fan Yu. However, Ji Tianwen didn't intend to get involved in the other party's family affairs. Curious, he asked, what was your original name? Fan Tong. Seeing that Ji Tianwen's expression was not right, Fan Qingye explained, the unification of unification. It doesn't matter which unification, but it sounds like a rice bucket. The corners of Ji Tianwen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, I'll let you know if there's a good program to make money in the future. Brother Tian Man, thank you so much. Fan Qingye smiled broadly. If there's anything else you need to use me for in the future, just feel free to order me as well. The moment the word command came out, it was obvious that Ji Tianwen was put in a very high position. When he finished, he raised his glass up. Ji Tianwen also raised his glass and clinked it with Fan Qingye. Chapter 63, Don't judge a hero by his success or failure. The next day, Ji Tianwen led Zhao Yicheng and arrived at the airport. The same as to return to Pingzhou City, during which naturally inevitably with other rich second-generation face-to-face. Seeing Ji Tianwen, the smile on Chai Wenmao's face instantly disappeared and he said with a cold face, Ji Tianwen, don't think that you're complacent after winning a little bit of money. You're merely lucky. Ji Tianwen frowned and was about to dislike him on the spot, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, Fan Qingye immediately jumped out and cursed. Chai Wenmo, how did you have the face to say that? I remember you saying more than once that luck is part of strength. How come luck doesn't count as strength when it comes to my brother Tianwen? When Chai Wenmao heard this, his face couldn't help but become even more ugly. Brother Tianwen? Fan Qingye, are you trying to be a traitor? ***** the traitor. Fan Qingye once again cursed. You are a typical person who can't eat grapes and says grapes are sour. If you are really capable, why would you have to work for so many years to earn a few $1,000,000? Chai Wen-mao was furious on the spot. If he were to do so in the past, he would have said, even if you just make a few $1,000,000, it's still better than not making a single cent and only knowing how to spend your family's money. But now, it was something that could no longer be said. Compare that to Ji Tianwen attending a summit and winning $1 billion. His millions are like rotting grass and fluorescent light. How can they compete with the moon? The eyes of his group of loyal fans, who were looking at Ji Tianwen, were also extraordinarily complicated. Some of them, even, have gone over to initiate a gesture of goodwill. On the battlefield, a gunshot is truth. And at the mall, cash is king. Whoever has more money in their pockets has a stronger back. Even if they no longer look down on Ji Tianwen, no matter how much they felt that Ji Tianwen relied on nothing but luck. However, the reality was that Ji Tianwen had earned the wealth that they could only earn in years, if not decades. In just a few short days, Chai Wen-mao, specializes in leading people to jump into the pit. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, I've been hearing people chanting this, Chai Wen-mao, in my ears for the past few days. Learn something good in the future. Everyone is quite difficult. Don't always lead people to jump into the pit. Ji Tianwen, you are not qualified to lecture in front of me. Chai Wen-mao snorted coldly. Who doesn't eat a meal of dumplings on New Year's Eve? Wealth earned by luck will surely be defeated by strength. What you're eating may be dumplings, but I'm eating a full banquet. Ji Tianwen smiled in response and said, $1 billion, even if I deposit it in the bank, half a year's interest is more than what you'd earn if you were busy for several years. Chai Wen-mao, angry eyes black, but this is still unable to refute the fact, can only harden his head, put down a sentence, not to a moment of success or failure of the hero. And then, gray. Ji Tianwen reached out and wrapped his hand around the fragrant shoulders of the young girl beside him and laughed. I Cheng, when we return to Pingzhou City, we'll say what we want to eat directly, so that you can eat enough. Brother Tian Man is the best. Zhao Yicheng revealed a sweet smile, her eyes curving into a crescent moon shape. Fan Qingye laughed out loud and said, Brother Tianwen, what a relief. Look at the way Chai Wen-mao was just now. It's really like a mouse seeing a cat. 2.5 hours later, Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng returned to the G group. Early on the airplane, Ji Tianwen had someone arrange a large meal and put it in the office. Ezra, take your time to eat. I'm going to make a trip to find my dad, Ji Tianwen said. Zhao Yicheng obediently nodded her head and said, okay ta. After that, he sat down on the couch and, like a hungry wolf, feasted on the food that was spread out on the coffee table. Ji Tianwen exited the office and went to the front of the chairman's office. After knocking on the door, he heard an echo and pushed his way in. Only Ji Weiyang was seen sitting in his office chair, looking at the documents at hand. Bai Jiyu, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa with a smile that looked relieved. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Ji Tianwen raised his hand in greeting. Son, good job. Bai Jiyu got up, pulled Ji Tianwen to the sofa and sat down, holding his hand with one hand and pressing the back of his hand with the other, and said cheerfully, this time, you've kind of given your father and I a facelift, and that 5th place result is already quite good. Ji Weiyang, on the other hand, snorted coldly and asked, this time, when you attended the summit, you didn't do anything other than bring back $1 billion? Dry. Ji Tianwen replied back, Peng Sihui, who ranked first in the competition, I intend to cooperate with her for a while. This is the business plan she wrote. You can go through it first. After saying that, he got up and walked over to his desk, taking the folder in his hand and placing it on the desktop. Ji Weiyang's face eased slightly as he flipped through the business plan on the desktop. Ji Tianwen sat back down on the sofa and recounted to his mom about the interesting events of attending the summit. Bai Jiyu listened patiently, and when she was done, she said with a serious expression, in the future, try to do as little as possible of such things as betting with people. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Weiyang interjected, it's not about doing less, it's about simply not doing it. Yes. Ji Tianwen nodded his head repeatedly in agreement, his attitude appearing more or less perfunctory. Bai Jiyu cautioned a few more times, then asked, you and Meng Lei, how's it going? Not bad, Ji Tianwen casually replied. Bai Jiyu obviously wasn't satisfied with this kind of talk, furrowed her brows and said unhappily, what do you mean it's still okay? Don't say such ambiguous words. Can we get married? There's no rush to get married. After a while, you can get married without rushing, but you have to hurry about having kids. When I was your age, you could walk on the ground. Ji Tianwen was speechless. The mother is skipping the stage of urging marriage, directly began to urge the birth of Bai Jiyu continued, if you think Meng Lei is quite good, treat them well. Right now is your chance to perform. Hurry up and take action. What performance opportunities? Ji Tianwen was confused and failed to understand what his mom meant. Bai Jiyu asked. Meng Lei was hospitalized. You didn't know? I don't know. She didn't tell me. Ji Tianwen replied truthfully. Then now that you know, hurry up and buy something to go see. Bai Jiyu passed on her experience. This person, when they are sick, their psyche is the most fragile. If you go over to shush them at this time, it's more useful than eating 10 meals and watching 10 movies in normal times. Okay, I'll go over there now. Ji Tianwen agreed with his mouth full, avoiding his mom's incessant rambling. After leaving the office, Ji Tianwen had wanted to greet Zhao Yicheng and go to the hospital together, but seeing that the young girl was eating happily, she didn't spoil the others' fun and decided to go to the hospital herself. As a result, the vehicle was stopped just as it pulled out of the underground parking lot. After the driver saw who it was, he turned his head and said, Mr. Ji, it's Xia Jianda. Do we need to get rid of him? No need. Ji Tianwen returned, unable to help but somewhat admire Xia Jianda's perseverance. Chapter 64, Bodyguards Blocking the Door. Ji Tianwen had thought that Xia Jianda, who had run into walls one after another, should have already died, but now it seems that it is still a thief's heart. However, if you think about it, it's really not that hard to understand. Xia's group that a bunch of sunset industry, but all a bit of business vision, all know that investing money is equal to playing water. Banks do not give loans, enterprises cannot pull investment, typical to bankruptcy rhythm. In this situation, the only thing Xia Jianda could count on was definitely him, the wrongdoer. Opening the car door, Ji Tianwen got out of the car. Xia Jianda immediately greeted him and said with a big smile, Tian man, congratulations. Congratulations? Ji Tianwen looked puzzled. Xia Jianda busily said, I've heard all about it. Tianwen, not only did you shine at the Young Entrepreneurs Summit this time, but you also won $1 billion. It's really a new generation. It's alright, not a big deal. Ji Tianwen said lightly. Xia Jianda stunned, and then once again revealed a fawning smile. Said, there is a saying that how big the heart is, how far the road is. Tianwen, you are not arrogant and not impatient. In the future we'll certainly be able to Ji's group bigger and stronger. I borrow your advice. Dare not. Mr. Xia is so idle, always hanging around outside the Ji group. It seems like the Xia group is really getting better. Xia Jianda's eyes lit up. He was worried that he couldn't find a suitable entry point to bring the topic to Xia group. He didn't expect Ji Tianwen to bring the topic over by himself. Tianwen, truth be told, Xia's group is not only not getting better, it's already desperate. Xia Jianda sighed and said with a sad face, I am now I don't even dare to enter the office. As soon as I walked through the office door, I felt irritable inside. Open a window to get some air, but every time I do, I feel the urge to jump down. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and said, it's good to jump. People inherently have a death. Jumping, it's also considered to be straight to the end of the line. Less decades of detours. By Kendra Xia. Here. Is this ing human? If placed 2 months ago, Xia Jianda would have to be on fire on the spot. However, at this moment, Xia Jianda dared to be angry. The heart knows that the emotional card is no longer useful. Xia Jianda took out a few sheets of A4 paper from his bag and handed it over, offering a treasure, saying, Tian man, take a look at this. Ji Tianwen took it and unfolded it, realizing that it was a medical report. In the name column, it was clearly written as Xia Shuyun's name. Ji Tianwen's heart rejoiced. Could it be that Xia Shuyun was terminally ill? However, the conclusion of each page is very healthy. This filled him with disappointment and at the same time, he wondered, Mr. Xia, what do you mean by showing me this? Seeing that Ji Tianwen didn't find the point, Xia Jianda had to remind him, Tianwen, look at the second one. Ji Tianwen flipped to the second sheet and realized that on the second sheet, there was a paragraph circled by a red pen. Roughly speaking, Xia Shuyun is still a perfect wall. Xia Jianda spoke at the right time. Shuyun said that the reason you're angry is because you think she has some kind of intimate relationship with that third-rate singer. But the truth is, she's always kept to herself. To take the edge off you and to prove her own innocence, she went to the hospital for a physical. Ji Tianwen returned the medical report and said expressionlessly, my current girlfriend is Meng Lei. Xia Jianda's smile faltered, then kept it and said, Tian man, Shuyun is infatuated with you, besides which successful man, is a butt of a fair debt. If you still have old love for Shuyun, Shuyun cannot want the name, as long as you are willing to accept her. After a pause, he added, I didn't say that. It was Shuyun herself who said she could do without anything, as long as you were by her side. Ji Tianwen was astonished. If his comprehension skills were not out of order, Xia Jianda's words were clearly meant to make his daughter a mistress to him. This is also from the side to prove that the Xia group, a leg, has stepped out of the edge of the cliff, without a pull to save it in time. All it takes is a gust of wind to pulverize it. Ji Tianwen pondered a little and chose not to let the old thing despair at this time. After all, when people are desperate, they are often prone to desperate measures. Mr. Xia, are you sure this is what Xia Shunyun herself meant? Ji Tianwen said suspiciously. Definitely. As well as sure, Xia Jianda said without thinking. I don't believe it. Then I'll let Shuyun tell you herself. Yes. Ji Tianwen nodded in agreement. As long as she tells me herself, I'll believe it. Good. I'll go home now, and when I get home, I'll have Shuyun call you right away. Xia Jianda smiled with his eyebrows, feeling that the Xia group was finally saved. Carrying a bag of Xiaolong Bao, as well as a cup of soy milk, Ji Tianwen arrived outside the hospital's VIP ward. Guarding the door of the hospital room were two black-clad sunglasses men who looked like bodyguards. When they saw Ji Tianwen approaching, the two immediately stepped forward to stop him. What are you? Ji Tianwen frowned slightly and said unhappily. There's no need to tell you guys what I am, right? One of the sunglasses men, his gaze sweeping up and down at Ji Tianwen, said in a cold voice. Our young master's honored guest is talking to Miss Meng inside. You can't go in. What if I have to enter? Ji Tianwen's tone was equally cold. The other bodyguard rubbed his fists and said, that depends on whether you have the skills. After saying that, he swung his fist and threw a straight punch, slamming it into Ji Tianwen's face. If it was half a month ago, Ji Tianwen would never have been able to dodge this punch. But, after Zhao Yicheng's training over this period of time, Ji Tianwen's fighting ability was said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Almost on instinct, he cocked his head to avoid the oncoming straight punch, then turned around and placed his shoulder against his opponent's armpit before grabbing his arm. Power up and bend over. A gorgeous over-the-shoulder drop, done quickly in just 2.5 seconds. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bodyguard who had initiated the surprise attack was thrown 5 meters away. The body curled up together and let out a scream. The other bodyguard's pupils suddenly contracted as he roared angrily. Damn! You seek death! As he cursed out, he closed his 5 fingers together and turned them into a blade, chopping towards the back of Ji Tianwen's neck. However, as if Ji Tianwen had eyes behind him, he raised his leg, maneuvered back, and slammed heavily into the bodyguard's chest. Ah! The bouncer yelped out in pain and stumbled back, sliding some distance after falling to the ground. At this moment, the two bodyguards looked at Ji Tianwen with obvious fear in their eyes. Ji Tianwen himself, on the other hand, had an incredulous look on his face. When did he get so good? Did he really do that sequence just now? Chapter 65, Doggy, right? Although Ji Tianwen wasn't quite sure what level the two bodyguards belonged to. But, since he can be a bodyguard, he certainly won't be particularly good at it. Before this, although Ji Tianwen didn't think Zhao Yicheng's training was useless, he still had a lot of resentment in his heart and felt that the crimes he had suffered were not worth it. But now, he didn't think so at all. These days have not been in vain. Ji Tianwen immediately called Song Yabing on the phone. Mr. Ji, what are your orders? Get a braised king crab and bring it to my office. Okay. Adding a crab to the beautiful bodyguard, Ji Tianwen pushed the door into the hospital room. Only a young blonde, sitting at the end of the bed, raving about foreign languages. Meng Lei on the hospital bed, on the other hand, was expressionless. Seeing Ji Tianwen enter, the blonde youth first froze, then grumpily said, Who are you? Ji Tianwen didn't bother with him at all and walked straight towards Meng Lei. Meng Lei spread a smile, took the earplugs out of her ears, and laughed. Tian man, what brings you here? I just came back from the summit and heard my mom say you were sick, so I hoofed it over here. Ji Tianwen returned. Meng Lei sat up straight and opened her arms in a way that begged for a hug. Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned. Then he was not polite, sitting on the edge of the bed, about to take Meng Lei in his arms, and just then, a stern voice came from behind his body. Stop! The blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth, his eyes ablaze with anger, said indignantly, Karina, what is this kid? Meng Lei hugged Ji Tianwen's arm and leaned on his shoulder as she said with a smile, Tianwen, let me introduce to you, this is my classmate when I was studying abroad, Gordon. Ji Tianwen nodded his head, his eyes looking towards the blonde youth and greeted him, Doggy Egger, right? Hello, Put. Meng Lei didn't hold back her joy and reached out to slap Ji Tianwen on the arm. The level of exertion and expression is a model of flirting. Gordon means, in translation, Gordon, but the pronunciation does sound similar to dog egg. Meng Lei stopped laughing and introduced herself to Gordon again. This is my fiancé, Mr. Ji Tianwen. Oh my god, said Gordon, holding his head in his hands in disbelief as if the sky was falling. Karina, no, you can't. This asshole can't even give you happiness. Ji Tianwen looked at the epileptic Gordon as if he were a psychopath, and then looked down at Meng Lei on his shoulder. Meng Lei whispered, when I was studying abroad, this guy has been pursuing me, and I didn't expect that after I returned home, he actually chased me to my country. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding, moved to Meng Lei's ear, and laughed. "Ms. Karina, you're charming enough." Warm breath pounded in her ears. Meng Lei couldn't help but shrink her neck. Then her pretty face colored with a blush. Looking beautiful. This scene caused Gordon to break down even more and roared at Ji Tianwen. "Stupid and lowly yellow man. Let go of your dirty hands. You are not worthy of my noble goddess at all." Ji Tianwen's smile tightened and his eyes turned cold. He let go of Meng Lei and slowly stood up, then threw a backhanded slap across his face. Pop! The slaps were crisp and echoed through the ward. Ji Tianwen cursed. "I'm going to you. The Qing dynasty ing died a long time ago. You foreign dogs still ing dare to make a fuss. Really give you face." Gordon covered half of his face as if he'd been knocked off his feet for a long time. He was so emotional that he directly soared out in Mandarin. "You, how dare you hit me?" Ji Tianwen laughed coldly. It seems that my old man slap was not in vain. It all made the dog speak human words. Gordon was so exasperated that he just exploded. "Shatter! Pop!" Ji Tianwen flung his hand and slapped him again. His eyes were icy cold as he said, "One more bark from you, and I'll keep you out of the hospital for half a month." You. Gordon covered his face, so angry that he was shaking. He glanced resentfully at Ji Tianwen, then very sensibly exited the hospital room. Seeing Ji Tianwen's tightly locked brow, Meng Lei shook his arm and laughed. "Tianwen, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over an annoying fly. Since you find it annoying too, why do you still let that foreign devil just now scream in front of you?" Ji Tianwen said in dissatisfaction. Meng Lei smiled and explained, "At least he is a classmate, and he came across the ocean, so he should more or less give him some tolerance." "Ha!" Ji Tianwen snorted. "You're tolerant. I'm not spoiled." When he finished speaking, his eyes glanced towards Meng Lei's front. "Annoying." Meng Lei heard Ji Tianwen's words and twisted on his arm. Then the temperature of his cheeks rose extremely. He, actually, dared to molest her. What shocked Meng Lei the most was that she didn't feel disgusted. Fortunately, Ji Tian asked point blank and quickly changed the topic. "When I just came, there were 2 bodyguards standing outside, saying that they were their family's young masters. Friends of the foreign devil just now." "Which family's young masters are they?" "Chai Group, Chai Wenmao." Meng Lei returned. In fact, the reason she tolerated Gordon's stay in the ward, the main reason was that she knew in advance when Ji Tianwen would return to Pingzhou City and wanted to see if he would rush to the hospital to see her first after he got off the plane. And the results did not disappoint her. "Chai Wenmao?" Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Mocking, "It's really a fish looking for a fish, a shrimp looking for a shrimp." Arrogance paired with hubris. Meng Lei asked curiously, "Listening to you, Chai Wenmao had a bad time with you at the Young Entrepreneurs Summit?" Ji Tianwen shook his head and didn't answer the question. Instead he asked, "Those are irrelevant. Let's talk about you first. How did you get to the hospital?" Meng Lei's heart warmed, and she returned, "It's just that I've been too busy during this period of time, rushing manuscripts and coordinating with factories, and I haven't been sleeping very well, so I've had some migraines. Even if you're busy, you have to take care of your health." Ji Tianwen didn't have much to say. "I know you want to do a good job with Edge Dream, but if you collapse, what's the use of Edge Dream even if it develops well? I'll definitely pay attention in the future and put my body first." Meng Lei's tone sounded impatient, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was expanding a few more points. "Tian Man, tell us about your participation in the summit this time." Meng Lei looked interested. Ji Tianwen took out a Xiaolong Bao from the plastic bag on the nightstand and handed it to Meng Lei, saying, "Eat while you listen to what I have to tell you." Good." Meng Lei didn't refuse, and took the Xiaolong Bao, taking a bite. "How does it taste?" "It's delicious." "So Lei, you like this flavor?" Ji Tianwen said with a bad smile. Meng Lei said suspiciously, "This bun, what's so special about it?" Chapter 66, Not as important as you. Meng Lei spoke while looking at the Xiaolong Bao in her hand. However, after looking and looking, it was not able to see anything, and seeing Ji Tianwen with a bad smile on his face, she couldn't help but become even more curious. "Tianwen, what exactly is wrong with this bun?" Meng Lei questioned once again. Ji Tianwen dryly coughed twice and returned. "When this bun came, I accidentally gave it to the ground. In the spirit of the principle of not wasting it, I patted the soil on it." Meng Lei froze for a moment, and her smile tightened as she said, "Tian Man, you'd better be kidding." Ray, I never lie," Ji Tianwen said in a serious manner. Meng Lei couldn't care less. "It's fine, just a little dirt. I don't mind." After saying that, as if to prove that he really didn't mind, he took another tiny bite of the Xiaolong Bao. After confirming that the soup inside was no longer soupy, Meng Lei suddenly took an arrow step forward to Ji Tianwen's front, pinched his cheek with one hand, and with the other hand, shoved the remaining half of the Xiaolong Bao in her hand, into his mouth. Is it good? Meng Lei asked while pulling a tissue from the nightstand and wiping away the grease between the papers. Ji Tianwen chewed the Xiaolong bao in a big mouthful and nodded after swallowing it. It tasted good, and by the way, just so you know, the bun didn't actually fall on the floor. I was going to tease you by saying it fell in the trash or something, but for the sake of you being sick, and for fear of affecting your appetite, I had to say it wasn't that bad. Meng Lei was speechless for a while, then as if she thought of something, she let out a light laugh and said, I ate half of the bun. There's my saliva on it, and you actually think it tastes good? Ji Tianwen answered correctly. Yeah, when I said it tasted good, I was also referring to the saliva, not the buns. You change, pervert. Meng Lei's pretty face flushed red. Since childhood, no one had dared to molest her like this. Ji Tianwen smiled and said, Lei, if I don't remember wrongly, it seems like you put the bun, and took the initiative to feed it to my mouth. Maybe in your subconscious mind, you just want me to eat your. Shut up. Meng Lei hurriedly interrupted. If you're going to say any more of this nonsense, then you're leaving. Ji Tianwen said soothingly. Fine. I won't tease you. You continue to eat the buns and drink the soy milk, and I'll tell you a little bit about going to the summit this time. No more food. No more appetite. Meng Lei clasped her hands in front of her body with a gambling look. To say that I'm hungry, I'm sure I'm still a little hungry, but after what she'd just been through, she was too embarrassed to eat anymore. Ji Tianwen didn't continue to persuade, and started talking about the process of the competition. Meng Lei was outwardly emotionless, but actually listened attentively. However, just as she heard the key moment, Ji Tianwen suddenly stopped and said with a bad smile, to know how to know what happens after, please eat while listening to me. Where are you like that? Talking halfway, Meng Lei said with little good humor. But, with a disgruntled mouth, he still picked up a bun and took a small bite. She was already quite hungry, and it was just as well that Ji Tianwen had given the step, so she took advantage of it. Ji Tianwen continued the story, and when it was finished, Meng Lei was also full of food and drink. The two looked at each other and quickly averted their eyes again. Meng Lei lightly opened her mouth and said, Tian man, you just came back. There should be a lot of things in the company that you need to deal with, so go and get busy first. Not important. Ji Tianwen waved his hand, full of concern. The company's affairs are not as important as yours. Hearing this, Meng Lei felt like her heart had been pinched, and a momentary panic appeared in her eyes. Similar words were certainly not unheard of by her. For example, Gordon, who had just been slapped twice by Ji Tianwen, said words that were even needier than Ji Tianwen's. But, Meng Lei had no ripples in her heart, and at most, she felt bored. But Ji Tianwen's phrase "not as important as you" made Meng Lei feel a special emotion. This emotion had never been seen before in the previous 23 years of his life. Just then, Ji Tianwen's cell phone rang. Meng Lei took a long breath and had a feeling like she was relieved. It had to be said that Ji Tianwen's call came at a really timely moment. Otherwise, she didn't really know how to break the silence. 2 minutes later, the phone hung up. Meng Lei clasped her hands in front of her body and teased, Tian man, the one who just called you, was it some confidant she met while attending the summit? Lei, you're a bit too smart. You can even guess this? Ji Tianwen said with a look of surprise. Meng Lei's smile froze for a moment. Then she looked straight into Ji Tianwen's eyes, as if she intended to see a break. Ji Tianwen raised his hand, scratched on Meng Lei's nose, and couldn't help but say, don't look at me like that. I'm getting goosebumps just looking at me. It was Fan Xingye who called me. What does Fan Xingye want with you? Meng Lei turned around and pretended to rearrange the things on the bedside table to hide the blush on her face. Ji Tianwen looked toward Meng Lei's upturned buttocks, and before Meng Lei turned back around, he didn't move his gaze away and returned. Chai Dajan is not willing to be left alone, and has gotten a small charity auction, which will be held tonight at 10 o'clock, at the Royal View Building. Great benefactor Chai? Meng Lei froze and questioned, you mean Chai Wenmao? That's right, Ji Tianwen acknowledged with a nod. Meng Lei said thoughtfully, when you participated in the summit, you made Chai Wenmao lose face, and Chai Wenmao should be planning to get his face back by doing charity. Ji Tianwen nodded in agreement with this statement. As cheesy as Chai Wenmao's approach is, being charitable is indeed a surefire way to salvage word of mouth and build a positive image. Celebrities can clear their name by doing charity, companies can cover up negative press by doing charity. It's as if by holding the gold standard of charity over one's head, one is immune to, or even bounces back from, all damage. Soon Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei successively received invitation messages from Chai Wenmao. Tian man, are you going? Meng Lei inquired. Ji Tianwen laughed and replied, if I hadn't met that dog's egg, I definitely wouldn't go. But now, I've changed my mind. Chai Group. Chai Wenmao sat in his office, took a sip of tea, and asked Gordon, who was sitting across from him, Old Den, met your goddess? Gordon nodded and said coldly, as far as I know, the word lao dang, in Chinese, means a word with an insult. Chai Wen Mao froze, and then explained, the meaning of the word olden refers to those elderly people who are disrespectful for their old age. You are not old enough to be considered an olden, but at most you are a young'un. Gordon ignored Chai Wen Ma's jibe and said expressionlessly, same old rules, 50-50 split, no comments? No comment, it's a fair distribution scheme. Chapter 67, All the Fame and Fortune. Even Meng Lei doesn't know that Gordon is actually an employee of an overseas fraud company. Earlier in the day, when information was not yet developed, by calling for donations to the third world at various high-end gatherings, this company has accumulated a large fortune in a short period of time, and can be said to be making a lot of money. But with the recent years, various social media developed. This company's practices have been disclosed, the ruse has been exposed, and few people are falling for it. When empty gloves don't work, it's natural to change the routine. That is to say, find a trustee. Then, with this trustee as the centerpiece, to start a money-grubbing operation. Chai Wen-mo is the trustee that Gordon got. The two sides had a collaboration 3 years ago, and the process can be quite smooth. After all, this kind of thing that can make money and earn a good reputation, very few people can refuse. Mr. Gordon, I am curious as to who that goddess of yours is. Chai Wen-ma poured Gordon a cup of tea as he spoke. Gordon couldn't help but think of Ji Tianwen when he heard this. That stupid and rude yellow man deserved to die when he did. This revenge, he said he would do anything to avenge. However, the immediate priority is to fulfill the company's mission. It's not too late to wait for revenge after tonight. Mr. Chai, being too curious is not a good thing. Gordon sold the idea and said, for the sake of us being partners, when I take the goddess, I will be the first to tell you who she is. Chai Wen-mao sniffed and didn't continue to ask more questions. I've already done the same thing once, but after all, it's been 3 years and it's time to prepare. For example, take something as a lot. Then again, how to ruthlessly pit Ji Tianwen once. 7:30 p.m. The ballroom on the top floor of the Royal View building was brightly lit. One by one, large round tables were filled with people. Almost all of the second generation of Pingzhou City's circle of dignitaries have arrived. Chai Wen-mao searched around and realized that Ji Tianwen wasn't present, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed inside. But it can't be helped. He sent an invitation SMS, not a court summons. If Ji Tianwen didn't come, there was nothing he could do about it. However, Chai Wen-mao still planned to bring a rhythm, and later on, he would give Ji Tianwen a hat for being unkind to the rich. Even if you can't get money from the pit, you have to disgust him. However, just then, a man and a woman, walking slowly into the banquet hall. The man is handsome, and the woman is also of a charming appearance. The two walk side by side, making them indescribably well matched. Ji Xiao, I knew you would definitely come. Ji Xiao's philanthropy is well known in Pingzhou City, and for a charity gala like this one, even if he's busy, he'll surely find the time to attend. Mr. Meng, you and Mr. Ji together are simply a golden couple, a perfect match, and you look like a married couple at first glance. As Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei made their appearance, a crowd of people came forward to exchange pleasantries, as if the two were the protagonists of this charity gala. Chai Wen-mao's face instantly became gloomy. Just now he was still regretting that Ji Tianwen didn't come, but now, after seeing Ji Tianwen out in the limelight, he felt that Ji Tianwen might as well not have come. As for Gordon, not to mention, looking at the goddess, on the arm of the man who had brought him humiliation, he felt a living pain on his face, like he had been slapped in public. Still, he forced down the irritation within him. This time, he had to make Ji Tianwen bleed once, and in the unassuming corner spot, Shuyun looked at Ji Tianwen, who was hand in hand with Meng Lei, and her eyes were filled with complexity. Anger, unwillingness, remorse, chagrin, all kinds of emotions are intertwined, when it is really difficult to express in words. She never had much of a concept of the importance of money until Ji Tianwen had disinvested in the Xia group. Anyway, whatever she sees will be in her hands immediately. But since Ji Tianwen announced his withdrawal, everything has changed. Not only can you not get what you want, but even when you go out to eat, you need to look at the price before ordering. It was a life she was uncomfortable with, but there was nothing she could do about it. Shuyun had always felt that she would be better off without Ji Tianwen, but the reality was the opposite of what she perceived. A diametrically opposite situation. Sit down all of you. It's also my honor to contribute to the charity. Ji Tianwen waved his hand, signaling the crowd to return to their respective seats. The banquet began, and a colorful and delicious dish was brought to the table. By the time the wine had passed 3 rounds, quite a few people went to Ji Tianwen to clink their drinks. On the contrary, Chai Wen-mao, the initiator of the banquet, looked unusually cold around him. No one went over there at all. except for a few hardcore advocates. You know, in the past, Miao was the absolute protagonist, but now, even though he had initiated this banquet, there were still not many people who took him on. Such a discrepancy was unacceptable to Mao and made his teeth itch with hatred. Gordon, target him mostly later. Mao pointed at Ji Tianwen and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Gordon looked in the direction of Mao's finger and saw Ji Tianwen sitting on a chair with a group of people standing around him, wine glasses in their hands and fawning smiles on their faces. Just what I need. Gordon nodded. In his opinion, Ji Tianwen was able to have this kind of treatment solely because of enjoying the glory of her goddess. When the next bidding session came and Ji Tianwen couldn't come up with the money, it would be a good show. Wine and dine. Gordon walked onto the stage of the ballroom and said in Mandarin, "All of us here are leaders in our respective fields, and we eat a lot of fish and meat, but in this world, there are still a lot of people who don't have enough to eat. They have been ravaged by war, uprooted and displaced from their homes, with no place to live and no food to eat." At the same time as he showed off his idioms, images of the war were shown on the big screen, accompanied by melodramatic background music, which really had a very tear-jerking effect, especially in the second half of the show. A few gray-haired children with tears in their eyes, like refugees, came on stage and earned a lot of tears. When the atmosphere was pretty much rendered, Gordon began to announce that the charity auction would begin. Then, Lang said, "The first auction item, Mr. Mao's supercar, with a starting bid of 2 million. On the big screen, a picture of a blue supercar appears. Off stage, Mao took the microphone handed by the staff and introduced, "This sports car, I bought it 5 years ago. When I bought it, it landed at $7,350,000, and it's only run for 2,321 kilometers so far. Mainly because I'm usually too busy. I really don't have time to drive it. Anyone who's interested in the car can take a picture of it. I basically haven't driven it much and it's been very well maintained, so I can say it's 90% new." Chapter 68, another smack in the face. Ji Tianwen raised the number plate in his hand and opened his mouth to call out the price. $2 million. The rich kids around you. You look at me, I look at you. It waited until the gavel was dropped to announce the sale, and there was no second bid. With something like a car, buy new, not old, not only because of technological innovations, but also to take into account emission standards that are updated every 2 or 3 years. Mao's car, although sold cheaply, is not short in years. Really, if they're not allowed on the road someday, they'll just have to be used for collecting. Therefore, it would be better to sell Ji Tianwen's face and give the car away. Gordon, who acted as the host of the auction, held the microphone and said, "Next, introducing the second auction item, an emerald slab finger provided by Mr. Li Chao. Starting price, $500,000. Under the stage, Li Chao took the microphone, spoke, "This plate finger is my earlier years from the antique stalls, bought when spent 83 million. I still have the invoice here. Interested in? Everyone can bid. 500,000. Ji Tianwen raised his card again. The rest of them looked at each other in disbelief, all feeling that young Master Ji was overly cuddly. Is it really that charitable to be the first to bid twice in a row? However, what the crowd did not expect was this, and that's just the beginning. During the next auction, Ji Tianwen was the first to bid each time. Quite a few things that he had pocketed at the lowest starting bid. Occasionally, when he encountered a bidder with him, he was not at all polite and kept bidding the price upwards, giving the impression that he was determined to win. And so the drama unfolded. By the time the last auction item was finished, Ji Tianwen had well out $160 million. Take all the lots. All of them. Gordon couldn't tense up and came off the stage in a rage on the spot, coming in front of Ji Tianwen and angrily shouting, "You obnoxious person. You're squandering Karina's money." The moment these words came out, everyone present changed their faces. Although there were quite a few people present, all of them looked down on Ji Tianwen. However, calling Ji Tianwen a yellow pig still made them feel insulted as well. Also, who is Karina? However, not waiting for the crowd to react, pop, crisp, loud slaps rang out. "Ah!" Gordon screamed out in pain and spun directly in place before collapsing to the ground. Lines of blood had already spilled from the corners of his mouth, and half of his face was red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing how heavy Ji Tianwen's slap was. "No wonder you're called Dog Egg. It's really just like a mad dog that likes to bite people indiscriminately." Ji Tianwen pulled out a tissue from the paper drawer box on the table and wiped his hands while saying in a cold voice, "A dog is a dog. Coming out to woof and bark without the owner's permission is very easy to be killed." Gordon burst into a rage, screaming and cursing as he looked over to Wenma and roared, "Mr. Chai, please get this troublemaking bastard out of here." Wenma's eyelids jumped twice and he didn't say anything. Whether Ji Tianwen is a troublemaker or not is put aside first. If he really throws Ji Tianwen out, firstly, it offends the G group, and secondly, Who is going to pay the $160 million? Is it possible to put all the lots up for auction again? All over again? Seeing that Chai Wen-mao didn't say anything, Gordon became even more furious and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? This asshole simply can't afford to pay that much money." Hearing this, everyone looked at the fallen Gordon with a look like a fool. If Ji Tianwen couldn't afford it, I'm afraid there wasn't a second person in the room who could afford such a large amount of money. Of course, you can't blame Gordon for that. The main reason was that Chai Wen-mao had never told him about the fact that Ji Tianwen was rich. However, if we put ourselves in Chai Wen-mao's position, he was actually wronged. Gordon had previously gotten a list of names from Chai Wen-mao, and in the list, there was no name of Ji Tianwen. This was because, at first, Chai Wen-mao had not thought of making the auction so big. It was because he had lost face at the hands of Ji Tianwen when he participated in the summit that he thought of expanding the invitation, intending to redeem the lost face through this charity auction. Dog egg, open your dog's mouth and ask, of all the people present, besides Lousy, who can come up with $160 million? Ji Tianwen sneered out. The words just fell. Fan Shengya immediately jumped out. Lang voice, Jiangnan Jiangbei Street. You damn also do not inquire about who is the father. My brother Tianwen made $1 billion just by attending one summit. You're really blind in your dog's eyes, actually doubting that my brother, Tianwen, can't afford to pay out? Immediately after that, those who were thinking of flattering Ji Tianwen and befriending him also came forward one by one to speak. In Pingzhou City, there are still people who suspect that Ji Xiao can't get the money. This is really a big joke. Why don't you say that foreigners are all ing dog-eared? I have long looked at you not happy. Actually dare to call Ji Xiao as yellow skin. What ing breed of dog are you? Seeing that Gordon is about to become a target, Chai Wen-mao hurriedly opened his mouth to round up the situation, but the people present, obviously do not buy it. At this moment, Gordon also realized that the situation was not right and hurriedly compensated with a smile and said, I'm really sorry, the reason why I'm targeting this Mr. G is mainly because of a personal grudge. After saying that, he looked at Meng Lei and said, Karina, oh no, Ms. Meng Lei is a goddess that I've always admired, and seeing her being intimate with this Mr. G, I was overwhelmed by anger. I'm sorry, Gordon apologized as he rushed around and bowed. In terms of posture, you can't really pick too many faults. Although Chai Wen-mao was dissatisfied with Gordon, he had to say stiffly in order to get a share of the $160 million. Tonight's theme is charity, so let's all try to be more understanding and tolerant. Gordon was obviously thinking the same way as Chai Wen-mao, both thinking of getting the $160 million as soon as possible. Immediately, with a pious face, he drew a cross on his chest, then folded his hands together and recited under his breath, Blessed Shang Infinite Heavenly Father. Everyone was silent after this maneuver. This foreign devil's beliefs are a bit too mixed. Gordon did not wait for the crowd to react, and then opened his mouth to say, Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that this auction, to this successful conclusion. Wait, Ji Tianwen got up to interrupt. Then, snatching the microphone out of Gordon's hand, he headed toward the stage. When he reached the stage, he faced the crowd below the stage and said, For this auction, I will convert all the lots that were won into money and use them for charity together. At those words, Gordon and Chai Wen-mao all breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Ji Tianwen would be furious and refused to admit it. What I didn't realize was that there was actually this kind of windfall. However, without waiting for them to be too happy, Ji Tianwen spoke once again. Chapter 69, Ji Tianwen's High Consciousness. Before the auction began, it was stated that all the proceeds from this auction would be donated to third world countries. And as we all know, my country also belongs to the third world countries. Ji Tianwen, microphone in hand, spoke eloquently. In remote areas of our country, there still exists the phenomenon that the elderly cannot afford to see a doctor, and children cannot afford to go to school. If you are poor, you can do good to yourself, but if you are rich, you can help the whole world. We haven't even solved our own difficulties yet, but we're thinking about how to help foreigners. This kind of thing, I can't do it. So, I have decided to donate the money to the country, to build bridges and roads, and to build Hope primary schools. In the name of all of us to donate this money. The words were met with a standing ovation from many people. Gordon and Chai Wen-mao, on the other hand, turned pale on the spot. If they donate the money to the country, won't they be working for nothing? Young Ji, although your words have some truth to them, I feel that these war-torn and suffering children need our help even more. Chai Wen-mao pointed at the pitiful little children on the stage and said in a righteous tone, Ji Tianwen directly disliked. We have also experienced war and the destruction of our country. Who has ever been kind enough to help us? Chai Wen-mao was suddenly speechless, not daring to argue more with Ji Tianwen on this topic. After all, this flag that Ji Tianwen was pulling right now was just too big. He should really be reviled all over the internet if he continues to sing the opposite tune and it gets posted on the internet. Gordon saw that the $160 million in his hand was about to fly away. So his eyes turned red and he raised his arms and shouted. Ji Tianwen must have had his own selfish reasons for proposing to donate the money to China. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth before he could dislike him. Suddenly, the door to the ballroom was pushed open. A team of uniformed, heavily armed men quickly rushed in and headed straight for Gordon. Gordon panicked on the spot, raising his hands above his head before crouching down with his head in his hands. This sequence of movements looked as if it was flowing, as if they had encountered this kind of scene often. Also showing panic was Chai Wenmo. As for the rest of the people present, they were in a daze, completely confused about what was going on. Let me explain the situation. The middle-aged man who was leading the team reached out and pointed at the controlled Gordon, saying, "This person has been roaming around many countries, committing fraud under the name of charity. We have long been on to him, just want to catch him in flagrante delicto." Having said that, a few more of Gordon's deceptive routines and exploits were briefly brought out as examples. The whole room exploded. No one expected the charity gala to be a scam. Damn, I've long seen that the foreign devils don't look like good birds. What a lack of virtue. I was so touched, but it's all a setup. In the midst of the group's excitement, the middle-aged man who was leading the group looked at the somewhat stunned Ji Tianwen, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. "You're the one who just said that you want to donate the money to the country, aren't you?" "It's me," Ji Tianwen acknowledged with a nod. The middle-aged man said in a tone of great relief, "Young people who are as aware as you are really rare. Turn around and arrange an interview for you. You cooperate." It's true that Gideon had no prior knowledge of Gordon being a fraudster. Therefore, the words spoken after going on stage were all from the bottom of his heart. Like he said, part of the world. He really doesn't have that. It is also natural to think of prioritizing on your own people when you can help. After Gordon's arrest, Wenmo Chai, who was the initiator of the party, was rightly taken away to cooperate with the investigation. And the interview that the middle-aged man had mentioned, Ji Tianwen readily agreed to it after weighing it briefly. This was a great opportunity to build a positive image, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. Inside the business car, Meng Lei looked at Ji Tianwen, who was sitting across from her, as if she was recognizing him for the first time, and sighed. "Tianwen, I really didn't expect that you would actually have such a side." Ji Tianwen was not happy at that moment and raised his eyebrows, saying unhappily, Lei, what do you mean by that? Is that I have always had a low awareness in your heart? That's not true. Meng Lei shook her head and laughed. Anyway, your performance tonight is indeed worthy of the word model. Since I performed so well, no reward? Ji Tianwen blinked. Meng Lei was slightly stunned, then asked in a small voice, what kind of reward are you planning to ask for? At the moment, her heart beat uncontrollably faster and her thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. If he makes any excessive demands, so is she yes or no? The moment the thought popped up, it was like two little people were fighting in my head. The villain on the left says, since it's an excessive request, it must be a refusal. The little man on the right said, it doesn't really matter if you say yes. A contractual couple is also a couple. The hand has been pulled, the hug has been hugged, and kiss is also acceptable. Just as the two little people in his head were arguing heatedly, Ji Tianwen spoke. Lei, I want you to answer a question for me. Meng Lei came back to her senses. Her eyes rolled and she smiled wryly. Yes, I've already answered one of your questions. Then I want you to answer 2 questions for me. No problem. 2 already. I want you to answer 4 questions for me. 4 questions have been answered. Isn't that only 3? That's 4 now. Jitan asks. Can we still talk properly? Seeing Ji Tianwen's exasperation, Meng Lei didn't hold back her joy. She was molested several times in the morning at the hospital. Now, it's kind of a case of doing unto others as they do unto you. Ahem. Meng Lei coughed dryly twice and was about to put away her jokes and have a serious conversation with Ji Tianwen. Suddenly, the vehicle braked sharply. Meng Lei, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was sitting face to face with Ji Tianwen, leaned forward and jumped into Ji Tianwen's arms. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. Meng Lei's entire body was in a daze, and even her breathing appeared to stagnate. Ji Tianwen was similarly confused, hugging the soft and delicate body, sniffing the light and good-smelling fragrance. He couldn't help but be distracted, and his mind wandered. A moment later, the driver's voice came out from the stereo. Young master, someone stopped the car in front. It's shuyun. Ji Tianwen didn't reply, but helped Meng Lei back to her seat and said with concern, Lei, is everything alright? It's fine. Meng Lei returned, straightened her messy hair slightly, and said, Shuyun is looking for you, so go ahead. Then I'll go down and see what Shuyun is up to this time. Ji Tianwen nodded, loosening his belt and opening the car door. While fastening his belt, he got out of the car. Meng Lei, watching Ji Tianwen's movements. She was truly speechless to the extreme. Chapter 70, Haven't you always wanted me? Xia Shuyun. You want to touch the porcelain, don't you? Ji Tianwen got out of the car and said in a disgruntled manner while fastening his belt. Xia Shuyun noticed Ji Tianwen's movements and her eyebrows couldn't help but furrow together. The last time he stopped the car, Ji Tianwen's action to get out of the car was to lift his pants. This time it was to fasten his belt. Is this asshole really that indulgent? Ji Tianwen, haven't you always wanted me? Xia Shuyun said expressionlessly. I'll have your wish today. Come with me. I've already opened the room. Ji Tianwen froze, then frowned. He figured it wouldn't take too long for Xia Shuyun to deliver herself. But when this scene really became a reality, he was not as pleased as he had expected, or had the pleasure of revenge, but instead he was calm, with no ripples in his heart. However, Meng Lei, who was sitting in the commercial vehicle and pressed her ear to the window slit, was instantly clenching her pink fists after hearing Xia Shuyun's words. This woman, she really has no face. Immediately, Meng Lei was about to get out of the car and go head-to-head with Xia Shuyun. Still, just as the hand was about to touch the button to open the door, it stopped. She was more interested in hearing what Ji Tianwen would say than getting out of the car to lecture Xia Shuyun. Not today. Ji Tianwen returned. It's not convenient for me today. Let's make an appointment for another day. Xia Shuyun let out a cold snort and glanced toward the business car, then withdrew her gaze and nodded her head. Okay, then it will be another day. When he finished, he turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, as if thinking of something, he stopped and turned back around. If my dad asks you, I want you to be honest. No problem. Ji Tianwen agreed with alacrity. Wait for Xia Shuyun to drive away. Ji Tianwen returned to the business car, only to find that the back row was empty, and Meng Lei's shadow was long gone. Where is everyone? Ji Tan asked the driver. The driver was confused and returned. Young master, I don't know. Indeed, the rear is separated from the cockpit by a baffle, so you can't even hear, let alone see, what is being said. Ji Tianwen looked towards the back of the vehicle and vaguely saw a speeding figure. Turn around and follow me. Ji Tianwen commanded and jogged after him. After chasing after him for some distance, he saw Meng Lei striding ahead. Ji Tianwen sped up, closing the distance and grabbing Meng Lei's arm. Let go, Ray. I told you to let go. Ji Tianwen naturally wouldn't let go and playfully said, Why are you suddenly angry? Meng Lei glared at him and said with little kindness, Xia Shuyun even has a room, so I can be an adult and not delay you. Lei, you're underestimating me. Ji Tianwen replied back, and when he saw the car pull up, he said, Get in the car first, and I'll explain it to you. There's no need to explain. We're just contractual lovers, not really boyfriend and girlfriend. Meng Lei clasped her hands in front of her, but didn't take another step. The vehicle pulled up close and Ji Tianwen opened the door, signaling Meng Lei to get in first. However, Meng Lei was motionless and had no intention of getting into the car. Ji Tianwen shook his head and laughed, bending down to make a pleased gesture and smiled. Princess, please get on the car. Meng Lei was frozen, as if she had been cast in a stasis. She really didn't expect that Ji Tianwen would be willing to bend down and ask her to get on the bus, and even call her princess. Princess, need a princess hug? No need. Meng Lei snorted coldly, stepped on the welcome pedal, and got inside the business car. Ji Tianwen also got on the car, and after sitting down, he opened his mouth and said, In the morning, before I went to the hospital to see you, I was blocked by Xia Jianda, and he showed me a medical report. Meng Lei listened patiently and asked, That is to say, you already knew that Xia Shuyun would offer herself? With the current situation of the Xia group, even if Xia Shuyun doesn't want to, Xia Jianda will force her to offer herself. Ha! Wouldn't that be just what you wanted? Ray, Xia Shuyun really doesn't appeal to me. Then, Meng Lei was going to follow the flower stubble and ask, So who is attractive to you? But after thinking about it, he changed his mind and said, Then why don't you just cut Xia Jianda off? Of course it's to avoid trouble. Ji Tianwen explained. Think about it. Xia Jianda even let Xia Shuyun go for a medical checkup, and even stated that he was willing to let his own daughter be a mistress. This is obviously a ruthless person. If I put words in his mouth too much, he might come up with something damaging again, though I'm not afraid either. More is better than less. There was another reason Jitan asked that he didn't say. That is, it is far more difficult to give no hope outright than it is to give it first and then take it away. Meng Lei nodded in recognition. A few moments of silence. Already on the verge of arriving home, Meng Lei's sandalwood mouth lightly opened. I want to ask you a question. You answer me truthfully. Ji Tianwen nodded. Good. I've already answered one question. Meng Lei, isn't that the same routine she just used? Meng Lei's eyes rolled and she directly skipped the middle of the pulling session and said, I want to ask you 4 questions, for is too many and I refuse to answer. This guy, He's really pissed off. Meng Lei couldn't help but feel annoyed and waited for the vehicle to stop before directly opening the door and getting out. Ji Tianwen said in a loud voice. Lei, you haven't asked yet? No more questions, Meng Lei said without looking back. What she wanted to ask was whether Ji Tianwen had ever opened the car door for Xia Shuyun in the same way. But after Ji Tianwen interrupted him like this, he didn't have the heart to get to the bottom of the matter. Late night, Meng Lei opened her laptop and sent out a video call invitation. After waiting for a smooth connection, a Western female face appeared on the screen. The woman looked to be about 40 and was wearing a nightgown. The background is a blue sky with a few white clouds dotting the top. Clearly daytime. Hi, Karina. You haven't contacted me in a while. How have you been? The woman smiled and waved. Meng Lei similarly revealed a smile and said, Ms. Maureen, I'm fine. After a few pleasantries were exchanged, Maureen got straight to the point. Karina, if there's anything I can do for you, just say it. I know you didn't come to me just to make small talk. Meng Lei didn't beat around the bush and said, Ms. Maureen, I seem to have fallen for a man. But, Maureen, across the room, spewed out a mouthful of milk straight away and said with emotion, oh, gosh, this is simply the most explosive news I've heard this year. Karina, you actually like men? This is unbelievable. I need to calm down. Meng Lei, her sexual orientation. It's always been normal, okay? Chapter 71. Waiting for Maureen's emotions to calm down, Meng Lei first informed her of the agreed couple relationship with Ji Tianwen and then said, Ms. Maureen, I seem to be wishing more and more to fake it, and I don't even resent the fact that he's doing intimate things with me that only real couples do, which I've never done before in my life. Maureen nodded, thoughtfully. Karina, so you've come to me because you want me to help you pursue men? Not really. Meng Lei shook her head and denied. I'm just not quite sure if I really like him. After all, falling in love is something very foreign to me, and you're a psychologist. We have a saying in our country that the authorities are in the dark and the onlookers are in the dark. Your oft-repeated refrain is that the heart and the brain are liars of the highest order, and that they won't even let go of the host on which they depend. I'm sure that you, as an outsider, can see it more clearly and thoroughly than I can. Maureen was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Well, Carrie Barr, I admit, you convinced me. Then please tell me about what you went through with the man you had your eye on. Meng Lei also did not hide. From the beginning of her return to the country, the little bits and pieces of the time spent with Ji Tianwen, the big things and small things, according to the timeline, said one by one. Maureen rubbed her pointed chin as she listened and finally sighed. Ms. Maureen, why the sudden sigh? Meng Lei wondered. Instead of answering back, Maureen asked rhetorically, Karina, putting aside the agreement you signed, would you still like that man? Meng Lei thought carefully and nodded. Will, I'm sorry to tell you that you've fallen. Maureen sighed, seemingly unsurprised by Meng Lei's statement. So what should I do next? Since you've made your heart clear, what to do next shouldn't be my choice for you. I can at most help you with an idea to help you reach your goal. The direction still needs to be chosen by you. I want to be with him as a real couple, or even a husband and wife. Maureen nodded and said, then don't waste any more time. Go straight to him and indulge in the union of mind and body, preferably by giving him a little baby. Meng Lei said in consternation. Teacher Maureen, isn't having a child a little too fast? Maureen said in a serious manner. Karina, even if love is sweet, the essence is like milk. There is a shelf life. When your love passes its shelf life, you need new feelings to sustain your intimacy. An unbreakable bond is a no-brainer. The video call hangs up. Meng Lei naturally didn't really go looking for Ji Tianwen to have a baby. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take one step at a time. Right now she needs to think about how to water down the agreement. She suddenly remembered the words Ji Tianwen had said on the day she signed the agreement. The terms of the agreement are fine. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, Ms. Meng will really fall in love with me and won't be able to break this agreement, crying out for a renewal. Having her cry for a contract extension is never going to happen. She had to find a way to make Ji Tianwen cry and beg for a contract renewal before she reluctantly agreed. It was 11 o'clock in the evening when I finished the tea my uncle had invited me to. Chai Wen-mao only felt physically and mentally exhausted, while at the same time indescribably stifled and angry. Sitting inside the business car, Chai Wen-mao clenched his fists and cursed. It's Ji Tianwen, this son of a, who caused me to suffer. Although Uncle explicitly informed that Gordon had been listed as a key surveillance target as early as Gordon's entry into the country. However, Chai Wen-mao's resentment towards Ji Tianwen could not be minimized by this. If it wasn't for Ji Tianwen, who had caused him to lose face, he wouldn't have made this charity gala so big. The bottom line is that when Uncle was explaining Gordon's fraudulent exploits, the ones he picked were still working with famous local people who were raking in the cash. This caused Chai Wen-mo's reputation to instantly collapse. Everyone took it for granted that Chai Wen-mo was in the same boat as Gordon. Chai Wen-ma had judged from the eyes of the crowd when he was taken away by his uncle. Just then, the cell phone rang. Chai Wen-ma took it out and realized that it was the group he had created where people kept dropping out. A number of people made a point of posting a link before exiting the group. Chai Wen-ma grimaced and opened the link, jumping to the Weibo interface. The content, on the other hand, is the entire process in the ballroom, from Ji Tianwen taking the stage and announcing that he's going to donate the charity money to the country, to the uncles coming in and arresting the man. Clicking through the comments, unsurprisingly, they were all attacking him. No wonder this Chai Wen-mao blocked Ji Xiao from donating the money to the country. The feeling that this asshole is in league with that foreign devil. This kind of person is a typical traitor, lackey, and sellout. In the war years, this asshole would have been the first to lead the way for the enemy. Chai Wen-mao asshole. Chai group is not a good thing. Suggest a strict investigation. Maybe a nest of all spies. While attacking Chai Wen-mao, Ji Tianwen's speech won a wave of praise. I really didn't see the wrong guy. It is said that people Ji Xiao is a loser and only spends money but not earns. But when it comes to matters of the family and the country, Ji Xiao's stance is unwavering. There's nothing wrong with saying that if you're poor, you're alone. But if you're rich, you're the world's best. There's nothing wrong with that at all. The more Chai Wen-mao watched, the more angry he became, his lungs practically exploding. Immediately afterward, he received a call that all the glass in the store he owned had been smashed. This made Chai Wen-mao realize clearly that at least for a long time to come, he would not want to do business properly. His eyes became fierce at the thought. After a long time, he dialed Lu Qingsong's phone. Xiao Lu, I'm Chai Wen-mao. Chai Wen-mao? Calling so late. What's the matter? I want to take revenge on Ji Tianwen. If young Lu is also interested, we can work together. Lu Qingsong didn't reply for a long time. Because of the matter of losing $500 million to Ji Tianwen, he had been screwed by his old man this time. If there is any further complication, and if the matter is botched up, the consequences will naturally be imaginable. Young LV, but you lost $500 million to Ji Tianwen. Are you really willing to watch that bastard get away with it? Chai Wen-mao deliberately mentioned the $500 million, wanting to tickle LV Qingsong's anger. And he did succeed. That son of a Ji Tianwen. I'll get him killed sooner or later, Lu Qingsong said viciously. Chai Wen-mao said disdainfully, Xiao Lu, often those who say such things will not really be able to succeed in taking revenge. What do you mean? Lu Qingsong said unhappily. Chai Wen-mao returned. It's very simple. Directly take action against Ji Tianwen. Chapter 72, A Book of Books. Make a move? Lu Qingsong's brows furrowed as he said in a muffled voice. Although I'm the heir to the Lu group, the big power is still held in my father's hands. Chai Wen-mao said in a morose tone. Xiao Lu, when I say do it, I mean literally, tie up Ji Tianwen, force him to spit out the money, and then make him come up with a few extra billions to make up for the losses we've suffered. Kidnap Ji Tianwen? Lu Qingsong was startled. When he heard Chai Wen-mao say do it, his first thought was to start a commercial war. But, businessmen are profit seekers, and they certainly will not do anything that is not beneficial, or that does more harm than good. Furthermore, he was different from Ji Tianwen. Although they were both corporate heirs, they couldn't just start a business war. That's right, it's kidnapping, Chai Wen-mao admitted. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't hang around in this circle in Pingzhou anymore. So if you join forces with me, when the time comes to split the bill, you'll get 6 and I'll get 4. Lu Qingsong was silent for a long time before he asked in a serious tone. Chai Wen-mao, do you know what you are saying? Although he did hate Ji Tianwen, he had never thought about kidnapping. The reason is also simple. Although LV's group is in Donda City, it belongs to the leading enterprises, and its status is the same as Ji's group in Pingzhou City. However, if we talk about the overall strength, it's still a step behind. What's more, Ji Tianwen was Ji Woyang's only son. If he really touched Ji Tianwen, he was bound to face Ji Woyang's furious anger. In this situation, Chai Wen-mao even planned to kidnap the hostage. Is this crazy? Chai Wen-mao said in an equally serious tone. Xiao Lu, I know exactly what you're worried about. You're not like me. You're the heir to the LV group, and I'm not the heir to the Chai group. So you don't think it would be wise to risk your life with me. As a matter of fact, Chai Wen-mao often boasted that he worked hard, and apart from enjoying that vanity, a very important reason was that he wanted to take the position of heir by making achievements. I thought that after attending this young entrepreneurs summit, I would be able to get what I wanted. It turned out to be a heavy blow from reality. Not only did they not shine at the summit, they even lost face. By now, it's even more of a disgrace and has become a street rat that everyone shouts at. This shatters Chai Wen-mao's dreams and he intends to take the plunge and let go. Lu Qingsong was silent for a long time before he spoke. Chai Wen-mao, you are right. There is indeed no reason, much less a need for me to risk my life with you. After that, he was about to hang up the phone. Chai Wen-mao hurriedly said. Don't be in a hurry, Xiao Lu. Wait for me to finish my words before you refuse. Lu Qingsong hesitates, his finger hanging above the screen pauses, then leaves. I heard Chai Wen-mao say. In this matter, if it is exposed, all the pots will be taken by me. You don't have to worry that I will bite you out. Lu Qingsong froze, somewhat not quite believing that there was such a good thing. If we look at it according to Chai Wen-mao, then this cooperation is an all-inclusive one. If it comes to pass, then he's a blood moneymaker. If it doesn't work out, you don't have to worry about having to carry unbearable consequences. From an objective standpoint, this is definitely a big bet well worth taking. How do I believe what you say is true? Lu Qingsong asked. Chai Wen-mao breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Lu Qingsong had moved on, so he took out the rhetoric he had prepared long ago. Louis, you can back me up in any way that won't leave evidence. It's called catching a thief in the act of catching a thief in the act of getting dirty. Without evidence, you can totally deny it even if I bite you. After thinking about it, Lu Qingsong thought that this was indeed a feasible solution. In the absence of solid, ironclad evidence, even the G group would not dare to do anything to him. I refuse to cooperate with you. Lu Qingsong threw his voice. With that, he hung up the phone. Then, another cell phone was replaced. Hang up the virtual number, turn on the voice changer, and put the call through to Chai Wen-mao. The phone rang twice and connected without incident. Lu Qingsong said, Dongda City, Hong Yun Leisure Club, I'll wait for you. Hong Luk Leisure Club, a Chai group deal. Calls are easily recorded. It's safer to meet and talk about such unseemly matters. When the time comes, you'll be naked, talking in the bathhouse, and you'll save yourself the trouble of a body search. 2 days later, Meng Lei's Rim Dream Jewelry finally arrived at the opening. Huang Haitao and other peers arrived at the scene early to deliver the prepared large flower baskets, as well as opening gifts. Mr. Meng, congratulations. Mr. Meng, happy opening. Mr. Meng, business is booming. A crowd of people with smiling faces, sending all kinds of words of blessing. Meng Lei went forward to greet them, exchanging pleasantries with the crowd for a while, her eyes turning to the store, where she was leading a few leaders on a tour of Tianwan. Peers are enemies. Someone is stealing business, and it's nice for peers not to send wreaths, let alone baskets. But right now is different. Huang Haitao and other peers not only sent baskets and opening gifts, and even personally come over to support the scene. And it was all because of Tianwan, with the precedent of the Miao group. This opening ceremony was naturally smooth sailing. Meng Lei stood on the stage and finished her guest post. Then, walking over to Tianwan, she took his arm and led him to the center of the stage. Tianwan had a puzzled look on his face. There was no such part in the previous rehearsal, but in public, Meng Lei took it upon herself to add drama, and he couldn't afford not to cooperate. I just thanked a lot of people, but the one I should thank the most is my boyfriend. He was the one who gave me the encouragement, support and made me more determined to create this brand. She faced Tianwan, her eyes unusually gentle, and said thank you. Then, red lips imprinted on the side of his face. Tianwan was startled, his eyes filled with dismay. Applause rang out, and the reporters present quickly pressed the shutter in quick succession to record the image. Meng Lei blushed slightly, her red lips leaving Tianwan's cheeks, and asked in a small voice, do you want to say a few words? No need. You're the main character today. Tianwan shook his head and refused. Meng Lei didn't force herself to do so, and after nodding her head, she took Tianwan's arm and prepared to start cutting the ribbon. Accompanied by ear-splitting salute cannons, the ribbon-cutting ceremony was successfully completed. The crowd entered the store in an orderly fashion and the scene was lively. Seeing Tianwan step down from the stage, Zhao Yicheng immediately ran closer and handed over his cell phone, saying, Brother Tianwan, Auntie is calling. Tianwan nodded and took the proffered cell phone. Answer the phone. Just then I heard Bai Jiyu say, Son, your father had a car accident. What? Tianwan's tone changed and his speech flew. Mom, don't be in a hurry. You first wear in. I'll go over right away. Chapter 73, An Automobile Accident. Don't you worry. It's just a car crash. There's nothing wrong with people. Bai Jiyu explained. Calling you. It's your dad who thinks this car accident is a bit strange. There's nothing wrong on your side, right? I'm fine. Where are you and my dad now? The first hospital in Pingzhou. Okay, I'll be right there. As the phone hung up, Bai Jiyu looked at Ji Woyong, who was sitting on the sofa in the hospital room, smoking a cigarette. Seeing a smile at the corner of his mouth, he said with little kindness, I finally see. You just want to try out your position in your son's heart. What is a little strange about crashing the car? All are excuses. Ji Woyong put his smile away and said with a straight face, I really don't feel quite right. Didn't everyone in the accident section say that the other driver bending over to pick up his cell phone was the main cause of this crash? Which is normal. It's just not normal because it's normal. So tell me, how is it abnormal? Ji Woyang shook his head and pressed the cigarette into the ashtray without replying. He felt abnormal because of intuition. And something like intuition is an emotional thing that often finds no basis on which it can be corroborated. But Ji Woyang's intuition was always accurate. Based on the principle that it is better to believe in something than nothing, he asked Bai Jiyu to call Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen dialed Meng Lei's phone and spoke quickly. Ray, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I can't stay with you. I've greeted old Huang. He'll make arrangements and help you receive guests. Meng Lei froze, her eyebrows slightly frowning. Is it because I didn't say hello and kissed you on stage? Are you angry? Ji Tianwen denied. Don't guess. If I was really angry, there would be no need for me to call you. Meng Lei thought about it and felt that this was also true. She pressed on. What's the rush? The question, indeed, intrigued her. The opening of Rim Dream was naturally an important day for her. What kind of emergency had Ji Tianwen encountered that he just left without even a single glance? If you don't know the answer, you always feel stuffy inside. Is there someone next to you? Ji Tan asked rhetorically. Meng Lei looked around and went up the stairs to the second floor and spoke. No one is there now. My mom just called and said my dad crashed his car and is in the hospital. Before Ji Tianwen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Meng Lei. At this moment, the depression within her completely dissipated, leaving only anxiety. Why didn't you say so? Jitan asked. He didn't understand what that meant. Even if he had said so, could his dad have avoided the crash? When she was in doubt, she heard Meng Lei say, if you said so earlier, I'll go with you. Which hospital is uncle in? I'll go there now. Ji Tianwen was astonished. Doubt this strong woman is off her meds. First, he added drama on stage with a self-serving kiss. Now that he's heard that his dad is hospitalized, he's acting like he's in a hurry. Speak up. In which hospital? Meng Lei urged. Ji Tianwen came back to his senses and politely refused. Lei, you don't have to come. You still need to take care of Yuan Meng's side. There's nothing major about my father. Meng Lei pondered slightly and said, don't be too anxious. If there's anything you need me to help you with, give me a call at the first opportunity. I'll finish this side of things as soon as possible and then go over to you. Ji Tianwen was about to reply. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud crash and the vehicle was struck from the side. The vehicle rolled 2.5 weeks, 4 wheels in the air, and crashed into a roadside ditch. Ji Tianwen only felt the sky spinning and his cell phone came out of his hand. On the other side, Meng Lei, who had heard the loud noise, turned pale on the spot. Heaven's question. However, no reply was heard from Ji Tianwen, but rather a broken female voice. Hello, this side of the background shows that your vehicle. Please tell me if you are experiencing any emergencies? Meng Lei tried to call out a few more times, and after getting no response, she became anxious on the spot. Judging by the loud noise just heard, and the subsequent activation of the vehicle's autonomous alarm device, it is highly probable that Jitan asked, was involved in a car accident. Realizing this, she quickly ran down the stairs. Huang Haitao, who was entertaining the guests, saw Meng Lei running down and looking flustered, and couldn't help but wonder a bit. Mr. Meng, what are you doing? Mr. Huang, please take care of this side. I have something urgent to go out. Meng Lei hurriedly dropped a sentence before running out of the store. Huang Haitao was dumbfounded. Ji Tianwen left first, and now even Meng Lei, the protagonist, has left. How can this end? After trying to call Ji Tianwen's phone and realizing that it was turned off, Meng Lei couldn't control the panic she felt. At this moment, she understood her own feelings more accurately. She did, indeed, really have her heart set on Ji Tianwen. But, now is not the time to think about that. Meng Lei forced herself to calm down and quickly combed through her thoughts. It was imperative to determine Ji Tianwen's location first. She knew that Ji Tianwen had an accident on the way to the hospital, but she didn't know which hospital she went to, let alone which road she took. Finding it hospital by hospital, road by road, is the next best thing and time-consuming. Meng Lei wasn't going to employ it until it was absolutely necessary. Quickly, Meng Lei came up with an idea. She called her dad, Meng Changming, on the phone. Dad, you send Uncle Ji and Auntie Bai's cell phone numbers to my cell phone. Meng Changming froze for a split second before realizing that when his daughter said Uncle Ji and Auntie Bai, she was referring to Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Don't ask for now. I'm in a hurry. You hurry up and send me their cell phone numbers. I'll explain the specifics to you later. Okay, just wait a minute. The phone hung up. A short while later, she received a text message. Considering that Ji Woyang had crashed her car, she prioritized the call to Bai Jiyu. The call was quickly answered. Hello, who is it? Auntie, I'm Meng Lei. Today your new store opens. Congratulations, Auntie. Which hospital are you and Uncle in now? Pingzhou no. One hospital. You don't have to come. Just do your work. There's nothing big here. Auntie, let me tell you something. Tian Man he. What happened to Tian Man? Bai Jiyu's heart tightened, suddenly having a not so good feeling. Sure enough, just heard Meng Lei say, it's possible that Tian 1 had a car accident. What did you say? Auntie, you don't get excited first. The thing is like this. Meng Lei briefly cut off, said the call he made with Ji Tian 1, as well as the speculation, and said it one by one. As she spoke, she had set up her navigation and was traveling along the navigational route. I know. Bai Jiyu put down a sentence and directly hung up the phone. She tries to put the call through to Kia 10. Chapter 74, Kidnapped. Calling twice in a row resulted in the phone being turned off. Just as Meng Lei had said. What's wrong? Ji Weiyong could see that his wife's mood was off, frowned, and guessed. It couldn't be that someone sent another wreath to the Meng family's daughter, could it? Bai Jiyu, who has always been very good-tempered, was on the spot when the Fire Avenue old lady wants to send you a wreath. What are you talking about? I blame you. I had to call my son, who was on his way to the hospital and got into a car accident. Ji Weiyong stood up with a huff, his eyes sharp as a sheathed sword blade, cold and blank and sharp. On the same day, father and son were involved in a car accident. Think with your feet and know that this can never be a mere coincidence. If it's not a coincidence, then there's something very wrong with the other driver who crashed the car. Ji Weiyong immediately took out his cell phone and arranged for someone to track that driver, and Bai Jiyu was equally unoccupied. She opened the map software and set the Edge of Dreams jewelry store as the starting point and the first hospital of Pingzhou as the ending point. After confirming the route, cars were sent to search on different sections of the road. Half an hour later, Ji Weiyong and Bai Jiyu met up with Meng Lei at the scene of the crash. All airbags in the car popped and glass shattered, but the body damage was not severe. A crash of this magnitude looks serious, but as long as you don't have particularly bad luck, it's basically not life-threatening. However, Ji Weiyong and the others were unable to be optimistic and instead became more worried, because the car was found, but only the unconscious driver was seen. Ji Tianwan and Zhao Yicheng, however, were nowhere to be seen. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the person for me. Ji Weiyong's tone sounded calm, but it gave off the feeling of a volcano erupting at any moment. Everyone present felt a heavy pressure. The uniformed officer, with his thick eyebrows, said, according to the roadway surveillance footage, the preliminary judgment is that it is a premeditated kidnapping. We are making every effort to track the trail of the suspect vehicle. Before the case is not clear, it is recommended that we still do not disclose the relevant information to the outside world. Although Ji Tianwan was not a star, he was still a figure with some social influence. What's more, just yesterday, the Pingzhou TV station had shown a clip of Ji Tianwan's interview on the evening news. After the announcement to the network, there are a lot of official media forwarded to praise. There is a momentum to establish Ji Tianwan as a role model for young entrepreneurs. At this time, if one knew that Ji Tianwan had been kidnapped, one could naturally imagine how much of a negative impact it would have. And, of course, there are important reasons for that. Once the kidnappers see the news on the network, the heart of the pressure is too heavy case. It is easy to even do not want the ransom. Directly tear the ticket. An abandoned automobile repair shop on the outskirts of Pingzhou City. Ji Tianwan and Zhao Yicheng had their hands tied behind their backs and were tied back to back to a stone pillar. From the looks of it, the two men only suffered minor abrasions. Ezra, now you know how important it is to wear a seatbelt, right? Ji Tianwan said with a light laugh. Zhao Yicheng always hated the trouble of wearing a seatbelt and the inconvenience of moving around. Every time, Ji Tianwan helped her tie it on and ordered her not to untie it. This time, if the seatbelt had not been worn, then the extent of the injury, surely, would not have been so minor. Zhao Yicheng was about to reply. Suddenly, snap, pop, pop. A man with a mask on his face and a baseball cap on his head applauded as he came down the stairs. It's really worthy of being the heir to the G group, all tied up and still able to laugh. Admirable, admirable. However, with admiration on his lips, his tone was as mocking as it could be. In addition, the muzzled man's voice sounded buzzing and grating. Ji Tianwan opened the door and said, there is no need for admiration. Kidnapping is about wealth, not life. As long as enough money is given, I can naturally be safe and sound. That's not necessarily true. At least I'd be happy to, beat up the crown prince of the Key Group as if he were a sandbag. Cut the crap. Who told you to tie me up? Xiao Ji told me not to talk nonsense. So isn't this question you're asking also nonsense? Do you think I'll tell you? The masked man snorted out a laugh. Then his words changed. Ji Xiao might as well take a guess. And if he's right, I can consider not beating you like a sandbag. Hit me if you want to. Don't hit my brother Tianman, Zhao Yicheng said in a very righteous manner. However, neither the man nor Ji Tianwan paid any attention to her. Ji Tianwan sighed and said, having offended a bit too many people lately, it is indeed not very easy to target. The tallest of the short ones, Ji Xiao, can use the method of elimination. Who do you think is the most suspicious? Theoretically, it must be LV Chingsong and Kong Yongqi. These two have lost $500 million to me one after another. They must be having a hard time these days. Then there's Mao Jigang, father and son. Then, what does Ji Xiao think? Is it LV Chingsong, or Kong Yongqi, or maybe it's Miao Jigang's father and son? It's Chai Wenmo. The masked man sneered. Ji Tianwen, young Master Ji, I must say that you have a rich enough imagination. I don't just have a good imagination, I have good reasoning skills. Then tell us your reasoning. Ji Tianwen wasn't polite and spoke bluntly. LV Chingsong and Kong Yongqi, although they lost $500 million to me, they both have backstops, and they are both people who want to have a face. They could have reneged on the debt instead of kidnapping me afterward and getting the money back in this way. Now Jigang's father and son, they definitely hate me to the bone, but with my dad's style, since he broke them, he won't easily let them make waves again. On the contrary, it is Chai Wenmao, who has lost his reputation this time and has no way out, and feeling that there is no hope of turning over a new leaf, he is more likely to take desperate measures. The words just fell. Snap, pop, pop, applause. Once again, the masked man removes the mask from his face, as well as the baseball cap from his head. The face that was revealed was clearly Chai Wenmao. Ji Xiao, you really have something. Your brain is quite good. Chai Wenmao sneered. But if your brain is so good, how did you end up in my hands? Ji Tianwen was not the least bit flustered and said with a calm expression, do you think it's possible that I did it on purpose? Deliberately? Chai Wenmao was happy on the spot. This is really a heavenly joke. It's this time and you're still forcing yourself to save your honor. It seems like you have to be made to suffer a bit. When he finished, he clapped twice. Intense footsteps, coming down the stairs. Soon, a dozen people rushed down and stood behind Chai Wenmao, the deterrent force instantly pulling full. The source of the intimidation is not only because these people are all tall and big, but also because their faces are all covered with hoods, much like terrorists in movies. Go to two people. Let young Master Ji scream miserably for a while. Chai Wenmao waved a hand, his smile full of teasing. Chapter 75, Chai Wenmao's backstabbing. I'll see who dares to touch my brother Tiannan. Zhao Yicheng's willow eyebrows rose and she drank out. It was just a pity that her beauty was there, and she really couldn't cause much scorn. Little pretty girl, I know you have some kung fu. Chai Wenmao took out a syringe the size of a signing pen as he spoke, and smiled. Hey, when I give you a shot, and then I'll play a little game with you. Your brother Tianwen will definitely feel wonderful when he sees it. Worried that Zhao Yicheng, and uncertainty, would be bad, Chai Wenmao didn't say much nonsense, took the syringe, and went to Zhao Yicheng's front. However, just as he was about to stab the young girl's snow-white neck, suddenly standing still, he turned his head and asked, is the bundle strong? Someone opened his mouth and said back, don't worry, the hit is a pig's hoof buckle. The more you struggle the tighter it gets, the more pigs don't even try to break away. When Chai Wenmao heard this, he was able to settle down, but what he didn't realize was that the young girl tied to the post, her mouth moved. Then, with a poof, he spat out the blade hidden under his tongue. Ah! Miserable wails echoed through the empty grounds, a bloody ear that fell to the ground. Chai Wenmao covered his ears, bright red liquid gushing out of his fingers, looking horrified in appearance. He was shocked and angry. How did you? How did you? Zhao Yicheng revealed a bright smile. You're asking how I'm fine at all after I obviously ate your poison, right? After saying that, without waiting for Chai Wenmao to admit or deny, he directly revealed the answer and said, eating, it's a very advanced study. Anything I don't want to eat, even if it's put in my mouth, it still won't get into my stomach. Forget it, you won't understand if you say it. After her words, the young girl held her breath and stomped one foot on the ground. Just listen to the boom sound. Small thumb-thin hemp rope. Actually was the girl hard to break. It all happened so fast that a lot of people couldn't react. Zhao Yicheng didn't tackle the dozen or so people first, but helped Ji Tianwen untie the rope. To put it bluntly, Ji Tianwen was about as much of a liability to her as she was. If she was tied up and couldn't move, she would be a living target and she would need to be distracted from looking after it. Only by helping Ji Tianwen get out of her bonds would she be able to start the fight without scruples. Ezra, let's join together this time, Ji Tianwen shouted, intending to fight alongside the young girl. Zhao Yicheng didn't say anything, but rushed towards the dozen or so people. Ji Tianwen then followed, but couldn't help but regret it after actually exchanging blows. Earlier, he had easily beaten two of Chai Wenmao's bodyguards. This made him more or less inflate his self-confidence, thinking that he had crossed over into the ranks of the masters. But reality told him that compared to the truly practiced masters, he still had a way to go, and the gap was quite obvious. On the contrary, Zhao Yicheng was simply chopping and slicing, and basically, in about 10 moves, he was able to put one down. However, Ji Tianwen felt that he still played a role, at least with him there, holding back one or two people. He also, to a certain extent, relieved the pressure for Zhao Yicheng. However, Ji Tianwen quickly realized that something was wrong. A dozen or so, half of them have been taken care of. Chai Wen-Mao actually didn't mean to panic at all, only covering his ears and revealing a hideous smile. Such a performance made Ji Tianwen instantly realize that the other party still had a backhand. Sure enough, the very moment he made the judgment, a voice that sounded a bit vicissitude came in from the gate. What a powerful girl child. Who taught you kung fu? Ji Tianwen followed the voice and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s with an unimpressive appearance. The other party had his hands behind his back, walking at a pace like an actor on an opera stage, and combined with his smirking expression, he was quite a bit of a high-ranking person. Zhao Yicheng smashed her pink fist into the chest of the person in front of her, turned around, and said with a cold snort, "What do you care who I learned kung fu from? I'll just not tell you and piss you off." Slightly. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "It's good if you don't tell me. It's better to save yourself the trouble of knowing, and directly slaughter you instead." "I poo." Zhao Yicheng directly disliked. "Coming up here and bragging. What kind of garlic are you? He. Today I will teach you what it means that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains." The middle-aged man's gaze steeply became ferocious, and his hand, which was negatively placed behind his back, returned to his front as he ran. In each hand, there was a machete. Zhao Yicheng's gaze condensed, not daring to be careless, and he was ready to face the battle with a 10,020 spirit. Unless one was an expert who had practiced hard qigong to the point of ascending to the highest level, only then would they be able to manage to carry the blade hard with their body. Zhao Yicheng didn't practice hard qigong, so of course he couldn't be afraid of cold weapons. "Female child, it seems that you really don't have any experience at all. Your kung fu is good, but your brain is foolish. It's hard to achieve great things." The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh, then suddenly turned around and charged towards Ji Tianwen. That's right, his target, from the beginning, was not Zhao Yicheng, but Ji Tianwen. Double dagger Huang, cut off both of that brat's ears. I want to put them in wine. Chai Wen-Mao squeezed this out from between his teeth, looking at Ji Tianwen with hatred amongst his eyes. Double dagger Huang didn't reply, only the ruthlessness in his eyes added a few more points. "Brother Tian man." Zhao Yicheng cried out in shock and immediately returned to help. Her reaction, however, was ultimately a beat too slow and obviously too late to stop it. "Old comrades don't speak of martial virtues, so there's no need for me to follow any more rules." Ji Tianwen didn't show any panic, but instead grabbed a long, striped, whistle-like object around his neck. After yanking it down with all his might, he threw it directly towards Twin Dagger Yellow. A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of Double Dagger Yellow, and seeing that he couldn't break his footsteps, he could only lunge towards the side. Landing on his feet, he rolled to unload, his eyes firmly locked on the whistle. He wasn't sure what it was that Ji Tianwen had thrown at him. However, the unknown often means risk. Plus Ji Tianwen's complete lack of panic made him even more convinced that it was a dangerous thing. Dang! The whistle-like metal trinket fell to the mottled concrete floor with a crisp thud. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng had also protected Ji Tianwen's body. Then, the slender waist was embraced, and Ji Tianwen's head appeared more on his shoulders. "Brother Tian man, what are you doing?" Zhao Yicheng was filled with confusion. Ji Tianwen let out a long breath and said in a trembling voice, "Yicheng, I can't stand up a bit. Wait for me to slow down." Chai Wen-Mao and Double Dagger Huang all nervously gazed at the whistle that fell to the ground. The former even hid far away, as if what fell to the ground was not a whistle but a bomb. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, half a minute passed. The whistle settled down and lay on the ground. Chapter 76, Falling into Danger. Twin Dagger Yellow's eyes were startled, as if asking, "What's going on?" As for Chai Wen-Mao, he was even more directly unable to tense up, looking angrily at Ji Tianwen and snapping, "What the hell are you up to?" Ji Tianwen ignored him and slowly loosened the young girl's waist, holding his head high. "Old man, with an IQ like yours, how dare you come to cheat and sneak up on me? To tell you the truth, what I threw over there was just an ordinary whistle. An ordinary whistle can scare you like this, thanks to the fact that you're still practicing." Double Dagger Huang's face instantly grimaced as he stifled a cry. "You seek death." He had rarely been so teased since his debut. The anger within him was ignited as he held the machete squarely in one hand and upside down in the other, charging towards Zhao Yicheng and Ji Tianwen. Zhao Yicheng wasn't ambiguous either, carrying Ji Tianwen and running. 2 bounces and he was at the top of the stairs. Although he hadn't fought Twin Blades Huang head-on, Zhao Yicheng's eyesight wasn't bad, and from the dangerous aura emanating from Twin Blades Huang's body, as well as the speed of the other party, it was obvious that he was an expert, highly skilled and with a weapon in her hand. She didn't dare to be arrogant. Of course, It was Ji Tianwen's instructions that really made her run away quickly. There is absolutely no need to die in this situation right now. The best thing to do is to take the high ground and avoid the sharp end. As long as he was out of harm's way, he had ways to get Chai Wan-ma to die. Chai Wan-ma was obviously aware of this and hurriedly shouted, "We can't let them escape. Quickly pursue them." Twin Blade Yellow nodded and quickly launched himself down the stairs and upwards in pursuit. The repair shop has 3 floors. Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng ran to the roof of the building and immediately closed the bloodstained iron door, then used the debris piled up on the roof of the building to block the iron door. Dang! 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 Loud crashes, one after the other, sounded from behind. The iron door soon appeared a few broken holes, and the debris that blocked the iron door also have shifted. Can be seen to hit the door of the double knife Huang. How much force? Brother Tian Man, do you feel that it's quite exciting? Zhao Yicheng spread her face and smiled, without the slightest bit of the nervousness that should come with being in a dangerous situation. Ji Tianwen was speechless to the extreme, and said with little kindness, "Why don't you just put in the guy who bumped into them? You'll find it more exciting. It's actually not impossible." Zhao Yicheng once again showed a very honest side and said bluntly, "If I don't consider you, Brother Tianwen, I'm sure that even if I can't beat you, I'm still sure that I'll be able to retreat in one piece." Jitan asked. Even though he knew the young girl was telling the truth, he still felt solid about that truth. The 2 men, who were struggling to block the door, did not realize that there was a drone hovering above their heads. "Ezra, it was too risky this time. My fault." Ji Tianwen rubbed the young girl's head, revealing a smile full of apologies. In fact, after the crash, Zhao Yicheng and him, neither of them were too seriously injured. But, to figure out who was behind it, Ji Tianwen decided to take a risk and asked Zhao Yicheng to pretend to be dizzy with him. The 2 were then taken to this abandoned repair yard. There were 2 main reasons that led Ji Tianwen to make such a brainless strategy. For one thing, he didn't like the feeling of being watched from the shadows. It happens once, it happens twice. Not being able to figure out who is plotting behind the scenes is like having a fish in your throat. Gotta be on guard and be careful in everything. The second reason was that his confidence was inflated and he felt that he had crossed over to the ranks of the masters. Plus there's a great master at his side who thinks the risk is manageable. But what he hadn't thought about was that since the other party dared to make a move, they were bound to have made sufficient preparations. "Brother Tian Man, you don't need to apologize. It was originally my duty to protect you." Zhao Yicheng smiled sweetly. "Besides, it's only at times like this that I can fulfill my role." In fact, in the young girl's heart, she had always felt ashamed. Ever since she came down from Mount Yodoi, she had been living a miserable life of hunger. Hunger, hunger, hunger. It wasn't until he met Ji Tianwen that he was able to eat every meal. Not only are they well fed, but they are well fed, and her daily routine was nothing more than taking Ji Tianwen to train in the morning. The rest of the time, it's snacking and watching cartoons. It never made her feel solid inside, always feeling like she was being raised for nothing. Now that she has the opportunity to maximize her value, she will naturally be happy. It was at this moment that a sorrowful voice came from the edge of the rooftop. "You too, you really don't take me seriously at all." Ji Tianwen was creeped out and turned his head to look in the direction the voice came from, only to see a silhouette suddenly leap up and land firmly on the roof of the building. No wonder half a day didn't he hit the door. Ji Tianwen cursed angrily in his heart, and his expression became grave. "I'll pay 10 times what Chai Wan-ma paid you. There are some things that are more important than money." "What do you mean?" Double Dagger Huang shook his head and did not continue to answer. His double daggers lit up, shaking people's eyes raw under the refraction of the sunlight. It was also at that moment that he launched his attack. Ji Tianwen fiercely gritted his teeth and copied a steel pipe at his feet, actually intending to take the initiative to meet up. "Brother Tian Man, you're crazy." Zhao Yicheng grabbed the clothes at the back of his neck and pulled him back. Ji Tianwen lowered his voice and spoke quickly. "Yicheng, I'm the meat ticket. I'm alive so that Chai Wan-mao can get the money. If I die, then he won't get anything. So, I'll hold it head on, and you'll cooperate with the harassment from the side." Looking for an opportunity to strike, Zhao Yicheng's willow brows frowned. But, what she was trying to say was that even if she couldn't die, she could be crippled. Just without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Ji Tianwen had already rushed up. Clang! The blade struck the steel pipe, bringing out a series of stinging sparks. Ji Tianwen only felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, followed by numbness to the point of losing consciousness. What creeped him out even more was the fact that the blade steel tube glided. If he hadn't let go in time, I'm afraid his fingers would have been cut off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Tianwen couldn't help but storm out, his feet quickly retreating. His strategy, of course, is not wrong. Strength, however, was not enough to support him in implementing his strategy. He couldn't do a frontal hold on Double Dagger Yellow. This was because the combat power of both sides was simply not on the same level. "Don't hurt my brother Tian Man," I'll fight you. Zhao Cheng droned out and attacked brazenly. She took 2 rebar bars and secured them with wire to the outside of her little arm. If you can't avoid it, you use the steel in your little arm to carry the blade hard. Ji Tianwen covered his tiger's mouth and moved away from the 2 opposing experts. What he could do when he couldn't help was to try not to add to the situation. Found the young master. A youth wearing eyes and operating a computer said. Where? Ji Weiyang and Bai Jiyu asked at the same time. Chapter 77, The Bodyguard's Rebellion. The youth held up his glasses and returned. The roof of an abandoned repair yard in the suburbs. The specific coordinates. I have already sent to Captain Gao. The words just fell. On the side, the uniformed Captain Gao. His cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it, saying, Don't worry, General Manager Ji, we'll organize a rescue right away. Ji Weiyang nodded slightly and stepped aside, taking out his cell phone to make a call, while Bai Jiyu ordered, Take the drone's image and synchronize it to my phone. After that, leave immediately. Meng Lei hurriedly followed and sat in the back of the vehicle with Bai Jiyu. The roof of the repair yard building. Twin Daggers Huang laughed coldly. It's a bit interesting. The one who can catch so many moves from me at your age is still the first one. If you want to fight, just fight. Where's all the nonsense? Zhao Cheng used the back of her hand to wipe away the line of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, feeling her chi and blood churning and unable to suppress it. Also, every time I breathed in, I felt a burning pain in my insides and a bloody odor. In the words of the master, this is a sign of internal injuries. Anxious to die. Then I'll fulfill. Before Double Dagger Huang could finish his words, he was interrupted by a tap on the door. Immediately after that, Chai Wenma's voice came in from the other side of the iron door. Cut the ing crap. Just get that chick killed. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to enjoy anything more. There are plenty of pretty women. Wouldn't it smell good to take the money quickly and then buy a small island overseas and become a king of the land? Ji Tianwen he wasn't worried about. The key was Zhao Cheng. It's an uncertainty that can be eradicated early and avoided in the gutter. Chai Wenmao, just by yourself. You shouldn't be so bold and capable of laying your hands on me. Tell me the person you're in cahoots with and let us go. I can forget about it. Ji Tianwen shouted. Not to be blamed for the past? Chai Wenmao said viciously. Ji Tianwen, what ing qualifications do you have to say those 4 words to me now? All you want is money, and I can get it for you. You think I'm going to believe your bull asterisk? According to you, I'm already a piece of meat on the table. What else are you not worried about? Ha! Only when the money is in my hands can I rest assured. Ji Tianwen muffled. Say over. Say over. Not still want money. You let me give my father a phone call. I immediately let him give you money. Chai Wenmao balked. No need. When your father sees you crying and begging on your knees, he will naturally obediently call me the money. While the two conversed, the sparring match between Twin Blade Huang and Zhao Cheng continued. Ji Tianwen's eyesight was not enough to see it, so naturally he couldn't see it. The reason why Zhao Cheng had fallen into a disadvantage was not because Twin Dagger Huangjin was ridiculously strong, but because he had a lot of combat experience, and with almost every move, he managed to get it just right. On the one hand, he relied on the sharp weapon in his hand to limit Zhao Cheng's offense, and on the other hand, he didn't go for a hard fight with Zhao Cheng. After dodging the young girl's attack, she took advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack. Occasionally, it would also be stuck precisely when the girl's moves were about to come out, and launch an attack. However, even if Ji Tianwen could see it, it wouldn't be of much use. Matchmaking experience is something that needs to be built up over time. If it wasn't for the young girl's strong fighting talent and awareness, I'm afraid she would have already lost. You bastard! How dare you bully my old lady like that? Zhao Cheng burst out in a rare foul-mouthed manner and scolded in a delicate voice. I'll definitely call up all my senior brothers and sisters and whack you into a meatloaf. Twin Daggers Huang said in disbelief. It's not too late to say that if you can live through today. However, on the surface, he didn't care, but in fact, he was still a little scared inside. This girl child is so strong at such a young age. Then the senior brothers and sisters in her mouth. Surely they wouldn't be any worse. Mess with one, you mess with a nest. Realizing this, the killing intent in Double Dagger Huang's eyes became even more sufficient. Even if it was to eliminate future problems, she should never be allowed to live. Die for me. Twin Blade Huang swung his arms up and slashed down together from top to bottom. Zhao Cheng's eyes stared and his arms were set up to block. Clang! An ear-splitting crash sounded. Zhao Cheng knelt down on one knee. Her throat was sweet, and her pretty face flushed, then quickly turned pale. Eboshi! Ji Tianwen's anger surged as he copied a broken chair and rushed towards Twin Dagger Huang. Seek death! Double Dagger Huang shouted out angrily, freeing a hand and a blade to slash at Ji Tianwen. Ka! The chair in Ji Tianwen's hand was like papier-mâché and was directly cut in half. Ji Tianwen regained his senses and withdrew from his upper state, immediately hugging Zhao Yicheng and pulling away from Double Dagger Huang. Cough, cough. Zhao Yicheng coughed twice, spewing out blood foam that dyed the clothes in front of Ji Tianwen red. The young girl forced down the pain of her injuries and whispered, "Brother Tianwen, I can't beat him." Ji Tianwen didn't say anything, looking at the approaching twin dagger Huang, retreating while pondering on a way to break the situation. If it was on a tall building, he could still threaten to jump, but this place is only 3 stories high. If you really jump down, the probability is that you won't die from the fall, but instead, you can't escape even more. Ji Tianwen racked his brain, thought for a moment, and whispered, "Ezra, you're holding me hostage." "Ha?" The young girl looked confused, her large eyes filled with doubt. Ji Tianwen spoke quickly, "My life is money. Chai Wen-Mao can injure me, but doesn't dare to really kill me, or he won't get anything. But, even if it's just a delay." Zhao Yicheng also no longer hesitated, directly raised his arm and grabbed Ji Tianwen's throat, coldly looked at Double Dagger Huang and threatened, "If you come over again, I'll strangle him to death." Double Dagger Yellow? There's such a thing? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of tapping on the door rang out. Chai Wen-Mao said impatiently, "Double Dagger Huang, still not done?" The corners of Double Dagger Huang's mouth twitched as he looked toward the iron door and returned. Ji Tianwen was taken hostage by that girl child. "Ha?" Chai Wen-Mao was also confused. Twin Blade Yellow cleared away some of the debris blocking the doorway, allowing Chai Wen-Mao to go up to the rooftop. He saw Zhao Yicheng sitting on the ground, his arm tightly stuck on Ji Tianwen's neck, and said with a look of emboldened fear, "You guys kidnapped my brother Tiannan. It's not just for money. I'll get him killed. You guys won't get anything. If you don't believe me, let's try." "Ji Tianwen, you're playing this kind of trick with me?" Chai Wen-Mao snorted out a laugh, clearly not believing that Zhao Yicheng had really defected. Ji Tianwen could see that the beautiful bodyguard's acting skills needed to be improved, so he simply stopped pretending and said bluntly, "Yicheng, if they dare to come closer, you'll just stab me with a knife. Then you'll run away by yourself and just report a message to my family." "Brother Tianman, I don't have a sword." Zhao Yicheng told the truth. Jitan asked, "It's that time of the year, and you're still tearing it down?" Chapter 78, A Beautiful Girl Seriously Injured. Ji Tianwen, you're trying to stall for time, aren't you? Chai Wen-Mao lit a cigarette and gulped down the smoke. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. No one will think that I dare to kidnap people in the daytime, and even less will think that after kidnapping people, I still dare to stay in Pingzhou City. This is called the darkness of the lamp. I arranged 10 cars, along the monitoring to find words, all out of Pingzhou City. Even if I stay here not move, wait to find you, at least as a few days later. Ji Tianwen locked his brows, somewhat regretting taking this risk. But the most useless thing in this world is regret. Even if he was rich, he couldn't buy a pill of regret. "Ji Tianwen, you want to die, don't you?" Chai Wen-Mao steeply raised his volume and said, "Then you can go to hell. Big deal. I don't want my money." After saying that, he passed over a wink to the Double Dagger King. The Double Dagger King acted immediately. Zhao Yicheng hurriedly got up and stopped in front of Ji Tianwen. Chai Wen-Mao laughed in his heart when he saw this. Just now behind the iron gate, he was really worried that Zhao Yicheng was going to get Ji Tianwen killed. But once on the rooftop, the worry was gone. They say the prettier the woman, the better she is at lying. However, this phrase was clearly inappropriate when applied to Zhao Yicheng. A glance at the fake acting made Chai Wen-Mao instantly see through it. Double Dagger Huang approached towards Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng step by step, the smile on his face revealing a sinister intent. "Old me will fight you Zhao Yicheng was also in a hurry and yelled as she rushed towards Double Dagger Huang. Twin Dagger Yellow remained in his original fighting style, setting up his twin daggers while stepping back to avoid the attack. However, what he didn't expect was this. Zhao Yicheng rushed halfway across the room and suddenly turned toward Chai Wen-Mao. Chai Wen-Mao almost pissed himself on the spot. If it was in the past, a youthful, beautiful girl with a super high face value, rushing over so directly, he would gladly open his arms to the other's throes. But at this moment, all he felt was fear and trepidation. You, don't come over." Chai Wen-Mao panicked. His left foot tripped over his right foot, and he fell straight to the ground. However, the misadventure was what caused Zhao Yicheng's fist to fall short. Just as Zhao Yicheng was about to lean over and take control of Chai Wen-Mao, "Ezra, watch out!" Ji Tianwen's shout came. Zhao Yicheng's eyebrows wrinkled, and he couldn't care less about Chai Wen-Mao as he rolled on the ground, dodging Twin Blade Huang's slashes. In the next moment, Twin Blade Huang and Zhao Yicheng, almost at the same time, rushed towards Ji Tianwen's direction. Prior to this time, Double Dagger Huang had used this style of fighting to force Zhao Yicheng to the point where he had to face him straight on. "Now, that play still works. Get your ass down there. Don't be an eyesore here." Double Dagger Huang shouted angrily. Chai Wen-mo woke up and hurriedly ran towards the iron door and out of the rooftop range. Dozens of moves later, Zhao Yicheng sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and staggered back. She was no longer able to block the slashing blade, and could only watch as twin dagger Huang's hands rose and fell. I Ching! Ji Tianwen erupted with his fastest speed and blocked in front of the young girl. Brother Tian Man! Zhao Yicheng was terrified and hurriedly tried to push Ji Tianwen away, but it was too late. In the heat of the moment, the young girl hugged Ji Tianwen and used her last ounce of strength to complete a spin. She put her back, facing the double dagger yellow. Bang! In the distance came the sound of what sounded like someone lighting a firecracker. Dang! Dang! Two crisp sounds appeared at almost the same time. Ji Tianwen was shocked and delighted when he looked at the twin swords that had fallen to the ground from twin sword yellow. The young girl who didn't feel the expected pain coming from her back slowly opened her eyes. How fat for? Could I have been cut down? Zhao Yicheng muttered, looked up to see Ji Tianwen, sighed and said, Brother Tianwen, I still failed to protect you. If I had known that I should have practiced my kung fu properly and not been so lazy. Ji Tianwen didn't have the heart to pay attention to the young girl's self-talk, and looked at twin blades Huang who had fallen to the ground with blood still pouring out of his temples, and let out a breath of air as if he was relieved. From the looks of this situation right now, double dagger yellow was taken out by a sniper. In other words, help has come. Realizing this, Ji Tianwen loosened up and fell softly to the ground. Zhao Yicheng also ran out of strength and collapsed along with Ji Tianwen. She rubbed herself in Ji Tianwen's arms and muttered with dissatisfaction. Dying is dead, but it actually hurts. Not right. I have to avenge brother Tianwen. After saying this, he was about to struggle to sit up. Stop it, Ji Tianwen said without much humor. It wasn't us who died. It was that twin dagger Huang. Hospital. Ji Tianwen looked at the young girl lying on the hospital bed with a pale face through the glass bed, and his eyes were filled with pain. The young girl had dozens of stab wounds on her body, the deepest of which could even be seen in the bones. Even if it hadn't gotten to the doctor in time, even if it hadn't injured a major organ, the blood loss alone could kill her. Chai Wen-mao. Ji Tianwen pronounced the name, releasing a shockingly hostile aura from his body. Just then, footsteps came from his side. Ji Tianwen twisted his head to look and realized that it was Meng Lei who was walking over. Tian Man. The doctor said that I Ching's life is no longer in danger. Meng Lei said. Ji Tianwen nodded, took a deep breath, and greeted the middle-aged man not far away to come over. The middle-aged man was not tall, with a popular face, giving people a naive and honest feeling, but only those who had fought him knew how terrifying this naive-looking middle-aged man really was. This person, precisely Ji Wuyong's personal bodyguard, was named Chen Rue De. Uncle Chen, I'll leave this side of the hospital to you. Keep an eye on her for me, Ji Tianwen said. Chen Rueda wanted to say, young master, the chairman arranged for me to come here to protect you. Ji Tianwen patted his arm and said, on my father's side, I'll explain to him. Thank you for your hard work. Young master, what are you talking about? For the chairman. For you, whatever I do is proper. Chen Rueda laughed. Ji Tianwen didn't say any more and turned to leave. Meng Lei took a step to follow and asked, Tian Man, where are you going? There's something that needs to be taken care of. Ji Tianwen rubbed his brow, raised his hand on Meng Lei's shoulder, and said, Lei, thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for Meng Lei's first call to contact Ji Wuyong and Bai Jiyu after realizing something was wrong, then it may not be possible to react so promptly. In addition, it was Meng Lei's idea to activate the drone search. If we were to recognize the merits, then Meng Lei would be the first to be rewarded. Tian Man, don't treat me as an outsider. Meng Lei stepped forward and hugged Ji Tianwen's waist, her side face pressed against his shoulder as she slowly said, I was worried about you when I knew you were kidnapped, but luckily you're fine. Jitan asked. There doesn't seem to be a corresponding spell in the book for this situation. Chapter 79, Ji Shao, do you eat whip? Ji Tan didn't mull over the words much, even if it was in the book. Right now he didn't have the heart to recall it. Ray, I have things to do. I'll contact you when I'm done. Do you need me to go with you on this? No, I'll do it myself. Ji Tianwen hugged Meng Lei and patted her back. After thanking him again, he left the hospital. The dark, closed room. Chai Wen-mao cracked. Ji Tianwen, feel free to use whatever tricks you have. I don't believe that you dare to get me killed. The first to rush into the repair yard at that time were Chen Rueda and others. Familiar with his own chairman's style, he didn't even need to communicate in advance to hide Chai Wen-mo. As a result, Chai Wen-mo was not arrested. Ji Tianwen opened the door, his eyes indifferent as he looked at Chai Wen-mo, who had his hands tied behind his back and was shouting, no expression on his face as he asked, who is your helper? Aren't you a bully? Don't you know how to analyze? Don't come and ask me if you're capable. Chai Wen-mo roared angrily. A burly man with a big body immediately walked up to him and slapped Chai Wen-mo on the face. Pop! The loud slapping sound was loud and clear in the small, dimly lit space, Chai Wen-mao screamed out in pain, but was cursing out even more unpleasant expletives. He knew very well that Ji Tianwen would not let him go. So, subconsciously, in this way, to vent the fear within. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a white coat, carrying a medical box, walked into the small room. The middle-aged man wore a pair of rimless glasses, his hair was thinly combed, and the top of his bare brain and head looked bright in the light. At first glance, it looks like a senior physician. Over to you, Ji Tianwen said indifferently. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled back. Don't worry, Ji Xiao, Ji Tianwen. What do you bastard want? Chai Wen-mao's eyes were horrified as he shouted. If you're capable of releasing me, let's fight one-on-one. The latter words, before they could be uttered, were gagged by two burly men with their socks. The middle-aged man in a white coat came to Chai Wen-mao with a kind smile on his face. However, in Chai Wen-mao's eyes, how that smile looked, it gave him the creeps. All sorts of tortures came to mind at once. Bloodletting, amputation, and GA waste. The middle-aged man smiled as he opened the medical box. Introduce yourself. My name is Liang Shanjin, and what I'm best at doing is gender reassignment surgery. Nicknamed, the Egg Breaker. Don't be nervous or scared. I'm a professional. Hearing this, Chai Wen-mao abruptly widened his eyes and shook his head in panic. However, no one paid any attention to him. Liang Shanzhen turned his head to Ji Tianwen and asked with a smile, Young Ji, do you eat whip? Kithian asked, shaking his head. Liang Shanzhen laughed, if you don't eat it, I'd like to take it back to make wine. Yes, Ji Tianwen agreed and turned around. Chai Wen-mao struggled hard and kept making "oh" noises. He was really scared at the moment. He had thought that Ji Tianwen would have someone beat him up and torture him, but he hadn't thought that he would actually bring in an egg demolition expert. However, even if he wanted to beg for mercy at this moment, he could no longer speak. Chai Wen-mao felt like he had dreamed a dream, a very scary nightmare. That fear was still there, preventing him from feeling at ease, and he subconsciously felt toward the bottom. This touch didn't matter. Chai Wen-mao broke out into a cold sweat on the spot. I can't believe, is really gone. The surgery went well. Congratulations. You'll have to squat to pee from now on. Liang Shankin put the implements back in the medical kit, then slung them over his shoulder and exited the room. Gee, heaven, ask. Bone-deep hatred flowed from Chai Wen-mao's eyes. Going from male to female and living like this is worse than dying. Right at this moment, Liang Shangin's voice came from outside the door. All be gentle. The patient just had surgery. Can't be too intense. When Chai Wen-mao heard this, the lower part of his body's middle and rear part, a burst of tightness and his scalp tingled. A few moments later, several burly men, all but the whitest of teeth, filed into the room. Chai Wen-mao was so scared that he almost fainted and said in a panic, that, Ji Tian asked. Ji Xiao, Grandpa Ji, I'll say everything. Chai Wen-mao tried his best to shout as loud as he could. Shortly afterward, the burly men exited the room with a sorry look on their faces. Ji Tianwen stepped into the room, and the person who came in with him immediately pulled out a chair for him to sit down. He didn't ask any questions, so he just stared at Chai Wen-mao. Chai Wen-mao was trembling as if he had seen the devil. At this moment, he didn't even dare to let anger appear in his eyes. Afraid that Ji Tianwen would lose his patience, Chai Wen-mao stabilized his mind and said, Young Ji, the one who helped me kidnap you along with me is LV Qingsong from Dongda City. Ji Tianwen frowned slightly, scrutinizing Chai Wen-mao, though he found it unlikely that the other man would dare to lie at a time like this. But, he wasn't gullible enough to take empty words at face value. Is there evidence? There is. It's in the amulet around my neck. Ji Tianwen cocked his head. The man standing behind him walked over to Chai Wen-mao and removed the amulet. When he opened the amulet, there was a storage card smaller than a fingernail cap inside. Get the computer and see what's on the card, Ji Tianwen ordered. The computer was quickly brought over, and the only thing stored on the card was an audio file. Opening the file, a conversation between Chai Wen-mao and Lu Qingsong came out of the laptop speakers. Ji Tianwen listened patiently, and a look of realization passed through his eyes. No wonder Double Dagger Huang is not very respectful to Chai Wen-mao. It turns out to be the person LV Qingsong is looking for. And in the first half of the conversation, can be heard, Lu Qingsong have deliberately guarded against Chai Wen-mao recording, until undressed, into the pool. Only then is considered to drop their guard. How did you record the sound? Ji Tian asked curiously. Chai Wen-mao didn't dare not to answer and gave the answer. The miniature recorder I used. I hid it in my ass in advance. Ji Tianwen was stunned, then gave a thumbs up and praised. You're great. After saying that, he added, if you hide again in the future, you don't have to hide in the back. It's okay to hide in the front. Chai Wen-mao's face changed, and he once again fell into despair. In his remorse, he wondered, is what he's clinging to really that important? Chapter 80, 1 billion in compensation. Ji Tianwen's car accident was not hidden after all. The evening went smoothly on the hot seat, and that result was sort of expected. In the age of self-publishing, there are no secrets under the sun. Photos from the scene of the crash went viral on the internet, and speculation was rampant. Although Ji's group has also taken the cooling treatment, but the tree wants to be quiet but the wind will not stop. There are people who do not want to let Ji's group peace. Among them was the chairman of the LV group, LV Liang. In the office, Lu Liang sat down on the sofa, took a drag on his cigar, and let out an unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha. It's called heavenly retribution. Ji Tianwen, that little brat, pitted my old man for $500 million. It's a pity that this money he has the life to take, may not have the life to spend. Lu Qingsong, who was sitting across from him, lowered his head, and also felt indescribably comfortable in his heart. At the same time, there is intense anticipation. From the news swiped, it's not hard to tell that Chai Wenma has successfully kidnapped Ji Tianwen. Next, just sit back and wait to collect your money. According to the predetermined plan, Chai Wenma would demand a ransom of $5 billion from Ji Wuyong. He takes 60% and Chai Wenmo takes 40%. That means he gets $3 billion. Deducting the $500 million lost earlier netted a profit of $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion, even for the LV clan, was definitely considered a huge amount of money. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lu Liang spoke. The office door was pushed open and a middle-aged man with a beard walked in. It was Lu Liang's secretary, Duan Yuanlong. How's the situation? Did that little brat Ji Tianwen die? Lu Liang asked. Duan Yuanlong replied back. Mr. Lu, this is still unclear for the time being. However, this matter of Ji Tianwen being involved in a car accident is most likely not a coincidence, but a planned and premeditated targeted action. How? Before Ji Tianwen's car accident, Ji Wuyong's car was also hit, when Ji Tianwen was attending the opening ceremony of Meng Changming's daughter's store. Judging from the route, Ji Tianwen was on his way to the hospital when he was involved in the accident. Oh, Lu Liang's spirit lifted, his back left the backrest of the sofa, and he said in surprise, who's so bold? That's unknown. Duan Yuanlong shook his head back. Even a street vendor with a good business can't help but have a few enemies. What's more, Ji's group was the leading company in Pingzhou City, and with a big tree, there would only be more enemies. If we were to single out anyone who had a motive for orchestrating this crash, we could identify dozens of people at least. Could it be Kong Hanqi? Lu Liang muttered. Duan Yuanlong pondered for a moment, opened his mouth, and was about to reply. However, he heard Lu Liang deny on his own. I don't think so. Kong Hanqi is still too far behind Ji Wuyong. He shouldn't be that bold. Duan Yuanlong nodded his head and commanded. Mr. Lu, I feel the same way. 500 million is quite a lot, but it's not worth Kong Hanqi's risk. The Kong Hanqi that the two of them were talking about was none other than the chairman of the Kong group, the father of Kong Yongqi and Kong Yongga. Lu Liang frowned and pondered for half a day, but he didn't dare to come to a conclusion on who exactly it was that dared to target Ji Wuyong and Ji Tianwen's father and son. Was about to give up and not dwell on it anymore. The rest of his eyes caught a glimpse of his son sitting on the couch across the room, his head bowed as if he had something on his mind. What are you thinking about? Lu Liang didn't have much to say. Ji Tianwen's car accident. It couldn't have been you, could it? This was originally a joke, but Lu Qingsong was a body burst, seemingly frightened, and hurriedly denied. How could it be me? Lu Liang and Duan Yuanlong looked at each other, doing their best to feel that Lu Qingsong's expression was a bit strange. However, without waiting to follow up, Lu Liang's cell phone rang. Taking it out, I realized that an email had come in from a private email address, and the sender, of course, is Ji Wuyong? Lu Liang uttered in surprise, feeling puzzled. How could Ji Wuyong send him an email at this juncture? Upon clicking on it, I realized that the email had no subject or content, just an audio attachment. Lu Liang's heart thumped. For some reason, a sense of foreboding arose. Taking a drag on his cigar and steadying himself, he clicked on the audio file. Over the cell phone speaker, a voice came out. Xiao Lu, long time waiting, right? This place is really nice. After hearing just one sentence, Lu Qingsong felt as if his butt had been hit by a nail and violently stood up from the sofa. Immediately afterward, his own voice rang out. It's okay. It was built with reference to the style over in Europe, and I purposely cleared it in advance in order to entertain Chai Xiao. LV Liang and Duan Yuanlong, at the same time, looked towards LV Qingsong, and amongst the eyes of the two of them, shock filled their eyes. Keep listening. Lu Liang and Duan Yuanlong's faces became gloomy. When he heard that LV Qingsong and Chai Wenmao started discussing the plan to kidnap Ji Tianwen, LV Liang completely tensed up, directly slapped his cell phone onto the coffee table, angrily stared at LV Qingsong, and snapped, I need an explanation. LV Chingsong's body trembled and opened his mouth several times, having the intention to defend himself, but in the end, he still put his heart in his mouth and said in a resigned manner, "It was Chai Wan-mao who took the initiative to look for me. I deliberately chose to meet at our own venue, and I even deliberately spoke to him while taking a bath, but this son of a, he actually recorded it anyway. It's not clear, though, exactly what happened, but, since Ji Wuyong sent the recording, to be sure, Chai Wan-ma has been planted." Lu Liang rushed to Lu Qingsong with an arrow step and slapped him with his backhand. Pop! Lu Qingsong grunted in pain, forced himself not to cry out, covered half of his face, and fell onto the sofa. "You bastard!" LV Liang's lungs were about to explode as he cursed angrily. "You just made me compensate $500 million for you, and now you've made such a big mess. You want to kill me, don't you?" Lu Qingsong did not say a word, while in his mind, he silently recited the 3-character sutra to Chai Wan-mao's entire family. This son of a is really a success. The deal was that he wouldn't be brought into it after it went south, but now it seems to be all just a bunch of bull. Beach house. Ji Wuyong sat by the pool, fishing rod in hand, as if waiting for something. 5 minutes later, the cell phone resting on the round table at hand rang. Ji Wuyong glanced at the screen, picked up his cell phone, and answered the call. "Lu Liang, the recording has been heard, right? I've heard it before. I'm the one who failed to teach my son, and I'll give a statement. Tell me about it and I'll listen." "Mr. G, 1,000 mistakes are all my son's fault. I'll tell you I'm sorry first, and in addition, I'll take another $1 billion as compensation for Tianman's shock." $1 billion? Ji Wuyong laughed, his laughter filled with disdain and sarcasm. Chapter 81, Will you give it to me or not? Hearing Ji Wuyong's laughter, Lu Liang's heart sank, guessing that the other party was not satisfied with his statement. Sure enough, just then I heard Ji Wuyong say, "LV Liang, I'll give you $2 billion to let your dog son also try what happened to my son. Do you agree?" Ji Tianwen, who walked into the courtyard, couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart when he heard his dad's words. Dad, though he usually didn't have a good face for him, was always like a big mountain in front of him when something was really wrong. He stood his ground and didn't move any closer, waiting patiently for his dad to call. The other side of the phone, Lu Liang forced down his inner fire and laughed awkwardly. "Mr. G, don't look at the face of the monk. Look at the face of the Buddha. There was no enmity between our two families before. Young people are inevitably hot-headed and prone to making mistakes. Besides, this time the mastermind is Chai Wan-mao. Injustice has its head and debt has its owner. Chingsong is under compulsion, and at best, he's a secondary culprit." Ji Wuyong obviously didn't eat this set of words and said in a cold tone, "Lu Liang, one size does not fit all. I will go to Chai Bin to settle the score. Right now we are talking about what's between you and me." LV Liang was silent for a long time, and said in a tone of meat pain, "Mr. G, I'll add another 200 million, and then come to the door to apologize. Let's turn our differences into peace, and pretend that this has never happened." Market capitalization, assets, cash flow. It may sound like the same thing, but it doesn't really mix. A company with a market capitalization of tens of billions may not even have $1 billion in its account. It's still in better condition. If the business is not doing well, it is not new to have only tens of millions of dollars on the books after taking into account various expenses such as debts and loans. In that sense, $12 billion in cash is definitely not a small amount. However, Ji Wuyong still had no intention of letting up and said bluntly, "Lu Liang, do you think I care about your $12 billion? Mr. G, I think my sincerity is enough. If you still feel dissatisfied, then you draw the line. Lu Liang, since you've already listened to the recording, it should be clear that Chai Wan-mao discussed with your son and wanted me to offer $5 billion. Mr. G, you don't think you want me to give you $5 billion, do you?" Lu Liang's tone became icy cold. If he really took out $5 billion, then not only had he worked for nothing for so many years, he would also have to take on a considerable amount of debt. Even if he tore his face off with Ji Wuyong, he would never agree. Ji Wuyong calmly said, "That's right, I just want $5 billion. Will you give it or not?" Hearing this, not to mention Lu Liang, even Ji Tianwen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Dad's not claiming compensation. He's clearly trying to declare war. $5 billion, and in cash. Even if you put it on the G group, it's considered a hemorrhage. As for Lu Liang, I'm afraid I'll have to smash the pot to get the money together. But, really, it would be better to answer the battle at full strength, or simply take a circuitous route and fight a war of attrition with G's group. Anyway, LV's group's volume was there, and it was impossible for G's group to dry out LV's group in a short period of time, even dragged out to the end. The deer in the headlights is an unknown. All in all, to make LV Liang pay out $5 billion in cash. One could think with his feet and know that it was impossible. Ji Weiyong, am I giving you too much face? Lu Liang aggravated his tone. If there's nothing to talk about, you can just say it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? LV Liang, I've cultivated my body over the years. Not many people remember what kind of temper I had back then. It's just the right time to take you on, Ji Weiyong said indifferently. However, it was this flat tone that caused Lu Liang to shiver. He and Ji Weiyong, almost the same group of rising entrepreneurs, naturally has a deep understanding of Ji Weiyong, and because of that, he felt terrified. However, when two armies were facing each other, they definitely couldn't lose their momentum. Lu Liang snorted coldly. Ji Weiyong, I've more or less heard about your wife's background, but your wife had already fallen out with her mother's family back then because she insisted on marrying you. Am I right about that? Not wrong, Ji Weiyong readily admitted, then snorted. Since you're clear about all this, aren't you clear about whether I've ever borrowed my wife's mother's family's power over the years? Lu Liang was at a loss for words. Indeed, Ji Weiyong had never heard anyone say that he had relied on the energy of Bai Jiyu's mother's family until now in his development. Ji Weiyong himself, on the other hand, didn't have any deep background. Being able to grow the key group to the size it is today is partly due to luck, though, with several good opportunities coming up one after the other. But, it wouldn't have been possible to get there today if it was based on luck alone. Without the support of strength, even if you seize the opportunity, it will only be a flash in the pan in the end, and can't be long-term. Lu Liang took a deep breath and asked, in other words, you really want to spa, are with me? Didn't you say you weren't afraid of me? Ji Weiyong let out a light laugh and said, I'm inclined to see just how bold you are, and if I can make you afraid. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Lu Liang was so angry that he cursed. This Ji Weiyong, he's simply a deep well of ice. In his opinion, if the positions were switched, he would definitely choose to take what he could get, $12 billion in cash. Doesn't it smell good in your pocket? Besides, it's not like you're a bloody young man. I'm almost half a century old, and I'm still doing the whole don't steam the buns and fight for the breath thing. Is it true that a man is a teenager until he dies? Seeing that his dad and Ji Weiyong had fallen apart, Lu Qingsong couldn't help but start to get scared at the moment, and said in a trembling voice, Dad, Ji Weiyong wouldn't release the recording and send me in, or hire a hitman to kill me, would he? Lu Liang was already angry, and now that he saw his son's abject behavior, he was even more furious. How did I give birth to such a brainless fool like you? Lu Liang kicked over and scolded. Now you know you're scared? What did you do long ago? Lu Qingsong wanted to cry. How could he have thought that he was cautious enough? But Chai Wen Mao actually recorded him anyway? But now, it's too late to say anything. Beach house. Seeing his dad hang up the phone, Ji Tianwen took a step forward and inquired, Dad, are you planning to go to war with the LV group? Ji Weiyong's eyebrows wrinkled and instead of answering the question, he asked in return, when did you come back? Just got back. LV group. You don't have to worry about it. LV Liang, LV Qingsong, neither of these two masters can think of a good time. Dad, as the saying goes, fighting is for the brothers, going into battle is for the sons. Why don't you press on at the back first, and I'll go up and have a go at them first? Just you? Ji Weiyong scornfully said, better save your breath. LV's group is different from Miao's group. You're still a bit short of fighting LV Liang right now, Ji Tianwen said confidently. It's not that troublesome, it's just a matter of words. Chapter 82, don't you want me to come? A sentence? Ji Weiyong's eyes revealed a look of suspicion. If it was in the past, he would have taken it as his son bragging, but since breaking up with Xia Shuyun, he feels that his son is not the same as before. Although on the surface, there are still moments of lethargy, there hasn't really been any fainting spells. Ji Tianwen laughed. Dad, have you forgotten? Yu Yuan still owes me a favor. I can go to Yu Yuan and ask him to step in and deal with Lu Liang. Ji Weiyong's thick brows were locked, as if he was weighing whether or not it was a good idea to do so. After a moment, he spoke up and asked, do you think it's worth wasting the favor? Whether it's worth it or not depends on how it's interpreted, and I think it's still worth it. And the reason? Fighting with one punch, lest 100 punches come, Ji Tianwen said with a serious expression. Sooner or later, Ji's group will have to get out of Pingzhou City and step onto a bigger stage. If we let people think that we are weak and bullying, we will only attract more punches. So it's better to be a bully than a goon. If you dare to glare at me, I'll dare to smack you with my big mouth so that no one dares to bully us. A flash of appreciation crossed Ji Weiyong's eyes, but he quickly hid it again and said in a tone that couldn't hide his relief. I didn't realize that you still have such great ambitions. As the old saying goes, the old man is a hero and the son is a good man. Ji Tianwen delivered a smack of horse's ass and said, if you are a hero, I surely can't be a bear. Ji Woyong twisted his head toward the fishing line so that his son wouldn't see the upturned corners of his mouth, then said, "Any other reason?" Ji Tianwen pondered slightly and returned, "You just said that LV's group is different from Miao's group, and with our current strength, it's impossible for us to form a crushing posture against LV's group. If we're going to throw money at it, if Louis's group throws $1 at it, we're going to have to throw $1.50, or even $2 at it. Even if we can smash hard in the end and Lou's group is finished, Ji's group should almost be emptied out." Ji Woyong nodded slowly, recognizing this statement and gesturing, "Continue." Ji Tianwen wasn't ambiguous either, analyzing and deducing the situation all over again. Then he added, "Yu Boy Yuan is getting old. In case he hiccups one day, then the favor he owes me will of course be null and void, so it's better to use it earlier." As a matter of fact, Ji Tianwen was thinking of grasping this favor precisely because he knew that Yu Boy Yuan died in the fall. Ji Woyong lifted the rod, removed the fish from the hook, and put it into a bucket on the side, and said in a careless manner, "LV Liang said that he could compensate $1,200 million to defuse this conflict. If it were you, what would you do? First collect the money, then turn the other cheek." Ji Tianwen said without thinking, "Ji Woyong, why didn't you say so earlier if it's such a good idea?" Hospital. The young girl in the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. Ji Tianwen immediately stepped forward and held the young girl's cold little hand, saying with concern, "I Ching, you've finally woken up, brother Tianwen." The young girl's voice sounded a little weak, just when Ji Tianwen thought that the young girl would ask how long she had slept. But I heard the young girl say, "I'm so hungry." Hungry huh? Wait. Ji Tianwen took out his cell phone and immediately arranged for someone to bring in food that had long been prepared to replenish qi and blood. Zhao Yicheng's nose twitched, and a bright light erupted from her eyes, her entire body looking much more refreshed. Ji Tianwen fed the young girl ginseng soup while recounting what happened afterwards. Then, in a guilty tone, he said, "I Ching, you are hurt like this." "Oops, it's fine," Zhao Yicheng said with a couldn't care less tone. "Bodyguards, it's normal to get hurt. Brother Tianwen, you don't have to blame yourself. I'm not full yet, I still want to eat something delicious." Ji Tianwen wanted to say something, but in the end, he rubbed the young girl's head and didn't say anything more. Just as he was concentrating on feeding the young girl, Zhao Yicheng looked behind Ji Tianwen and smiled sweetly. "Sister Meng Lei, you're here too." "Aha." Meng Lei nodded and said a few words of concern, pulling out a chair and sitting beside Ji Tianwen. After a slight hesitation, he took the bowl and spoon from Ji Tianwen's hand and smiled. "Tianwen, I'll do it." Ji Tianwen didn't argue with her, and put his hand into the thin quilt, holding the young girl's hand and asking her what else she wanted to eat. When Meng Lei saw this, her eyebrows knitted slightly. However, thinking that Zhao Yicheng was injured like this in order to protect Ji Tianwen, he couldn't say anything more. Wait until Zhao Yicheng had eaten and drunk enough. Ji Tianwen pulled out a tissue and wiped off the grease stains around her mouth, saying, "I Cheng, if you need anything, talk directly to the auntie who is accompanying you. I still have a few things to do, so I'll come back to see you when I'm done with them. Brother Tianman, you don't need to mind me, just go about your business." Zhao Yicheng nodded obediently. Meng Lei also stood up, greeted Zhao Yicheng, and followed Ji Tianwen out of the hospital room. The two walked side by side to the elevator, chatting as they went. Ray, on the hospital side, you can stop coming so often. Edge of Dreams just opened and there are still so many things you need to handle. Ezra saved your life. It's only right that I come to see her often. Don't you? You don't want me to come? That's not true. It's just that I'm afraid to hold you up. Really? Of course it's true. Meng Lei stood still, stared into Ji Tianwen's eyes for a moment, and digressed. Did Chai Wen Mao give up the person who teamed up with him? She rushed to the scene with Bai Jiyu, clear about Chai Wen Mao being hidden. Ji Tianwen hesitated a little, and briefly informed him of what happened afterwards, as well as his intentions. After all, the other party had played a key role in the matter of saving him, and there were things that he should have the right to know. Meng Lei wasn't surprised after hearing Ji Tianwen's statement. Miao's group was all directly screwed over by Ji Tianwen for sending her a wreath. This time, the two sons of Chai Bin and Lu Liang are actual kidnappers. Ji Tianwen would not be Ji Tianwen if he could endure this. The division should be famous. Meng Lei reminded, there is no impermeable wall in the world. You go to Yunwu Mountain to find Yu Bui Yuan. Once he intervenes, there may not be no one who can find out the inside story. I suggest that the recordings be published first, to take up the moral right. Well, that's what I think too. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in agreement. At the very least, we have to let people know what Lu Liang and Chai Bin are finished because of. Meng Lei pondered a little and continued to ask, on Lu Liang's side, there's Yu Bui Yuan to solve it. What about Chai Bin's side? Settle LV Liang. Chai Bin is just a small shrimp. Piggyback off of him. That's true, but the G group has already paid out a lot of money in order to defeat the Miao group, and it's not wise to engage in such a money-burning behavior again. So what do you mean? Leave it to me. Chapter 83, don't say anything, don't do anything. Hand it over? Ji Tianwen looked at Meng Lei with a surprised expression. Without much ado, Meng Lei pulled open her satchel and took out a few sheets of A4 paper from it. Ji Tianwen took it in his hand and unfolded it, realizing that the paper was densely packed with words. The content, on the other hand, is a strategic program for Chaibin. Ji Tianwen couldn't help but TSK after reading it. Meng Lei's program is not only very targeted, but also has great feasibility. Lei, you're simply a genius. Ji Tianwen held Meng Lei's hand with a look of excitement. Meng Lei's eyes lowered as she glanced at the hand she was holding. The corner of her mouth unconsciously raised in a graceful arc. Then she blanked him and asked, "So, you think my proposal is feasible?" "Of course it's feasible," Ji Tianwen said without thinking. Meng Lei took the program back and said, "Then I'll follow this idea and refine the plan in detail." "Thanks. No need to thank me. You were able to bring down the Miao group for your girlfriend, and I was able to bring down the Chai group for my boyfriend." Ji Tianwen was surprised. Of course he could hear that Meng Lei was deliberately pulling out the boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. However, there is no agreement in front of boyfriend and girlfriend. Is that deliberate too? Cloudy Mountain. The mountain, as its name suggests, is surrounded by clouds all year round. The walk is hazy and full of mystery. Along the disk road, a commercial vehicle successfully reached the top of the mountain. Ji Tianwen got down from the car, and at a glance, he saw a small, humble-looking farmhouse in front of him. The yard is planted with flowers and seasonal vegetables, and there are a few flowering pigs in the pens, making it look quite rustic. Knock, knock, knock. Ji Tianwen flexed her fingers and knocked on the door. Not long after, a pale voice came from inside. "The door is unlocked. Come straight in." Ji Tianwen answered and pushed the door with both hands in a regular manner, although Yu Boyuan owed him a favor. After all, this time he came to the door with a request. Moreover, Yu Boyuan valued rules the most. Ji Tianwen also didn't want to end up getting nothing because of these minutiae. Follow the dirt road and enter the house. Ji Tianwen realized that the house was surprisingly cool. Compared to the temperature in the courtyard, it could be at least about 5 degrees worse. This relies heavily on adobe walls. These walls are so thick that they can't get sunlight even in the summer. Plus the cloudy mountains are very humid and the house is naturally cooler. Yu Boyuan, on the other hand, still had a disheveled image, with poor lighting conditions. At first glance, one could even be mistaken for a savage. However, Yu Boyuan was very unkempt, but the house was free of any foreign places. Instead, it smelled like a mixture of tea and flowers. "It's fresh and smells good, President Yu. I haven't seen you for a while. Are you in good health?" Ji Tianwen exchanged pleasantries while placing the gifts he brought onto the table in the center of the hall. Yu Boyuan didn't pick up the conversation and opened the door. "You came to me because you want me to return your favor, right?" Ji Tianwen didn't expect that the other party would be so blunt. But, since the other party didn't like to beat around the bush, he simply said it straight. President Yu is truly as good as God at anticipating things. Ji Tianwen sent a kiss of ass, affirming the other party's doubt. Yu Boyuan poured a cup of tea, pointed to the chair next to him, and continued to ask, "What do you want me to do?" "In the shortest possible time, bring down the LV group in East Germany City." Ji Tianwen uttered the request, then went on to give a rough account of the feud between the two sides. Yu Boyuan tapped his fingers on the desktop and said slowly, "That is to say, what you really want to target is LV Liang and LV Qingsong, not the LV group." "What difference does it make?" Ji Tian asked in disbelief. "LV Liang is at the helm of the LV group. To target LV Liang is to target the LV group. To target the LV group is to target LV Liang." Ji Tianwen really couldn't figure out why Yu Boyuan was talking about the two separately. "Of course there is a difference," Yu Boyuan returned. "Words must not be spoken, and things must not be done. Lu Liang's father and son have a grudge against you, and you want to take revenge on them, and in the process, set up an example for the G group, which in itself is not wrong, but there's no need to be so extreme." Ji Tianwen frowned, displeased with this statement. "However, I heard Yu Boyuan continue. LV's group is like a big tree with many branches and deep roots. Thousands of people, pointing to this tree to eat. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. People live a life, and it's just to be busy running around for a bowl of rice. It's not that I can't do something to bring down the LV group, but then thousands of people would be affected. The people who don't have a job will hate your key group. A karma of this magnitude is not something that ordinary people can carry." Ji Tianwen froze on the spot. Then, it was understood what Yu Boyuan really wanted to express. In this country, there is certainly no such thing as a business that is too big to fail, but for the city of East Germany, Louis' group can be crucial. It's as if someone is trying to bring down Key's group, and the officials won't just sit back and inevitably come down to intervene. At that point, if one is still bent on having his way, it's no different from being a dead man, taking a step back. Even if the purpose was accomplished, then the days to come were bound to be difficult. One step at a time, waiting ahead. Once you make a mistake, it's all over. President Yu, I've been taught. Ji Tianwen stood up and clasped his fists and arched his hands. There's no need to pound a loud drum. So since you understand what I'm saying, I'll show you a path you can consider. You say, let LV Liang cede the power and quit the LV group on his own, without going to spread to the bystanders. Ji Tianwen shook his head. It's too light. Even if he sold his shares, Lu Liang could still get away with it with his years of savings and the money from selling his shares. In Ji Tianwen's opinion, it was naturally too cheap for Lu Liang. So what do you want, according to your idea? Yu Boyuan asked. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and returned. LV Liang withdrew from the LV clan group and donated 90% of his family's assets. Oh, Yu Boyuan was surprised. I thought you'd say that you'd let Lu Liang compensate you for a large sum of money. Ji Tianwen laughed and said, money is something that can never be earned, and letting Lu Liang donate it would make him feel more uncomfortable and annoyed than if it fell into my hands. Are you sure you want to do this? Yu Boyuan asked. Okay. Ji Tianwen nodded heavily. Alright then, go back and wait for news. Yu Boyuan put down a sentence, twisted his head to look at the room on the right, and said in a loud voice, Jingzhu, see off the guests for me. Ji Tianwen followed Yu Boyuan's gaze and saw a stunning-looking girl walk out from the other side of the door curtain. The girl wore a vintage pair-breasted jacket, her green silk like a waterfall, casually draped behind her head. At first glance, it looked like a fairy that had stepped out of a painting, so one couldn't help but want to look at it a few more times. Chapter 84, Compensate Me for My Losses. The fairy-like girl, named Yu Jingzhu, was none other than Yu Boyuan's granddaughter. Her complexion was as white as snow, and her figure was also exquisite, giving her a very well-proportioned look, a little more, a little less, and the feeling of being out of balance. At the moment, she was holding her cell phone with both hands, rapidly operating on the screen. The next moment, the fairy's filter, without warning, shattered, tinted with fireworks. Auxiliary, you're blind. I've already signaled for retreat, but you're still grinding and refusing to leave, getting me killed as well. I'm really convinced. Yu Jingzhu got angrier and angrier as she spoke, directly raging with trash talk, and the scolded auxiliary wasn't angry, but instead hemmed and hawed. This little milky voice, it's so adorable. Curse a few more times. I love it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yu Jingzhu's mind exploded as she continued to frantically output. In exchange, teammates are begging to be added to WeChat. Others deliberately arched their fires, hoping that Yu Jingzhu would continue to curse. Yu Jingzhu wasn't polite either, and was on fire. Then, Yu Jingzhu was banned by the system for cursing. Yu Jingzhu was so angry that she hung up directly, and only then did she look at Ji Tianwen in the room. Rolling her pretty white eyes, she looked depressed and muttered in dissatisfaction. It's not like she doesn't have legs. It's so troublesome to have someone send you when you're this old. Jitan asked. Your grandpa asked you to deliver it. I didn't ask you to deliver it, okay? The two went out of the house and into the yard. Ji Tianwen sniffed the aroma coming from his side and finally realized. The smell of tea and flowers mixed in the house was the smell Yu Jingzhu was wearing. It's not light, but it's not strong, and it's not pungent. It should sell well when made into a perfume. Yu Jingzhu twisted her head to look and hurriedly took out her cell phone, realizing that the match had already ended, and she was not only banned for cursing, but she was also given 2 additional stars, as well as reputation points. Yu Jingzhu was exasperated. I blame you. If it wasn't for my grandfather's insistence that I send you, I wouldn't be able to lose this game, and I wouldn't have been deducted so many stars. Ha! Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy and said unconvincingly, if you want to blame it, you should also blame your grandfather, okay? It's not like I had to ask you to send me. I don't care. Just blame you. Just blame you. Yu Jingzhu was so angry that she stomped her feet, then reached out and grabbed Ji Tianwen's wrist, saying in a roguish tone, you must compensate me for my losses. Ji Tianwen couldn't help but say, how do you want me to compensate? You have to double make up for the little stars I lost. I'll be the ADC. You'll play support for me. Listen to my command. You'll charge when I tell you to, and you'll withdraw when I tell you to. Yu Jingzhu made a claim. Ji Tianwen shook his head. I usually don't play games much. My level sucks. Just listen to the command. I'm very good. I'll win. Yu Jingzhu patted her full breasts with a confident look. She was bored in the mountains, so it was only natural for her to come across a ready-made game hitchhiker, so she had to have a good game or two. Ji Tianwen downloaded the game, rented another account, and started double rowing with Yu Jingzhu. The result, not surprisingly, directly caused Yu Jingzhu to turn on manic mode. Help me, help me, help me. You hook it, ouch. This can even be empty big. Is that a Hong Lux 666 between your ears? Ji Tianwen looked at the stormy girl beside her and finally understood why those teammates, who had just heard her cursing, didn't get angry. Yu Jingzhu's normal speaking voice was on the sweet side, while once she cursed, it became a small milky voice. Even if the vocabulary is as lethal as it can be, it's still hard to feel too aggressive when the voice is under-conditioned. Losing the game, Yu Jingzhu said, "You're too good, right? Playing a Zhongkue, the whole game down, not a single person hooked. I think you are deliberately playing me. That's where you're wrong. I don't hook people because I'm principled." Ji Tianwen raised his index finger, placed it diagonally in front of his body, and said with a straight face, "Playing Zhongkue, I have 5 no hooks." "What 5 no hooks?" Yu Jingzhu was confused. Ji Tianwen said in a serious manner, "First, I do not hook auxiliary, because he is good, but also with me is a peer. Auxiliary put eyes, row eyes, everywhere to accommodate the ADC. Take the least money, take the most severe beatings, let me hook him. I cannot bear it in my heart. Secondly, I don't hook the top laner because he's loyal and dedicated, and it's too hard to just mop up the top lane against the line and have to guard against the hitters suddenly leaping out. Thirdly, I don't hook up with centerfold because he's righteous and always pulls out both sides of his sword when others are in trouble. Fourth, I don't hook the ADC because he's feisty and needs to take on the output of the whole team, and tends to take a big bite out of it if he loses. Fifth, I don't hook the fielding because he's the busiest, running back and forth between the 3 paths, but also mastering the field, controlling the situation, doing everything he can to help his teammates, and often getting scolded the most." After listening to this lengthy speech, the corners of Yu Jingzhu's mouth twitched madly, feeling that she had never been so speechless before. 5 positions? You all do not hook? Then still play a fool? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Anyway, if you don't pay back the little star I lost double. You don't want to leave. Yu Jingzhu directly plugged the courtyard door shut and glared at Ji Tianwen with a huff. Ji Tianwen thought that when he rented the number just now, the other store also provided the business of bringing trainers and playing with them, so he said, "Why don't I find you a substitute trainer, or find a few masters to accompany you in scoring? That's for you to consider. Anyway, I only want my little star." Yu Jingzhu clasped her hands in front of her body and pressed her back against the wooden door. Ji Tianwen directly paid for the order and found a substitute trainer. While waiting to score, Yu Jingzhu began to introduce the flowers she raised. She chatters, her mouth never stops talking, and when she speaks happily, she will also cross her arms and laugh unimaginatively, which is completely inconsistent with her unearthly looks. Ji Tianwen looked at Yu Jingzhu, who was giddy as if she had completely forgotten about the depression that arose from the split, and couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile. Simple, pretty and unpretentious. Don't look at these 3 seemingly uncharacteristic, but, all in one, it is rarer than a treasured animal. Inside the house, Yu Boyuan stood at the window with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had a premonition of the end of his days, and the thing that reassured him the most was this granddaughter. With a pinch, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Then, a sigh. 1 hour later, Ji Tianwen received a message from the store, and the screenshot showed that the order he had placed had been completed. Yu Jingzhu confirmed on the number. Satisfied, patted Ji Tianwen's shoulder and laughed. "Ji Tianwen, you're really a great guy. Come and play often in the future." Jitan asked. "Why is that? It doesn't sound like it's very serious? By the way, I'm also giving you a gift as a reward for helping me score points." Yu Jingzhu put down a sentence and started to get busy. Chapter 85, no comment. Just as the outside world is exploring it intensely and asking around for information, wanted to know the car accident Ji Tianwen, whether it is dead or alive, how the injuries when. The geezers have finally spoken out. Not only did he give a detailed account of Ji Tianwen's kidnapping encounter, he also released the recordings of Chai Wenmao and Lu Qingsong. As for the source of the recording, Ji's group's public statement was that it was discovered when they rescued Ji Tianwen. The man who planned and carried out the kidnapping, Chai Wenmao, was not present and his whereabouts are still unknown. This news is nothing less than a bombshell. The city of Pingzhou, and indeed the whole country, has sparked a hot debate. That's outrageous. I thought it was a car accident, but I didn't realize it was actually a kidnapping. I also wonder how the G group will respond this time? How else can we respond? The recordings have been released. Surely we want to use official power. In most people's opinion, G's group is obviously unable to retaliate against Chai's group and LV's group on their own by doing this, which is why they chose to release the recordings. However, there is also a part of me that thinks G's group is making a public declaration of war, and there are sure to be big moves to follow. And shortly after G's group spoke out, LV's group and Chai's group also released news one after another, stating that G's group was spreading rumors and smearing, and that the recordings were synthesized and forged through technological means. Ji's group was not ambiguous, and immediately announced the results of the professional appraisal of the audio files. Then, Louise and Chai's groups questioned that the recording sent by Key's group for examination was not the same version as the one released to the public. At one point, all three parties spoke out one after the other in a short period of time. All of them eventually said that they would go through the legal process. The people eating the food have taken sides, and some have even started an online poll. The results showed that more than 90% of the people believed that the news released by Ji's group was true. After all, if you want to discredit, at most, it is to find some marketing number to spread the news to bring the rhythm, rather than personally down to speak out. Xia's group, Xia Shuyun received a call from Xiao Zimo. Shuyun, Ji Tianwen was kidnapped. Is this true? Xiao Zimo asked. Xia Shuyun's eyebrows were locked as she returned. I guess so. I suggest you call and be concerned. How many times do I have to say it? I've long since been blackballed by him. Kithian asked if you've been released from the blacklist yet? No. Xia Shunyun replied back and hung up the phone in annoyance. She was able to realize that she seemed to be getting more and more antipathetic towards Xiao Zimo, because every time the two of them talked, every time they met, they always couldn't get around the person Ji Tianwen, especially after being forced to go to the hospital for a physical. The attitude of her parents and Xiao Zimo gave her the feeling like they were itching to send her to Ji Tianwen's bed as soon as possible. Phew! Xia Shuyun let out a long breath and rubbed her inflamed temples. Only after his emotions calmed down did he turn his attention to the matter of Ji Tianwen's kidnapping. Her thoughts were pulled back 3 years. At that time, she was kidnapped, and it was Ji Tianwen who risked his life to exchange her from the kidnappers. She remembered his heartfelt smile when she visited him in the hospital. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and tried to call Ji10. The result, unsurprisingly, hello, the number you have dialed is empty. Please check and dial again. Sorry. Xia Shunyun frowned, hesitated for a long time, and called Meng Lei. This time, the call was answered quickly. Without any pleasantries, Meng Lei directly asked, something wrong? Xia Shunyun didn't have the heart to be falsely polite and said bluntly, I would like to ask, how is Ji Tianwen's situation? Is he seriously injured? What's it to you if it's serious or not? How is it okay? It's only right that I care about my ex-boyfriend, right? Meng Lei was infuriated on the spot, and said in a bad mood, Xia Shuyun, a qualified ex should be as good as dead. I'm Ji Tianwen's current girlfriend. Don't you think it's funny that you're inquiring from me about my boyfriend? I just want to make sure that he's safe. You don't need to be so nervous. No comment. The phone hung up. A pang of irritation ran through Meng Lei's mind, thinking about the last time Xia Shunyun stopped the car, intending to offer her body. She couldn't control it inside and a wave of tension was born, even if she thought, no matter how much, that Xia Shuyun was a stupid love brain. But in terms of body, in terms of looks, they are all of top caliber. Add to that the fact that Ji Tianwen had a young, good-looking, non-paying, beautiful bodyguard by his side, and it made Meng Lei feel even more like time was running out. It was necessary to speed up and take down Ji Tianwen. Let's wait to perfect this program, Meng Lei murmured, forcing her attention away. Beach house. Ji Woyong's expression did not fluctuate much after hearing his son's statement. Just as Ji Tianwen went to find Yu Boyuan, he also received a call from the leader of Dongda City. No need to ask. It must be the person LV Liang was looking for. However, there was no need to care about Lu Liang now. On Chai Bin's side, what are you going to do? Ji Woyong asked. Dad, are you testing me? Ji Tianwen smiled back. Before we used the way of smashing money to harden the Miao group. This method injures the enemy 1,000 times and damages the self. It's not too wise to use it again, and Chai Bin is bound to be on the defensive. So, this time, I'm going to raise Fan Xingye up, and use my strength to knock Chai's group down. Immediately, the plan, roughly stated. After Ji Woyong finished listening, he said thoughtfully, it is somewhat feasible. Continue. It's not time to talk about it yet. It'll have to wait. Wait? Ji Tianwen nodded in acknowledgement, explaining, the method was thought up by Meng Lei, and he'll follow up with a detailed plan for me. Ji Woyong, so you're the one who's here to make a gift of the flowers? Thanks to the old man. I thought your approach was good. It was at this moment that Ji Tian asked for a cell phone. Taking it out, he realized it was a document sent by Meng Lei. When he opened it, what was inside was a detailed plan against the Chai group. Ji Tianwen took a cursory look at it and couldn't help but tsk. One has to admit that Meng Lei is unique and incredibly efficient when it comes to business. From coming up with a rough plan to refining a detailed plan, it's only been a couple hours since it was full. Dad, I'll tell you the plan. Ji Tianwen took his cell phone and recounted Meng Lei's perfected plan. As it was, Ji Woyong listened patiently and said thoughtfully, Meng Changming, this daughter, has some ability. From this proposal alone, she has the strength to take over Meng's group. Giving his assessment, he didn't continue much further, his eyes turning to the rod in his hand. Chapter 86, Prestige Rises. Chai Group. Chaibin was grimacing as he was on the phone with Lu Liang. In any case, both sides are now on the same rope, facing the same crisis. It is only natural that we should hold on to each other when we are in the same boat. Mr. Lu, can your son contact my son? Chaibin asked. Lu Liang asked rhetorically, do you think it can? Not to mention that he couldn't get in touch, even if he could. There was no way he would let his son contact Mao. Chaibin is obviously not satisfied with this statement. Unhappy, Mr. Lu, although the mastermind is my son, judging from the recordings, but it may not be the full version of the recordings. Mr. Chai, go talk to Ji Woyong about this. It's useless to talk to me. Lu Liang directly interrupted. Chaibin gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, kidnapping Ji Tianwen, your son was involved in it. Now letting him help contact my son, is it that hard? Can't get in touch? Right now the officials want to find your son more than you do. Besides, didn't Ji's group already put out a reward? Lu Liang faintly said back. You. Chaibin was furious, but he forced down his inner rage and said kindly, I think we should join forces. We can't just sit around and wait for death. It's fine if you want to join forces, but the way you just spoke, it's clear that you don't want to join forces. It's more like you're shirking your responsibilities. Mr. Lu, it doesn't seem like it's a case of who's begging for who between us, but rather that if we join together, we'll get 2 benefits, and if we split up, we'll get 2 harms. Not necessarily. Lu Liang let out a light laugh and said, Ji Woyong is now stirring things up to the surface, so I'm not worried. Instead, he can't fight me for a while. On the contrary, it's you. In Pingzhou City, it's easier for Ji Woyong to go after you. Hearing this, Chaibin couldn't help but start to feel heavy inside. It wasn't that he hadn't actually considered what Lu Liang had said. That's why he took the initiative to contact Lu Liang. Mr. Chai, no one is a fool. Put those thoughts of yours away. Lu Liang said in a cold voice. If you want to join forces, show the attitude you should have. Instead of going around in circles here, trying to shift the blame and then morally abducting. Chaibin was furious, but he had to put down his stance and said in a muffled voice. Alright, I'll correct my attitude. Next Ji Woyong will definitely take action to establish his authority. I hope that Mr. Lu will be able to provide me with assistance. Yes, Lu Liang agreed readily. The main reason was that after that phone call with Ji Woyong ended, his heart was never solid. Now in this form, the probability was that Ji Woyong would choose to take Chaibin, and he was naturally happy to let the other party share the firepower for him. However, just then, a call came in from a certain big shot. Not bothering to continue the discussion with Chaibin, Lu Liang hurriedly hung up the phone and then picked up the call coming from the big man. After the connection, after hearing only a few sentences, Lu Liang's heart went cold. Ta-da! The cell phone came out of his hand and fell to the ground. Lu Qingsong, who was dozing on the sofa, woke up with a jolt. Seeing his dad as if he had lost his soul, he couldn't help but wonder. Dad, how do you? Old me stepped on a horse and let you screw it up. Lu Liang cursed steeply and angrily. Then to the son of the pit, a punch and a kick. The next day, when the sun rises, another heavy bomb that blew everyone in the business community of Pingzhou, to the point where they were refreshed and sleepy. What's the situation? LV Liang stepped down as the chairman of LV Group and actually had to donate more than 90% of his personal assets. Is this crazy? This is too wimpy. Lu Liang is afraid of Ji Woyong, but he's actually afraid to this extent? Nice guy. I'm wondering if I'm still awake. Everyone knew that since Ji Woyong had brought things out into the open, there was bound to be a follow-up. However, no one expected the action to come so quickly. Although LV Liang claimed to the public that the resignation was due to personal reasons, but to say that there was no force behind this without Ji Woyong, obviously no one believed it. For a while, the business community in Pingzhou had a new perception of the energy of the Ji Group. Meanwhile, various conspiracy theories erupted in spurts. Some speculated that it wasn't Ji Woyong who was really making the effort, but by Ji Yu's mother's family. There were also those who speculated that Ji Woyong had put down blood money and paid a huge price to get this result. But no matter how one commented, the reality was that because of Lu Liang's resignation, the prestige of the Ji clan and Ji Woyong had once again risen by a large margin. Chaibin was awakened by a phone call. After his hangover, his mind wasn't completely clear. Therefore, after hearing about LV Liang's resignation and announcing the donation of his fortune, he was in a daze for half a minute before he steeped up. The cold air coming out of the air conditioner made him shiver. A bone-chilling chill enveloped him. Lu Liang has now withdrawn. So can he carry Ji Woyong's suppression? Hospital. Ji Tianwen finished feeding the young girl her breakfast. Just as he put down his chopsticks, he saw Ji Woyong and Bai Jiyu coming together. The two had a lot of food brought over, from high-end supplements, to best-selling snacks. It makes the ward look like a mini-mart. Uncle Ji, Auntie Bai, you're here. Zhao Yicheng smiled and greeted. Bai Jiyu sat on the edge of the bed and held the young girl's hand, her eyes full of love. The image of Zhao Yicheng dropping her stance and using her back to block the knife for Ji Tianwen before Double Dagger Huang was killed. She watched it clearly on her cell phone screen through the drone's camera. Therefore, towards Zhao Yicheng, Bai Jiyu was filled with gratitude in her heart. Granted, in a way, that's what bodyguards are for. But, Zhao Yicheng was clearly different from ordinary bodyguards. After chatting for a while, the family left the hospital and went to Ji's group. On the way, Ji Tianwen called Fan Xingye and agreed to meet with the other party. Into the office, Sonia Bing finished reporting to Ji Tianwen and inquired, Mr. Ji, how is Yi Qing? It's not life-threatening, but it'll take some time to recover. Ji Tianwen returned. Let's hope she recovers soon. Sonia Bing replied back. Then with an angry face, she said, Chai Wen Mao and that LV Chingsong, they are simply two assholes. How dare they kidnap you? Ji Tianwen laughed and didn't pick up on the conversation, but just felt that Mr. Ma had a saying that was quite right. That is, young man, no martial virtues, and all he can do is to make the young man who is not a martial artist, rat's tail juice. Reflect on it. After about 20 minutes had passed, Fan Chengye entered the office. Brother Tian Man, you're not seriously injured, are you? If it's serious, there's no way to meet with you, so sit down first. Fan Chengye nodded and sat down on the couch, then took the box he was holding and put it on the coffee table. Is this a gift for me? Ji Tan asked, pointing at the box. That's right. Fan Chengye opened the box, and what was placed inside was clearly a huge-sized Ganoderma lucidum. Chapter 87, Settlement of Accounts? This Lingji, I stole it from my dad, Fan Chengye said. Anyway, it's just for show if you keep it at home. It just so happens that you're injured, Brother Tianwen, so take it to make a soup or something to make up for it. Aren't you afraid your dad will find out and come after you? It's okay, I got a prop that looks no different than the real thing. Ji Tianwen was tempted to give a thumbs up and compliment a contemporary great filial son. A few pleasantries, Fan Chengye inquired. Brother Tian Man, you've come to me this time for something, right? That's right. Ji Tianwen nodded and acknowledged. Didn't you say that you wanted to invest in a good project? There's a good opportunity in front of you this time. Fan Chengye immediately brightened up and asked, what good program? Ji Tianwen laughed. Chai Bin's business overlaps with your family's, so we can join forces and set up a company to grab the market share from him. Brother Tian Man, how much investment is needed? It's not much. We'll each put in $50 million and $100 million as a starting capital. That should be enough. Fan Xingye touched his nose and smiled sarcastically. Brother Tianwen, $50 million is too much. I can't get that much money. Ji Tianwen was not surprised by this result. Looking at the entire city of Pingzhou, the second generation that could take out $50 million could be counted on one palm. And that slap didn't include Van Changyi. How much money do you have in your hand? It's only about $3 million if you convert it all to cash. Fan Chengye rubbed his hands together with an embarrassed smile. Compared to $50 million, his $3 million really seemed insignificant. It's even more insignificant when compared to the total investment of $100 million. That's only 3% when converted to shares. Ji Tianwen said in a slow voice, more than 3 million. It is indeed a little less. This way, you invest 3 million. I will give you 10% of the shares, and I will pay for the rest. Ha! Fan Chengye said incredulously. Brother Tianwen, this isn't appropriate, is it? There's nothing inappropriate. Since you call me brother, it's only right that I take care of you. Fan Chengye was incoherent. That is, surprised and ashamed. Ji Tianwen said bluntly, don't be busy thanking me first. Giving you more shares is not for nothing. Brother Tian Man, if there's anything you need me to do, just say it. With a new company starting out, all sorts of preparatory matters will be troublesome. So you'll be in charge of managing the operations. It just so happens that you still have experience in this area. When Fan Xingye heard this, he immediately revealed a difficult look and said with a serious expression, Brother Tianwen, I'm not trying to excuse myself, I'm just worried that I won't be able to do a good job. I've invested almost $100 million and I'm not worried. What do you have to worry about? That's true, but, no buts, I believe you. Fan Xingye immediately felt his blood boiling. He dwelled on it for a long time and said with a straight face, Brother Tian Man, I dare not say how well I can run the company, but I can guarantee that I will make as much power as I can. Ji Tianwen nodded, then took Meng Lei's planning proposal and placed it on the coffee table. Take a look at this first, and if there's anything you need to add, just say so. Fan Xingye picked up the program and read it carefully. In the process, a pen was also found to mark up the paper from time to time, or underline it. Without interrupting, Ji Tianwen went back behind his desk and took care of his daily matters. Half an hour later, Fan Xingye explained all the points that he thought could be added against the plan. This made Ji Tianwen feel that his vision was still correct. Professionals do professional things. Meng Lei has the ability, so she can complete a targeted program in a very short period of time. Van Changyi, on the other hand, has experience. With 2 combinations, it would be hard for Chai Bin not to die. Plus, there's another big benefit to bringing Van Changyi into the mix. That's some ready-made channels that Van's group has that could be fully utilized. From a profit perspective alone, the extra shares given are certainly not a loss. Of course, this also has to do with Fan Xingye's determination to get out of the cage of the fan group. Wrongly, no one would be stupid enough to support a new company that would compete with their own. After Van Changyi left, Sonia Bing walked in and said, Mr. G. Kong Yongqi from the Kong Group is here again. The reason why I use the word again is because Kong Rongqi came here once in the morning, but at that time, Ji Tianman was feeding the beautiful bodyguard in the hospital. So naturally, there was no way to meet up with Kong Yongqi. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and said, let her come over. Yes, Sonia Bing answered and went out of the office. When he walked in again, he had already led Kong Yongqi over. She was wearing a light blue suit with a professional sheath dress of the same color underneath, and her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, giving her a competent look. Sit. Ji Tianwen pointed to the seat across the desk. Kong Yongqi wasn't polite and sat down on the chair, then looked at Sonia Bing and said, I have something to say. Alone. To your Mr. G. So please recuse yourself. Sonia Bing looked at Ji Tianwen and saw him nod before turning to leave. Big beautiful Kong. I don't think your father asked you to come, right? Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. Kong Yongqi shook her head and returned. You guessed wrong. It's really my father who asked me to come. Oh, Ji Tianwen was a bit surprised. It wasn't surprising that Kang's group would send someone over. As a matter of fact, at the time LV Liang declared that he was going to resign, Kong Hanqi then, in the first instance, called Ji Wuyang on the phone, stating that the matter of the marriage between the Kong clan group and the LV clan group was purely a rumor that had been misrepresented by the outside world. And, although his own daughter had also lost $500 million, she definitely hadn't moved to take revenge in private. It wasn't surprising that Kong Hanqi was such a wimp. The main reason was that even LV Liang was forced by Ji Wuyang to resign by some means or another, even donating 90% of his fortune. If Ji Wuyang were to target him, it wouldn't be too easy. With this in mind, sending someone over to clarify in person is nothing new, but sending Kong Yongqi here was indeed out of Ji Tianwen's expectations. My brother is away on a business trip, so my father asked me to come, to tell you that we, the Kong clan, have no knowledge of or any involvement in the matter between Lu Qingsong and Chai Wenmao. Kong Yongqi said. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding and returned. Got it. Go back and tell your father that there will be no misunderstanding from the G group in this matter. To tell you the truth, I should be thanking you. You mean, thanking me for helping you get rid of LV Qingsong? Yes. Kong Yongqi nodded her head and admitted. In the past, LV Qingsong would harass me whenever he had the time, but now I'm finally in the clear. Congratulations then, Ji Tianwen said casually. Kong Yongqi clenched her pink fist and said, Ji Tianwen, I still want to fight you. Chapter 88, The Price of Bankruptcy. Ji Tianwen was a bit speechless, and at the same time couldn't help but feel amused. Kong big beautiful girl, just said thank you to me, and now you want to beat me. Don't you think you're thinking a little too far ahead? Or is it that the way you thank people is by fighting them? Kong Yongqi said with a straight face, those are two different things, and I do thank you for them, but I also do want to fight you because of the reason I lost to you before. Ji Tianwen didn't agree or refuse, but just pointed to the landline on his desk. What do you mean? Kong Rongqi was unsure. Ji Tianwen said, ask your father for permission first. If he agrees to you having a date with me, then I'll agree to fight you. I'm not a kid, there's no need to tell my dad everything. Kong Yongqi decisively refused. Of course she knew very well that there was no way her dad would agree to her dating Ji Tianwen. There is only one outcome of a phone call, and that is a scolding. Ji Tianwen shrugged his shoulders and spread his two hands, saying, I gave you a chance, and if you can't grasp it, then there's nothing you can do. You don't want me to keep bugging you either, do you? Kong Yongqi made a condition. All you have to do is fight me, and I'll go back to Dongda City right away, without a second's delay. Ji Tianwen was unmoved and said, Kong dame, I want you to leave me alone. It's just a matter of making a phone call. Your threats, they don't work on me. You, Kong Yongqi said in annoyance, you're a man and you're afraid to fight with me. A woman? If you want to fight, it's not impossible. Ji Tianwen pointed to the small door next to the bookshelf and said, let's go inside and fight, provided that no one is allowed to call a halt, and that all consequences are not legally responsible. Kong Yongqi immediately showed caution. How could she not see that it was the restroom? Going into the restroom and fighting. As an adult, you can think with your feet and know what the other side is resting on. However, the thought that she had been working out for years and was still a fifth dan in Taekwondo gave her a lot of confidence. That's what you said. I said it. Kang Yongchi got up, took off her suit's jacket and threw it onto the sofa, sneering, let's go. Then we'll fight in the house. After saying that, he walked into the lounge first. Ji Tianwen didn't expect his opponent to dare to answer the battle, but he also didn't think that Kang Yongchi could beat him. Even if he could beat it, it's his territory. Call for backup at any time. With this mindset, Ji Tianwen walked into the restroom. However, just as he stepped through the door, a fist came at him from the side room. Ji Tianwen instinctively crouched down, and after dodging the sneak attack, he immediately stood up and put his shoulder against Kang Yongchi's waist and stomach, knocking her down onto the bed in the lounge. Yikes! Kang Yongchi exclaimed, shock filling her eyes. How does he have such quick reflexes? Without waiting for her to think more, Ji Tianwen bullied his way up and actually rode directly on her waist. Kang Yongchi braced her hands on the bed and tried to push Ji Tianwen down. However, lying on her back, she would not have been able to power up well, and several attempts were made without success. With this three-legged kung fu, you still provoked me several times. You say you're not looking for abuse. Ji Tianwen spoke while slapping on that firm buttocks. The feel of the Q-tip is quite nice. You asshole. Kang Yongchi's face was instantly colored with a layer of scarlet as she angrily said, I'm not even ready yet. If you have the guts to let go of me, let's fight again. Not ready? Ji Tianwen raised an eyebrow and asked, Big Beauty Kong, who suddenly sneaked up on me while I was entering? Kang Yongchi was speechless, and said in a hard and cunning manner, it's not like I knew that you have such a fast reaction speed. So that's your reason for sneaking up on me? Well, so what? Not great, but since you don't speak martial virtues in the first place, I naturally don't have to follow any rules with you. After saying that, he slapped again on that jutting part. Bastard! Kang Yongchi cursed angrily while struggling. The result was a sweaty head and still no escape from being ridden. Ji Tianwen said with a bad smile, Kong big beautiful girl, are you ready? You don't mess around. Kang Yongchi huffed, Ji Tianwen, if you dare to do that kind of thing to me, I definitely won't let you go. Tell me, what can you do? I'll report you for arrest. Didn't we agree not to take legal responsibility? Are you trying to talk out of your ass? You've told me I'm not martial. I'm sure I'm not martial to the end. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, if you say so, then I really need to handle it cleanly. There are no cameras in this room, so I'll have someone throw you in the bath for a couple hours when it's over. Then, throw it in the cesspool for half a day, fish it out and wash it properly again, and then I guess we won't be able to find any evidence. Gee, heaven, ask. Kang Yongchi was shocked and angry, struggling even more violently. However, the trade-off is less and less strength and more sweating. No energy? Ji Tianwen laughed. Then I can start. No. Kang Yongchi had just shouted out a word when she heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Then, Sonia Bing's voice came in. Mr. G, are you in there? Kang Yongchi's eyes lit up and she was immediately about to shout. But before he could cry out, his mouth was covered. What is it? Ji Ten asked, twisting his head. Sonia Bing returned. Ms. Meng is here. Got it. Ji Tian asked back. Kang Yongchi muffled. Hurry up and let go of me or I'll tell Meng Lei what you just did to me. Great beauty Kong. You're so unkind to martial virtues. What if I put you out and you add fuel to the fire and spout nonsense? Ji Tian asked skeptically. I promise. I won't talk nonsense if you just let me go. I don't believe it. By Wing Yi Kong. Is this the price of credibility bankruptcy? Just as she was thinking wildly whether Ji Tianwen would tie him up, or in some other way, when she can't make a sound. However, I heard Ji Tianwen say, I'm not going to mess with you. Just stay here honestly. When Meng Lei leaves, you also leave. This time as a lesson for you. Don't be endless. With that said, he got up from the bed and got off the floor, straightened his clothes, and headed out of the lounge. Kang Yongchi was a bit in disbelief that Ji Tianwen had let her go so easily. Rubbing her sore arm, she hated it with a passion. Ji Tianwen, this bastard, actually dared to beat her ass. It didn't hurt much, but the shame inside was more unbearable than the pain. Should we take this opportunity to simply make Meng Lei misunderstand and then discuss Ji Tianwen? As he was thinking, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Ji Tianwen warned, Big Beauty Kong, you'd better be honest. If you keep making trouble out of nothing, then I really won't be polite to you. Chapter 89, Suspicion of hiding a woman in a golden house. Ray, I was just about to call you. Ji Tian greeted with a smile. Oh, Meng Lei said with interest, why are you calling me? Ji Tianwen walked over to the straight drink machine and received water while talking about what he had just called Fan Xingye over. After hearing this, Meng Lei nodded her head and said, Giving an extra 7% is not a loss. I don't think it's a loss either. Ji Tianwen spoke while placing the cup of water on the tabletop in front of Meng Lei. Meng Lei sniffed and frowned. You're using perfume? No, Ji Tianwen replied, and then his heart thumped. I don't think it's because I just wrestled with Kong Yongqi and got the perfume smell, right? Meng Lei sniffed again and said, tea fragrance, and flower fragrance. The flavor is quite special. After he spoke, a thoughtful look came over his eyes. It seemed to wonder which brand of perfume it was. Ji Tianwen heard Meng Lei's words and couldn't help but stare. Then, as if he thought of something, he took out a small navy blue purse from his collar and after taking it off, he handed it over and smiled. Ray, smell that, is that what it smells like? Meng Lei took it, sniffed it, and nodded. That's right. She looked at the shape of the purse and questioned, which girl gave this to you? Ji Tianwen was shocked in his heart. Is this a woman's sixth sense? It's scary as hell. The small purse he took out was the gift that Yu Jingzhu, the internet-addicted girl, had given him. It's made on site, and it's filled with unknown flowers, as well as unknown spices that are mashed up and put into a purse. Ji Tian asked, keeping his facial expression unchanged, explaining casually. This was taken from President Yu, saying that wearing it would protect against mosquitoes. I was going to get you one too, but he was dead set against it. Ray, if you like it, then take it. Meng Lei shook her head and replied back. I just think that this smells good, and if it's made into a perfume, it should sell better. Pop. Ji Tianwen slapped his thighs and said, Lei, our hearts are really in sync. That's what I was thinking. I'll have someone look into the ingredients in this later and see if we can make a perfume that smells the same out of it. Meng Lei nodded and was about to speak, but her afterglow caught a glimpse of the sofa, where a light blue jacket was placed. Looking at the size and style, it's clearly a women's model. Meng Lei walked over and took the clothes in her hands, asking curiously, whose clothes are these? Oops. Ji Tianwen steadied his expression and put on a puzzled look, wondering, I'm not sure. I think it's Secretary Song's, or my mom's. Oh, Meng Lei responded, skeptical. It's unlikely that the clothes are Song Yabing's. For one thing, the other was wearing a black suit, which she had seen when she arrived. Secondly, as a secretary, it's impossible to be unruly and put your clothes on the couch. As for Bai Jiyu, it's possible. Just as Meng Lei dropped her doubts. Bang! A muffled sound came from the lounge. What's that noise? Meng Lei gazed over to the lounge. G10 covered up. Voices? I didn't hear it. Meng Lei looked at the women's suit in her hand, then looked at the lounge, and said suspiciously, Tian man, you're not hiding a woman in a golden house, are you? Ray, you're just kidding. How could I possibly do something like that? I'll look in the restroom then? Jitan asked. He wasn't quite sure if Kong Ronchi had made the noise by accident or purely on purpose. He was only worried if Meng Lei would just black out in case she saw Kong Yongqi. Originally, he hadn't been too worried about Meng Lei blacking out, but, after last night, he couldn't help but have concerns. After all, this one had formulated a series of plans against the Chai group in just a few hours. It is naturally better not to make enemies when you can, and it is safest to maintain good relations. Find it. If you can really find Jiao, I'll directly beat Jiao to death. Ji Tianwen had a very frank look on the surface, but in reality, he was panicking internally. Hopefully, Kong Ronchi would be sensible enough to heed his warning and not cause trouble. Tian man, this is what you asked me to find. Meng Lei smiled and walked towards the restroom, turned the doorknob and opened the door to the house. Only the inside was empty. Only the sheets were a little messy. Ji Tianwen breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's a bit messy. I don't usually clean up much. It's okay, I'll help you clean it up. Meng Lei spoke as she went straight to work, stretching and leveling the messy sheets. Then the quilt was folded again. The pillowcase was also picked up and put back over the pillow. G10 looked at the closet and then under the bed. The lounge is just a little bit bigger, with limited places to hide people. However, right now was not the time to dwell on where Kong Yongqi was hiding. It was still imperative to get Meng Lei out first. Lei, it's hard to see that you can still do these jobs. Ji Tianwen smiled and said, whoever marries you will be truly blessed in the future. Meng Lei gave him a blank look and said without much humor, are you sure this is a compliment? Even kindergartners know how to fold a quilt. Don't you know how to fold a quilt? I will, but not as good as you. And when other people fold quilts, that's folding quilts. When you fold quilts, it's like you're an artist, creating a work of art. Ji Tianwen spouted nonsense in a serious manner. In the closet, Kong Yongqi covered her cheeks and felt her teeth about to fall out. This asshole, don't you know what it means to be fleshy? You're just bull ******** ting. Meng Lei's tone was unpleasant, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The next moment she picked up the broom leaning against the door and began to clean the floor. The bottom of the bed, naturally, is included in the sweep. Seeing that Meng Lei was about to bend down, Ji Tianwen stepped forward to hold the broom and said, Ray, it's better if I do it. No need. Meng Lei refused. It's just this big of a place. It'll be swept up in a few swipes. After saying that, he removed Ji Tianwen's hand and cleared the bottom of the bed. Ji Tianman's heart was in his throat, praying that Kong Yongqi didn't choose to hide under the bed. It seemed that his prayers worked, as Meng Lei finished clearing the bottom of the bed and nothing unusual happened. Let me help you organize your closet again, Meng Lei said. Ji Tianwen hurriedly stepped forward, held Meng Lei's hand, and said, Lei, don't be busy, I've actually prepared a surprise for you. Meng Lei blushed slightly and asked in a low voice, what kind of surprise? How the hell do I know what the surprise is? I can't perform a transformation for you. Open the door and let Rachel Kong out, can I? That's too much of an insult to the intelligence. Ji Tianwen spat madly in his heart, mulling over the surprise while saying, since it's a surprise, I'm sure I can't tell you. Chapter 90, Half the Honor. If you don't tell me, how will I know what surprises you've prepared? Meng Lei puffed up her fragrant cheeks with an angry look. Ji Tianwen laughed and said, there's no need to say anything, you can just look directly at it later. After saying that, he went around behind Meng Lei, covered her eyes with his hands, pressed his forehead against her back, and took a step out of the lounge. Meng Lei obediently moved her feet, anticipation welling up inside. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. That was a close one. Meng Lei's hand, all but touching the handle on the cabinet, almost opened the cabinet door. However, the first order of business is to come up with surprises. Ji Tianwen pondered on this while wandering around, eventually locking his eyes on a medallion on the bookshelf. Whatever, that's it. Ji Tianwen covered Meng Lei's eyes and came to stand in front of the grid where the medals were placed. Then, move your hand away. Meng Lei opened her eyes and looked at the medallion in front of her, her eyes filled with doubt. Ji Tianwen took the medal down and displayed it in front of Meng Lei, smiling, Lei, this is for you. Meng Lei took the medal in her hand and looked at it, realizing that it was the very same medal awarded by the Young Entrepreneurs Summit, with Ji Tianwen's name on it, as well as the rankings obtained from participating in the competition. Why did you send me this? Ji Tianwen looked as if he had known this question would come up and smiled back. Ray, there's a song you should have heard before. Speaking here, Ji Tianwen zero frame up his hand, and sang directly, in the fruit of the harvest, there is your sweetness, and there is also my sweetness, the military medal. There is my half, and there is also your half. Meng Lei, what's all this talk and sudden singing? Ji Tianwen explained in detail. Ever since I got back from the summit, I've been trying to figure out what to get you as a gift. It's too tacky to buy with money, and it also looks like I'm not trying hard enough. So, after thinking about it, I've decided to give you half of the honor I've received. After a slight pause, Ji Tianwen sighed. Ray, you've been good since you were a kid. You probably don't know much about what this medal means to me. Someone who didn't win many awards growing up. Things are rare. I'm not short of money, but things like honor have never liked me much. They're a rare resource for me. Unfortunately, you don't seem to like it too much. Meng Lei sniffed and hastily shook her head to deny it. There's no dislike. I just don't quite understand it. You won the award in the competition on your own merit. I didn't help you much. No, half, or even more than half, of the credit for me winning the award goes to you, Ji Tianwen said with a straight face. If it wasn't for the fact that before the start of the competition, you said that you believed in me and cheered me on, there's a high probability that I wouldn't have been able to play at my best level. In that sense, Ray, you deserve a lot of credit. Meng Lei was delighted and asked, Really? Ji Tianwen nodded heavily and returned, I'll keep the trophy, and the medal is yours. Meng Lei held the medal in her hand and nodded. I'll take it then. Ji Tianwen silently nodded at his own resourcefulness. Lifting his wrist and looking at the time, he spoke. It just so happens that it's dinner time. Let's go out to eat. Don't bother, just go to the cafeteria. You said it, it's all yours. For Ji Tianwen, it didn't matter where he went as long as he left the office and bought Kong Yongqi time to get her feet wet. However, just as the two were about to leave the office, bang, in the lounge, once again, there was a sound. Though the sound was not loud, it still fell into the ears quite clearly in the quiet environment. Meng Lei's footsteps lurched as she looked toward the lounge and questioned, Why is there a sound again? Jitan asked. At this moment, he genuinely had the urge to rush into the lounge and pull out Kong Yongqi and beat her up. If you don't make a scene earlier, you don't make a scene later, but you make a scene at this very juncture. It seems a bit of a stretch to say it wasn't intentional. I'll go check it out. Ji Tianwen turned around and walked towards the restroom. Meng Lei followed suit. Closet, listening to footsteps from a distance. Kong Yongqi covered her mouth, her heart about to jump out of her throat. She hadn't really meant to make the noise, but she had been crouching for so long that her feet were numb. I was about to switch from squatting to sitting and rub my numb calves and unconscious feet, The body lurched and his head hit the cabinet. That's what made the noise. At this moment, Ji Tianwen had already walked into the restroom. Meng Lei was reasonably skeptical. Tian man, could it be a sound coming from the cabinet? You open the cabinet and take a look. The lounge is just so big that it's basically in plain sight. The bottom of the bed had just been swept, and the only place you couldn't see was in the closet. Ji Tianwen nodded and picked up the broom at the doorway, assuming a defensive stance. Then, walked slowly toward the closet. He could be sure that Kong Yongqi was in there, but not sure in what position. Taking a deep breath, Ji Tianwen slowly pulled the cabinet door open a crack. As the gap widened, Kong Yongqi, who was sitting inside, was gradually revealed. Bang! Ji Tianwen slammed the cabinet door shut. Meng Lei, who was standing behind him, had curiosity in her eyes. Just before she could open her mouth to inquire, she heard Ji Tianwen shout, "There are rats!" Ah ha ah! Meng Lei suddenly screamed out and hugged Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen was caught off guard and was directly brought down onto the bed. Meng Lei closed her eyes and buried her face in Ji Tianwen's shoulder, her body radiating fear as she said in a trembling voice, "Tianwen, don't ever move the closet again. I'm most afraid of rats." Jitan asked, "You should have said so. If I had said that, why would I have to make up lies and act?" After lunch, Meng Lei left Ji's group. Immediately afterward, Kong Yongqi also left, just as Ji Tianwen was planning to rest for a while and then go to the hospital to check on the beautiful bodyguard. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Ji Tianwen opened his mouth. The office door opened and Chen Rueda stepped in. Ji Tianwen got up and greeted Uncle Chen. The reason why he had such respect for Chen Rueda was not only because the other party had watched him grow up, but also because Chen Rueda was loyal. When he was small, Ji Tianwen had been in danger several times, and it was the other party who had fought to the death to save him. "Young master, I've already investigated the double dagger Huang that Lu Qingsong invited." "You say?" Ji Tianwen perked up and his expression followed suit. Chen Rueda said, "Double dagger Wang, a henchman nicknamed Master Kim in East Texas. This Master Jean is very mysterious and rarely appears in public. Here's a photo I looked up," said the man, putting a couple of photos on his desk. Chapter 91, One Punch and I'm Frothing. Ji Tianwen looked over the photos and realized that the people in the photos, tall, short, fat and thin, differed greatly, and the only thing they had in common was that they all wore a gold mask on their faces. "It's quite mysterious," Ji Tianwen said thoughtfully. "This Master Jean is obviously intentionally putting up smoke bombs. Inside these photos, there may be him in person, or perhaps all of them are stand-ins." Chen Rueda nodded, recognizing this statement, and then said, "Master Jean is doing an unseemly deed, so he definitely doesn't dare to show his true colors." After LV Liang announced that he was going to resign, Master Jean couldn't be contacted. "I guess he was worried about being retaliated by us and went into hiding. However, I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on Dongda City, so as soon as Master Jean shows his head, we'll make our move." Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding and said, "Uncle Chen has worked hard, you go and get busy." Chen Rueda responded and exited the office. Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment and put the call through to Kong Yongqi. Since Master Kim was operating in East Germany, it was possible that the other party might know some useful information. Phone call connected. Ji Tianwen said bluntly, "Big Beauty Kong, please come back." "Yo, so you can speak human. I have something for you. It's something that begs me, isn't it?" "Sort of. I knew you wouldn't be so polite with me if you had nothing to beg," Ji Tianwen said patiently. "Kong dame, I've prepared the tea. Come over and let's drink and talk. Who am I to listen to you?" Kong Yongqi laughed coldly. "Who do you think you are to be able to come and go when I call you? Just come, I promise to fight you." "Are you sure?" 100% sure. The other side of the phone. Kong Yongqi sat by the floor-to-ceiling window of the restaurant, biting chopsticks with her teeth, her eyes looking a little hesitant. Fighting Ji Tianwen was the main purpose of her visit to Pingzhou City. It's like a knot in the heart, and if you can't get it open, you'll always feel twisted inside. But thinking about what happened in the lounge, she was afraid to say yes right away. What if Ji Tianwen saw lust and tricked her back to do something untoward to her? After thinking about it, Kong Yongqi gazed at the gym across the street and said, "Since you're the one who begged me, then listen to me and meet me at Wanha Boxing Gym in half an hour." Wanha Boxing Gym. Ronnie Kong has changed into his boxing clothes and is wearing gloves, giving an output to the sandbags. Sweat slid down her slender neck, to her collarbone, and then disappeared into a deep cleft. When Ji Tianwen arrived, there were quite a few people gathered around Kong Yongqi to watch. Some were attracted by her professional movements, but more, because of her looks and body. Ji Tianwen squeezed his way to the front and raised his hand in greeting. "Big Beauty Kong, I'm here." Kong Yongqi didn't look at him either, and said in a cold voice, "Change your protective gear, and if there's anything you want to do, Talk to me after the fight. Good. Ji Tianwen agreed with alacrity. Change into your protective gear and put on your gloves. When she came back again, Ronnie Kong was already waiting in the ring. Ji Tianwen stepped into the ring and said, I don't know the rules of boxing, so if I've committed a foul. Kong Yongqi interrupted. There are no rules to follow. It's just you punch, I kick, I knock you down, or you knock me down. Ak. Ji Tianwen nodded in understanding. Kong Yongqi's gaze became sharp as she raised her hands to protect in front of her while approaching towards Ji Tianwen. In her opinion, Ji Tianwen's superfast reaction while in the restroom was nothing more than a coincidence in an emergency situation. If they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be her match. This time, she was going to show this asshole what she was made of. Below the ring, the onlookers watched the battle while talking. Who do you think will win? It must be that beautiful woman. That stance. It looks like a professional. I think so. Look at that guy, standing there like a dilettante, a total human sandbag. Almost everyone, lopsidedly, did not favor Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, did not disappoint the crowd. The moment Kong Yongqi came close to him and threw a punch, he fell straight into the ring with a plop. The surrounding crowd of eaters sends up a round of applause. Ricky Kong? She probably, maybe, seemingly, presumably, and probably, didn't he even touch Ji Tianwen, right? Just when she was confused, Ji Tianwen suddenly convulsed, his mouth foamed outward, and his eyes rolled upward. This scene took everyone by surprise. Crap, this is too much of a dish, isn't it? One punch and you're down foaming. What a fine dog waist. With such a weak body, how dare you enter the ring? Kong Yongqi didn't have the heart to fight anymore and walked over to Ji Tianwen's side, kicked his shoulder with her foot and frowned. Hey, don't you pretend. Put. Like a humanoid fountain, Ji Tianwen spat out a large mouthful of red liquid. Kong Yongqi's eyes were dumbfounded, and she somewhat wondered if she had practiced some kind of divine power. She wasn't even pushing. How is it that Ji Tianwen looks like he's been seriously injured by her? Right at this moment, a young man ran to the side of the ring and said in a respectful tone, Mr. Ji, it's already shot. As soon as the words fell, he saw Ji Tianwen instantly return to normal. The white eyes don't roll, and they don't twitch all over. In full view of everyone, Ji Tianwen sat up, wiped off the froth around his mouth, and grinned. Great beauty Kong. How powerful. One punch and I lost half my life. You dare to trick me. Kong Yongqi's eyes were like they were about to burst into flames, feeling like her intelligence was being rubbed against the ground. Thanks to her, she really thought that she had injured this asshole, but it turned out to be all pretend. Onlookers also felt emotionally cheated and spoke out. Ji Tianwen turned a deaf ear, slowly and methodically propped up the ground with his gloves, slowly got up, and laughed. Kong Dame, you said that if I put the video, and sent it to your dad, claiming $1 billion or $800 million in medical bills, it's not too much, right? Ji Tianwen, you've pissed me off. Kong Yongqi was so shocked by her anger that she lost her mind, and threw up her fist, directly smashing it. Ji Tianwen raised his hand to block. The arm of his right arm jammed into Kong Yongqi's throat, while his right leg was placed between Kong Yongqi's 2 feet, slightly exerting force. Yikes! Kong Yongqi's eyes widened as she leaned back uncontrollably. With her body off balance, she subconsciously used her arms and hooked them around Ji Tianwen's neck. The two sides closed the distance so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Kong Yongqi looked at the handsome face close at hand. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably and her breathing slowed down subconsciously. The people watching the battle below the ring were all dumbfounded. Where is this a fight? Look at this stance. It looks like it's going to be a kiss. Ji Tianwen waited quietly for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, Big beautiful Kong, haven't you hugged her enough? Chapter 92, to East Germany. Bastard. Kong Yongqi gritted her teeth, and in a fit of rage, she slammed her head against Ji Tianwen's head. Bang! Ji Tianwen only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and stars were flying in front of his eyes. The body shook twice, nearly falling head over heels. Kong Yongqi wasn't much better, covering her head and stumbling as if she was drunk. You crazy, bumping into me. Ji Tianwen grimaced and couldn't help but curse. Kong Yongqi's method of hurting 1,000 enemies and losing 1,000 of her own had really caught him off guard. Mainly at that time, the two of them were too close, and at his current level, it was too late to react at all. After Kong Yongqi recovered some, she once again struck towards Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen swung to meet him as well, and their gloves clashed head-on. Kong Yongqi stifled a grunt and staggered back. On the contrary, Ji Tianwen looked as if nothing had happened. Don't bother, you can't beat me. If I can't beat it, I'll beat it. Kong Yongqi's eyes were full of perseverance, and she brought out all the fighting techniques she had learned. However, to Ji Tianwen, who had experienced Zhao Yicheng's devilish training, these were completely insufficient and could easily be dissolved. Kong Yongqi fell down and got up again and again. quite literally getting braver and braver. 10 minutes later, as Kong Rongyi once again struggled to stand up, Ji Tianwen slowly shook his head. I'm convinced. Isn't it okay to count me as a loser? No way. Ricky Kong decisively refused and proceeded to run and swing. Ji Tianwen sighed, realizing that without completely subduing Kong Yongqi, he could only spend so much time. He sidesteps a straight punch and circles around to Kong Yongyi's back, easily finishing with a rear naked choke. Naked strangulation potential into, basically even if it is no solution. Stop fighting. I'm really convinced. Ji Tianwen gasped. He did admire this tenacious will of Kong Yongqi, just like the undefeatable little strong man. To put it in a mid-2-point phrase, it's a breath of fresh air. A fight. A moment later, sensing the delicate body in front of him relaxing, Ji Tianwen also let go of Kong Yongqi and laid down in the ring to recover his strength. Kong Yongqi didn't have much strength either, so she simply used him as a cushion and lay on top of him, panting heavily. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but TSK. Some admired Kong Yongqi's tenacity, while others accused Ji Tianwen of not knowing how to pity a beautiful woman and actually laying a harsh hand on her. After waiting a little longer, the crowd dispersed when they saw that there was no action to be had. Kong Yongqi sat up and squinted at Ji Tianwen. I want to learn to fight from you. Come on. If you dare to learn, I dare not teach. Ji Tianwen also sat up and rubbed his sore arms, inwardly speechless to the core. If he had known that Kong Yongqi was so difficult to deal with, he shouldn't have agreed to fight this fight with his opponent in the first place. Kong Yongqi took the initiative to change the topic. You said you have something to ask me. What do you want me to do for you? I'm asking you about someone. There's a man named Master Kim in your city of East Germany. Do you know him? Recognize. Quite famous. Whether it is in business or on the road. All quite give him face. Can you reach him? I can't get in touch, but I know someone who can reach him, or even find him. Oh, Ji Tianwen pursued. Who is it? Kong Yongqi grunted and said expressionlessly. I can help introduce you to that person, but you have to tell me what you're looking for Master Jean for? Want money, Ji Tianwen said bluntly. Master Kim owes you money? Don't worry about that. You just need to introduce me to the one who can get Master Jean out. Kong Yongqi didn't dwell on that either, but said, it's fine to help you, but what benefits will I get? The upside is that I'll delete the video of you beating me until I'm badly injured and spitting blood, regardless of your father's demand for compensation. You call that a favor? How does it not count? Ji Tianwen said with a straight face. Do you believe that once I post the video, your father will not only compensate me for my medical bills, but also have to personally come out and help me introduce the person you mentioned? You! Kong Yongqi burst into flames, but was unable to retort. Dad is indeed scared to death of the G group right now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been asked to come over in person to clear the relationship with Lu Liang and Lu Qingsong's father and son in person. Ji Tianwen, you're just as bad as you think. If you get into my hands one day, you'll be in for it. Putting down a stern word, Kong Yongyi got out of the ring, took a shower and changed clothes. Ji Tianwen said that he would leave, and directly followed Kong Yongqi, and went to the city of East Germany. Following Ji Tianwen was Ji Wuyong's personal bodyguard, Chen Rueda. Night, led by Kong Yongqi, Ji Tianwen and Chen Rueda, arrived at a private club. The clubhouse is not a small footprint, so it is located away from the city center. The construction, however, was gilded, especially away from the city, without much light pollution. It looks even more golden. The vehicle arrived outside the gates and Ji Tianwen was the first to get out of the car, then went around to one side of the collar and opened the door for Kong Yongqi. Kong Yongqi looked surprised, as if she didn't expect this asshole to have such a gentlemanly side. When she got out of the car, she took a large red card out of her bag and placed it in the recognized area of the door. After successful identification, the iron gate opens automatically. The youths, standing in 2 rows, bowed together and said in unison, "Welcome." Kong Yongqi walked side by side with Ji Tianwen, and while walking, she said, "Remember the taboo I told you about?" "Remember." Ji Tianwen nodded and said, "No mention of old, ugly, or widows." Kong Yongqi nodded and explained, "This is because all the members in this private club are women, and they are the kind of old women who are rich and powerful. The annual dues for the clubhouse start at $1 million. The one I told you about, the one who was able to find Master Jean, is the owner of this place. Her name is Chu Lingyun." Speaking here, Kong Yongqi lowered her voice and continued, "Chu Lingyun is nicknamed the Black Widow. Her father was originally the leader of the Jianghu Road in Dongda City. Master Jean was originally mixed with his father. 5 years ago, after Chu Lingyun's accident with her father, she took over a small portion of her father's business, and most of it was taken away from Master Jean." Jitan asked with a knowing nod, saying that he hadn't just opened the car door for nothing. At the same time, it was a little annoying. Such crucial information, Kong Yongqi actually told him only now. And, By the looks of it, she wasn't going to say anything if he hadn't helped open the door. Silently, he made a mental note to Kong Yongchi. Ji Tianwen collected his thoughts and felt that finding Master Ji next should be much easier. After all, it wasn't hard to deduce that according to Kong Yongyi, Master Jin was Chu Lingyan's enemy, and he should be itching for Master Jin to hurry up and die. Chapter 93, The Three Taboos. Turned a few corners. Enter a lighted villa. Ji Tianwen realized that there weren't any unpleasant images inside. There wasn't much furniture on the first floor, with a mahjong table, playing cards, all women. Some are ugly, some are fat, some are prodigal. At a glance, not even a face and body, in the average level line, cannot find a few. On the contrary, the ones in charge of serving these women were all young and strong, with height and face value all online. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianwen sort of understood what the three taboos Kong Yongchi had mentioned existed because of. The rich women were surprised by the appearance of Kong Yongchi. Quite a few people were distracted and turned their eyes over. Isn't this Ms. Kong? The one next to you looks great. How about switching with your aunt? A rich woman with a big waist. While talking, looked Ji Tianwen up and down. The young man who was waiting for the rich woman on the side. When he saw Kong Yongchi, anticipation welled up among his eyes. Put. Kong Yongchi didn't hold back her joy and gave Ji Tianwen a derisive look. Jitan asked, "That's being treated like a duck." Chen Ruida's gaze snapped, his feet stepping away, about to walk towards the rich woman with a fiery gaze, staring at Ji Tianwen. "Uncle Chen." Ji Tianwen reached out to stop him and shook his head. He wasn't being nice. It was just that this was East Germany, not Pingzhou. Moreover, causing trouble in that Black Widow's field just after arriving was tantamount to slapping the other party in the face, which was not conducive to the conversation to follow. Chen Ruida glared at the rich woman warningly and retreated back on his feet. On the other hand, Kong Yongchi pinched Ji Tianwen's face and laughed. "Aunt Yin, he's mine alone. Don't think about anyone else." After saying that, he took a step towards the second floor. Ji Tianwen and Chen Ruida took a step to follow, and the three of them came to a stop outside a room. Ricky Kong raised her hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A short while later, a pleasant voice came from the door. "Come in." Kong Ronchi turned the doorknob and walked into the house first. Ji Tianwen passed a glance with Chen Ruida and followed him in as well. On the couch, a woman who looked to be in her early 20s, with short hair, had a thin eye in her mouth and was swallowing a cloud. She didn't have a hot body, but she was winningly well proportioned. Slim legs resting on the coffee table, snow-white neck can see part of the tattoo exposed, delicate face without any expression, giving a cool, valiant feeling. Ji Tianwen was a bit surprised, not realizing that the Black Widow that Kong Yongchi spoke of would actually be so young. Also, the looks are pretty good and the temperament is exceptional. "Sister Yun, this is a friend of mine who wants to talk to you about something," Kong Yongchi said. Chu Lingyan glanced at Ji Tianwen and frowned. "Your boyfriend? Of course not. How could I possibly look at him?" Kong Yongchi shook her head to deny it, then came to Chu Lingyan's ear and whispered, "A big dog family, with special money, no need to be polite. Knock him hard." Chu Lingyan nodded without moving, pointed to the sofa across from her, and spoke faintly, "Sit. Don't even add the word please. This is not to put the old man in the eyes of." Ji Tianwen's heart slandered, but also did not pick a fault in this kind of problem. Sitting on the sofa, he heard Chu Lingyan say, "I'm Chu Lingyun, Ji Tianwen." Ji Tianwen similarly reported his name. Chu Lingyan's face changed, and she said in a cold voice, "You're the one who won $500 million from Rongqi?" "It's me." "Alright then, I'll bet with you for $500 million. Ji Tianwen frowned and shook his head in rejection. "No bet. Are you not betting, or are you afraid to bet?" "I've gone gold. Not interested, don't want to gamble. Since I don't want to bet, I'm not interested in hearing you talk about anything, so you can go." Ji Tianwen stood up and walked straight towards the door of the house. Even if there was no way to find Master Jin through Chu Lingyun, he could find other channels and think of other ways. But, Chu Lingyun had just met him, and came with a downward spiral, wanting to pin him down. He wouldn't put up with it. "Wait." Kong Yongchi hurriedly blocked it. Then, squeezing his eyebrows at Chu Lingyun, he said, "Sister Yun, give me face." Chu Lingyun snorted coldly, her face slightly eased, and said lightly, "Alright, for Rongqi's sake, I'll talk to him then." Kong Yongchi looked at Ji Tianwen and said, "Ji Tianwen, Sister Yun has agreed to talk to you." Ji Tianwen turned around and said expressionlessly, "Chu Lingyun, me taking the initiative to come to you doesn't mean rushing up to beg you. If you continue to talk to me with this kind of attitude, then there's really not much of a need to talk." Hearing this, Chu Lingyun pressed her half-smoked cigarette hard into the ashtray. Seeing that the two sides are about to part ways before they even start talking business, Kong Yongchi hastened to mediate in the middle, and it took a lot of talking to get Ji Tianwen and Chu Lingyun to settle down. Straight to the point, What is it that you're looking for me for? Chu Lingyan asked coldly. Ji Tianwen similarly didn't look like he was laughing, and opened the door. I wish to find Master Jin through you. What do you want with him? There's a score I have to settle with him. Chu Lingyan pondered for a moment and spoke. I do know where he is, but why should I help you? I'm not going to let you help me for nothing. You can make any conditions you want, but I have to warn you. It's best not to ask for more than you can afford. 100 million. Then, bye. Ji Tianwen got up and left without the slightest bit of procrastination, not even bothering to return the favor. Don't go. Kang Yonchi pulled Ji Tianwen's arm, turned her head and said to Chu Lingyun, Sister Yun, 100 million is too much. How about subtracting a zero? 10 million? That's definitely fine if Rong Chi you say it, but if it's someone else, then it definitely won't work. After Chu Lingyan finished speaking, she glared at Ji Tianwen as if she meant it. Ji Tianwen was also too lazy to bother about the other parties getting a bargain, and directly earned the account in the past. Chu Lingyan didn't waste any time after receiving the arrival information. She took out a pen and circled dozens of locations one after another on the map of Pingzhou City hanging on the wall. Ji Tianwen's eyes narrowed as he said unhappily, Chu Lingyun, don't tell me that all of these places, all of which are possible hiding places for Master Jin, need to be found one by one. If you know something about Master Jin, you should know that he is a person with an overly cautious personality. Chu Lingyan gave him a blank look and said, Master Jin has more than a dozen doubles alone, and that doesn't include the ones he intentionally put outside and showed his face. It's not that easy to find him out. After a pause, Chu Lingyun added, if we can't find any of these places, it means that Master Jin has already left Dongda City, and may have gone to a foreign province, or even a foreign country. Chapter 94, the higher you go, the lower you go. Why don't you say that he might have gone to outer space, an alien planet? Ji Tianwen said with little good humor. In his opinion, Chu Lingyun was clearly avoiding responsibility in advance. If that's the case, then there's also a high probability that those circles drawn on the map were just scribbled out. As if she could see Ji Tianwen's inner skepticism, Chu Lingyan said with a straight face, Ji Tianwen, you can think that I'm screwing you out of your money, but these positions I've marked out are indeed real. Ji Tianwen didn't rush to turn his face with Chu Lingyun. He could run away from the monk but not the temple. If, afterward, he found out that Chu Lingyun was fooling him, he was confident that he could make the other party spit out every cent of how much he had eaten in. Kang Yongqi said from the side, Ji Tianwen, Sister Yun has a grudge against Master Jin. She has no reason to lie to you, and I'm afraid that there is no second person who can provide so many at once, with these hiding spots that she has provided. Ji Tianwen ignored her and turned around to charge Chen Rueda. Uncle Chen, shake people. Chen Rueda nodded and took the map off the wall. Fold it and hold it in your hand. Based on Master Jin's cautious character, Ji Tianwen and Chen Rueda discussed and decided to strike at the locations marked by Kang Yongqi at the same time, so as not to alert the snakes and fail to find the person completely. Young master, this kind of thing rushes sooner rather than later. The fight is one of surprise and being caught off guard. It is recommended to transfer people over overnight and strike with thunder after gathering, Chen Rueda said. Ji Tianwen nodded her head in agreement. That's what I thought. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chu Lingyan and asked, how many people do you have under your hand? Ji Shao, the people under my hand are not recommended for you to use, Chu Lingyan said. Perhaps it was because Ji Tianwen gave money quickly. Her attitude was also much better. Ji Tianwen froze, then realized what the other party meant. Master Jin used to hang out with Chu Lingyan's dad and set up his own business after grabbing most of the deals. In this situation, he would definitely be on the defensive when it came to Chu Lingyan. To put it bluntly, the people under Chu Lingyan's hand, to a greater or lesser extent, will have Master Jin's eyes. I don't know how you are mixed up. People can put eyes under your hand, but you can't put a few undercover agents under each other's hand as well? Ji Tianwen said with a tone of hatred. If we knew Master Jin's exact location, then we could target our strikes, and there was absolutely no need to expend manpower and cast the net so wide. Ji Shao, how do you know I didn't arrange it? Chu Lingyan raised her eyebrows and disliked her. Arranging it doesn't come in handy, and it's just as good as not arranging it if you can't make it work at a critical time. If it wasn't for the fact that you just gave me $10 million, I'd have you tied up and sent downstairs right now. You don't have the guts. Ji Tianwen snorted, no longer disliking each other with Chu Lingyun, but instead, he joined Chen Rueda and called to shake people. Phone call over. Ji Tianwen's afterglow caught a glimpse of a familiar face appearing in the large screen on the wall, displaying a surveillance image. The man was lying on his back, pressing his face against the feet of a rich woman covered in fat. Zimmer Shaw? Ji Tianwen's smile became playful as he took out his cell phone and was about to take a picture. But before he could press the shutter, he was stopped by Chu Lingyun. Taking pictures of my members is prohibited. Make an offer. It's not a matter of money, Chu Lingyan said with a straight face. Once the photos are leaked, my clubhouse will be finished. Indeed, $1 million a year in bottom line dues. Aside from having fun, there's another important reason for this, and that's safety. Ji Tianwen didn't force himself any further, pointing to Xiao Zimo, who was shaking his toes in the screen, and asked, "This person, where did you find him?" "I don't know. I never worry about these things," Shu Lingyun returned, then said suspiciously, "What? Ji Xiao is interested in men?" Ji Tianwen didn't reply, but asked back, "You here, are there any that are interested in men? Isn't this Xiao Zimo?" Kang Yongqi was dumbfounded and looked greatly shocked. Shu Lingyun was surprised. "Rong Qi, you know this little white boy?" With a constipated expression on her face, Kang Yongqi nodded and returned. "Some time ago, he was almost asked to endorse Kang's group." Shu Lingyun was stunned for a moment, patted Kang Yongqi's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Yongqi, this is to know the face of a person and not to know his heart. You have to look at people accurately in the future." After speaking, he glanced at Ji Tianwen and retracted his gaze, saying, "The better a man looks and the more he can speak flowery language, the less trustworthy he tends to be." Ji Tianwen frowned, always feeling targeted. "Ji Xiao, if you're interested, all the men in my club, you can pick them at will. As long as the money is there and no lives are lost, it's not a problem to have fun however you want," Shu Lingyun said indifferently. As a private club operator, she'd seen too many unsavory things. There is a saying circulating in the upper class that the higher the class, the lower the class. You wouldn't know how dirty a person who is honorable in front of others can be behind their backs. Ji Tianwen pointed at Xiao Zimo in the screen and said, "Arrange for a few men to have an in-depth conversation with him, and shoot a video for me along the way." "Ji Xiao, are you sure you don't want to go down personally?" Shu Lingyun followed the temptation. "This little white boy, his posture is still good. If you look at it, I cannot charge. Kind words are appreciated, but I have a normal orientation." It seems that people with a normal orientation wouldn't enjoy watching a video of two men in deep communication, right? Ji Tianwen frowned. "Your curiosity is a bit too heavy. If you need me to prove it to you, we can find a place where no one is around." "Yes," Shu Lingyun agreed quickly, as if she was waiting for Ji Tianwen to say this. "Ahem," Kang Yongqi interjected. "Ji Tianwen, you're not thinking of taking Xiao Zimo's video and posting it online, are you?" Ji Tianwen naturally had no intention of publishing it on the internet, and at most, he would give Xia Shunyun a chance to enjoy it on a certain day. He was looking forward to how wonderful Xia Shuyun's expression would be when she saw the little video of her beloved, the white moonlight. However, when Kang Yongqi asked this question, it caused his eyes to turn odd. "Kang Dame, you wouldn't have a crush on Xiao Zimo, would you?" He also remembered that in his previous life, Kang Yongqi had become a hardcore fan after Xiao Zimo had become famous, and money was really not spared. And upon hearing the question posed by Ji Tianwen, Shu Lingyun also looked at Kang Yongqi with surprise in her eyes, as well as a nervousness that she tried her best to hide. "What are you babbling about?" Kang Yongqi pounded her pink fist on Ji Tianwen, exasperated. Before the company felt that Xiao Zimo's image was okay, and the asking price was low, so they thought of letting him be the spokesperson, and the posters were all shot. But then he didn't compete on his own and made a mistake performing at the closing ceremony, and the company decided they didn't want to use him. Chapter 95, You're Not My Type. Rong Qi, since your family didn't really use Xiao Zimo as a spokesperson, even if Ji Xiao released the video online, it wouldn't have much of an impact on your family, right? Shu Lingyun asked a question while carefully observing Kang Yongqi. It seemed to want to judge what was really going on inside her heart through her expression, her eyes, and other subtle changes. Ricky Kong explained, "The impact is not going to be huge, but it's still there." Xiao Zimo had previously posted endorsement posters on his personal account without the company's consent, so much so that there is now a part of the population that believes that the next spokesperson for the Kong group is Xiao Zimo. Shu Lingyun thought about it, and felt that this explanation made sense. "But, Ryaki, are you sure you don't like that Xiao Zimo?" Kang Yongqi rolled her eyes furiously and said breathlessly, "Sister Yun, I'm not a love brain like Xia Shunyun, so how could I possibly like a third-rate singer with an oily head and a powdered face?" "Xia Shuyun?" Shu Lingyun froze, then as if she thought of something, she said indistinctly, "I remember. No wonder Ji Xiao is targeting this Xiao Zimo, so it's because of his ex-girlfriend." After speaking, he walked up to Ji Tianwen and said with a straight face, "Ji Xiao, I misunderstood you. Since your orientation is normal, let's have an in-depth exchange." Hearing this, Ji Tianwen frowned slightly. Kang Yongqi, on the other hand, was shocked and looked at Shu Lingyun incredulously, as if she couldn't believe she could say such a thing. Shu Lingyun didn't bother to look at Kang Yongqi, staring unblinkingly at Ji Tianwen, then stepped forward, came to his ear, and quietly said, "Don't worry, Ji Xiao, I'm not someone with a messy private life. Ji Tianwen was skeptical about this. After all, the other party's background wasn't clean, and they also ran this kind of private club. To say that the private life is not messy obviously does not have much credibility. You're not my type, young Ji, so what type do you like? Ji Tianwen blurted out. Young, good-looking, low to the ground and unable to see her feet. At those words, Shu Lingyan looked down, and Kong Yongqi unconsciously lowered her head. Shu Lingyan looked at the unobstructed view of her feet, her delicate face shrouded in a layer of gloom, and Kong Yongqi, who needed to bend a little to see the tops of her feet, blushed. Hooligans, asshole, shameless. However, while cursing on his lips, there was something else in his heart. Shu Lingyan muffled. Ji Shao, I think you should try a different type. Not interested for now. Let's talk about it later. Ji Tianwen balked, and just after he said that, 10 minutes had passed. There was a knock on the door. Shu Lingyan said with an ugly face, "Come in." A middle-aged woman pushed the door in and walked behind Shu Lingyan. I was about to open my mouth to speak, but I heard Shu Lingyan say, Rongqi and Ji Shao are not outsiders, so if you have something to say, you can just say it. The middle-aged woman froze, then said with a grave expression, Mr. Shu, Chui Likun, the young master of Chui Group, has brought people over to cause trouble, and he has brought a lot of people with him, so the people on our side won't be able to hold out for too long. Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned, then vaguely understood. He was almost put on the spot by Chu Lingyun. Chu Lingyun is probable clear that Chui Likun will come over to smash the scene, and if he had just accepted Chu Lingyun's invitation, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for him to stay out of the way now. Chu Lingyun seemed to have a bit of a headache as she pinched her brow and sighed. Really can't stop for a day. Seeing this, Kang Yongqi said in a very righteous manner, Sister Yun, I'll go talk to Chui Likun. He should give me face. It's not appropriate for you to step in. If your father knows you're here with me, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the house for the next few months. Chu Lingyan shook her head and politely refused Kang Yongqi's good intentions. Then, she looked at Ji Tianwen, who was sitting on the sofa with his hands clasped in front of him. Young Ji, can I trouble you to step in and get rid of Chui Likun? Chu Lingyun asked tentatively. Ji Tianwen smiled and asked rhetorically, what benefits can I get from doing you a favor? The same words, half an hour ago, Chu Lingyun had said to Ji Tianwen. Now, Ji Tianwen returned the words. Chu Lingyun laughed bitterly in her heart, but she also understood that Ji Tianwen was not good at fooling around, so she had to say, 10 million, I'll give it back as much as I can, and in addition, I'll arrange for a few more trusted people to assist you in finding Master Jean. Deal. Ji Tianwen agreed with alacrity. He didn't care much about the $10 million. What really made him agree to step in was the conditions that Chu Lingyun added later, though he was also aware that even if he didn't agree to step in, the other party would send someone to assist based on the old grudge with Master Jean, but then it would be more or less a favor. It's better to leave favors out of things that can be solved with a trade. Led by Chu Lingyun, the group exited the villa and went in the direction of the clubhouse gate. Shots of murder could be heard from far away. Waiting to come closer, her saw nearly 100 people mixed together. Both sides are holding weapons in their hands. As soon as you fall, it's basically hard to get back up. The scene was really a bit scary. All stop. Chu Lingyun droned in a delicate voice. The security personnel at the clubhouse immediately retreated back inside the door gate, and the group of thugs outside the door, under the order of a youth, also temporarily retreated back. Ji Tianwen looked at the youth outside the door and immediately felt that the other party looked familiar. However, thinking that Kang Yongqi had just said that Chui Likun had also participated in the previous Young Entrepreneurs Summit, he understood why he thought the other party looked familiar. Chu Lingyun, hurry up and let that Tao Wing-chiu come out, or else I'll flatten this broken clubhouse of yours today. Chui Likun shouted in a snappy manner. Chui Shao, no matter how you put it, Tao Wing-chiu is also your stepmother. If you are cursing a woman in every mouthful, won't you be cursing your father in as well? Chu Lingyun said with a smile. Don't talk about these useless things. It's not your place to preach in front of me. Young Trey, I'm just being kind enough to remind you that I don't have your stepmother here. Bull asterisk. Chui Likun said in annoyance. You're stepping on the horse to stall for time so Tao Wing-chiu can run away, aren't you? Chui Shao, when I say I'm not there, I mean I'm not there. Then let me go in and search, and if I can't find anything, I'll apologize for you. Chu Lingyun shook her head and said nonchalantly, I'm afraid this won't work. No way. Chui Likun glared angrily. Since you're giving your face away, then I simply won't give you any face. After saying that, he raised his palm and was about to give the order for the thugs to force their way in. Wait. Ji Tianwen spoke out to stop him. Chui Likun directly scolded. What kind of song do you count? How dare you meddle in my idol? The words came to an abrupt end in the middle of the curse. Obviously, he recognized Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen? Chui Likun frowned in surprise. Why are you here? Weren't you kidnapped and injured? Chapter 96 Xiao Zimo is in trouble. Don't worry about how I came to be here. Take your people and go. Ji Tianwen said indifferently. Chui Likun didn't hold back his joy and cursed. Ji Tianwen, aren't you just lucky to have made a bit of a splash at the summit? But do you really think you're some kind of a big shot? If you tell me to go, I'll go. This is Dongda City, not Pingzhou City. Ji Tianwen laughed lightly and said dismissively. What happened to East Germany City? In Dongda City, it's not good for you to talk. Chui Likun shouted at the top of his voice. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of my way. If you don't, I'll even clean you up. Just by you? Ji Tianwen skimmed his lips and said in a calm tone. Open the door. The security guard looked at Chu Lingyun. When he saw the other man nod, he opened the door. Ji Tianwen stepped out of the main door, stood in front of Chui Likun, and said, didn't you want to clean me up? Come on, let's see how you're going to clean me up. You seek death. Even if you are looking for death, do you dare to fulfill me? Ji Tianwen had his hands in his pants pockets and his posture was straight. If it was accompanied by BGM, it would be, that year. I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what a rival was. You. Chui Likun was furious and gritted his teeth. It's true that I don't dare to kill you, but I still dare to beat you up. The fighters immediately dispersed and surrounded Ji Tianwen. Chen Ruida's gaze steeply became sharp, and as long as the situation was not right, he would grab the first move. Ji Tianwen, who was surrounded by dozens of thugs, didn't have the slightest bit of panic and said in a still calm tone, it seems that your father also wants to resign from Chui's group. It is such a simple sentence, but let Chui Likun feel like being thrown a pot of cold water. Anger and irritation, doused in this moment, could no longer be ignited. Nowadays, almost no one is unaware of it. LV Liang stepped down as chairman of the LV group, and it was Ji Wuyong who was behind it. Before that, LV Liang had always been the dominant position in East Germany. Ji Wuyong could even mess with a bully like Lu Liang, so messing with his Chui group, wouldn't it be simple? For a while, Chui Likun felt like riding a tiger. His face was hard to see. Chui Likun, you're not saying anything and refusing to leave. Are you waiting for me to give you a step down? Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. Chui Likun snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He did need a step, but Ji Tianwen saying it so explicitly gave him a feeling of being teased. Ji Tianwen's tone suddenly intensified. If you can talk properly at first, I can still give you steps, but right now, I don't think it's necessary. I'll give you two choices, either get the hell out of here, or I'll call your father right now. Chui Likun's face turned blue on the spot as he angrily said, Ji Tianwen, more friends more roads, more enemies more walls. Don't you understand this reasoning? Understood. Ji Tianwen nodded his head, then turned his words around and said, but I don't need a brainless friend like you, even if I have to be an enemy. You're not qualified to be the wall that stands in front of me. Damn you. Chui Likun felt like going mad. Ji Tianwen had no intention of talking more nonsense with it and shouted loudly, Chu Lingyun, send me the cell phone number of Chui Likun's father. Okay. Chu Lingyun answered and did as she was told. A few moments later, I received a cell phone number sent to me. Ji Tianwen was immediately about to punch out. Wait. Chui Likun hurriedly blocked. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. If I'm not mistaken, the next thing you should do is to give a harsh word and leave. Chui Likun. This asshole. He's a real pain in the ass. Ji Tianwen said. If I guessed correctly, then don't go through the process, just leave. However, Chui Likun obviously wouldn't listen to him and viciously said, Ji Tianwen, let's ride a donkey and watch the song. We'll see. See what? Ji Tianwen directly disliked. Dongda City is your turf. In your turf, you don't even dare to touch me. How can you run to Pingzhou City to touch me? Chui Likun was so angry that he turned around and left. If he continued to stay any longer, he was really afraid that he would be infuriated with internal injuries. After the group left, Chu Lingyun applauded. Ji Xiao, not to mention anything else, in terms of the ability to anger people alone, you're definitely the most powerful I've ever seen. Not far away, Kong Yongqi, who was on a bench by the side of the road, silently agreed with this statement in her mind. She had been exasperated by Ji Tianwen after several previous contacts, but this time, onlookers Ji Tianwen gassed Chui Likun, but inexplicably feel very painful. Villa first floor. Xiao Zimo forced himself to hold back the turning of his stomach, inwardly hating Xia Shunyun. If that love brain would have obediently followed his orders, he would have taken down that dog Dato Ji Tianwen a long time ago, and he, naturally, didn't need to suffer this humiliation. The very thought of it made him so hateful that he unconsciously had to clench his teeth. Ah! A scream of pain rang out. The rich woman who had ordered 3 shots in a row slapped Xiao Zimo in the face. You dead duck! How dare you bite my mother! Xiao Zimo realized that he had gotten into trouble and quickly apologized. Sisterly, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. You have great understanding. Forgive me this time. What happened over here immediately triggered the attention of the people around. For a while, all of them cast curious gazes. A few moments later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked up and asked with a smile on his face, "Is something wrong?" Sister Lee said angrily, "This asshole bit me and almost didn't bite my toes off." Xiao Zimo wanted to cry, covering half of his face with a pitiful look. The middle-aged man wore a smile and said, "Don't worry, Sister Lee, I will definitely give you a statement." After saying that, he greeted the two security guards at the door to come over and drag Xiao Zimo away. Xiao Zimo was taken out of the villa to a similarly styled villa next door. Sit in the room. The more he thought back on what had just happened, the angrier he felt. Xia Shuyun, that stupid love brain, obviously holding a hand of good cards, froze to play a bad game, but there was no way. The cards were not in his hands, and he could only coax and persuade, guiding Xia Shuyun to continue to play cards. "When I turn over, I'll let you taste the humiliation I suffered too." Xiao Zimmer cursed and took out his cell phone. He was about to give Xia Shuyun a call to inquire about the progress and continue brainwashing in the meantime. The door to the house was pushed open and the middle-aged man who had helped him with the dispute earlier walked in. Xiao Zimo hurriedly got up and politely said, "Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry that I caused you trouble." Mr. Tang shook his head and said expressionlessly, "Since you know you've done something wrong, you have to have the consciousness of being punished, and where you work, you have to abide by the rules of where you work, don't you think?" Chapter 97, Interesting Things. Xiao Zimo obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and compensated with a smile. "Mr. Tang, you're right. You should deduct the money. I definitely have no complaints. Don't worry, I won't deduct your money." Mr. Tang said in a gentle tone. "You all earn hard-earned money. If you deduct money, it would seem too impersonal." Xiao Zimo breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Mr. Tang, you are really too forgiving. I will definitely remember this lesson and not make the same mistake in the future. Don't flatter me just yet. There's no deduction, but there has to be some other punishment. You say." For Xiao Zimo, as long as no money is deducted, everything else is fine. Instead of speaking, Don clapped his hands. Just saw two burly men walk in. The two burly men were bare-chested, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, and only their teeth were white on their bodies. Also, the smell of curry on his body was extraordinarily pungent. Mr. Tang pulled a handkerchief from his suit pocket, covered his nose, and said in a muffled voice, "Be a little more measured, don't make a scene." The two curry-smelling burly men nodded in understanding. Xiao Zimo woke up, as if realizing what would happen next, and panicked. "Mr. Tang, no, cannot be like this or deduct money? I today, oh no, all the wages I came here, all don't want, rules are rules, and if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on making a mistake." Mr. Tang put down a sentence and turned around to go out of the room. Late night, nearly 500 people from the city of Pingzhou assembled. Chen Ruida informed the crowd of the plan that had been worked out long ago. Groups of 20 people were given their assignments and took their places where they needed to be. By the time it was ready, it was 2:30 in the morning. Ji Tianwen yawned and sat on the sofa waiting for news. Chu Lingyan carried a cup of coffee and placed it at Ji Tianwen's hand. Smiling, "Ji Shao, have some coffee to refresh yourself." "Not in the habit." Ji Tianwen shook his head. No, by habit, he didn't mean no coffee habit. Rather, it's the habit of not having something to drink in an unfamiliar environment. Chu Lingyan sat beside her and laughed. "Ji Shao, instead of waiting so dryly, why don't we do something interesting?" Hearing these words, Kong Yongqi, who was lying on the noble consort's seat and was about to fall asleep, instantly came to her senses. Ji Tianwen was puzzled. "Mr. Chu, what exactly do you mean by interesting things?" "Nasty." Chu Lingyun pouted. "Ji Shao, you obviously know everything. You have to make people say it. That's really bad. So, you think, like me? Aha." Ji Tianwen instantly became interested and laughed. Fine, let's play poker then." Hearing this, Kong Yongqi sat up violently, and as Chu Lingyun was about to nod her head in agreement, she saw Ji Tianman put his hand into the pocket behind his buttocks and, with great effort, pull something out. "Ji Shao, don't bother, I am here." Chu Lingyun's words were not yet finished. It was then that Ji Tianwen took out a deck of playing cards from his pocket. "Chu Lingyun, is this a decent guy? Who in their right mind carries around a deck of cards?" Kong Yongqi was also dumbfounded. She, like Chu Lingyun, thought Ji Tianman was going to pull out the small umbrella. What I didn't realize was that it was really a deck of playing cards. People who carry small umbrellas with them are certainly not decent people. But if you carry playing cards with you, it seems like you're not a decent person. And in fact, the reason why Ji Tianwen had playing cards in his pocket was naturally still because of Zhao Yicheng. When the young girl is tired of watching anime and he's free, the two play poker. Occasionally Song Yabing would join in. Over time, the habit of carrying playing cards around developed. Kong big beautiful woman woke up just too short of one. The three of us fight the landlord. Ji Tianwen said cheerfully. Kong Yongqi and Xu Lingyun looked at each other and saw the black lines on each other's heads. Exchanging glances, the two tacitly decided to deal with Ji Tianwen in unison. 1.5 hours later, on the faces of Kong Yongqi and Xu Lingyun, many notes were pasted. Looking at Ji Tianwen again, almost all of the notes were plastered on his head, eyebrows, face, and chin. Just then, the cell phone rang. Ji Tianwen picked up the phone and heard Chen Ruida's voice, coming out of the receiver. Young master, Master Jean has been found. Send me the location. I'll be right there. Okay, but find yes, but find too. Find too? We'll see when you get here. The phone hung up and Ji Tianwen glanced at the time. 4 more. Playing poker, I must say, is indeed a great way to pass the time. Ji Xiao, has Master Jean been found? Xu Lingyun asked. Ji Tianwen nodded and returned. Found it. I want to go with you. Could be. Kong Yongqi interjected. I'll join you. I've stayed up until after 4 anyway. Why don't I just stay up and catch up on my sleep during the day? Receiving the address sent to them, the trio immediately traveled by car. Summer days are long and nights are short. By the time Ji Tianwen arrived at the designated location, the sky was already cloudy. Walking into an internet cafe, I saw that Chen Rueda was already waiting inside. Chen Rueda led the way while reporting the situation. Young master, this is ostensibly an internet cafe, but it is actually a card field, and there is a door. Inside, pushing open the door, the space inside was a little smaller than the internet cafe outside. The tables, chairs, benches and chips were scattered all over the place and it looked like a mess. And against the wall, 2 identical-looking men is holding his head, crouching on the ground. Chen Rueda said, Young master, these 2 people, both say they are fake. The real Master Jean has already run away. When he finished, he pulled up a chair. Ji Tianwen sat down on a chair, turned his head to Xu Lingyun, and asked, Are these 2 people Master Jean? It looks the same, but whether it's the original or not, I'm not sure. Xu Lingyun returned. Ji Tianwen frowned and said in dissatisfaction, What use do I need you for? The reason why he asked Xu Lingyun to come along with him was because he was thinking of asking the other party to help identify the rightful owner. But now it seems that Xu Lingyun can't help. Ji Tianwen gazed at the 2 golden masters squatting on the ground and asked, You're all fakes, aren't you? Golden Master A nodded his head repeatedly and returned. That's right, we are all fakes. They're all doubles that Master Jean found. Master Jean B shivered and said, We are twin brothers. Master Jean said we look like him. He let us be his double. Kong Yongqi wondered, You guys look like Master Jean. Could you be triplets? Master Gold A, I don't know. Master Jean B, we haven't seen what Master Jean looks like. Kong Yongqi was still about to continue asking questions, but Ji Tianwen spoke up first. Which one of you has money? Chapter 98, Do you want to sleep with me? Gold Master A and Gold Master B were all stunned. And then they successively shook their heads like rattlesnakes. I'm. We're all broke. Master Jean doesn't give us any money. He just feeds us and drinks us. And he buys us whatever we want. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding and suddenly laughed. If there is no difference between the double and the original, then the double is the original and the original is the double. I'm here for the money, not to solve the case. From now on, you 2 are the real Master Jean. Keep one here and the other with me. When he finished, he stood up. The Golden Master A and the Golden Master B were both in a daze. Master Jean A asked, Go where? To Master Kim. Of course. Oh no, to your field to get the money. There's no money in the field. And every day at a fixed time, Master Kim has the money taken away. No money, isn't there still a field? Just sell the field directly. Won't the money be there? Ji Tianwen turned his head to Xu Lingyun and said, Mr. Xu, if you're interested, you can prioritize selling it to you. Xu Lingyun said with interest, How much does Mr. Ji intend to sell it for? Watch and give. Market price is fine. Ji Tianwen casually replied. Xu Lingyun, however, did not reply again. That question just now was indeed off the top of my head, but she was reacting at the moment. These venues of Master Jins are not something Ji Tianwen can sell just because he says so. The double was not the original after all, and if she gave money, it would only be for nothing. Ji Tianwen glanced at the surveillance probe in the corner and said in a cold voice, I don't like the title of Master Jean. I'll just call you Little Jeansy. I'll only give you 10 minutes. When that time is up, if you don't see anyone, then be prepared to be a shrinking violet for the rest of your life. If you dare to poke your head out, I'll whack your head off. The surrounding people looked at each other, not understanding who Ji Tianwen was talking to. Only Kong Yongqi, Xu Lingyun, and a few others, such as Chan Rueda, knew about it. G10 was shouting to the person on the other side of the surveillance probe, a dimly lit basement. Master Jean, this little brat from the G group is truly arrogant to the core. A youth snapped. As long as you say something, I'll bring my men over right now and chop him into pieces. Sitting in front of the screen, wearing a golden mask on his face, Master Jean, however, shook his head and returned. Really do that. There is no difference with suicide. I'll go there myself. Master Jean, this is too dangerous. There's nothing you can do about the danger. You've lost money on this sale to your grandma's house, so you can only admit it. Taking a vehicle, Master Kim arrived at the internet cafe. Ji Tianwen looked at the well-built man with a gold mask as he walked in and said indifferently, "You should know that unless you give up your territory in East Germany City, I have ways to force you out." Hiding again and pushing out 2 more stand-ins. What's the difference between that and farting with your pants down? Master Jean didn't pick up the conversation and asked directly, "How much are you going to ask for?" His voice, sounding like a knife pulling on glass or fingernails scratching a chalkboard, triggered intense physical discomfort. "I want as much as you have," Ji Tianwen said without thinking. The youth standing behind Master Jean immediately roared, "Ji Tianwen, you have such a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of bracing yourself to death? Our Master Jean only needs 1 word to let you die in Dongda City." "Don't talk such big words," Chen Rueda disliked back. "If you're really that powerful, why do you need to hide like an asshole?" Master Jean raised his hand, stopping the words of the youth behind him, and continued, "Young Ji, outsiders say that you're a young master who only has women in his eyes, but right now it seems that you're seriously at odds with the rumors. There's no need to talk about this nonsense. Do you give or not give the money?" Ji Tianwen said impatiently. "Of course I'll give it," Master Jean returned. "I wouldn't have come on this trip if I wasn't going to pay." At this point, Chu Lingyun interjected, with a broken shell fastened on his face. "Who knows if the one who came is a double?" Master Jin's gaze turned to Chu Lingyun and laughed. "Yun, Ji Xiao has already made it clear before that he just wants money. In other words, never mind if it's a stand-in or myself that's coming. Even if a dog came, it wouldn't even matter that much." Chu Lingyun snorted coldly and didn't pick up the conversation. Master Jean pondered a little and said, "Young Ji, why don't you listen to my proposal first? You say, I'll give you 100 million in cash, plus I'll tell you one more piece of information worth 2 billion. 2 billion? Hearing this number, Ji Tianwen twisted his head to look at Kong Yongqi. Kong Yongqi looked puzzled and said without much humor, "Ji Tianwen, why are you looking at me?" Ji Tianwen didn't reply, moved his eyes away, and said, "Little Jinzi, your so-called intelligence worth $2 billion. I think I should know." Master Kim was amazed. If Ji Tianwen hadn't looked at Kong Yongqi with that glance, he might have thought that the other party was bragging. But after watching Kong Yongqi before saying this, it was obvious that Ji Tianwen really knew. "Kisho, how did you know?" "LV Chingsong used this piece of information to get me to forgive his $500 million debt." "I see." Master Jean nodded in understanding and said, "If that's the case, then I'll give you $300 million as compensation. Old me almost died in the hands of that henchman of yours this time. Do you think that old me's life is only worth $300 million? Ji Tianwen raised his eyebrows, clearly not satisfied with this price. Master Jean slowly shook his head and said, "Just now I asked Ji Xiao how much money you intend to ask for, and Ji Xiao replied, how much I have, how much you want. 300 million is my entire savings. Who are you fooling?" Chen Rueda scolded. Master Jean said in a calm tone, "More than half of the money I earn. It doesn't fall into my pocket, and it's already not easy to save so much." Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment and nodded. "Fine, call the money." The sky was already lightening when they exited the internet cafe. Ji Tianwen didn't go back to Chu Lingyun's clubhouse, but went to a 5-star hotel and opened a room, took a shower and was planning to catch up on some sleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ji Tianman walked to the door and through the cat's eye, he realized that the person standing outside the door was clearly Kong Yongqi. Opening the door, he said with a speechless face, "Miss Kong, if you don't go to bed, what are you doing here with me? Or do you want to sleep with me?" "Bah!" Kong Yongqi had nothing to say. "I'm looking for you for business." "Then cut the crap and hurry up." Ji Tianwen yawned, looking like he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Seeing this, Kong Yongqi didn't hold back a yawn as she followed. She had similarly stayed up all night, and to say that she wasn't sleepy at all was naturally impossible. Chapter 99, Stalking. Ji Tianwen, did you really come to Dongda City just to ask Master Jean for money? Kong Yongqi said suspiciously. Or what? Ji Tan asked rhetorically. Kong Yongqi said with a straight face, "I don't think that's the case." "Which is it then?" Ji Tianwen was a bit alarmed as he spoke. A woman's sixth sense is pretty accurate. The reason why he came to Master Jean was that asking for money was secondary, and the main reason was to avenge Zhao Yicheng. Every time he went to the hospital and saw the young girl in the hospital bed, he felt guilty inside. If you don't have the ability, then you don't say anything, but if he had the ability, but didn't do something, he really couldn't bear it in his heart. Right now, Chen Rueda is already on the move, but this was obviously not the right thing to say to Kang Yongqi. Kang dame, are you up to something or not? Ji Tianwen yawned again and said with little good humor, if you really want to stay and sleep with me, then just say so, it's not like I won't let you. Don't you dream. Kang Yongqi lost her mind to beat around the bush and asked, you must be hiding something from me, tell me and I'll leave. Then you'd better not go, Jitan asked as he spoke, removing his bathrobe. After training with Zhao Yicheng for a while, he was still in good shape. Although the muscles are not as exaggerated as professional fitness, the waistline is still clearly visible, giving a lean and strong look. Kang Yongqi froze for a moment, reacted, twisted her face in a panic, and stammered, what are you doing with your clothes off? Knowingly, it's been all night, why do you think I'm taking my clothes off? You haven't answered my question. Who am I to answer your questions? Ji Tianwen inexplicably said, you're not my girlfriend, so isn't it normal for me to hide something from you? It's different, Kang Yongqi said. Master Jean said that he could tell you an intelligence worth $2 billion, and then you looked at me and said that you knew the intelligence he was going to say, and Master Kim didn't even wonder if the intel you knew, and the intel he was going to say, was the same intel, which is clearly not normal. With a few words, Kang Yongqi spoke with reason. So, Ji Tianwen said without much expression. Kang Yongqi said, so, I have reason to suspect that the reason you're suddenly looking at me is because that piece of information, worth $2 billion, has something to do with me. You want to know the contents of the intelligence? Surely? Otherwise I wouldn't have endured the sleepiness to come to you. Ji Tianwen stretched out a slap and said, the information was told to me by LV Chingsong, and I gave him a debt reduction of $500 million, which is equivalent to me spending $500 million to buy the information from him. It's fine if you want to know. Give me $500 million and I'll tell you the information. Kang Yongqi frowned, because to give you $500 million, I still have a lot of debt to this day. I drive these days gasoline do not dare to fill up, and even cosmetics are. Don't cry poor with me. Ji Tianwen interrupted. Willing to gamble? Who made you lose to me? Kang Yongqi said patiently, I'm asking you because I think the information you have is related to me. What do you think is the point? If you think you should be president, the president should give way to you unconditionally? Then explain why you were suddenly looking at me? Think you look good and love it, can't I? You. Ji Tianwen didn't have the heart to fight with Kang Yongqi and patted her shoulder, saying, there are some things that it may not be good for you to know. I was thinking that you're not a bad guy, or at least quite honorable, and treating you as a friend. That's why I didn't tell you. It's been a long night of tossing and turning, so hurry back and get cleaned up. Kang Yongqi's eyes lit up as she said, if you say that, isn't it tantamount to a disguised admission that the content of the intelligence has something to do with me? Ji Tianwen froze. Then realizing that he had already lost his words, he stopped talking and got up to lie down on the bed. Kang Yongqi naturally refused to give up on this, and pursued, if you tell me the information, count me as owing you a favor. Ji Tianwen didn't reply, lying on the bed without moving as if asleep. Kang Yongqi had the intention to get closer, but when she thought that Ji Tianwen was a very good fighter, she gave up her intention to get close. With a twinkle in her eye, she picked up the 2 teacups sitting on the coffee table and banged them together. While bumping, he sang, it's New Year's Day in the first month, the pale ends of the earth are my drops of love. Yalla shucks, that's, for every song she sings, she only sings 2 lines, or 2. Also, the variety of songs is disorganized, from sentimental to pop, rock to lyrical. It sounds like an unregulated string of songs. Ji Tianwen sat up violently and roared, if you don't stop, I'll really be impolite. Kang Yongqi took 2 steps back and pulled away. Who told you not to tell me? You don't want to sleep well until you tell me. Okay, this is what you're forcing me to do. Ji Tianwen lifted the covers and directly jumped out of bed. Kang Yongqi hastily retreated, and was indeed startled when she saw Ji Tianwen rushing over with red eyes. Immediately, not caring about anything else, he ran out of the room as fast as he could. Ji-ten locked the door and returned to the bed. Take the disposable earplugs that you keep at the foot of your bed and put them in your ears. Laying down on the bed, it didn't take him long to fall asleep. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I woke up. Ji Tianwen stretched and picked up his cell phone to look at it, and found that Chen Rueda had sent him a message at 10 in the morning, indicating that the matter had been completed. Took Master Jin's money, but he didn't let the other party off the hook, which is considered a typical blackmail. However, with this kind of person, naturally, there is no need to talk about morality. Ji Tianwen felt a little hungry, so he got dressed and planned to go out to buy and eat something. The results just opened the door. a figure rolled in and pressed against the top of his foot. It was no one else but Kan Yongchi. What a stalker! Ji Tianwen cursed and lifted the top of his foot. Kan Yongchi's body, too, followed suit and moved twice, but didn't wake up. Ji Tianwen had no choice but to carry the other party to the room and throw her onto the bed. After thinking about it, he put the covers on the other man. Then, exit the room. Kan Yongchi slowly opened her eyes, feeling a bit out of the blue. That bastard Ji Tianwen actually didn't take advantage of the situation? She was a little thankful and a little pissed off at the same time. Is she not charming enough? However, what she was more concerned about was the $2 billion worth of information that was related to her. What kind of information is so valuable? Also, what about Ji-Ten's comment that it's not necessarily good for her to know? As she thought about it, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she eventually fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 100, Xiao Zimo's Advice. Xia's group. Board meetings were held one after the other, with a handful of people contributing ideas. Someone has come up with a program that is really viable. But the ingenious woman can't cook without rice. The most subtle ideas need to be backed up with money. And what Xia's group, at present, lacked the most, was undoubtedly money. So, the discussion came and went, and in the end, the solution to the problem still fell on G Group and Ji Tianwen. It wasn't that there was no other business in Pingzhou City that could save the Xia Group. Rather, no one is stupid enough to spend huge amounts of money to bail out a business that is all about a sunset industry. There's no time to lose, and the longer we put it off, the worse it gets for us. And there are already rumors on the internet that we're giving our employees a vacation because we're going to roll in the dough and run away. A middle-aged man wearing glasses got up and said, I suggest that a vote be taken to decide. Those who agree that Xia Shuyun should step forward and go to Ji Tianwen to pull in investments, please raise your hands. After the participants had exchanged words and pretended to exchange opinions, they raised their hands in approval. I'm not trying to put a label on it, or shirk my responsibility, but Xia's group is currently reduced to this difficult situation, and Xia Shunyun, as the executive president, has to take full, or primary responsibility. Agreed. Xia Shuyun, for the sake of her personal feelings, did not care about the big picture, so much so that she annoyed Ji Tianwen, directly leading to the withdrawal of G Group's investment, causing serious losses to the Xia Group both economically and in terms of reputation. And in all reasoning, it should also be her to clean up the mess. I'm a man who speaks straight. Those comments on the internet about President Xia, or very reasonable, holding a hand of King Bum, froze to play the cards. This is not a problem of the cards, but the problem of the people. Almost everyone, all of them aimed their spearheads at Xia Shuyun, as if she was some kind of unforgivable sinner. Xia's group got to where it is today because of her. Xia Shunyun sat on the chair, not saying a word the entire time, her expression looking unperturbed. She was used to this scene. At the end of every board meeting, it was bound to become a critique session against her, and she suddenly began to miss those days before she broke up with Ji Tianwen. Before she broke up, she was the king of the Xia Group, and anyone who saw her was all smiles. Any decision made will be praised for its wisdom, not to mention life, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She can do exactly as she pleases. Which designer's bag you want to carry, which chef's cuisine you want to eat, which lot of house you want to live in, which brand of car you want to drive. It's just a matter of words. But now, not only is the cushy life gone, even her inner white moonlight felt strange and even tiresome to her. If it was possible, she really wanted to make up with Ji Tianwen. Shuyun, this time, whether or not our Xia clan group can survive this hurdle, it all depends on you. Xia Jianda spoke. Xia Shuyun nodded and returned. I will do my best. The meeting was adjourned. Xia Shuyun returned to the office. He was about to change his clothes when he received a call from Xiao Zimo. She subconsciously frowned, already guessing the content of what the other party was going to say. Still, she chose to put the call through. Subconsciously, she still wanted to give Xiao Zimo a chance. Brother Zimmer, what can I do for you? Shuyun, I miss you. In the past, Xia Shuyun would have been delighted by these 4 simple words, but right now, there doesn't seem to be much to be happy about. Oh, Brother Zimmer, your voice, why does it sound so hoarse? Xiao Zimo sniffed and couldn't help but think of last night's experience, his stomach turning over while the middle and lower rear part of his body was in fiery pain. Granted, he had the same thing happen to him in the stick country, but never tried the old black. So last night's experience for him was like screwing in a number 6 into the mouth of a number 3. I'm thankful I didn't break the screw port. I've been a bit on fire lately and my throat hurts. Xiao Zimo replied back, sending sweet words as usual. Xia Shunyun went in the left ear and out the right ear, not listening to a single word. She forgot where she had read a quote that probably meant, when I was young, the moonlight in my heart could not be replaced even by myself. What she liked, perhaps, was just the same guy she had been in her ignorance, and that he long ago, was not who he is now. Him and him, the same person, but not the same person. After saying sweet words, Xiao Zimo asked, Shuyun, how are you doing with GT-on-1? Xia Shunyun froze and suddenly had a feeling that she wanted to laugh. Brother Zimmer, after all, asked this out. She had expected it. So what the hell was she expecting? Brother Zimmer, I was too willful before. Now that I've thought about it, I'm going to do as you said and use my body to take control of GT-on-1. Xia Shuyun said, though she no longer had expectations for Xiao Zimo, nor did she have much of a will to end up in love. But she thought that Xiao Zimo's opinion could still be taken into consideration. It wouldn't be a bad thing if, through Xiao Zimo's scheming, he was able to return to GT-on-1's side. On the other side of the phone, Xiao Zimo said incredulously, Shuyun, you really want to open up? Aha. This is so good. Oh no. So aggravating. It's okay, a little aggravation on my part is nothing. Xiao Zimo immediately sent comfort, and as usual, began to draw a big pie. Xia Shunyun naturally didn't have the heart to listen to this. What she wanted was the exact solution. So, interrupting, he said, Brother Zimmer, I'm going to go look for GT-on-1 tonight. It's just that I'm worried now that even if I sleep with GT-on-1, I won't be able to pin him down smoothly. That's right. What Xia Shuyun wanted was to get hold of GT-on-1 as a person. Otherwise, she feared that at some point in the future, she would still be left with nothing and be targeted because of GT-on-1's flip-flopping. Xiao Zimo quickly gave a solution and said, this is actually simple. You get the surveillance in the room in advance and then find a reason to put some drugs in the wine or water. And then, when the medicine kicks in, GT-on-1 won't be able to control herself. When the time comes, you'll put up a fight, and as soon as the footage arrives, GT-on-1 will have no choice but to listen to you, unless he wants to go in and squat for a few years. Remember to keep the DNA evidence and make extra backups of the video. That's the key. After a pause, Xiao Zimo added, and there's the fact that you can zap the little umbrellas beforehand, and it would be nice to conceive them all at once. Shuyun, you can rest assured. I promise, even if you really are pregnant with GT-on-1's child, I won't be prejudiced against the child, because you're the baby's mom, and I love you, and love holds everything. Chapter 101, Still Love Her. Night, 5-star hotels. Xia Shuyun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, took out her cell phone, and called GT-on-1. In the afternoon, she went to Lei of the Keys Group. While making an appointment to meet in the evening, he had also already asked G10 to pull her out of the blacklist. After a few rings, the phone picked up. Tian Man, are you here? Be right there. Open the door. Good. Xia Shuyun answered, took a deep breath, turned around and walked to the door of the room and opened it. Then, turn off the lights. The brightly lit room was suddenly dark. Only the dining table, with its 2 candles, gave off a dim light. It's hazy, like a dream. It wasn't long before footsteps sounded. GT-on-1 pushed the door and walked into the room. Xia Shunyun was about to say hello when she saw another person walk in. Kong Yongqi? Xia Shuyun was shocked and angry. What are you doing here? She didn't know Kong Yongqi well, but both sides had met. GT-on-1 bringing Kong Yongqi here was truly out of her expectation. It's hard to believe that it's coming together to have fun. Kong Yongqi didn't answer the question, but instead sneered, if I didn't come over, how could I have known that the titular Miss Xia has been reduced to the point where she needs to sell her sex in exchange for benefits? To put it mildly, what's the difference between your behavior and selling your body? Xia Shunyun was annoyed. You're talking nonsense about something. Am I wrong? Ricky Kong asked rhetorically, her gaze turning to the table. The table was set with a Western-style meal, and the red wine in the goblet, illuminated by the candlelight, looked even more dainty, like a crime-inducing poison. Looking at Xia Shunyun again, she was wearing a white bathrobe, revealing the gully in front of her body. Her hair was casually pulled behind her head and clipped with hairpins. She had obviously just taken a bath. Kong Yongqi continued to mock. The Xia group is about to collapse, and Miss Xia still has the heart to set up a candlelight dinner here? What is this if not an intention to sell her color? Xia Shuyun snorted coldly. Kong Yongqi, whether I set up a candlelight dinner or not is all my freedom. I don't need you to judge. Yes, you do have this freedom, and it's none of my business if you set up a candlelight dinner or not. Kong Yongqi turned her words around and let out a light laugh. But what about me? I'm a person with a natural sense of justice, said the man, taking out his cell phone and snapping a picture. Who gave you permission to take pictures? Xia Shuyun snapped. Delete the photos. I'll delete it if you tell me to. I'm not going to delete it. Kong Yongqi put her cell phone into her pocket and clasped her hands in front of her body, completely unafraid of Xia Shuyun's threat. With her Taekwondo 5th dan strength, although she couldn't beat GT-on-1, it was still easy to beat Xia Shuyun. Xia Shuyun obviously also knew that Kong Yongqi had practiced, and didn't choose to grab the phone. but instead looked at Ji Tianwen. She hadn't figured out until now what Ji Tianwen's intentions were in bringing Kong Yongqi here. If it's to hang out together, so be it. But looking at Kong Yongqi, it was clear that she had come to stir up trouble. And in fact, the reason why Kong Yongqi had followed him over was certainly not something Ji Tianwen had done on purpose. Since his kidnapping encounter, his security level has been pulled straight to full. On the way to the hotel, the car that was following then noticed a vehicle following it. Upon receiving Ji Tianwen's order to intercept, the security vehicles immediately moved to stop the car they were following. It turns out that the person driving the vehicle is none other than Kong Yongqi, and her reason for tailing Ji Tianwen was no longer to pester him for a fight. Instead, he wanted to know about the one that was related to her, worth $2 billion. Ji Tianwen refused to tell, so Kong Yongqi followed. Kong Dame, we're going to play poker next, will you stay and join us, or go out? Ji Tianwen unbuttoned his shirt cuffs as he spoke. Kong Yongqi's eyes revealed suspicion, unsure if Ji Tianwen's so-called poker game was a proper poker game. However, looking at the stance, odds are it's the immodest kind. Ji Tianwen, tell me what I want to know and I'll leave right away. Kong Yongqi said, then don't go. It's just as well that I'm full of energy. I'm more than capable of beating you two by myself. You're dreaming. Kong Yongqi went into a state of alert. Her eyes rolled and she said, if you dare to do anything to me, I'll call Meng Lei right now. Earlier, she hid in the closet and knew that Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei seemed to have a good relationship. Moving Meng Lei out should work. As expected, Ji Tianwen's temper immediately weakened. Kong Yongqi let out a sigh of relief, feeling that she had found a way to pin down Ji Tianwen. But unbeknownst to him, Ji Tianwen just didn't want to cause trouble. Anyway, he didn't plan to have something with Xia Shuyun this time he came over. It doesn't matter if Kong Yongqi relies on it. Xia Shuyun, let's get down to business. I can inject $300 million into the Xia Group, but I need to take some of the Xia Group's projects in exchange. With that, he pulled open the purse in his hand and took a bunch of papers out of it. Xia Shuyun froze and reached out to take it. Did Ji Tianwen come to the hotel just to talk business with her? She couldn't help but start to feel depressed at the thought. As far as her heart was concerned, she naturally didn't want to actually have a relationship with Ji Tianwen. But when she learned that Ji Tianwen had come over and had no intention of having sex with her, she was upset. She could feel herself conflicted, but couldn't control the emotions that arose. Shook his head to clear useless thoughts from his head. Xia Shunyun turned over the document and after reading it, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. She had thought that what Ji Tianwen needed her to take out in exchange was the core project of the Xia Group, but after looking at them, I realized that they were all programs that lost a lot of money. If we can get rid of it, it will be very favorable to Xia's group instead. Moreover, someone had already evaluated the assets of the Xia Group previously. These items that Ji Tianwen demanded were worth $100 million to $120 million at most. $300 million is already more than double what was given. Why is he doing this? Xia Shuyun's question bubbled up inside. A moment later, she came up with an answer. Ji Tianwen still loved her, otherwise he wouldn't have helped her in this way. Realizing this, her eyes grew gentle. I need to make a call and talk to the company. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xia Shuyun said. It's fine. Ji Tianwen nodded in agreement. Xia Shunyun didn't waste any time and immediately called her dad on the phone. Unsurprisingly, Xia Jianda answered with his mouth full, and didn't even need to hold a board meeting. No problem on my side, Xia Shuyun said. Ji Tianwen nodded and waited for Xia Shunyun to finish signing, and put the phone to Song Yabing to call the money into Xia's group's account. And right at this moment, Xia Shuyun's afterglow glimpsed that Kong Yongqi had unscrewed a bottle of water on the dining table. Chapter 102, Losing Your Mind. Kong Yongqi, who allowed you to drink it? Xia Shunyun burst into a rage and huffed as she walked over to Kong Yongqi. That bottle of water was specially prepared for Ji Tianwen. The reason for this was in case Ji Tianwen didn't drink, so that he could offer to replace the alcohol with water. The water, naturally, has spices added. But what I didn't expect was that Ji Tianwen didn't drink, but instead, Kong Yongqi did. Kong Yongqi, who had already drunk almost half a bottle of water, frowned and said, Xia Shunyun, is that so? I'm thirsty, can't I just drink some water? Tell me how much this water costs. I'll transfer the money to you. You. Xia Shuyun was furious on the spot. Is it a matter of money or not? It was at this moment that Xia Jianda returned the call. Xia Shunyun answered the phone and heard a bright laugh. Ha 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 ha. Shuyun ah. This $300 million came at the right time. You perform well and try to pull more funds over. Xia Shunyun, with a pang of annoyance inside, casually answered and hung up the phone. The money arrived, right? Ji Tianwen spoke. Well, it's in the books. Okay then, I'll go first. Ji Tianwen put the signed contract into his bag, turned around and left, not seeing the slightest bit of lingering. Seeing this, Kang Yongchi hurriedly chased out. Xia Shuyun looked at the half bottle of water left on the table and felt as diaphragmatic as if she had eaten a fly. Obviously the money was there and she didn't need to use her body as a price yet. But she was not happy. There's always the feeling that it's a waste of effort and a gift to someone else. Inside the business car, the driver glanced in the rearview mirror and said, Mr. G. M.S. Kang's car is still behind. It doesn't matter. If she's willing to follow, let her follow, Ji Tianwen said, full of concern. The driver didn't say anything more and focused on driving the vehicle. Inside the rear car, Ricky Khan gripped the steering wheel with one hand and tapped her forehead twice with the other. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little dizzy, and the images she saw in front of her eyes would be reimagined from time to time. In addition, the body is exceptionally hot, as if scorched by a furnace fire. Soon she began to sweat, so hot that she wanted to take off all her clothes. Ricky Khan takes a sharp pinch to the thigh. Hiss. The sharp pain caused her to suck in a breath of cold air while briefly regaining her senses. She turned the air conditioner up to maximum blast and the temperature to minimum. However, surprisingly, it didn't work. Should feel hot, still feel hot, and the head is foggy and the mind is getting muddled. Driving a vehicle in this state is no different than sending it to its death. It's a good thing the road at hand is urban and not highway. Shortly after, on instinct, rounding a corner, Kang Yongchi did not return to the direction in time. The front of the car directly hit the roadside light pole. Bang! There was a loud crash and the vehicle broke down on the side of the road. The security vehicle at the back promptly reported the situation to Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen thought about it, but asked the driver to turn around and go back. Although Kang Yongchi's brain is a bit axial, but the quality is not that bad. The other party has a car accident. He is not good to ignore it and walk away. Getting out of the car, Ji Tianwen approached to Kang Yongchi's car. The doors had automatically unlocked after the vehicle's impact. The airbags did not pop, indicating that the force of the impact was not great. And Kang Yongchi herself, she didn't look like she was hurt. Jitan reached down and pulled the car door open. Kang, big beautiful girl, you are fine. However, before he could finish his words of concern, suddenly, he was directly hugged by Kang Yongchi, and immediately after that, his mouth was gagged. While kissing passionately, Kang Yongchi's hands weren't idle. One hand wrapped around Ji Tianwen's neck. One hand reached into his clothes and groped around his body. Ji Tianwen's mind went blank, completely unable to comprehend what was going on. The gathered members of security were also confused. See, I told you, this Miss Kong must be thinking of our Mr. G. Thinking about it is thinking about it, but it's still on the street. The car door hasn't even been closed yet, and you can't wait to throw yourself at her? Hurry up, block Mr. G, don't let anyone take a picture. Members of the security detail approached, facing outward, and surrounded the vehicle. It took Ji Tianwen a lot of effort to push Kang Yongchi away. With his lips bitten through, he said in annoyance, Kang Yongchi, what are you mad about again? However, Kang Yongchi acted as if she didn't hear him and lunged at him again. However, halfway through the lunge, he was strangled by his seatbelt. Dig head down, planted towards the tarmac. Ji Tianwen was startled and subconsciously stepped forward, supporting Kang Yongchi, and as a result of doing so, he was once again hugged by Kang Yongchi. This time, Kang Yongchi's movements were bolder and more over the top. Sizzle! The white t-shirt was torn by herself, revealing a black lace corset. Even so, Kang Yongchi still had no intention of stopping and had to go after the corset on her body. F***ck. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back a curse and stepped forward to block the other party's crazy behavior. At this moment, he had realized that something was wrong. Kang Yongchi's state at the moment was completely like a lunatic who had lost his mind. He didn't have the heart to think about what exactly Kang Yongchi had lost her mind for. He only knew that he couldn't let the other party go crazy like this. Jitan stepped forward and unbuckled his seatbelt. Kang Yongchi, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and hugged Ji Tianwen once again, and with her legs coiled around his waist, she hung onto him like a wombat. As fast as he could, Ji Tianwen carried Kang Yongchi to the car and rushed the driver. Go to Jiaji Hospital. When he finished, he raised the partition between the cockpit and the passenger compartment. It was such a short period of less than 2 minutes that Ji Tianwen's neck was already planted with strawberry marks. Moreover, the buttons of the shirt, too, fell apart halfway under Kang Yongchi's tugging. It's so hard. Help me. Kang Yongchi made a slurred sound. Rough and sweet-smelling breath hit his face, and his writhing torso felt like it was trying to squeeze into him. As a normal man, it was impossible for Ji Tianwen to not have a physical reaction. As if his hands had an autonomous consciousness, they climbed up to that slim, tight waist. There's one thing to be said for Rachel Kang's body that's really top-notch. This is inextricably linked to the fact that she works out all year round. Plucked passionate kisses later. The phone happened to ring. Caton regained his senses and moved his hand off the sheer softness. Take out your cell phone and take a look. It was discovered that the person who called was none other than Meng Lei. Ji Tianwen pressed the intercom button with the front row and said, "Drive faster." Then, turning his cell phone to silent, he hugged Kong Yongqi hard, restricting her movements as much as possible. At the moment, he had no desire to go any further. It wasn't because he was worried about being known by Meng Lei, but purely because he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Even though Kong Yongqi had initiated it, it was clearly in an unconscious state. If Ji Tianwen wanted to vent, there were plenty of beautiful women lined up waiting for him. There was no need to take advantage of this. But how did Kong Yongqi, all of a sudden, lose her mind? Is it inherently faulty in this regard? Or is it something else? Chapter 103, Secretary Song cries in aggrievement. Ji Tianwen felt that there should be another reason. After all, he'd never heard of a disease where the offense was followed by a desperate need to solve a physical problem. What went wrong? Ji Tianwen murmured a sentence. And suddenly, he thought of the time when Kong Yongqi had been drinking water in the hotel room, and shuyun had suddenly become agitated. By definition, it's just a bottle of water. Normally speaking, shuyun shouldn't be so excited, but the reaction that shouldn't have happened for real, so the odds are that the water, even the wine and the food, are all wrong. Ji Tianwen quickly came to the conclusion that Kong, the great beauty, had stepped on the thunder for him this time, because shuyun, and even he himself, never thought that Kong Yongqi would follow him to the hotel. Candlelight dinner, a trap prepared for him by shuyun. If he really enjoyed that candlelight dinner, then what Kong Yongqi is now, he is. Thinking about it, Ji Tianwen could be 100% sure that there were cameras hidden in the room. This woman, she really is sinister enough. A flash of sternness crossed Ji Tianwen's eyes. Now it seems that he still hadn't taught him enough lessons, so much so that shuyun still dared to count on him. Jiaji Hospital, a private hospital owned by the Ji Group. Ji Tianwen personally sent someone over. So naturally, the road was green-lighted and unimpeded. After sending Kong Yongqi into the hospital room, Ji Tianwen went to the restroom. Turning on the faucet and scooping up a handful of cold water and splashing it on my face cleared my head. In the mirror, he was reflected in the mess he was in at the moment, his wet lips still bitten. One could tell at a glance that the battle was fierce. After leaving the restroom, Ji Tianwen came outside the ward where Zhao Yicheng was. Through the clear glass of the door, a young girl could be seen lying on her bed, eating a snack, her wide eyes unblinking as she stared at the TV screen on the wall that was playing an anime. Seeing this, Ji Tianwen didn't go in to disturb him. After all, at the moment, it was really not easy for him to meet with young girls with this image. He called Song Yabing on the phone. 2 beeps later, the call was successfully connected. Secretary Song, are you still at the office? Still, you go to my office, get a set of my clothes and take them to Kaji Hospital. Okay. Song Yabing was not surprised that Ji Tianwen was in the hospital. After Zhao Yicheng was hospitalized, Ji Tianwen would basically run to the hospital whenever he had time. 10 minutes later, Song Yabing came to the hospital. Seeing Ji Tianwen's appearance, he stared wide-eyed on the spot and said, "Mr. Ji, what's wrong with you?" "It's fine." Kong Yongqi hit a light pole with her car. "I sent her here." Ji Tianwen casually replied back, took the clothes and went into the doctor's duty room to change into them. "Change your clothes and look much more normal. At least those hickeys on the neck and chest blocked." Song Yabing looked at Ji Tianwen's neck, her eyes revealing a suspicious look. As a secretary, she was well aware of some of Ji Tianwen's habits. In the absence of a tie, Ji Tian rarely buttoned all the buttons at the collar. Thinking of the large hickey he had just seen on Ji Tianwen's neck, then she thought of Ji Tianwen calling and asking her to call Xia's group for money. She logically thought that those hickeys were left by Xia Shuyun. That woman, Xia Shuyun, is so ruthless. If it were her, she would never be able to give up kissing Mr. Ji like that. "What are you thinking about?" Ji Tianwen interlocked his 2 fingers and flicked them on Song Yabing's glossy forehead. Song Yabing came back to her senses, shook her head, and returned, "No, it's nothing." She pursed her pink lips and added, "I'm just curious as to why Mr. Ji would spend $300 million to buy those money-losing projects of the Xia Group." "Sit down. I'll tell you slowly." Ji Tianwen pulled Song Yabing, sat down on a bench in the corridor, and said, "What I'm looking at is not really the money-losing projects of the Xia Group per se. Those programs are doomed to be dead, and it's okay to throw money at them to renew them, but no one can do it if they want to revitalize it." Song Yabing frowned slightly and sighed in her heart. "It's not the project that's in the eye of the beholder. It's just the person Xia Shuyun. I don't know what kind of sins Mr. Ji did in his past life, but he can't escape this woman's hand." "Secretary Song, you think I'm stupid, don't you?" Ji Tianwen laughed. Song Yabing subconsciously had to deny it, but there was really no way to say something against his will, so he had to change the way to express his attitude and said, "Mr. Ji, you've already paid the money to Xiao's group, so it's too late to say anything else now. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Secretary Song, you can just say what you have to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Then you can't be angry if I tell the truth. I'm not angry. I understand the truth of the word of honor. Mr. G, since you said so, you and I will have something to talk about. Song Yabing said with a straight face, the $300 million you gave to Xia Group this time, although it wasn't an investment and you bought some things, it was still essentially giving away money. The few projects that were bought, they couldn't even make it back to capital, let alone make a profit. From a business point of view, this deal can no longer be described as a bad deal. It's a total loss. Towards the end, Song Yabing's tone was already tinged with fire. Realizing that her tone was wrong, she quietly observed Ji Tianwen's reaction and only felt a bit more at ease when she saw that he did not look angry. However, he heard Ji Tianwen say, that's quite good and accurate. Go to the finance place tomorrow and settle your salary. Then you can stop coming to work. Song Yabing, what happened to the promised advice? What happened to not getting mad? Song Yabing was filled with aggression. Her eyes turned red in a flash, tears swirling in her eyes. Realizing that the joke had gone too far, Ji Tianwen busily said, don't cry, I'm just messing with you. As he spoke, he helped Song Yabing wipe away her tears. Secretary Song, no kidding, what I'm looking at is indeed not those few projects of the Xia Group, but the land contained in those projects. Ji Tianwen said, a plot of land? Song Yabing froze, still unable to understand Ji Tianwen's maneuver, because even if you buy the land, that still works out to be a bloody loss. Ji Tianwen was clearly aware of Song Yabing's thoughts and asked with a smile, you're thinking that even if you're buying the land, $300 million spent is still an injustice, right? Well, I do. Song Yabing nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Tianwen laughed and said, so what if I tell you that the land I bought back for these money-losing projects will, in the future, exactly 2 months from now, become an important location that various companies, all of them, will want to compete for? Mr. G, did you get any news in advance? Song Yabing was curious. Chapter 104, why are you crying again? The information is not available. It all depends on the analysis. Ji Tianwen replied back, then combined his memories from his previous life and gave his reasons. In his previous life, Xiao's group had indeed made a huge profit by relying on the plots of land for these several projects. The final price of the auction could even be worth 2 Xia groups. Song Yabing listened to Ji Tianwen's analysis. The whole person is linen stained. Don't be so fidgety. Ji Tianwen reached out and wiped away the tear stains at the corner of the female secretary's eyes and asked with a smile, just tell me if there's any truth in my analysis. Song Yabing blushed slightly and returned, indeed, quite reasonable. If we follow Ji Tianwen's words, then the land that was bought from the Xia Group this time could be said to be a must-have. Its economic value, at least $1 billion to hit the bottom, and there are still people grabbing for it. 300 million for at least $1 billion. Not to say it's a blood moneymaker, it's a big moneymaker. Mr. G, then we can just sit back and wait for the appreciation. Song Yabing said. However, Ji Tianwen shook his head. I don't intend to sell. Song Yabing was surprised. Then what is your plan? Ji Tianwen returned. We can completely invest ourselves, and while no one is reacting yet, take the land connecting several parcels of land quickly as well, and then connect them together to build our own park. The current windfall is in the live bandwagon piece. Netizens who carry goods seem to be a step down from celebrities, but in terms of the profit generated, it's nothing less than a star, if not more than a step ahead of one. The head of the industry earns even more than the top stream only. Ji Tianwen told his plan and layout, narrating it. Just before he could say half of it, his mouth was covered by Song Yabing. She looked left and right, caution in the middle of her eyes. Ji Tianwen found it funny, removed the small hand covering his mouth and asked, what are you looking for? Song Yabing said with a serious expression, Mr. G, what you just said is too important, so it's better to say it in a safer place so that no one will overhear. Alright, I'll keep my voice down then. Ji Tianwen covered his mouth and came to Song Yabing's ear to continue the topic he had just talked about. Warm breath pounded into her ears, and Song Yabing didn't feel quite comfortable with it at first, but as Ji Tianwen's conversation unfolded, her mind sank in, excited to the point of feverishness. When any windfall occurs, it is often the people who stand on it first who rake in most of the resources. As long as you don't make any dumb moves, you can make money lying down. Song Yabing was able to tell that Ji Tianwen's vision was not a pie-in-the-sky dream, but a grand blueprint that could be realized. Once it's made, it won't be tens of billions, but hundreds of billions of dollars in a mega cake. And the G Group, too, will be 100 feet ahead. Mr. G, I promise that I won't disclose a single word of what I just heard to the outside world even if I die. Song Yabing said with a serious expression. I can swear. signing a confidentiality agreement is fine. It's not that serious. Ji Tianwen laughed. If I was worried about you leaking, I wouldn't have told you at all. Mr. Ji, thank you for trusting me. Don't thank me yet. Since you've heard my plan, you can't hear it for nothing. Mr. Ki, what do you need me to do? As fast as you can. Train someone out who can take over your current job. Song Yabing. So, after all is said and done, there's still no way to avoid getting fired? Her eyes, once again, reddened as tears poured down her face. Ji Tianwen was confused, and in a hurry, he held Song Yabing in his arms, crying and laughing. Why is this crying again? Song Yabing choked. Mr. Ji, can you not fire me? Fired? Ji Tianwen looked puzzled. I didn't say I was going to fire you. But, Mr. Ji, you asked me to train the person who will take over my job. Yeah, someone to take over so you can have the energy and availability to help me with the plan I just told you about. Ha! Song Yabing was stunned. How could she not expect that she would suddenly be entrusted with a heavy responsibility? Ji Tianwen held her shoulders with both hands and said in a warm voice, Secretary Song, I'm giving you the task not only because I trust you, but also because you're capable. Do a good job and I'm sure I won't treat you poorly. In an instant, Song Yabing felt a warm current pass through her heart. She raised her arm, wiped away her tears, and nodded heavily. Mr. Ji, I will do my best to live up to your expectations and trust. Ji Tianwen nodded and was about to continue talking when Song Yabing's cell phone rang. Taking it out, Song Yabing said, Mr. Ji, it's Mr. Meng calling. Should I answer? Meng Lei? Ji Tianwen took out his cell phone and found that there were more than 10 missed calls, all from Meng Lei. Answer it and tell them I'm in a meeting at the office and don't have my cell phone on me. Okay, Song Yabing responded, taking several deep breaths. After stabilizing yourself, answer the phone. Hello, Mr. Meng. Secretary Song, I've been calling your Mr. Ji's phone and I can't get through. Can you reach him? Mr. Meng. Mr. Ji is having a meeting in the conference room. His cell phone shouldn't be on him, or it's on mute. If you have an urgent matter, I can call out to Mr. Ji for you. No, I'm not bothered by anything important. Mr. Meng, you're welcome. The call hung up, and Song Yabing put her cell phone back in her pocket. Ji Tianwen looked at the series of missed calls on the screen with thoughtful eyes. It started with a sudden kiss at the opening ceremony of Rim Dream. Ji Tianwen could clearly feel that Meng Lei's attitude towards him had fundamentally changed. If it's left alone and continues to develop, then odds are the other person is going to fake it. From an agreement couple, to a real couple in the truest sense of the word. And this result was not what Ji Tianwen wanted. It wasn't that he didn't like Meng Lei, but he didn't like her enough to want to marry and have children with the other person. Ji Tianwen felt that it was better to cool down first. By the time the agreement expired, his business blueprint was almost framed and started to step as if it was on track. We'll decide the next step when the time comes, depending on the situation. If you think Meng Lei is a good match, then finalize the relationship. If it doesn't feel right, then it's just right to break the agreement. At that moment, the screen lit up and Shuyun put in a call. Ji Tianwen narrowed his eyes and picked up the phone. Tian Man, are you with Kong Rongqi now? Hearing this question, Ji Tianwen was already certain that Shuyun had drugged that bottle of water. He denied, not together. Why? Shuyun, heart inexplicably relieved, said, there is nothing, just ask. You, still come back? No, there's something temporary over here. Another day. Ji Tianwen replied back and then asked, by the way, I have something I want to ask you. Chapter 105, A Boy in the Field. What is it? Shuyun was curious. Ji Tianwen pondered slightly and asked, you said before that you had nothing to do with that Xiao Zimo. Sure you didn't lie to me? Of course not. Shuyun said without thinking. You've already read my medical report. If you don't believe me, you can come back now. After answering the question, the corners of her mouth curved into a smug arc. She felt that her judgment hadn't been wrong. Ji Tianwen really did still love her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bought out some money-losing projects at a high price, much less asked about Xiao Zimo. As for being desperate and uncaring all this time, it's entirely about carrying fire in your heart. Now, finally, he couldn't hold it together. Ji Tianwen said, since it was all a misunderstanding before, and now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I feel that I should show it. Show? How do you want to show it? He's in the entertainment industry, and it just so happens that G Group has invested in a few variety shows, so if he's willing, I can recommend him to participate in them. Shuyun pondered for a moment and returned. I think it's better to forget about it. There's no such need. In the past, she would naturally have happily agreed. But right now, for one thing, she already had a grudge against Xiao Zimo. Secondly, She wasn't sure if Ji Tianwen really wanted to show Xiao Zimo because of the previous misunderstanding, or if he was testing her in this way. It's still necessary. Ji Tianwen offered a dissenting opinion. Recently I've been reading the internet, and there are often people saying that I retaliate against Xiao Zimo, so it's just as well that I'm taking this opportunity to clarify the rumors as well. Xia Shuyun said, if that's what you're considering, then I'll talk to Xiao Zimo. Although at the moment, to Xiao Zimo, he was no longer that obsessed, but at least it was the white moonlight of the teenage years. The feelings naturally cannot say disappear to nothing. What's more, there's no telling where they'll need to use each other next. It doesn't hurt to sweeten the pot a little. Hanging up on Ji Tianwen, Xia Shunyun called Xiao Zimo on the phone. Brother Zimmer, things are going well. I've pulled in the investment. So fast? Xiao Zimo couldn't help but be surprised. According to his original conception, how could Xia Shunyun be tossed around until the latter part of the night in order to pull the investment in? And that's with force. If you don't have the strength, you'll have to wait until the next day. Glancing at the time, Xiao Zimo sneered and said, it seems that Ji Tianwen is weak. The medicine has been eaten, but still so unhelpful. So quickly finished? Xia Shunyun's eyebrows were locked, and she felt more and more that the Xiao Zimo of today was not the same person as the Zimo brother she once loved. If it was Zimmer's brother, there was no way he would say something so vulgar. However, she still suppressed her inner dissatisfaction and said, Brother Zimmer, not only did I pull in an investment, I also have good news to tell you. What's the good news? Have you ever read Boys in the Field? Scene the hottest variety show in the country at the moment. Xiao Zimo returned a sentence. Then as if he thought of something, his eyes erupted with surprise, and he tentatively asked, Shuyun, it's hard to say. That's right. Xia Shuyun affirmed his guess and said, G Group is the funders of Junior in the Fields. I asked Ji Tianwen to recommend you, so you can participate in an installment of this variety show. Shuyun, are you serious? Xiao Zimo was so excited that he directly stood up. Then, with an ow, he covered his ass and flopped back down on the bed. Brother Zimmer, what's wrong with you? Xia Shuyun was puzzled by Xiao Zimo's sudden howl. No how? Xiao Zimo heard a brain sweat, gritted his teeth and returned. I'm just too happy. Shuyun, don't worry, I will perform well and strive for a big fire. Hospital. Ji Tianwen sat beside Zhao Cheng, feeding the young girl snacks while watching anime with her. When the episode of the anime ended, Zhao Cheng yawned and said, Brother Tianwen, actually you don't need to come see me every day. The nurse sister said that I'm recovering quickly, and in another half a month, I'll be able to leave the hospital. You must be bored being alone in the hospital, even with the TV, and it's only right that I keep you company. Brother Tianwen, are you going to miss me a lot if you can't see me? Ji Tianwen froze, then nodded. That's right, it's actually quite tempting not to, but the young girl asked so, if he denied it, it would be more or less hurt his self-esteem. Zhao Cheng smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Brother Tianwen, I miss you quite a bit if I can't see you. By the way, did you strictly follow my training program today? There. Ji Tianwen held the young girl's hand and said in a deep voice, if it wasn't for me dragging my feet this time, you would have been safe and sound, or at least wouldn't have been injured so badly. So I'll have to practice more and try not to hold you back next time. Nope, hopefully there won't be a next time. Talked a little more. Zhao Cheng said, Brother Tianwen, it's getting late, go back. Ji Tianwen shook his head and smiled gently. It's fine, I'll wait until you fall asleep. But, the young girl looked left and right, her pretty eyebrows furrowed together. Ezra, is there something you need me to get for you? Or is there something else you want me to help you with? Ji Tianwen said boldly. Don't worry and speak boldly. I can help you with anything. I want to shush. Ji Tianwen was stunned, then coughed dryly and said, then I'll go out first. Other things can be helped, but Boo Boo really can't. When the young girl finished shushing herself with the help of her chaperone aunt, Ji Tianwen once again returned to the hospital room. After putting the young girl to bed, it was out the door. The female doctor in a white coat came over and said, Mr. Ji, that friend of yours should have been drugged and is now fine. Ji Tianwen nodded and was about to speak when his cell phone rang. Taking it out, he realized that the one calling was Chu Lingyun. Get on the phone. Without too many pleasantries, Ji Tianwen opened the door and said, Mr. Chu, calling so late, is there something wrong? Mr. Ji, Ronchi's phone can't be reached. I'm worried that something happened to her. That's why I'm bothering you this late. Do you know where Ronchi is right now? At the hospital. Hospital? Chu Lingyun's tone snapped up, anxiously saying, how could Ronchi go to the hospital? What happened to her? Ji Tianwen thought about it and didn't hide it, telling him briefly about Kong Yongqi following him to meet Xia Shuyun, then drinking water with spices, and finally driving her car into a light pole. Of course, he hides his intimate contact with Kong Yongqi. Chapter 106, Hasn't it all been sterilized? After listening to Ji Tianwen's narration, Chu Lingyun was in a hurry. Ji Tianwen, if anything happens to Ronchi, I'm not done with you. Chu Lingyun, do you have a problem with comprehension? Or do you simply not understand human language? Ji Tianwen said nonchalantly. According to you, Ryachi stepped on a mine for you. Did I beg her to do it for me? Or did I put a knife to her neck and force her to do it for me? If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Ji Tianwen, do you have a conscience when you say such things? If I didn't have a conscience, I simply wouldn't care about Kong Yongqi, Ji Tianwen said in a cold voice. In addition, Kong Yongqi is not without a family. If you want to question, it's not up to you to question me. Don't ing do the whole moral abduction thing with me. He was truly infuriated by Chu Lingyun's accusation. He can admit to himself that Rachel stepped on a mine for him, but don't even think about others trying to hold his head down and force him to admit it. Ji Tianwen, I'm not interested in arguing with you. Tell me the address and I'll go over there now, Chu Lingyun said as she suppressed her fire. What if I choose not to tell you? Ji Tianwen lost his temper and sneered. What do you want? What can you do? You. Chu Lingyun was so angry that her eyes went black. She took several deep breaths one after another, and clenched her shell teeth. Mr. Ji, there might be something wrong with my attitude. I am too worried about Rongqi. I hope you can understand. Ha, I thought. You can't speak human. Can I have the address now? Jiaji Hospital, 501. Ji Tian asked back and directly hung up the phone. Turning around, he glanced at Kong Yongqi, who was lying on the hospital bed in the hospital room, her face pale. Ji Tianwen rubbed his chin and thought. When he was in Dongda City, he felt that Chu Lingyun's attitude towards Kong Yongqi was unusual. Now that I think about it, the way Chu Lingyun looked at Kong Yongqi seemed to be a bit beyond friendship. Thinking about the other party's loss of temper just now on the phone, it was as if it confirmed his inner guess even more. Chu Lingyun, odds are that she likes Kong Yongqi, and it's the kind of liking between lovers. As for whether Kong Yongqi also liked Chu Lingyun, this Ji Tianwen didn't see it for the time being. Shaking his head, Ji Tianwen no longer thought about this. Whether Chu Lingyun's orientation was normal or not had little to do with him, and there was no need to waste his mind on this matter. Early the next morning, Ji Tianwen finished his morning exercise, took a shower, changed his clothes, and took a car to Ji's group. Walking into the office, he saw Song Yabing lying on the sofa, holding a folder in his arms. Ji Tianwen watched closer and looked at the sleeping female secretary and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Secretary Song? Secretary Song? Ji Tianwen called twice, and seeing that Song Yabing had no intention of waking up, he didn't forcefully wake the other party up. One hand went through the other's neck and the other through the crook of the other's leg. Ji Tianwen picked Song Yabing up horizontally and sent her to the restroom inside. As far as face value was concerned, Song Yabing was not considered to be a beauty, but she was also described as clear and beautiful. The place where it should be big is big, the place where it should be curved. Wearing black silk, two beautiful legs, it is even more tantalizing. After admiring it for a while, Ji Tianwen picked up the towel quilt by the pillow and put it on the other's stomach before exiting the lounge. By the time some trivial matters were taken care of, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Ji Tianwen stretched his back when he heard a knock on the door. Knock, 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 please come in. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth. The door was pushed open and a female employee in professional attire, responsible for reception, walked in and said, Mr. Meng is here. Ji Tianwen froze, then said, Tell Mr. Meng to wait, I'll go down and pick her up later. As soon as the words fell, he saw Meng Lei walk into the office. No, I'm already up, Jitan asked. So whenever there's a member of the opposite sex in his lounge, Meng Lei will come over, right? Last time it was Kong Yongqi, this time it's Song Yabing. Who's next? Lei, take a seat first. Ji Tianwen greeted and waved a hand, signaling the female employee to go out. Meng Lei walked to the sofa and took a seat, hands clasped in front of her body, crossed her legs, and did not speak, staring ahead, motionless, like a sculpture that had been carefully carved by skilled craftsmen. Standard angry girlfriend gesture. Ji Tianwen walked over to Meng Lei and sat down, smiling. Lei, you're angry that I didn't call you back last night, right? Humph. Meng Lei snorted coldly and twisted her face to the side. Ji Tianwen said, Last night was indeed too busy. The meeting ended at almost 12 o'clock. You should have already gone to sleep. I'll call you back for fear of waking you up. Can't you send a text message without a phone call? Meng Lei said unhappily. Ji Tianwen smiled and explained. I didn't think about it at the time, plus I was a bit sleepy, so I went back and fell asleep. I don't think it's not that I didn't think of it, it's that I didn't even have the idea of messaging me back in my mind. Meng Lei justified. You called back last night, worried about me being woken up, and you're worried about me being woken up in the morning? Ji Tianwen didn't continue to argue and said, "This time, I've been negligent. Next time I'll definitely call you back, no matter how late it is." Meng Lei was still a bit dissatisfied, feeling that Ji Tianwen's attitude wasn't sincere enough. However, with words having been said, it was not good for her to continue to hold on to them. "Borrow your restroom." Meng Lei got up. Use the lounge for what? Catch up on your sleep. Last night, Meng Lei and Maureen talked until the latter part of the night. By the time I fell asleep, it was almost dawn, and it was indeed a sleepy time. Ji Tianwen glanced at the restroom and inwardly screamed. Secretary Song could still be lying inside. If Meng Lei saw it, she would definitely misunderstand. Lei, I just had the restroom fully decontaminated. It'll take 2 days before I can use it. If you want to catch up on your sleep, I'll arrange another restroom for you. Ji Tianwen said. Abatement? Didn't you meet Jerry the last time you were here? What Jerry? Meng Lei looked confused. Ji Tianwen blinked and explained with a smile. It's just rats. Caught several. I took a picture. Wait for me to find said the man, taking out his cell phone. When Meng Lei heard the word rat, she had a jolt on the spot and shook her head. No need to look. Then you can change the restroom for me. Ji Tianwen nodded and led Meng Lei out of the office. At the same time, there was an inner pang of triumph. It's all in the words that open the way without changing your face. What do you mean? Witty? It's called wit. However, just as he was feeling smug, joyfulness comes into play. All that could be heard was a rattling in the lounge. Meng Lei's footsteps lurched and she twisted her head to look at it, saying suspiciously, "Haven't they all been decontaminated?" Jitan asked. "Is there something wrong with the feng shui of this office?" Chapter 107, Targeting the Xia Group. History is always strikingly similar. The last time, it was stuck on the verge of going out the door when movement came from the lounge. This time, it happened again. Even if it's a coincidence, it makes it hard. Ji Tianwen's brain turned sharply, and with a grave expression, he said, Lei, maybe it's not decontaminated. I'll get someone to come over later, and if it's still not decontaminated, I'll block the lounge. Meng Lei didn't suspect much and nodded, about to leave. However, there was no waiting for Ji Tianwen to breathe a sigh of relief. Click, the door handle turns. Song Yabing came out of the lounge with sleepy eyes. Jitan asked, "If you don't come out sooner, you don't come out later, and you just have to get stuck coming out at the knuckleheads. How dare you be more pitiful?" At this moment, Song Yabing also spotted Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei who were about to walk out of the office. She instantly came to her senses and hurriedly greeted, "Mr. Ji, Mr. Meng, just don't know what to say after you say hello." A place like the lounge has a higher degree of privacy still. Even secretaries can't come and go as they please. She opened her mouth and had the presence of mind to explain, but once she came to, she didn't know how she slept in the lounge. Secondly, there is the fear of smearing more and more, or making people feel like they are trying to cover up. Mr. G, Mr. G, Mr. G, Meng Lei said in a mocking tone with 3 G's in a row. "This Jerry in your office is really big." After saying that, he took a long leg and was about to walk away. Ji Tianwen hurriedly pulled its wrist, then closed the office door behind him. "Ray, let's be honest. I'm mostly worried that you'll misunderstand." "Misunderstanding?" Meng Lei snorted. "Is Mr. G trying to say that the secretary of the G group can come and go as she pleases to the lounge in the old boss's office?" Song Yabing sniffed, and quickly explained, "Mr. Meng, it's not what you think. I was originally on the sofa, but I don't know how to fall asleep, and when I woke up, just, the further she spoke, the lower her voice became, and then she couldn't speak anymore." It was obvious to herself that her words weren't very convincing, and could even be perceived as foolhardy, though, she did tell the truth. Ji Tianwen saw Song Yabing picking up the conversation, so he simply followed up the conversation and said, "Secretary Song, it was me who carried you to the rest room. I saw you asleep on the couch when I came in and called out to you twice, but you didn't wake up. It's not good for you to be seen sleeping in your office, so I sent you to the break room." Song Yabing said indistinctly, "Mr. G, so that's how it is." Ji Tianwen nodded and glanced at Meng Lei beside her, but saw her hands clasped in front of her body, her demeanor as if to say, "I'll just quietly watch you guys perform." Lei, I know you think I'm fooling you, so why don't you simply adjust the surveillance?" Ji Tianwen spoke while pulling Meng Lei towards the desk. Meng Lei was outwardly not very interested and didn't face the screen, but still watched the video out of the corner of her eye. Upon seeing Ji Tianwen pick up Princess Song Yabing, her pink fists couldn't help but clench. This asshole, who always yells "Princess, please get in the car" to her, is actually hugging another woman. "Mr. G, I'm a bit uncomfortable, so I'll go back first." Meng Lei lightly dropped a sentence and stepped away. Ji Tianwen caught up and said, Lei, You've said you need to catch up on your sleep. It's not safe to drive yourself. I'll take you back. I brought the driver. Then let the driver drive himself back, and you take my car. I appreciate Mr. G's kindness. Please stay. Ji Tianwen didn't pursue further and returned to the office. In the current situation, the probability of Meng Lei blacking out is not high. He just had to make sure that Meng Lei didn't black out and trip him up in the process of building his business map. And that was enough. If you are too enthusiastic, it is easy to go wrong instead. I'm sorry, Sonia Bing said with an apologetic tone. Mr. G, it's all my fault for dragging you into a misunderstanding with Mr. Meng. Why don't I go and explain it to Mr. Meng again face to face? No need. Ji Tianwen shook his head and said with concern. Secretary Song, you shouldn't have slept all night, right? How do you know? When I was just checking the surveillance, I saw you come into the office at 7:30 with a folder in your arms, so you must have been busy all night. Sonia Bing smiled embarrassedly and nodded her head to admit. Mr. G, I did stay up last night. After hearing your plan, I was so excited that I made a business plan overnight, so you can take a look at it. When he finished, he handed over the folder. Ji Tianwen took it, flipped through it, and said, overall, there aren't too many problems, and the details are well perfected, but I'm going to criticize you for a few words. Mr. G, you criticize. Work is important, but your body is even more important. If I find out that you're working so hard, don't say I'll dock your paycheck. Sonia Bing's heart warmed and she nodded. Mr. G, I know. Well, you go back to the restroom and continue to catch up on your sleep and come back out when it's time for dinner. No need. Mr. G, I'm not sleepy anymore. Close your eyes if you're not sleepy and stay in bed. This, disobedience? Listen. Sonia Bing hurriedly agreed. Thank you, Mr. G. Wait until Son Yaving entered the lounge. Jitan asked for the phone to be called to the director of the program Teenagers in the Field. When the phone was connected, a thick middle-aged man's voice was heard. Ji Xiao, I'm Qin Shangzhao. I've already arranged all the things you've explained. The one called Xiao Zimo will enter the group this afternoon. Theoretically, suddenly arranging for someone to join the group would undoubtedly disrupt the original plan, causing some of the preparations made in advance to be wasted. But, Rich is daddy. The father of the Gold Master has spoken. Even if the program has already been recorded, it has to be overturned and re-recorded. Can you fulfill the request I made? Ji Tianwen faintly snapped. Qin Shangzhou answered with his mouth full. Don't worry, Ji Xiao. I've been in this business for a little more than half of my life. Who do I want to promote? Who do I want to blacken? It's all very simple. I guarantee that after the program is aired, there's no way for Xiao Zimo to hang around in the entertainment industry. That's hard work. Young Ji, you're too kind. It would be my honor to work for you. In the Kaji hospital, Chu Lingyan came out of the hospital room. The smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by something as cold as winter. She took out her cell phone and put the call through to her assistant. From now on, at all costs, fully target the Xia group. Mr. Chu, we've just taken over Master Jin's field. And besides, Xia's group has nothing to do with us. Even if we engage in targeting, we can't get it. Didn't you hear what I said? This. Good Mr. Chu, I understand. Chapter 108, Too Little for Me to See. Chu Lingyan was so angry that she felt like the top of her head was green. Compared to Xia Shuyun, she naturally hated Ji Tianwen more. However, she had to admit that with her current strength, even if she took over those fields of Master Jin, she could only look up in the face of the Ji group. Therefore, she targeted the target of venting her anger on the Xia group. But unbeknownst to him, this was exactly the result Ji Tianwen wanted. Although even with 300 million added, it cannot completely solve the plight of the Xia group. At most, it is just a relief. But, if someone could beat up Xia's group and speed up the process of its demise, he would still be happy to see it. In Ji Tianwen's opinion, if Xia's group doesn't make bone-scraping changes, it's unlikely that it will ever turn around again. The reason for the delay in taking action is not necessarily because the Xia group is full of drunkards. No one can see this. Rather, it's a scraping of the bones, with the possibility of a new life, and the same possibility of a death. Not everyone possesses the courage to start all over again. So, it is better to drag on until you die than to let go of the fight. Back to the ward. Chu Lingwei looked at Kong Yongqi with eyes full of heartache, and said in a gentle tone, Yongqi, the doctor said that there is nothing wrong with you. Observe for 2 days, and if there are no problems, you can be discharged. Sister Ling Yun, please. Kong Yongqi revealed a grateful smile. Fool, we are good sisters. Chu Lingyan pinched Kong Yongqi's face, but her heart was sour. As Ji Tianwen analyzed, her feelings for Kong Yongqi were going to go beyond normal friendship. She was afraid to show her feelings, fearing that what she would get in return would be alienation and disgust. She didn't know how long she could hold back. Suppose one day, one really has to resist bearing one's heart. Then she only wished that day would come slower. Rongqi, Ji Tianwen is not a good person. It's best for you to stay away from him. After you're discharged from the hospital, come back to Dongda City with me, Chu Lingyun said. Kan Yongqi frowned slightly and didn't agree. Sister Lingyun, don't say that. At least he saved me last night, and I haven't figured out that piece of information that's worth $2 billion and is useful to me. Her memory lingered on the moment she hit the light pole and G10 pulled open the car door. I don't remember anything after that. Therefore, she thought that Ji Tianwen had saved her. While it's true to think that, it's ultimately not the whole picture of what's going on. You want to know that piece of information that badly? Chu Lingyun asked. Of course, Kan Yongqi said without thinking. That's $2 billion, even if I have half of that. My father wouldn't dare to randomly arrange a marriage partner for me anymore, and I can still help you if you need it. Sister Lingyun, that is to say, you're pestering Ji Tianwen so much. The main thing is still trying to figure out that piece of information, right? Chu Lingyun pretended to be careless and said, that's right. Kan Yongqi nodded her head in acknowledgement. Chu Lingyun slowly nodded her head, her eyes becoming tangled and eventually evolving into determination. Approaching midday, Ji Tianwen came to Jiaji Hospital. First, I'll throw in a lunch for the injured bodyguard beauty queen. Then, only then did he go to Kan Yongqi's hospital room. Kan dame, have you eaten yet? Ji Tianwen greeted with a smile. I've eaten. Kan Yongqi gave her answer, then seriously thanked her. Ji Tianwen, thank you for saving me last night. Jitan asked, stunned. You're thanking him? It couldn't be amnesia, could it? As he was thinking, he heard Chu Lingyun say, Mr. Ji, please come out with me for a moment. I have something to say to you alone. With that, he led the way out of the hospital room. She had made a good excuse before, and what she had told Kan Yongqi was that after meeting Ji Tianwen, she was going to tell the other party something about Master Jin. Therefore, there was no worry about Kan Yongqi suspecting anything. Ji Tianwen followed Chu Lingyun out of the hospital room and walked a bit farther before sitting on a bench in the corridor. Mr. Ji, what happened last night? Rongqi only remembers that she crashed the car and then you pulled the door open. She can't remember anything that happened after that. Chu Lingyun pleaded. So, I want you to keep what happened after that a secret from her. Yes, Ji Tianwen agreed with alacrity. He didn't want to take on any affair either. Really, if you're in deep communication, then memorizing is just as good. The key didn't go that far. Just kissed and touched. If you want to get into a debt of adultery because of this, it's more or less a wrongdoing. Chu Lingyun pondered for a moment and opened the door. Mr. Ji, the information that Rongqi wants to know, can it be exchanged for money? That depends on how much you're willing to pay. Is $20 million okay? Too little for me to see. What about me? You? Chu Lingyun fiercely closed the distance, came to Ji Tianwen's ear, and quietly said, Mr. Ji, I'll open a room at night, and then you tell me the information? Ji Tianwen took a deep breath through his nose and said with a face of enjoyment, Mr. Chu, are you tempting me? If I say yes, will Mr. Ji be willing to accept my temptation? Chu Lingyun asked rhetorically. Ji Tianwen leaned back some and pulled away, gazing at the pretty face in front of him. In terms of face value, Chu Lingyun is undoubtedly very capable, but what attracted people the most was actually not her looks, but mainly that very valiant temperament of hers. Most women inspire a man to be protective. She, on the other hand, inspires a man's good nature and makes him want to compete with her. No, Ji Tianwen gave an answer. Chu Lingyun's smile solidified as she questioned, Mr. Ji, do you think I'm not charming enough? Or are you worried that I have a messy private life? I've already answered this question before. Ji Tianwen shook his head. General Chu was not my favorite type. Chu Lingyun's pink fists clenched as a flash of annoyance crossed her beautiful eyes. She remembered, of course, that Ji Tianwen had said that his favorite type was young, good-looking, and couldn't see his feet when he looked down. The first two conditions, she could still fulfill, but the last one, really didn't fit the bill. Chu Lingyun loosened her pink fists and said with a coquettish smile, Mr. Ji, maybe you like more than one type? Ji Tianwen shrugged and let out a light laugh. Maybe, but I don't have the heart to change my hobbies or try a different genre for the time being. Do you want Ryachi to haunt you all the time? Of course I don't want to. So, why not tell me the information and get a favor? Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and stretched out a slap and said, $50 million. Deal. Chu Lingyun didn't have much hesitation and agreed readily. Ji Tianwen didn't talk nonsense and sent the bank card number over. After confirming the arrival of the money, he informed Chu Lingyun of the information he received from Lu Qingsong. One by one, after Chu Lingyun heard this, the colors in her eyes kept changing, and she sat on the bench, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Chapter 109, The Great Savage. Xiao Zimo got off the airplane and called Shuyun first. Shuyun, I'm getting off the plane and I'm going to meet the director of the program Teenagers in the Field right away. I can't thank you enough for this time. Brother Zimmer, you're thanking me again, treating me like an outsider, aren't you? Xia Shuyun pretended to be unhappy and said. Xiao Zimo laughed. Shuyun, my fault. After the program airs, my popularity and influence, for sure, can be raised a lot, and more quality resources will come to me then. When I become top stream, I will give you a wasteful and grand wedding. In his opinion, hearing this, Xia Shuyun will definitely be moved to tears, wanting to kneel on the ground, dig out all the hearts, livers, intestines and lungs, cupped in both hands to give him. However, Xia Shuyun's reaction was not as excited as he expected, didn't even pick up the conversation. Brother Zimmer, I have a meeting over here, so behave yourself, Xia Shuyun hurriedly said and hung up the phone. Xiao Zimo thought it was strange that, however, he didn't think much of it and just assumed that Xia Shuyun was busy with her work. The most important thing right now was to make a good impression in front of the director. Come to the hotel. Xiao Zimo met with Qin Shangzhou, the director of the program Boys in the Field. Quickly sit quickly. Qin Shangzhou cheerfully greeted. I originally wanted to go to the airport to pick you up, but something came up temporarily and I really couldn't get away. Director, you're too polite. I can just come by myself. Where can I let you personally pick me up? Xiao Zimo held Qin Shangzhou's hand with both hands and bent down to bow, unable to pick a fault in terms of posture. After some pleasantries, Qin Shangzhou took his seat, then gestured for Xiao Zimo to sit on the opposite sofa. Director, in front of you, where can I sit? I'll just stand, Xiao Zimo said with a smile on his face. The pain in the lower middle and lower back of the body has not returned until now. It's not pleasant to stand, but it's better than sitting. Qin Shangzhou didn't force himself to do so, and took a sip of tea, asking, the name Xiao Zimo, is it a real name or a stage name? It's my real name, Xiao Zimo returned. As soon as the words fell, Qin Shangzhou slapped his thigh and made a pop sound. Xiao Zimo was startled and filled with confusion, not understanding why the other party reacted so strongly. I understand why you're not hot. It boils down to not having a suitable stage name, Qin Shangzhou said with a tone of certainty. Truth be told, I had been developing in the stick country before, and after I returned to China, my career had just started, so I didn't have time to think about a stage name, Xiao Zimo explained, revealing a fawning smile and said, Director, why don't I trouble you to give me one? Qin Shangzhou slowly nodded and said, you are Ji Xiao personally called and recommended. I have to think of a way to make you fire. You wait for me to think about it. Halfway through the day. Bang! Qin Shangzhou slapped his hand on the coffee table and brightened up. There! Xiao Zimo was taken aback again and was inwardly speechless to the extreme. This director, why is he always so scared when he doesn't move? Xiao the surname, sounds too petty. Not to mention, it's not good to sign when signing. I think it's better to change it to Big. Qin Shangzhou said. Makes sense. There are fewer people with the last name De, and it's easy to be remembered. Xiao Zimo sent a blow of horse's ass and said, Director, you really deserve to be a director. Qin Shangzhou continued. Besides, your name, Zimmer, is a bit too banal. This word, when you hear it, it is easy to think of son Ah, grandson Ah. The same is not atmospheric enough. Simply change it to wild. Not only is it atmospheric, but it sounds the same as master. Xiao Zimo's eyes lit up, feeling more and more that Qin Shangzhou's words made sense, and he nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. Qin Shangzhou lit a cigarette, swallowed clouds and spit out the fog. Besides, the word silent. This word is the most inauspicious in the circle. Silence, shy silence, obscurity. Do you want to be obscure? Of course I don't want to, so the word has to be changed too. Director, what do you think would be better to change it to? Qin Shangzhou flicked the ashes of his cigarette and said, if you don't sound like a man, you're a man. Simply change it to a man. A man who sounds like a man. Xiao Zimo froze, and then the corners of his mouth twitched madly. Shaw changed it to a big one. Catalpa was changed to wild. Silent changed to human. The Great Savage? Are you sure you're not kidding me? I'm going the idol route. Director, the stage name of the Big Savage. I think it is more or less not quite in line with my personal image. Xiao Zimo smiled sarcastically, expressing his dissatisfaction as politely as possible. Qin Shangzhou laughed. You don't understand this, do you? When you're in the entertainment industry, you're not afraid of clowning around. You're afraid that no one will remember you, and the stage name Big Savage may not be good, but it will definitely allow the audience to memorize you. This, Xiao Zimo wanted to speak, but was unable to refute. Indeed, the stage name, Big Savage, is easily remembered by the audience, and the other person is a professional. It's definitely right to listen to the professionals. The The bottom line is that you have to work under each other's hands next, and it's still necessary to have a good relationship. Thinking of this, Xiao Zimo's expression was serious and he nodded heavily. Director, a big savage is a big savage. As long as I can be set on fire, I'll listen to everything you say. After returning home, there was a succession of setbacks and no good resources or jobs were received. Xiao Zimo was too eager to make it big. A stage name is nothing. Hospital. Chu Lingyun recovered from her stupor and questioned, Mr. G, since you know such important information, then why don't you simply pursue Rongqi? With an inheritance of at least $2 billion, it was impossible for any businessman, or any sane person, to hold back from moving, and because of that, she was curious as to why Ji Tianwen didn't take action. $2 billion, it is indeed quite a lot, and money is indeed important, but if you look at money as the first place, you are at best a slave to money. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, a gentleman loves money, there is a way to take it, although I'm not a gentleman, but I don't earn any money. When Chu Lingyun heard this, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, then she shook her head and lost her smile. Mr. G, I have underestimated you. Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation, but asked, Mr. Chu, now that you know the information, do you plan to tell Kong Yongqi? Chu Lingyun slowly shook her head and sighed. Mr. G, I now understand why you told Rongqi that it might not be a good thing for her if she knew the contents of the intelligence. So you're not going to tell her? Yes, I think it's better not to tell her. The best option, in Chu Lingyun's opinion, was to keep the status quo. It would be nice to know that a relative of more than 20 years is not related to you by blood. I'm afraid it's not an easy thing for anyone to accept. Chapter 110, Inquisition. Mr. G, regarding the matter of Rongqi's life, I, Chu Lingyun, will do you a favor, and if there is anything I need help with in the future, I will definitely help. Chu Lingyun said with a straight face. Ji Tianwen narrowed his eyes and laughed. Mr. Chu, between you and the Kong beauty, you really have a sisterly love for each other. Chu Lingyun frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something in Ji Tianwen's words. After a slight pause, she spoke back. 5 years ago, when my father's accident happened, everyone in East Germany treated me like a plague and stayed away from me. Only Ricky was willing to take me in and give me a place to stay. She saved my life, and it's only right that I treat her as well as I can. Ji Tianwen said indistinctly. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the Black Widow to actually be sentimental and righteous as well. Relying on hearsay to understand someone is ultimately inaccurate. Chu Lingyun let out a light laugh and said, just like you, Mr. G, aren't you the opposite of the rumored young master who only has women in his eyes, who is uneducated, and who only knows how to lose money? Ji Tianwen didn't chat more on this topic, but said, Mr. Chu, I think you can inform Kong Yongqi of her life and take the $2 billion in assets first. I've asked around, and the old man of the Young family was given a critical notice once at the beginning of this year. In case the old man does sail away someday, it's a toss-up as to whether or not she'll still get her inheritance. Chu Lingyun shook her head and lost her smile. Mr. G, I think you should also be clear that even if Elder Yang is alive, his inheritance of more than $2 billion is not that easy to take. If Rongqi really took it, it would be a whopping $2 billion plus, which would make many people in the Young family red in the eyes. Kang's group may not be able to protect her. After a pause, Chu Lingyun's words changed. However, Ji Xiao can rest assured that I will find a way to make Rongqi return to Dongda City, lest she continue to pester you. Left the hospital. Ji Tianwen rejoined the Ji group. After taking care of the matter at hand, he tapped on the local news. As expected, Xiao's group was making a big hype about his capital injection to Xiao's group. Because of the injection of $300 million of capital, the original twilight of the enterprise, revitalized. Employees end their vacations and return to their jobs, making the office building less cold. Plus the Xia Group announced to the outside world in a high-profile manner that the one who stepped in to save the Xia Group from the flames this time is still the heir of the G Group, Ji Tianwen. For a while, the various media outlets were like flies smelling a foul odor. Report on it as you go deeper. Faced with the question of whether Xia Shuyun is getting back together with Ji Tianwen, Xia's group adopts an ambiguous answer, without explicitly admitting it, but the meaning revealed in and outside of the words was as if Xia Shuyun and Ji Tianwen had made up with each other. The comments below the news, except for the first 2 pages of apparently controlled commentary, turning pages backwards is not so friendly. I'm really convinced. This is all reconciliation? I declare, if Ji Tianwen really makes up with Xia Shanyun, then I'll turn from pink to black, boycott G goods, and not buy any of G Group's products. I originally thought that Ji Tianwen had 2 brushes, but I didn't expect to jump into the same pit again. This is really not a long memory. If Xia Shanyun belongs to a hand of good cards played badly, then Ji Tianwen simply can't play. Ji Tianwen looked through the comments and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Even these eaters can see how wrong he is, but in his previous life, he was in the middle of the situation, but he couldn't see it at all. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Ji Tianwen didn't need to look up to know that it must be his dear old mom, because in the entire Ji group, there were only two people who dared to break into his office without knocking. One was Ji Wuyong and the other was Bai Jiyu. The former, on the other hand, rarely came over to him of his own accord, and would usually call and shout him over, so the odds are that it's the latter. Sure enough, when I raised my eyes, I saw my mom approaching aggressively. Ji Tianwen hurriedly got up and smiled. Mom, my dad made you angry again, right? You sit down. I'll go talk to my dad right now. Stop, Bai Jiyu shouted in a cold voice. Ji Tianwen paused in his steps and playfully said, Mom, you sit down first and speak slowly if you have something to say. Bai Jiyu was unmoved and said, Go, close the door. By order. Ji Tianwen nodded and closed the door behind him. Bai Jiyu sat on the sofa, hands clasped in front of her body. Expressionless, all the money in your hands, all transferred to me? I'll keep it for you. Mom, that's not necessary, is it? There is no need? Bai Jiyu two eyes glared. Mighty said, greetings are not hit. Directly to the Xia Group 300 million. If not see the news. Your father and I are still in the dark. Money is what you earn, not false. But you cannot spend it indiscriminately. Mom, I was just about to explain to you. What's there to explain? Bai Jiyu said in a tone of hatred. I thought you'd really changed. But you've only been good for a few days? What's so good about that Xia Shuyun? I didn't say she was good. Xiao's group said that I injected capital into them purely to put gold on their own faces. The truth is that I spent money on several of their company's projects. Nonsense. Bai Jiyu, who was always good-tempered, couldn't help but huff and puff. Those crappy projects in the hands of the Xia Group that they are willing to sell, even if they are packaged for sale, they won't sell for $300 million, so you might as well just not want anything and send them money directly. Mom, listen to me. There's no need to say anything. Bai Jiyu raised her hand and interrupted. I've already seen it. You won't die to Xia Shuyun until Xiao's group collapses. Since that's the case, let's simply bring down Xiao's group, so we don't have to waste any more money for nothing. Ji Tianwen knew that what he said now, his mom would not believe. Simply take out the business plan formulated by Song Yabing in the morning. Mom, take a look at this. After reading it, you'll know that I'm not talking nonsense. Ji Tianwen walked behind Bai Jiyu and pinched her shoulders for her, living up to the image of a lapdog. When Bai Jiyu saw that her son's attitude was still good, the anger in her heart dissipated quite a bit, opened the folder and looked to the business plan inside. Soon, shock flowed from Bai Jiyu's eyes. Although she was not involved in the affairs of the Ji Group much, her business vision was not bad at all. Many of Ji Wuyong's decisions were made by her together with deliberation and discussion before the final decision was made. Therefore, she is well aware of the gold content of this business plan. Son, this business plan, you wrote it? Bai Jiyu asked. Ji Tianwen smiled and returned. It was written by Secretary Song. Last night I told her about my idea and she stayed up all night to make the plan. Chapter 111. Do you think we should start a rumor? The plans are done. Why don't you give them to me and your father earlier? Bai Jiyu was dissatisfied. Ji Tianwen said without thinking. I was planning to send it over to you and Dad, but it turned out that before I could leave the house, you approached me to raise an offense. Bai Jiyu blankly glanced at him and said with little kindness, just be poor. Mom, so I'm going to, right now, give my dad the business plan? No, I'll just give it to him. If he doesn't send me 2 customized bags, this business plan, he doesn't even want to read it. Bai Jiyu hummed, her demeanor looking a bit smug. She is certainly not short of money and can buy any bag she wants. But, there's a fundamental difference between buying it yourself and getting it from your own man. Ji Tianwen nodded approvingly and said, Mom, 2 is too little. At least 20. If my dad doesn't send you one, I'll send you one. Hearing this, Bai Jiyu felt a sense of relief inside. Even if she hadn't received a gift yet, that sentence alone was enough to make her happy. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Ji Tianwen stopped pinching his shoulders, walked over to the single sofa seat and settled down. Speaking faintly, please come in. The door pushed open and Song Yabing walked in with furrowed brows and said, Mr. Ji, Xia Group. Having just said the beginning, he noticed that Bai Jiyu was also there and hurriedly stopped his words, bowed and greeted. Good day, Mr. Bai. Bai Jiyu nodded slightly and smiled. Secretary Song, I heard your general manager Ji say that you didn't sleep all night last night for the sake of your work. It's a good thing to love your work, but you should pay attention to your rest, so don't boil your body down in other people's shoes. She would naturally be too lazy to say these words, but Song Yabing was different. Since her son had informed her of such an important business plan, it undoubtedly indicated that he intended to reuse her next. it's still necessary to be appropriately friendly. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your concern. Song Yabing hurriedly thanked him, looking flattered. Ji Tianwen interjected. Secretary Song, you just mentioned the Xia group. What's wrong with them again? Song Yabing quietly glanced at Bai Jiyu, hesitated slightly, but still said truthfully, when Xia Group accepted the media interview, they described the money you spent on buying their company's project as a capital injection. The Public Relations Department reported that a number of media outlets have called to seek confirmation, asking if you and Xia Shuyun have made up. Look, should we start a rumor to the public? Ji Tianwen didn't answer, but asked in return, what do you think? Song Yabing was stunned. She's a secretary. What does she say? Ji Tianwen said in a deep voice, Secretary Song, what I told you last night was not a joke. It's not that you don't have the ability to be on your own. It's just that you've gotten used to the position of secretary, the way of thinking and the style of doing things, and one thing at a time you won't be able to change. From now on, you're going to have to start adapting, talking and acting as an old boss. After a pause, Ji Tianwen said, let's put it this way, in order for you to better adapt to your new identity, you will now be transferred to the project department as a manager, while also serving as my secretary. If the name is not correct, then there is no validity. In what position is it possible to say what kind of things? It's like having an ordinary citizen with a mouth full of bureaucracy, even if he puts it nicely, but without a title on his head. It's all for naught. Mr. G, thank you for trusting me. Song Yabing made a deep bow, her eyes filled with gratitude. In fact, Song Yabing felt surreal until she was appointed project manager. She's a secretary, and she's actually had the opportunity to be pulled out on her own. The pie was so big that she was worried it would be too big, and now she was certain that what had happened to her was real. This was an opportunity, and she must take advantage of it and solve the problems for Mr. G. Secretary Song, going back to the question just now, do you think the rumor should be dispelled? Ji Tianwen pulled the topic back to earlier. Song Yabing obviously had a long time ago, and said with a straight face, Mr. G, I think that not refuting rumors is the best way to deal with it, and Xia's group deliberately hid the fact that we bought their project, which is instead very advantageous to us. The land that connects the several projects between them is almost negotiated, and if we expose the Xia Group's sale of the project, it's very likely that people will find out about our intentions. It will cause those people to sit on their hands, or even simply not sell and wait for the price to come up, which will add a lot of unnecessary trouble. After a pause, Song Yabing smiled embarrassedly and said, of course, if you don't dispel the rumors, you may have to suffer some aggression next, Mr. G, and you can only wait for the acquisition of the land to be completed, and then salvage your reputation. Led by Qin Shengzhou, Xiao Zimo arrived at the recording site of teenagers in the field. This is a remote mountain village. The mountains are beautiful, the birds are singing, and the air is extraordinarily fresh. Sunset in a golden wheat field. A couple of popular traffic stars with straw hats, hunched over, waving sides in their hands. When the filming of the material was completed, their respective assistants and followers immediately swarmed. Those who delivered water, wiped away sweat, and kept saying hard work. Big Savage, don't freeze, take advantage of the good view now and hurry up to shoot a few strips of material, Qin Shengzhou said. Xiao Zimo froze for a couple of seconds before he realized that Big Savage was his current stage name. He smiled awkwardly and returned, Director, I don't know how to cut wheat. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. You learn by doing it. Doesn't this use makeup? Oh yeah, you really reminded me. Qin Shengzhou shouted at the top of his lungs. Here come the newcomers, chems, suits, and pads all copied. Soon, makeup, costumes, props, all ran over. Several of the stars who had finished filming, after taking a break, all gathered around as well. Xiao Zimo sat on the chair like a puppet on strings, at the mercy of the staff. Junior in the Fields is a show where the regular guests are a popular boy band and the flying guests are all idolaters. As of now, the artists who have participated in this variety show can be said to be sparse in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. The representative works, too, are nothing more than some so-called famous scenes, but that doesn't stop these from being high traffic and attention-grabbing. Xiao Zimo hid the envy in his eyes, then greeted, hello everyone, I'm Big Savage, I'm new here, please take care of me. Everyone froze when they heard the introductions. Big Savage, that's a great stage name. What a personality. After a brief acquaintance, Xiao Zimo, scythe in hand and straw hat on, threw himself into the shot. The people responsible for teaching him to cut wheat were local villagers. After some instruction, Xiao Zimo quickly got the hang of it. As of dark, one man had mowed almost a small half-acre. Chapter 112, Establishing a Persona. Director, did I perform okay? Xiao Zimo used the towel around his neck and wiped off the sweat on his face. fanning himself with his straw hat while asking cautiously. Qin Shangzhou nodded in satisfaction and praised. Not bad. I really didn't see that your kid is a good hand at farm work. Xiao Zimo sniffed and immediately felt that the 2.5 hours of work had not been in vain. However, without waiting for him to be happy for too long, he heard the assistant director at the side say, "No, we have to reshoot it." Ha! Xiao Zimo almost fell to his knees on the spot. After 2.5 hours of cutting wheat, his back is broken and his fingers are blistered, and now he's told that he actually has to do it all over again? The assistant director said, when the light was good in the front, the big savages hadn't yet learned to cut the wheat, and when they did in the back, they had missed the best light, and the footage would have worked if it had been hard to use. It was just presented in a very average way. Hearing this, Xiao Zimo said, "Director, I'm willing to reshoot it again, as long as I can present the best effect to the audience. It's worth it even if I'm tired." He was well aware of how rare this opportunity was for him. If you can capitalize on it, it's a nice turnaround, but if he can't grasp it, then he'll have to sink back into silence to serve those ugly, fat, rich women. That's not the life he wants. He's going to be a top stream like the returning four. Very good. Qin Shangzhou patted Xiao Zimo's shoulder and said appreciatively, "Big savage, just for your dedication, you'll definitely make it big. Director, then I'll borrow your good advice. If I'm on fire, I definitely can't forget you. That's quite a mouthful, and since you're such a good talker, I can mention a few things about you." "You say?" Xiao Zimo put on a look of listening with an ear to the ground, saying that the horse's ass hadn't been patted in vain, and the big cake hadn't been drawn in vain. Qin Shangzhou pushed his heart out and said, "Our variety show, with other variety shows, are very different. There is no game link. The main focus is a casual life. The audience is mainly to see the interaction between the stars and stars. Your performance today can only be described as average, especially in the interaction session with other artists. It was just too average. Does acting so polite emphasize how different you are? Does it impress the audience? If it's a resident guest, you can still take your time, but you're on this one episode, and you need to seriously figure out how you can appeal to the audience." Xiao Zimo nodded, feeling that it made sense. Immediately, he put on a look of humble curiosity and bowed. "Director, please give me more guidance." Qin Shangzhou said with a receptive smile. "You can do the opposite. If everyone else is polite, then you're impolite. If everyone else works, then you're lazy and abrasive. If everyone else is fake polite, then you're genuine and set up a persona that dislikes the sky and the air." Xiao Zimo's eyes lit up and he felt enlightened on the spot. Immediately, to Qin Shangzhou wildly flattered, "Director, this is really, listen to your words, better than reading 10 years of books. You really worthy of being a director." Said the words hit the nail on the head. He had already decided to follow Qin Shangzhou's method of creating a dislike-everything persona. As for whether or not this persona would offend anyone, he really didn't care. In the entertainment industry, you are not afraid of being scolded, but you are afraid of being ignored. When someone is cursed, there is heat. In short, black and red is also red. Get popular first, get enough exposure and attention, then put out work to clear your name. It reminded him of the foreign side, the usual star-making operations. Those who have backstage will hype CP with popular artists. If you don't have a backstage, then you'll bump into all kinds of popular artists. Qin Shangzhou saw that Xiao Zimo was already on the hook, so he said, "This time you're kind of caught up. For this installment of your program, He Jiao and Huang Shi will also participate, and they'll arrive tomorrow. These two, they're the evergreens of the entertainment industry. You dislike them both exclusively. It's hard not to be hot." Xiao Zimo's blood boiled when he heard this. He Jiao is a good old boy in the entertainment industry and has a good relationship with so many artists. Yellowstone is a veteran artist, and several of the top-tier actors at the moment are his students. Touch base with these two and get a solid #1 hit. After saying a series of grateful words, Xiao Zimo turned to leave. Qin Shangzhou and the assistant director looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh as much as they could. The assistant director said, "This kid, actually talking about chatting in front of you, a 1,000-year-old fox. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter just now. If it wasn't for Xiao Ji calling personally, I wouldn't even bother to look at him." Qin Shangzhou snorted coldly and left his seat. When he walked away from the crowd, he took out his cell phone and called Ji Tianwen, though Ji Tan did not ask for it, so that he could report on the situation regularly. But, right now it was so hard to have a chance to hook up with the Crown Prince of G Group. He naturally wanted to perform desperately to leave a good impression. Phone call connected. Qin Shangzhou revealed a fawning smile and said, "Xiao Ji, I didn't disturb you, did I?" "No, it's like this. I've asked Xiao Zimo to change his stage name to Big Savage, and I'm going to create a persona for him that dislikes the sky, dislikes the earth, and dislikes the air." Qin Shangzhou tried to be as brief and truncated as possible, reporting back on how things were going. Ji Tianwen smiled after hearing this and said, Director Chin is really a professional. I heard that your next movie will start shooting soon. Hearing this, Qin Xiangzhou immediately perked up and busily said, Young Ji, you're really well informed. That's right, it's already in the pipeline, and it's expected to start in Q4. Is the investment enough? Young Ji, I won't lie to you, it's indeed still close. I'll make up the difference. I'll make it up to you. Qin Xiangzhou was so excited that his face turned red, and said gratefully, Ji Xiao, you are really my lucky star. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you lose money. Ji Tianwen smiled in his heart. Of course he knew that he wouldn't lose money and could still make a profit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested that money. Dawn, He Jiao and Huang Shi arrive at the teenagers in the field program. The two were given the task of waking up the guests involved in the taping of the show. Soon, the two split up. All went well on the Yellowstone side, and the young artists who met the old artist were terrified and got up dutifully. However, He Jiao side is out of the division. Up on the nail. Scream, scream, scream your sister scream. Xiao Zimo topped the chicken nest head. Cursed, you stepmom, shout again. I big mouth whip you to death. He Jiao was confused on the spot. He could hardly remember how many years it had been since anyone had dared to speak to him in that tone. The photographers, as well as the staff present, were also dumbfounded. That's He Jiao, this big wild man. What a wild way to go. Chapter 113, dislike all of them. Xiao Zimo's behavior at this moment was not entirely acting, and part of it was genuine. Yesterday he flew all morning, got off the plane to his hotel, and then hoofed it to the show taping. Immediately afterward, without bothering to rest his feet, he began to take the scythe and cut a small half-acre of wheat. After only a few hours of sleep, it's definitely not restful. Big savage, getting up quite a bit. He Jiao maintained his smile and said to the following director, pinch this part. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Zimo again and said, lie down, and retake the shot again. No wonder the personage is so good. Scolded are not flip. Xiao Zimo heart muttered a sentence. Face is unappreciative, repeat pat a fart. Lousy sleep well, let you wake up. You have a problem, right? He Jiao's smile froze, then faded away. Even if he had a good temper, he could not help but be a little moved to anger at this moment. Big savage, I was given the task of calling you up by the program, and since you took this job, you should at least obey the program. Xiao Zimo directly disliked. The program team asked you to yell at me to get up. They didn't ask me to have to get up. I haven't slept well yet, so don't buzz around like a fly. It's annoying the hell out of me. When he finished, he lay down again and covered his head with the covers. Although he was acting tough, he was really a bit weak in his heart at the moment. The person he just disliked was He Jiao. Even if a top stream star faced him, he would have to be polite and well-behaved like an elementary school student. Instead, he, a person with little fame and a fledgling, is the one who disliked He Jiao wildly. However, the director didn't call cut, which means his words have not yet touched the red line. He felt slightly relieved at the thought, but unbeknownst to him, the forehead of the following director had, at the moment, begun to sweat. Even though he had received advance notice from the general director Qin Xiangzhou, he was still shocked by Xiao Zimo's words and actions at this moment. How can a newcomer be so bold? If you want to quit, you don't have to do it this way, right? Inside the house, a group of people looked at the blue-faced He Jiao, not daring to breathe. Without a word, He Jiao went out of the house and directly found Qin Xiangzhou. Director Qin, who found that big savage? He's just a maniac who can't tell right from wrong. Qin Xiangzhou hurriedly pacified. Teacher calm down. This big savage's situation, it's a bit special. How is it special? He Jiao wondered. Qin Xiangzhou said cryptically, some big guy wants to screw him. He Jiao sniffed and realized, having been in the circle for decades, his experience was naturally rich enough. He Jiao didn't ask any more questions and continued to go wake up the other guests. Only when all the guests had gathered did Xiao Zimo yawn and come out of the room. When other stars greeted him, he responded perfunctorily, looking condescending. The gesture displeased the crowd, but it was hard to show it in front of the cameras. Okay, the personnel are all here. He Jiao smiled and said, I'll take one group each with Mr. Huang. Whoever is willing to go with me to cut the wheat, come behind me. Immediately, many people stood over. The rest of the people had already passed half of them, so they were also very sensible and didn't pass any further. Huang Shi said, I'll just do the cooking on my side. I don't need too many people. It's enough to have one to help me burn the fire. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the remaining personnel. Eventually, reaching out and pointing to Xiao Zimo, he said, Big Savage, it's you. Since you're called Big Savage, you must be an expert at burning fires. There were 7 people for Yellowstone to choose from, but Yellowstone chose the Great Savage. The corners of He Jiao's mouth twitched, then he gave a thumbs up and said, Mr. Huang has good eyesight. Huang sure didn't think there was anything wrong with that. In another program of the same type, Hee-jio had often complimented him like that, and he had become somewhat accustomed to it. After Hee-jio led people away, Huangshi began to guide Xiao Zimo to build a fire, while saying, "This fire, it's just like being a human being, the order of precedence is very important." The more Xiao Zimo listened, the more impatient he felt, and disliked. Okay, it's just a fire, but you have to be philosophical, nagging like a monk reciting scriptures. Where's all the bull asterisk. Yellowstone froze on the spot, wondering if he was hallucinating. What are you looking at me for? Am I wrong? Xiao Zimo pursued the attack. Don't you usually read what the internet says about you? No matter what you do, you have to pull a bunch of big theories out. You're so willing to lecture. Why don't you just stay out of school? Huangshi was not Hee-jio. Naturally he would not spoil Xiao Zimo. Immediately, he slammed the firewood in his hand onto the ground and angrily said, "Great savage, do you have any quality left? Treating seniors, do you even have the least respect?" He was indeed very angry. Originally looking at Xiao Zimo as quite smooth, so he deliberately chose him to help burn the fire, so as to give him some more shots. But what I didn't expect was that this big savage was so ungrateful. This gave Huangshi the feeling of being blinded and punched in the face. Xiao Zimo crossed her arms and straightened up. Don't talk about senior or not. Isn't it just that she joined the industry earlier? I just can't stand to see you posing, tugging like you're something else every day. I'm really curious. What brand of plastic bag do you have? I can't believe it holds so much. Huangshi's lungs exploded on the spot, and he angrily said, "Where's the director? Call the director over to me." Qin Shangzhou, who had known that Xiao Zimo would make a mess, left from his seat, pulled Huangshi to the side, and proceeded to repeat what he had said to Hee-jio. However, Huangshi didn't buy it and said angrily, "I don't care how big of a bully he is, I'm putting my word down here. If there's still this big savage on this program, I won't record it." Qin Shangzhou was so persuasive that he couldn't get down. There was no choice but to call Ji Tianwen. Qin Shangzhou exchanged a few pleasantries and then informed the situation. "Kisho, that's just the way it is." "Got it," Ji Tian asked back and hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, Yellowstone's assistant, jogging, delivered the cell phone to Yellowstone. Huangshi answered the phone and his face turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The phone hung up. Huangshi grimaced as he reached Qin Shangzhou and said with some grumbling, "Director Qin, you're being a bit unkind. You should have told me earlier who that big shot was." Qin Shangzhou laughed coldly in his heart, knowing that the other party was forcibly salvaging his honor, so he cooperated and said a few good words. Yellowstone lends a hand and the taping of the program continues. Xiao Zimo, on the other hand, began to dislike all the people he could. In particular, he disliked Huangshi and Hee-jio, the two old-timers, especially hard. Chapter 114, blackmailed again. Because of Ji Tianwen's silence, the next few days passed. Xiao's group even more without scruples pulled Ji Tianwen hype. All kinds of lace news endless. Marketing numbers naturally don't miss this wave of heat, and those that do right and those that don't make it up do whatever it takes for traffic. So Ji Tianwen and Xia Shuyun got back together because Xia Shuyun is pregnant with Ji Tianwen's child? Come on. I heard that Xia Shuyun and Ji Tianwen's breakup was simply self-directed, with an ulterior motive behind it. All don't rumor. The real situation is, Xia Jianda to the Ji family door kneeling for 3 days. Ji Tianwen only soft heart, to give Xia's group injection of capital. And while the rumors about Ji Tianwen and Xia Shuyun spread, they inevitably spread the battle to Meng Lei. I'm a bit confused. Ji Tianwen and Xia Shuyun got back together. So what's the deal with the big miss of the Meng group? I guess it's just for fun. Miss Meng doesn't lose out anyway. Before Ji Tianwen helped her out, but she smashed $3 billion. I heard that it was Meng Lei's third party who interfered, that third-rate singer, who listened to her arrangements, so that there would be a misunderstanding between Ji Tianwen and Xia Shuyun, so that she could take advantage of the opportunity to get off the stage. Meng's group. Meng Lei sat in her office chair, looking at the negative public opinion against her, and was 100% sure that this was what Xia Shuyun had gotten up to. Inwardly annoyed, she called Ji Tianwen directly. The call was quickly answered. "Ray, not busy at the moment? Mr. Ji, please call me by my full name, or Mr. Meng. Who pissed you off?" When Meng Lei heard this, she said in a cold voice, "Mr. Ji, I want to know, you and Xia Shuyun, are you really back together? Ray, you believe this kind of bull asterisk? If it's not true, then why don't you clarify it? Do you know what the internet is saying about me right now?" Ji Tianwen laughed. "So it's because of this. Don't worry, it will be clarified later." Meng Lei said with lingering anger, "If you had clarified earlier, you wouldn't be in this trouble now. I naturally had my reasons for not clarifying earlier." "What reason?" "You'll find out soon enough." When Meng Lei heard that Ji Tianwen was still selling out, she couldn't help but become even more furious and directly hung up the phone. She wanted to see what kind of medicine Ji Tianwen was selling in his gourd. Soon after, Ji's group released a statement. In the statement, it was first clarified that the 300 million given by Ji Tianwen to Xia's group was not an injection of capital, but rather the purchase of a portion of the project. Then, it said that it would pursue legal responsibility for those who had recently created rumors. It was a statement that no one took seriously, but immediately afterward, Ji Group released a list of marketing numbers, saying that it had appointed lawyers and launched a lawsuit against the accounts on the list. At one point, the rumor-mongering marketing number rushed to delete the previously posted article. What's more, they took the initiative to explain that they had received money from the Xia Group before releasing false news to bring the tempo, hoping to gain the understanding of the Ji Group, with one leading the way. More and more marketing numbers are falling over themselves to show all kinds of evidence. Most of the bloggers in this section are local to the city of Pinellas. They are really afraid of the legal team of Ji's group, nicknamed Pizza Hut of Pingzhou. Even if you lose the lawsuit, you may not really go in, and the odds are that you will just lose money and apologize. But this is only the punishment that needs to be faced at the legal level. Who dares to guarantee that the Ji Group will not retaliate from other aspects? Xia's group. In the conference room, a group of executives all had black faces, with expressions like constipation. What's the situation? Why the sudden flip-flop? Yeah, obviously it's been fine for the last few days. What went wrong? All of them looked towards Xia Shuyun. Apparently, all thought the problem was Xia Shuyun. What are you all looking at me for? Xia Shuyun frowned, feeling puzzled. As a matter of fact, she had also asked Ji Tianwen out on several occasions these days. Not a date to get a room and sleep, of course, but a date for dinner, or a movie. But Ji Tianwen didn't agree once. This gave Xia Shuyun the feeling that she couldn't guess Ji Tianwen's mind. What kind of statement is that when you obviously still love her, but you don't get close to her? Right now, Ji's group suddenly stood out to demolish the stage, slapping Xia's group's previous claims in the face, making it even more incomprehensible to her. Did she offend Ji Tianwen in any way? Xia Jianda questioned. Shuyun, you and Ji Tianwen have a conflict again? No. Xia Shunyun shook her head in denial. That's strange. Xia Jianda murmured, his brow frowning tighter. Right at this moment, the secretary hurriedly walked in and reported the situation. Mr. Xia, all the directors, the two projects we talked about have been cut off. When this statement was made, the whole audience was shocked. What's going on? Xia Jianda asked sternly. Who is working against us? The secretary returned. All we know so far is that it's a business in East Germany, and more details are still being investigated. The people at the meeting looked at each other in dismay, full of anger with nowhere to vent it. The two projects that were cut off took a lot of effort to get. If we lose it, all these days' efforts will be wasted, not to mention the drain on our already small funds. This is a blow to Xia's group, although it cannot be said to be fatal, but it can also be called very disgusting. Without much ado, a senior spoke up. This current situation is really unfavorable to us. I suggest that we have President Xia make a call to Ji Tianwen and ask him to help inquire to find out who is targeting us. With a leader, there is no shortage of helpers. Immediately, a number of people opened their mouths to command peace. I think that's a good idea. The Ji Group will be much more efficient than us if they help with the investigation. Agreed. By the way, I'd like to ask why Ji's group suddenly issued a statement. Better call and ask, what's going on, so we can have a good idea of what's going on. Xia Jianda raised his hand and pressed down, stopping the crowd from clamoring. Afterward, his eyes looked at his daughter and said in a warm voice, Shuyun, since everyone agrees that we should call Ji Tianwen, then you should do so. Xia Shunyun didn't push back and nodded her head in agreement. Taking out her cell phone, she found Ji Tianwen's number and she dialed out. However, what was heard was an icy beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is empty. Please check and dial again. Sorry, this asshole. What the hell is he up to? Xia Shuyun cursed in anger. Xia Jianda questioned. Shuyun, what's wrong? The rest of the top brass, too, looked puzzled. Ji Tianwen he blacked out my number again. Xia Shunyun clenched her pink fists and squeezed these words out from between her teeth. Chapter 115, a collective breakdown of the higher-ups. Judge from the content of the cues you hear. Unless Ji Tianwen logged out of his cell phone number, he could be prompted for an empty number. But Ji Tianwen couldn't just cancel the number, so the odds are that it's being pulled. But Xia Shuyun couldn't figure out why Ji Tianwen was doing this. Shuyun, think again. There's nothing that offends Ji Tianwen, right? Xia Jianda said with a grave expression. Xia Shunyun locked her brows and said impatiently, I these days, several times invited him to dinner and movies. He did not go. On the phone I also spoke to him in a nice voice. How did I offend him? The executives were clearly not satisfied with this answer. and one by one they spoke out against it. Things happen for a reason. It's impossible for something like this to happen for no reason. I think it's better not to call. Seize the time to go to the G group. There is something to say face to face. It's much clearer than over the phone. Right. When we get to G's group, apologize first, lower your stance a bit, and get things straightened out before anything else. Xia Xuanyun's gaze swept over the seated executives, and a heavy despair flooded her heart. It wasn't these executives that forced her to go to Ji Tianwen to apologize for her mistake. Rather, she could no longer see even a semblance of hope in Xia's group. As soon as she encountered a difficult problem, she didn't even investigate or actively study the countermeasures, but immediately asked her to go to Ji Tianwen. Xia Xuanyun suddenly felt that Meng Lei was right. Xia's group is a parasite lying on Ji Tianwen's body sucking blood. Once it lost Ji Tianwen as its host, it would soon lose its vitality. Okay, I'll go. Xia Xuanyun stood up and was about to walk towards the outside of the conference room. It was just as well that she wanted to ask Ji Tianwen face to face what was going on. However, without waiting for her to leave the table, another female secretary hurried in. This person was Xia Jianda's personal secretary, named Zhang Yanyan. Chairman, G Group is going to make a big move. Xia Jianda questioned. What big move? Zhang Yanyan returned. G's group claimed to the outside world the upcoming expansion of new industries, but also plans to create a supporting industrial park, has submitted an application, and when the approval is passed will be. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, a high-ranking officer impatiently interrupted. What does this have to do with our Xia clan group? What does it have to do with us? The rest of the crowd, too, looked puzzled. G's group is going to build a new industrial park. Certainly call it a big move. But Xia's group didn't contribute or partner in the first place. Whether G's group ended up losing or gaining money had nothing to do with them. Zhang Yanyan came over in a hurry. Why did she say such a message? Zhang Yanyan explained. The location where G's group will build the industrial park is chosen on the plots of land of those projects we previously sold to them. The crowd looked at each other, all a little less than responsive. Xia Jianda pursued. The plots of land for our several projects are not next to each other. How can G Group build an industrial park? Zhang Yanyan thought for a moment and said back. Since G's Group announced this news, it definitely won't be false. If I'm not wrong, it should be the land of the several projects that we blocked. All of them were acquired, and then integrated together. The room was in an uproar at this statement. I understand why the G Group was silent when we announced to the public earlier that Ji Tianwen had injected $300 million into us. Yes, if G Group had refuted our words at that time, it's guaranteed that someone would have inferred G Group's next move based on the addresses of our several projects. I didn't realize that we actually, unintentionally, gave cover to the G Group. All the top brass were filled with righteous indignation, feeling that they had been severely punished. The most suffocating thing is that they still took the initiative to cover up for G's Group. It's just stupid. Secretary Zhang, immediately take the plans of G Group and throw them on the big screen. Xia Jianda ordered. Zhang Yanyan nodded and used her tablet to connect to the large projection screen in the conference room. Then, the plan of the park, which was announced to the public by the G Group, was projected onto the big screen. The moment he saw the plans, the conference room exploded on the spot. Asterisk. The key group is too insidious. Ji Weyon, this old fox, is so damn cunning. It's a big loss. This time it's a real loss. It was no wonder that these executives of the Xia group were so devastated. It was really the planning diagram on the screen that was like a slap in the face to all of them. The land for those projects is not worth much on its own, but once the impediment blocking several parcels is pulled out and connected into a large area, the value can more than quintuple at least. G's group spent $300 million to buy a few large plots of land from Xia's group, and those obstructed small plots of land in the middle, full of money. It is estimated that it will cost $100 million to hold up, and now if you take it out to auction, selling it for $1 billion won't be a problem. In that case, doesn't it smell good for Xia's group to earn this money on their own? For a while, everyone had the feeling that they had lost $600 million in this wave. Some pause for breath, some jump and curse, some shake their heads and sigh. Xia Jianda, who was the chairman of the board, was even holding his hand over his heart, panting heavily and hunched over as if he had a heart attack. Xia Xuanyun quickly pulled out the quick-acting heart-saving pills from his dad's pocket and gave them to him. Before Xia Jianda was able to recover a lot, he raised his arm, trembling, and pointed at the executives present, cursing, wastes, simply a bunch of wastes. There was quite a bit of discontent in the minds of the executives, and some of them wanted to dislike the past. However, he was afraid that the dislike would be too strong and directly dislike Xia Jianda over there, so he could only endure the breath. Objectively speaking, they're kinda wronged. After all, who has ever thought of making money with land in this way? Besides, at that time, Xia's group was in that kind of situation. It was the time to worry about money. It would be even more unlikely to think of buying a part of the land first, and then the whole package of the land for sale. Gee, heaven, ask. Xia Shunyun gritted her teeth and pounded her pink fist on the desktop. Then, striding out of the conference room. Before that, she had thought that Ji Tianwen was willing to spend $300 million and buy those tired projects because he still loved her. But now it seems that the press is drunk. Such an outcome was unacceptable to her. So, she had to find Ji Tianwen. Even scolding him out of anger would be good. However, when she arrived at Ji's group with a lot of anger, she happened to bump into Meng Lei. The staff member in charge of the reception froze in place on the spot as his smile faltered. Ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend approached together, and both still look like they're pissed off. Can't it be that all those tidbits of information on the internet are, in fact, true? Chapter 116, Ex-girlfriend versus current girlfriend. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other. Xia Shuyun and Meng Lei were originally arch-enemies. Plus one is Ji Tianwen's ex-girlfriend and one is Ji Tianwen's current girlfriend. With the double buff stacked on top of each other, it was naturally impossible to look good. Meng Lei, was Ji Tianwen's idea to buy those projects of the Xia group provided by you? Xia Shuyun questioned. So what if it is? So what if it's not? Meng Lei ruffled her red hair and clasped her hands in front of her body. The corners of her mouth hooked into a smile full of provocation. Xia Shunyun hated her teeth and huffed. Meng Lei, don't you think that the way you're acting right now is typical of a villain? Didn't think so. Meng Lei shook her head and snorted. I do think that the way you're acting right now is typical of your exasperation. I'm pissed off, isn't it? Even if I'm furious, it's still better than when there were people who were afraid of me and ran abroad to hide from me. Xia Shuyun, you think too highly of yourself. Meng Lei skimmed her lips and sneered. Meng's group is not Xia's group. It can't live without Ji's group. I don't know what it is that has given you such a rare, strange, and incomprehensible perception. Xia Shunyun's angry face reddened. Knowing that she couldn't win in this matter, she turned her eyes and said, Meng Lei, do you know Ji Tianwen behind the scenes? How do you evaluate you? Ha! Meng Lei sneered. Trying to stir up our relationship? You don't believe it, do you? Xia Shunyun took out her cell phone and operated it for a while, showing the screen to Meng Lei. The screen is a little dim, but you can see candles lit on the table. Xia Shunyun stood waiting at the door in her bathrobe. Meng Lei's eyes narrowed slightly, and her eyes became icy cold, as if she had guessed something. About half a minute later, Ji Tianwen appeared and walked into the room. Xia Shunyun immediately locked the screen on her phone and put it back in her pocket. She played the video of that very night in the hotel, and if it plays on any longer, it's time for Rachel Kong to come in. When was this? Meng Lei asked in a cold voice. Xia Shuyun returned. Didn't you see the date? 10 days ago. Meng Lei sniffed, and the icy coldness in her eyes intensified. 10 days ago. It was she who had made several calls to Ji Tianwen and failed to get through. Finally, he called Sanya Bing and was told that Ji Tianwen was at a meeting that night. Xia Shunyun carefully observed Meng Lei's reaction, and seeing that her anger had been aroused, the smile returned to her face and she said, You should be here to look for Ji Tianwen, so I'll take my leave. We can make an appointment anytime anyway. After speaking, he turned around and exited the Ji Group's office building. She was certainly aware of the words of her and Meng Lei, seeing Ji Tianwen at the same time. Then Ji Tianwen would definitely choose to prioritize seeing Meng Lei, even if she would be thrown out. In that case, I might as well withdraw myself first. As for whether Meng Lei would question Ji Tianwen, that was not something she should worry about. Mr. Meng, why don't I take you to see General Manager Ji? The staff member in charge of reception said cautiously. Meng Lei grimaced and didn't reply. After standing for another half a minute, she didn't choose to meet Ji Tianwen, but turned to leave. She had come to Ji Tianwen to complain about why she had kept the acquisition of the Xia Group's project from her. By the way, also understand, Ji's group intends to expand what emerging industries actually have to support the construction of an industrial park. But what I didn't expect was to meet Xia Shuyun. Moreover, he also saw the video of Ji Tianwen's rooming with Xia Shuyun. This has disrupted Meng Lei's rhythm and she doesn't have the heart to focus on what's going on in the emerging industry anymore. And in fact, the question Meng Lei was curious about was the thing that was currently receiving the most attention in the business community of Pingzhou. If Ji's group is going to expand its new industry alone, there's nothing to be concerned about. But building a supporting industrial park, that's the big thing to watch out for. It can't be just a small test of the waters at such a cost. Rather, it is with great determination to expand a business. But Ji's group, but deliberately did not mention the expansion of the new industry as what. This is all the more reason why people can't help but wonder what big move the Ji Group is holding back. Sending Meng Lei out of the office building, the person in charge of reception reported the situation to his superiors. Then, One level reported and eventually reached Song Yabing's ears. After thinking about it, she decided to report it herself. After all, it involved Mr. G's personal relationship, so it was better for her to step in. Knock, 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 knocked on the office door. Song Yabing entered the office and said, Mr. G, just now, Mr. Meng and Xia Shuyun came to see you at the same time, and the two had some unpleasantness. Later, Xia Shuyun deliberately provoked your relationship with Mr. Meng and showed Mr. Meng a video. Then, Xia Shuyun left first, and Mr. Meng followed. Ji Tianwen asked curiously, video? What video? The specifics aren't too clear. Song Yabing returned. The person in charge of reception said that Mr. Meng asked when it was, and Xia Shuyun replied that it was 10 days ago. 10 days ago. Ji Tianwen murmured with a slight frown on his brows. Song Yabing reminded, it was the day you asked me to deliver the clothes to Jiaji Hospital, and Mr. Meng couldn't reach you and called me on the phone. Oh, Ji Tianwen drifted off, then vaguely guessed what the content of the video that Xia Shuyun had shown Meng Lei was. Just then, the landline on the desk rang. Ji Tianwen picked up the talking handle and put it to his ear. Just listen to the pleasant voice coming out. Mr. G, Mr. Fan is looking for you. Mr. Fan? Ji Tianwen wondered. Which Mr. Fan? A short while later, a familiar voice came out of the receiver. Brother Tianwen, it's me, Fan Chunye. Ji Tianwen did not hold back the joy. Speechless, you kid looking for me, directly hit me on the phone. Say a child is not on the line? Not the same, Fan Chunye said in a serious tone. Brother Tianwen, I'm looking for you this time to report on my work, so I have to be more formal anyways. Okay, stop talking about useless things and hurry up. Got it. Soon, Fan Chunye, who was dressed in a suit, arrived at Ji Tianwen's office. He carried a briefcase and wore his hair in a big back comb, looking quite successful. Fan Chunye exchanged a few pleasantries, took his seat, took out a bunch of documents from his briefcase, and began to report on his work in detail. Ji Tianwen listened patiently, nodding his head and interjecting a sentence or two every now and then, so that Fan Chunye's report would be less boring. Half an hour in one breath. Fan Chunye stopped, picked up his teacup, drank half a cup of tea, and said, this is basically the situation. Ji Tianwen nodded, not sparing any praise. Well done. You kid is really a genius. No wonder your dad had to let you inherit the family business. Chapter 117, Your sister-in-law is really a good wife. Fan Chunye originally still heard happy, but when he heard the last sentence, his face immediately collapsed and said, Brother Tianwen, you are not aware that I am, these days. Stop. Ji Tianwen immediately called a halt. He didn't have the heart to listen to Fan Chunye's complaints and immediately changed the topic to the company. The two of them spoke to each other and quickly determined where to go next. Fan Chunye lit a cigarette and said in an emotional tone, Brother Tianman, there's one thing to be said, we've developed so smoothly this time. Apart from being too cowardly with Chai Bin to target us, that whole set of programs provided by my sister-in-law has also played a crucial role. Your sister-in-law? Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned, as if he didn't react to who Fan Chunye was referring to. Fan Chunye nodded his head and said, that's right, my sister-in-law is truly a wise wife. By the way, Brother Tianman, ask my sister-in-law if there are any people around her with similar abilities to her, and introduce them to me as well? Ji Tianwen had already reacted at this moment that the other party's so-called sister-in-law was referring to Meng Lei. Alright, I'll make a call later and ask for you. Ji Tianwen agreed with his mouth full. What was on his mind was that it was the perfect opportunity to coax Meng Lei, because according to Fan Chunye, Meng Lei's set of consecutive moves was indeed sinister enough. Not only did he grow himself, but he also pitched Chai Bin into a trap several times. Right now Ji's group is about to build a new industrial park. In case Meng Lei blacks out and makes trouble out of it, it will be a troublesome thing. After Fan Chunye left, Ji Tianwen put in a call to Meng Lei. The result was 3 calls in a row, all unanswered. Ji Tianwen thought about it and decided to make a trip to Meng's group. Before he left, he looked over the guide. Then, in a row, he contracted all the roses from 6 florists and had them delivered to Meng's group. Meng's group. Meng Lei sat in her office, looking at the screen of her cell phone that no longer lit up. The video that Xia Shuyun had shown her constantly replaying in front of her eyes. Had she really looked the other way? Both intuitively and judging from this time together, she didn't even believe that there was a possibility of Ji Tianwen getting back together with Xia Shuyun. However, the video she had already seen and the timing was right. How does that explain it? Only 3 calls and then no more. It seems that I'm not that important in your heart. Meng Lei snorted coldly and wanted to pull Ji Tianwen's number black on the spot, but when it came to the last step, there was hesitation. After blacking out, if Ji Tianwen called again, she wouldn't be able to see it. In all her life, she had rarely been so torn. especially over a man. In the midst of the tussle, time slipped by, until there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Meng Lei came back to her senses, adjusted her expression, and spoke, "Please come in." The door to the office was pushed open and the secretary walked in, saying, "Mr. Meng, a few people just came and delivered something to you, and I asked them to put it in the lobby." "Send me something?" "Yes, Mr. G had it sent over." "What is it?" Meng Lei wondered. "This. You suggest you go down and see for yourself if you're not too busy." Meng Lei hesitated slightly, but still nodded in agreement. She was still a little curious as to what Ji Tianwen had sent to her. "Take the elevator to the first floor." Ding! The beep sounded and the elevator doors slowly opened. Meng Lei exited the elevator, then froze outright. Only the center of the hall was already occupied by roses, piecing together a huge heart. It's full of delicate colors and looks very visually appealing. And in the center of the pattern is a small, delicate doll that makes up the monogram, Meng Lei. As Meng Lei appeared, the employees applauded, their eyes tinged with strong envy. "It's the first time I've seen so many roses. If any man gave me this many roses, I'd have no problem marrying him on the spot." Mr. Meng is so happy. Arriving in front of the huge pattern spelled out by the roses, Meng Lei's inner depression couldn't help but dissipate a lot. It turned out that Ji Tianwen didn't follow up the call and was ordering flowers, but she wasn't that easy to buy off. "What are you all doing okay?" Meng Lei asked with a cold face. The sound of applause came to a screeching halt. The employees lowered their heads one by one, not daring to breathe. Although she had just returned to China only 2 months ago, Meng Lei's prestige had already built up in the Meng Group. This relies heavily on the fact that as soon as she came back, she fired 2 of her senior executives who were leaning on her, without hesitation. Afterwards, in the workplace, he also showed a thunderous side everywhere. As a result, the entire group knew that Missy had a short temper. Just now when the secretary went up to yell for Meng Lei to come down, her palms were actually sweating. "These things are too obtrusive. Take these dolls down and send them to my office. As for the flowers, whoever wants them, feel free to take them." Meng Lei put down a sentence, turned around and walked into the elevator. Half an hour later, Jitan asked for Meng Lei's office. Ray, busy? Ji Tianwen sat down across the desk with a spring-like smile on his face. Meng Lei didn't even raise her eyelids, clearly intending to hang him out to dry. Ji Tianwen didn't care and took out his cell phone, taking pictures of Meng Lei. While taking the picture, he praised, Ji, this face is high." Meng Lei instantly couldn't tense up, frowned and said in a bad mood, "Mr. G, when I went to your place, I never interfered with you like this, right? Lei, I can't help myself. You keep busy and leave me alone." Ji Tianwen playfully said, "Meng Lei, is this still busy?" Meng Lei clasped her hands in front of her body, pondered a little, and suddenly asked, "The other day, the night I called you and couldn't reach you, were you really in a meeting?" When Ji Tianwen heard this, he knew that his guess was correct. He put away his jokes and said with a serious expression, "It should be that Xia Shuyun said something to you, right? Don't change the subject. I'm asking you if you were in a meeting at the time. It's true that there's no meeting going on. So, you lied to me?" Ray, I'm also forced to do this. Ji Tianwen shook his head inside, truly looking like he was helpless. Meng Lei laughed coldly. "Mr. G, you're the crown prince of the G group. Who else could force you to lie to me? Who is it? Xia Shuyun? She's nothing," Ji Tianwen said with disdain. "Mr. G, when you say that, aren't you afraid that I'll tell Xia Shuyun? You can call Xia Shuyun right now, and I'll repeat what I just said." "All right." Meng Lei heard the frankness of Ji Tianwen's tone and unconsciously believed a few points in her heart, but she was still curious. "Then tell me, how is lying to me compelling?" Chapter 118, What Kind of Tea? Ji Tianwen sighed once again and explained. "Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with the new industrial park that Ji's group is going to build. And the main pieces of land are the ones that I bought from Xia Shunyun the night you called and I didn't answer." "Where did you meet?" Hotel? Meng Lei felt that Ji Tianwen was still relatively honest and continued to pursue. "Then you didn't stay and have something with Xia Shuyun?" Ji Tianwen's emotions steeply became agitated as he gritted his teeth. Lei, if I really stay, then I'm afraid something big is going to happen." "What's the big deal?" Meng Lei questioned. Ji Tianwen didn't sell out and said bluntly, "When I went to the hotel, Xia Shuyun prepared a candlelight dinner. Kang Yongqi was following me and she drank a bottle of water on the table, as a result of which she later crashed her car. After I had Kang Yongqi sent to the hospital, about half an hour or so later, Xia Shuyun called me and asked if I was with Kang Yongqi." Meng Lei wasn't a stupid person, and when she heard this, she instantly understood what Ji Tianwen was trying to convey. "Are you saying that Xia Shuyun drugged the water?" "I reckon that not only in the water, in the wine, in the food, I reckon that there are problems all over," Ji Tianwen said in a serious tone. Lei, in the future, if Xia Shuyun asks you out to dinner alone, you must be more careful. Meng Lei nodded and asked curiously, G Group, what new industry is it planning to expand, or even need to build a supporting industrial park? I'm not too sure about this for now. Ji Tianwen shook his head, his tone tinged with resentment. My parents said that they didn't let me participate in this project for fear that I would leak secrets. And right now, only a few executives know the inside story. Meng Lei was not overly skeptical about this. Ji's group to build the industrial park. From the current exposure out of the area, the scale can be called Pingzhou City unprecedented. The investment is bound to be expensive. This is undoubtedly an important trade secret. And where important trade secrets are concerned, not too many people tend to know about them. In most cases, only a very small number of people, even at the top, have the right to know. The depression in Meng Lei's heart dissipated, and when she thought of her earlier exasperation, she couldn't help but feel as if she was being a bit unreasonable. However, it was also Ji Tianwen's fault. If he hadn't lied to her, there would be no such misunderstanding. What kind of tea? Meng Lei got up. Ji Tianwen casually replied back, anything, as long as it's Lei you're making. Remote mountain village. Xiao Zimo embraced the flowers, tears in his eyes, and his heart cried out loudly, finally stepped mom's kill. He was several shades darker compared to his first day here. This is mainly because of the fact that when shooting footage of people working in the fields, he spends at least 3 times as much time as any other artist. If he didn't look at the replay, indeed, the shot was not very good. He even suspected that it was not He Jiao and Huang Shi, deliberately arranged for people to fix him. Director, thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. I will definitely keep your wise teachings in mind. Xiao Zimo bowed deeply to Qin Shengzhou with a fawning smile and said, I hope there will be another opportunity to work together next time. Qin Shengzhou nodded. There will be. Xiao Zimo patted a few more lines of ass, then showed a worried look and asked, Director, He Jiao and Huang Shi, their connections are hard. When the program airs, will they use their connections to suppress me? There's also those boy band members. Their fan base, singling out one of them, is more than 100 times that of mine, and I'm afraid that when the time comes, their fan network will storm me. Qin Shengzhou laughed and said back, De nomad the more fiery the traffic star, the more black fans there are. If you can take their black fans and turn them into your fans, then you're something. After a pause, he added, as for He Jiao and Huang Shi, they can't just cover the sky. As long as you're hot, there will always be people on their knees begging you to cooperate. Director, with these words from you, I'm even down to earth. Xiao Zimo settled down and began to look forward to the program airing a month later, and then the constant announcements and the wonderful life of leaping to the top stream. Leaving the recording site, the villagers they encountered greeted Xiao Zimo. Big savage, that's gone. Ha, 2 more days? Didn't we agree to help my family plant rice tomorrow? Why are you leaving now? The villagers were reluctant to let Xiao Zimo leave. Xiao Zimo smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he frantically mumbled the 3-character sutra. It was said that the villagers were more down to earth, but he really didn't feel it. It only felt that these villagers simply knew how to squeeze even better than the capitalists. A number of times, even deliberately messing with him just to keep him from getting through the shoot. It can be said that the reason why he recorded with so many more NGs than other artists. These villagers must at least account for more than half of the responsibility. Farewell to the black-hearted villagers who warmly retained them. Xiao Zimo put the phone to Xia Shuyun. Shuyun, I've finished the movie. The director said that I'm sure to be a hit this time. Oh, then congratulations. Xia Shuyun was distracted, like she didn't take it seriously. If she didn't know that Ji's group was going to build an industrial park, she might have believed that Xiao Zimo could catch fire through the hit variety show Teenagers in the Field. But now, she felt that Xiao Zimo had already thanked God for being able to stay warm. Ji Tianman even pitched her in. Might he offer Xiao Zimo a chance to become red? Shuyun, are you in a bad mood? Xiao Zimo questioned. No, just a little tired from work. Relax when you're tired from work. I'll be back to Pingzhou City soon. It just so happens that there's nothing to do for the next period of time, so I can accompany you for a few days. Wait until I'm done with the last few days. Xiao Zimo sniffed, and was instantly greatly dissatisfied in his heart. He had thought that Xia Shuyun would be excited to agree, but the reality was that Xia Shuyun didn't seem to be in high spirits. It's hard to believe that the days of deliberately airing out this love brain have gone a little too far. During these days of recording the program, Xiao Zimo didn't have daily contact with Xia Shuyun. For one thing, he knows how to hold the love brain. Just like fishing, you can't always keep the line taut, but you have to loosen it and walk it appropriately. Otherwise it's easy to take off the hook. Secondly, it is indeed too tiring to do farm work every day. After recording every day, he dipped his pillow and went to sleep, and couldn't spare much energy to deal with Xia Shuyun. Noticing that the hints were not quite right, Xiao Zimo hurriedly said, Shuyun, is it because I haven't contacted you much these days that you're angry with me? Listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it. It's really that my side is too tired to suffer every day. Chapter 119, Song Yabing's recommended successor. Fearing that Xia Shunyun would not believe it, Xiao Zimo said in detail. I get called up at 5:30 tomorrow morning and go up the hill for hogweed. You can't take a break at noon. You have to discuss with the director what improvements need to be made. I had to work in the fields again in the afternoon, and by the time I wrapped up, it was after 8 o'clock. Xiao Zimo complained for a while, and at the end of his words, he couldn't help but shed a few tears of self-moved emotion, feeling that it was really too difficult for him. In the past, when Xia Shuyun heard Xiao Zimo complaining with a sobbing voice, she would definitely have a heart like a knife, feeling that brother Zimo had been wronged. But times are different now. Xia Shunyun's already broken heart is really hard to empathize with Xiao Zimo again. If it wasn't for the fact that she still needed the other party to help her with advice next, she wouldn't even be willing to take Xiao Zimo's call again. In the blink of an eye, a month had rushed by. In this month, for the business community of Pingzhou City, the biggest news is nothing more than Chaibin submitted the application for reorganization and merger. The family business that was founded with his own hands, packaged and sold to the G Group. This operation shocked everyone, but at the same time, it feels understandable. Many people, even, agreed that Chaibin was a smart man who knew how to break his arm to survive. Think about the collapsed Miao Group, and then look at the father and son of Lu Liang in Dongda City who left the scene in disgrace. This move by Chaibin is undoubtedly among the wise ones. G's Group didn't put up a fight and announce that they were going to touch base with Chai's group though. However, it was clear to everyone that Ji Wuyan would inevitably not be able to spare Chaibin. Chai Wenma plotted to kidnap Ji Tianwen, and Ji Wuyang could have only one son, Ji Tianwen. In the case that Chai Wenmao fled in fear of crime and could not be found, it is natural that the son's debt should be paid by the father. In this case, it makes sense that Chaibin would be in a hurry. Miao Jigang is a head iron, but what kind of ending? Everyone can see. In addition, the G Group's new industrial park is in full swing. Ji Tianwen wore a helmet on his head and inspected a circle in the park. Song Yabing handed Ji Tianwen a bottle of water and asked, Mr. Ji, the progress over here, are you still satisfied? Ji Tianwen took the water, shook his head, and returned, of course I would hate to build it overnight, but that's obviously impossible, 10,000 feet high. Take your time, Mr. Ji, even if the park can be built overnight, it won't happen overnight if you want it to run. Song Yabing said, there's still a lot of preparations to be made. Some things can't be rushed. Ji Tianwen nodded, then asked, have you found your replacement? It has been more than a month. Song Yabing froze did not report the candidate to him, which makes Ji Tianwen cannot help but be suspicious in mind. It wasn't Song Yabing's style to be so inefficient. What the hell is the other side up to? Song Yabing smiled shyly and said, Mr. Ji, I actually had a candidate a long time ago, but I just never reported it to you. Reason? Ji Tianwen said uncertainly. This person, what's so special about him? Song Yabing mused. To say it's special, it's also a bit. Oh, Ji Tianwen said curiously. Who is it? Iboshi. Who? Joe Iboshi. Ha! Ji Tianwen almost didn't laugh and couldn't help but say, Secretary Song, are you sure you're not joking with me? Mr. Ji, I really wasn't joking. Song Yabing explained, half a month ago, I went to the hospital to see Yi Qing on your behalf, and she asked me what I've been busy with lately, so I told her that I was busy looking for someone to take over my job. After hearing that, Ezra begged me to teach her how to be a secretary. I hadn't wanted to teach, but Iboshi was so sincere that I just couldn't bear to turn her down. After a pause, Song Yabing continued, Mr. Ji, to be honest, if you look at it with my eyes, Yi Qing is still more talented and learns things quickly. For now then, there's nothing wrong with sending and receiving emails, taking minutes, organizing schedules, the basics. Another advantage is that with Iboshi at your side as your secretary, your safety can be more assured as well. Ji Tianwen didn't say anything, and in his heart, he realized why during this recent period of time, when he went to the hospital to visit the beautiful bodyguard, the other party was rarely watching anime. He began to seriously consider the feasibility of having Zhao Yicheng as his secretary. The position of secretary, as opposed to the old boss, is like the weapon of a martial arts master. If properly coordinated, it was a divine weapon that could bring out the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. If it doesn't fit properly, it's scrap metal and can be a drag instead. What did Iboshi tell you? Ji Tan inquired. Song Yabing returned. Yi Qing said that apart from her master, and her senior brothers and sisters, you are the best person in this world, who has treated her the best, and she wants to help you as much as she can. Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment, slowly nodded, and returned, since that's the case, then you should bring her along properly. Song Yabing nodded heavily and replied back, Mr. G, don't worry, I will definitely bring out I Ching as fast as I can. Secretary Song, during this period of time, you've been working quite hard, so I've decided to treat you well, Ji Tianwen said with a smile. Ha, Sonya Bing froze, then shook her head. Mr. G, I don't need your treats, it's what I should do to share your worries. This is not being falsely polite or patronizing. Song Yabing, really, thinks so. She had always been a relatively easy person to satisfy. Other than that, the dividends from the shares she helped to hold on behalf of the company were a huge amount of money over the course of a year. Compared to other company secretaries, Song Yabing felt lucky to have met a boss like Ji Tianwen who treated his subordinates well. Ji Tianwen laughed. There's no need to be polite with me. It's time for a treat, even if it's an acknowledgement and encouragement of your hard work. Sonya Bing was about to say something, but with the words having been said, it was no good to push for anything else. Secretary Song, what kind of car are you driving now? Sonya Bing truthfully returned. Golf 280. No, have to change one, Ji Tianwen said. When the park is built, you are Mr. Song, go out to talk about cooperation. You need a good car to fill the door. Do you have any favorite car? I'll send you one directly. Mr. G, this is still not necessary. Favorite car, Song Yabing naturally has. But, G10 said to get a nice car. The good car in Mr. G's mouth is at least $1 million, right? This gift was just too expensive for her to accept. However, Ji Tianwen was the one who had to give it away, and pursued, boldly say, what kind of car do you like? Chapter 120, Encountering Shuyun. Carrying Song Yabing, Ji Tianwen arrived at the Jewel Jet Forest store in Pingzhou City. As soon as the two of them entered the door, the sales were glowing and immediately greeted them, like fans meeting their idols. It wasn't so much recognizing Ji Tianwen as it was recognizing the Cullinan parked outside the door. Choose whatever you want, whichever one you see, just swipe your card. Ji Tianwen patted Sonya Bing's shoulder and said indifferently. The words fell like heavenly music in the ears of the salesgirl. Among the eyes that looked at Sonya Bing, they were even more filled with envy. If Ji Tianwen was a rich old man, they wouldn't be so sour. But they are handsome and rich, which makes people envious and jealous. Sonya Bing whispered. Mr. G, why don't you just forget it? Come what may, I must buy you a car today, Ji Tianwen said without question. If you don't like these models, then look at another one. The salesman on the side smiled and said, Ma'am, your boyfriend is really nice to you. You can say your car needs. I'll give you a recommendation, and if you still feel satisfied, you can arrange a test drive. Sonya Bing's face was slightly red, and her heart was a little happy and at the same time a little despondent. Happy because she was mistaken for Ji Tianwen's girlfriend. Falling apart because, sadly, it's not true. Gathering her thoughts together, Song Yabing began to weave her way through one of the show cars. The main thing to look at is the guide price of the vehicle. Ji Tianwen looked like he could tell what she was thinking and said directly, don't look at anything below $2 million. Song Yabing. The salesman smiled and reminded, Ma'am, in this side of the exhibit, the most expensive model is $700,000, which doesn't fit the price point you want. Let me lead you to the exhibit over there to take a look. Sonya Bing glanced at Ji Tianwen and nodded helplessly. Good, she was clear about her own Mr. G's temper, so she didn't continue to waste time in the low-end models exhibition area, followed the sales, and went to the high-end models exhibition area not far away. In the meantime, Xiao Zimo drove, carrying Xia Shuyun, and parked next to Ji Tianwen's car. Looking at Cullinan next to him, his eyes glazed over a bit. The rich man of all evils. How come I can't drive such a nice car? Passenger seat. Noticing that the car had stopped, the dazed Xia Shuyun came back to her senses. Seeing the signboard of the Forest store in front of her, she said with a puzzled face, Brother Zimmer, didn't you say you were coming out to take a break? What are you doing here? Would you believe me if I said I came to take a shower? Xiao Zimo spat out a sentence in his heart and said with a smile, this is not my program. Soon to be broadcast, the director suggested that and then set up a rich second-generation persona. After all, I even dislike Tgio and Huangshi, so surely I can't be without strength. It's easier to suck up fans by creating another rich kid persona. Xia Shunyun slowly shook her head and said, I don't know much about this. If you want to buy it, then go in and take a look. Xiao Zimo got out of the car and went around to the passenger side, pulling the door open for Xia Shuyun. Get out of the car. Xia Shuyun noticed Cullinan next to him with a glance. Looking at the license plate number, she immediately clenched her pink fists and her eyes were like they wanted to spit fire. For more than a month, she had been trying her best to contact Ji Tianwen, wanting to ask for a statement. The phone doesn't work, so she squats on the side herself. There were several times when she managed to block Ji Tianwen, but Ji Tianwen ignored her, as if she was air, or transparent, and when she tried to get close to Ji Tianwen, she would be blocked by the security team. So much so that she hadn't been able to speak to Ji Tianwen from the time the G Group announced that they were going to build an industrial park until now. And now, it's not hard to find the right place to get it. This time she said nothing, but she couldn't let Ji Tianwen run away. Xiao Zimo didn't recognize Ji Tianwen's car, and when he saw Xia Shuyun staring at the Cullinan, he immediately said, "Shuyun, don't worry, I'll work hard. When I have money, I'll send you a Cullinan." Xia Shunyun didn't reply, but only nodded slightly. Xiao Zimo was extremely dissatisfied with this attitude of hers, feeling like a hot face on a cold ass. This stupid love brain, I don't believe it. You can keep pretending. However, while cursing in his heart, he had to maintain a gentlemanly smile on his face. He was also counting on Xia Shuyun to pay part of the money for him when he bought a car next. "Shuyun, let's go," Xiao Zimo said with a smile. "Aha." Xia Shunyun answered and walked towards the 4S store first. Her pace was quick and her face was expressionless, giving her an imposing presence. When you enter the store, you are immediately greeted by a salesperson with a warm greeting. Xia Shunyun ignored it, her eyes scanning the store and finally locking onto Ji Tianwen. "Ji Tianwen," she chirped, striding over. This voice, the store sales and customers, all shouted confused. Ji Tianwen and Sonya Bing were stunned at the same time and turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Seeing Xia Shunyun, both of them frowned at the same time. The corner of the mouth of the salesman on the side twitched twice, and what was still a good mood instantly became not so good. Right now, it looks like the real girlfriend has come to catch the mistress in any case. If that's the case, odds are the car won't sell. A moment later, Xia Shuyun stood in front of Ji Tianwen, took a deep breath, and said, "I want to talk to you." Ji Tianwen noticed the people around him, and there was a tendency to gather around. Not wanting to be mobbed, she rushed the sale and said, "Please provide a pantry." Sales froze, then nodded in agreement, greeted his colleagues, and led Ji Tianwen and Xia Shuyun to the pantry. Ji Tianwen smiled at Sonya Bing and said, "Take your time to pick, there's no rush." "Okay." Sonya Bing nodded, then didn't hold back a glare at Xia Shuyun. In her opinion, Xia Shuyun was really a bit of a shadowy soul. At the same time, she silently prayed in her heart that Mr. Ji must not fall for this woman's ways again. Into the pantry, Ji Tianwen took her seat first, and Xia Shuyun sat across from her. The staff member who had led the two men over had the good sense to back out, closing the door behind him in the process. Xia Shunyun sneered and asked, "Ji Tianwen, did Meng Lei know that you bought Sonya Bing a car? Does it have anything to do with you?" Ji Tianwen directly disliked. "There's something to talk about. I don't have the time to gossip with you. Of course I'm looking for you for something. Why did you lie to me?" "Lied to you? What did I lie to you about?" "You pretended to inject capital into the Xia Group, but ended up thinking about the land for those few projects. Isn't that a lie to me?" Ji Tianwen almost didn't have any joy and skimmed his lips. "Xia Shuyun, when did I say that the $300 million was a capital injection? Was it written in the contract, or did I verbalize it?" "You." Xia Shunyun was speechless and had the intention to retort, but could not find the right words. Chapter 121, Who are you? Indeed, the term capital injection is used by the Xia Group to revitalize the confidence of the company as well as its customers, and only then did it take it upon itself to claim that it was an injection of capital by Ji Tianwen. But Ji Tianwen, from the very beginning, was talking about acquiring the project. Acquiring a project, that's a transaction, is fundamentally different from injecting capital. However, Xia Shunyun naturally would not show weakness, and asked stiffly, "Then you've been avoiding me all these days, aren't you a thief? Being a thief? You're overthinking it." Ji Tianwen calmly said, "I just simply don't want to see you, don't want to talk to you, that's all." "You." Xia Shunyun was furious on the spot and flamed out. "Why didn't you say earlier that the acquisition of those few projects of the Xia Group was for the sake of the plots of land of those projects? What makes you say that earlier? I bought it, it's mine. What do you care if I did it for the land or not?" Ji Tianwen, this is your revenge, isn't it? You could think so. Ji Tianwen acknowledged with a nod. Today's Xia Group has completely lost the possibility of a turnaround. There are a ton of liabilities, and banks and creditors are constantly pursuing the debt, and have initiated lawsuits to apply for freezing the assets of Xia's Group. In addition, Xu Lingyan would jump out every now and then and kick some ass against the Xia Group. She employs, in a totally damaging way, the method of fighting, not for the sake of making money, but for the sole purpose of making things difficult for Xia's Group. With internal and external problems, even a genius with business acumen would not be able to pull back the Xia Group's horse that had gone to the edge of the cliff in the face of such a situation. Ji Tianwen, why are you doing this to me? Xia Shuyun didn't hold back from slapping the table and said angrily, "You want me, I can do what you want." "So, you chose to drug the drinks and then secretly record the video?" Ji Tianwen snorted. You, Xia Shunyun temper suddenly weakened. Eyes appeared momentary dodge, then incredulous, how would you know? If you want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. Ji Tianwen sighed and said in a disappointed tone, before going to the hotel, I was actually very happy and was planning to renew my relationship with you. My intention is to make you happy by injecting $1 billion directly into the Xia group. It's just a shame that, naturally, is pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But he just wants to kill and kill, deliberately making things difficult for Xia Shuyun. Fruity. Xia Shunyun's face changed on the spot after hearing these words. At this moment, her bowels were green with remorse. If I had known it was like this, I shouldn't have listened to Xiao Zimo. However, right now it was too late to say anything. I also listened to someone else's verbal compulsion. I didn't do it on purpose, Xia Shunyun said with chagrin. Ji Tianwen narrowed his eyes and asked, the others you're talking about, what do you mean? Xia Shunyun did not answer, digressing, if I apologize to you, can you forgive me? What do you think? Ji Tan asked, throwing the question back, almost certain in his mind. The one who gave Xia Shunyun advice was Xiao Zimo. Xia Shunyun lowered her head and said in a choked tone, these days, the company's senior management put all the faults, all put on my head. Every time we have a meeting, I look like a sinner, bearing their grudges and unwarranted accusations. And even my father, who doesn't speak up for me. It's really hard for me to be at Xia Group right now, like a bucket of gas. In his previous life, seeing Xia Shunyun this vulnerable, Ji Tianwen would definitely have his heart cut like a knife. But now, he only felt relief. Drop a few crocodile tears and you want to soften his heart? How is that possible? Ji Tianwen's face was expressionless as he sneered. I can tell that you are indeed difficult. So difficult that you brought a third-rate singer to a 4S store to buy a car and use it to relieve your stress. Not like this. Xia Shunyun hurriedly denied. We just met by chance. It is he who wants to buy a car, not me. I actually came to sell the car. Whatever you say. Ji Tianwen shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to argue anything with it. With those words, he stood up and was about to leave, but before he could take a step, his wrist was pulled by a white palm. Really, can't you give me another chance? Xia Shuyun's eyes were glistening with tears and she had a pitiful look. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy and said, give you another chance to drug me and harm me? He broke away from Xia Shuyun's grip and went straight out of the pantry. Xiao Zimo, who had been keeping an eye on this side of the pantry, hurriedly changed into a smiling face when he saw Ji Tianwen come out. Ji Tianwen didn't have a smile on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. Xiao Zimo dared to count on him. Then he naturally wouldn't let the other party off easily. Young Ji, it's really been a long time. Xiao Zimo nodded and greeted with a smile. He didn't realize that Xia Shuyun hadn't succeeded in pinning Ji Tianwen. Just now Xia Shuyun found Ji Tianwen and said she wanted to talk. He also only thought it was to explain why he had followed Xia Shuyun into the store. Which one of you? Ji Tianwen asked with a frown. The corners of Xiao Zimo's mouth twitched twice, and the smile froze on his face. He highly doubted that Ji Tianwen did it on purpose. I've seen and spoken to them several times before. If you can't remember him, then your memory is too bad. However, dissatisfaction in the heart was dissatisfaction, but on the face, he certainly did not dare to show it. Xiao Zimo accompanied a smile and returned. I'm Xiao Zimo. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to appear on a popular variety show. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just contact me. Oh, it's you. Ji Tianwen put on a dazed look, then pretended to think about it and asked, do you know Arabic? Xiao Zimo was stunned, not expecting Ji Tianwen to actually use him. Immediately, with a bright light in front of him, he hurriedly returned. Ji Xiao, although I was working as a practice voice in a foreign country before, I know a bit of Arabic and have no problem communicating normally. He was naturally bragging, in order to first take down what Ji Tianwen had explained. Then, pay for a teacher and have an emergency training. If he could hold on to Ji Tianwen's thigh, his future career would not be smooth, but at least there would be fewer obstacles. Ji Tianwen forced a smile and said, it's like this, there's a group of customers coming from North Africa. They're very interested in our country's language. If you know Arabic and can communicate with them, you can teach them our country's language for $5,000 an hour. Xiao Zimo felt that this job could be done and agreed with his mouth full. Then with a fawning smile on his face, his tone was respectful. Ji Xiao, forget about the salary. To say something from the bottom of my heart, being able to work for you is a blessing I've cultivated over several lifetimes. Where can I ask for money? Chapter 122, Configuration Stretching. The money isn't from me, it's from the clients over in North Africa. I'm merely helping them get in touch. Ji Tianwen said indifferently. Xiao Zimo nodded his head in understanding and said, in that case, I'll be cheeky and not be polite to you. Ji Xiao, after a pause, he added, don't worry, I will definitely serve my clients well and teach them the language of our country properly. Ji Tianwen nodded in satisfaction, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Inform Xiao Zimo of the time and place. Ji Tianwen walked straight towards Sonia Bing, who was statically experiencing the vehicle. The sales consultant outside the main driveway, seeing Ji Tianwen walk over, had the good sense to take 2 steps back towards the side. Ji Tan reached the car, rested his small arm on the door, leaned down, and asked with a smile, "Have you chosen yet?" "Well, this one looks fine to me," Sonia Bing said back. The one she chose was a track version of a Jewel Jet 781. The red color of the body looks very colorful and the smooth lines are luxurious without looking so ostentatious. Overall, it still fits Son Yabing's temperament. Ji-Tan asked at the sales, "Is this car available?" "There is no existing car in the store at the moment. If you order now, you can pick up the car in 3 months at the latest. We will try our best to move forward, so that you can be happy to pick up your favorite car as soon as possible." Sales back. Ji Tianwen took out his bank card and handed it over, saying, "Configuration pull full. Select all that can be selected." "Yes sir." The sale was simply delighted. Bending over, taking the bank card with both hands, she was actually prepared for this single not to be, did not expect to actually become. "Wait," Song Yabing hurriedly said, "Mr. G, I want to test drive it before deciding whether to buy it or not." The car's exterior and interior, though, were more to her liking. But, cars are meant to be driven, not looked at. As beautiful as the exterior is, and as luxurious as the interior is, a bad driving experience sucks. Sonia Bing didn't want to spend so much money and end up with an uncomfortable heart. "Alright, then you can test drive it," Ji Tianwen agreed. Under the sales arrangement, Song Yabing test drove the vehicle. "I thought the feeling was okay and settled on it." After that, a few more options were introduced by the salesperson. The final price was negotiated at $2,116,000. Out of the 4S, Ji Tianwen rubbed his chin and muttered, "The car is fixed. The next should be the house." Secretary Song, within the city of Pingzhou, "Where do you prefer the house?" "Ha?" Sonia Bing said dumbfounded. "Mr. G, you're buying me a house?" Ji Tianwen shook his head and denied, "It's not buying it for you, it's just putting it in your name." Song Yabing, "What's the difference between that and buying me a house?" Ji Tianwen said, "Don't think too much about it, it's really just listed under your name." "Mr. G, it's not like I'm 3 years old." Sonia Bing shook her head, clearly not believing the other party's claim. "If it's just a name, it can't be anyone's, so why just hers?" "Alright, then the matter of the house will be put on hold for a while, and when you make achievements, I'll award you the house," Ji Tianwen said with a smile. A $2 million car has just arrived, and then giving away a house would indeed be too much for the other party to accept, and he had no dirty thoughts about giving Song Yabing a car. For one thing, it's a testament to her abilities. Secondly, because of her loyalty. In the 4S store, Xiao Shuyun accompanied Xiao Zimo to look at the car. After turning around, Xiao Zimo chose a model that was a little over $1 million. Since we're trying to create a rich kid persona, too cheap is definitely not an option. At least start with $1 million to make it credible. "I think this car is good. Shuyun, what do you think?" Xiao Zimo asked for an opinion. Xiao Shunyun said with a lack of interest, "As long as you fancy it, just buy it. If I fancy it alone, that won't do. You have to be satisfied as well," Xiao Zimo said with a smile. Xiao Shunyun swept a glance and returned, "Yes, I'm quite satisfied." Xiao Zimo nodded and asked at the sales, "Calculate the landed price." The salesman took out the quotation and said, "This car has a guide price of $1,160,000. The current discount is so strong that you can land it within the guide price." Xiao Zimo signaled for the sale to wait a moment, then pulled Xia Shunyun aside and said, "Shunyun, I don't have enough money. Can you support me a little first?" Xia Shunyun frowned before reacting. No wonder she was asked if she was satisfied. She was waiting here. In the past, not to mention borrowing money, even if she had sold her jewelry and bag, she would have just taken the full amount and given it to her brother Zimmer. But now, even spending a penny was not worth it to her, especially after talking to Ji Tianwen in the pantry. She became even more annoyed with Xiao Zimo. The reason why he didn't turn his face, one is that he still misses a trace of old love, the second is that Xiao Zimo still has some value. In Xia Shuyun's opinion, the reason why her tampering with the drinks was known to Ji Tianman was definitely because of Kong Yongqi. Xiao Zimo's idea, objectively speaking, was not too problematic. Only by mistake, Kong Yongqi messed up the plan. "Didn't you say that you made some money by taking commercials and doing variety shows?" Xia Shuyun questioned. "It's earning money, but that little notice fee just isn't enough. So how close are you?" 900,000. Xia Shunyun was nearly infuriated. $1,016,000 car. Xiao Zimo is $900,000 short. That means he only has a little over 200,000 in his hand. only $200, 000 or so, but you're thinking about trying to buy $1 million plus car. It's no longer overspending. It's completely whimsical. Shuyun thought for a moment and said, Brother Zimo, your career is just starting out now. It's not easy to earn money. I'll buy the car for you. Really? Xiao Zimo was ecstatic. He said, Shuyun, this love brain cannot be taught for too long. It's not like you can't help it, and you're rushing to pay for his car? Thinking of this, Xiao Zimo suddenly had some regrets. If I had known that, I would have picked a $2 million one. Still, $1 million car is a good deal. Shuyun, you are really too good to me, Xiao Zimo said with deep emotion. In the future, my passenger seat is your exclusive seat. I won't let anyone other than you sit. Brother Zimmer, having you say this is enough. Xia Shunyun smiled and took out her bank card and handed it over. Xiao Zimo was pleasantly surprised in his heart. That's $1 million luxury car for nothing. Isn't it easier to make money than forcing your way through the nausea and serving those old, ugly, rich women? Yet, where does he know? Xia Shunyun didn't let him spend any money, but only to make it easier to take this car back whenever he needed it. Chapter 123, A New Car. Night. Xiao Zimo drove the newly raised jewel jet to the Pingzhou City International Business Hotel. Taking the elevator, he arrived outside the room Ji Tianwen had mentioned. Xiao Zimo raised his hand and knocked on the door of the room. Knock, 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 ka. The door to the room opened. The one who opened the door was a blonde Western woman with a high nose. Her features looked very three-dimensional, and her body was also very hot. Xiao Zimo's eyes lit up. Teaching such a pretty girl a foreign language, even if he didn't make any money, he was willing to do it. Hello, I'm Xiao Zimo, the language teacher Mr. Ji hired. Xiao Zimo spoke broken Arabic. The woman nodded and said in fluent Mandarin, Hello Mr. Xiao, please come in. When he finished, he opened the door to the room. Xiao Zimo was a little confused. Do you still need him to teach you the standard pronunciation of this word? Quickly, he guessed a possibility. The so-called learning a foreign language is just a pretext. The real purpose, again, is to address physical needs. It was assumed that Ji Tianwen thought he was good-looking, so she had him come over to liaise with the client. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Zimo instantly became excited. You can make money and play with foreign girls. This kind of good thing is too rare. However, when following the western-faced beauty into the house, Xiao Zimo felt that something was wrong. It was mostly the smell that hung in the air that struck him as familiar and frightening. Soon he met the source of the smell, 4 burly men sitting in a row, big and muscular, with the whitest teeth on their bodies. Xiao Zimo froze in place. The horrible experience of that night at the private club instantly swept through his mind. When he reacted, he developed a feeling of wanting to run away. Mr. Xiao, these 4 are my bodyguards, the western-faced woman said. You teach them to speak Mandarin, and if they teach them well, I will pay an extra reward. Finished with a wink and a seductive and suggestive smile. Xiao Zimo understood for a second and smiled knowingly. Mr. Xiao, start then, you teach them first. I'm going to make a call. The Western woman snorted and turned to leave the room. Then, put in a call to Jitan to ask, Booze, the people have arrived and the cameras in the room are networked so you can enjoy them remotely. Inside the room, Xiao Zimo sat down opposite the 4 burly men and was just about to speak when he saw the 4 men opposite him suddenly stand up. Then, walking around the couch he was on, he started circling around him. Some of them were rubbing their fists and jumping up and down. Some of them were squinting their eyes and showing bad smiles. Xiao Zimo was looked at the heart Harry, stuttered, said in broken Arabic, Please 4 sit down. I want to start on the. However, before he could finish his sentence, a man standing behind him, suddenly grabbing the back of his neck by his shirt, he picked him up. The remaining 3 also made a move at the same time. One hugs the arms, one hugs the thighs, and one covers the mouth. It worked well together, as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. Xiao Zimo's eyes glared angrily as a look of horror passed through his eyes. How could he not expect that these 4 old blacks would not speak of martial virtues and sneak up on him, a young comrade in his 20s? However, this is not the point. The important thing is, what do these 4 people want? As he was thinking about it, he was pinned to the bed. One of the old black men took off his socks and stuffed them into Xiao Zimo's mouth. The suffocating smell came, and Xiao Zimo dry heaved on the spot, with tears and snot pouring out of his eyes and nose. Xiao Zimo's Arabic, which he had been mending all afternoon, played a slight role at this moment. Surely, even if he didn't know Arabic and was all stripped naked, he could know what he was about to face. Nearly dawn. Xiao Zimo was carrying $30,000 in his arms, holding his knees with both hands, and in an extremely awkward position, he exited the international hotel. The morning breeze blew in his face, making him shiver. An indescribable feeling of sadness enveloped his heart. Hobbling, he got into the car. Inwardly, he hated Ji Tianwen. He had reason to suspect that Ji Tianwen was deliberately trying to trap him, but he has no proof. Even if he did, he couldn't help Ji Tianwen. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to take the humiliation I received and double it back. Xiao Zimo pounded his fist on the steering wheel. Tick, the steam whistle sounded. Xiao Zimo was startled and stroked the steering wheel in pain. Taking out his cell phone, he took a closer look. It was a relief to make sure there was no damage. However, just as he was about to drive away, he suddenly felt sticky under his buttocks. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly left his seat and got out of the car. Enduring the pain, seeing the color on the seat, he hastily drew out a paper towel to wipe it off. However, it's fine if you don't wipe it off. The more you wipe it off, the bigger the area gets and it won't come off. Xiao Zimo simply wanted to die. He just picked up his new car yesterday. What a new car for over $1 million. It's a moment when not only your ass is dripping blood, but your heart is dripping with it. After a long time, Xiao Zimo recovered and called the phone to the after-sales service. Hello, how much for a new leather seat cover? May I ask which model you have? Jewel Jet 911, lowest trim level. One moment, please, this way for your inquiry. After a long time, the customer service returned. This side inquired that your car comes standard with 8-way adjustable sports seats with Alcantara fabric, which provide a great degree of comfort in daily use. I'm asking how much it costs to change the seat cover. Xiao Zimo interrupted impatiently. The price queried over here is $150,000, and you can have it replaced at the nearest service center. $150,000. Hearing this price, Xiao Zimo's heart went cold. He had been humiliated and tortured all night, and he couldn't even afford to change his seat cover. Looking up at the sunrise in the distance can clearly bring warmth and hope. However, Xiao Zimo was unable to feel any semblance of warmth, much less any hope. Chapter 124, I Can Act. During this recent period of time, Ji Weiyong and Bai Jiyu were satisfied with their son. At work, my son is serious and focused, and everything is handled in an organized manner. Life, go out before dawn to run and exercise, regular work and rest. The whole person's vitality have been greatly improved. Looks like a new person. Seeing Ji Tianwen come back in a sweat, Bai Jiyu greeted. Son, hurry up and take a bath. Don't go to the company first after dinner. Go and lie down on Cloudy Mountain. Ji Tianwen froze and questioned. What's the point of going to Cloud Mist Mountain? Yu Boyuan just called your dad and said something came up and asked you to come over to his place. Didn't say anything about it? No, I see. Ji Tianwen answered, taking a shower while being inwardly curious. What could Yu Boyuan have wanted with him? This is obviously not something that can be guessed out of thin air. Ji Tianwen didn't have a clue and couldn't think of an answer, so he just didn't bother with that brain. After breakfast, he greeted the people to carry on the thermos bucket, and then went to Jiaji Hospital. Going to Cloud Mist Mountain. I just happened to pass by Jiaji Hospital, just so I could deliver a meal to the beautiful bodyguard in the meantime. When she arrived at the hospital room, she saw the young girl standing in front of the wall-mounted TV, moving her limbs around, following the anime characters on the screen. 3 circles on the left, 3 circles on the right, neck twisting, butt twisting, early to bed, early to rise, let's do sports. Zhao Yicheng sang and did the movements. Her posture was really more cute than the anime characters. Snap, pop, pa. Ji Tianwen raised his hand and applauded. Not bad, not bad. Recovered quite well. Brother Tian Man, you're here. Zhao Yicheng blushed and seemed a bit embarrassed. The doctor told me to practice like this. Ji Tianwen walked closer, reached out and rubbed the young girl's head, smiling, then listen well to the doctor, and be discharged in 2 days. I'm still waiting for you to become a secretary. Ah, the young girl was astonished, then she put on a difficult look and said, Brother Tian Man, I'll be your secretary. Can I do it? Ji Tianwen couldn't help but say, Yicheng, you're good, now you've learned to act with me. No Tianwen brother where I can act The young girl blinked her big eyes twice in an attempt to budge and muddle through. No? Forget it then. I still have high requirements for secretaries, and it's not good that you can't act. Will, Brother Tian Man, I can act. Ji Tianwen was once again amused by the young girl's appearance, and he didn't poke holes in what was going on between the other party and Song Yabing as he said in a warm voice, Yicheng, when you're discharged from the hospital, you can be my secretary. Aha, okay Tada. Zhao Yicheng smiled sweetly with a well-behaved look. At that moment, 2 youths walked in carrying a thermos. Zhao Yicheng's eyes lit up, realizing that it was time for dinner, and immediately rubbed her fists and prepared to feast. When the young girl winds up, Ji Tianwen leaves the hospital and heads for Cloudy Mountain. Waiting to reach the top of the mountain, Ji Tianwen looked towards the fiery red sun, took a breath of fresh air, then grabbed the prepared gifts and went to the front of the small courtyard. Without waiting for him to knock, the wooden door opened inward. Yu Jingzhu, the internet-addicted girl, reached out and pulled him closer to the yard. Get on the number. Get on the number. Let's double team. The teammates I've encountered in the past 2 days are too damn pitiful. I've dropped a whole big segment. This time it's still you come to play auxiliary for me. But don't play Zhang Kuei anymore. Play Zhang Fei. You just need to carry the damage for me. And if I ask you to add shield, you add shield for me. Before the young girl could finish her words, Yu Boyuan's voice came out from the hut. Shizuku, put away your playfulness. When she heard her grandfather's voice, Yu Jingju suddenly looked sad. Taking her cell phone back, she looked like she had lost her essence as she waved a hand and said, Ji Tianwen, come with me. After saying that, he walked towards the hut. Ji Tianwen took a step to follow and entered the hut together. Only Yu Boyuan was squatting on the ground, smoking a tobacco pouch. The smoke filled the room, more hazy in the sunlight, making it less clear to see the old man's expression. President Yu, you're looking for me? Ji Tianwen asked while firing off a question and placing the gift on the desktop. Yu Boyuan put out his cigarette, stood up, faced the sunlight shining in through the latticed window, and calmly said, I have a feeling that I won't see the winter of this year. Hearing this, Ji Tianwen froze. Yu Jingju, on the other hand, was directly anxious and exasperated. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Hurry up and poo-poo it. Yu Boyuan laughed. It's normal. Everyone has such a day. I can foresee it in advance. I can make preparations in advance. I'm already luckier than many people. Yu Boyuan had no choice but to do as he was told. Ji Tianwen was silent. He knew that what Yu Boyuan said was true. He just still didn't understand the other party's intention of finding him over. However, now that we're here, the other side is sure to talk. A moment later, Yu Boyuan looked at Ji Tianwen and said, I'm looking for you because I want to entrust Jingju to you, and after I die, you will protect her for me. In return, I'll leave you a way out. An old friend of mine can step in and help you out for once when you run into a problem you can't solve. Yu Boyuan didn't explain what the identity of the old friend he was talking about was and how much help he could provide. But, Ji Tianwen didn't doubt for a second that it was definitely a top-tier big shot. All you have to do is take care of your granddaughter and you'll get an amulet in return. This is a deal that is absolutely bloody profitable. Ji Tianwen resisted the urge to immediately agree and questioned. President Yu, why are you looking for me? Calm down and think about it. Yu Boyuan wants to find a backer for his granddaughter. Ji Tianwen may be one of the options, but definitely not the optimal option. Something like a backer. Naturally, the more powerful it was, the better. The G group might be powerful enough, but that was only in this part of Pingzhou City. Outside the city of Pingzhou, the influence will be greatly reduced. Then the question arises. Yu Boyuan put the optimal option not to choose, but choose Ji Tianwen in G group, to give her granddaughter as a backer? I carved all the eligible people, all of them on the bamboo stick, and the result was that your name was drawn. This is God's will. Yu Boyuan returned indifferently. Ji Tianwen was skeptical about this and hesitated slightly before quickly making his choice. President Yu, thank you for your trust. Ji Tianwen's expression was serious as he solemnly said, I promise you, as long as the G group doesn't collapse, as long as I, Ji Tianwen, still have a mouthful to eat, I will absolutely share half a mouthful with you Jingju. Yu Boyuan slowly nodded his head and took a deep look at his teary-eyed granddaughter, revealing a loving smile as he said, How old are you? Still crying. With one sentence, Yu Jingju directly broke defense and jumped into Yu Boyuan's arms and cried bitterly. Chapter 125, My skirt, doesn't it look good? Yu Jingju cried for a long time until her eyes were red and swollen. She choked back a sob and asked, Grandpa, isn't there anything that can be done? There was hardly anyone who didn't know that Yu Boyuan was proficient in the art of zhoi. No geography, no yin and yang. Those who were more superstitious even regarded Yu Boyuan as a land god who was able to change his destiny against all odds. Yu Jingju had grown up with Yu Boyuan and had naturally seen her grandfather's skills. Silly child, where is grandpa that magical? Yu Boyuan shook his head and lost his smile, wiping away his granddaughter's tears with heartache, and then revealed an open-hearted smile and said, Don't be too sad, you just need to be happy every day, with no worries about food and clothing, and grandpa can sleep soundly. Ji Tianwen knew in his heart that these words were meant for him. Be happy and clothed. It sounds like a simple thing, but the vast majority of people in this world can't realize those 8 words. After comforting his granddaughter a few more times, Yu Boyuan turned his gaze to Ji Tianwen and said, Take Jingju away. Without waiting for Ji Tianwen to reply, Yu Jingju shook her head frantically and once again couldn't hold back her tears. Grandpa, I'm not leaving, I'll stay with you. For the rest of the time, I still have some things to do. It's inconvenient to bring you along. Yu Boyuan laughed. Don't worry, in a couple months, Grandpa will definitely come back. Ji Tianwen wanted to say something, and had the intention of trying to persuade the old man that it was best not to just set up a flag. After all, Countless movies and TV dramas, talking books and novels have this kind of plot. Often, if a person says something like, "I'll come back to marry you after I've won the war," then 99% of the time, that person will never come back. However, the old man had already said it, so Ji Tianwen couldn't say anything else. After a good deal of persuasion, the internet-addicted girl finally agreed with her grandfather. I only saw her raise her arm, stretch out her little thumb, and said with a solemn face, "Grandpa, pull the hook. If you lie to me, then you're a puppy." Jitan asked, "Is this a buff for the old man?" "Okay, pull the hook." Yu Boyuan agreed with alacrity. After pulling the hook, Yu Jingzhu returned to the inner room and simply packed her bags. He also pulled Yu Boyuan and took hundreds of photos in the small courtyard. Looking at the flowers planted in the yard, Yu Jingzhu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Not only can't let go of these flowers she planted with her own hands, but also can't let go of this small courtyard where she has lived for more than 10 years, as well as her grandfather who was standing outside the hall, watching her leave. "If you can't bear to part with these flowers, I'll find someone to remove them all," Ji Tianwen said. "Aha." Yu Jingzhu didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. The flowers she grows are not like those on the market and take a lot of work to cultivate, too time-consuming and labor-intensive if replanted. Removing all of them is naturally the best option. Yu Jingzhu took one step and turned back 3 times, nearly tripping over the threshold on her way out the door. Ji Tianwen held her up in time and said, "Get in the car first and wait for me." Yu Jingzhu nodded and stepped out of the courtyard door. Ji Tianwen turned to look at Yu Boyuan on the steps and asked, "President Yu, is there anything else you wish to instruct?" He could just tell that the old man had something he wanted to say to him. Yu Boyuan let out a long breath and said, "There is nothing that needs to be instructed in particular. Jingzhu is too playful and simple-minded, and is easily fooled, so you take care of her more." "I will," Ji Tianwen promised. Yu Boyuan seemed to still have something to say, but in the end, he didn't speak again and only raised his hand. "President Yu, I'll take my leave." Ji Tianwen exited the courtyard gate and got into the commercial vehicle parked outside the gate. "Mr. Ji, going back to the company?" the driver asked. Ji Tianwen returned. "Don't go back to the office first, go home." When he finished, he began to make arrangements to have the flowers removed from the yard. Looking at the internet addict girl beside him who remained silent, Ji Tianwen took out his cell phone and said, "Isn't it going to be a double row? Get on the number?" Yu Jingzhu shook her head with a look of little interest. Ji Tianwen opened the car refrigerator and took out a bottle of ice cola from it. Opening it and handing it over, Yu Jingzhu took 2 sips and put it in the water glass holder. There was something indescribably beautiful about her when she was quiet. Her side profile was perfect. A pair of snow-white calves dangling in midair under the hem of her button-down jacket, and a pair of flat cloth shoes under her feet. If it is accompanied by an oil paper umbrella, or lotus fan, it is even more ancient style. Although this kind of dress is eye-catching, but walking on the street, it is inevitable to provoke onlookers. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Yu, why don't we go to the mall and buy you a few new sets of clothes to wear?" Yu Jingzhu frowned slightly and said, "My skirt, isn't it nice?" Ji Tianwen explained, "It's nice to look at, but it's just too much like playing cosplay. Unless you want to walk down the street and be photographed by someone with a cell phone. Makes a bit of sense. So let's buy it," Yu Jingzhu said. As a veteran internet addict, she was well aware of some of the chaos in the cosplay scene. In the mountains, she wears whatever she wants and doesn't have to care about anything. But down the hill, it's time to get a little more sophisticated. The vehicle traveled and arrived at the villa built on the beach. Ji Tianwen, your family lives by the sea, huh? Yu Jingzhu was surprised. "Well, you'll be staying here from now on, so pick a room later." Yu Jingzhu didn't hurry to choose a room, but looked around the yard, finally targeting an open space by the fence wall and said, "I want to plant flowers over there." "It's fine," Ji Tianwen agreed cheerfully. "If you don't think there's enough room, it's fine to pull out all these flowers and replant yours." If Bai Jiyu had been present, she would have inevitably given the great filial son a blow to the chestnut. The flowers in the yard were all carefully cultivated by her. This asshole is actually going to pull it off. It's like the inverse of the Big Dipper. That's not necessary. Yu Jingzhu shook her head and said, "Flowers and plants are all alive. I can see that the person who planted the flowers is quite attentive. If I pull them out, the person who planted that kind of flower will be very sad." Yu Jingzhu took the room and chose it to be diagonally opposite Zhaoicheng. After taking out the things in the carry bag and simply categorizing them, he followed Ji Tianwen to the mall. Yu Jingzhu, who was originally not very excited, picked her eyes out on the spot after seeing the wide array of little dresses. Ji Tianwen said boldly, "Choose whatever you want, take whichever one you like. It's no problem if you get the whole package." "Really?" Yu Jingzhu smiled with a wide-eyed smile. "Ji Tianwen, you're really a great guy." Jitan asked, "Is that the only compliment you know?" It was at this point that it suddenly felt wrong. Ji Tianwen felt that someone was watching him. Turning around, he realized that at some point, Meng Lei was standing in a position not far behind him. What a coincidence! Ray, you're here to shop? Chapter 126, Finding an Escort for Xiao Yu. As it turns out, life happens. I took my secretary car shopping earlier and met my ex-girlfriend. Right now, I'm taking an internet-addicted girl dress shopping, and I've met my current girlfriend. Any other man would probably have to break down and get into the good habit of checking the calendar before going out. However, Ji Tianwen was not the least bit flustered. His mind is steady as an old dog. It's a shopping center. Would you believe me if I said I came here to take a shower? Meng Lei said expressionlessly. Believe it. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and returned. Lei, as long as it's what you say, I believe it. Ha! Meng Lei laughed out coldly, then said in a strange tone, Mr. Ji, you're quite idle. It's not really free. I've been so busy beating my feet against the back of my head that I didn't even have time to ask you out to dinner. You don't have time to ask me out to dinner, but you have time to accompany a pretty girl to buy a skirt? Meng Lei said angrily. Ji Tianwen, you're really something. With that, he turned and walked away. She was really angry. She had come to the mall to pre-order a pair of couples watches worth $6 million, which she had intended to give to Ji Tianwen. But I didn't expect to run into Ji Tianwen bringing a pretty girl to buy a skirt. It made her feel, in her own way, ridiculous. Ji Tianwen quickly caught up and grabbed Meng Lei's wrist. Meng Lei paused in her footsteps, but didn't turn around. Let go. This is a public place and I don't want to make a fool of myself. Ray, won't you just let me explain? There's nothing to explain. I trust my own eyes more. Since you don't want to hear it now, I'll find you at the office later and explain it to you in person. Hearing this, Meng Lei became even more angry. Breaking away from Ji Tianwen's grip, he took a big step away. Ji Tianman, this asshole, actually wants to accompany that vixen to finish buying clothes before going to her? Looking at Meng Lei's back as she left at a brisk pace, Ji Tianwen couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. That's not a strong woman, that's a jealous woman, but it doesn't matter. In 3 months, the agreement will expire and his part will be almost ready for use. As long as it turned up, it was unstoppable, and whoever dared to stand in the way would be crushed. An hour later, Yu Jingzhu finished her purchases. Not only did she pick out 10 dresses, 5 sets of normal wear, and 3 pairs of shoes, but she also bought the latest gaming phones and tablets, as well as gaming headsets and other matching peripherals. Ji Tianwen, haven't I bought a bit too much? Yu Jingzhu looked at the large bags in the arms of the 2 people behind her and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Not much, that's just where it is. Ji Tian asked back. The things Yu Jingzhu had chosen seemed quite a lot, but together they only added up to about $30,000. It's frugal compared to the gold-digging women who spend 6 figures if they can't move for a bag. Checking out and walking away, the 2 exited the mall. Inside the business car, Ji Tianwen looked at Yu Jingzhu, who was obviously in a much better mood, and asked, Little Yu, are you going home to play the game, or are you going to the company with me? Can't you play games when you go to the office? That's not true. I'll come with you to the office then. Ji Tianwen nodded and instructed the driver to go to the G group, and Yu Jingzhu's arrival, unsurprisingly, sparked hot debate. From the pair of jacket, changed into a blue and white dress, she is less fairy, but still pure and lovely, so people cannot help but look at a few more eyes. The girl beside Mr. G is so pretty. I don't need you to tell me that. Anyone with long eyes can see it. It can't be that Mr. G has elected his new secretary, can it? From the time Son Yabing was transferred to the project department as a manager, there were discerning people who guessed that Son Yabing's probability was to be promoted. The reason why he is still the secretary is simply to smooth the transition. When a suitable successor is found, the title of secretary will not remain on her head. Now that Ji Tianwen had led a girl with a high face value and a good figure to the company, it was naturally easy for people to associate the position of a full-time secretary with having an owner. This has caused a wave of disappointment for many female employees who had this position in mind. Ji Tianwen led Yu Jingzhu to the office and said, Feel free to sit down. If anyone comes in, you can go to the restroom inside. As soon as the words fell, Sonia Bing quietly whispered the door and walked in. On the sofa, Yu Jingzhu, whose butt hadn't even gotten warm yet, stood up and said to Ji Tianwen, I'm going in first. No need, Ji Tianwen said. This is my secretary. There's no need to avoid her when you see her. Sonia Bing's gaze looked up and down at Yu Jingzhu, her heart filled with doubt. Seeing that Ji Tianwen had no intention of introducing herself, she had no choice but to take the initiative to walk forward and extend her right hand. I'm Sonia Bing, Mr. Ji's full-time secretary. Oh, I'm Yu Jingzhu. Yu Jingzhu stretched out her hand and shook Sonia Bing's, then sat down on the sofa, took out her cell phone, and opened the game software. Sonia Bing was even more curious. The other party just said the name and didn't introduce the position. In other words, not an employee of Key's group. Could it be that Mr. Key is enlightened? Oh no, corrupted? When he was puzzled, he heard Ji Tianwen say, Secretary Song, asked to see if there are any employees who are about the same age as Xiao Yu, who play the game very well, and who are at the king's level, and look for 4 of them to come over and give Xiao Yu a group platoon. The internet-addicted girl has just left her home and has not yet gotten over the emotions of being separated from her loved ones. A little more care is in order. Get a few people over to play with her, at least to distract her. Xiao Yu, I'm going out. If you need anything, you can talk to Secretary Song. Ji Tianwen greeted. Yu Jingju nodded obediently and returned. Okay. Ji Tianwen exited the office and went straight to his dad's office. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open and walked in. Dad, isn't my mom here? Ji Tan asked curiously. If you're looking for your mom, go directly to your mom's office and look for her. What are you doing here with me? Ji Woyang asked rhetorically. Ji Tianwen was speechless for a while. Can't you really change this kind of carry-on style of speech? Ji Woyang coughed dryly twice and said, Sit down. I'll call your mom and ask her to come over. In fact, he realized that he needed to change the way he spoke. After all, the transformation of his son was visible to the naked eye. It is indeed inappropriate to still treat it in the same way as before. It's just that habits have become natural and it takes time to change. The call was answered soon after it was dialed. Ji Woyang said bluntly, Your son is looking for you. Come to my office. Who are you two posing with? Bai Jiyu said, If you have something to find me, then come to me to say it. Really give you spoiled. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. Ji Woyang, however, pretended to still be on the phone and said, Alright, since you've begged me, I'll go over to you with my son. Chapter 127 Meng Lei's Gift. Ji Woyang looked at Ji Tianwen and said in a serious manner, Your mom said she doesn't want to move and begged me to take you there. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy on the spot. Dad, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. No, I should say in more than 20 years. You don't believe me? Ji Woyang glared with both eyes. Majestic. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Dad, now I finally understand why every time you make up a blind story, you get caught by my mom with a single glance. This nonsense is really a bit outrageous. Father and son went to Bai Jiyu's office one after the other. It's actually right next door, separated by a wall. Ji Woyang was worried that his wife would tear him down and spoke before him. Our son is looking for us for something. Can't you just come over and say something? Bai Jiyu didn't have much to say. Ji Tianwen forced a smile and said, Mom, I wanted to come over, but my dad called you and said you begged him to bring me over. There's still this matter? Bai Jiyu's gaze turned to Ji Woyang. Ji Woyang snorted coldly and said, This kid is now full of words. Not a word of truth. This is provoking our relationship as husband and wife. Bai Jiyu and her son were all unable to stop laughing at each other. The mother and son had a good understanding and didn't continue to dwell on the issue. And Ji Woyang was quick to change the topic, coughing dryly and asking, You're looking for me and your mom to talk about going to Cloudy Mountain to meet Yu Boyuan, right? Ji Tianwen nodded and acknowledged. That's right. Yu Boyuan said that he had a premonition that his end was near and entrusted his granddaughter to our G group's care. In return, he gave me a cell phone number, said there was a puzzle, or crisis, that couldn't be solved, and his old friend could step in and help out for once. After hearing their son's statement, Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu looked at each other. From a businessman's point of view, this is certainly a good thing. But, also because of the status of businessmen, both of them are a little bit not quite dare to believe that there will be such a good thing, for no reason to come to their own head. Son, haven't you asked Yu Boyuan why he entrusted his granddaughter to the G group? Bai Jiyu was curious. Ji Tianwen returned, asked. Yu Boyuan said that it was the G group that was drawn by lot. Ji Woyang mused. Yu Boyuan may not be telling the truth, but this deal isn't a loss, and there's really no reason to reject it. That's what I thought. So I agreed. Ji Tianwen said. Nightfall. Meng Lei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the crescent moon in the sky, her brows knitted together. That bastard, Ji Tianwen, said he'd come to him to explain, but it's dark and there's still no sign of anyone. Is this not taking her seriously at all, or is he having fun with that pretty girl? Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Meng Lei's eyes brightened, then readjusted to an expressionless state and spoke faintly. Please come in. The door opened, followed by the voice of the secretary. Mr. Meng, are you working overtime? Meng Lei's pink fists clenched, then loosened, and indifferently said, No overtime, you get off work first. Okay, the secretary replied back, turning around and heading out of the office. He was about to close the door when he suddenly saw a young man approaching. Qi, Shu. Ji Tianwen put his index finger up in front of his lips and shook his head at the secretary before cocking his head and signaling him to leave. The secretary glanced toward the office, hesitated briefly, but nodded and lowered her footsteps to leave. Jitan asked as he came to the office door, sharing the door frame and clasping his hands in front of him. Looking at the curvy woman standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes were full of admiration. As far as her body was concerned, Meng Lei was not as exaggerated as Kong Yongqi, but she was also seductive. Just then, she heard Meng Lei suddenly curse, "Bastard!" Then, turning around, a flash of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. Ji Tianwen smiled and greeted, Ray, are you scolding me?" Meng Lei snorted coldly, "I didn't say that. If you're willing to pick up curses, that's your business." Ji Tianwen walked into the office, shaking his head and losing his smile. Ray, surely you still don't know who that girl was who went to the mall with me today, right? You mean, she has some kind of marvelous status? Meng Lei snapped, but the dissatisfaction in her heart didn't dissipate one bit. No matter what the other party's status was, that was no reason for Ji Tianwen to take another girl to the mall when he had a girlfriend. Ji Tianwen revealed the answer. She is Yu Boyuan's granddaughter. Meng Lei was slightly stunned, and then sneered, Mr. Ji is still really powerful. He was able to pick up Yu Boyuan's granddaughter. I have to congratulate you. By hugging Yu Boyuan's thigh, Ji's group can be said to be like a tiger with wings. Yu Boyuan won't live to see this winter. What did you say? This is what Yu Boyuan said himself. Ji Tianwen didn't hide it, and recounted in detail what Yu Boyuan had entrusted to him. This matter wasn't much of a secret, unless it was to hide Yu Jingzhu from the other party. Otherwise, sooner or later, it could be discovered that Yu Jingzhu was deeply connected to the Ji group. Meng Lei came to a realization after hearing this. She didn't suspect that Ji Tianwen was making things up, because there was no need to lie about such things when they could be found out with a little bit of research. Alas, Ji Tianwen sighed and rubbed his brow with a tired look. Meng Lei said with concern, Tian man, is it because you've been working too much this time? It has nothing to do with work. I'm just a bit tired. Ji Tianwen smiled in a self-deprecating manner and said, Lei, I indeed didn't expect that even the most basic trust between us is lacking. Meng Lei instantly felt, as if her heart had been pinched by a large hand, frowned, and explained, Tian man, I was too angry in the morning. I was going to the mall to pick up a gift I had ordered ahead of time and was planning to give you, when I ran into you leading some other girl in a dress shopping spree. So, I didn't hold down the fire. When he finished, he walked behind his desk and pulled open a drawer. Out of it came a four-square, nicely wrapped gift box. Ji Tianwen was stunned, not realizing that there was actually this kind of inside story. Open it up, Meng Lei said with a smile. The gift box was opened, and inside was an exquisitely crafted watch. The black strap, the silky smooth mirror shines in the light, and the dial below is also black, but not pure black, like a frosted material. If you look closely, you can notice a subtle bumpiness, as well as some glow-in-the-dark effects. The pattern on it, which looks like a constellation diagram, is cumbersome but not messy, giving it a unique sense of subtlety. Tian man, how was it? Meng Lei pursed her red lips and asked, do you like it? Chapter 128, Right and Wrong. Ji Tianwen pondered slightly and did not answer, but instead asked rhetorically, Lei, if I'm not mistaken, the pattern on the dial, you designed it yourself? Meng Lei nodded slightly and admitted, I indeed drew the design myself. The pattern seems incomplete. There is another half? Ji Tianwen continued to ask. A bright light crossed Meng Lei's eyes and a very subtle feeling arose in her heart. He actually saw it? Ji Tianwen guessed correctly that the pattern was indeed incomplete. It was just that few people in general could see it. Because of the pattern on there was no intentional stump left behind. No matter how you look at it, it was a complete pattern. Indeed, not all of it. Meng Lei returned, put her hand in front of Ji Tianwen's eyes, and said, the other half, it's here. On her slender white wrist, she wore a lady's watch with a white band and a white background under the dial. Ji Tianwen took the watch out of the box and placed it next to Meng Lei's wrist. If you compare them like this, it's easy to see that the two watches are made of the same materials, such as the strap and dial, except for the different colors. And the pattern makes it even more obvious that it's a couple's watch. Why don't I put it on you? Meng Lei asked. Ji Tianwen shook his head, indicating that there was no need, then put the watch into the box and said, let's leave it here with you first, and I'll come back to get it when I need to attend an important event. A watch can be coaxed, then Meng Lei will inevitably continue to be a demon afterward, and the two need to cool down, not heat up. Right now, Meng Lei was naturally dissatisfied with Ji Tianwen's statement, knitting her eyebrows and asking, Tianwen, are you angry? No. Ji Tianwen shook his head to deny it, then got up and said, I still have some things to do, so I'll go back to the company first. Wait. Meng Lei pushed with both hands, directly pushing Ji Tianwen back onto the sofa. Then, leaning down, he pressed against the backrest of the sofa and kneed his right leg. placing it next to Ji Tianwen's thigh. You say you're not angry, but your behavior is clearly angry. Meng Lei spoke while tossing the red hair hanging over Ji Tianwen's shoulders behind her head. Ji Tianwen laughed with a lazy look of explanation. Meng Lei's eyes were lowered. She came to Ji Tianwen's ear and exhaled. Tianwen, there are so many other things between couples that we haven't done together. Why don't we do it now? Do? Ji Tianwen felt that this word was just as spiritual. A burst of aroma drilled into his nose, and the tickling sensation in his ears hadn't receded. Almost instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Meng Lei's waist. Meng Lei sat directly on his lap, and the distance between the two instantly closed, so close that they could feel each other's nostrils. Any words are superfluous in this situation. However, just as the two were about to kiss, Ray, aren't you off duty yet? A thick man's voice came from the direction of the house door. Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei turned their heads at the same time to see Meng Changming walk in. At this moment, the posture of the two of them could no longer be said to be ambiguous. It was completely intimate and fiery. Meng Lei sat on Ji Tianwen's lap, her hands hugging Ji Tianwen's neck while Ji Tianwen hugged Meng Lei's waist. Meng Changming directly froze. 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out of the door, neither in nor out. Finally, with a dry cough, he said, "Remember to close the door next time." With that, he exited the office and closed the door behind him. Meng Lei's face swished red and her ears felt hot. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd been so embarrassed. "It's all your fault." Meng Lei pounded her pink fist on Ji Tianwen's chest. Lei, can you blame me for this?" Ji Tianwen said in amusement. "If you hadn't stopped me, I would have left just now." "You?" Meng Lei was furious on the spot. "This asshole, he's a great tease at times, but how can he be so straight at others? Does she really want to be right or wrong?" Ray, still going on? Ji Tianwen said with a smile. "Ask that and almost no girl will say they want to continue." Sure enough, Meng Lei stood up straight away and huffed. "I'm getting off work." Ji Tianwen straightened his messy clothes and got up. "Then I'll be going too." As far as his heart was concerned, he didn't feel disturbed by Meng Changming. It's better not to take advantage of a ruthless person like Meng Lei when you can. Wait. Meng Lei picked up the gift box on the coffee table and handed it over. Ji Tianwen hesitated slightly and reached out to take it. After saying hello, he excused himself and left. Back home, Ji Tianwen returned to his room and swiped through the news as usual. I ended up seeing the word savage on the Hot 100 list. Clicking through, it turns out that the trailer for the latest installment of Teenagers in the Field has been released. Clicking in, it was densely packed with all the scratched pop-ups. Awesome. It's awesome. It's the first time I've seen one that dares to offend both Mr. He and Old Huang at the same time. And it's a newcomer. How hard is this big savage's backstage? I have a feeling this big wild man is going to be hot. In fact, as early as 2 days ago, before the trailer was officially released, Ji Tianwen had seen the video of the trailer sent by Qin Shangzhou. 2.5 minutes of regularity, half a minute of scenery, half a minute of other guests. The remaining minute and a half is divided into 3 parts. Part of it was Xiao Zimo disliking He Jiao, part of it was Xiao Zimo disliking Huang Shi, and the last part was Xiao Zimo cursing and spitting. At that time, Qin Shangzhou swore and promised that once the trailer came out, Xiao Zimo would have to rush to the hot search. As it turns out, the new installment of the show has barely begun, and the heat on Big Savage is climbing. Ji Tianwen followed the ad in the comments section and clicked into Xiao Zimo's personal homepage. The latest blog post is, "I just picked up a gem jet. The driving experience is really bad. Whoever wants it, follow me." Retweet the comment with a like, and I'll randomly draw a person in the comments section to give the crappy car away. Below that, there are 9 accompanying images. As far as looks were concerned, Xiao Zimo was still more in line with the aesthetics of stargazers. Plus the fact that it's been refined makes it look even more striking. As of this writing, the comments have surpassed 200,000 and are still growing at an alarming rate. Smoke me, He Jiao and Huang Shi, those 2 cup pretenders. I can't stand them. Wild disliked it wonderfully. Disliked He Huang croaked. The peak ushers in false advocacy. The trough witnesses devout believers. Beginning with face value. Trapped in talent. Loyal to character. 10 years old fan here. Please let me win the lottery once. Except for the people who are trying their best to kiss ass and get a prize. There were also fans of He Jiao and Huang Shi, who were frantically outputting below. Ji Tianwen couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked at the lively comment section. It was estimated that Xiao Zimo's mouth, right now, was going to be crooked with laughter. Couldn't be happy for long, though. When the program airs tomorrow, Xiao Zimo won't even be able to find the tone to cry. Chapter 129, Born to be a Top Stream. Hotel room. Xiao Zimo jumped, so excited that his face turned red. Looking at the growing number of fans, he had the feeling that he was standing on the wind and would soon take off. He took a screenshot of the picture and sent it to Xia Shuyun, then put in a call. It rang for a few moments before the phone sort of picked up. Xiao Zimo's tone was full of excitement. Shuyun, I'm going to be on fire. The trailer has only been out for 2 hours. Guess how many fans I've gained? The other side of the phone. Xia Shuyun wiped her wet hair and asked casually, how much? 120,000. Xiao Zimo laughed out loud. I sent out a lucky draw microblog, and that bunch of stupid netizens licked that professionally in my comment section, and some of them even directly called out to my dad, and really thought I would give them the car. It's quite good to have gained so many fans, Xia Shuyun said perfunctorily. Xiao Zimo, who was in a state of extreme excitement, didn't seem to hear the perfunctory tone of Xia Shuyun's voice, and continued to be in a high mood, saying, speaking of which, if I can be on fire this time, I really have to thank that son of a GT on one. When the show airs, I'm sure I'll be getting offers all the time, and I'll make the most of it, work hard, and try to become top stream as fast as I can. Shuyun, my promise will never change. The day I become a top stream, I will open up my relationship with you. The last sentence, he said with all seriousness. After saying that, the image of Xia Shunyun being moved to tears on the other side of the phone had already appeared in his mind. The truth, however, was that Xia Shunyun didn't have too many mood swings, since GT Man was able to even put her on the spot. She definitely didn't believe that GT Man would be so kind as to help Xiao Zimo accumulate fame. Brother Zimmer, I think it's better not to be too happy, Xia Shuyun kindly reminded. Don't forget, teenagers in the field. It was GT Anwan who recommended you to participate. Shuyun, I know what you're worried about, Xiao Zimo said in a spirited manner. Maybe that son of a GT Anwan is intentionally trying to make me offend people. But what does that matter? As long as I'm on fire and the traffic is with me, whitewashing is a matter of minutes. You look at the practice of 2.5 years of that personal contact student, the beginning of the whole network black, and now do not also receive big name endorsements. Black fans are black in blackout feelings. Xia Shuyun wanted to say something, but felt that it wasn't completely unreasonable. Black and red is still red, and it's better than no fame at all. Xiao Zimo continued, I won't hide it from you. There have been a few entertainment companies that have contacted me through private messages, presumably wanting to sign me up. I didn't promise them. By the time the show is over, my hotness will have skyrocketed. When we get to that point, the terms will be much more favorable to me. Xiao Zimo spoke highly of a bright future. When the call hung up, he realized that in just a moment's time, he had gained over 20,000 more followers. The next day, 7:30 p.m. G. Tianwen turned on the TV in the house and turned on the pop-up to watch the latest installment of Teenagers in the Field. He actually didn't have the habit of watching variety shows, but because of Xiao Zimo, he decided to take a look. At the beginning of the program, Xiao Zimo was kind of acting polite, but when it comes to the work session, it's all kinds of lazy and touchy-feely, and the pop-up content is presented as unfriendly. Then came surprise guests Hoju and Yellowstone. The two men collect their assignment cards and go to wake up their guests separately. The editors clearly know how to whet the appetite, and the segment with Yellowstone waking up the guests was shown first. The process was very smooth. Everyone who saw Huang Shi was all pleasantly surprised, and each one of them bent over and bowed with a very low stance. Objectively speaking, this part is kinda brilliant, but the audience's expectations, obviously, are not here. Finally, the camera switches to Hijio. The pop-ups instantly became dense, obscuring even the characters. I'm already looking forward to it. Here it comes. The exciting part is coming. High energy ahead. Non-combatants evacuate quickly. When the entire process of Xiao Zimo disliking Hijio was played, the pop-up screen exploded. In the trailer of the program, it just released a clip of Xiao Zimmer disliking Hijio, and Hijio angrily scolding Xiao Zimmer for not being dedicated enough, with no antecedents. Now that you understand what's going on, public opinion is lopsided in favor of Hijio. This big savage, what an oddball, not only with his odd name, but even more odd behavior. Mister, he's got a really good temper. If it were me, I would have slapped him with a big pussy pocket. It's outrageous. Teacher He complied with the program's arrangement, and Big Savage actually disliked Teacher He and said the director didn't let him get up, so he's a chicken. This is one of the few pop-ups that shows up properly. Most of them are a series of asterisk signs with only a few words showing up. For example, meet Big Savage. After this intense wave of encrypted pop-ups, the show continued. When they saw Huang Shi choose to let Xiao Zimo to burn the fire for him, the netizens' expectations were instantly pulled full. Again. All departments get ready. High energy warning. It's different from before when Hoju was disliked. Huang Shi was disliked by Xiao Zimo this time, but what he got in return was a screen full of praise. What a TNND relief. I declare that the Great Savage is my internet mouth replacement. Huang Shi, you also have today. Ha. If one looked closely, one could actually see Yellowstone's fans speaking out. accusing Xiao Zimo of disrespecting his seniors and not being polite at all. But, with a screen full of mocking pop-ups, it doesn't even stand out. In the meantime, the top 10 of the social media hit list has been taken up by the program Teenagers in the Field, which has taken up 4 of the top 10. The Great Savage Shark is crazy. Hojo rarely gets angry. Yellowstone blackface. The Great Savage stirs up anger. This phenomenon is, to say the least, rare. In most cases, variety shows are on the hot seat an hour or two after they've aired. This time, however, it was on the hot seat before it even finished airing, and it's still 4 words at a time. So you can see how hot this wave is. Xiao Zimo looked at the TV screen and was so happy to see the screen full of pop-ups discussing him that he couldn't even close his mouth. In fact, his mental expectations were low before he went on the show. After all, those resident guests have a large fan base. It's really hard to try to steal heat and footage from them. But now, without any suspense, he is the biggest winner of the episode, earning the audience's attention and becoming a veritable talking head. Ha 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 ha. Lousy is a born top streamer. Xiao Zimo laughed out loud and raised his arms, and while he let loose with a big laugh, the most explosive part of the episode is officially on. Chapter 130, Lifting the Table. Slow-paced lifestyle variety shows like these often have a reunion dinner near the end. The same is true of The Boys in the Field. The guests sat around the long table, eating and chatting at the same time, and the atmosphere was truly harmonious. You really can't get enough of Mr. Huang's dishes. Hee-jo gave Huangshi a thumbs up. The rest of the guests saw this and commanded harmony, giving Yellowstone the stink eye. This cooking skill of Mr. Huang is really superb. I've never been so full, and I want more, but my stomach just won't hold it. Mr. Huang's cooking has a taste of home. In the face of compliments, Huangshi said with a tone of regret, actually, the fire is still a bit short. If it wasn't for the big savage messing me up, it would have been perfect. At this very moment, Xiao Zimo carried a tray and walked over to the table, smiled shyly and said, I'm really sorry about today. We'll be parting soon, and I've been reflecting on the fact that there are so many parts of today that I'm sorry for, so have a bowl of soup. Everyone found it baffling, and from the looks on their faces, it was clear that a number of people were not willing to accept the apology. In the end, it was Hee-jo who stood up to round off the situation, saying, no one is a sage. The Great Savage knows his mistakes and corrects them. We should give him a chance. When he finished, he was the first to take out a bowl of soup from the tray. The rest of the guests saw this and squeezed out smiles as they took soup from their trays. Only Huangshi remained faceless and directly got up to leave the table. Seeing that the scene is going to be cold, Hee-jo raised the soup bowl and proposed to clink glasses. Come on, let's drink to the fact that the Great Savage knows his mistakes. The rest of the people present, except for Huangshi, naturally did not dare to refuse, and all extended their bowls. At this time, the camera gave Xiao Zimo a close-up. Only the corners of his mouth rose in a wicked smile. The standard movie and TV show villain, grinning after the plot has succeeded. Immediately afterward, the scene switches to the expressions of the soup-drinking crowd. Everyone without exception, their expressions became subtle with a hint of pain. Hee-jo forced himself to endure the discomfort and asked, Big Savage, what kind of soup are you making? Mr. Huang made the soup. Xiao Zimo returned. Hee-jo was very skeptical about this. He had eaten Yellowstone's cooking many times. I can't say it was particularly tasty, at least it wasn't particularly bad, but this bowl of soup is a totally dark dish that makes you sick to your stomach. However, for the sake of face, he still revealed a smile and said, this soup made by Mr. Huang tastes really good. The rest of the guests nodded their heads in unison and hardened their commands and, there's no need to doubt Mr. Huang's cooking skills at all. I've never had such a good soup. Absolute. What a masterpiece. With a chorus of praise, Yellowstone returned to his original position. Everyone looked at Huangshi in unison. Some fresh meat changed into a fawning smile and inquired, Mr. Huang, this soup you made, what cuisine does it belong to? Huangshi returned, purple cabbage and egg flour soup, belonging to the Sichuan cuisine series, is best suited to be quoted at the end of a meal. After saying that, from the soup pot on the table, he scooped out a bowl of soup, took 2 sips, and said, the vinegar was put in a little bit less, so if any of you like vinegar, you can put in more. If it were usual, someone would have picked up on it at this point, stating that they don't like vinegar, only cooking vinegar or something like that, but at the moment, no one was in that mood. Hee-jo and the others' expressions changed as they looked at the soup in the bowl. On the surface of the soup, a layer of oily stars floated and looked cloudy. You can even see white foam if you look closely. How the hell can you look at it and not see that it's nori egg drop soup? Compare it to the seaweed and egg drop soup on the table. In the soup pot, solid hammer, definitely not a soup. Mr. Huang, you didn't make any other soup, did you? Someone asked. Huangshi shook his head and returned. No, just made this soup. I was going to make one more soup, but let the unqualified savages ruin it. After speaking, he glared at Xiao Zimo as if he meant it. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. How could they not realize that they had been tricked? In the next moment, all of them glared angrily at Xiao Zimo. Great savage, Mr. Huang just made a soup, and yet you say that the soup was made by Mr. Huang. What is your intention? This is the soup made by Mr. Huang. Xiao Zimo looked innocent and swore. If you don't believe me, go to the kitchen and see for yourselves. There's more in the pot. Seeing him speak with such certainty, many people began to waver again. The savage said that the soup was made by Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, however, said that only one soup was made. Who's really lying? At this time, as if he thought of something, Yellowstone stared wide-eyed and said, Big Savage, these soups of yours, are they served from inside the big iron pot in the kitchen? Right. Xiao Zimo acknowledged with a nod. The corners of Huangshi's mouth twitched madly, then he slapped his hands together and said, That's my brushwater. Boom! All those who drank the soup, one by one, turned pale as if struck by lightning. When they reacted, they all ran to the side, frantically dry-heaving. Some even just vomit furiously. Looking at Xiao Zimo again, his innocent expression disappeared and he laughed out coldly. He said angrily, Big Savage, you did it on purpose, didn't you? That's right. Lao Zi just did it on purpose. Xiao Zimo showed his cards, mouthing the words that we are a big family, a collective, sharing the same blessings, sharing the same difficulties, but none of them called me at dinner. If you don't treat me like a human being, why should I treat you like one? After saying that, he angrily walked over to the table, clasped his hands on the edge of the table, lifted it up with force, and cursed, If you don't let me on the table, don't even eat. Tinkerbell. Pots and pans were scattered all over the floor. Viewers watching the show were frantically posting pop-ups in the moment. Blow out. It's blowing up. In the past, when He drank brush pot water and also complimented Huangshi, it was just a terrier. I didn't realize that the big savage actually took this terrier and turned it into reality. Holy, this melon child is really crazy. Those watching, however, are a very small minority. More than anything else, the fans of each were all pissed off at this moment. I can't believe I'm making our brother drink brush water. Sisters, in 3 seconds I want all the information on this big savage. Our brother is so hardworking, so good, so kind. He shouldn't be treated like this. Big Savage, wait for me. I'll do anything for my brother. Tianwen didn't have the heart to continue reading when he saw this. Grabbed the remote and turned the TV off. He was already certain that Xiao Zimo wouldn't be able to make it in this circle. There is even a question mark over whether personal safety can be guaranteed. Sleep. G10 turned off the lights. Just lie down. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened. A familiar and peculiar aroma came in. Tianwen, let's double row together. Chapter 131, Sleeping in the Same Bed. Up until this moment, Xiao Zimo hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. This is despite the fact that his Twitter comments, as well as private messages, are filled with countless insults and curses. But, he ignored it all. You can't hang out in the stick country without a strong heart. Zimmer Xiao had been specially trained, by a team of professionals, on the nature of traffic. So, in his opinion, this situation is quite normal. However, he forgot that the little population of the stick country is not at all on the same level as the great country. Soon, Xiao Zimo's cell phone rang. It was an unknown caller. Xiao Zimo's heart rejoiced, thinking that 9 times out of 10, it was whichever agency that was going to throw an olive branch at him. He deliberately delayed putting the call through until he was about to hang up. Hi, I'm your mom. A manic-sounding woman's voice came out of the receiver. Big Savage, right? I'll do as you wish. When I catch you, I'll send you to the primitive forest to become a savage. Nuts. Xiao Zimo cursed and hung up the phone directly. Just when he was wondering how the cell phone number was leaked, another unfamiliar caller called. He hesitated to connect. Big Savage, I #you and %** and carrot. Over the next half hour, his cell phone was subjected to a steady stream of incoming calls, as well as captchas from a variety of platforms. Xiao Zimo was initially worried that he would miss out on business cooperation, but later, being scolded to the point of skepticism, they couldn't care less about business cooperation and just turned the phone off. It took him 3 cigarettes in a row to get his breath back. Calm down, calm down. These are the things you have to go through to become a top stream. Xiao Zimo consoled himself and pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Connecting to Wi-Fi and opening Weibo, Xiao Zimo clicked into the #BigSavage entry. Then, on the spot, his eyes widened and he felt his scalp tingle. Sisters, I found the car the Big Savage is going to raffle off. I'm in position. Call for backup. I'm at the Red Tower Hotel. Sisters wait, I'll be right down. Smash the car. Throwing feces. Throw eggs. Let the big wild man know what happens when he bullies our brother. That's right. Brothers brushing water can't be wasted. Sisters keep watch. The big savage must be in the hotel, and together we'll guard the best brother in the world. Xiao Zimo immediately got out of bed and ran to the window, only to see that on the open parking lot in front of the hotel, there were indeed 7 or 8 girls gathered around his jewel jet. He hurried back to the bed and grabbed the landline on the nightstand. Hello, front desk? There are several people outside sneaking around my car. You guys hurry up and send security and get rid of those guys. The car is a jewel jet, and the license plate is. The phone hung up. Xiao Zimo still felt palpitations. Taking several deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Zimo seriously suspected that someone had deliberately messed with him in this wave. There are more than enough jewel jets of the same model, and he didn't forget to code the license plate number for the treatment when he took the picture. How did those rabid brainiacs pinpoint his car? However, now is not the time to think about that. It was imperative to get his feet wet as soon as possible and find an opportunity to leave this place of wrongdoing. Otherwise, he would certainly not dare to sleep tonight. Xiao Zimo hurriedly packed up his things, put on his baseball cap and mask all over, and hurried out of the room. Early in the morning, the sun is halfway out from sea level. Ji Tianwen woke up from her sleep. Picking up his cell phone, he squinted at the time. The screen says it's 4:45 in the morning. Ji Tianwen slowly sat up, feeling somewhat incredulous. Last night, he accompanied Zhao Cheng in a double row and played the game until 1 in the morning. I thought for sure I wouldn't be able to wake up in the morning, but I didn't expect to wake up as usual. It seems like the biological clock has taken hold. Ji Tianwen yawned and stretched. I was about to get out of bed, wash my face, and head out to work out when I felt something pressing against my leg. Turning on the bedside lamp, Ji Tianwen was dumbstruck. Pressed against his leg, it was clearly a snow-white and slender calf. Looking again next to the pillow, Yu Jingzhu, who had headphones hanging around her neck, was sound asleep. I can't believe this chick didn't leave last night. Looking at the young girl's serene and pretty face, it was hard for him to think that such a girl with the image of a girl next door could be the same person as the trash-talking internet addict girl from last night. Then look at the half-white mass of snow unintentionally exposed in front of her body as she slept. Ji Tianwen's throat involuntarily swallowed, feeling a bit dry. Xiao Yu? Ji Tianwen nudged the internet-addicted girl next to her. Yu Jingzhu didn't move a muscle, remaining in a deep sleep. Ji Tianwen thought about it and felt that it was better to send the other party back just to be on the safe side. That's fine if there are only 2 people in the house, but the reality is that there are not only parents, but also aunts who cook and clean. Whoever saw it had to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Ji Tianwen gingerly picked up the young girl in a horizontal embrace, out the door and straight to the 3rd floor. However, just put the young girl to bed. Yu Jingzhu suddenly opened her eyes. Ji Tianwen, what do you want? Jitan asked. Yu Jingzhu sat up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Then, as if realizing something, she hurriedly looked down and said vigilantly, what are you doing in my room? Is it because you want to do something bad to me while I'm asleep? Jitan asked. If you don't say anything, I'll shout out, Yu Jingzhu said, opening her mouth to shout out. Ji Tianwen hurriedly stepped forward and covered the other party's mouth with nothing good to say. Yu Jingzhu, what's wrong with you? Last night you were in my room playing a game, and this morning when I realized you hadn't left and was kind enough to send you back, you had to plant a false accusation against me? Your bull ****** ting me, Yu Jingzhu retorted in a petulant voice. After you fell asleep last night, I went back to my room. How could I possibly sleep in your room? Ji Tianwen was too lazy to break up with it, took out his cell phone, and said, there is surveillance in the corridor. I'll call it out for you. See for yourself if you've left. Just look. Yu Jingzhu moved in front of the screen. With a flurry of operations, Ji-10 chose to view the video replay of the 2nd floor corridor. As a result, he was surprised to find that at 1:20 a.m., Yu Jingzhu left his room and went up to the 3rd floor. Ji Tianwen, what else do you have to say? Yu Jingzhu pushed him away, her face full of disgust. I really didn't expect that you were actually this kind of person. Despicable, shameless, nasty and perverted. Pervert. Ji Tianwen was simply speechless and even wondered if he hadn't woken up yet. Obviously when he opened his eyes in the morning, he found Yu Jingzhu lying next to him with her leg still pressed against his leg. How come the surveillance video shows that Yu Jingzhu went back to her room on the 3rd floor last night? Chapter 132, Sleepwalking. Unbelieving. Ji Tianwen continued to check the video after 1:20. Finally, tuning in at 2:30 allowed him to find evidence that cleared him. See for yourself. Ji Tianwen pulled Yu Jingzhu in front of the cell phone screen. Yu Jingzhu reacted strongly and was immediately about to break free. But when he saw the image displayed on his cell phone screen, he froze on the spot. The footage shows her descending from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor with her eyes closed. Then, when he reached the outside of Ji Tianwen's room, He twisted the doorknob, pushed the door and walked in. What the hell is going on here? Yu Jingju was confused, then anxious and angry, with an appearance of not understanding what the situation was at all. You ask me? Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy, then clasped his hands in front of his body and shook his head. Xiao Yu I didn't expect. You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you're actually so open, pretending to sleepwalk in the middle of the night and running towards my house with your eyes closed. Yu Jingju gasped. I have no idea what's going on. By the way, you just said sleepwalking. I was probably sleepwalking at that time. Ji Tianwen snorted. Then I'll give President Yu a call and ask if you used to sleepwalk. Don't fight. Yu Jingju hurriedly blocked it and said with a serious expression. You believe me? I really don't know how I ran away from your house last night. I remember that after I went back to the house, I played a game and went to sleep. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, Xiao Yu, how did you just scold me? I didn't scold you. Yu Jingju shook her head in denial. Ji Tianwen raised his head and said, it's fine if you don't want me to call President Yu. Now go out with me to work out and no sleeping during the day. Yu Jingju's jaw dropped. Ji Tianwen, are you sure you're not joking? I didn't go to sleep until almost 2 o'clock last night, but now it's only after 5 o'clock, so I've slept for more than 3 hours. I didn't ask you to stay up late at night playing video games, so just tell me if you listen to me or not. Listen, I'll listen. Very well, wash your face, change into looser clothes and leave in 5 minutes. Ji Tianwen felt that since Yu Buiyuan had asked him to take care of Yu Jingju, he had to take responsibility. Other than that, at least correct the other person's routine first. Running in the morning and not sleeping during the day. He didn't believe that Yu Jingju would still have the energy to play games at night. Morning exercise is over. Ji-ten finished his shower, ate breakfast, and took the yawning, groggy internet addict to the office. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a figure wiping the coffee table with a rag. Ji Tianwen felt that this back figure looked indescribably familiar and said uncertainly, Yi Ching? The figure that was cleaning stopped and turned around. Brother Tianwen. Oh no, Mr. Ji, you came to work so early. How did you dress up like this? Ji Tianwen's expression was complicated and difficult to describe. With the young girl's face and body, she naturally holds up to any outfit, but Ji Tianwen, who was used to the casual dress of a young girl, felt a bit out of place anyhow. White shirt, wrap skirt, high heels, hair in the back of her head. Although it is a standard workplace dress, but wearing in Zhaoyicheng, how to look at how to give a person a kind of deliberately playing mature feeling. Tian, Ji, the handbook that Secretary Song gave me says that as the general manager's full-time secretary, grooming is important, and I'm dressing up according to what it says, Zhaoyicheng said with reason. When he finished, he turned his back, pulled a small book out of his pocket, flipped it open and glanced at it, then put it away. Zhaoyicheng turned around with her trademark smile on her face, bent down and made a gesture of invitation and said, Mr. Ji, please take a seat and I'll give you a report on today's schedule. The corners of Ji Tianwen's mouth twitched, feeling goosebumps coming out. Still, he pushed through the discomfort to see what the young girl had done to prepare herself. Ji Tianwen took a step towards his desk, only to hear a panicked voice from behind him just 2 steps away. Hey. Turning her head, she saw the young girl in high heels, swinging her arms, both feet moving continuously on the floor, her body shaking, searching for balance. It was thanks to the fact that the young girl was a practiced athlete. If she were an ordinary person, she would have already broken her ankle. Ji Tianwen hurriedly stepped forward, holding Zhao Yicheng's arm and letting her sit on the sofa, saying with little kindness, Yicheng, you're thinking that you've gotten used to being in the hospital and want to be hospitalized next, aren't you? Zhao Yicheng shook her head somewhat sheepishly and laughed awkwardly. Mr. Ji, I didn't know that these high heels were so hard to wear, harder than stepping on stilts or walking on plum blossom stakes, and the toes are particularly uncomfortable, but it's okay, I'll just get used to it. Ji Tianwen ignored Zhao Yicheng's defense and sat beside her, leaning down to grab her calf and put it on his lap, then took off his high heels and inspected her ankle. At this time, Yu Jingju walked in and frowned. Ji Tianwen, you've gone a bit overboard. You didn't let me sleep at home and had to drag me to the company just so I could see how you suborned your female subordinates? Zhao Yicheng was not happy at that time and raised her willow eyebrows. Who are you? What gives you the right to talk about my Tianwen brother like that? You people still don't know the difference? Yu Jingju also got angry and huffed. I'm obviously speaking for you, but you're good. You even stood on Ji Tianwen's side and questioned me. Are you willingly being suborned by him? Zhao Yicheng was still about to speak, but Ji Tianwen interrupted. Yicheng, don't pay any attention to her. She has sleepwalking syndrome. You stay away from her, lest it infects you. Zhao Yicheng blinked her big eyes twice and questioned. Is sleepwalking still contagious? Yu Jingju, on the other hand, was furious and said in a loud voice, "Ji Tianwen, at the expense of me thinking that you were a good person before, my grandpa asked you to take care of me, and that's how you're taking care of me? Won't let me sleep when I'm sleepy, had to drag me out for a run, and then, again, let me watch you submarine a female subordinate." Ji Tianwen had already confirmed that Zhao Yicheng's ankle was not injured and stood up. "Little you, I'm being responsible for you. You can make a call to President Yu. If he tells me to just take care of your food and drink and nothing else, then I'll do it right away." Yu Jingzhu gasped. "I'm not going to fight. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Do whatever you like." With that, he headed straight for the restroom. Zhao Yicheng looked at the other party's back, inexplicably feeling uncomfortable, and asked curiously, "Brother Tianwen, who is she?" "The president of the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce, Yu Boi Yuan's granddaughter." Ji Tianwen explained briefly and said, "Don't worry about her. I'll give you a few requests now." Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Yicheng take out the small book from his pocket. Chapter 133, Meeting Classmates in Magic City. "Brother Tianwen, oh no, no, no." Zhao Yicheng slapped his head in chagrin and corrected, "Mr. G, what are your orders? I'll write them down." She had her book on her lap and a pen in her hand, looking ready to take notes. "Sit down." Ji Tianwen pulled Zhao Yicheng back onto the sofa and cried, "Yicheng, don't you feel awkward?" Zhao Yicheng scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. It's a bit awkward, but it'll be fine when I get used to it." "I can't get used to it," Ji Tianwen said. "When you're a secretary, the most important thing is still the work. It's not about what you have to wear or what you call yourself, but I see all the secretaries in the company dress like me. You're not like them. I give you license to wear normal clothes." Zhao Yicheng's heart warmed and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. "Brother Tianman says she's not like the others." Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment, worrying that the other party's fine qualities of doing a job, loving a job, and being dedicated to his work came into play. So he continued, "Ezra, don't forget that besides being a secretary, you're also my bodyguard. In case there's an emergency and you need to lift your hands and move your feet, it's inconvenient for one thing for you to be dressed like this, and it's also easy to get naked. So it's better to change back into your old, casual clothes." Zhao Yicheng agreed with alacrity and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. "Brother Tianwen, then I'll listen to you." Changing back into his original costume, Ji Tianwen felt much smoother. Zhao Yicheng also felt much more relaxed and picked up her notebook, then started her daily work against the contents of the small book. Having rehearsed in advance, she worked like a professional secretary, though still not as good as a professional secretary, dealing with an email. Every now and then he looked up at Ji Tianwen. Zhao Yicheng felt fulfilled and somewhat accomplished. At least she was, now, no longer only useful in a fight. Noon, Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng went to eat at the small cafeteria that specialized in hosting high-level executives. The dining environment is quieter than the large cafeteria, and there are separate private rooms. Instead of a cafeteria, it would be more appropriate to call it a restaurant. Halfway through the meal, Song Yabing arrived late. After taking her seat, she asked with a smile as she ate, "Mr. G, is it okay to work with Qing?" "Not bad." Ji Tianwen nodded. "Thanks to your good arrangement." Zhao Yicheng didn't fail to hear the deeper meaning of these words, and after smiling sweetly, she continued to feast. Song Yabing then smiled sarcastically. "Mr. G, if you think, I don't mean to blame you, this is fine," Ji Tianwen said indifferently. Regarding the position of secretary, the roles played by Zhao Yicheng and Song Yabing were definitely very different. Zhao Yicheng had been busy all morning, but her usefulness was actually very limited. However, Ji Tianwen didn't care, and took it as coaxing the young girl to play. Anyway, if Zhao Yicheng couldn't handle the work, there were other people to handle it. Furthermore, Ji Tianwen didn't think that Zhao Yicheng would really be able to hold out. After the novelty wore off, it wasn't that interesting. Song Yabing sidetracked, "Mr. G, I went to the 4S store at noon to make up the agreement, and guess who I met? Xia Shuyun and Xiao Zimo?" Xia Shuyun did not see, just Xiao Zimo alone. His car was sprayed with paint. It was the fans of those traffic stars who did it, and I also saw him take pictures and send them to Twitter. Ji Tianwen nodded slightly and didn't pay any more attention to Xiao Zimo's matter, but asked, "How is the situation with the Xia group?" Song Yabing returned, "It shouldn't be more than a few days. There are several companies that have found Xia Jianda, hoping to acquire the shares in his hands. They should be intending to go public on a shell." "But, Ji Ten questioned. "But what?" Song Yabing returned, "Xia Shenyun got on a plane to Mordor early this morning, and for the time being, I don't know her intentions." "Going to the magic capital?" Ji Tianwen murmured, his eyes thoughtful. He rummaged through the memories of his previous life, but he couldn't recall what connections Xia Shuyun had in Mordor. Couldn't figure it out, so just stopped thinking about it. Soldiers come and go. water comes and floods the earth. He wanted to see if Xia Shuyun could bring back the soon-to-be tumbling edifice that was the Xia Group. Magic City, a fine dining restaurant situated on the banks of the river. Xia Shuyun sat in the private room, lifting her wrist many times to check the time, and the expression on her face gradually became unsightly. She came to Mordor this time to meet someone named Tian Miaoyan. Tian Miaoyan was her high school classmate and best friend during high school. Of course, this was only Xia Shuyun's unilateral belief. In the eyes of outsiders, Tian Miaoyan was actually just like Sun Jiejia, belonging to Xia Shuyun's followers. In addition to running errands for her, another role was to act as a green leaf to better complement her red flower. Why isn't it coming? Xia Shuyun tightened her brows and her tone became impatient. The appointment to meet was at 11:30 noon, but it was now 12:15, and there was still no sign of Tian Miaoyan. Just as Xia Shuyun took out her cell phone, intending to make a call and ask what the situation was. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It's been said that my friend will be here soon. Is it necessary to keep rushing so much? Xia Shuyun was annoyed. The waiter had rushed her 3 times since 11:30, asking if she wanted to be served. This made Xia Shuyun very upset. The service in the restaurant industry in the Magic City is a little too bad. Ka-ching. The door handle turns. A figure walked in, but not a waitress in overalls. The woman who walked in looked to be in her early 20s. She had a standard melon face with a fair complexion, long hair draped over her shoulders, and a light smile on her delicate face. Her knitted brows and smile all gave people a feeling of dignity and elegance. The strapless bubble-sleeve t-shirt and a short black dress show off a figure with few proportions perfectly. What's with the temper? Old classmate? Are you angry that I came late? Tian Miaoyan spoke while hanging the high-luxury customized bag on her shoulder on the coat rack in the corner. Are you, Miaoyan? Xia Shuyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Tian Miaoyan snapped. All told, we haven't seen each other in only 5 years, right? I didn't expect you to forget all about me. No, 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 it's just that you've changed so much that I don't dare to recognize you. Xia Shuyun hurriedly explained. It wasn't really a blame for her to be so out of sorts. It was really the Tian Miaoyan in front of her. Comparing to her high school days, she was completely two people. Tian Miaoyan in high school was not only obese, but also full of pimples and her complexion was not so white. Now, on the other hand, it's radiant and standard goddess-like. Chapter 134, to steal the business of the Keys Group. Old classmate. That big wild man from last night's Teenagers in the Fields looks familiar to me. Is it Xiao Zimo? Tian Miaoyan inquired. Xia Shuyun didn't pick up the conversation and ordered the waiter to serve the food, then invited Tian Miaoyan to take a seat. Obviously, she didn't want to answer that question. However, Tian Miaoyan broke the pot and asked, Old classmate, you still haven't answered me. That big wild man, is it Xiao Zimo? Seeing that she couldn't avoid the question, Xia Shuyun could only nod her head and reply, It's him. Oh, Tian Miaoyan nodded her head in understanding, then said, Huangshi has placed a blocking order in the industry, requiring all agencies as well as studios in Mordor not to have any commercial cooperation with Xiao Zimo. I know about your relationship with Xiao Zimo, but I'll be honest, the people Xiao Zimo has offended this time are just too many. If it's just those few traffic stars alone, it's fine. The key is Huangshi and Hejio. These two have a wide range of connections, and I really can't do much to help. Xia Shuyun shook her head. Miaoyan, I didn't come to find you for Xiao Zimo's matter. Me and Xiao Zimo, we're not as familiar as you think. In the past, she hated to be associated with Xiao Zimo and everything. But now, no matter who mentioned Xiao Zimo in front of her, she felt that it was mocking her. Old classmates, then let's just catch up today, just so we can relive those youthful days as well. Tian Miaoyan said with a smile. Xia Shuyun awkwardly accompanied the smile, only to feel that this former follower, not only was his appearance completely different from the original, but his inner self had also undergone a complete transformation. In fact, it was only recently that she realized that Tian Miaoyan, her high school follower, was actually the great daughter of the owner of one of the leading entertainment companies in Magic City. Moreover, in her family, there was another person who was the leader of a certain department in the imperial capital, so her strength could not be described as not strong. Within a short time, a delicately plated dish was brought to the table. Xia Shuyun opened a bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses. Recall the past, talk about the present, and look to the future. These 12 words can be described as the normal flow of meeting classmates. However, Xia Shuyun was not following the normal process. It was because she had come to ask for Tian Miaoyan's help, and Tian Miaoyan had been acting as her follower during her high school years, being called around like a servant girl. Bringing up these unfavorable memories would only make it harder for her to talk next. However, while she did not mention it, Tian Miaoyan took the initiative to bring it up. Instead of anger, the words were all nostalgia. Xia Shuyun was embarrassed and raised her glass. Miaoyan, I'm really sorry, I didn't know at the time that your family was so powerful. It's okay. Tian Miaoyan waved her hand, full of concern. At that time, my family had not yet begun to do business. And besides, it's all in the past. We were only in our teens at that time, carefree. Unlike now, we have to be busy chasing fame and fortune. Xia Shuyun breathed a sigh of relief and smoothly skipped the part of reminiscing about the past and talked about what happened after high school graduation. Tian Miaoyan listened patiently and said thoughtfully, "So, you are regretting breaking up with Ji Tianwen?" Xia Shuyun shook her head and threw her voice. "I don't regret it. I'm going to use my strength to prove that without Ji Tianwen, my life is still wonderful." Well said. Tian Miaoyan clapped her hands in praise and raised her wineglass. Ding! The goblets clashed with a crisp sound. Xia Shunyun finished half of the red wine in her cup in one gulp and then said, "Second yen. I came here this time because I want to cooperate with you for a while." Cooperation? Tian Miaoyan said in disbelief. "My family's current business is all focused on the entertainment company piece. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can cooperate with the Xia Group on, right?" This is considered to be a more implicit statement. After all, with the Xia Group's current situation of such a stormy situation, even if there is a place where we can cooperate, no one dares to trust, so a partner who will fall at any time. Xia Shuyun said in detail, "Xia's Group, I already don't intend to save it anymore. There are a few companies that have their eyes on Xia's Group and intend to borrow the shell to go public. Most of the shareholders in the company have already started to waver. My plan is to sell the shares I'm holding, and then we'll each contribute a portion of the capital to set up a company that specializes in live broadcasting." Live broadcast? Tian Miaoyan pondered, the drunkenness in her eyes subsiding. She actually has her eye on the live bandwagon and has plans to test the waters. If Xia Shuyun wanted to cooperate, it wasn't impossible. It's just that there are some issues that still need to be figured out. "Shuyun, how much do you plan to invest?" Tian Miaoyan asked. This was the first time she had called Xia Shuyun by her first name since she entered the private room. Prior to that, it had always been about calling old classmates. Xia Shuyun's eyes crossed a flash of determination. I roughly calculated, my hands of the shares, plus some of the assets under my name, all realized, can come up with $60 million out. I intend to bet on all. I'll put up $60 million. You put up $40 million, and we'll come up with $100 million to set up a company. For share distribution, you're 60% and I'm 40%. Hearing this statement, a flash of surprise crossed Tian Miaoyan's eyes. Typically, when two people are in a partnership, there is a direct relationship between the percentage of capital contribution and the percentage of shares. Simply put, whoever contributes more money gets more shares. However, Xia Shunyun reversed the ratio of capital contribution and shareholding. It's not quite right, is it? Tian Miaoyan laughed. You contributed more money. You should take up more shares. Xia Shunyun said with a straight face. Miaoyan, although I contribute more money, but in the entertainment industry, you have more experience than me. And after the establishment of the new company, it is unavoidable to use the help of your family's company, and it's only right that you take up more shares. Tian Miaoyan pondered for a moment, did not give an immediate answer, but said, $40 million is not a small amount. In this matter, there is no way for me to make a decision on my own. I need to discuss this with my family. Yes. Xia Shuyun nodded in agreement. Tian Miaoyan continued to pursue. Shuyun, how did you come up with the idea of doing live streaming with goods? Just now I told you that Ji's group is playing a big game of chess, and from the news that has flowed out so far, more than 90% of the possibilities are that it's going to create a live broadcasting base, and the whole park is built around the live broadcasting base. You mean the reason why you chose to invest in live streaming bandwagons is to steal Ji's group's business? One could think so, but it's only one side of the reason. Xia Shunyun said, Ji's group such a big action. It must be a decision after careful consideration. I don't just want to rob Ji's group's business. I also want to make Ji's group's blood money return to nothing. Tian Miaoyan nodded her head in understanding, feeling that this statement made sense. Chapter 135, Then I'll Call You Sister Piggy? Tian Miaoyan took a sip of red wine and analyzed. Ji's group has grown to the point where it's at a bottleneck. This time, since the construction is a park, it shows that the ambition is not small, and there should not be just one, but multiple live bases inside, as well as supporting facilities. In other words, this is the industry that Ji Group uses to break the bottleneck. And if it's done right, then the influence will skyrocket and no longer be limited to this corner of Pingzhou City. Xia Shunyun nodded. Then as if she thought of something, she queried, Miaoyan, do you know the Ji Group? Well, she remembered very clearly that just 10 minutes ago, the other party had said that they didn't know much about the businesses in Pingzhou City. Tian Miaoyan froze and returned. It's true that I don't know much about the Ji Group, but I went to high school in Pingzhou City after all. At that time, the Ji Group was already the leading company in Pingzhou City. The choice to invest in emerging industries to break the upward bottleneck is actually solid enough now. After saying that, Tian Miao got up and said, I'll go and make a call to my family. If we can finalize the investment, then we'll do something together. Good. Xia Shunyun nodded, and couldn't help but begin to look forward to it in her heart. She's been repressed for too long and needs a good turnaround. At the same time, it also let Ji Tianwen know the price of teasing him. Late afternoon, Ji Tianwen took Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu and returned to the seaside villa. The table was filled with a wide variety of dishes, and it was scrumptious. Yicheng, in order to celebrate your discharge from the hospital, Auntie specially had a table prepared, all of which you love to eat. Eat openly tonight and talk if you don't have enough, Bai Jiyu said with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Yicheng looked at the table full of food and couldn't help but let her eyes light up, wanting to rush over and feast on the spot. Yu Jingzhu also had her fingers in her mouth and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She'd slept until 2:30 p.m. With only a few snacks to pad her stomach, and by now she was starving in the front. Jingzhu, I see that all those flowers of yours are well raised. Auntie also likes to raise flowers. Let's exchange flower raising tips sometime? Bai Jiyu revealed a kind smile. Auntie, I have time now. Yu Jingzhu pulled Bai Jiyu and went to the side of those flowers that had been transplanted over, and began to talk about her own experience in raising flowers. Bai Jiyu didn't take it seriously at first, nor did she expect Yu Jingzhu to say anything. But what I didn't expect was that Yu Jingzhu really knew her stuff. From light to temperature, from moisture to soil, it's all clearly stated and organized. Bai Jiyu immediately became interested too, pulling Yu Jingzhu to the front of those flowers she raised, asking for advice on how to raise them better. Zhao Yicheng looked at Bai Jiyu and Yu Jingzhu, who were talking happily with each other, and her fragrant cheeks couldn't help but puff up. She clearly felt that her position in the family was being challenged and in crisis like never before. Though in a month's time, she was going to end her travels and return to Mount Dianxi. But, she'd already thought about it. After meeting his master, he proposed to him that he wanted to continue traveling down the mountain and then stay by brother Tianwen's side. In this situation, naturally, she couldn't just watch Yu Jingzhu challenge her position and remain indifferent. What's a good idea to think of? Zhao Yicheng furrowed her brows slightly, caught up in a brainstorming session. After a long time, Bai Jiyu and Yu Jingzhu returned to the table. Jingzhu, I really didn't expect that at such a young age. You actually have such a high level of talent in the area of planting flowers. Bai Jiyu exclaimed in admiration, then said, tomorrow, Auntie will try it your way. Yu Jingzhu laughed. Auntie, you listen to me. It's definitely right. If it doesn't work, you can always find me. Bai Jiyu nodded with a smile and was about to greet the crowd for dinner. Zhao Yicheng suddenly spoke. Xiao Yu, how are your hands? Who are you calling little you? Yu Jingzhu said unhappily. Don't be rude. I'm older than you. Even if you don't call me a sister, you can't call me Xiao Yu. I was here before you, and you came later. That's the way it is in our Yodoi mountain. Whoever is led in by the master first is older, not by age. This isn't some Mount Yodoi, and there's no master. Zhao Yicheng frowned and said unhappily, then I'll call you Sister Pig, Sister Piggy, and Pig Brother. Yu Jingzhu choked out. Listen carefully, my name is Yu Jingzhu. Bamboo, Ziuzu, second sound bamboo, bamboo of bamboo. Forget the name calling for a moment, just tell me how good you are with your hands. It's not like I've practiced, I don't have much of a body, so how are your meals? What do you mean? Yu Jingzhu said in dissatisfaction. One moment you ask me about my stature, the next moment you ask me about my meal size. What exactly do you want? Zhao Yicheng said, I want to compete with you, fight or eat. These two things you just need to be able to win me the same. I will willingly call you sister in the future. If you lose all of them to me, then you have to call me sister in the future. Childish. You're not childish if you play games all day? Hearing this, Ji Tianwen's mouth twitched twice, failing to see how Zhao Yicheng was suddenly at loggerheads with Yu Jingzhu. However, Eboshi didn't seem to be doing much better, and just today acted a little proper. Before I was injured, I was also eating snacks and watching anime. You're deliberately looking for a fight, aren't you? Yu Jingzhu raised her eyebrows, feeling targeted. Zhao Yicheng said with a straight face, just tell me if you dare to compare, right? Not interested. Yu Jingzhu skimmed her lips and returned. Even if I win against you, I'll just win a title. It's too boring. You could have made an additional condition. If you say so, then if I win you, not only do you have to call me sister, but you also have to be my support in the game. You can't go west when I tell you to go east, and that is, from now on, you'll wash my intimate little clothes for me. Can ah? Zhao Yicheng said cheerfully. Then I'll also mention the additional conditions. If I win you, besides having to call me sister, you also have to accompany me to watch anime, and you'll wash my intimate little clothes for me. Ji Tianwen wanted to come down to the scene to persuade him to fight, saying that he didn't need to go to so much trouble, and that he could just wash them all for me. but after thinking about it, I decided it was better not to say anything. It's easy to be taken for a tranny if you say it. Pervert. The additional conditions are set, so let's talk about what you want to compare. Zhao Yicheng clasped her hands in front of her body and said with an air of victory, compare fights or meals, take your pick. All of them? It's good to compare the amount of rice first. Yu Jingzhu said. Zhao Yicheng hemmed and hawed and said as if he had succeeded in his plot, Xiao Yu ah, today I'll let you see what true strength means. With that, he strides toward the table and picks up an Australian lobster. Chapter 136, Lobster in Soy Sauce. The 5-pound large lobster was picked up by Zhao Yicheng with one hand. Twist off the head and peel out the shrimp. Zhao Yicheng took a bite, seemed to think it had little flavor, and dipped it in some more dashi. Then, in a way that seems slow, but is actually very quick, you start eating. Lobster dipped in a large sauce. What kind of food is this? Yu Jingzhu was dumbfounded. Soon, Zhao Yicheng finished salting a lobster, then wiped her hands, picked up her chopsticks, and carried out elimination actions on other foods. In just a few minutes, the emptied dinner plates were as high as a man's head. Yu Jingzhu was completely stunned. What kind of competition is this? She's no match at all. Ji Tianwen, won't there be a problem if she eats like this? Yu Jingzhu asked in a low voice. No way. Ji Tianwen shook his head back. Yu Jingzhu was annoyed. So, you already knew that Zhao Yicheng is a king of appetite and deliberately wanted to see her win against me, didn't you? Xiao Yu. You should reflect on yourself instead of looking for reasons from others. Ji Tianwen said in a serious tone. Every loss you've suffered and every pawn you've fallen for is a lesson learned. By stepping on the potholes in advance, you won't step on the same potholes when you encounter the same situation in the future. That's what they always say in the mouths of old men. It's a blessing to suffer. Yu Jingzhu was exasperated on the spot and said in a bad mood, if you think that suffering is a blessing, then I'll let you have the blessing and you can eat it for me. I'm not blessed to receive your blessings. Ji Tianwen shook his head in refusal. Looking at Zhao Yicheng, who still hadn't stopped eating, Yu Jingzhu knew in her heart that there was no way she could possibly compare in terms of meal size. So, inquired, is Zhao Yicheng a good fighter? You saw the punch I practiced this morning when you went out with me to work out, right? See, I practiced the kung fu that Eboshi taught me. Yu Jingzhu's expression became grave, and without a word, she ate her meal. After eating and drinking her fill, Zhao Yicheng pulled out a paper towel, wiped her oily little mouth, looked at Yu Jingzhu sitting across from her, and laughed. Little Yu, still more than? Of course compare. Yu Jingzhu said without thinking, compare the amount of food. You win. Next let's compare the fight. Whoever falls to the ground first, it will be counted as whoever loses. Fine, then I'll let you lose convincingly. Zhao Yicheng was confident and flashed a winner's smile at Ji Tianwen. Then, he waved his little hand at Ji Wuyong and Bai Jiyu, brother Tian Man and auntie and uncle. They all know how much she eats, but the fact that they didn't remind Yu Jingzhu showed that in their hearts, they were still closer to themselves. Thinking of this, Zhao Yicheng was very satisfied, but she didn't notice that the scent coming from in front of her body was already slightly different from the unique scent of tea mixed with flowers that Yu Jingzhu was wearing. A few moments later, seeing Yu Jingzhu, who was walking in front of her, stop in her tracks, Zhao Yicheng followed suit and said with a smile, Little Yu, I'll be merciful and won't break you. After all, if I break you, there won't be anyone to watch anime with me or do my laundry. Yu Jingzhu snorted coldly and said, it's not certain who will lose or win. Then it's good to wait and see. Zhao Yicheng raised her eyebrows, her posture looking relaxed. Yu Jingzhu silently calculated the time, and after feeling that it was almost time, she opened her mouth and said, cut the crap, let's get started here. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yicheng was like an arrow leaving the string, launching a blatant attack. Yu Jingzhu stared with wide eyes, shocked. How do you? She had just purposely unlocked the purse around her neck, allowing the poisonous incense mixed with a paralyzing effect inside to emanate out. If an average person smelled it, it would only take 3 seconds before they would be drained. Practitioners can hold out a little longer, but it's only half a minute at best. However, she had just dragged her feet for a full minute to say start, just to be safe. How come Zhao Yicheng isn't hurt at all? Unable to think too much, Yu Jingzhu twisted her head and ran. Simply looking at the speed Zhao Yicheng had just erupted with was enough for her to judge that in terms of punching and kicking, she was definitely not Zhao Yicheng's match. Running away if you can't beat them is the best way to deal with them. Yu Jingzhu clenched her shell teeth and ran most of the way around the courtyard. Finally, puff, a voice came from behind him. Yu Jingzhu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly brought her speed down. Turning his head, he saw that Zhao Yicheng was lying on the ground, struggling to get up, but was unable to move. How fatty for? Zhao Yicheng was dumbfounded, panic showing in the middle of her eyes. Yu Jingzhu slowly walked to its front, squatted down, touched her head, and said smugly, Ginger is still old and hot. Sister, I'm a few years older than you, not for nothing. At this time, Ji Tianwen and the others, who also realized that the situation was not right, hurriedly ran closer. Zhao Yicheng's face flushed red as she kept trying to get up, but was unable to do so. She felt like she had never been so humiliated before, and in her haste and anger, tears were already swirling in her eyes. Ji Tianwen picked Zhao Yicheng up, looked angrily at Yu Jingzhu, and bellowed, "Yu Jingzhu, what did you do to Yicheng?" Puff! But before the words were finished, he felt a softness under his feet, as if his feet were no longer on solid ground, but cotton. Thus, Ji Tianwen, who was holding Zhao Yicheng, also fell to the ground. Seeing that Ji Wuyang and Bai Jiyu were about to come over as well, Yu Jingzhu hurriedly tied the purse around her neck and explained, "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with the two of them, and I'll be able to revive them at any time." Ji Wuyang and Bai Jiyu looked at each other, their hanging hearts falling. Yu Jingzhu crouched down and said proudly, "How is it? You know how powerful Auntie is this time, right? Don't you dare get cocky here." Zhao Yicheng said unconvincingly, "If you were a real enemy, I'd have gacked you by now. Who wouldn't know how to brag?" Yu Jingzhu said with disdain. Zhao Yicheng also did not talk nonsense, twisted his head and aimed at a chair in the distance. Poof sound, spit out a sharp blade. In a flash of cold light, one of the legs of the chair at the far end of the room was broken with a sound. A tilt occurred immediately afterward and it fell to the ground. Yu Jingzhu was startled and said, "You've given me a wake-up call. Next time I'll have to formulate a poisonous incense that makes people unable to even speak." After saying that, he looked at Zhao Yicheng and teased, "Call me sister and I'll give you the antidote." Based on what? Zhao Yicheng argued reasonably, "We're at most a tie, and you just lost to me when we compared meal sizes." Ji Tianwen opened his mouth to round up the situation and said, "Both of you are highly skilled, and we are all under the same roof, so it's better to point it out and make peace with it." Yu Jingzhu snorted coldly, but she didn't continue to insist that Zhao Yicheng call out to her sister. "Wait." Giving the word, she turned, striding into the villa. Chapter 137, I've got a lot of skills. When he came out again, he only saw Yu Jingzhu with an extra box in his hand. When you open the box, you can see that it contains a lot of tools. Ji Tianwen looked through it and realized that the vast majority of them couldn't be named. Only recognize a stone mortar, and pestle. Watching Yu Jingzhu take out the tools in turn, Ji Tianwen, that is, was surprised and couldn't help but marvel. "Little you, I really didn't expect that you actually have this skill." He had only known that the internet-addicted girl was cool to play games before, but now it seemed that she also had some real skills in her hands. Now that the construction of the park has reached the final part, all eyes are focused on the G group, so it is not guaranteed that someone will have crooked thoughts. If we can get Yu Jingzhu's hands on that kind of poisonous incense that can make people lose their strength unknowingly, at least it is equal to one more layer of insurance. So, compliments are necessary. I have a lot of skills. Yu Jingzhu hummed with a haughty look. She walked over to the flowers along the wall and picked out a few that looked common, but were of a different variety. Then, throw the flowers into a mortar and pestle and pound them. Then a flurry of work with other tools. After a good deal of work, Yu Jingzhu slapped his head and said, "Pill spicy, there's a flower missing. I can't match the antidote." Zhao Yicheng, who was being supported by Bai Jiyu and sitting on a chair, couldn't help but gasp on the spot. "I see that you didn't want to match the antidote at all, and you're deliberately playing with us." "I'm idle." Yu Jingzhu gave a big blank stare and said without much humor, "If I have that time, doesn't it smell good if I play 2 games? Zhao Yicheng questioned, "The poisonous incense is hanging around your neck. Why don't you tell us how you yourself are fine?" Yu Jingzhu disliked, "If even I had something to do, you wouldn't be able to speak by now." "You." Zhao Yicheng was furious on the spot. "Yicheng, don't be angry for now." Ji Tianwen pacified Zhao Yicheng, then looked at Yu Jingzhu and said, "Little you, you're so smart and a high player in the game. Think again. You'll definitely be able to come up with something else." Yu Jingzhu didn't say anything, but from the subtle change in expression, it was clear that she was very flattered by this blow of horse's ass. Bai Jiyu frowned and spoke, "Jingzhu, if we don't detoxify the poison in time, there won't be any serious damage to our bodies, right? She has only one son, and she is counting on the family to carry on the family's legacy and spread the leaves. So, naturally, no surprises should be allowed." Yu Jingzhu returned, "Auntie, don't worry. There won't be any serious damage. It's just weakness in the limbs. You'll recover by yourself tomorrow morning." However, before Bai Jiyu breathed a sigh of relief, she heard Yu Jingzhu say again, But what?" Ji Wuyang asked in a deep voice. Yu Jingzhu explained, "However, it would be inconvenient for them to go to the restroom at night if they wanted to." Jitan asked, "By Zhou Yuharu, the two are now in a state that is, for want of a better word, paralyzed. There's definitely no way to do something like going to the bathroom on your own. Xiao Yu, with your intelligence, You'll definitely be able to come up with a solution. Please. Ji Tianwen sent his encouragement, hoping that the net-addicted girl would be able to work out a solution to the problem. He wasn't actually in the habit of getting up at night, nor did he have to go to the bathroom before he could fall asleep. But, after Yu Jingzhu reminded him of this, he actually really felt the urge to urinate coming on. But where there was a little way, Ji Tianwen was not willing to let anyone help hold up De Kuaner's boo-boo. Since you've said so, I'll think of something. Yu Jingzhu reached into the box and flipped out an ancient, thread-bound book. After flipping through and finding the appropriate content, his eyes lit up and said, "There really is a way. You two wait." It was another busy day. Yu Jingzhu took the sticky substance that had been produced and placed it onto a thin piece of filtering gauze, then squeezed it, squeezing the juice into a porcelain bottle and giving it to Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng respectively to smell for a while. "Brother Tian Man, how are you?" Zhao Yicheng asked. Ji Tianwen raised his hands and moved his feet, finally looking at his left leg which was still immobile. He returned, "It's better, but not completely." Zhao Yicheng looked at her right leg that couldn't move and said, "I'm the same." The two men helped each other to their feet and limped a few steps, looking funny. "I think you're just intentionally trying to embarrass me and Brother Tianman," Zhao Yicheng said in exasperation. Yu Jingzhu said unhappily, "Don't be ungrateful. Letting you recover to this extent with incomplete materials is already impressive. Indeed formidable." Ji Tianwen took over the conversation and questioned, "Little Yu, this skill of yours, was it taught to you by President Yu?" "No." Yu Jingzhu shook her head and denied. "Planting flowers is the same as playing games. It's my personal hobby. My grandpa saw that I love planting flowers, so he found a book and told me to just practice what was written in the book. Then, I make various kinds of scented pouches that serve different purposes according to what is written inside the book. The one I gave you last time has a calming effect." Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding and asked along with the conversation, "Then this kind of scented bag that you made me and Yicheng lose our strength without realizing it, can it still be dispensed?" "Of course I can." "Then you have a few more. I want to use them for defense." Ji Wuyong obviously also felt that his son's proposal was feasible, and spoke, "Jingzhu, what materials are needed? Just list them out and uncle will prepare them." "No problem." Yu Jingzhu agreed readily. Ji Tianwen naturally understood that if you want a horse to run, you have to give it grass. He thought about it, and an idea came to him inwardly. Immediately, took out his cell phone and searched for a gaming room's decoration effect diagram, showing it to Yu Jingzhu. "Xiao Yu, what do you think about decorating your room like this?" Yu Jingzhu glanced at it and immediately lit up. The rooms are decorated in a sci-fi style. In addition to the quad screens on the long table, there are various peripherals hanging on the walls. Headphones, keyboards, gamepads, even patterns for decoration can blow. And on the wall next to it, there was a transparent display case with all sorts of hand-me-downs. Exactly the perfect match for Yu Jingzhu's ideal. Fine, make it like this." Yu Jingzhu nodded her head repeatedly, itching to look like she was going to decorate it and live in it on the spot. Ji Tianwen laughed. "I'll have someone start construction tomorrow and have you live in it as fast as possible." Yu Jingzhu was instantly happy, spreading her face and smiling. "Ji Tianwen, you're really a great person." Jitan asked, "Why does it feel like you did something good and got yelled at instead?" On the side, Zhao Yicheng puffed out her fragrant cheeks with an exasperated look. "This Yu Jingzhu, what an abomination." There was no chance of that this time, but there was still a way to keep thinking, and she had to be held in order to do it. Chapter 138, I've got my eye on this anchor. Night. Ji Tianwen was just about to fall asleep when he heard a knock on the door. "Brother Tian Man, asleep?" Ji Tan asked. "Are you asleep yet?" Two voices, almost simultaneously. Ji Tianwen turned the light on, then got up and out of bed, limping to the door and opening the door to his room, only to see Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu in cartoon pajamas standing outside the door, glaring at each other in exasperation. The two men each held a tablet in their hands, and from one tablet came, "Missy is here, all get out of the way." From another's tablet, "Goblin, give me back my grandfather." And both, on purpose, turned up their voices. Ji Tianwen went straight to work, locking the two men's tablets on the screen, and said breathlessly, "Two of you, what do you want to do when you're up in the middle of the night?" "Brother Tian Man, I wanted to sleep in, but she kept harassing me." Zhao Yicheng reached out and pointed at Yu Jingzhu, complaining, "She keeps pestering me to give her assistance." Yu Jingzhu didn't have the good sense to say, "If you give me an assist, don't I also accompany you to watch childish cartoons?" But a cartoon episode, it's only 10 minutes, and a game with you is almost half an hour. If you weren't a vegetable, it would have been over in 15 minutes, and it's all your fault for dragging it out for half an hour. And you have the nerve to call me a vegetable? I didn't even say anything about you eating my snacks. What's wrong with eating some of your snacks? I even taught you gaming skills. The two of them were talking to each other, and the main fight was against whoever was justified. Stop. Ji Tianwen made a pause gesture, walked between the two, and said, I can kind of see that there's only one way to make you guys stop. What method? Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu said in unison. Is it to get rid of her? Realizing that they were saying the same thing, the two men followed up by glaring at each other the same way and spoke at the same time. Why are you talking like me? I'm not learning from you. You learned me. Ji Tianwen's jaw dropped, feeling wide-eyed. If these two hadn't discussed it ahead of time, the tacit agreement value was simply too high. However, to be able to stop and sleep, Ji Tianwen confiscated the two men's cell phones and tablets on the spot, and said in a bad mood, all immediately go upstairs and sleep. Whoever continues to make trouble, don't want the cell phones and tablets anymore. This move, no doubt, was unanimously opposed by the two young girls. Ji Tianwen retreated and said, Yicheng, you move down. You two pull apart so that neither of you affects the other. Zhao Yicheng's eyes lit up and she was about to nod her head in agreement, but she heard Yu Jingzhu say, that won't do. She still owes me a game of assist that she didn't play with me, so she'll move it after the game. Alright, then I'll play with you now. Zhao Yicheng took the tablet from Ji Tianwen's hand. Yu Jingzhu similarly took the tablet back, yet did not immediately log into the game. Didn't you ask me to play assist with you? Zhao Yicheng urged. Hurry up and get on. Yu Jingzhu said without lifting her head. Wait for me to finish watching this live broadcast. How long until it's over? There's no set time. It's just coming on now. This anchor shuts down around 2:30 to 3 a.m. You're asking me to wait until 2 or 3 in the morning for you? Zhao Yicheng's almond eyes glared. You think I'm like you, sleeping most of the day and not sleepy at all at night? Besides, I still have to go to work with brother Tian Man tomorrow. That can't be helped. Who made you owe me a game of assist? Yu Jingzhu put the headphones around her neck on and focused on watching the live broadcast. Zhao Yicheng clenched her pink fists and looked at Ji Tianwen for advice. Brother Tianwen, I can't stand it anymore. I want to punch her. Calm down. I'll talk to her. Ji Tianwen hurriedly stopped it, then held onto the doorframe. After all, at the moment, only one foot can be subjected to force, and after standing for a long time, it's still really twisted, a little bit unable to control the balance. However, his eyes glanced at the image displayed on the tablet in Yu Jingzhu's hand, but he couldn't help but freeze. In the lower right corner of the screen, the sweet and cute-looking anchor woman with two long ponytails and wearing a JK outfit made him feel indescribably familiar. After looking closely for a while, Ji Tianwen recognized it. The anchor who was broadcasting live on the screen was one of the head anchors of the network explosion in the previous life, Yumi. Yumi also has a twin sister nicknamed Yuna. One of the two goes for the ascetic goddess style and the other for the cranky lowly style. The sharp contrast and super high face value, plus the twins, a label that carries its own traffic, have allowed the sisters to accumulate more than 10 million fans, and have been madly snapped up by all the major live broadcasting platforms and live broadcasting unions. Ji Tianwen still remembered that when the former Centuries group planned to enter the live streaming bandwagon track, the two sisters were also invited to help out so that they could attract viewers. As a result of a live broadcast, the sisters took away $5 million in payment for just a half-hour appearance, a dance and a song. An appearance fee that high is no less than a top stream star with slightly less popularity. Xiao Yu, do you have this anchor's contact information? Ji Tian asked inquiringly. He noticed that Yumi, who was live streaming, was now using a nickname that wasn't yet Yumi, but Grumpy Little Yumi. There were only about 100 or so viewers in the live room. 2. Such a small anchor tends to interact with the audience very frequently. It's not like the big anchors where the pop-ups go crazy and it's hard to get noticed without swiping some gifts. Zhao Yicheng reached out and took off the headphones Yu Jingzhu was wearing on her ears, and said in a bad mood, My brother Tianwen is asking you. Yu Jingzhu glared at Zhao Yicheng in dissatisfaction. Her gaze turned to Ji Tianwen and asked, What did you ask me? Do you have this anchor's contact information? Ji Tan asked, repeating the question. There is. Yu Jingzhu nodded her head and said back, We used to double row together when Yo-Yo was live streaming. Then because I like to curse, her live room was blocked a few times, and she stopped double rowing with me when she was live. Still, she hangs out with me when she's not on the air. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding, suddenly thinking that in his previous life, Yumi had gotten hot by cursing. In particular, the line on Young and Stacked, which broke the circle, dominated the summer of the internet that year. Now that I think about it, if Yumi can be hot, Yu Jingzhu, who often accompanies her in double rows, may not be without a share of the credit. At this time, Yu Jingzhu suddenly asked, Ji Tianwen, you don't think you have your eye on Yu, do you? Hearing this question, Zhao Yicheng's petite body tensed up and immediately looked at Ji Tianwen. A flash of nervousness crossed his eyes, as well as a small amount of displeasure. That's right, I have my eye on this anchor. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and acknowledged it down, then said, Xiao Yu, Contact her for me and ask her when she has time. Let's meet offline. Chapter 139, Yo-Yo's emotional breakdown. Brother Tian Man. You. Zhao Yicheng was so angry that she subconsciously stomped her foot, and as a result, she forgot that only one of her feet could be stressed and lost her balance on the spot. Ji Tianwen hastily moved a step towards her, blocking her leaning body with her chest. Taking Zhao Yicheng's shoulders, he helped her up. Ji Tianwen was puzzled. Yicheng, why are you so excited? Can I not be excited? Zhao Yicheng huffed. You obviously have a girlfriend. How can you still look at someone else? When she said the second half of the sentence, her voice was noticeably weaker, and her heart was a little bit not in the right place. In what way is she worse than the anchor woman on the screen? Even if they were to look at someone else, it would have to be her first. Yu Jingzhu, on the other hand, looked at Ji Tianwen with contempt and said indignantly, I'm taking back my previous assessment of you. You're not a great person. You're no different from those rich second-generation spendthrifts. I'm not going to introduce Yo-Yo to you. Where is this going? Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile, explaining, Ji's group is going to launch a business related to live broadcasting soon. I just see that she has quite a lot of potential and want to recruit her to work here. You think I would believe a lie like yours to deceive a child? Yu Jingzhu snorted. This morning, I witnessed you subterfuge a female subordinate. Even if you recruited Yo-Yo to work here, you definitely don't have good intentions. After saying that, he let out a cold snort and turned around to leave. As a result, when he returned to his room, he found that Yo-Yo, who would have broadcast live until 2 or 3 in the morning in the past, had actually turned off the broadcast in advance. Yu Jingzhu exited the live streaming software and sent a message to the cranky Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo, what's wrong? You seem out of it to me. Sick? Soon. She received a reply. Fish, is it convenient to answer the phone? Yu Jingzhu's nickname is Little Fish. After all, in the online contact, certainly cannot expose the real name. She closed the door to her room, then replied, convenient. The call came immediately. When he answered, Yo-Yo's voice with a sobbing tone came out of the receiver. Little Fish, I really can't take it anymore. That greasy manager of the company has increased my live broadcasting hours by another 2 hours, and it's impossible for me to fulfill my hourly task this month. Woo-woo, Yu Jingzhu soothed. Yo-Yo, don't cry first. That greasy manager of your company, why is he always targeting you? He wanted me and my sister to sleep with him, and when my sister and I refused, he gave us all kinds of trouble. Gifts received on live streams are not billed to us and reasons are found to deduct our wages. Keeps criticizing us for not working hard enough in meetings and keeps harassing us in private. Yo-Yo put his own encounter, a brain all set out, to the end could not help but break down and cry. Yu Jingzhu's heart also followed the hard feelings. Such a good game hitchhiker. How did he get stuck with such a disgusting boss? She couldn't help but be exasperated. Reflect this to the boss of your company and see what he says. It's no use. The boss is his father. Isn't this a contract? If you can't, take the contract and sue. I also thought about suing, but consulting a lawyer. The lawyer said that the live contract I signed with my sister has a trap. We did not see it at the time, and now if you want to terminate the contract, you need to pay a sky-high liquidated damages. Yu Jingzhu frowned and said angrily, Yo-Yo, if it's really not possible, I'll help you teach that bastard manager a lesson, so that he won't dare to bully you and your sister anymore. Little Fish, thank you for your kindness. Yo-Yo sighed and said, I'm sorry, I've just been repressed for too long. I want to find someone to talk to. Now that I've finished my words, my heart is much brighter. Let's double row and play the game together. Where Yu Jingzhu still had the mind to play games, she seriously said, I can really help you clean up that asshole manager. You send me the address of the company. Little Fish, there's really no need, Yo-Yo said in a low tone. Even if you clean up the manager, but my sister and I have a contract stuck. We still can't leave the company without solving the fundamental problem. Yu Jingzhu was silent for a long time before speaking. I may have a way to help you solve the fundamental problem. Second floor. Ji Tianwen opened the live broadcast platform and searched for Grumpy Yo-Yo. As a result, the user is searched, point each other but did not open live. This made him unable to help but frown, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had been thinking of swiping a couple of big rockets and then getting the contact info and getting in touch privately. But what I didn't expect was that the other side actually turned off the live stream. There was nothing he could do but click on a follow and send a private message to the other party. Early morning. By the time Zhao Yicheng went downstairs and knocked on the door, Ji Tianwen had already gotten up early and changed into loose-fitting sportswear. Ha, brother Tian Man, you got up so early? Zhao Yicheng was surprised. Ji Tianwen laughed. Didn't I tell you, even if you don't supervise me, I still exercise on time every day. Zhao Yicheng nodded in satisfaction and then said, Brother Tianwen has performed really well, so let's add a strength today. Iboshi, you might as well assume I'm not doing well. Poor performance is all the more reason to step up the degree. Ji Tianwen didn't break up the conversation on this issue and said, call Xiaoyu up and work out together. What's the point of yelling at her? Toss her around on purpose to make her realize that if she doesn't sleep well at night, she won't be able to sleep well in the morning. So that's how it is. Zhao Yicheng nodded in understanding, then immediately went upstairs and carried Yu Jingzhu down. Yu Jingzhu was annoyed. Are you too sick? If you want to exercise, just do it yourselves. Why do you have to drag me along? Ji Tianwen said expressionlessly. No need to talk nonsense. Either go upstairs and change your clothes, you come with us yourself, or we carry you. Your choice. Choose for yourself. Zhao Yicheng clasped her hands in front of her body with a doggy look. I'm kind of convinced you guys. Yu Jingzhu put down a sentence with a black face and obediently went upstairs to change her clothes. Morning exercise is over. The group of three returned along the beach. Yu Jingzhu lowered her head with a preoccupied look. After struggling for a long time, she finally opened her mouth and said, Ji Tianwen, didn't you say last night that you wanted Yo-Yo to work in your company? I've contacted her for you. Oh, Ji Tianwen instantly became interested. His spirit lifted and said, she promised? She couldn't say yes, saying that there was a contract stuck and she couldn't get out of it, and that the company was treating her particularly badly. Since he had already started, Yu Jingzhu didn't hide it. Immediately, he told what happened to Yo-Yo. One by one, Ji Tianwen asked the other party's company address after listening. Learning that the company was opened in the city of Pingzhou, he immediately patted his chest and threw his voice, don't worry, leave it to me. Before lunch, surely the contract will be cancelled. Chapter 140. Breakfast was eaten. Ji Tianwen sent Zhao Yicheng to the company, then took Yu Jingzhu with him and headed to Yulog restaurant. Originally, Ji Tianwen did not intend to bring Yu Jingzhu, but the other party insisted on following. She also justified that she was following him because she was worried that he would see the color of his eyes and use the name of discussing business to do something bad to her friend. There was no choice but for Ji Tianwen to agree and bring Yu Jingzhu along. Arrived at Yaroa's, the manager who was still dozing off originally, when he saw Ji Tianwen, his spirit was revitalized on the spot, as if he had seen his own father. He changed into a fawning smile and nodded his head. Ji Shao, it's been a while since I've been here. I really can't stop thinking about tea and food these days without seeing you, and I dream of your patronage at night. Ji Ten asked calmly, is there anyone in the top floor booth? No one. The manager hurriedly replied back, even if there is someone, I'll blow them out and prioritize your hospitality. Later on, I'll entertain two guests in the top floor private room. One is called Yo-Yo and the other is called Nana. When they arrive, just let them go up directly. Ji Tianwen said indifferently, okay, arrange it right away. The manager immediately agreed and personally pressed the elevator, sending Ji Tianwen to the top floor. The private rooms at Yulog restaurant are in a pyramid structure, and the higher up you go, the fewer rooms there are. The top floor private room that Ji Tianwen was going to, on the 36th floor, usually required a reservation a few days in advance, as well as a hefty deposit in order to qualify for it. But, for a big customer like Ji Tianwen, or a big dog, naturally some of the tedious rules could be dispensed with. He kept sending Ji Tianwen outside the private room before the manager excused himself and left. The waiters guarding the door bent down and pushed the door open, saying in unison, welcome to Mr. Ji's presence. Ji Tianwen nodded slightly and led Yu Jingzhu into the private room. After entering the door, Yu Jingzhu was completely stunned. She said with wide-eyed disbelief, Ji Tianwen, are you sure this is a private room? Yu Jingzhu looked around, feeling that her perception of the word private room had been turned upside down. She had expected a private room, at best, a larger room with more luxurious decorations, but this private room, not only was it large, but the decor also gave it an extraordinarily refined feel. The overall style, it looks like a medieval European building. The oil paintings on the walls, the old candlesticks, the burning fireplace, and the various ornaments, all of them do not seem to be modern products, and the atmosphere of history is very strong. Little you, it's not such a big deal, is it? Ji Tianwen couldn't help but feel amused. You're at least President Yu's granddaughter, and you've never seen a similar scene? My grandfather goes out and doesn't take me with him, Yu Jingzhu muttered in a small voice, his tone full of resentment. When he finished, he began to wander around the room. A moment later, Yu Jingzhu asked curiously, Ji Tianwen, you said these, could they be real antiques? I'm not sure. If you're interested, I'll find someone to explain it to you. Ji Tianwen replied back and pressed the button on the table. The door to the private room opened in response, and the beautiful woman in maid's clothing walked in, bowing slightly with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Ji, what are your orders? Her smile was just right, and her watery eyes seemed to speak, melting one's heart. It felt like a seduction, but not so naked as to be repulsive. The maid's thought was actually quite simple. Those who could come to the top floor to eat were either rich or noble, and not in the usual sense of rich and noble. If you can be seen, then it's not a step up, but at least it's a step out. Especially this crown prince of G group in front of her. His looks really satisfied her. Even if it meant being an underground lover, she was willing to do it. However, Ji Tianwen pointed at Yu Jingzhu and said, "Tell her about the ornaments in this private room." A flash of gloom crossed the maid's eyes, but the smile on her face did not diminish in the slightest as she bowed and said, "Yes, Mr. Ji." After speaking, he walked over to Yu Jingzhu. Seeing Yu Jingzhu's face, she finally understood why Ji Tianwen was indifferent to her flirtatiousness. Putting her useless thoughts away, the maid smiled and introduced, "As you can see, the decor of this private room is a typical medieval European style, like this fresco on the wall. It's over 300 years old, from the Roman painter Sargent. And this candlestick, the oldest item in the package, is from the late Middle Ages and is almost 600 years old." The maid had obviously done her homework and knew every item in the booth like the back of her hand. The story of the origin is interspersed with an introduction to the time period and the more famous historical figures. Ji Tianwen listened to a section and couldn't help but tsk. The other guy would be competent enough to be a history teacher if he didn't work here as a waitress. About 20 minutes passed. Led by manager Yalog himself, two girls who looked the same but had very different temperaments, knocked on the door and walked in. The manager politely said, "Mr. G, you go ahead and get busy. If there's anything you want to do, feel free to order." Ji Tianwen nodded slightly and waited for the manager and maid to go out before her gaze turned to the twin sisters by the door. Yu Jingzhu walked up to the girl with dyed pink hair and two twisted braids, looked her up and down, and laughed. "You're Yo-Yo, right?" The girl nodded, hearing Yu Jingzhu's voice, and asked, "Your little fish?" Yu Jingzhu nodded in acknowledgement and introduced herself. "My name is Yu Jingzhu. Fishy, you're using your last name harmonically as a screen name? This is really a coincidence. I'm the same. My surname is Yu, called Yu Weixiao." Saying this, he pointed to the girl next to him with black hair draped over her shoulders and not much expression on her pretty face and introduced, "This is my sister, Yu Weimiao." Yu Jingzhu froze, then questioned, "But it's marvelous?" That's right. Yu Weixiao hemmed and hawed, explaining, "Mom was looking through the dictionary when she named us and just happened to turn up this idiom. So it is." Yu Jingzhu drifted off. "Ahem." Yu Weimiao dryly coughed twice, stopping her sister from continuing to chat with Yu Jingzhu. Then he took a step forward to Ji Tianwen. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a formal-looking smile, and stretched out his right hand. "You're Mr. G, aren't you?" Ji Tianwen similarly stretched out his right hand and shook the other party's, then gave his name, Ji Tianwen. A few people took their seats. Ji Tianwen looked at Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao and spoke. "Xiao Yu has roughly told me about the two of you. I can help you get out of your contracts, but the prerequisite is that you have to sign into my company." After saying that, he pulled open the file bag, took out two contracts from it, and put them on the desktop. Chapter 141, Non-Compete Agreements. Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao were not surprised by this, and had obviously already known the price, or conditions, for Ji Tianwen to step in and help resolve the contract issue. "Mr. G, my sister and I don't really know much about contracts, so we hired a lawyer. Can I take a picture of the contract and send it to the lawyer to have a look?" Yu Weimiao said. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and said frankly, "Yes, thanks." Yu Weimiao said a word of thanks and took out her cell phone, taking pictures of the contract page by page. She and her sister had already fallen foul of the contract once, so naturally she didn't want to fall foul of it a second time. If the contract given by Ji Tianwen was of the same nature as the one the two were signing now, it would be the same as jumping from one fire pit to another. It's all the same fire pit, so what difference does it make if you change the pit or not? Yu Weimiao sent the photos to the lawyer and was about to put down the phone and wait for the lawyer to read the contract and then give his professional opinion and interpretation. However, without waiting to put it down, a reply was received. "There is no problem with the contract." Yu Weime's entire body was confused. She'd gone to great lengths to stay out of the pit this time, spent $20,000 on an appointment with one of the top attorneys in the city of Pinnacle, but even the best lawyers can't reply that fast, can they? She even suspected. No, not suspected, but was 100% sure that the other party hadn't even read the contents of the contract. Yu Weimiao was unspeakably angry. $20,000, just like that? I was about to type over and question it, but the lawyer was one step ahead of me with a message. MS. You, truth be told, I was one of the people who drew up this contract. This should be the most conscientious contract within the live broadcasting industry at the moment. You can take it and compare it to any live streaming company, and you certainly won't find a contract with more generous terms and conditions than this one, and one that is more in the interest of the anchors. The contract was drawn up by Mr. Bull. Yu Weimei was frozen. Immediately afterward, she received an explanation of the contents of the contract, as well as a $20,000 refund. Miao came back to her senses and hurriedly replied to the message. Lawyer Nyo, I can't let you help for nothing. Then, she received a refund of $20,000 and sent another $2,000 in red envelopes over, which is to read up on the other side to send over the interpretation of the content of the contract. Miao looked at it very carefully, reading the interpretation and comparing it with the content of the contract. After reading it, he questioned, Mr. G, you know Lawyer Nyo from Tongda Law Firm? Ji Tianwen shook his head and said back, I don't know Lawyer Nyo, but I know about Tongda Law Firm. It's run by my family, is especially wonderful. Breathless for a few moments, she greeted Yu Weixiao and stepped aside. The sisters got together, conferred for a while, and came to an agreement. Yu Weixiao sat back down and said, Mr. G, most of the content of the contract, my sister and I have no problem with it, but it is the number of years of the contract. Can it be reduced by half? As far as the current market is concerned, the vast majority of live streaming companies give their anchors super long contracts of 60 years. This kind of contract is, to put it bluntly, actually a contract of sale, and this contract of Ji Tianwen's is only for 5 years. 5 years compared to 60 is naturally conscientious to a fault. Seeing Ji Tianwen frowning, Yu Weixiao hurriedly said, Mr. G, my sister and I are mainly scared by our current company. We'd like to believe that you won't screw us over, but there are some conditions that are implemented into the contract, so that there's a guarantee for both of us. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, I can have the duration of your signing contract, but you need to make up an additional non-compete agreement with me. If the contract expires and you choose not to renew it with me, then for 5 years, you may not get involved in the live broadcasting industry. This is a normal operation. Taking a small anchor and developing it into a head anchor requires smashing tons of resources. Just in case the sisters, Yu Weixiao and Yu Weixiao, get hot and their live broadcast contracts expire. If the two choose not to renew their contracts, jump ship to a rival company, or simply go it alone, it would mean that all the resources that they had previously spent were all for naught. Such a silly thing. Ji Tianwen certainly couldn't possibly do it. Yu Jingzhu was dissatisfied. Ji Tianwen, this is a bit too overbearing of you, isn't it? Yu Weixiao smiled and explained, Mr. G is not overbearing. On the contrary, in this industry, Mr. G is so benevolent and righteous. I've never seen it before. After speaking, seeing that Yu Jingzhu and her sister were both unsure, she explained the powerful relationship here. Yu Weixiao and Yu Jingzhu then suddenly realized, looking at Ji Tianwen's eyes, and the dissatisfaction disappeared. So that means you two agree? Ji Tian asked to confirm. Yu Weixiao nodded and returned, Mr. G, we agree. Ji Tianwen didn't say anything, immediately contacted Song Yabing and asked her to arrange a lawyer to draft a non-compete agreement. Once the agreement was received, it was printed out again on the restaurant's printer. Contracts and non-compete agreements, all signed. Ji Tianwen glanced at the time. It was already 9:30 in the morning. I promised Xiaoyu that I would settle the contractual issues between you two sisters before lunch, so let's go to your company now. Ji Tianwen got up and said. Yu Weixiao and Yu Weixiao looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's finally time to get out of that fire pit. Thank you, Mr. G. Thank you, Xiaoyu. The sisters thanked earnestly. The group left Yulog's restaurant and got into Kithian's Cullinan. Half an hour later, the vehicle pulled up in front of an office building. Live streaming is an industry that, unlike other industries, tends to work much later than other industries. At the moment, a number of people were walking unhurriedly towards the office building. Seeing the flying goddess in front of the car, they stopped and then took pictures with their cell phones. I'll go. That's the first time I've seen Cullinan. It won't be Witch Pung One Big Brother, who came to our company to pick up someone, right? Don't tell me. It's possible. A bunch of anchors stopped. Some had even turned their backs and started to put on makeup. Chance always favors the prepared. In case the one in the car is really some anchors list One Big Brother, maybe just because you put on a couple extra swipes of lipstick and a bit of foundation, you'll be able to cut off Big Brother list one? The next moment, the car door opened and Ji Tianwen took the lead in stepping out of the car. The female anchors gasped out on the spot, the pink love in their eyes practically flying out. Previously, anyone thought the odds were that the owner of the car would be a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head. What I didn't expect was to be so young and have such a high face value. A proper rich kid. Immediately, there were anchors who couldn't hold back and stepped forward, wanting to get acquainted. Although it is not necessarily possible to become the other party's girlfriend, but after getting hitched, to be able to be invited to the other party's meals, that is also the same as expanding the network channels. Chapter 142, Scalp on Fire. However, there was no waiting for a group of female anchors to come closer. He saw Yu Jingzhu get out of the car, and then the two sisters, Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao. The female anchors stood still on the spot with a feeling of being groundless. The face value of the three girls, taking out any one of them, was enough to crush them until they couldn't lift their heads. This instantly prevented them from even entertaining the thought of competition. Come to think of it, how can such a handsome rich kid lack women around him? I'm right, right? This luxury car driving over is definitely related to Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao. It looks like the sisters should not want to work anymore, and specially asked the Golden Father to come to the company and help them cancel their contract with the company. Nothing to be surprised about. If I were to be on the list with such a powerful Golden Father, I wouldn't be willing to stay up all night doing live broadcasts. These two sisters were pretending to be noble before, and even refused to give a contact information to the big brother who swiped the gift. But they are still not the same as us? Don't be sour. People at least made it. We don't know when we can make it. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao took the lead and walked at the front to lead the way. In fact, there have been big brothers who have thrown away thousands of dollars in swiped gifts for the sisters, but the two are only thankful for a few words, and have always politely refused to send a private message from Big Brother, asking for contact information. Because of this incident, the sisters were not infrequently criticized by their manager by name in public during meetings, saying that they would not maintain the relationship with their big brother. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. If you want to be a purist, then you have to be prepared to take the blame. After all, coming out of the muck in a dirty environment is in itself a self-inflicted original sin. Therefore, the two sisters turned a deaf ear to the surrounding comments, as if they had not heard them. The two walked up to the manager's office door and knocked. Come in. A lethargic voice came from the door, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Yu Weimei turned the doorknob and walked into the office first. Yu Weixiao and Yu Jingzhu followed closely behind and followed in together. Sitting on the office chair is an obese middle-aged man with thinning hair who is smoking, named Feng Yingjun. Seeing the company, the pair of sisters that had her heart and soul walked in, and immediately her eyes lit up with a greasy-feeling smile. And when he saw Yu Jingzhu, his eyes lit up again. Miao Miao, Xiao Xiao, this is a friend of you too, right? Feng Yingjun took the half-smoked cigarette and pressed it into the ashtray, then got up, walked out of the desk, came to Yu Jingzhu's front, and looked up and down at him. Yu Jingzhu only felt indescribably disgusted and huffed. Look again, believe it or not, I'll dig your eyes out. Yo-ho, temper is big enough. Feng Yingjun sneered and asked, looking at your appearance, you should have not graduated from college yet, right? If you want a live broadcast to earn some extra money, then, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yu Weimiao directly interrupted. Manager Feng, we're here to terminate the contract. Terminate the contract? Feng Yingjun snickered. Fine, pay the breach of contract. $50 million each. Give me $100 million and I'll let you guys go on the spot. After a pause, the words changed, and he smiled. Of course, if you can't get $100 million, you can also use other ways to offset the debt. Tonight you two sisters wash your hands, wait for me on the bed, and sleep with me for a night against $1 million. $1 million a night. 10 nights would be $10 million, which works out to only 3 months, and you'll be out of your contracts as soon as you want to be. When Yu Weimiao heard this, her already icy face became even colder like ice. Yu Weixiao was even more furious. Manager Feng, don't you think you're shameless? You usually send messages to harass us, and you don't give us our share of the money for the gifts, and you even find all kinds of reasons to garnish my and my sister's wages. If we want to talk about breach of contract, it's you who breached the contract first. Feng Yingjun shrugged his shoulders and said with both hands, if you say I'm in breach of contract, I'm in breach of contract? If you think there's a problem with what I'm doing, take the contract and sue me. Yu Weixiao was furious on the spot. Her shell teeth clenched, her pink fists clenched, and her delicate body was trembling slightly. Yu Jingzhu said, Xiao Xiao, don't be angry. With this kind of person, there is no reasoning. After saying that, his gaze turned to the office door and said in annoyance, Ji Tianwen, I asked you to come here, to help, not to come and watch the show. When do you plan to see it? Leaning against the doorframe with his hands clasped in front of him, Ji Tianwen stood up straight and stepped into the office. Then, pulling up a chair and sitting down, he put his feet up on the coffee table with a gangly look. Feng Yingjun was annoyed at that moment and said angrily, what are you? How dare you come into my office and pose? You don't even recognize me? It seems like you don't want to hang around in Pingzhou City anymore. Ji Tianwen said lazily. Who the are you? Why should I know you? Feng Yingjun yelled at the top of his voice. I'm going to count to 3. Take your dirty feet off and lick the table clean for me, or I'll let you walk out sideways. Just by you? Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile. Now call your father and ask him if he dares to let me go out sideways. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Feng Yingjun couldn't hold back any longer, and copied the ashtray on the desktop, then smashed it towards Ji Tianwen's head, while viciously cursing. I'm really giving you face. Noticing Feng Mingjun's movements, Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao were startled, with the latter hastily reminding Mr. G, quickly dodge. Yu Jingzhu, however, was not the least bit flustered. She knew that Ji Tianwen had followed that nuisance Zhao Yicheng to learn boxing and kicking. It's certainly not a problem to deal with such a bald monster. As expected, Ji Tianwen responded calmly and used only 2 moves to press Feng Mingjun onto the coffee table. You let go of me. Security. Where is the security guard? Feng Mingjun was furious and struggled to get up. However, with his arm twisted backwards, each struggle produced severe pain that never allowed him to get up. Do you keep this melon ripe? Ji Tianwen stared at Feng Mingjun's thinning hair head and lightly threw out the question. Feng Mingjun was stunned and scolded. Are you sick? Where did the melon come from? Ji Tianwen picked up another ashtray on the table and knocked it twice into Feng Mingjun's head, indifferently saying, this brain of yours, isn't it a melon? Where had Feng Mingjun ever suffered such humiliation? He angrily said, I am a member of the Feng family. If you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, I will make sure that you regret it for the rest of your life. Yeah? Ji Ten put down the ashtray, grabbed a handful of hair that didn't have much in it, and pulled hard. Ah! Feng Mingjun let out a howl of pain, feeling his scalp burning, tears and snot, a torrent of them. Chapter 143, even if you're cured, you'll still be drooling. Feng Mingjun's screams immediately attracted a group of people to gather around the door, poking their heads in. Seeing Feng Mingjun really get beaten up, many people were surprised while at the same time, a flash of darkness crossed the bottom of their eyes. It stands to reason that the company and the anchor have a common interest. The company provides resources to support the anchor's fame. Both sides benefit when the anchor gets famous and the company can start making a profit. In this case, unless there is an anchor bursting into flames and leaping to become the head anchor, it is possible that the relationship breaks down because of the gift share, advertising share and other situations. But Feng Mingjun is different, and the only way to get support is by sleeping with him. Otherwise, then it's an honest base salary. On weekdays, these anchors in the company are also treated with call and response, without even the minimum respect. As a result, most people have a lot of pent-up resentment against them. It was only after seeing Feng Mingjun's wretched appearance that he screamed in his heart. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, about 20 or so. Ji Tianwen blew a breath to blow the hair away from his fingers and grinned. Manager Feng, you just said that if I dare to touch a single strand of your hair, you can make me regret it for the rest of my life. Now that I've pulled 24 hairs out of your head, how are you going to make me regret it? You're a hot mess. You dare to touch my hair. Feng Mingjun was in a rage. For bald people, hair is as valuable as life. Ji Tianwen's action had undoubtedly caused Feng Mingjun to become truly enraged. Where are the guards? Are they all dead? Feng Mingjun cursed loudly. Soon, 4 burly men in security uniforms crowded into the office. Immediately swinging the rubber bat in his hand, he swung it towards Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen grabbed the collar at the back of Feng Mingjun's neck and threw it directly in front of him as a shield. The rubber bat in the guard's hand smashed him solidly on the head. Ah, it hurts like hell. Are you guys blind? Feng Mingjun was about to go crazy with anger, screaming miserably and cursing angrily at the same time. Ji Tianwen swept a glance at a few security guards, very suspicious of these few sticks, entrapped with personal grudges. During the ensuing encounter, he became even more convinced of this suspicion. A few of the security guards looked like papier-mâché and basically collapsed at the touch of a button. The most outrageous one, even after falling to the ground, winked at Ji Tianwen, as if to say, buddy, my acting is okay, right? Ji Tianwen twitched the corner of his mouth twice, and said, as a manager, unpopular to such a degree, it is also relatively rare. Feng Mingjun, who had been beaten black and blue and was leaning on the sofa, was only able to sort of regain his strength after a long time. Ji Tianwen said bluntly, can the contracts of Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao be cancelled? You're dreaming. Feng Mingjun's gaze turned to the sisters behind Ji Tianwen, gritting his teeth. You guys are really good. Thinking that by finding such a little white boy to come over, you can make me let you go? I'm telling you, you too, and this little white boy, no one is going to have a good time. Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao's delicate bodies trembled at the same time, and a flash of trepidation crossed their eyes. However, seeing Ji Tianwen remain calm and collected, this made him feel much more at ease. After all, he was the crown prince of the G group, so it shouldn't be that difficult to keep the sisters. At this time, a female anchor squeezed into the office, ran behind Feng Mingjun, and reminded him in a low voice, Manager Feng, I just heard someone say that white boy drove a Cullinan when he came. Cullinan? Feng Mingjun's gaze turned to Ji Tianwen and sneered. You expect that renting a Cullinan will make me afraid of you? Don't you drive a Cullinan? I'll make it hard for you to your pants later. Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile, pointing at Feng Mingjun and said, Xiao Yu, but wonderful, but also, look at you guys, Just this kind of, cured is also drooling. Put. Yu Jingju didn't hold back her joy. Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao didn't dare to laugh, but their nervousness relaxed a lot. Feng Mingjun immediately called his old man on the phone. After the connection, with a sniffle and a tear in his eye, he added to the story of what had happened to him. Looking at the mold, it's totally a giant baby that hasn't grown up. About 10 minutes later, the crowd that had gathered outside the office receded toward the sides. An old man, who looked to be in his 60s and was walking with a cane, but with a big stride, entered the office. His hair was half white, his eyebrows thick, and his expression unruffled. It was Feng Yingjuan's old man, the chairman of this company, Feng Wei. Dad, you finally come. When Feng Mingjun saw his old dad, he looked like an aggrieved child and pounced on the spot to start complaining. He pointed at Ji Tianwen and cursed while portraying himself as miserable, expecting his old man to help him out. However, Feng Wei was the one who lashed his cane to the ground with force and scolded. Shut up, unproductive thing. The face of the Feng family has been disgraced by you. Feng Mingjuan's body shook on the spot, not daring to continue saying anything. Mr. Feng, the last time we met, it seems like it was at your family's old man's birthday banquet, right? Ji Tianwen smiled and greeted without the slightest intention of getting up. When Ji Tianwen said last time, he was referring to 5 years ago. He also had some knowledge about the Feng family. If we talk about financial strength, the Feng family can't shoot up, but when it comes to words, they are not weak at all. The Feng family's old man was once an important leader of a department in Pingzhou City. After retirement, the former connections are still there. Therefore, but everyone in the Pingzhou business circle, more or less, had to give the Feng family a few points of face. However, this situation, until 3 years ago when the Feng family's old man sailed away, began to gradually change. People are gone, and when they come down from their positions, their influence is much different. Not to mention the fact that the people are gone. How dare you step on a horse and talk to my father like that? Feng Mingjun glared angrily at Ji Tianwen, looking as if he was about to start a direct fight at the drop of a hat. However, what he thought was filial piety once again drew a rebuke from his father. Shut up! Feng Wei swept his eyes over, and Feng Mingjun immediately wilted like a frosted eggplant. It's true that Pops loves him and spoils him, but it's also true that he messes Pops up and gets beat up. And this giant baby-like character of his was also inseparably related to Feng Wei's education style. Dragons swimming in shallow waters are teased by shrimps. Tigers falling in the plains are bullied by dogs. Feng Wei snorted coldly. Ji Tianwen, if we regress 3 years, not to mention you, even if it's your father, when he sees me, he wouldn't dare to sit and talk to me. Ji Tianwen smiled, opened his mouth and sang, time has passed never to return. The past can only be recalled. Put. Yu Jingju once again failed to hold back her joy. It was the first time she realized that Ji Tianwen had an amazing talent when it came to being funny. Chapter 144, Recognizing Reality. Yu Weixiao, who has a relatively lively personality, held her pretty face red. Her head was bowed, but her shoulders were a shrug. Obviously holding in her laughter was difficult. The more stable Yu Weimei, on the other hand, pinched her sister, signaling her to stop laughing. Ji Tianwen dared to laugh. That was because he was the crown prince of the Ji group, with a huge conglomerate backing him up. Yu Jingju dared to laugh because she was very close to Ji Tianwen. But the sisters were different. Although he had signed a contract with Ji Tianwen, the contract on this side had not been cancelled. Fear not. Fear not. In case Ji Tianwen didn't help them to cancel the contract in the end, then the situation of the two sisters would not be generally bad. Feng Wei stared angrily at Ji Tianwen, his eyes so harsh that it seemed as if they could kill. Ji Tianwen was undaunted and said slowly, Mr. Feng, one still has to recognize reality, and those who turn back frequently will not be able to walk a long way. Don't you think? You are not qualified to lecture in front of me, Feng Wei said in a cold voice. Ji Tianwen laughed. I didn't say this. It was written by your father in his autobiography. I had the honor of reading it and found it very reasonable. He did read the autobiography of the Feng family's old man, but he only turned a page and lost it. And the page he turned to at the time was titled just that. It just popped into my head and I thought it was quite fitting. So I said it. Ji Tianwen, you beat up my son like this. If you don't give me a statement, you won't be able to leave today. Feng Wei brought the topic to the subject. The reason why he didn't say anything about his son's beating right off the bat was because he wanted to press Ji Tianwen in terms of momentum. As long as we can keep this son of a down, the rest will be easy. But what he didn't expect was that Ji Tianwen wouldn't eat his words at all. This made Feng Wei depressed to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ji Tianwen faintly replied back, if you want to detain me, you can. When the time comes, Mr. Feng will explain to the city leaders for me. You're holding a leader over me? It's not pressing you. It's that I'm going to a meeting in the city this afternoon, and there has to be a reason for my absence. Feng Wei was so furious that his pressure roots were itching, but he was unable to get angry, so he could only ask in a muffled voice, "What did you beat up on my son for?" "I hit him because he made a move on me first, and I was merely acting in self-defense," Ji Tianwen returned frankly. Yu Jingzhu commanded and said, "That's right, I even recorded the video. It was your son who made the first move before Ji Tianwen fought back." Feng Wei's gaze turned to Yu Jingzhu, and he was immediately surprised. He had met Yu Jingzhu, and now Yu Jingzhu was clearly in the same trench as Ji Tianwen. Yu Boy Yuan, he really didn't dare to mess with. Even if Pops was still alive, he didn't have the guts. Feng Wei forcibly suppressed his anger and pursued, "Ji Tianwen, things have to happen for a reason. You ran to my son's company. Aren't you harboring the intention to deliberately stir up trouble?" Ji Tianwen said nonchalantly, "Mr. Feng, I'm really not that idle. I'm here to help my two friends and discuss with your son about terminating the contract. Your son has nothing to say if he simply refuses. That's normal, but not only does he have a foul mouth, he has to put his hands on me, and I'm not you. I'm not obligated to spoil him." Feng Mingjun was on fire and angrily cursed, "You stepped on pure fart. As soon as you came in, you acted like a grandpa. Shut the hell up." Feng Wei glared with both eyes and said in a commanding tone, "Without my permission, you are not allowed to speak again." Feng Mingjun's anger instantly went out, and he obediently retreated back. Feng Wei turned his gaze to Yu Miao and Yu Xiao. Knowing exactly what kind of virtue his son was, he had already guessed the matter to a general extent. "Bring the contracts for both of them," Feng Wei said. Feng Mingjun immediately complied and had someone bring the sister's contract. Feng Wei had read the contract and said expressionlessly, "Black and white, written clearly, early termination of the contract. You need to pay $100 million in liquidated damages. Call the money over. People you can lead away." When Yu Miao and Yu Xiao heard this, their hearts tightened. "That's $100 million. Are they that valuable? I'm going to claim the person without spending a single penny." Ji Tianwen's tone was calm, and he couldn't hear any intention of joking. Feng Wei leaned on his crutch with one hand, the other hand behind his back, and said with a strong attitude, "In that case, it's good to go through the legal process." "Good." Ji Tianwen agreed with alacrity and got up to leave. With such a hole, Feng Wei, on the contrary, a bit won't, opened his mouth to block. "Wait, is there anything else? Mr. Feng, are you sure the lawsuit can be won? I can't win the fight, but I can drag it out," Ji Tianwen said very boldly. "The first trial, the second trial, plus the final trial, 3 trials down, drag it 2 years is not a problem, even if the lawsuit is lost. So what? Court enforcement, but Yu Miao and Yu Xiao, there are no assets available for enforcement. You can still turn out money for them both out of thin air?" After a pause, Ji Tianwen added, "During the lawsuit, Ji's group will not be idle. I have ways to make you have no good days. Let's consume. Let's procrastinate. Let's see who can't bear it first." "Are you threatening me?" "It's not a threat, it's a notice, so if you feel up to carrying it, let's take our time." Feng Wei was so angry that his eyes went black and he felt a momentary lag in his breathing. "This asshole, he's a real hooligan." Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, "Mr. Feng, now terminate the contract. We two come to nothing. When I get out of this door and you try to get out of the contract, then I won't give up my original plan. Think about the Miao group, look at the Xia group, and then look at the Chai group, and if you think I'm joking with you, then you can give it a try." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. The group of female anchors outside the door were all looking at Ji Tianwen at the moment with a blazing light in their eyes. As the saying goes, like father, like son, Feng Wei, like Feng Yingjun, is an old pervert who usually doesn't mooch off them. At this moment, seeing Ji Tianwen's words caused Feng Wei's face to turn the color of pig's liver. In their eyes, Ji Tianwen was like a hero clad in battle armor that deserved adoration. Just as Ji Tianwen was about to step out of the office door, a voice came from behind him. "I agree. Terminate the contracts of UWM and UWS." Saying these words, Feng Wei looked like a deflated ball and sat on his butt on the sofa. At this moment, his mood was really complicated to the extreme. People teach people and they can't be taught? Things teach people and once is enough. It wasn't that he couldn't recognize the reality that the Feng family was gone. He just wasn't willing to accept that reality. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, helped him recognize reality through practical actions. Ji Tianwen, who had already walked to the door, had his footsteps stuttered as he turned back and said, "Then thank you, Mr. Feng, for releasing him." Chapter 145, Kneeling for Help. After exiting the office door, Ji Tianwen was immediately surrounded. "Mr. Ji, I've always admired you. Can you let me add a friend?" "Mr. Ji, I'm your hardcore fangirl. Can you give me one of your business cards?" "Mr. Ji, I want to take a picture with you alone." A group of female anchors surrounded Ji Tianwen, chirping and clamoring to be the first to speak. Ji Tianwen frowned, not liking this feeling, was about to let the security officer in front of him open the way. Suddenly, puff, a female anchor, who had a good figure and appearance, softened her knees and fell down in front of Ji Tianwen. Mr. Ji, please, save me. Ji Tianwen froze on the spot, not reacting to what kind of operation this was, only to see the anchor woman's eyes reddened with tears. She said, Feng Yingjun is simply an animal. Not only did he use his position to force me to have sex with him, he secretly recorded videos and used them to force me to sleep with the older men he was trying to impress. Those old men, like him, are all unadulterated perverts. Perverts, don't believe me. Look. A flash of determination crossed the anchor woman's eyes as she grabbed the collar with both hands and pulled hard. The buttons of her shirt fell apart, and her body could be seen, crisscrossed with scars, all over. There are cigarette scars from burns and marks from whips. The rest of the place was so green and purple that it was shocking. The female anchor cried out, Mr. Ji, I beg you to save me. I'll be an ox or a horse to repay your great kindness. When he finished, he hit his head against the ground with a dull thud. In fact, she had a death wish a long time ago, and Ji Tianwen helped the sisters Yu Miao and Yu Xiao to successfully terminate their contracts today, allowing him to see a ray of light. Without waiting for Ji Tianwen to take a stand, a few more female anchors knelt down. Several people either rolled up their sleeves or lifted their skirts to reveal their bruises. Then, the crying began about the unjust abuse that had been inflicted. Ji Tianwen twisted his head to look at Feng Wei and Feng Yingjuan's father and son in the office, a touch of icy coldness crossing his eyes. If it's a matter of throwing money at it and getting these dominatrixes to fulfill their kinky fetishes and help them serve their clients with their bodies, then there's nothing to it. But using contracts and videos to coerce is shameful. Ji Tianwen said in a deep voice, Get up all of you. I can't help all of you get out of your contracts, but I can provide you with free legal assistance, and anyone who wants to file a lawsuit can go to the Tongda law firm. Now that the park is nearing completion, it's a time when manpower is needed. There's a use for taking these female anchors under your wing. After all, benefits plus favors are better than being tied up with benefits alone. As for whether or not these female anchors would be able to cancel their contracts successfully, Ji Tianwen didn't think it would be a big problem. Without the Feng family's old man's shelter, the Feng family was like a paper tiger. It looked as if it was still intimidating, but in reality, it had long since lost its original strength. Seeing things that can't be seen, once it becomes a big deal, Feng Wei can't suppress it. Thank you Mr. Ji. Mr. Ji, you pulled us out of the quagmire. We must not forget you. Mr. Ji, if you have any use for us in the future, we will definitely go through fire and water. Kneeling on the ground, the group of female anchors, one by one, thanked him 1,000 times. The standing female anchors, on the other hand, were in a state of hesitation. You want to ask if you want to get out of the contract? The answer is undoubtedly want. But doing that would be like tearing up the company, and there's definitely no way to stay on. Without a job, what do you eat? What do you drink? What do you live in? What do you use? Most people exchanged glances with each other and decided to wait and see. Out of the office building, the bright sunlight spread over the body. Yu Xiao felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Even the pace of walking has become much lighter and faster. Smiling broadly, Mr. Ji, thank you so much. I now feel like living again. Even Yu Miao, who had always disliked smiling on the sidelines, had a rare smile. However, she didn't follow her sister's example and uttered words of thanks, but instead said with a straight face, Mr. Ji, we sisters will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations of us. Ji Tianwen nodded slightly and raised his wrist, glancing at the time. 10:40. Xiao Yu, we agreed to break the contract before lunch. I didn't talk big, did I? Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. Yu Jingju nodded and returned. You're still very reliable in your work. Let's go. Back to the restaurant to eat. Ji Tianwen greeted and took the lead to get into the car. At 11 o'clock, the group returned to the Yarag restaurant. Go to the top floor booth. Ordered the food. While waiting for the food to be served, Yu Miao inquired, Mr. Ji, when do we start working? Ji Tianwen replied back, there's no rush. Let's give you guys half a month's vacation first. You guys get your energy and get some rest. I can advance you a month's salary in advance if you're short of money. Ji Tianwen gave the two a base salary of 100,000 per month, which was generous enough for the sisters' current popularity. Yu Miao's eyes were full of gratitude, and she was about to speak when the knock on the door sounded. Please come in. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth. The door opened and Louis, the restaurant manager, walked in. On his face, he wore an awkward, unassuming smile, a look of having something to say, but having trouble saying it. Manager Liu, is it because you want me to get a new card? Ji Tianwen asked with a smile. Junior Ji, if you're going to run a card, then I'm definitely looking forward to it, Louis replied back, then smiled twice and said, however, I've taken the liberty of coming over to bother you, but it's really not for the matter of the card. Oh, Ji Tianwen said with interest. Then Manager Lu came over. What exactly is the matter? Louis compensated with a smile and said, Ji Xiao, it's like this. This private room, I think, was actually booked in advance by someone who made an appointment to come over today. When contacted by phone yesterday, the customer who reserved the private room said it was possible that he would come, but it was also possible that he wouldn't. So, I'll make the call and arrange the private room for you. At this point, Louis paused his sentence. The meaning had been expressed clearly enough, and the next step was to see what kind of attitude Ji Tianwen had. Of course, he was screaming inside. Normally the top floor booths are mostly empty. No one will book for over half a month, or even a month or two. But on the contrary, this time someone booked it, and on the contrary, Mr. Ji came again, and on the contrary, he couldn't afford to offend either side. This can only be said, if people catch up with the bad luck, when it is really drinking cold water can be stuffed teeth. So, Ji Tianwen faintly snapped. Louis's smile faltered and his heart thumped. Listening to young Master Ji's words, it was clear that he had no intention of giving up the private room at all. Chapter 146, Change the Private Room. With an expression on the verge of tears, Louis groveled, Xiao Ji, for the sake of me serving you with all my heart in the past, you can give me a little bit of thin face. I'll pay for all your purchases today. I know you don't like these 2 steel chippings of mine, so consider it a mercy and help me out this time. Will you? Ji Tianwen didn't mean to make things difficult for Louis, and said thoughtfully, Manager Lu, I'm curious, who booked this private room? As far as the city of Pingzhou was concerned, there was no doubt about the dominant position of the Ji group, especially in recent months. First, he strongly crushed and defeated the Miao group. This was followed by forcing Lu Liang to step down, and then by scaring off Chai Bin. After this operation, there was no longer any headstrong that dared to touch base with the Ji group. Therefore, Ji Tianwen was really quite curious. Just what kind of character was it that made Louis come over to make him give up his private room even if he didn't care to offend him? Ji Xiao, this is. Louis looked embarrassed and explained. According to the regulations, the restaurant needs to handle the customer's information confidentially by default. Ji Tianwen's eyes narrowed and his smile turned a few degrees colder as he said in a slow voice, what Manager Lu means is that I'm not even qualified to know who I'm giving the private room to. Is that right? No, you mustn't say that. Ji Xiao. Louis was so anxious that the tone of his voice changed, and he busily said, it's a young master from Mordor, called Tian Kaihui. His family owns an entertainment company. Speaking of this, Louis stepped forward, came up to Ji Tianwen's ear, and lowered his voice. It's said that someone in Tian Kaihui's family holds a key position in one of the imperial capital's departments. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding, suddenly thinking that Song Yabing had said earlier that Xia Shuyun had taken a plane to Magic City, and this Tian Kaihui is from Magic City. Could the other party be related to Xia Shuyun? Without waiting for him to continue his thoughts, he heard Louis speak. Ji Xiao, I know you won't be afraid of that Tian Kaihui, but when immortals fight, mortals suffer. If you two have a conflict, I really can't afford the consequences. I'm not going to lie to you. I have an 80-something-year-old mother on top of me and a child who is not yet weaned. If we do lose our jobs, our family won't be able to live. Toward the end, tears welled up in Louis' eyes and his tone became choked. Ji Tianwen's mouth twitched twice, feeling speechless to the extreme. It's okay to make up nonsense, but at least use your head. It's not right, is it? Yu Jingzhu said suspiciously. Manager Lu, how old are you? With a start, Louis returned. 32. Yu Weixiao took over the conversation and said, that's not right. You are 32 years old. Under the unweaned child, this is still normal, but on the upper 80-odd years old mother, I'm a little bit not quite believe. Louis, the concerns of these two are a bit too tricky. Is the point how old my mom is? The point is, I don't want to lose my job, okay? Mr. G, I think it's the same wherever we eat. Why don't we change the private room? Yu Weixiao opened her mouth. Hearing this, Louis was almost moved to tears. It's a good thing you met someone nice, but unbeknownst to me, Yu Weiwei is just trying to pay for it. Ji Tianwen helped the sisters get out of their overbearing contract and gave them another very conscientious contract. It's only right to buy a meal, and with the private room on the top floor, she couldn't afford the bill. It might be affordable to switch to a regular private room. What do you two mean? Ji Tianwen looked at Yu Jingzhu and Yu Weixiao. Louis hurriedly folded his hands in a worshipful gesture, fearing that the two aunties would not agree to change the private room. It was a good thing that the two aunts didn't mean to go against him. It's all fine with me. I'm okay with that. Ji Tianwen nodded and got up. Let's go. Change the private room for dinner. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. wiped the sweat that had seeped out of his head due to excessive nervousness, and compensated with a smile. Ji Shao, you're really tolerant enough. I'm thanking you for your understanding on behalf of my old lady, and my wife and child. The group exited the booth and then headed for the elevator. With the ding sound, the elevator door opened from the middle, towards both sides. However, the elevator was not empty, but 5 people were standing. The first one wore sunglasses, hands in his pockets, head held high, giving off a tugging feeling. Good dogs don't get in the way, why don't you get out of the way? The youth wearing sunglasses opened his mouth and cursed. Louis, who heard this, blacked out and barely slipped to his knees on the spot. It was hard to persuade Mr. G to be good, but now it's all for nothing. At this moment, he was simply gutted. Earlier he met a fortune teller on the street who said he was going to have bad luck lately and told him to find a temple to burn incense and worship. He didn't take it seriously and just assumed the man was a liar. But now it really seems like it's time to take things at face value. However, Louis didn't give up on saving himself and immediately rushed forward, blocking between Ji Tianwen and the sunglasses youth. He faced Ji Tianwen, revealing a smile that was even worse than crying, and spoke. Ji Shao, don't be angry. 1,000 mistakes. All my fault. You give me face. Scram. Ji Tianwen spat out a single word, a flash of sharpness erupting from his eyes. Face. It is never given by others on their own initiative, not rushing out to find someone to ask for it. I've given you face by being willing to change the private room. Now that a dog has come to bite me and you've come to stand in the way, what do you think you are and how much face do you have? Louis simply wanted to die, shrugging his head, not daring to say a word. He didn't even dare to take sides when neither side could be offended. Tian Kaihui is a client. If he offends a client, he can't keep his job. Ji Tianwen is the crown prince of the leading enterprises in Pingzhou City, and there is no good fruit to eat if you mess with it. Louis could only remain silent and wait to hear what headquarters had to say afterward. Just now, Louis called you Ji Shao. You are Ji Tianwen, right? The youth wearing sunglasses raised his hand to take them off and sneered. I'm Tian Kaihui, from Magic City. As far as the business community is concerned, there is a very common phenomenon in the country. That is, enterprises of the same size, the imperial capital, the magic capital, the flower capital, the creation of the capital, which come out of these 4 places, will always be regarded as having a higher gold content than enterprises in other places. Objectively speaking, it actually makes some sense. These 4 places are economically developed and more competitive. Survival difficulty varies, and strength naturally varies. Because of this, rich second-generation people in the 4 major metropolitan cities tend to bring with them a sense of superiority when facing rich second-generation people in other cities, feeling that they are inherently superior. This was also the reason why Tian Kaihui still dared to be nonchalant even though he knew that he was facing the crown prince of the Groundhog family. Chapter 147, $1 million a sentence. From Mordor, is that a big deal? Ji Tianwen said expressionlessly. This is Pingzhou City. To Pingzhou City, is a dragon have to give me coiled? Is a tiger have to give me lying down? Before blowing up the thorns, first pad measure yourself enough or not, worthy of being the heir of the G group, so horizontal. Tian Kaihui clasped his hands in front of his body, a teasing smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity, I'm here, so your good days are at an end. Want to touch it? That's right, just to touch you, with these 4 men you brought with you? Of course not. Tian Kaihui let out a light laugh and said, what era is it now? The fighting and killing set has long gone out of fashion, and now it's all about human feelings. Understood, Ji Tianwen calmly said. You're relying on that benevolent family who is the leader of the imperial capital. Tian Kaihui didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. Sneering, I'm not afraid to tell you that there's no way for your G group's park to run on time. And, if I'm not mistaken, G's group should be eyeing the cake of live banding, right? In order to swallow this piece of cake, they actually built a park. Their appetite is really big. Ji Tianwen's expression remained unchanged, and he wasn't surprised that Tian Kaihui knew that G's group had built the park for the purpose of live streaming bandwagons. It's not easy for the news to be hushed up until now, before the true intentions are captured. Ji Tianwen didn't expect to be able to keep it hidden from the beginning. The reason for the concealment is so that intentions are not perceived, which can create competitors and spoilers. Now the completion of the park is imminent. The layout of the layout has been laid out. There is no fear of competitors, or deliberately sabotage the emergence of forces. However, Tian Kaihui said that Key's Park, there is no way to run on time. This showed that the other party had also set their eyes on the cake of live streaming bandwagons, and were already ready to snatch the food from Ji's mouth. Ji Tianwen said in a cold voice, Tian Kaihui, how long do you think you can block me? It doesn't have to be too long. Having a month is enough. Tian Kaihui said with a confident look, my family runs an entertainment company, and the live broadcasting piece is my old specialty. You're still a bit young to fight with me. Did shuyun send you here? Sort of. Sort of? Tian Kaihui fished out a cigarette from his pocket, and the bodyguard behind him immediately stepped forward and helped him light the cigarette. Taking a drag, he said slowly, Shuyun is my sister's classmate. She cooperated with my sister and set up a company. I'm the general manager of this company, so I came over first to make a precursor. If it's just a matter of not letting G Group's park run on time, you'll at most be dragging G Group's feet, and without a backstory, I'm afraid that it's not enough for such a small action. Ji Tianwen tried to extract more information. Tian Kaihui snorted. Ji Tianwen, do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you all about my plans? Just get the hell out of here. I want to eat. Ji Tianwen slowly shook his head and said, the last one who talked to me like this let me gripe a handful of hair and ended up with a bruised nose, and now he has been sent to the hospital. To do it, the security members standing behind Ji Tianwen were instructed to immediately rush forward. Tian Kaihui's 4 bodyguards also gave a quick reaction. However, in the end, it's still a two-fisted affair. Since suffering the last kidnapping incident, Ji Tianwen's security force around him had increased by more than 10 times. Not only was there an increase in numbers, but every single one of them had been personally trained by Chen Rueda. In terms of combat prowess, it was naturally no match for the American girl bodyguard, but against an unusual bodyguard, it was enough to form a crushing posture. In 2 short minutes, the fight was over. The 4 bodyguards were all incapacitated, 2 were knocked out, and the remaining 2, one on the ground and one lying on the ground, could not get up. Ji Tianwen gazed at Tian Kaihui, who had retreated to the elevator entrance, and grinned. Your turn. You actually dare to make a move against me? Tian Kaihui was incredulous, while reaching out, tapping repeatedly on the open button next to the elevator door behind him. He craned his head to see that on the display screen, an upward arrow appeared. The numbers then changed from 1 to 2 and from 2 to 3. Tian Kaihui couldn't tense up. This was the 36th floor, and at this rate, by the time the elevator came up, he would have been lying down. And, even if the elevator could come up immediately, can Jitenman just watch him walk into the elevator and not stop him? Thinking of this, Tian Kaihui made a snap decision to climb the stairs. However, just 2 steps down, the collar at the back of his neck was grabbed. Tian Kaihui's breathing stuttered as he was forcefully dragged to Ji Tianwen. He glared, his eyes like they wanted to spit fire. His face flushed red as he said, Ji Tianwen, you dare to touch me? Who gave you the confidence to think that I wouldn't dare to touch you? Ji Tianwen asked rhetorically, raising his hand and flinging a slap over. Pop! The slaps were crisp and clear into the ears of everyone present, and at the same time shattered Tian Kaihui's mesmerizing confidence. Of course, Tian Kaihui felt that his confidence was still well-founded. He came from Mordor, the super first-tier big city, and there was someone else in his family who was a leader in the Imperial Capital Unit. With these 2 things, he was confident that even if he stuck his face open, Ji Tianwen wouldn't dare to really move him. Reality, however, dealt him a merciless blow. He seems a bit overconfident. Hit me if you want. Don't hit our Tian Shao. The bodyguard lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and spoke. Then, as expected, he was knocked out by a kick. The bodyguard who was on the ground saw this and thought it would be better to remain face down and honest. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth indifferently and asked, Tian Kaihui, how many times did you just curse me? You stepped on the horse. Tian Kaihui was furious, but when he saw Ji Tianwen raise his hand again, the words that followed came to an abrupt end and got stuck at his throat. The fiery pain on his face told him that Ji Tianwen really dared to hit him with his hands. Continuing to curse is nothing more than trading a few more loudmouths. As for revenge, that was after the fact. At least a few big mouths were eaten. Based on the principle that a good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand, Tian Kaihui muffled his voice back. I didn't count. At most a dozen times. Ji Tianwen said in a slow voice. A dozen times. Then rounded up and count it as 100 times. Tian Kaihui was dumbfounded. What foreigner taught you ing math? Put. Yu Jingzhu covered her mouth and burst out in joy. The 2 sisters, Yu Weiniu and Yu Weixiao, also felt unable to hold back their laughter. The 2 of them had also noticed that when Mr. Ji disliked someone, he spoke in a particularly interesting way. Just heard Ji Tianwen continue. Tian Kaihui, you cursed me. I definitely can't let you curse for nothing. Curse 1 sentence for 1 million. You cursed me for 100 sentences. Take 100 million out. I'll let you go. Chapter 148, Ji Tianwen's True Intentions. $100 million? Tian Kaihui laughed back in anger. Ji Tianwen, the bank is right across the street. Why don't you go rob it? Why would I risk robbing a bank when I can earn my money by taking a couple of scoldings? Ji Tianwen revealed a gaze like he was looking at a fool. Tian Kaihui's eyes went black and he was so angry that his body started to shake. You, cut the crap. $100 million. do you give it or not? Ji Tianwen said impatiently. The security members consciously formed a circle and surrounded Tian Kaihui. It was as if everyone would swarm around and whack him like a sandbag if he dared to say no. Feeling unprecedentedly humiliated, Tian Kaihui gritted his teeth and said, even if I scolded you, did you not scold me? The one who teases first is cheap. If you don't scold me, I'll scold you. But you hit me with your hands. I hit you with my hands? Ji Tianwen scanned the surrounding crowd. Who saw that? The waitress faces off and Louis looks down and pretends to be deaf. Everyone was silent. Tian Kaihui was about to go crazy with anger, gritting his teeth and squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth. Good. I'll give you $100 million. Just afraid you won't dare to take it. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called his oldest sister. It rang twice and the phone connected. Tian Miaoyan's voice came out. You've arrived in Pingzhou City? Here it is. I'm in trouble. Tian Kaihui muffled back. Ji Tianwen snatched the cell phone from its hands, turned on the speakerphone, and spoke. This is Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen? Tian Miaoyan's tone revealed surprise, and then became icy cold. Mr. Ji, how did my brother provoke you? Ji Tianwen also beat around the bush, and immediately briefly stated the cause of the conflict. When it was mentioned that Tian Kaihui had scolded him a full 100 times, Tian Kaihui couldn't bear it on the spot and shouted loudly, Sister, Ji Tianwen is talking nonsense. I didn't even scold him that many times. Tian Miaoyan didn't say anything. Of course she was also clear that Ji Tianwen was talking nonsense. In the final analysis, she was still trying to find a reason to make use of the topic. A moment later, Tian Miaoyan said, General Manager Ji, my brother's character is arrogant. It's his fault. I'll apologize to you on his behalf first, and in a few days when I arrive in Pingzhou City, I'll definitely come to the door to make amends. That's not what I want. So how does Mr. Ji want to resolve this? 100 million, Ji Tianwen said without thinking. Your brother cursed me 100 times. $1 million a sentence. I want 100 million. It's not too much, right, Mr. Ji? It's better not to joke about this. I never joke with people I don't know well. No room for negotiation? No. Good. Tian Miaoyan put down a sentence and hung up the phone. The assistant who heard the content of the call cursed angrily on the spot. Mr. Tian, this Ji Tianwen is clearly robbing while the fire is burning. 100 million cannot be given to him. Tian Miaoyan rubbed her brow and didn't reply. $100 million is definitely not to be given. Not to mention that she couldn't get so much money for a while. Even if she could, she certainly couldn't give it out easily. But the brother couldn't be saved. Thinking of this, Tian Miaoyan slammed her fist on the desktop and cursed. This brainless fool. Obviously, she had already explained that she should not make contact with the G Group's people before officially declaring war. Before Tian Kaihui departed, he also agreed with his mouth full. However, the plane had just landed when this happened. It's really not a relief at all. Mr. Tian, you can't give the money. The assistant spoke anxiously. Tian Miaoyan said angrily, you're also a fool. Do you think Ji Tianwen is really asking me for money? The assistant was stunned on the spot. It was clear on the phone that Ji Tianwen was asking for $100 million. If not for the money, what else? Tian Miaoyan said with lingering anger. If it's really for money, then Ji Tianwen wouldn't be stupid enough to set a price that's impossible to ask for. He's forcing me to use my connections. In a moneyed society, anything that doesn't have a price has actually been secretly marked up long ago. And favors, something that can't be measured in money, are always the hardest to borrow and the hardest to return. Tian Miaoyan didn't analyze it incorrectly. Ji Tianwen's intention was to make Tian Miaoyan use her connections to rescue her trapped brother. 10 minutes later, Ji Tianwen received a call from the leader of Pingzhou City. Ji Tianwen didn't bargain and readily agreed to release him. Louis immediately arranged for someone to send Tian Kaihui and his group away. Then, he rushed at Ji Tianwen and said, Young Ji, I'm really sorry for you. Please continue your meal. No need, no appetite. Ji Tianwen put down a sentence, settled the bill and left. Wait until both sets of people have all left. Louis felt the world dim. It was at that moment that he snapped to mind the fortune teller. He left everything at hand and went in search of the higher power. Hooray, the high rollers are still around. Sir, you saved me, Louis said with a sobbing voice. Before, it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize you as a liar. But now I'm really out of luck. How do you see it resolved? The old man with the trigram stand's eyes lit up behind his sunglasses. He didn't expect that a casual remark would actually come true. This one looks to be a fat sheep and must be slaughtered hard. You have a problem that I can't solve, the old man said. Louis said with a bitter face, Old goddess, you definitely have a solution. Didn't you ask me to find a temple to burn incense before? If you say which temple, I will go there now. It is already late. The old man twirled his goatee, shook his head and sighed. The temple door is wide open without burning incense, and woe to you for wishing for pigs and goats, and let you knock your head against the wall. Since ancient times people have been busy and God has not been busy. With this set of words, Lewis felt even more that the old man in front of him was immortal and a rare and high-minded person. Old gods, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please have mercy and save me. Lewis kept begging, saying a bunch of good words, and squeezing out a few drops of tears. The old man felt that the fire was almost ready, so he pretended to look helpless and said, "That's just it. You and I are kind of destined to be together, so I'll give you a hand." "Thank you, old gods," Lewis gratefully said. "As long as you let me avoid this calamity, feel free to mention whatever conditions you have." The old man wasn't subtle and just handed over a flyer. Lewis looked confused and looked down at the flyer in his hand. Just see the above lists a variety of business. Name, divination, measuring good and bad luck, moving house, reading feng shui, exorcism, change luck. Behind the various businesses, there were prices marked up. The old man said cheerfully, "You are now in this situation, a little serious. Recommended that you choose the package, and at least 2 packages. The card can be entered into the membership group. Enjoy 70% discount." Lewis, it's a routine. It's all too familiar. Chapter 149, Zhao Yicheng's gift. Ji's group. Zhao Yicheng, who was enjoying her lunch, sent a message to Ji Tianwen, asking when he would return to the office. She was really bored out of her mind when Ji Tianwen wasn't around, and thinking of Yu Jingzhu following brother Tianwen around. How could she think of it and feel uncomfortable in her heart? The message had just gone out, and she followed the little red dot and clicked into her friend's circle. Seeing the content of the friend's circle, and the person who sent it, Zhao Yicheng slapped the table on the spot. Bang! Provocation. This is naked provocation. Zhao Yicheng gritted her teeth, feeling that the rice on the table didn't smell so good anymore. The friend circle she saw was posted by Yu Jingzhu. The text is, "The mystery of life is that wherever you go, you will always find the beauty in touching things in life." The accompanying pictures were a few pictures of food, one of which was a photo with Ji Tianwen. Zhao Yicheng clenched her pink fists and suddenly regretted being a secretary somewhat. It's better to be a bodyguard, to be able to follow brother Tianman around all the time. I can't continue as a secretary. I have to switch back to bodyguard. Zhao Yicheng secretly decided that when Ji Tianwen came back, she would immediately make a request to change jobs. However, Yu Jingzhu had provoked her so much, and if she didn't fight back, then it would also look like she was too weak and deceitful. I'm not one to be bullied. Zhao Yicheng felt she had to fight back. It was already 1:30 p.m. when he returned to Ji's group. Ji Tianwen had just entered the office when he was pulled by Zhao Yicheng and sat on the sofa, looking at the other party with a pleasing smile on her face. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back her joy and said, "Yicheng, you have something to ask me for?" He. Brother Tianman is just smart. You knew what I was thinking before I even said anything." Zhao Yicheng revealed an embarrassed smile. "Ha, horse's ass." Yu Jingzhu sneered. Zhao Yicheng glared at her and looked back at Ji Tianwen, her big eyes blinking. "Iboshi, if there's something you want to talk about, just say it. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. It's just that I think that the job of secretary is something I'm a bit uncomfortable with, and I'd like to go back to being a bodyguard for brother Tianman." "That's it," Ji Tianwen answered with a full mouth. "No problem, brother Tianman, you're the best." Zhao Yicheng smiled with a wide-eyed smile, and was considered to have a piece of his mind cleared. She got up from the sofa and glanced at Yu Jingzhu, who was sitting on a separate sofa seat, picking up the tablet and opening the game software, and a wry look crossed her eyes. Zhao Yicheng took out a shoebox from underneath her desk, walked over to Yu Jingzhu, and said, "Little Yu, even though you just scolded me, I've decided not to bother with you in general, and gave you the gift I prepared." When he finished, he handed over the shoebox. "No, you gave me a gift?" Yu Jingzhu was incredulous, feeling a bit unreal, and even the very offensive name Xiaoyu could not be pursued. Zhao Yicheng nodded her head and acknowledged. You open it and take a look. I hand-picked it and gave it to you specially." Hearing this, Ji Tianwen couldn't help but be curious, and went over to see what gift the young girl who had switched back to her bodyguard position had prepared for the internet-addicted girl. "Cough, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll take it." Yu Jingzhu maintained her reserve, putting down the tablet and reaching out to open the shoebox. Ji Tianwen glanced at it, and his expression suddenly became complicated. "This gift, really, don't know what to say about it." Yu Jingzhu was stunned for a moment and said with her jaw dropping, "Zhao Yicheng, are you sure you're not being funny?" As he spoke, he pulled out the shoebox of baby sandals that were less than a slap in length. Zhao Yicheng smiled apologetically and said, "Xiao Yu, I don't know what size shoes you wear. They might be that little bit small, but it's okay. If you wear them for 2 days, they should fit." Jitan asked, "It won't fit for 2 years." At this moment, he was already certain that the beautiful bodyguard was definitely doing it on purpose. Yu Jingzhu, who realized she was being tricked, directly threw the baby sandals away and said in annoyance, "Zhao Yicheng, what exactly do you mean? My meaning, isn't it clear enough?" Zhao Yicheng frowned. "I read online that people with normal intelligence can understand the meaning expressed by this gift. What do you mean? You're saying I'm not intellectually normal? That's not what I said. That's what the internet said." Yu Jingzhu huffed. "Then why don't you explain what you were trying to convey by giving me such a pair of baby shoes?" Zhao Yicheng saw that Yu Jingzhu indeed didn't understand what she meant, so she had to explain. "You're an adult. Baby shoes are small shoes. I'm giving you small shoes to wear as a warning. If you provoke me again, I'm going to give you small shoes. Also, the reason for choosing sandals over cotton shoes has nothing to do with the fact that it's summer. I'm trying to let you know that you could cool off at any time if you don't take my warnings seriously." Yu Jingzhu was infuriated on the spot. "You're the one who gave me small shoes? Who do you think you are? I'm the sixth disciple that master took in. The sixth in line." Zhao Yicheng returned. "You're really picking up the fight?" Yu Jingzhu said angrily. "You said I provoked you. How did I provoke you? You know yourself." "I'm not sure. I'll need you to explain it so I'm clear." "You're pretending to understand. Don't you play dumb with me here." Zhao Yicheng snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Yu Jingzhu. What she should have warned. She had warned. If the warning didn't work, then she wouldn't be soft on it is all. Yu Jingzhu also ignored Zhao Yicheng, her gaze looking towards Ji Tianwen, asking, "What exactly does Zhao Yicheng mean? How would I know what that means?" Ji Tianwen laughed. "I saw that I Ching gave you shoes for babies to wear and thought you were pregnant with a child. You fart." Yu Jingzhu was once again infuriated. She's never even had a boyfriend, and she's pregnant with a baby? However, after the matter of delivering the small shoes, she and Zhao Yicheng's bean was considered to be knotted. As soon as she found the opportunity, she would definitely take revenge for this. Ji Tianwen looked at Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu, who were looking at each other in a bad light, and began to consider whether or not to think of a way to separate the two. 3:30 in the afternoon, Ji Tan went to a meeting in the city. As he expected, the meeting was simple. Because of various reasons, the opening of Ji's park, which was scheduled for the middle of next month, needs to be postponed for a month. Father and son exited the office building and got into the car with blank faces. "Dad, this matter is in all probability related to the imperial capital side." Ji Tianwen didn't hide anything, and told his dad about what happened in Yaluoj in the morning, as well as the information he obtained from Tian Kaihui. Ji Woyong's expression appeared momentarily unnatural after hearing this. "The imperial capital," he murmured, more than a touch of complexity in his eyes. Chapter 150, Postponement of Opening. The reason why Ji Wuyan was so despondent was because Bai Jiyu's mother's family was in the imperial capital. When he was hesitant, he promised his wife that he would make the Ji group bigger and stronger within 10 years. Strong enough for the in-laws to come over personally and welcome Bai Jiyu back to her mother's home. However, 23 years had passed, and the Ji group had indeed grown bigger and stronger compared to back then. Unfortunately, it still wasn't strong enough to get his wife's family in the imperial capital to come over and greet him. Ji Tianwen caught the abnormality of his dad's mood, and a thoughtful look flooded his eyes. A moment later, he roughly guessed the reason and said, "Dad, Ji's group this time will definitely be able to break out of Pingzhou City. Moreover, breaking out of Pingzhou is just the beginning, and in the near future, it will have to break out of Asia and face the whole world. Let's work together as a couple and together we'll push the Ji group to a bigger stage." "You brat, this is where you start painting me a big picture?" Ji Wuyong said with dissatisfaction. However, while his mouth was disgruntled, his eyes showed a hard-to-conceal relief. If his son had said that 5 months ago, he would have just dismissed it as bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Now, however, there was no doubt that the son was just shouting empty slogans. Fighting brothers, fighting sons. Since his son had this heart, then he, as an old man, naturally had to give his full support. However, before that, it's important to keep your feet on the ground and solve the puzzle at hand. The devil's capital Tian family is tripping us up. How do you plan to deal with that? Ji Woyong asked. Ji Tianwen laughed. "Dad, if they can find connections to stop us from opening normally, we can certainly find connections to bring the deviated plan back on track." Speaking here, he changed his words and said, "However, in that case, we're actually still at a disadvantage when we do the math. After all, the leader has already opened his mouth and decided to let us postpone the opening. So if we look for connections again, we'll be slapping the leader in the face again. In the long run, fighting for this momentary success or failure will definitely do more harm than good." Ji Woyong nodded slowly, recognizing this statement, and then followed up with, "So you're saying that nothing will be done for the month that the opening is delayed?" "Of course I can't do nothing." Ji Tianwen shook his head in denial, then revealed a smile with deep meaning. Seeing the smile on his son's face, Ji Woyang was stunned, vaguely seeing a few shadows of his own year in it. He heard Ji Tianwen say, "Dad, the leaders said they wouldn't let us open on time, but they didn't say they wouldn't let us open the park to the public, did they? We're not going to open. We're not going to open. We're only going to open the park to a select group of people. Even if the leaders know, then they can't be picked on." Ji Woyang wondered, what's the point of doing this when you don't open your doors? Don't start work, and open it up to some people? There is definitely a point in doing this. Ji Tianwen no longer hid his thoughts and calculations, and said it all, one by one. Ji Woyang couldn't help but feel even more relieved as his eyes lit up after hearing this. He now felt that his son had the strength to fight alongside him. If father and son worked together, it wouldn't be a far-fetched dream to take the G Group to a whole new level. Time for another half month. The park, invested by the G Group, has been officially completed. The fact that the park could be built in such a short period of time was largely dependent on the Key Group, which did not lose its original real estate team. At the same time, it was also attributed to Ji Woyang's absolute power of speech within the Ji clan. Otherwise, the preparatory phase alone would have taken at least half a year. Add to this the cumbersome matters of planning, design and project approval. Faster and faster. By the time construction actually started, almost 2 years had passed, and 2 years later, it's yellow to enter the live bandwagon track again. However, just when everyone thought that G's Group was going to roll up their sleeves and make a big deal out of it, instead, G's Group announced to the public that the opening of the park, which was originally scheduled for 10 days later, had been postponed backward by 1 month. This operation, to the vast majority of people, is incomprehensible. Only a small number of people who knew the inside story well knew that Ji Woyang was not unwilling to open earlier. The delayed opening was a desperate move. What a ing relief. It's called the evil one's own evil one. In these recent months, G's Group has been too angry, simply looking at whoever they dislike, they have to them, this time against the Mordor Tian family. They don't even dare to let out a single fart, and they don't dare to continue to be wild. I heard that the Magic City Tian family was lured over by Xia Shuyun. This time there will be a good show. The part of the population that felt so relieved was mostly the second generation in the business community of Pingzhou. Their pops, on the other hand, saw things quite differently than they did. Ji Woyang, this old fox, is not a character that eats dumb losses, and the probability is that he's keeping some kind of backhand. I also think so. Want to be the age of the mediocrity have dared to slap the table with a hand. Admit weakness is not his character. Strong dragons can't suppress a snake in the ground. The Mordor Tian family, this over-river dragon is very strong, but Ji Woyang, this snake in the ground, is not weak either. Not to mention the construction of the park, putting up such a big battle. It's impossible to be stuck in the end and not counterattacking. While waiting for Ji Woyang's next move, some people's minds began to come alive. The cake of live banding is undoubtedly tempting, even if you are now too slow to eat the big one. But if you can get a piece of it, it's better than not getting a single bite. Right now the Mordor Tian family is posing to take food from the mouth of the tiger that is the G Group. Then it's not out of the question to secretly invest in one. As for switching with the G Group, no one has ever moved on that idea. 10 years ago, Ji Woyang was nicknamed the Cash King of Pingzhou City. He's the only one who invests in other people. No one is in that position to invest in him. So, naturally, those who are interested in taking a bite of the live bandwagon cake, target the Mordor Tian family. Wide and bright office. Xia Shunyun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the ant-like pedestrians below, her brows locked in one place. Right now Xia's group has completely become history. Xia Jianda's money from the sale of his shares, after paying off his debts, didn't leave much left. She, on the other hand, invested all the money from the sale of her shares into her joint venture with Tian Miao. In the eyes of the outside world, Xia Shunyun, who cooperated with the Magic City Tian family and successfully sniped the G Group, should now be in a springtime mood and full of ambition. But that is not the case. With this company, she put up 60% of the capital and only took 40% of the shares. That's not all. She also serves as the company's legal entity. In other words, once the company went bankrupt, Tian Miao only needed to lose $40 million and then could walk away in one piece. She, on the other hand, not only lost $60 million in principal, but also had to bear the company's liabilities, as well as a variety of responsibilities that needed to be fulfilled by the legal entity. Chapter 151, Mr. G, you're so open, contributing more money, taking up fewer shares, but also as a legal person. Such conditions, in exchange for any person with a normal brain, it is impossible to willingly agree. Tian Miaoyan's explanation for this was that her family demanded it. Xia Shunyun was skeptical, but even if she knew that Tian Miaoyan was looking for an excuse, there was nothing she could do about it. She needed to use Tian Miaoyan to fight a turnaround battle. while giving Ji Tianwen a heavy blow. She also let all those who had laughed at her before know. She, Xia Shuyun, will only have a more exciting and successful life without Ji Tianwen. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Xia Shunyun pushed down her inner hesitation and turned around. Please come in. The doorknob turned and Tian Miaoyan walked in. She was wearing a black striped suit, and underneath her wraparound skirt was a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Wavy curls swung with her forward stride, and a smile filled her delicate, pretty face. Shu Yun, just as we expected. A number of local businesses have reached out to us after Ji's announced a delay in the park's opening. I had my secretary make a list of names for you to go over. If there's something you can work with a little bit, just mark it up with a pen, said the man, placing a piece of A4 paper on the desk. Good. Xia Shunyun nodded in agreement and walked behind her desk, picking up the list and scanning it. Then, circled the two businesses with a pen. Tian Miaoyan took the list back and smiled as she extended an invitation. Shu Yun, I'm going to go for a lie down to Ji's group. Do you want to join me? Going to Ji's group? Xia Shunyun froze and returned. I don't recommend going to Ji's group at this time. If we're blocked out, then we'll inevitably be laughed at. You're wrong to think so. Tian Miaoyan shook her head. We are now rivals with the Ji group. Us taking the initiative to look over there is inherently self-provocative. If Ji Tianwen stops us outside, the outside world will only think that he is afraid of us. That makes some sense. Since that makes sense, let's get together. Tian Miaoyan pulled on Xia Shunyun and went straight to Ji's group. She was indeed filled with curiosity about this crown prince of the Ji group who had first set her up before they even met. Tian Miaoyan inquired about the news. All is that Ji Tianwen has little ability, arrogant, to the woman extraordinarily willing to spend money and other negative comments. As for a few months ago, Ji Tianwen had made a big splash at the Young Entrepreneurs Summit, which was also commented on as luck, as well as the fact that LV Chingsong and Kong Yonchi had bet against him, which was what made it appear as if he had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. However, Tian Miaoyan didn't believe the one she had inquired about Ji Tianwen's comments. If Ji Tianwen really didn't have much ability, how could she have been made to suffer a dumb loss before even meeting her? After Tian Miaoyan arrived in Pingzhou City, she asked Tian Kaigui in detail about the causes and consequences of the conflict with Ji Tianwen that day at Yaluo's restaurant, and even some of the details weren't left out. The conclusion reached was that there was no one to advise Ji Tianwen at that time. Then the question arises, an incapable rich kid who only has women in his eyes is able to manipulate her with just one phone call? Although the possibility of coincidence could not be ruled out, Tian Miaoyan never believed in coincidence. The other reason why she wanted to meet with Ji Tianwen was because knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself was the only way to fight 100 battles. She preferred to trust her own observations and judgment than listen with her ears. An industrial park built by the Key Group. The large conference room was exceptionally well decorated. Ji Tianwen sat on the main seat with a gentle smile on his face. In the long row of seats in front of him sat video bloggers and webcasters. All of these people, one after another, have been signed in the last month. There were both men and women, adding up to a number of nearly 100. There are no multi-million-dollar vloggers among these people. The highest amount of followers is over 2 million and the lowest is just over 4,000. But the quality content of both video and live streaming is at a higher level in the industry. Ji Tianwen smiled and said, "Today, I've called everyone here to announce the good news that the park has now been officially completed, and everyone can move in with their bags starting immediately." Warm applause rang out, and the crowd in the room showed their excitement. They had already seen the accommodations in advance, which were at least equivalent to the level of a 3-star hotel. The bottom line is that it's completely free, which is a much better deal than renting an apartment outside. Ji Tianwen raised his hand and pressed down, waited until the applause stopped, and continued. Next, a task will be given to you, which you can also take as an examination. When they heard the word examination, everyone pricked up their ears and their moods were tense. The task is simple. Use your footage and introduce the park, and you can all choose what you want to film based on your fan base. For example, if you mainly shoot the living category, you can shoot the internal environment of the park, as well as the staff dormitories, cafeterias, apartments and villas. There are more gaming fans. Go for keyboards, mice, computer desks, ergonomic chairs, computer mainframes, cameras and other electronic equipment. After a slight pause, Ji Tianwen continued. The main purpose of filming these videos is to recruit any anchor or vlogger who is drawn to apply for a job through your video. After 3 months on the job, you get a $20,000 bonus. Hearing that there are $20,000 introduction fee, the vast majority of the base salary of only $10,000 anchors cannot help but be more motivated. Mr. G, we promise to complete the mission. Mr. G, you are so generous. Mr. G, you are so open. Ji Tianwen raised his hand to stop the compliments of the crowd of employees, and said a few more words on the scene, then without further ado, announced on the spot for the crowd to start working. A bunch of webmasters got up and went out of the conference room. Then, take a tour bus parked outside the building and start shooting freely inside the park. The crowd strictly enforced Ji Tianwen's request to mainly photograph everyday bloggers with a clear goal in mind. Shooting staff dormitories, restaurants, recreation rooms, apartments for anchors, as well as star anchors with good performance and outstanding performance, equipped with independent villas and other living places. The gaming anchors, on the other hand, went straight to the live stream. A variety of unusual players cannot be seen in the equipment, in their lens to show. There are also more niche bloggers that focus on plants, testing air quality, and other points that regular people wouldn't pay attention to. At one point, bloggers of all types, with equipment in hand, were working on video footage in all directions of the park. The crowd was busy with all kinds of equipment and the scene was really lively. Chapter 152, Drone Breaking and Entering. Sonia Bing walked up to Ji Tianwen and opened her mouth to praise. Mr. G, your method is really good. Spending the same amount of money, but the advertising effect is so much better than doing a normal recruitment advertisement. Secretary Song, when did you learn to kiss ass as well? Ji Tianwen raised an eyebrow, his tone seeming a bit displeased. Sonia Bing said in a serious manner, Mr. G, I'm speaking from my heart. I don't mean to compliment you on purpose. What she said was indeed from the bottom of her heart. Originally, she was still having a headache about how she should stabilize the military when the park could not open normally. And then there's the question of how to recoup as much of your losses as possible. After all, the contract has been signed, and from the starting date of the contract, people have to be paid as long as they regularly clock in and out on time. But with the inability to open on time, she was in disarray and didn't know how to assign tasks to these contracted anchors. And Ji Tianwen let these anchors make videos. That is, it can give the following people something to do, but also solve the recruitment matters, so it can be said to be two birds with one stone. Mr. G, in fact, you've quite always been very good, Sonia Bing said in a sincere tone. I remember when I first arrived at the company, you even brought me for a period of time. At that time I felt that you were very capable, and following you, I really learned a lot. Secretary Song, you're really getting good at talking. Just for that, high or low, I'll buy you a large flat, Ji Tianwen said with full atmosphere. Sonia Bing, she said it all. There's no intentional ass-kissing going on. Sonia Bing hurriedly explained. Mr. G, what I'm trying to convey is that you are very capable. It's just that you didn't put your heart more into the company before. You don't have to buy me a house. I'll live in the park next. It's a great environment, easy to eat and stay, and I love it. Ji Tianwen shook his head and said, I don't feel comfortable with you living in the park. Ha? Sonia Bing was unsure, unable to figure out what the point was that Mr. G was uneasy about. Ji Tianwen gave an explanation. Secretary Song, your sense of enterprise and responsibility are too strong. Really let you live in the park. You are afraid that you will have to compress the time to eat and sleep to the limit, so as to put more time and energy, all on the work. Sonia Bing had the heart to argue, but in the end, she couldn't open her mouth. She was planning to live in the park, and it was really just a convenient way to do her work whenever she wanted. Just like what Ji Ten said. Ji Tianwen pressed Sonia Bing's shoulder and said in a serious tone, it's hard for a single wire to become a thread, and a lone tree can't be a forest. I'll arrange it in the next 2 days, and take a few people from the company to assist you in your work, so relax and don't have too much pressure. Mr. G, thank you. Sonia Bing's eyes were filled with emotion amongst them. Then she said, Mr. G, I will allocate my work and rest time, so don't worry. Ji Tianwen frowned slightly and retreated. How about this? The house I had before wasn't too far from the park, so you can stay at my place first. This isn't quite right, is it? There's nothing inappropriate. The house is unoccupied and it's not a good idea to have it always sitting around, so you'll be doing me a favor in looking at the house for me. Okay. Sonia Bing nodded her head and agreed, becoming more and more determined inwardly that she must use all her strength to help Mr. G get his career off the ground. Right at this moment, a voice came out from the walkie-talkie that Sonia Bing had pinned to the back of her waist. Mr. Song, 2 drones have been spotted, flying above the park. Sonia Bing's willow brows furrowed as she gazed at Ji Tianwen. Seeing that it had no intention of taking a stand, she removed the walkie-talkie on the back of her waist and said in a commanding tone, shoot it down. We can't let those 2 drones out of the park, though in a practical sense, so doesn't really help. Nowadays, the most basic function of a drone is to save the captured images in real time and then transmit them to the controller's device through the network. In this case, even if you shoot the plane out, yuck, even if the plane is shot down, then the other side should grasp. All of them, there is not much use. But, there are times when you can't just look at the actual meaning. The symbolism needs to be considered a bit as well. Simply put, G's could care less about the interior of the park being photographed. But if a drone is used without permission to take a sneak peek, that's a different story. Thinking of this, Song Yabing added, have the people in the technical department try to conduct counter-tracking on the person who manipulated the drone, and after locking onto the target, immediately immobilize the evidence before handing it over to the Ministry of Legal Affairs for prosecution. Roger. An answering voice came over the intercom. Ji Tianwen gave a thumbs up and said, Secretary Song, well done. Mr. Ji, don't make fun of me. Song Yabing smiled shyly, knowing that Ji Tianwen was deliberately complimenting her, but she still couldn't help but feel a snicker in her heart. A few moments later, Ji Tianwen's cell phone rang. Take out your cell phone and connect. After listening for a while, he faintly returned. Got it. Tell them to wait in the reception room. Mr. Ji, what's wrong? Song Yabing opened her mouth to inquire, but just as he asked, he realized he had slipped up. Although her current status had changed from secretary to subordinate, she was still not qualified enough to ask about Ji Tianwen's affairs. However, Ji Tianwen didn't care about this and returned. Tian Mian and Xia Shuyun went to the company to look for me. Tian Mian and Xia Shuyun are looking for you? Song Yabing frowned slightly. Needless to say, when the opponent comes to the door, it will definitely not be for a cup of tea and a chat. She said thoughtfully, the drone's just. Ji Tianwen said, it could be them or someone else, but it doesn't matter who it is. Let's go. Go? Song Yabing was puzzled. Mr. Ji, where to go? Help you move. Still, it's not necessary. Tian Mian and Xia Shuyun are not waiting for you at the company. I didn't ask them to come to me, so wait or get out. Mr. Ji, if you're moving, I'll just move it myself. Song Yabing refused. That won't do. Ji Tianwen insisted. What if you promise on your lips and are slow to act? Song Yabing couldn't help it, and it was hard to continue refusing, nodding her head in agreement. Ji Tianwen and Zhao Cheng, as well as Song Yabing, a group of 3 people got into the car. 40 minutes to destination. The place where Song Yabing lived was an apartment that G Group had arranged for its outstanding employees. The rent is cheap, 1/3 of a house on the market in the same location. Before entering the room, Song Yabing tangled, Mr. G, why don't you just rest in the car and let I Ching help me pack my things? How can that be? Ji Tianwen shook his head and refused. You 2 girls work while I rest alone. That's too much to say. Song Yabing wanted to say something, but had no choice but to take out the key and open the door to the room. Chapter 153, no need to say sorry. As the door to the room opened, Ji Tianwen probably understood why Song Yabing didn't want him to come in. The apartment has a compact layout with 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. It's not a big area and you can turn the whole house all around in a few steps. However, it's perfectly adequate for white-collar workers who live alone. On the coffee table sat the half-eaten instant hot pot that he hadn't gotten around to throwing away. The couch was a mess of unwashed clothes. There were also a lot of snack bags on the floor and an overall scruffy look. Song Yabing scrambled to gather the clothes on the couch, inwardly longing beyond measure to go back a minute. If she could go back a minute, she would say nothing to let Ji Tianwen in. Now it's all over. All the images are gone. No man would like a woman who is unkempt. Mr. G must have felt that she was lazy in private, and along with that, he had a bad impression of her. Secretary Song, it seems that I still don't care enough about you, Ji Tianwen said with full of apologies. Usually, I arrange too much work for you, so much so that, Mr. G, don't say that. Song Yabing hurriedly said, actually, I do clean my room during my free time. It's just that I've been a bit busy lately and can't spare much time. Ji Tianwen didn't dwell on this issue much and said, pack up your things, the room doesn't need to be cleaned. Turn around and I'll give a greeting to the management office side and ask them to send someone over to clean the room. Good. Song Yabing agreed, letting out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Mr. G didn't seem to mind her being unkempt, but rather felt that he didn't care enough about her. Realizing this, Song Yabing felt again that letting Ji Tianwen in didn't seem like a wrong choice. Furniture and appliances and such, all come with the apartment. When you say you are moving, you really only need to take away your clothes, cosmetics and other things that you normally use. Song Yabing closed the trolley case and zipped it up, glancing at the house where she had lived for 4 years. It was small, but it also sheltered her from the wind and rain, and was a place for her to stay. It's kind of hard to leave now, Ji Tianwen half-joked. Secretary Song, why don't you keep this house for you? Whenever the company has a reunion, we'll use this as a punchline. When the time comes, you tell the people down there about your inspirational experience. Song Yabing shook her head and returned. No need. A few pictures were taken and the group of 3 left. The large flat where Ji Tianwen originally lived was not too far away. The house hadn't been lived in for months but was still kept clean and tidy. This was because Ji Tianwen had specifically hired someone to clean it regularly. Therefore, just move right in. Ji Tianwen helped Son Yabing enter her fingerprints and iris, and then took out a spare key from the drawer and handed it over. Smiling, Secretary Son, just take your pick, whichever room you want. Or you could choose them all and try every room. Take whichever room you feel comfortable in. I'll take a look first. Son Yabing said. This house, though she had been here a few times before, she hadn't taken a close turn. The kitchen, living room, tea room, study, gym, viewing room and balcony will add up to nearly 400 square meters. Not only is it large, but it can fulfill all the needs of daily life. The key thing was that it was an almost perfect match to Son Yabing's dream residence. Mr. G, the master bedroom is your room. I'll take this room. Son Yabing chose a room that was close to the master bedroom. Ji Tianwen nodded and said, that's fine. Maybe I'll come back to stay one day. Aha. Son Yabing answered in a low voice, her pretty cheeks uncontrollably hot. In case one day, Mr. G really comes over to live, then Son Yabing shook her head and didn't think any further. Now the car is available and the place where I live has changed. The configuration was upgraded by more than one notch, and she had to be of more value to make it work. Mr. G, aren't Tian Miayen and Xia Shuyun looking for you? Are you going back to the company? Son Yabing asked. Ji Tianwen was slightly stunned, then laughed. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about it. After that, he took out his cell phone and called the company back. Learning that Tian Miayen and Xia Shuyun hadn't left yet, Ji Tianwen took Zhao Yicheng with him and returned to G Group. G's group. In the reception room, Xia Shuyun's face was ugly as she said, this bastard Ji Tianwen is clearly intentionally hanging us out to dry. It doesn't matter. Tian Miayen took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, he will always show up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door pushed open and Ji Tianwen walked into the lounge. With that, Zhao Yicheng followed him in. He was about to close the door when he noticed Yu Jingzhu squeezing in. Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Zhao Yicheng said in dissatisfaction. It's up to you. Yu Jingzhu disliked, looking at Ji Tianwen with an expectant face. As early as 2.5 hours ago, she had heard the employees in the company discussing that Ji Tianwen's ex-girlfriend had come to the company. It made her immediately pull full of anticipation, just waiting for the good show. It wasn't that they were only interested in the world. It was purely that they found Ji Tianwen's dislike of people so interesting that they wanted to see it again. The first time Tian Miayen saw Ji Tianwen, a light crossed her eyes and she stood up and said with a smile, Mr. G, I've seen your photos. I didn't expect you to be more handsome in person than in the photos. After speaking, he extended his right hand. Ji Tianwen similarly reached out, shook Tian Miayen's hand, and said indifferently, Mr. Tian, I've kept you waiting. Never mind. I don't have anything important. I came over just to meet with Mr. G and have a few small talk. Tian Miayen paused and added, by the way, and for the offense my brother took against General Manager G some time ago, I personally say sorry. Ji Tianwen laughed lightly and said, there's no need to say sorry. Both parties took their seats. Tian Miayen glanced at Xia Shuyun beside her and rushed Ji Tianwen. Mr. G, I'm sure this one doesn't need me to introduce more, right? Ji Tianwen glanced at Xia Shuyun. No expression on his face and no fluctuations could be seen in his eyes, as if he was looking at an insignificant stranger. Xia Shuyun's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with indignation, as well as intense hostility. Tian Miayen, who was carefully observing the reactions of the two men, suddenly spoke up. Mr. G, I think that between you and Shuyun, there are many misunderstandings. Anyway, at least you were together for 5 years, as Shuyun's old classmate. Seeing that you guys are now at such a stalemate, I, in my heart, don't feel good either. Ji Tianwen snorted. So, if it's possible, I hope that you guys can put aside your differences on ice so that you can still be friends. Tian Miayen said in a very serious tone. As a man, I think I should be more generous. Ji Ten stood up, pulled the couch against the wall, and then sat down again. Chapter 154, the oil and the salt don't go into it. Tian Miayen was confused and said uncertainly, Mr. G, what are you doing? Ji Tianwen raised his hand and gestured. It's fine, Mr. Tian, you continue. I'm mainly worried that if I'm too close to you, when the lightning strikes you, it will involve me. When these words came out, Yu Jingzhu was thrilled beyond words on the spot. She had guessed that Ji Tianwen would definitely dislike people. Fittingly, this started. Tian Miayen's smile remained the same as she slowly said, Mr. G, please believe that I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart, and I can apologize to you if I've upset you. Ji Tianwen said with a smirk, a verbal apology, too insincere. Why not kneel down and kowtow with a ring? This way, it means that you appear to be sincere and I appear to be aggressive. Turn around and you take a picture and make a news story with a headline that says Ji Tianwen is being a jerk to a beautiful woman, bullying people, and threatening to make you go to heaven and earth. 66666. Yu Jingzhu clapped her hands and shouted 6666. Then the mouth was covered by a small white hand. Yu Jingzhu pushed Zhao Yicheng's hand aside and gave her a full glare. However, thinking that it was important to watch the show, he didn't choke with it. Tian Miaoyan shook her head and lost her smile. Mr. Ji, it looks like I really pissed you off. Isn't provoking me the result you want? Ji Tianwen sneered. Tian Miaoyan of course wouldn't admit it, but actually really held the intention of deliberately provoking Ji Tianwen. For one thing, the ability to control emotions is often tied to one's urbanity. Secondly, when people are angry, they tend to reveal their nature. Tian Miaoyan was trying to sidestep Ji Tianwen's judgment in this way, but now it seems to have undoubtedly failed. However, she was not discouraged and changed the topic. Mr. Ji, they say everything is possible. Do you think there is any possibility for us to become partners? After saying that, without waiting for Ji Tianwen to state his position, he added, the current G Group's campus delayed its opening by 1 month. If you seriously calculate it, it's not just as simple as earning 1 month less. To my eyes, the Key Group campus is like a big theater, and the biggest theater, without actors on stage, can't recruit an audience. Ji Tan asked, you mean, I have the theater, you have the actors, and we can work together a handful of times? That's right. Tian Miaoyan nodded her head and returned. A stage this big requires more than 1 or 2 actors. I believe Mr. Ji hasn't found enough people yet either, right? Our family owns an entertainment company, so it's just the right place to fill in the gaps, and working together will be good for both of us. When Xia Shunyun heard this, her face couldn't help but become ugly. What she wanted was to prove herself by defeating Ji Tianwen. If Tian Miaoyan was going to work with Ji Tianwen, then what were her previous efforts? However, she was in no hurry to take a stand. Tian Miaoyan had only raised the intention of cooperation, and Ji Tianwen hadn't really nodded his head in agreement. And, based on his knowledge of Ji Tianwen, Xia Shuyun thought that Ji Tianwen would most likely not agree. Sure enough, he heard Ji Tianwen say, the G Group has never set a precedent of setting up a stage by itself and letting others sing on it, and it won't be in the future either. Mr. Qi, so what if this stage was set up with someone else? You want to invest? Not bad, Tian Miaoyan said with a straight face. How much has the G Group invested so far? Our Tian family can bear half of the investment, and we can only account for the dividends of the shares without participating in the management and decision-making. Ji Tianwen slowly nodded his head and said, a very good offer, and it also sounds sincere. When Xia Shuyun heard this, her face became a few points more ugly. If we go by Tian Miaoyan's words, then the conditions are indeed very favorable to the G Group. Both recoup half of their costs ahead of time and save time in recruiting. Most importantly, the ability to maintain a super high degree of freedom without worrying about being restricted. Tian Miaoyan said with anticipation, Mr. Ji, since you think the sincerity is enough, then the cooperation? I refuse. Ji Tianwen didn't even think about it and gave a decisive answer. Tian Miaoyan's smile froze for a moment, forcing herself to maintain her composure as she questioned, what about the reason? The reason is that it's not needed. Ji Tianwen answered back, with G Group's financial strength, it is naturally qualified to say that there is no need for investment. But can Mr. Ji guarantee that G Group's parks will definitely make money and will not lose money? Yes. Tian Miaoyan originally wanted to say that accepting the investment would equalize the risk and lead to faster development, but Ji Tianwen's word can block all the words she had prepared. Tian Miaoyan said in a cold voice, Mr. Ji, I advise you not to be blindly confident. At least for now, G Group's campus had to delay its opening for a month. Ji Tianwen said with a relaxed expression, that would undoubtedly be a great thing for Mr. Tian. You hurry up and take advantage of this month to get a jump on the market so I can't catch up with you. When the time comes, force me to actively beg you to cooperate with me. That will be more favorable to you. A flash of annoyance crossed the bottom of Tian Miaoyan's eyes. This asshole, not only is he ungrateful, he's practically oil and salt. She receives instructions from her family to propose a partnership with Ji Tianwen. As long as Ji Tianwen agreed, then the next thing would be fine. Like she said, Ji's group now had the stage set up, but lacked actors to get on it. And once the Tian family had taken a stake in G Group's park, the resources they held in their hands were able to give full play to their value. When the time comes to do the math, the profit will be even higher than Ji's group. Tian Miaoyan brought Xia Shunyun over with the intention of trying to see if Ji Tianwen was still in love with Xia Shunyun. With it clear that Xia Shunyun couldn't play much of a role, she had no choice but to open up and propose cooperation. As a result, it is what it is now. Mr. Gee, if you're not satisfied with the conditions I've stated, then why don't you state your conditions? Perhaps our Tian family can accept them. Tian Miao said as she suppressed her anger. Ji Tianwen pondered slightly and said, first let G Group's park open as scheduled, and we can take our time to talk about matters related to cooperation. Tian Miao almost didn't get angry and huffed. Mr. G, are you taking me for a fool? And let's not even talk about the fact that getting leaders to change their tune requires another drain on connections. Even if we let the G Group's campus open on schedule, what if the cooperation drags on and in the end the talks don't work out? In the end, it turned out to be a lot of busy work for the Tian family, but they got nothing. Ji Tianwen laughed. Mr. Tian, I made a fool of you because you made a fool of me first. Slap and give a sweet date. That doesn't work well on me. My style is, if you stare at me, I'll stab you. Chapter 155, We've Met a Love Rival. After exiting G Group's gate, Tian Miao still felt a tightness in her chest. She hated the frustration, especially the frustration of not getting what you want in the end despite being well prepared. Miao, are you really planning to work with Ji Tianwen? Xia Shunyun asked. Tian Miao took a deep breath and returned. It was my family's idea. I definitely don't want to work with Ji Tianwen. That's why I purposely brought you along. Xia Shunyun did not say anything about this, as if he believed it and as if he did not believe it. Tian Miao raised her palm and put it on Xia Shunyun's shoulder, smiling broadly. Shunyun, we are old classmates and partners. We should be the closest to each other. As long as we hold hands and stand shoulder to shoulder, we will be able to create a better tomorrow together. Xia Shuyun returned the smile and nodded heavily. She knew very well that in this current situation, there was no way back for her. Therefore, she had to convince herself to believe Tian Miao. Back to the office. G10 put in the work. The park couldn't open properly. Then he had to find a way to keep the G Group's park always hot and constant until it opened. This work is, to put it mildly, not difficult, but to put it simply, it is not simple. It's easy to want to attract attention. Go out on the street and take your pants off and you're an instant eye-catcher. But it's easy to play yourself off in such a vulgar way. So, the scale is crucial. Floor to ceiling windows. Zhao Yicheng set up his horse stance and practiced his fist move by move. She hadn't forgotten the earlier lesson that if she still kept slacking off, then next time, it might not be as simple as being in the hospital, lying around for a month and a half, and the couch. Yu Jingzhu wore headphones on her head and played a game with her tablet. Every now and then a line or two of trash talk spilled out, and his demeanor seemed extraordinarily focused. The three men in the office, occupying three different positions, were each minding their own business. A few moments later, Ji Tianwen's cell phone rang. Picking it up, he realized that the screen showed that the person calling was Chu Lingyun. Ji Tianwen picked up the phone and asked with a smile, Mr. Chu, why did you remember to call me? Mr. Ji, Xiao Zimo was back to work at the clubhouse. Chu Lingyun said. Ji Tianwen froze, but did not find it strange. Now Xiao Zimo's reputation, it's already stinking. Without a job, they have no financial resources, so they naturally have to go back to their old jobs. It was just that he didn't understand why Xiao Zimo didn't just go and suck blood from Xia Shuyun. Could it be that tastes are inherently strong, favoring rich old, ugly women? However, Ji Tianwen didn't think much about it. Xia Shunyun and Xiao Zimo are two people who can just clean up when they are idle. Mr. Ji, for your face, I will take extra care of him, Chu Lingyun added. Ji Tianwen went straight to the point. Mr. Chu, you're making this call to me. It shouldn't just be for such a trivial matter, right? It seems that Mr. Ji has no intention of making small talk with me. Chu Lingyun laughed. Indeed, I have something else. Then say so. The odds are that Riai's life has been revealed. Oh, Ji Tianwen said with interest. How did you know? Chu Lingyun explained. At a reception the day before yesterday, the young master of the imperial capital Duan family, Duan Xiaokuan, suddenly appeared. After the reception, he started pestering Ryaki, saying that he fell in love with Ryaki at first sight. He also said that as long as Rongqi nods, he will immediately arrange for someone to come to his door to propose marriage. Jitan asked. Short little Quinn. That's a great name. Slightly musing, Ji Tianwen half-joked. Mr. Chu, you've met a love rival. On the other side of the phone, Chu Lingyun's eyes appeared momentarily flustered. She remembered that when she was in the hospital, Ji Tianwen had made a very meaningful remark about the deep sisterly love between her and Kong Yongqi. Now, it's even more outspoken that she's met her love interest. Could it be that Ji Tianwen really saw something abnormal? Chu Lingyun took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions that were churning inside her. Her tone was serious. Mr. Ji, I remember I told you that Rongqi had saved my life. That's why I take care of her like my own sister. Please don't look at people Ji with rotten eyes. Ji10 didn't continue to flirt and questioned. What did you mean by calling me? Duan Xiaokuan's appearance is not normal. Chu Lingyun said gruffly. I got in touch with him and he said that it was a coincidence that he came to Dongda City and that he met up with Rongqi at the reception. But after my investigation, it wasn't a coincidence at all. He was coming for Rongqi. Ji Tianwen was taken aback and then said, if that's the case, then it should be towards the legacy of the old Yang family in the imperial capital. So I suggest that you investigate the whereabouts of LV Liang and LV Qingsong first. Ji Shao, we're thinking the same thing. I also suspect that it's the masters LV Liang and LV Qingsong who leaked the information. I've already had people checking where these two masters are. After Chu Lingyan finished speaking, her face became a few points more ugly. If Duan Shokuan's intention of pursuing Kong Yongqi was to obtain the inheritance of the old master of the Yang family in the imperial capital, and the source of the information was the father and son of LV Liang and LV Qingsong, then I'm afraid it's going to be hard to live in peace for the rest of the day. In case these two masters run abroad and then sell the information in their hands, no doubt more and more Duan Zyakans will appear. At that point, the scene would be beyond her control. Chu Lingyan said helplessly, Mr. Ji, Rongqi hates that Duan Xiaokuan, but Rongqi's father is very appreciative of Duan Xiaokuan. I guess there's already an intention to set up a match. So, you want my help? There is indeed this meaning. Chu Lingyun admitted, even though I took over Master Jin's field, I still can't stop Duan Xiaokuan for the time being, so if Mr. Ji can help me drive Duan Xiaokuan back to the imperial capital, I'm willing to offer $50 million as a reward. After a pause, he added, in addition, Mr. Ji, get ready. There is a possibility that Duan Xiaokuan will go to Pingzhou City to look for you in the next 2 days. Looking for me? Ji Tianwen said inexplicably. Why are you looking for me? This is, Mr. Ji, let me apologize to you for Rongqi first. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what's going on. Chu Lingyan said apologetically. Rongqi told Duan Xiaokuan that you were her sweetheart in order to get rid of Duan Xiaokuan's entanglements. Unless Duan Xiaokuan can make you soften up and admit in person that you're a younger brother in front of Duan Xiaokuan before recording a video and posting it on the internet, only then will she consider marrying Duan Xiaokuan. Mr. Ji, I'm really sorry, because you refused to tell Rongqi about her life before. Rongqi has a grudge against you. She actually doesn't have too much evil heart. Towards the end, Chu Lingyan's voice couldn't help but diminish a lot, although she thought she was telling the truth. Saying this to Ji Tianwen, the victim, would definitely make the other party feel that she was excusing Kong Yongqi. Chapter 156, Meng Lei's Dreams. Ji Tianwen's brows unconsciously tightened after hearing Chu Lingyan's words. He had a good intention, but in the end, he got such a result, which made him somewhat unable to endure. And Chu Lingyan seemed to know what he was thinking, and hurriedly said, Mr. Ji, I can understand your feelings. You have a good intention, but you didn't get a good reward in return. If it were me, I would definitely feel unhappy too. I've put $10 million in your account, so take it easy. Regarding Duan Xiaokuan, I still want you to help and drive him back to the imperial capital. As soon as the words left his mouth, a text message tone sounded. Ji Tianwen took his cell phone away from his ear, and when he saw the message that $10 million had been transferred into his account, the dissatisfaction in his heart did dissipate quite a bit. Just this once, no more, Ji Tianwen said in a muffled voice. It wasn't that he cared about the $50 million payoff, but Chu Lingyan's attitude. He really couldn't pick a fault. The reason why it was said that this would not be the case was naturally to avoid the follow-up of people like Duan Xiaokuan, encouraged by Kong Yongqi, coming over to trouble him. Mr. Ji, thanks a lot. Chu Lingyan poured out a thank you, a brief sigh of relief in her heart. She was really worried that Ji Tianwen would directly publicize Kong Yongqi's birth to the public in a fit of rage. That would be too much psychological pressure on Ryachi. Ji Tianwen said, Mr. Chu, let me give you a heads up. Mr. Qi, please. If Duan Xiaokuan approached Kong Yongqi because he obtained information from LV Liang and LV Qingsong that Kong Yongqi could obtain the legacy of the Yang family's old man, then LV Liang and LV Qingsong may not necessarily not be able to directly approach the Yang family's old man and use the information in their hands to obtain benefits. Chu Lingyan froze, then nodded. Mr. Ji, what you said makes sense. Thank you again. Indeed. LV Liang and LV Qingsong had previously withheld this piece of news because they wanted to get their hands on a rich inheritance through Kong Yongqi, and now it was obvious that the quick meat was no longer available to father and son. Then naturally, using the news in hand to maximize the benefits and make a profit becomes the best strategy. LV Liang and LV Qingsong, if they can sell information to Duan Xiaokuan, can't they sell it to Chang Dakuan? Sell and sell. Wait until the sale is almost done. Find the Yang family old man, the rightful owner, and make a profit. Then it will be the biggest winner. As for retaliation, the people have gone abroad. Where is it so easy to start a retaliatory action? The phone hung up. Chu Lingyun heard a knock on the door. She looked in the direction of the door to the house and spoke. "Come in." The door opened and a clean-cut woman walked in. Shu Lingyun immediately asked, "Have you found any trace of Lu Liang and Lu Qingsong?" Half a month ago, Lu Liang took his family out of the country and went to a small tourist island in Southeast Asia. It's certain that Lu Liang's family is not in the country at the moment, and it will take time to track down the investigation to find out exactly where they are. There's no need to keep checking. Shu Lingyun rubbed her brow, feeling an indescribable headache. Learning that LV Liang and LV Qingsong had left the country a long time ago, she was almost certain that Duan Xiaoquan had run over from the imperial capital to pursue Kong Yongqi, and it was from the LV family's father and son's mouth that she had learned the news about Kong Yongqi's birth. Another thing that was certain was that Lu Liang and Lu Qingsong would not come back easily, and the subsequent direction is likely to be as Ji Tianwen predicted. LV Liang and LV Qingsong will use the news of Kong Yongqi's birth to enrich themselves. In other words, Kong Yongqi couldn't hide the fact that she was a member of the Yang family in the imperial capital for much longer. Damn it! Shu Lingyun slammed her fist on the desktop, her mood bad to the extreme. Meng's group. Meng Lei sat behind her desk, staring blankly at the A4 paper in her hand. This dazed state she had been in for half an hour. The content on the A4 paper is the pretend couple agreement that she drafted on the plane back to China half a year ago. Looking at the lower right foot, Ji Tianwen's signature, Meng Lei's eyes looked extraordinarily complicated. During this recent period of time, after a few contacts, she was able to notice clearly that Ji Tianwen's attitude towards herself had changed greatly. There were times when she even felt that Ji Tianwen was deliberately distancing himself from her, keeping the distance between her and him. Is it because you think the agreement is about to expire? Or because you're too busy? Meng Lei murmured a sentence, inwardly hoping beyond hope that it was because of the latter, but her intuition told her that it was because of the former. For a while, so many questions that hadn't occurred to me before popped up. For example, in the past 6 months, Ji Tianwen would address her intimately, would hold her hand and hug her shoulder, but beyond that, there was no more intimate gesture. Now that I think about it, the two of them in the past 6 months have done the most intimate things, but only in the edge of the dream opening day. She took the initiative to kiss him on the stage. Ms. Maureen said that when you really like someone, it's hard to restrain yourself from wanting to be intimate with them. This was how she was with Ji Tianwen, and the last time they met, she deliberately stood in front of Ji Tianwen and pretended to almost fall before crashing into his arms. But after Ji Tianwen finished hugging her, he just held her up and made sure she wasn't in any serious trouble before taking her out for dinner. She thought Ji Tianwen was uninterested, or like her, had zero relationship experience, but Ji Tianwen had been in a relationship with Xia Shuyun for 5 years before, so even if he was inexperienced, he was still better than her, right? The more Meng Lei thought about it, the more she felt like she couldn't figure it out. Eventually, the brain drifted off, slumped over the desk, and fell asleep. She had a dream. In her dream, she was sitting on the top floor of an elegantly decorated restaurant with Ji Tianwen. A soothing violin plays in the background, the lighting is soft, and the tables are set with fine wines and delicately plated dishes. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, there is a full moon hanging high in the sky. The stars are bright, and the picture is very beautiful. The agreement between us has expired. I've already credited $20 million to your account. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Meng Lei finished speaking, got up and left. But, just as he took a step, his wrist was pulled. Wait, Mr. G, it's clearly written on the agreement that the 6-month period has expired and we automatically break up. You and I, as businessmen, should abide by the spirit of contract. Ray, I also have an agreement I want to sign with you. Ji Tianwen took the agreement and placed it on the table. Meng Lei picked it up and realized that the content on it was exactly the same as the agreement she had drafted on the plane. Only the period has changed from half a year to a lifetime. Ji Tianwen's face was full of apologies and his tone was low. Ray, I didn't mean to leave you out these days. It's just because I'm so busy. The opening of the park invested by Ji's group is going to be delayed by a month. And in order to solve this problem, I've been running around, sleeping less than 5 hours a day. So I really can't spare the energy to care for you. I promise, however, that I won't make that mistake again in the future. I will treat you as a treasure in my hand and stay with you until you grow old. Chapter 157, The plot is not right. When Meng Lei woke up, it was already late in the evening. Her eyes were a little misty, and the reserved smile at the corners of her mouth hadn't disappeared yet, obviously not fully detached from the dream she just had. After a long time, Meng Lei lifted her wrist and glanced at the time, realizing that she had only slept for 10 minutes, but the dream just now was so real, so much so, that by now, she was somewhat skeptical that what happened in the dream had actually happened all over again in reality. Just then, the cell phone beeped. Meng Lei picked up her cell phone and took a look, and a flash of light crossed her eyes. It was G10, Who sent her the message? G10 asks. Ray, do you have time tonight? Meng Lei, yes. G10 asks, have dinner together? Meng Lei, good. Jitan, I'll see you in an hour. Next, send the address. Meng Lei put down her cell phone and went into the lounge. Opening the closet door and picking and choosing, she finally selected a long brown dress. After changing, she walked over to her dresser and began applying her makeup in the mirror. She, who usually wore makeup for no more than 5 minutes at most, had worn it for an unprecedented half an hour today. Necklaces, earrings, watches, hair accessories, all of them, no less, to call it a full outfit. After looking into the standing mirror to make sure it was okay, Meng Lei departs and goes to her appointment. Passing through the office area, on the spot let a lot of employees ready to clock out of work look dumbfounded. Am I mistaken? The person who just walked past, was it Mr. Meng? My goodness, I've never seen MS. Meng dressed like this before. It's so feminine. Mr. Meng's face, this body, which man can stand it? The place Ji Tianwen chose to treat Meng Lei to dinner was a restaurant near the beach. The entire 100 floors make it one of the landmarks of Binduong City. Meng Lei took the elevator and arrived at the top floor. As soon as he exited the elevator door, he froze on the spot. The music coming from the booth gave her a very familiar feeling. She recalled it carefully and realized that it was actually identical to the tune she had heard earlier in her dream. Mr. Meng, what's wrong? The waiter questioned. Meng Lei came back to her senses, shook her head, and returned, it's fine. She continued to stride forward, following the waiter. At the same time take a deep breath and calm down the emotions that are churning inside. Not long afterward, she was led by the waiter into the spacious and brightly lit private room. Meng Lei was once again frozen on the spot, as if she had been cast in a fixation spell, because the environment of the private room, the lighting, the ornaments, and even the full moon and stars outside the floor-to-ceiling windows were actually different from what she had dreamed of earlier. The scenes that I saw in my dreams are actually appearing in reality. This made Meng Lei wonder whether she was awake at the moment or still in a dream. She tried pinching a piece of flesh on her thigh and proceeded to rotate it hard. Hiss! Meng Lei sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her brows unconsciously wrinkling. The intense pain made her realize that she wasn't dreaming. Immediately afterward, as if she thought of something, her eyes lit up and joy welled up in her heart. It's absurd and outrageous, but the fact remains that she had a precognitive dream. In the dream, Ji Tianwen took out a lifetime agreement and asked her to sign it. Thinking about this, Meng Lei's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. The upturned corners of her mouth showed her inner pleasure. Ka-ching! The sound of a doorknob turning sounded behind itself. Meng Lei turned her head and realized that the person who walked in was none other than Ji Tianwen, and he was dressed just as she had dreamed. A black t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of gray board shorts make for an overall look that leans towards casual dressing. Ray, why are you standing at the door? Ji Tian asked curiously. I just got here too. Meng Lei simply replied back. Striding towards the table by the floor-to-ceiling window, the two were seated one after the other, ordered their food, and began to make small talk. Ji Tianwen's main purpose of inviting Meng Lei to dinner was to make a cut in the relationship. The agreement had expired, and he didn't expect to get his hands on the $20 million payoff, just a peaceful breakup. However, before that, there was still a need to test Meng Lei's attitude, and in the meantime, do a bit of padding as well. Ji Tianwen followed the original plan, starting with a change of address. Mr. Meng, what are you shouting at me for? Meng Lei raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone filled with displeasure. Ji Tianwen's heart sank, but his face did not move as he asked, do you remember today half a year ago? Half a year ago today? Meng Lei pretended to think for a moment and nodded. Half a year ago today. I just came back to China, and you picked me up at the airport. Ji Tianwen laughed. Yes, time passes really fast. A half year has passed. I remember that at that time we also signed an agreement to come. Meng Lei's smile tightened and she said in a cold voice, I see, you're here to ask me for money. Immediately, she took out her cell phone and transferred $20 million to Ji Tianwen. Then, repeat what was said in the dream. Mr. Ji, the agreement between us has expired. I've already credited $20 million to your account. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. With that, he turned and walked away. Then, not surprisingly, the wrist was pulled. Wait, Ji Tianwen blocked, feeling that things were going a little unrealistically well. This can't be some kind of trap, can it? Meng Lei was secretly happy in her heart, tensed her pretty face and said, Mr. Ji, it's clearly written on the agreement. Half a year period has passed, we automatically break up. You and I, as businessmen, should abide by the spirit of contract. Agreement, quickly take out the agreement. Meng Lei inwardly surged with expectation, while calculating what kind of gesture should be used to agree to sign the agreement. Ji Tianwen let go of Meng Lei's wrist and sat back down, his demeanor despondent. Ray. No, Mr. Meng, you're right. As a businessman, one should abide by the spirit of contract. According to the previously signed agreement, we have automatically broken up. When he finished, he took a sip of red wine from his goblet, his brow furrowed as if he was upset and in pain. Meng Lei was confused on the spot. That's not the right plot. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, tried to feign sadness, smiled mockingly, and said, Ray, allow me to call you that for the last time. During these 6 months, I actually thought that I had met precious love, but now it seems that it would be more appropriate to say ambiguity. I have to say, the feeling when ambiguity is on top is really like love. Speaking here, Ji Tianwen stood up, seeming to have lost the battle, and said with a long sigh, just think of it as a dream I had, and now, I should wake up. After speaking, Ji Tianwen took a step towards the outside of the private room, just as his hand, however, was about to touch the doorknob. Wait, Meng Lei couldn't be bothered to think about why there was a deviation between reality and dream, and immediately chased after the door with quick steps. Chapter 158, I'll carry the pain. Feeling his wrist being gripped tightly, Ji Tianwen secretly grumbled in his heart. Could it be that the acting had just gone over the top and made Meng Lei change her mind about breaking up with him according to the agreement? If that was the case, Ji Tianwen felt that he might not be able to resist hitting his head against the wall. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile and asked, Mr. Meng, is there anything else? Did you forget something? Meng Lei tried to pull the reality of what happened back to the same plot as in the dream. Maybe Ji Tianwen had prepared a lifetime agreement, but decided not to take it out because he said he was breaking up too suddenly? I did forget one thing, Ji Tianwen said. Meng Lei's eyes lit up as anticipation welled up. Bye. Ji Tianwen snorted, pulled open the door to his room, and stepped out. Once again, Meng Lei was confused. After reacting for a few moments, she realized that by forgetting something, Ji Tianwen meant forgetting to say goodbye to her. Seeing Ji Tianwen pull open the door of the private room, one foot had already stepped out of the door. Meng Lei put her heart on the line and pulled Ji Tianwen back into the private room before closing the door behind her. Tianman, listen to me, I actually don't really want to break up with you. Meng Lei spoke quickly, explaining, before you invited me to dinner, I had a dream. As if to add credibility to what she was saying, she described the dream in great detail, hating to describe every single detail. After Ji Tianwen heard this, he was half convinced inwardly, but on the surface, he had a look of resolute disbelief. Just kidding, it was so hard to get such a heavenly who card. How could he agree and take it back to start again? Mr. Meng, I think we all need time to calm down. Tianman, I know you don't believe what I said, but I can swear that I really didn't lie to you. Jiten shook his head and put his hand on the doorknob again. Seeing this, Meng Lei directly pressed her back against the door of the room and said urgently, Tianman, I told you, I don't really want to break up. Mr. Meng, things have come to this, I hope we can retain some decency for each other. Ji Tianwen looked as if his heart was ashen, and no matter what he said, he wouldn't believe it. Meng Lei's lungs were about to explode with anger. If she'd known this was going to be the case, she shouldn't have believed in that crappy dream. The more Meng Lei thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but yell, Ji Tianwen, do you want to break up with me that badly? Ji Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile as he slowly said, Mr. Meng, you're the one who said to abide by the spirit of contract. I told you, I was thinking that the next development could be the same as what I dreamed in my dream. That's why I said that. Meng Lei griped. Mr. Meng, eyes don't lie. Ji Tianwen lamented. I can tell that you actually don't like me, and I also know that your retention is because you don't want your family to blame you, so feel free to put all the blame on me. I'll admit it all. Gee, heaven, ask, Meng Lei said in annoyance, what do I have to say before you'll believe me? Mr. Meng, there's no need to say anything. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by Meng Lei's collar. Then a spin. Jiten's back rested against the door. Meng Lei stood on her tiptoes and kissed her directly. Ji Tianwen stared wide-eyed, both palms firmly pressed against the door, never expecting Meng Lei to actually take the initiative to kiss over. An awkward and intense kiss ends. Meng Lei panted. Now, believe it? Jiten asked. Believe in? I do. He sighed again. Mr. Meng, you don't have to make such a big sacrifice. You can tell your aunt and uncle that I have given my word. Even if we are no longer lovers, the cooperation between the G group and the Meng group, and the good relationship they maintain, will not be affected in any way. Meng Lei simply crumbled. But, it had come to this, and she was no longer reserved about anything. I have to make you believe me today. Meng Lei held Ji Tianwen's hand and pulled him out of the private room. Mr. Meng, what are you? Get a room with you, Jitan asked. Nice guy, that's the way to play it, isn't it? Of course Ji Tianwen couldn't really go to a room with Meng Lei. He stood still and broke Meng Lei's fingers a little bit, revealing a smile. Mr. Meng, you have always been a person with great ambitions in my heart. The eagle belongs in the sky. You should spread your wings and soar. Just go ahead and fly. I'll carry the hurt. After saying the last sentence, he shook off Meng Lei's hand and left with a big stride, his back giving off a feeling of determination. Meng Lei pounded her fist on the wall, sharply angry and helpless inside. What was meant by 100 words? At this moment she had a profound experience. She couldn't do nothing, though. Misunderstandings like this can be resolved with procrastination if you choose to do so. Then it will only deepen, not diminish. Be sure to clear up the misunderstanding as soon as possible. Thinking of this, she immediately went after him. There were 2 elevators, and by the time Meng Lei caught up with them, Ji Tianwen had already gone down one of them. Meng Lei had to take another elevator and go down to the underground parking lot. Luckily, she wasn't too slow, and made it out of the parking lot just in time to see Cullinan's taillights. Meng Lei knew that around Ji Tianwen's car, there were vehicles specialized in security alert. As a result, she drove extra carefully to avoid being caught stalking. Short distances are okay, though, if it's long, it's sure to be noticed. And so on. Meng Lei suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did she sneak around and follow? Should have just kicked the gas to catch up. She woke up, but, just as she was about to step on the gas deeper, the speed of the car, the Cullinan in front of her, dropped. Then, stopped in front of a barbecue restaurant. Seeing Ji Tianwen get out of the car, Meng Lei also pulled over to the side of the road. After thinking about it, she decided not to go in after them. A large crowd is no place for conversation. Meng Lei walked towards the Cullinan in front of her and reached the car before reaching out to open the door. Mr. Meng, what brings you here? The driver was surprised. I have something to find Mr. Ji. Meng Lei put down a sentence and went straight to the car. The driver was clear about Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei's relationship and didn't stop her, letting her get into the car. Zhao Yicheng, who was sitting in the back row, unconsciously frowned and greeted. Sister Meng Lei, why did you follow me here? Just now at the restaurant. Something was left unfinished. I'll get Sky to clear it up. Oh, then wait for a while. Brother Tian Man has gone to buy kebabs for me. Meng Lei couldn't help but feel a little displeased in her heart when she heard this. She thought Ji Tianwen was hurt by love and went to get drunk at a barbecue. I didn't realize it was buying food for this beautiful bodyguard. About 20 minutes later, carrying 2 large bags of kebabs, Ji Tianwen walked out of the barbecue store with a wide smile on his face. Chapter 159. How much love have you put into this? Ji Tianwen clearly didn't realize what would await him. At the moment, he was still immersed in joy. The dream that Meng Lei had spoken of, when he thought about it in hindsight, actually had a great deal of credibility. However, it also reinforces the fact that even God is doing him a favor. Now that the peaceful breakup is successful, there's no need to worry about Meng Lei blacking out, pressing on the heart of a pile of things put down. He only felt relaxed, walking or eager to jump up, mouth also unconsciously humming a small song. Inside the car, Meng Lei looked at Ji Tianwen, who was full of happiness as if he had won the special prize in a lottery, and her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if she could drip water. There had also been a moment when she wondered if Ji Tianwen had been so stimulated that she had mental problems. However, Meng Lei had never been a self-involved person. Moreover, Ji Tianwen couldn't be so vulnerable, so she quickly dismissed the possibility. And if it wasn't for the breakup and acting perversely happy under the weight of too much hard feelings, there would be only one answer. Breaking up is exactly what Ji Tianwen wanted. Thinking of this answer, Meng Lei's pink fists clenched and her eyes became glazed over. On the side, Zhao Yicheng seemed to sense something and immediately went on alert. The next moment, the automatic door slowly opened, and the little song Ji Tianwen was humming came in. It's a good day to think about drops. It's a good day to open up. The song came to an abrupt end. Ji Tianwen looked at Meng Lei, who was sitting in the car with a face as cold as frost, and stood in place like she was petrified. Why is Meng Lei in the car? However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on that. What's he gonna do? Acting crazy and acting overstimulated? Just as she was thinking, Meng Lei raised her arm and was about to slap it towards Ji Tianwen's face. She was just so angry. She was actually cheated out of her feelings. However, just as he raised his hand, his wrist felt like it was caught in a vice. Zhao Yicheng firmly grabbed Meng Lei's wrist and said in a cold voice, "Want to make a move? Charge me." Her willingness to call Meng Lei a sister was mainly because Meng Lei had visited her a few times during her hospitalization. But, Zhao Yicheng didn't appreciate it, because the few times Meng Lei went to visit her, she was nominally visiting her, but in reality, she kept asking about Ji Tianwen. Now, seeing that Meng Lei actually dared to make a move against her brother Tianman, As a dutiful and responsible beauty girl bodyguard, she naturally had to charge forward without any hesitation. Meng Lei grunted out in pain, her eyes staring deathly at Ji Tianwen, her tear light reflecting the street lamps, and the light from the barbecue restaurant signboard, which looked particularly dazzling. Ji Tianwen, who originally wanted to put on a show, gave up his original idea and waved his hand. Yi Cheng, let go of her. Zhao Yicheng glared at Meng Lei in a warning manner before she let go of her hand. Meng Lei got out of the car and said word for word, Ji Tianwen, you lied to me. Ji Tianwen said lustfully, I don't want to argue anything. If you think that I have lied to you, then I have lied to you. Meng Lei snapped, in the past 6 months, has it all been a lie between you and me? Cullinan was already eye-catching enough. Plus Meng Lei's sudden increase in volume at this moment triggered many people to stop and take out their cell phones to take pictures. Ji Tianwen frowned slightly, tell me in the car. No, Meng Lei exclaimed, say it right here. Ji Tianwen said helplessly, aren't we supposed to be pretending to be a couple? Hearing this, the eaters who had already recognized Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei boiled over on the spot. Pretend to be a couple? Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei are a fake couple? Meng Lei was speechless, then pressed on, even if you're pretending to be a couple, I'd like to know, how much real love did you put into it? Is it important? Important as hell. Ji Tianwen pondered slightly and returned, since you have to have an answer, then I can only say that I have thought about actually becoming a couple with you. Then why don't you? Meng Lei said without thinking. Before that, she had never imagined that she would, one day, be chasing after a man, stalking him like this. But, the reality is this, not only was she stalking, but she was stalking with dozens of eyes around her. Because we don't fit, Jitan asked back. Meng Lei laughed angrily. Good one doesn't fit. Formula answers are just fast. If you think so, then I have nothing to say. Ji Tianwen, are you really acting in front of me just to honor the agreement we signed? He couldn't say that he was worried that the other party would choose to retaliate after blacking out. Could he? Good. Very good. Meng Lei squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth and turned to leave. Unsurprisingly, the video of Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei arguing on the side of the road immediately went viral on the internet. Although Ji's group deleted the post in time, it was still seen by many people in the business circle. Then, spark a lively discussion. I'll go. Ji Tianwen and Meng Lei are pretending to be a couple? The acting skills of these two are too strong, aren't they? It's not entirely because of the strong acting skills. No one suspects that they're fakes. It's mainly because Ji Tianwen smashed $3 billion to take the heat out of Meng Lei for Meng Lei's sake before. This matter is too bluffing. Yes, $3 billion, just say smash. I even thought at that time, Meng Lei was pregnant with Ji Tianwen's child. Now it seems that Ji Tianwen isn't much of a lover. It's not obvious that he's gotten tired of playing with Meng Lei and then started a mess. Where is there any love struck these days? But speaking of which, Meng Lei isn't at a disadvantage. This half-year's profit of Meng Group, I estimate that even if it can't offset the total of the past 5 years, it won't be too far off. Xia Shunyun wiped her wet hair while looking at the group chat message on her cell phone, and she couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure inside. Previously, she had suffered defeat at Meng Lei's hands on several occasions, and her heart was naturally filled with resentment. Now that she saw Meng Lei being abandoned by Ji Tianwen, the curve of her mouth rising was even harder to suppress than AK. If she didn't have no free money available in her hand, she would have to buy 2 hots to help her out high and low. However, the fact that she couldn't buy a hot search didn't stop her from falling on her sword. Immediately, Xia Shuyun called Meng Lei on the phone. After a long time, the call was answered. Mr. Meng, I heard that you broke up with Ji Tianwen? Xia Shuyun's tone was strange, not hiding the gloating at all. Meng Lei wasn't polite and directly disliked. Is it related to you? Of course it's relevant. Xia Shunyun sneered. You've made me come down several times before by relying on Ji Tianwen's girlfriend's identity. And now that you've lost that identity, if I don't make a phone call and mock you properly, it would appear that I'm too merciful. Asterisk off. Meng Lei cursed, immediately about to hang up the phone. Xia Shunyun hurriedly said, don't hang up the phone yet. I have something very important to tell you. Chapter 160, I just want to marry you. Meng Lei didn't answer, but she didn't hang up either. Xia Shunyun also no longer sold out and said bluntly, Mr. Meng, I believe you should have received the news that I'm currently sniping Ji Tianwen with the eldest miss of the Magic City Tian family, so if you're interested, you can get involved. She invited Meng Lei because she recognized the other party's ability in business. Secondly, he was also uneasy about Tian Miaoyan and needed to pull someone in to check and balance things. Meng Lei didn't reply the first time, while Xia Shuyun didn't rush and waited patiently for her to give a reply. On the other side of the phone, Meng Lei stood on the second floor of the Rim Dream Store, holding on to the railing with extra strength in her palms. As a matter of fact, when she sat in Ji Tianwen's car, She had thought that the misunderstanding would most likely not be resolved for a while. For this reason, she was even prepared to fight a long battle. However, what I didn't expect was that Ji Tianman would actually sing about the good old days and celebrate a successful breakup with her. That made it impossible for Meng Lei to endure. However, on top of her anger, she was also wondering why Ji Tianwen was cooperating with her in the drama together. Granted, Kithian admitted that it was to comply with the signed agreement. However, both Ji Tianwen's reaction at that time and her intuition made her feel that the truth was not like that. But if that's not it, what could it be? If it was true that he had feelings for her, then why was he so happy when he broke up? Suddenly, four big words popped up in Meng Lei's mind: polygon technology. At that time, when Ji Tianwen suggested that Ji's group wanted to join the project jointly developed by Zhurong Technology and Meng's group, she thought that Ji Tianwen was trying to help her ease the financial pressure. For this, she was even grateful and felt indescribably moved. Now that I think about it, how ridiculous that thought is. I can participate. How much money do you need me to invest? Just name a number. Meng Lei opened her mouth. Xia Shunyun breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'll give you an answer later as to exactly how much money needs to be invested. The phone hung up. Neither Meng Lei nor Xia Shunyun could hold back a self-deprecating smile. Two people, one of them is Ji Tianwen's ex-girlfriend and the other is Ji Tianwen's ex-ex-girlfriend. The bottom line is that the two are still deadly rivals. And now, amazingly, on the same page. Maybe it's fate. Magical and unpredictable. Beach house. Yard. Ji Tianwen and Zhao Cheng plus Yu Jingzhu. The three of them were sitting around a round table eating barbecue. Zhao Cheng and Yu Jingzhu drank drinks, while Ji Tianwen drank beer. Of course, drinking is not to drown one's sorrows. It is purely because one feels that eating kebabs without beer is like eating noodles without garlic. Bland and tasteless. Brother Tianman, are you in a pretty bad mood right now? Zhao Cheng asked. Ji Tianwen shook his head and denied. No, I'm in a pretty good mood. Then let's drink up. Zhao Cheng raised the drink cup in her hand. Ji Ten felt amused, but cooperated by lifting the can of beer up. Yu Jingzhu, who was holding a skewer on the side and focusing on the game, ignored the duo. Pouring a few mouthfuls of beer, Ji Ten felt the need to reflect on the situation. Tonight's operation was defeated by being so happy and pleased that it ended up being a joyous affair. Whether Meng Lei would retaliate against him, he wasn't so sure, but it's still necessary to be prepared for the worst. It was at this moment that the cell phone in his pocket rang. Picking it up, he found that it was Song Yabing calling. When it was answered, a pleasant voice came out of the receiver. Mr. G, have you read the news on Weibo? Didn't see it. Did someone buy me a hot tip? No, I'm not talking about you and Mr. Meng. It's Kong Yongqi. She tweeted you and asked you for help. Asking for help? Okay, I got it. Wait till I see it. Hanging up the phone, Ji Tianwen only felt puzzled. What the hell is this Kong Wingyi girl up to again? Opening his microblog, Ji Tianwen found Kong Yongqi's homepage. As a result, when he clicked on it, he did not find that the other party had tweeted him. Then, he clicked on the private message, and saw that many enthusiastic fans had sent him screenshots of Kong Yongqi's deleted tweets. Kong Yongqi, help me. I'm grounded at home and my dad is forcing me to get married, but I only want to marry you. Ji Tian asks. Ji Tianwen frowned and was about to tweet a dislike on the spot, but just then, Chu Lingyun's message was sent over first. Chu Lingyun, Mr. G, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble again. I'm on my way to Rongqi right now. Don't be angry. I promise nothing like this will happen again. Ji Tianwen had just finished reading the message. Immediately afterward, another new message was sent. The content was that $2 million had been transferred into his account. It's obvious that the money was transferred from Chu Lingyun. With $2 million in the account, Ji Tianwen can't afford to continue to tweet disliking Kong Yongqi. It has nothing to do with the amount of money, but mainly this attitude, which really cannot be faulted. Nevertheless, Ji Tianwen returned a message. Kitten question. As I said last time, the next one will not be an example. Chu Lingyun, Mr. G will calm down. If there is a next time, I won't be so brazen as to look for you again. A short while later, Ji Tianwen received another money arrival message. This time it's 3 million. Villa's second floor. The brightly lit bedroom is cozily furnished. Orange carpet, pink wallpaper, 2 Barbie dolls at the head of the bed, pillows and quilts in the same pink color with cute cartoon patterns. This is Kong Yongqi's boudoir, and such a decor would undoubtedly be out of place for those who were unfamiliar with her. After all, no one could have imagined that King Kong Barbie, who loves to work out, would have a room just like a normal little girl. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Then the door was pushed open. Kong Yongqi frowned and was just about to snap, but when she saw the person who came in, her anger immediately dissipated and she said in surprise, Sister Lingyun, why are you here? After saying that, closed the door, pulled Chu Lingyun to sit on the bed. began to tell, full of resentment, the experience of these days. Chu Lingyun listened patiently, patted Kong Yongqi's shoulder painfully, and said slowly, Yongqi, I will help you think of a way. No need, Sister Lingyun. I've already snubbed Duan Xiaokuan, that annoying spirit, to Pingzhou City to find Ji Tianwen in trouble. Kong Yongqi said smugly. Chu Lingyun was not surprised by this, but still had a serious expression and said with a straight face, Rong Qi, I have to remind you not to continue fighting with Ji Tianwen. After several times of contact, she was able to figure out what kind of temper Ji Tianwen had. This was also the reason why she chose, in the first instance, to appease Ji Tianwen after she learned that Kong Yongqi had tweeted about Ji Tianwen. Sister Lingyun, I'm not fighting Ji Tianwen. Kong Yongqi shook her head in denial. Chapter 161, Kong Yongqi's defense is broken. It's not a rivalry, then what are you tweeting him for? Chu Lingyun pursued. Kong Yongqi replied back. Sister Lingyun, you know, Ji Tianwen purposely hid the information related to me and refused to tell me. He's simply too hateful and infuriating. Maybe he's doing you a favor. Kong Yongqi's eyes became odd as she wondered. Sister Lingyun, what do you mean by that? Ji Tianman was hiding information from her, refusing to disclose information related to her, for her own good? It's almost laughable to think about. That abominable fellow, no matter how you look at it, can't be any kind-hearted person. When faced with Kong Yongqi's question, Chu Lingyun showed a tangle. She asked herself not to be an indecisive person, but she was a bit wobbly when it came to the issue involving Kong Yongqi. After a long time, Chu Lingyun had made up her mind inwardly. The situation at hand, even if it was concealed, it could not be concealed for too long. Long pain is better than short pain. Besides, Ronnie Kong has the right to know. Rong Qi, you're actually not your parents' real daughter. Chu Lingyun said. You, what are you talking about? What I said is true. You are actually from the imperial capital Yang family. Chu Lingyun said truthfully. The old man of the imperial capital Yang family made a will to leave his entire personal fortune to the Yang family's lost children back then, and that lost child is you. Kong Yongqi stared wide-eyed, subconsciously thinking that Chu Lingyun was joking with her. But, for one thing, Chu Lingyun is not a character who likes to joke around. Secondly, Chu Lingyun didn't need to make this kind of joke that wasn't funny at all. Chu Lingyun continued. The Yang family's old man's personal assets, roughly estimated, are at least $2 billion or more, and it is for this reason that the intelligence is worth $2 billion. The current Duan Xiaokuan, the previous LV Qingsong, the reason why they are pursuing you is because they want to get the old Yang family's legacy through you. Kong Yongqi came back to her senses and said with an ugly face, Sister Lingyun, how did you know about this? Ji Tianwen told me. Chu Lingyun returned. He got the information from LV Qingsong, who used this information to get Ji Tianwen to reduce his gambling debt by $500 million. After a pause, Chu Lingyun added, from this perspective, Ji Tianwen is actually still relatively bottom line. At least he didn't use this news to enrich himself. And if nothing else, next, more and more Duan Xiaokans will appear, so you have to be somewhat mentally prepared. Kong Yongqi took a deep breath and spoke. Then my parents, theoretically, even if they don't know that you're the Yang family's child, they should at least know that you're not their own flesh and blood. Chu Lingyun turned her words around and said, but, judging from what's happening right now, it seems like they don't know again. It's simple. If Kong Hanqi is clear, Kong Yongqi is the child of the Yang family in the imperial capital and can get at least $2 billion of inheritance after recognizing his family. The best option, then, would have been to just go over and recognize the family. Not to mention whether Kang's group could obtain the Yang family's support. At least $2 billion was real. Doesn't this smell better than a marriage with the Duan family of the imperial capital? But, that's just speculation based on logic. What exactly is the situation? Chu Lingyun also dare not jump to judgment. Kong Yongqi once again went into a state of stagnation. Her brows locked together and her pink fists clenched tightly, as if she was suppressing, or restraining, her inner emotions. Chu Lingyun wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. This kind of reaction from Kong Yongqi seemed normal to her. Anyone who suddenly learns that the family they have lived with for more than 20 years is actually not related to their family will find it unacceptable. For a long time, Kong Yongqi's gaze turned to Chu Lingyun, her tone filled with panic and helplessness. Sister Lingyun, what should I do? Ryachi, what do you think? I don't know. I really don't know. Kong Yongqi kept shaking her head. Her eyes were full of confusion. Tears rolled over her eyes, and her tone choked up. Chu Lingyun couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart when she saw this. She subconsciously hugged Kong Yongqi and patted her back, softly saying, Yongqi, don't be afraid. If you don't know what to do now, then think slowly. No matter what decision you make, I will support you unswervingly. Anything you need, I'll help you too. Sister Lingyun, Kang Yongchi could no longer control her emotions and cried bitterly in Chu Lingyan's arms. Chu Lingyan used all her strength to hold Kang Yongchi tightly. After knowing each other for so many years, it was the first time she had seen Kang Yongchi cry. However, she doesn't regret it and informs Kang Yongchi of the truth. At least now, she was there for her to comfort her and be sad with her. A long time passed, feeling the delicate body in his arms gradually calming down. Chu Lingyan slightly loosened some of her strength, freeing up a hand and gently patting Kang Yongchi's back. Sister Rongchi, I feel so tired, Kang Yongchi said in a hoarse voice. If you're tired, don't think about anything, take a nap, and when you wake up tomorrow, then you can think about the future. Chu Lingyan soothed. Kang Yongchi nodded and slowly closed her eyes. Once suspicion is created, trust gradually disintegrates. Ricky Kong wasn't stupid, although as of yet, no personal identification had been done. It is not difficult to draw conclusions based on what has already happened. The odds are that what Chu Lingyan said is true. Then a question that needs to be considered right after that is, did the parents know? Kang Yongchi scrutinized her memories, but the more she recalled, the more she wavered. In the end, she wasn't even sure if she wanted her parents to be informed or uninformed. It's said that you raise your children poorly, but you raise them richly. But in the case of the Kong family, this is not the case. At least Kang Rongchi felt that Kang Rongda was going to get a lot more love than she did. As a result, Kang Yongchi, who felt that her parents were unfair and that she could not get an equal share of the water, had an early rebellious stage. She was always trying to prove that she wasn't so bad, and could be of far more value than being pushed out of the house to be a union tool. While Kang Hanchi was persuading her to marry Lu Qingsong, Kang Yongchi takes the initiative to propose that as long as she invests in a project that does not make any mistakes and brings in more than $100 million in benefits within a year, then her marriage will not be arranged by her family. Originally, this goal was close to being realized, but in the end, he took a dim move and chose to invest in Miao Group, directly losing $200 million. Now that I think about it, if LV Qingsong hadn't made a fool of himself and joined forces with Chai Wenmao to kidnap Ji Tianwen, then she is now, I'm afraid, forced to marry Lu Qingsong. Do her parents know about her birth? The more Kang Yongchi thought about it, the more she felt her mind was so messed up that she drifted off and fell asleep. Chapter 162, I'll fly there. Chu Lingyan lowered her head, looked at the sleeping Kang Yongchi in her arms, raised her arm, and heartbreakingly wiped away the tear tracks on her face. She murmured in a low voice, before, I felt that my life was bitter enough, but I didn't expect you to meet you as well, which is my luck. Then at this moment, having me by your side to accompany you, will you feel it is a kind of luck? Kang Yongchi, who was already asleep, naturally wouldn't reply. Chu Lingyan gazed at the pretty face of the girl in her arms, feeling more and more unable to restrain her inner emotions. Mere hugs no longer satisfied her. She wanted to kiss her so badly. Once that thought came to mind, it could never be dispelled. Chu Lingyan felt that her body was no longer under her own control and slowly lowered her head, approaching towards those pink lips. Only she didn't realize that the door to the house had quietly opened a crack. Then the gap widened, and the hand with the cell phone reached inside the door. Just when Chu Lingyan was about to touch Kang Yongchi's lips, bang! There was a loud bang as the door to the room was pushed open with a great effort and slammed into the wall. Chu Lingyan was so frightened that her delicate body trembled, and she raised her head in a huge manner, looking in the direction of the room door in a panic. The one who saw it was none other than Kang Yongda, who was holding a cell phone. Chu Lingyan, you pervert! Pervert! Let go of my sister! Kang Yongchi glared angrily. Chu Lingyan showed an unprecedented panic, a panic that very few people had ever seen. In the minds of the vast majority of people, Chu Lingyan is black-hearted and poisonous. Knife on the neck, cannot she soften the ruthless? And at the moment, this black widow was completely flustered. Kang Xiao, listen to my explanation. There's nothing to explain. Kang Yongda stepped forward broadly, pulling Kang Yongchi, who had just been awakened and had yet to react to what was going on, behind herself. Brother, what's wrong? Kang Yongchi said uncertainly. Although her relationship with her parents was not particularly good, her relationship with Kang Yongda, her older brother, was still very good. The main reason for this is because Kang Yongda is a spoiled girl. Ever since she was a little girl, whatever goodies Kang Yongda got, she would share them with Kang Yongchi. Last spring festival, LV Liang with LV Qingsong personally visited the door to propose marriage. Kang Yongchi refused on the spot. Afterwards, it was thanks to the help of Wing Hong that a one-year buffer could be negotiated in exchange. Kang Yongda glared at Chu Lingyan, twisted her head and said, Yongchi, I told you a long time ago that Chu Lingyan is not a good thing, and told you not to get too close to her, but you just don't listen to me. Brother, don't talk about Sister Lingyan like that. Kang Yongchi frowned, disgruntled. Although Sister Lingyan has a bad reputation, her heart is good, and she hasn't done our family many favors. I'm too lazy to break it up with you. You can see for yourself. Kong Yonga showed impatience and handed over her cell phone. Kong Shao. Chu Lingyan said hurriedly, as long as we don't let her know. Any condition is up to you. She really didn't want to see it, and Kong Ronchi looked at her with disgust in her eyes. It's heartbreaking to even think about it. Kong Yonga snorted coldly, unperturbed. I just want to let Yongchi see through your true colors. You're just a disgusting pervert. Pervert. Kong Yongchi reached out and took the cell phone that Kong Yonga handed to her. Ricky, don't look. I beg you. Chu Lingyan's eyes revealed nervousness and her tone was pleading. This made Kong Yongchi wonder even more what was in the cell phone that made the always stable Lingyan sister nervous like this. Eyes unconsciously looked at the screen and realized it was a video. Clicking play. Kong Yongchi's petite body shook on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Sister Lingyun. You. Chu Lingyan took 2 steps back, tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, she was as confused and clueless as Kong Yongchi was earlier. She wanted to explain, but the words died on her lips. Any words pale in this moment. I'm sorry. Chu Lingyan put down a sentence and ran out of the room in a state of distress. She was afraid to see the way Ricky Kong looked at her, really tinged with disgust. Having experienced ups and downs and big storms, she had thought she could swim and face anything with open arms, but at this moment she realized that there were things she was afraid to face. Run until you lose your strength in one breath. Chu Lingyan sat paralyzed on the side of the road, her hands covering her face, her delicate body trembling, and she let out a low whimper. At this point, she was no longer the Black Widow with a black heart and poisonous hands, but a little girl who had made a serious mistake and didn't know how to face it. It was well into fall and the nights were already a little chilly. The wind blew, and Chu Lingyan couldn't help but shiver. She took out her cell phone and found Kong Yongchi's number, but in the end, she didn't have enough courage to call. At the moment, she especially wanted to get drunk, use alcohol, to numb the panic. However, after looking through her address book and searching all over, she couldn't find anyone suitable to drink with her. A feeling of intense loneliness wrapped around her and made her want to go crazy. However, just then, Ji Tianwen's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Ji Tianwen clearly saw that her orientation was abnormal a long time ago, but he didn't look at her with a strange gaze. Instead he got along with her normally. Thinking of this, she found Ji Tianwen's number and dialed it. The phone rang a few times, then picked up. Mr. Qi, do you have a moment? Yes. Can you drink with me? What did you just ask me? Can you drink with me? It's not that, it's the previous question. Chu Lingyan froze, then reacted and smiled bitterly. If you don't have time, then forget it. Excuse me. Wait. Ji Tianwen pondered for a moment and asked, you're in Pingzhou City? No, I'm in East Texas City, and how am I supposed to drink with you? I'll fly over. Chu Lingyan did fly there, not by himself, of course, but by renting a private jet. Taking a cab to the restaurant, she met Ji Tianwen in the private room. Mr. Ji, please. Chu Lingyan barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Ji Tianwen didn't pick up the conversation and called out to the waiter to serve the food, then asked, it's a big night and you took a plane to come and have a drink with me because of Kong Yongchi? Yes. Chu Lingyan nodded in acknowledgement. She had messaged Ji Tianwen on her way to Kong Yongchi. Therefore, it was not surprising for Ji Tianwen to guess that she wanted to drink because of Kong Yongchi. Ji Tianwen didn't continue to ask more questions. He had reason to believe that Chu Lingyan would take the initiative to speak on her own. The reason is simple. If you want to get drunk, you can do it anywhere. There's no need to come all the way to Pingzhou City. On the flip side, since Chu Lingyan had come here, it meant that what she needed was not just a drunken scene, but she also needed to confide in someone. Fittingly, after stifling 2 beers, Chu Lingyan suddenly asked, Mr. Ji, is an abnormal orientation disgusting and should be scorned? Chapter 163 Duan Xiaoquan's Visit. A flash of surprise crossed Ji Tianwen's eyes. If the other party asks this question, isn't it tantamount to admitting that he's not normal in his orientation? As if she could tell what Ji Tianwen was thinking, Chu Lingyan poured another mouthful of wine, pinched the can flat, casually threw it under the table, opened another bottle of wine, and laughed. That's right, I'm just abnormal, and I like Rongqi. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, there is no such thing as normal or abnormal for something like orientation. If the person you like, happens to like you too, and the two love each other, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Talk about disgusting, much less being reviled. Chu Lingyan laughed. Just for your words. Dry one. When he finished, he raised the bottle. Ji Tianwen touched hands with it and reminded, don't just drink, move your chopsticks. Chu Lingyan shook her head, indicating that she had no appetite. She rubbed the bottle and said with a reminiscent look in her eyes, me, I probably grew up being raised as a boy by my dad. That's why I like girls. I've seen a lot of fighting and killing since I was a kid, and I've got more guts than the average person. When I was in school, My dad never stood up for me, and he wouldn't let the guys under him fight for me. In his words, the law of this society is the law of the weak and the strong. The fist is not as hard as others, the heart is not as ruthless as others, and one deserves to be bullied. So, if I hurt someone, he'll pay for me, but if someone else hurts me, he won't help me fight back. Speaking here, Chu Lingyan suddenly laughed and continued, it's also evil. I don't bully other people, but on the contrary, there are ungrateful ones who have to bully me. I didn't want to be bullied, so I chose to fight back. When I was in high school, anyone who saw me avoided me, and when I coughed down there, even the teacher lecturing on the podium had to shiver. It was a state that lasted until my dad's accident. I had no choice but to take over for him, but it's easier said than done. I almost lost my life fighting that Master Gene. At that time, if Rai hadn't saved me, I couldn't have survived until now. Later, I asked Ryachi why she saved me. Guess what she said? Ji Tianwen sniffed, pondered for a moment, and said uncertainly, because she is good? Chu Lingyun ignored Ji Tianwen's playful stunt and returned. Rongqi said that my dad is my dad and I'm me, and that the bad things my dad has done shouldn't be counted against me. It's not an exaggeration to say that when I heard those words at that time, in my eyes, Ryachi was glowing like an angel. When I hit that time, my feelings for Ryachi started to be different, but I'll just have to put up with it, because I know that Ryachi and I are not on the same page. I held back from having more contact with her. I was afraid she would sense my feelings for her. I was afraid she would find me disgusting. I was afraid I would hurt her. Chu Lingyun sighed, poured half a bottle of beer down again, burped, and smiled bitterly, but I didn't expect that in the end. It still hurt her. Ji Tianwen consciously wasn't a gossipy person, but when he heard this, he still couldn't hold back his question. You confessed to Kong Yongqi? Chu Lingyan shook her head and returned. I wanted to kiss Rongqi and had her brother secretly film it, and Rongqi saw it. This is quite a coincidence. Ji Tianwen couldn't find the right words, so he had no choice but to say so. Chu Lingyan waved her hand and said, I don't want to think about that. Let's drink and drink. It's good for Rongqi to know. People like me are not worthy of a girl as good as Rongqi. Beer after beer went down. When Chu Lingyan was drunk, she cried for a while and laughed for a while. Spit and drink and spit again. Repeat this several times. Finally, a headlong fall onto the tabletop. Ji Tianwen shook his head and said, you don't listen when you're told to eat vegetables, but if you eat 2 peanuts, you won't be drunk to this extent. Called a car. Ji Tianwen found a nearby hotel and sent Chu Lingyan to her room. A quick glance at the time showed that it was already 1:30 in the morning. Plus, with the alcohol, I couldn't help but start fighting with my eyelids. Ji Tianwen simply stopped going back and fell asleep. After sleeping until 5:30, Ji Tianwen was woken up by Zhao Yicheng's phone call. The beautiful bodyguard asked him where he was and said in a strong manner that practicing kung fu was like rowing against the current, and if he didn't make progress, he would fall back, so he couldn't slack off and had to persist. Ji Tianwen promised to go back immediately and then hung up the phone. Glancing at Chu Lingyun, who was on all fours beside him, sprawled on the edge of the bed, he slowed down for a second, then got out of bed, washed his face, put his room card on the nightstand, and turned to leave. He wasn't going to get involved in what was going on between Kong Yongqi and Chu Lingyun. As for why Chu Lingyun thought that he was chosen to be the listener, Ji Tianwen thought that it was probably because of him, seeing that she had an orientation problem. Choose to confide in him without too much pressure on your heart. Out of the hotel and back to the villa, Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu had already been waiting outside the door for a long time. Brother Tian Man, where did you go last night? Zhao Yicheng asked directly. Before Ji Tianwen could reply, he heard Yu Jingzhu yawn and say, do you still need to ask? The smell of alcohol all over his body can be smelled from 8 feet away, so he must be drunk and disorderly. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yicheng huffed. Brother Tianwen is clean. He's busy working every day. He wouldn't be greedy for enjoyment like you said. She was indeed furious. Ji Tianwen's private kind. There was no clearer than her, the inseparable bodyguard. In her eyes, Ji Tianwen was completely dedicated to his work and had no other crooked thoughts at all. Yu Jingzhu skimmed her mouth, looking disdainful. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth and said, last night, I accompanied a client to drink. After drinking the time is already late, simply stayed in the hotel. Let's go. Workout to go. End of workout routine. The three ate breakfast and headed to the office. Just as he entered the office building, he heard the person in charge of reception at the front desk say, Mr. G, there's a person just now, claiming to be the young master of the Duan family in the imperial capital, saying that he's looking for you to cooperate with him. The young master of the Duan family in the imperial capital. It must be Duan Shaokuan did not run away. Ji Tianwen nodded his head in understanding and asked, where is the person now? In the reception room. Got it. Ji Tianwen put down a sentence and went straight to the reception room. When he entered the reception room, he saw a young man in a suit, crossing his legs, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. He was average looking, not ugly, but not even close to handsome. However, that arrogant attitude was something that could be seen at a glance. Seeing Ji Tianwen come in, Duan Xiaokuan put down his teacup without any intention of getting up, shaking his legs and holding his head high as he asked, "You're Ji Tianwen?" Chapter 164, I have another name. It's me, Ji Tianwen acknowledged with a nod. Duan Xiaokuan lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the seat and said, "I'm the third young master of the Duan family in the imperial capital. My name is Duan Xiaokuan, the Kuan of Langlangkan. I came to see you this time to talk to you about a deal. You record a video and post it online. I'll give you $1 million. After speaking, without waiting for Ji Tianwen to state his agreement or refusal, he added to himself, "The video is simple. Just say, 'Long live Quinn.' I'll always be a younger brother who can't hold his head up in front of Quinn. It's $1 million for just one sentence." "Well, is that good enough?" Ji Tianwen snorted and said, "My name, compared to yours, you are the younger brother. In addition to the name Ji Tianwen, I also have another name, Bo Chang of Bo Chang. Isn't it self-defeating to call short little Quinn L, but then get someone with the last name of Ji and the first name of Bo Chang to record a video of you and demand to be told that he's your brother?" When I heard Duan Xiaokuan deliberately emphasize the Kuan of Longling Chinkuan, Ji Tianwen then guessed that the other party hadn't been teased for their name. And it is true, before Duan Xiaokuan was 20 years old, his name was normal and no one thought there was anything wrong with it. However, ever since that trainee, who had practiced for 2.5 years by himself, made a successful debut and became a top stream, the gears of fate began to turn and the nightmare that belonged to him began. Not only is it inexplicable, but it's also nicknamed Chicken. Even the first 2 words of the name were not spared. The segment was small and was teased for being short. This makes Duan Xiaokuan once became a joke in the circle. Every time the sound of Chicken Brother fell on the ears, make him want to block the damn trainee. However, the capital behind the other party was too strong, and it was simply not something he could resist. Helpless, Duan Xiaokuan thought of changing his name, but the old master of the family said that his name was measured by a high person and could not be changed at will. Duan Xiaokuan was so angry that he couldn't wait to take off his pants and take a picture of Koiner down there as an avatar to prove that he wasn't short or small. As a result, being teased about his name has always been a taboo for him. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, had clearly touched his taboo. Duan Xiaokuan angrily got up, lifted his foot and kicked the chair to the side, angrily saying, "Ji Tianwen, you're shameless, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll just say hello and directly seize your G group." If the second generation in the Magic City, when facing the second generation in the second-tier cities, the sense of superiority is derived from the leading economic environment, then what the second generation of the imperial capital prides itself on is relationships. The imperial capital is different from other cities. If you want to take root, you need more than just money. To put it simply, those who are able to mix well and be famous basically have intertwined relationships behind them. The greater the fame, the higher the upper limit of contacts that can be reached is proved to be. Who has the money, instead, becomes secondary. After all, you're richer than the other guy, but the other guy's connections are harder than yours. If they really fought, it was a matter of no suspense as to which was higher or lower. Ji Tianwen laughed, not seeing the slightest bit of nervousness, and said with a relaxed posture, "If you really have the ability to let the G group be finished with a single sentence, you wouldn't be a short Kuaner. You're ing looking for death." Anger flared in Duan Xiaokuan's eyes. He's the young master of the Duan family in the imperial capital. Just for the word imperial capital, in East Germany, those rich second-generation people, in front of him, but the rules and regulations, it's not working well in Pingzhou City? Seeing that Ji Tianwen was about to start disliking people again, Yu Jingzhu immediately took her attention, partially, away from the game. At that exact moment, the character's line came out of the headphones, "Come and play with Daji." Yu Jingzhu's eyes lit up and she decided to add a little more fire. Reaching out to remove her headphones, she asked Duan Xiaokuan, "Do you know what my name is?" Duan Xiaokuan was stunned, and after seeing Yu Jingzhu's face clearly, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Unable to care about getting angry with Ji Tianwen, Duan Xiaokuan heatedly smiled and said, "Beautiful woman, first time meeting, I naturally don't know what your name is," Yu Jingzhu said in a serious manner. "My name is Yu Daji, so you can call me Daji." Put. Ji Tianwen didn't hold back his joy. Duan Xiaokuan, on the other hand, grimaced as his fists clenched violently. Zhao Yicheng only felt puzzled and questioned, "Brother Tianwen, what are you laughing at?" After asking, he turned his gaze back to Yu Jingzhu and said in confusion, "Little Yu, when did you change your name to Daji?" "Daji is a vixen. Do you want to be a vixen?" Yu Jingzhu frowned slightly, suspecting that Zhao Yicheng was intentionally pretending to be pure, and said with little good humor, I have nothing to say to you, so you can let your brother Tianwen explain it to you. Duan Xiaokuan snapped, Ji Tianwen, are you sure you want to go against me? Tell you what, even in the imperial capital, the Duan family is a prestigious and ranked one. The line of people who want to be my little brother could go 10 miles. I took the initiative to give you the opportunity and you don't even recognize it? At this moment, Yu Jingzhu, who had just finished a game, immediately had her expectations drawn up. With an expectant gaze, he looked at Ji Tianwen, and Ji Tianwen didn't let her down, directly disliking her. All those people lining up to be your little brother are all trying to work in the palace, right? Is being a little brother to a short kunai too long and too big for your own kunai and you want to become short and small? Put. Yu Jingzhu covered her mouth in joy. Duan Xiaokuan's lungs simply exploded with anger. Storming on the spot, he said, give it to me. Teach this kid how to behave. The 5 bodyguards that accompanied him immediately rubbed their fists. Zhao Yicheng, who was still feeling cloudy and didn't understand why Ji Tianwen and Yu Jingzhu laughed one after another, immediately rushed out when she saw that she had come to work. Bang! A dull sound appeared. One of the bodyguards walking at the front was knocked off his feet, and along with him, one of the bodyguards behind him also suffered. Both of them screamed in pain at birth and fell 5 meters away. The remaining 3 bodyguards were confused on the spot. Never in a million years would I have thought that a girl with a soft appearance could have so much strength, and it was with such a moment of concentration that Zhao Yicheng struck again. She stood in the middle of the 2 bodyguards. Her horse stance was set, and as she drank out in a low voice, her 2 white fists, at the same time, slammed into the abdomen of the 2 bodyguards. Ah! The 2 bodyguards instantly took their feet off the ground, hit the wall, and then rebounded, sprawling onto the floor and curling into a lobster shape. Zhao Yicheng furrowed her pretty eyebrows and muttered, the power control. It's still almost interesting. It seems like more practice is needed. The corners of the mouth of the last bodyguard who remained standing twitched wildly. That's too insulting. No, I should say that he was not treated like a human being at all. Chapter 165, I'll always be a brother to you. Are you going to lie down yourself, or am I going to help you lie down? Zhao Yicheng indifferently said. The last bodyguard, who remained standing, twisted his head from side to side, looked at his 4 fallen companions, and smiled sardonically. I'll lie down by myself. By myself. He said this on his lips, but as he lowered his head, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes. He knew very well that fighting head-on was definitely not a match for the seemingly soft but actually tough girl in front of him. Since he couldn't beat them head-on, he had no choice but to sneak up on them. However, without waiting for him to make a move, Zhao Yicheng flew up and kicked him directly in the jaw. Ah! The screams started again. The bodyguard who was intent on sneaking up on him flew out backwards on the spot, spitting out 2 teeth when he landed. So abrasive. Auntie, I'm not that patient. Zhao Yicheng grunted, slapped her white palms, and retraced her steps back behind Ji Tianwen. In just 2 minutes before and after, all 5 bodyguards were reimbursed. Duan Xiaokuan panicked on the spot and said incredulously, Ji Tianwen, you really dare to make an enemy of the imperial capital Duan family? Ji Tianwen scoffed. Just by virtue of you being a short little corner, how can you represent the entire imperial capital Duan family? Why not? Duan Xiaokuan held his head high and said, I'm the young master of the imperial capital Duan family. If you dare to touch me, then you're slapping the face of the imperial capital Duan family. Ji Tianwen laughed and said, to have such a short little corner like you acting as a face, then your Duan family either doesn't have much of a face or simply doesn't have a face. Are you done? Duan Xiaokuan roared angrily. If you dare to make fun of my name again, I'll do it now. Pop. Ji Tianwen rushed forward with an arrow step and slapped Duan Xiaokuan's face with a backhand. Ah! Duan Xiaokuan screamed out in pain and fell heavily to the ground. He covered half of his face, feeling his teeth loosening, his eyes filled with incredulity among them. Even in the imperial capital, few people dared to punch him in the face without fear. But when it comes to a small city of Pingzhou, you were slapped in the face? Ji Tianwen said with an expressionless face. What people are most afraid of is not having self-knowledge. Do you think the imperial capital Duan family is great? Something worse than a dog is worthy of repeatedly jumping sideways in front of me? That's a rather unkind statement. Duan Xiaokuan climbed up from the ground and gritted his teeth. Nima, lousy, pop, another slap, and Duan Xiaokuan fell to the ground again. Shame turned into anger. Duan Xiaokuan cursed loudly. Ji Tianwen, you stepmom to lousy wait. Pop, you, pop, I, pop. Duan Xiaokuan was slapped for every word he said. A few slaps later, his face had gained a full foot of weight and his eyes were narrowed to slits. Duan Xiaokuan looked like he had been thrown a pot of cold water over his head, and his anger was doused, leaving only trepidation. Don't stop, keep cursing, Ji Tianwen said in a cold voice. Duan Xiaokuan opened his mouth and didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, he was dizzy and his ears were ringing, and it felt like a dream that was unreal. Although the Duan family is not considered to be standing at the top in the imperial capital, but before that, even when he arrived at the Magic City, the Flower City, and the Creation City, he was walking sideways, not to mention being beaten, not even a hard word. However, in the city of Ping, it was a couple of big pussy pockets that crushed all sense of superiority. I told you to keep cursing. Are you deaf? Ji Tianwen snapped. Duan Xiaoquan's tears were coming down, and he said in a trembling voice, Ji Xiao, pop. Another slap, a solid one to the face. Duan Xiaoquan couldn't help but begin to regret. Had he known that this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have said anything to come over so easily. However, it was too late to say anything. Keep cursing, don't stop, Ji Tianwen said in a cold voice. At this point, how could Duan Xiaoquan not see that Ji Tianwen just wanted to hit him? Whether he curses or doesn't curse, whether he says nice things or not, he is inevitably beaten. Duan Xiaoquan quickly raised his arm and said, Ji Xiao, listen to me, Pop. I'm not actually trying to chase Rachel Kong, Pop. It's actually home, Pop. I am a brother. I will always be a brother before you. This time, the slap didn't come as promised. Ji Tianwen let out a light laugh and said, not bad, not too stupid to be hopeless. Duan Xiaoquan breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was cursing furiously. What do you want to hear? Why don't you just say it? I'll just say it to you. However, it was imperative that it was not the time to dwell on this. It was better to find a way to get out as soon as possible. Duan Xiaoquan slowed down for a moment and said with a sobbing voice, Ji Xiao, in fact, I don't really have my eye on Kong Yangqi. It's my family who told me to pursue her. When he said this, he deliberately paused to observe Ji Tianwen's reaction. However, he saw Ji Tianman's calm face, as if he wasn't curious at all, and as if he already knew that he wasn't pursuing Kong Yangqi because he liked her. Duan Xiaoquan couldn't help but be filled with doubt. He had thought that Ji Tianwen should at least show a lack of understanding. After all, he was at least the young master of the Duan family in the imperial capital, and the marriage should be a good match. The young lady of the Kong clan was obviously not a good match for the young master of the Duan family. How could Ji Tianwen not be curious at all? Duan Xiaoquan couldn't figure it out, so he could only harden his head and continue. Ji Xiao, you may not know, Kong Yangqi's identity isn't simple. She's from the imperial capital Yang family. Ji Tianwen said impatiently. You'd better cut out this useless bull **** and tell me something I don't know. Duan Xiaoquan was taken aback. He was also thinking of exchanging the information about Kong Yangqi's life so that he could leave this place of wrongdoing. But what he didn't expect was that Ji Tianwen was aware of Kong Yangqi's life. For a while, Duan Xiaoquan couldn't help but cry out in his heart. How could he know what Ji Tianwen knew and what he didn't? Don't want to get a big forced pocket again. He can only bamboo tube poor beans. Know all the things originally set out. After Ji Tianwen heard this, he secretly said that his guess was correct. According to Duan Xiaoquan, it was the Duan family that learned from LV Liang and LV Qingsong's father and son that Kong Yangqi was a member of the Yang family, and that's why they were sent to Dongda City to pursue Kong Yangqi. However, there was another point that Ji Tianwen didn't quite understand. How did your family determine that Lu Liang's information was the truth? Duan Xiaoquan returned. This is because Lu Liang sent a hair of Kong Yangqi. Then my grandfather went to visit the Yang family's old master and got a mouthful of the Yang family's spit. Later take the hair and spit and send it to the hospital for a paternity test. The results show that Kong Yangqi and Elder Yang are related. Ji Tianwen nodded in realization. So that's how it is. Chapter 166, Claims for Compensation. In fact, although Ji Tianwen deduced that Duan Xiaoquan was pursuing Kong Yangqi, he had gotten the information from LV Liang and LV Qingsong's father and son. But, he also always had a question. That is, on what basis did Lu Liang and his father and son convince the buyers whether their information was true or not? Now, this doubt was finally solved through Duan Xiaoquan. Little Koan the business is finished. Now we should settle the score. Ji Tianwen said slowly. Duan Xiaoquan busily said, Ji Xiao, I've already told you that I don't really like Kong Yangqi. Can I promise not to think about Kong Yangqi anymore? In his opinion, when Ji Tianwen said he wanted to settle the score with him, it must still be the score of his pursuit of Kong Yangqi. However, Ji Tianwen was shaking his head in denial. Whether you like Kong Yangqi or not, chasing after her or not, has nothing to do with me. I'm talking about other accounts. What account? Duan Xiaoquan said uncertainly. Ji Tianwen pointed at the fallen chair, as well as the blood marks on the wall, and said with little good humor, after messing up my place like this, shouldn't I be compensated? Hearing this, Duan Xiaoquan almost didn't hold back his curses. Obviously, the people who suffered losses were all on my side, and your people were not damaged at all. I don't care about your medical bills, but you have the nerve to ask me for compensation? However, In the current situation, he could only make false pretenses first, and then retaliate back after getting away. Ji Xiao, how much do you want? Duan Xiaoquan asked in a muffled voice. I'm not short of money. I don't want money. So what do you mean? Ji Tianwen didn't sell the story, and said bluntly, call your family and ask your family to trip up Battle Sky and delay their opening for a month. The Battle Sky he was talking about was none other than the company set up by Xia Shenyun and Tian Mian. Full name, Battle Sky Network Technology Company. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Battle Heaven's Heaven referred to Ji Tianwen. This company, which was set up to snipe Ji Tianwen, I can call, but there's no guarantee that my family will agree. Duan Xiaoquan bottomed out. Ji Tianwen laughed. Didn't you claim that you could get the G group seized with just a word from you? How come you can't do this little thing now? Instead, I was bragging about the words. You brag or not, I do not care. Anyway, I took it seriously. If this thing cannot be done, then you will leave the Kuan Air before leaving. Anyway, short and small, it is better to simply cut off. And then you change the name of the Duanzi Jie Kuan, which can be shorter than the small Kuan Air is much more fashionable. As soon as the words fell, Yu Jingzhu was once again happy. Duanzi Jiekuan does have enough foreign style. Duan Xiaokuan, on the other hand, was so furious that he subconsciously had to start cursing, but as soon as he moved his mouth, the muscles in his face were tugged, and the intense pain made him swallow the words just in time. Before, he was certain that Ji Tianwen wouldn't dare make a move against him, but as it turns out, he lost the bet. It didn't give him the courage to take another gamble. Taking out his cell phone, Duan Xiaokuan put in a call to Titus. After a few rings, the phone connected. A middle-aged man's voice came out of the receiver. Is it done? No. You haven't gotten over such a small thing yet? Where are all the tricks you used to deal with women? Use them all. The person who spoke was Duan Xiaokuan's father, named Duan Li. Duan Li was the second son of the old Duan family, belonging to the second son. This time he spent a lot of effort, only to be considered for his son Duan Xiaokuan, to fight for the opportunity to go to Pingzhou City. He was counting on his son to take down Kong Yongqi quickly so that he could make a great achievement. In this way, he would be able to acquire more leverage in his future fight for succession. Right now, when he heard his son say that it hadn't been fixed yet, he was naturally anxious plus annoyed. Dad, I'm currently at the G group in Pingzhou City, and I'm in trouble. Duan Xiaokuan said with a dark face. Pingzhou City? What's wrong with you? I told you to go to Dongda City to take down Kong Yongqi. Why did you run to Pingzhou City? Duan Li said angrily. Duan Xiaokuan knew that he couldn't hide it, and didn't dare to hide it, so he had to tell the story in its original form. After Duan Li heard this, he said in a cold voice, you give the phone to Ji Tianwen. Good. Duan Xiaokuan answered and handed his cell phone to Ji Tianwen. Ji Tianwen reached out and took it, turned on the speakerphone, and said, Mr. Duan, the compensation I want, will you pay it or not? Compensation? I yuck. Duan Li cursed. You also don't take a piss. Look at how big a face you have. Talk to me about conditions. Are you qualified? Ji Tianwen's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his leg and kicked Duan Xiaokuan. Ah! Duan Xiaokuan screamed out miserably and hurriedly shouted, Dad, just agree to Ji Tianwen's conditions. If I don't go to the hospital, I'm afraid I'll be disfigured. Duan Li became even more enraged and said, Ji Tianwen, how dare you step on my son? Ji Tianwen didn't reply back, but instead made Duan Xiaokuan scream out in misery once again through his actual actions. Duan Li's inner rage was so great that he couldn't wait to fly to Pingzhou City. But right now, he had to calm down. The sun was still in the hands of the other side, and it would not be wise to come to hard blows at this time. Taking several deep breaths in succession, Duan Li spoke. Put your father on the phone. You and I are not equal. Ji Tianwen said without thinking. My father is very busy. It's not like he has time to deal with any cats or dogs that want to talk to him. As the saying goes, like father, like son, like Duan Xiaokuan, this kind of brainless fool. The father is also estimated to be not smart anywhere, and such brainless fools are often vindictive. So, either press on and don't offend. If you're going to be offended to death. How dare you call me a cat or a dog? Duan Li laughed back in anger. Ji Tianwen, good for you. You wait for me. The phone hung up. Ji Tianwen's gaze turned to the wretched Duan Xiaokuan and sneered. Little Koan-er, it seems like your father doesn't pay much attention to you. Duan Xiaokuan forced himself to endure the pain and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying and said, Ji Xiao, my dad said so on his lips. He must be already thinking of a way. You should be less restful and wait patiently. Ji Ten ignored him and went out of the reception room and called his dad. Ji Woyong couldn't help but count his words after hearing this. First there was the devil's capital Tian family, and now there's the imperial capital Duan family. Can you brats save me the trouble? Dad, that doesn't make sense. Ji Tianwen said with a straight face. I have never taken the initiative to stir up trouble. You have taught me since I was a child. not to stir up trouble when nothing happens, not to be afraid of trouble when it comes to things. I'm doing this completely according to what you want. Besides, if I don't cause any trouble at all, and don't need you to smooth things over for me, how can I set off your ability? You're right." After saying that, Ji Tianwen immediately hung up the phone, not giving his dad a chance to reprimand him. Chapter 167. If I allow you to do the first day, I will allow me to do the 15th day. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Li's call to Ji Tianwen's cell phone. When he answered the phone, he heard Duan Li say, "Ji Tianwen, release my son immediately, and I can dismiss the matter of you hitting my son." "Which I did you see me hit your son? You stepped on your mom and had to force me to clean you up, didn't you?" Ji Tianwen said nonchalantly. "If you were really that capable, you would have already acted by now. There's no need to fight me here. Are you sure that the Ji group can bear the wrath of my Duan family? Are you sure you can represent the entire Duan family?" Ji Tian asked rhetorically. As early as when he received Chu Lingyan's call and learned that Duan Shokuan might want to find him in trouble, he had learned the basic situation of the Duan family. Duan Li and Duan Shokuan, the two masters, that is, not the eldest son, nor the eldest grandson. The power of speech in the Duan family is really not much to talk about. Therefore, Ji Tianwen was not false at all. "Ji clan, I'll remember." Duan Li gritted his teeth and said, "I will let you know what price you need to pay for offending me." The phone hung up once more. Ji Tianwen, however, revealed a satisfied smile. He knew that Duan Li had agreed to his terms. Fall evenings always have a beautiful feel to them. The clouds looked like they were on fire as the orange evening sunlight colored half the sky. A private room in a cafe. Meng Lei, Xia Shuyun, and Tian Miao, the three of them sat next to the round table. Three women, all with stunning looks and bodies. Unfortunately, there were no onlookers who could appreciate the scene. "Mr. Meng, Shuyun, I've heard a little bit about what happened before. I don't ask the two of you to be able to set aside your conflicts. I only hope that the strength will be directed to one place." Tian Miao smiled and said, "We have a common goal now. If we have to divide them into high and low, then let's compare them on the matter of fighting Ji Tianwen." Meng Lei and Xia Shunyun didn't reply, but just nodded their respective heads. Tian Miao's smile widened by a few points as she was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Tian Miao picked up the phone and looked at it, revealing an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, if you'll excuse me for a moment, you guys have your coffee first. I'll take a call and be right back. After that, leave the booth." 2 minutes later, Tian Miao entered the private room again. The smile on her face had disappeared, and her brow was furrowed in one place, her bad mood, all of it showing in her expression. "Miao, did something happen?" Xia Shuyun questioned. Tian Miao nodded and returned. "The city just sent a notice saying that our company failed several inspections, requiring us to immediately rectify the situation, and that the opening time would be extended backward by 1 month from the date the notice was issued." "What?" Xia Shunyun said indignantly. "Didn't you say they all passed when you checked yesterday?" Meng Lei sneered. "Do you still need to ask such a simple question? Someone must be behind this." Tian Miao nodded her head in agreement. "Mr. Meng is right. I think so too. And if nothing else, the person who was behind the sabotage is highly likely to be Ji Tianwen. Earlier, she had utilized her contacts to keep the Ji Group's campus from opening as scheduled. Then Ji Tianwen could naturally find connections and trip them up." "Miao, what now?" Xia Shunyun asked. Tian Miao glanced at Meng Lei, and seeing that she had no intention of speaking, she mused, "It's better to give Ji Tianwen a call first, to confirm that the person who is behind the evil is not him." "You fight," Xia Shuyun said at Meng Lei. Meng Lei raised her willow eyebrows and said unhappily, "You're teaching me things? You fight better than I do." "I still think you're better than me." Seeing that the two were about to pinch each other, Tian Miao interjected, "Mr. Meng, Shuyun didn't mean any harm. It's just that there's something wrong with the way she expressed herself." After saying that, he rushed at Xia Shuyun. "Shuyun, it's not really appropriate for Mr. Meng to call Ji Tianwen. I've carefully considered it. It's more suitable for Mr. Meng to be in the shadows at the moment. Waiting until the right time to make an appearance may have a surprising effect." Xia Shunyun didn't pick up the conversation and asked, "Miao, do you mean that you want me to call Ji Tianwen?" Tian Miao shook her head and said, "It's better for me to fight." After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and called Ji Tianwen. The phone connected and Ji Tianwen's voice came out. "Who is it?" Hearing this familiar voice, Meng Lei's eyes appeared to fluctuate imperceptibly. Xia Shunyun, on the other hand, frowned, obviously not calm inside either. "Mr. Ji, looks like you didn't save my contact information. I'm Tian Miao." "Oh, Mr. Tian called for something?" Tian Miao didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, I just received a notice from the city requesting my company to delay its opening for a month, and I'd like to ask if this is Mr. G's handiwork? What do you guess? Ji Tianwen asked back with a smirk. I guess that is, Tian Miao said in a cold voice. Mr. G's counterattack. It came at a really good time. I thought you wouldn't make a move. If you're allowed to be the first, I'm allowed to be the 15th. Ji Tianwen disliked back. Tian Miao sneered. Mr. G, you are right. You come and go. It's fair to disturb. The phone hung up and the booth fell into dead silence. The three of them were not surprised that the person tripping behind their back was Ji Tianwen. But the hard part is, how to break the mold. Mr. Meng, you came back from studying abroad. Tell us your high opinion first? Tian Miao looked at Meng Lei. Meng Lei didn't push back and nodded in response. She knew very well that in any group, to gain respect and be held in high regard, one must show the ability to match it. Right now, it's a good time. Organizing her language a little, Meng Lei spoke. The mall is like a battlefield. If you want to win a battle, timing, location, and people, these three elements are the most important. Originally, Timeless was on our side, but now it's leveled out to the same level, and if Ji Tianwen can't open, there's no way we can open on schedule either. Besides, geography, there's no doubt that we don't have an advantage in that regard. The only thing that is more dominant is the people and the people. Mr. Tian's family runs an entertainment company, and has a wealth of experience in company operations, as well as many ready-made resources that can be utilized. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Shunyun knocked on the desktop, interrupting Meng Lei's speech, and asked directly, Mr. Meng, we don't want to listen to your lesson. We just want to know what you think should be done about this situation at the moment. Meng Lei glanced at her and said nonchalantly, if Mr. Xia doesn't want to listen to me, he can go out, and if he wants to listen, then be patient and don't always interrupt without quality. Ha! Xia Shunyun laughed out coldly and clasped her hands in front of her body. Chapter 168, One Step Ahead. Meng Lei waited quietly for a moment, seeing that Xia Shunyun didn't say anything else, and continued. What's in front of us at the moment is nothing more than two choices. 1. Use contacts to dismiss the notice that the city sent down. 2. Comply with the city's requirement to open a month later. Tian Miao spoke up at the right time. So, Mr. Meng thinks that we should choose one or two. Neither choose. Meng Lei said bluntly, choosing one is equal to hitting the city leaders in the face, and in terms of long-term development, it definitely does more harm than good. I believe this is also the reason why Ji Tianwen didn't choose to look for connections and dismiss the city's notification, but instead chose to trip us up so that we couldn't open on schedule either. And if you choose to, it's a missed opportunity to start together. We may not be a match for Ji's group. We must go ahead. Makes sense. Tian Miao first expressed her approval, then followed up with, since neither path is an option, what should we do? Meng Lei laughed softly and returned, we're an internet company. Can't we work if we're not open? The only thing we have an advantage in right now is people, and then the right thing to do is to find ways to maximize that advantage. I would suggest getting a group of people to start a live stream and grab the premium resources first. Xia Shunyun was unimpressed. After talking for half a day, I thought you'd come up with some good idea. So this is it? You think my idea is bad? Meng Lei said unhappily. Of course it's not good. Xia Shunyun snorted. If we really do what you say, not to mention whether it will cause dissatisfaction from the city leaders, let's just say one thing. We can recruit people. Can't Ji Tianwen? If our side utilizes webcasting to recruit people, perhaps it will in turn show Ji Tianwen a clear path. At that time, once Ji Tianwen follows suit, we may even lose the only dominant human piece we have. Meng Lei retorted. It's something that will happen sooner or later as we compete with Ji Tianwen for people. Strike first and suffer later. It's better to act first than to do nothing at all. After a pause, Meng Lei mocked. I can at least come up with a feasible solution. But what about Mr. Xia? Other than being able to tear down the stage, will he do anything else? Why don't you tell me? What ideas do you have? I don't have an idea, but I at least don't make blind whoosh ideas. Xia Shuyun said proudly. Tian Miao naturally couldn't stand by and watch the two bicker, and opened her mouth to round off the conversation. What Mr. Meng said is very true, and what Shuyun said also makes sense. However, until there's a better way, I think it's better to do what Mr. Meng said. After all, what we can think of, on Ji Tianwen's side, there may not be no one who can think of it. Meng Lei sniffed, and the corner of her mouth curled up in a smug arc. Xia Shunyun, on the other hand, snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Tian Miao's cell phone, once again, rang. Picking it up, she smiled apologetically. A quick hello and out of the booth again. After Tian Miao left, Meng Lei and Xia Shuyun looked at each other and simultaneously revealed unspoken smiles. Xia Shunyun brought Meng Lei in to checkmate Tian Mian. Therefore, all the previous quarrels and disagreements between the two were all an act in front of Tian Mian. Of course, the same can be said about the color. The two do look at each other, and naturally the acting is particularly engaging. A moment later, Tian Mian grimaced and returned to the private room. Meng Lei wondered, Mr. Tian, something won't happen again, will it? Tian Mian pounded her fist on the desktop and said in annoyance, Tian is already one step ahead of us? Ahead of the curve. Big flat on the couch. Using his laptop, Tian watched the videos posted by his bloggers. Content aside, headlines come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Likes attention, together to reveal the true face of the G Group Park. Shocked. There's something like this in the G Group's campus. Full network premiere. Exposing G's Group's contract to anchors. Is it a conscience or a trap? Find the answer in the comments section. There were too many videos. Tian naturally couldn't go through them one by one, and only chose a few with more appealing titles to click on. On the left side of his body, Sanya Bing sat down and wordlessly poured a cup of tea and placed it in Tianwen's hand. Then, together, watched the video playing on the screen and the pop-ups floating across the screen. Half an hour later, Tianwen took a sip of tea and said, officially release the job posting tomorrow, and reimburse the traveling and catering expenses if you pass the interview. If you're far away, you can interview online first and then come back offline for a retest after you pass the interview. Pass the retest and be reimbursed for car and meal expenses on the way in. Fail the retest and be reimbursed for car and meal expenses on the way back and forth. Song Yabing nodded. Okay. Chatted some more about follow-up planning. Tianwen left with Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu. Song Yabing sent the three away and looked at the empty living room, suddenly having a very lonely feeling. The house used to be small and it didn't feel like anything. Now that the house was bigger but she was alone, it was hard not to feel a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but think that it would be nice if Tianwen could live over as well. Night. G10 was about to turn off the light and go to sleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. G10 got out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it, only to see the beautiful bodyguard wearing cartoon pajamas, red eyes, small mouth flattened, as if she had been greatly aggrieved and was about to cry out at any time. Tianwen was startled and held the young girl's shoulders, questioning, Ezra, what's wrong with you? The young girl didn't reply, but jumped right into his arms, hugging him tightly and whimpering. Tianwen closed the door behind her and embraced the young girl lightly while rhythmically patting her back to soothe her. Half a day passes. When the young girl's emotions calmed down a bit, Tianwen then asked, Yicheng, did Xiaoyu bully you? Zhao Yicheng shook his head no. So you were watching cartoons and saw some tear-jerking drama? Tianwen continued to speculate. However, Zhao Yicheng still shook her head. Then what exactly are you crying for? G10 asked, genuinely puzzled. I can't let go of brother Tianman. Zhao Yicheng choked out a reply, her little mouth flattening as she once again fell into tears. Tianwen froze, then thought that the other party should have returned to the mountain, pulling the young girl to the bedside and sitting down. Tianwen wiped the tears on his face and smiled. Yicheng, I have long thought about it. This time I'll return to the mountain with you, and when the time comes, I'll discuss it with your master, so that you can continue to follow me. Zhao Yicheng's eyes were delighted as she confirmed. Really? Really? Of course it's true. Tianwen said without thinking. Chapter 169, Going to MT. Dianxi. Tianwen held the young girl's small hand and said in a serious manner, Yicheng, don't say you can't let me go. I can't let you go either. Brother Tianman, why can you not let me go? The young girl's pretty face was slightly red, and in her lowered eyes, there was a secret expectation. Tianwen replied back, because you do your duty, and you are cheerful, your hands are great, and you are so pretty, like you, it's hard to find. Where would I want to let you go? He. Zhao Yicheng laughed in embarrassment, her petulant appearance looking very cute. Tianwen couldn't help himself, rubbing the young girl's head, his eyes full of doting. Brother Tianwen, there's one more thing that I want to ask for your help. No need to say beg, as long as I can help, I will absolutely help you. I grew up in a temple on a mountain, and the house inside and the idols in the temple are so dilapidated that my master said they might collapse if they weren't repaired this year, so I wanted to. No problem. Tianwen answered with a full mouth. Refurbished or flipped, it's just a matter of your word when the time comes. Brother Tianman, you're so wonderful. Zhao Yicheng hugged Tianwen once again and pressed her face against his chest, a happy smile spreading across the corners of her mouth. Tianwen shook his head and lost his smile, thinking that this kind of simple character of a young girl was rare. As a matter of fact, he had started out with the intention of paying the other man a salary of $100,000 a month. But since the young girl found out that she was going to be spending tens of thousands of dollars a day on food, She said she wouldn't ask for a paycheck. Iboshi, when are you planning to leave? Well, of course the sooner the better. Preferably tomorrow. If you say so, then tomorrow. Aha! Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and asked, Iching, do you think your master can agree and let you continue to follow me? Should be able to agree. Zhao Yicheng returned. Master often encourages us to go down the mountain, allowing us to travel more, see more, and be exposed to new things. Then, those senior brothers and sisters of yours, do any of them want to go down the mountain? There are. When I go back to the mountain, I will tell them about this period of time, and they must be especially eager to go down with me. That is, just what? That is, if senior brothers and sisters have to follow me down the mountain. Brother Tianwen, you have to take care of their food and housing. Ji Tianwen laughed. I think it's nothing. Don't worry. I guarantee that all the arrangements will be clear. He offered to return to the mountain with the young girl for two main reasons. For one thing, there is concern for the safety of young girls. Although the young girl can fight well, she is simple-minded and gullible. He was still a bit uneasy about letting the young girl return to the mountain alone. The second reason is to recruit more capable people. Though he hadn't heard the young girl say that those senior brothers and sisters of hers were capable of anything. But, since they all grew up under the guidance of one master, they couldn't be any worse. If we could get them all, we'd be really rich. Brother Tianman, there's something I want to ask you, Zhao Yicheng suddenly said. What is it? It's just that in the morning. What exactly were you and Xiaoyu laughing about? We laughing? Laughed. Zhao Yicheng nodded heavily and elaborated. Brother Tianwen, when you said that you also had a name called Bo Chang, Xiaoyu suddenly laughed. When Xiaoyu said her name was Yudaji, you suddenly laughed too. Brother Tianman, I can't figure out what's so funny. Ji Tianwen was stunned and didn't know how to explain, so he had to ask, didn't Xiaoyu tell you? Zhao Yicheng returned. I asked Xiaoyu, and she said that she wanted me to ask you. This, Ji Tianwen instantly felt difficult. Dry cough 2 times said, Yicheng wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow I will tell you. Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? Zhao Yicheng pouted her little lips in an unhappy manner. Ji Tianwen explained, because tomorrow is your birthday, and after your birthday you'll be 18, and there are some things that you'll be able to understand appropriately. Brother Tianwen, how did you know that tomorrow is my birthday? Zhao Yicheng was surprised. I know from looking at your ID, Ji Tian asked back. At those words, the young girl once again felt her eyes warm. Ever since she was a child, only Master remembered her birthday. It was also the only day on her birthday that she could eat openly and as much as she wanted, and the reason she chose to leave tomorrow was because it was her birthday. What she didn't expect was that Ji Tianwen also remembered her birthday. Brother Tianman, thank you. Zhao Yicheng bit her lower lip with her shell teeth, trying to hold back her tears. Tianman's brother remembered her birthday. Obviously he should be happy. How could he resist the urge to cry? Early the next morning, Ji Tianwen, at the dinner table, talked about his plan to return to the mountain with Zhao Yicheng. Together, Ji Woyang and Bai Jiyu naturally didn't have any opinions, and directly stated that if Zhao Yicheng's master was willing to come down from the mountain, he could spend money to donate a temple as his shelter. Zhao Yicheng's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good idea. However, she wasn't entirely sure if master would be willing to come down. After breakfast, Ji Tianwen and Zhao Yicheng set off by car and arrived at the mall first. Brother Tianman, what are you doing at the mall? Zhao Yicheng said in disbelief. Ji Tianwen said, it's been more than half a year since I've seen you. You can't go back empty-handed, right? You should bring some gifts for your master, and your brothers and sisters from the same sect. Zhao Yicheng nodded in understanding and said, Brother Tianwen, it's still you who's thoughtful. The two went into the mall and did some sweeping, officially departed for MT. Yoti. Mount Dianxi is located in Shuangfeng City, about 500 kilometers from Pingzhou City. Not close, but not particularly far either. Departure at 7. It was just about 12 o'clock when we reached the town at the foot of Mount Yodo. Ji-ten had wanted to find a nice restaurant to celebrate the young girl's birthday. However, just enter the street. Then he was pulled by a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman enthusiastically smiled. Young man, you are traveling, right? To my home B&B dinner. My family chickens, ducks, geese, all grain raised. Do not feed. You want to eat what have what, but also can. At this point, the middle-aged woman's words came to an abrupt end. She looked at Zhao Yicheng dumbfounded, her eyes filled with horror in the middle of her eyes as she shouted, hungry ghosts are coming. After shouting, he let go of Ji Tianwen's arm and ran away, like there was a dog chasing after him. The middle-aged woman's shouts attracted a lot of attention. It didn't take long for the restaurants along the street to close their doors, lock their doors, and all of them closed without taking customers. Jitan asked. It seemed he had underestimated the intimidating power of the beautiful bodyguard. Chapter 170, Birthday Gifts. Ji Tianwen could roughly guess why these restaurant owners, though, were so afraid of the beautiful maiden beside them. Still, curious as to what exactly happened. Facing the inquiry, Zhao Yicheng revealed an embarrassed smile and stammered for half a day before she could sort of recount the matter. It turns out that 3 years ago, on the first trip down the mountain, Zhao Yicheng was hungry, so she found a restaurant and offered to scrub the dishes for free, as long as she was managed to get enough to eat. Once the boss heard this, there was no reason not to agree, and he gladly accepted Zhao Yicheng's request. As it turned out, when it came to the meal, after seeing how much the young girl could eat, the boss regretted it and asked her to leave immediately. Zhao Yicheng was not happy at that time. How can you go back on your word when you agreed to feed her as long as you help with the dishes? So, with a strong attitude, she said she would never leave until she had her fill. The owner also got antsy and started to kick people out. But, Zhao Yicheng's kung fu wasn't practiced for nothing. One punch broke the boss's nose. You can't fight them, but you can't drive them away. The most annoying thing is that you can't even ask your uncle for help. The Zhao Yicheng of his time was even more juvenile than his current appearance. Once you call your uncle over and employ child labor, the sin is even greater. There was no way around it, and the boss could only hold his nose and admit it. The final result ended with Zhao Yicheng eating up the back kitchen's inventory, and the sweet-tasting beauty queen, feeling like she had found her meal, began to look past one restaurant in town. When she walked in the door, she said she could do the dishes and clean up for free, just to keep her fed. A few bosses refused to let her come to work because of her young age and advised her to go back to school and study hard. The vast majority of bosses, however, readily accept it. The result was invariably that all of them were hemorrhaged by the young girl in one meal. Since then, Zhao Yicheng had been permanently blacklisted in the entire town's dining scene. Ji Tianwen was speechless for a moment and said, "That is to say, there is no restaurant in the entire town that dares to receive us?" This, Zhao Yicheng smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Tianwen, it's okay. There are wild beasts in the mountains. We just need to buy some seasonings, and then I'll hunt and solve the lunch problem. It's better to forget about it." Ji Tianwen shook his head in rejection and said, "Whichever restaurant has good food, let's go straight there. The big deal is that we'll pay first. There's a farmhouse over there that's quite tasty." Zhao Yicheng pointed in a direction, then walked ahead to lead the way. She certainly didn't want to hunt when she could eat off the shelf. After all, hunting is time-consuming and labor-intensive. And it's still not enough to eat unless you're hunting larger animals like wild boar and deer. After walking roughly 500 meters, Zhao Yicheng stopped, pointing to a closed store down the street. He said, "This is it." Ji Tianwen went up and knocked the door open, dealing with the owner. Another $10,000 in pressure money was paid, and that was all it took to get into the store. You still have to pay the pressure deposit before you can eat. Ji Tianwen had grown up so much, but it was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing, and it was indeed refreshing. However, considering what the beautiful bodyguard had done before, it would be good to have something to eat. Go to the second floor and take your seat. During the wait for the food to be served, Ji Tianwen asked with a smile, "Yicheng, it's your birthday today. Do you guess if I've prepared a birthday present for you?" "Brother Tian Man, since you're asking, you must have prepared it." "Not prepared, I was just asking." Brother Tian Man, you're always teasing me." Zhao Yicheng frowned her delicate eyebrows and twisted her slender waist twice in a petulant manner. A few of the entourage around them looked stunned. Who's going to be able to handle this? Ji Tianwen coughed dryly twice and said, "Well, it was indeed prepared for you a long time ago." "What kind of gift?" Zhao Yicheng said with eyes full of anticipation. Ji Tianwen opened his mouth and was just about to reply when his cell phone rang first. After connecting and turning on the speakerphone, Sonia Bing's voice came out. "Mr. G, the chefs are in place. Should we let them through at noon?" "No, let's get them lodged first." "Okay." Hanging up the phone, Ji Tianwen looked at the young girl beside him and said, "I've hired a class of chefs, all of them top chefs who have done several national banquets, and will specialize in cooking for you in the future." "Cooking specifically for me?" Zhao Yicheng's eyes lit up and said, "Brother Tianwen, you're too good to me. For someone who loves food, there is nothing more practical and appealing than this gift." Zhao Yicheng couldn't wait to return to Pingzhou City and enjoy the top chef's handiwork. However, the most important thing right now was to go back to the mountain and find Master. After lunch, the group headed towards the mountains. The car only went as far as the bottom of the hill, and then it would never go back up. There was no choice but to get out of the car and move forward. "Follow this creek all the way up and you'll be there in about 3 hours, Zhao Yicheng said. Ji Tianwen raised his wrist and glanced at the time. It was now 2:30 p.m. and in 3 hours it would be almost dark by the time we got up the hill. But, it's a good thing. Come what may, there's no point in thinking about time. The road is not good. The sides of the stream are dotted with smooth cobblestones that not only hurt your feet, but also slip if you're not paying attention, risking a fall at any time. The bottom line is that there are a lot of uphill paths and not many flat ones, which is just too much of a physical test. An hour later, except for Zhao Yicheng who still walked with an easy gait and looked effortless, the rest of them, all of them were sweating and panting. Ji Tianwen wiped the sweat from his head, feeling that if it wasn't for this little half year, which had been followed by the beautiful bodyguard's workouts, he would have been exhausted by now. Brother Tian Man, why don't we take a rest before we go? Zhao Yicheng proposed. Ji Tianwen twisted his head to look behind him, and his entourage, carrying large bags, all looked at him with bated breath, as if they were afraid that he would not agree. Alright, then rest for a while. Ji Tianwen nodded in agreement. One by one, the entourage revealed a relieved expression, putting down the things in their hands and directly sitting on their asses on the ground, gasping for a long time for a rough breath. When he had caught his breath, he went to the creek for water and washed his face. At this moment, Zhao Yicheng, who had previously broken away from the group, came trotting from the distance, looking at the young girl who was fit as a fiddle and was walking like a rock on the cobblestones. Admiration flowed out from amongst everyone's eyes. You really can't compare people to people. When she arrived in front of Ji Tianwen, Zhao Yicheng stopped, took the backpack off her shoulders, and reached into the backpack with her small hands, pulling out a handful of round, fingernail-sized fruits and handing them over. Brother Tianwen, this is the sour jujube from Dianqi Mountain. Although it's past its best, it's not too late to eat it now. Try it. Chapter 171, You're shadowless too. Ji Tianwen froze and reached out to take the sour dates. He had previously thought that the other party had gone for convenience, but he hadn't realized that he had gone to pick sour dates. That's a lot of stamina and energy to go around. Brother Tian Man, is it good? Zhao Yicheng asked with gusto. Ji Tianwen spat out the date core and returned. Not bad, quite tasty. That was, more or less, against the grain. As Zhao Yicheng said, the sour jujubes are past their best. Now that I'm eating it, there's not much moisture left, and there was mostly sour and very little sweet. Let's just say that it wasn't particularly bad, but it didn't come close to being good either. However, the young girl had worked hard to pick sour dates, so he couldn't afford to be too disrespectful, and Ji Tianwen's comment made Zhao Yicheng feel that her hard work hadn't been in vain, so she immediately took her backpack and ran to grab a handful each with her entourage. Taste them all. You too. The entourage ate it and nodded their heads that it was delicious. Joking aside, the boss had held up the show. Where could they not? Ji Tianwen stood up and said, keep walking. Zhao Yicheng naturally had no problem with it and nodded in agreement. The entourage resumed carrying their large bags with a bitter look on their faces. Seeing this, Ji Tianwen said indifferently, when you go back, each person will add $20,000 bonus this month. Hearing this, the entourage lit up on the spot. Thank you Mr. G. Mr. G's atmosphere. After saying that, each one of them was as energetic and glowing as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, sweeping away their previous disillusionment. Another 40 minutes of walking, the sky suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy, and all of a sudden it went from sunny to a somber shade of gray. Zhao Yicheng looked up at the clouds surging in the sky and frowned. Brother Tianwen, it's going to rain soon. We have to leave quickly. Then speed up. Ji Tianwen nodded. Getting wet in the mountains is no fun. Not to mention that after it rains, the roads get even worse. The group accelerated forward. Finally, after an unknown number of uphill sections, the road ahead became quite flat. Zhao Yicheng pulled Ji Tianwen with one hand and pointed around with the other, describing the surrounding terrain and what she had done there. Chattering, like a lark in the woods, Ji Tianwen didn't feel impatient either, and every now and then he would even strike up a conversation or two to keep the young girl from becoming too monotonous. With that, the group reached the end of the line. Looking at the temple that had collapsed into ruins not far away, Zhao Yicheng's eyes became flustered. She shook off the crowd and ran at full speed towards the ruins. While running, he shouted Master. Ji Tianwen's face became grave, and he didn't expect that it would actually be such a sight. The temple collapsed, and the people in that temple. He interrupted the bad thoughts and quickened his pace to catch up. Looking at the broken walls in front of him, Ji Tianwen observed and didn't find any buildings such as sheds, so he had to pacify them. Ezra, take it easy for a moment. Collapsing like this, there's definitely no way to live in it. I thought you said there was a village nearby. Let's go to the village first and ask around. Maybe your master and the others have borrowed a nearby villager's house. When Zhao Yicheng heard this, the panic in her eyes dissipated quite a bit and she nodded her head. Brother Tianwen, you're right. Let's go to the village and look for it. Just then, not far away, an old man wearing a bucket hat and a straw raincoat, carrying a bundle of dry firewood on his shoulder, came along. Zhao Yicheng rushed over and after recognizing who the old man was, she anxiously said, Grandpa Shun, why did the temple collapse? Where are my master and the others? The old man's surname Shun was stunned and narrowed his eyes. then widened his eyes and took 2 steps back, his 2 legs trembling uncontrollably. He looked around to see Zhao Yicheng's feet, but he didn't see a shadow. Now, Old Man Shen was directly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground on the spot, trembling and saying, female child, we've never had an enmity. Although when you were little and went to my house for dinner, I didn't let you have enough to eat, but I was that my family really didn't have any spare food, not that I couldn't let you eat. My old man is too old to stand up to your scaring me like that, so let me off the hook. Tomorrow I will come over and burn more paper money for you. Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng was dumbfounded. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, had a sinking heart. With these words, the old man was clearly treating Zhao Yicheng as a ghost. If this is the case, then the people in the temple, I am afraid that they have been killed. Ji Tianwen walked up and helped Old Man Shen up, pointing at Zhao Yicheng, explaining, Old sir, don't be afraid. She wasn't in the temple when it collapsed. She's not a ghost. Old Man Shen obviously didn't believe this argument and looked at Zhao Yicheng's feet again, saying in horror, if it's not a ghost, how come there's no shadow? Ah, you don't have a shadow either? Jitan asked. It would be a hell of a thing to have a shadow on this cloudy day. He was full of speechlessness. Old sir, the sun is not even there. Where is the shadow? Look at your feet. Isn't there no shadow? Old Man Shen looked down at his feet, then up at the sky, and said in a trembling voice, you guys, you really aren't. We are people. Living, breathing people. Ji Tianwen said in an aggravated tone. The entourage saw the old man nervous, took out a cigarette and handed one over, saying, Old sir, you have a cigarette to slow down. Old Man Shen took the cigarette and inhaled a few puffs, choking and coughing, but the state of shock was relieved quite a bit. After finally believing that Zhao Yicheng was not a ghost, Old Man Shen sighed. There was a rainstorm 2 months ago, and that's when the temple collapsed. There were so many people lifted out of it that they didn't even need to be taken to the hospital for resuscitation. The people were just smashed to death. Speaking here, Old Man Shen looked at Zhao Yicheng and said in a tone of emotion, female child, you have a good life, dodged a disaster. At that time, if you were also in the temple, it is estimated that you are also. He didn't continue with the latter words, but the meaning was clearly expressed. No, it can't be. Zhao Yicheng's tears fell like rain as she rushed into the ruins. She made her way to the backyard and reached down to dig through the rubble. Ka! A thunderbolt exploded. Immediately afterward, the wind picked up, and a whimpering sound whistled in the ears, as if someone was crying. At the same time, the dark clouds in the air tumbled and surged, with electric arcs appearing and disappearing in them. The sky, which was originally gray, became black all of a sudden. I'll be a dear mother Lu. Shen old man scared to run, a look of panic. Ji Tianwen looked towards the young girl who was in a state of madness, bending down to rummage through the rubble like she was searching for something, and hurriedly ran over and hugged the young girl's back. Zhao Yicheng, whose 10 fingers were worn out, struggled and had to lunge to the ground. Ji Tianwen could only hold the young girl even harder while shouting, Yicheng, calm down. However, a young girl who was out of control emotionally. Where is it so easy to be able to calm down? Chapter 172, The Boy Who Cried in Pain. It was a long struggle, and it was not until the pouring rain came down that the young girl was able to settle down a bit. She turned around, looked up at Ji Tianwen, and choked, Brother Tianwen, I don't have a home anymore. The rapidly descending rain fell on the young girl's pretty face, and for a moment it was impossible to tell whether it was rain or tears. Ji Tianwen hugged the young girl tightly and said heartily, Ezra, my home is your home. Once again, Zhao Yicheng couldn't control her emotions and bawled like a child in Ji Tianwen's arms. Ever since she was a child, she had never felt this helpless, even though she always had enough to eat. If you come back 2 months earlier, if the temple had been repaired earlier, if, unfortunately, there are no ifs. The storm lasted a full quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour later, the wind stopped raining, the dark clouds recede, revealing a sky that is evolving into night. Ji Tianwen slightly relaxed the strength of his embrace and lowered his head, only to see that the young girl in his arms had red and swollen eyes, hiccuping from time to time, and the sadness in the bottom of her eyes was heartbreaking. Ezra, you still have me. Ji Tianwen's tone was serious, as if he was giving some sort of promise. Brother Tianman. Zhao Yicheng moved the corners of her mouth, but she couldn't even give a forced smile. Perhaps he was tired of crying, or perhaps he had been hit too hard. She felt indescribably tired and just wanted to close her eyes and sleep, then expect to wake up and realize it was nothing more than a nightmare. The temple didn't collapse. The master and the temple brothers and sisters, the younger brothers and sisters, were also still there. With this thought, the young girl closed her heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. The cold wind blew, and Ji Tianwen shivered. I didn't feel anything just now, but now, it was like falling into an ice hole. Mr. Ji, come over and roast the fire. A voice came from not far away. Ji Tianwen craned his head to see that a few of his entourage had already taken materials from the ground and built a small, simple shed. There was a pile of firewood burning on the ground, and because it was wet from the rain, the black smoke that came out was extraordinarily thick, and every now and then it would make a crackling sound. Wait for me for a while. Ji Tianwen put down a sentence and picked up the young girl in her arms horizontally. Luckily, I went out this time with a few changes of clothes and a backpack that was waterproof. Ji Tianwen circled around to the far side behind the broken wall and quickly changed out of his wet clothes. Then, the young girl was helped to change her clothes. The young girl slept heavily, at his mercy like a puppet on strings. When he finished changing his clothes, Ji Tianwen carried the young girl to the fire. The atmosphere was dreary, with only the fire wavering, the smoke rising, and the sounds made by the burning wood proving that time had not set in. Let's make do here tonight, Ji Tianwen said. They were not familiar with their surroundings, and it would be easy to create unnecessary trouble if they wandered around at night. A night's worth of patience will pass. The crowd took out the large bags they were carrying and filled their stomachs haphazardly. The tasks were then divided into teams of 2, working 2-hour shifts, to add wood to the fire. The rest of the group baked their clothes dry and then leaned against the wall, closing their eyes and taking a nap. Ji Tianwen sensed that the young girl was holding her with a bit too much force and gently patted her back as if she was coaxing a small child. After such a long time, the young girl's strength relaxed a bit and she slept more peacefully. Ji Tianwen sighed and couldn't help but feel even more distressed for the young girl in his arms. Zhao Yicheng had told her that she had been in the orphanage for as long as she could remember. Later, it was the director of the orphanage who sent her to Mount Dianxi, where she began to learn martial arts under her master. If anything, the orphanage is a young girl's first home. Then this temple on Mount Dianxi, which has been reduced to ruins, is her second home. But on her 18th birthday, she once again lost her second home. When he thought of the young girl's words, "I don't have a home anymore," Ji Tianwen felt a twinge in his heart. How can such a nice girl have such a bitter life? However, everything is fate, and half of it is not up to anyone. What has happened cannot be undone. All Ji Tianwen could do was to act as a backup for the young girl. Whether the young girl wanted to rebuild the temple or had another idea, he gave his utmost support. The day was about to break. The crowd was awakened by a bawling sound. Ji Tianwen opened his eyes and realized that the young girl in his arms had already woken up. Zhao Yicheng lifted the jacket draped over her body and sat up, looking around blankly and realizing that she was still in the broken walls of the temple. It made her weep and fall into sadness once again. How she wished that everything she had seen yesterday was just a nightmare. However, reality told her that it was not a dream. Her home is gone. Her master, her brother and sister, all gone. However, just then, she suddenly heard someone crying. "Brother Tian Man, did you hear crying?" Zhao Yicheng asked. Ji Tianwen nodded his head and replied back, "I heard it." Someone was indeed crying. The crowd rose and headed toward the source of the cries. When he reached the front yard from the backyard, he saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy who was kneeling on the ground, crying and weeping. The teenager was white and fat. His looks gave him a naive look, and his cries were even louder and more infectious. Zhao Yicheng's gaze froze in surprise. "Meng Jie." The crying stopped abruptly, and the teenager looked up at Zhao Yicheng, revealing the same surprised gaze. "Sister." Both ran towards each other at the same time and proceeded to embrace each other. After a long time, the teenager stopped crying and asked, "Sister, how did the temple collapse? Where are Master and the others?" Zhao Yicheng forced back her tears and returned. "The temple collapsed 2 months ago. Master they. Halfway through the sentence, he couldn't say any more. Ji Tianwen walked up and said, "Yesterday, I ran into an old man and heard the old man say that when the temple collapsed at that time, it smashed quite a number of people to death. The exact number of people, it is unclear for the time being." After saying that, as if thinking of something, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the phone was connected, Ji Tianwen said bluntly, 2 months ago, a temple collapsed on Mount Dianxi. Help me ask how many people were killed." After listening for a moment, Ji Tian asked inquiring, "Ezra, what is the name of this temple?" "Just call it Yadoji Temple," Zhao Yicheng returned. Ji Tianwen informed the other party of the temple's name and hung up. "Meng Jie, why did you suddenly come back?" Zhao Yicheng asked. The young man named Kong Meng Jie, hoarse voice back, "Sister, after you go down the mountain not a few days, I was also arranged by the master to go down the mountain travel to go. The master let me come back after half a year, but I did not expect." At this point, the teenager broke down in tears once again. Zhao Yicheng took a deep breath and asked after him, "Meng Jie, after you, who else traveled down the mountain?" She had realized at this moment that the ones who had traveled down the mountain at about the same time period as her were most likely survivors just like her. Chapter 173, Brother-in-Law. The dead are gone, the living are gone. If Zhao Yicheng was the only one, she would subconsciously rely on Ji Tianwen. But, Right now, with her senior brother surviving, she felt she had to shoulder her responsibility as a senior sister. So, the most important thing is to figure out how many other surviving cohorts there are. Senior sister. I'm not quite sure who is traveling down the mountain behind me, but according to the ordering of previous years, there must be someone else behind me. Kong Mingjie shook his head and returned. Zhao Yicheng nodded slowly, inwardly expecting that the more people who traveled down the mountain after her, the better. Ji Tianwen put his hand on Zhao Yicheng's shoulder and said, Yicheng, don't be anxious for now. I've already asked people to look into it, and I believe that we'll have the results soon. Thank you, brother Tianwen. A look of gratitude appeared in Zhao Yicheng's eyes as she hugged Ji Tianwen's waist. Seeing this, Kong Mingjie pointed at Ji Tianwen and asked tentatively, Elder sister, is he a brother-in-law? Zhao Yicheng sniffed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and exploded. Don't talk nonsense. Not yet. Jitan asked. What do you mean? Not yet? Just then, a text message came through. Ji Tianwen clicked on it and found the content of the message, which was the number of victims of the Yodashi Sea collapse, as well as a list of names. Eboshi. Jitan called out before handing over his cell phone. Zhao Yicheng took the phone and looked at the screen carefully. Pop. The cell phone came off and fell to the floor. Ji Tianwen's brows furrowed as an ominous premonition arose. Kong Mingjie bent down and picked up the cell phone. After glancing at the screen, he sat on his butt on the ground and cried, Senior sister, I have only you as a relative left. Despite being saddened as well, Zhao Yicheng knelt down and patted his senior brother's shoulder, holding back his grief while calming him down as much as possible. After a long time, Ji Tianwen spoke up. Yicheng, do we need to rebuild Dianqi Temple? Zhao Yicheng glanced at Kong Mingjie, then twisted his head to look at the broken wall behind him, thought for a while, and shook his head back. It's better not to. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Kong Mingjie say indignantly, blame those villagers. 2 years ago, Master said he wanted to repair the temple, but those villagers, none of them were willing to pay for it. That, to me, sounds completely unreasonable. But the truth is, there's really no wonder he's so angry, because several of the neighboring villages have not been favored by the Yadoji temple over the years. Other than that, let's talk about being sick. In several nearby villages, whoever has a headache or fever basically never goes to the hospital, but chooses to come to Yadoji temple, because when you come to Yadoji temple, not only do the remedies not cost anything, but even the herbs don't cost anything. Free clinic and immediate good results. In accordance with the principle of equivalence, throw in a peach and return the favor. To repair the Yadoji temple, the villagers who have been favored should contribute more or less money anyhow, but the reality is that none of them are willing to take money out of their pockets. Before, Kong Mingjie didn't feel anything, but now that he thought about it, he felt unworthy for his master, thinking that he was just too stupid to save a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Early in the morning, we descended the mountain, and by the time we reached the town, it was already noon. Ji Tianwen decided to repair for a day and return to Pingzhou City tomorrow. During the meal, Zhao Yicheng introduced Ji Tianwen. Brother Tianwen, Kong Mingjie is my senior brother. He's best at hard qigong, golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Hearing this, Ji Tianwen nodded in understanding. Perhaps it was because he had spent a lot of time with Yu Jingzhu, and after listening to Zhao Yicheng's introduction, almost subconsciously, he labeled Kong Mingjie as a support and meat shield. Zhao Yicheng wasn't good at defense, so if he had Kong Mingjie as his partner, it would make up for the shortcomings. After introducing Kong Mingjie to Ji Tianwen, Zhao Yicheng rushed Kong Mingjie and said, Mingjie, let me introduce to you. This is my brother Tianwen. You can call him brother-in-law. Kong Mingjie didn't wait for Zhao Yicheng to finish his sentence, so he laughed nervously and shouted out his brother-in-law. Jitan asked, by Zhou Yuharu. Waiting for a moment, seeing that Ji Tianwen didn't deny it, Zhao Yicheng couldn't help but feel some small joy in his heart, but on his face, he behaved in a serious manner and coughed dryly. Mingjie, you'll follow me next. As long as there's a mouthful of food from your senior sister, you definitely won't starve. Without any hesitation, Kong Mingjie nodded his head quickly and agreed. Lunch was eaten. The group found a bed and breakfast to check into. After yesterday's rain, plus a night without much sleep, they were all sleepy at this moment. Ji Tianwen told the people accompanying him to go and rest first, while he himself forced himself to stay awake with drowsiness, lest you lose sleep at night because you were so energized. It was hard to make it to the evening. After simply eating a few bites of dinner, Ji Tianwen went back to his room to rest. I ended up going to sleep when I was awakened by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ji Tianwen sobered up, frowned, and said in dissatisfaction, who is it? Me. Zhao Yicheng's voice came in. Jitan got out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it. Brother Tianman, what's wrong with you? Zhao Yicheng blushed, and after a long time of entanglement, her eyes closed and said, "I want to sleep with you." Ji Tianwen froze, then stepped aside to let the young girl into the room. In his mind, it was nothing to be surprised about. After all, the young girl had only just turned 18, and it was a normal thing for her to be hit hard and not be able to handle it. Lying down on the bed, the two of them were separated by a distance. Ji Tianwen thought for a moment and felt that it was still necessary to enlighten the young girl. However, just as he had prepared his wording and was about to speak, but the young girl suddenly turned sideways and looked at him with an aggressive gaze. "Brother Tian Man, I changed my clothes. Who helped me change?" Zhao Cheng asked. Ji Tianwen similarly sidestepped and explained, "I helped you change. It rained last night and it's not good for your health if you sleep in wet clothes." Oh, Zhao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, but did not show too many surprises, just a red face. Voice like a gnat said, "But my intimate clothes also changed." Ji Tianwen's old face reddened, and he said stiffly, "Cough. To change is definitely to change the full set. I was changing with my eyes closed." He had thought that the matter was sort of behind him, but I didn't expect the young girl to actually take the initiative to mention it. "Brother Tian Man, it's okay to keep your eyes open." Zhao Cheng's pretty face blushed scarlet and said, "I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 18 years old." Jitan asked, "I can't take that." Zhao Cheng said, "Brother Tianwen, I want to stay with you for the rest of my life and never be separated." "What about you? I sure would like that." "Let's." "Really?" Zhao Cheng said in surprise. Ji Tianwen nodded heavily and returned, "Really? He. Zhao Cheng instantly smiled with her eyebrows, then sat up and began to take off her clothes. Chapter 174, You'll be responsible, right? Ji Tianwen froze for a moment, not really caring at first. After all, for some people, sleeping in pajamas is just not comfortable. But when the young girl beside him finished taking off her pajamas and continued to undress, he was a little tense. "Iboshi, just go to sleep." "Brother Tianwen, it's okay, I'm already 18. It's not about how old you are. It's mostly about being inappropriate." At these words, the young girl's eyes reddened. "Brother Tian Man, could you be lying to me?" Zhao Cheng huffed. "You obviously just said very clearly that you also want to be with me forever." "That's what I said, but it doesn't have to be that way too." "I don't care. Brother Tian Man, you said so." After Zhao Cheng finished speaking, she immediately took off her upper body's clothes. Ji Tianwen was blinded on the spot and his mind went blank. By the time he reacted, the young girl's petite body was already pressed against him. Ji Tianwen instantly panicked and hurriedly said, "Iching, listen to me. I don't tinkle. I won't tinkle." Zhao Icheng covered her ears with both hands and said in a resolute tone, "Master said that after the age of 18, I'm an adult. Some things that can't be done, can be done. I'm going to take the raw rice and cook it today." After saying that, he merged his fingers into a blade and chopped at Ji Tianwen's neck. "Take." Ji Tianwen was completely unable to react in time. His eyes went black, and he became completely unconscious. Waking up again, it was already dawn. Ji Tianwen locked his brows tightly and rubbed his sore neck, feeling like he had a hangover and drank until he was disconnected. His memories seemed to not connect. He tried to get up, but just made a move. Well, the young girl in her arms made a sound. It was then that Ji Tianwen realized that he was not the only one on the bed, and the person in his arms seemed to be shirtless. He woke up instantly and immediately turned on the bedside lamp. By the light, he could see who was lying next to him. At the same time, memories of last night came flooding back. He lifted the covers and was met by the uncovered rock. So, he's being done in by a beautiful bodyguard? Just then, the young girl beside her opened her eyes a slit and said in a daze, "Brother Tianwen, is it dawn yet?" Ji Tianwen didn't reply. His heart was complicated to the extreme. Zhao Cheng was a good girl, there was no doubt about it. But because of this, Ji Tianwen instead had a hard time letting go. If it was a case of both parties seeing each other for what they were, or money and goods, he wouldn't have any mental burden. And last night though he was on the passive side and not willingly. In theory, he's the victim, but there was no way he could put himself in the place of the victim. She, after all, had saved his life. Just as he was thinking, the young girl beside him rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and with a happy smile on her face, she said, "Brother Tian Man, from now on, I'll be your person." Ji Tianwen was silent for a long time, gradually accepting this fact as well. She wrapped her arms around the young girl's fragrant shoulders and asked, "Ezra, what did you do last night?" He had expected the young girl to shy away and pound him in the chest with a small fist, but what I didn't expect was that the young girl was answering, "After I knocked you out, I undressed you, and then I went to sleep." "Is that simple?" Ji Tian asked. Stunned, the young girl blinked her big eyes and asked rhetorically, "Or what?" Ji Tianwen felt something was wrong and pursued, "Ezra, you knocked me out and undressed me, but you didn't do anything else?" "No, Master said that a man and a woman, sleeping in the same bed without clothes, that is the closest person to each other. Zhao Yicheng questioned. Brother Tianwen, are there any more steps? Ji Tianwen felt a bit grateful and regretful at the same time. The young girl's face and body. If he were to say that he wasn't moved at all, then he could really just leave the house in the same place. Ji Tianwen's original intention was to really have a few more sessions if he was sure that he really did have sex last night, but it didn't happen, and that made it hard for him. Smelling the ethereal fragrance emanating from the young girl's body, Ji Tianwen felt more and more like he was on the verge of losing control. Instantly, he lifted the covers, got out of bed, and rushed into the bathroom. After 10 minutes in a cool shower, the inner turmoil was finally doused. Ji Tianwen draped himself in a towel and exited the bathroom, wanting to complain a few times, but, looking at the young girl who was lying on the bed, her snow-white arms exposed outside the quilt, with an innocent face, was really full of depression with nowhere to vent it. A moment later, the young girl's shell teeth lightly bit her pink lips, reddened her pretty face, and carefully asked, Brother Tianman, you will be responsible, right? Jitan asked, really just wanna hit someone, but looking at the young girl's gradually reddening eyes, Ji Tianwen still returned, will be responsible. Oh yeah. Zhao Yicheng jumped straight up. The quilt was slashed from her body, and her snow-white and tantalizing curves were on display. Ji Tianwen hastily averted his gaze and said, sleep a little longer, it's not quite dawn yet. Seeing that Ji Tianwen refused to look at herself, the young girl wateringly said, Brother Tianwen, are you angry with me? No, that's what thinks the scar on my back is ugly. That battle with Twin Dagger Huan left quite a few scars on her back. It was natural for a girl to love beauty, and although she didn't say it on her lips, how could she not care at all in her heart? Ji Tianwen was busy saying, Yicheng, you're mistaken, you didn't turn your back to me, so how could I see the scar on your back? Asked my brother the other day why you wouldn't look at me. Jitan asked, what's the point of playing like that? There was nothing he could do but turn his gaze away. This look was too much to resist on the spot, turning around and rushing into the bathroom. After another 10 minutes in the cool shower, Kaiten asked to come out. Much to her relief, the young girl had reclined under the covers. Brother Tianman, sleep together. Zhao Yicheng moved to the side to make room. Ji Tianwen sighed inwardly and lay down on the bed with resignation. Just as he lay down, the young girl pressed right up against him. Hiss, Brother Tianman, you're so cool. Jitan asked, can you not cool off in 2 cool showers in a row, adding up to over half an hour before and after? Zhao Yicheng pursed her pink lips and asked, Brother Tianwen, we're considered the closest of people now, right? Aha. Ji Tianwen nodded and acknowledged it. Zhao Yicheng revealed a satisfied smile and rubbed herself in Ji Tianwen's arms, adjusting to a comfortable position and closing her eyes. Not long after, the young girl's breathing gradually became smooth and even, and she had obviously already entered dreamland. Ji Tianwen, however, was doubly tormented and couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. The thought of eating the white rabbit beside him flashed through his mind countless times, but he pushed it down. However, he had a hunch. This time relying on 2 cold showers was tolerable, but the next time, it's really hard to say. Chapter 175, slap first, then give sweet dates. Had breakfast. Ji Tianwen had wanted to go straight back to his journey, but Zhao Yicheng said that there was still a trip to the mountains to be made. Ji Tianwen inquired what she was up to, but the young girl was the one who didn't answer directly, but instead deliberately sold her story. Brother Tianwen, you'll know later. Bought 10 flower pots and 2 more small shovels while I was at it. Zhao Yicheng led the crowd, once again heading towards Mount Dianxi. However, this time it wasn't all the way up, but along a branch of the creek, all the way to the front of a secluded valley. Passing through the valley, the sky opens up in front of you. Green plants were everywhere and the air was filled with a refreshing aroma. Bugs chirping and birds chirping are alive and well. Iboshi, what's the point of coming here? Jitan asked in disbelief. Zhao Yicheng replied back, Brother Tianwen, there are so many flowers here that aren't common outside that can be used for medicine. I'm going to dig some up and go back to give them to Xiaoyu. When did your relationship with Xiaoyu get so good? Ji Tianwen was stunned. In his impression, Zhao Yicheng and Yu Jingzhu, most of the time, looked at each other. Right now, Zhao Yicheng actually thought of bringing Yu Jingzhu a gift, which was really unexpected by Ji Tianwen. Zhao Yicheng replied back, Brother Tianwen, I don't have a good relationship with Xiaoyu, so I'm planning to go back and slap her before giving her a sweet date to eat, and these flowers are the sweet dates. Where is all this with where Ji Tianwen inwardly speechless at the same time, cannot help but think of, some time ago, the beautiful girl bodyguard, to the internet addicted girl to send small shoes thing. Let's just say that when it comes to understanding certain issues, the American girl bodyguard has her own set of unique insights. Ezra, where did you learn this from? Ji Tianwen couldn't help but be curious. It's in the book. Zhao Yicheng replied back. The book says that slapping a person and giving them sweet dates, this is called grace and authority, and is one of the essential skills of a leader. I have to make Xiaoyu be convinced of me and willingly call me sister. Ji Tianwen once again felt speechless and muffled his voice back. It's good that you're happy. Zhao Yicheng's large eyes were like two beams of searchlights as she scanned the surrounding plants. After a few moments, she raised her hand to point to a flower in the distance, growing on an almost vertical mountain wall, and commanded, Ming Jie, don't be idle. Help me dig down the 2 flowers over there. Remember the roots, stems, leaves, flowers, all must be intact. Don't give them away. Okay, Lu's senior sister. Kong Mingjie happily agreed, then quickly began to act. He took the shovel handed to him by Zhao Yicheng, chipped a few vines, knotted them, and then tied a rock at the top. Then, aiming for a crevice in the mountain wall, he flung the cane. The stone was precise and stuck in the crack. After Kong Mingjie yanked twice to make sure that there was no problem with weight bearing and fixing, he grasped the tree vines with both hands and stepped on the mountain wall with both feet, and in just less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the designated spot that Zhao Yicheng had mentioned. Ji Tianwen saw the situation, and said that this brother-in-law is bah humbug. This little fatso is pretty nimble. The siblings worked for half an hour to fill all 10 pots. Zhao Yicheng patted the dirt on her small hands and laughed. Done. 10 sweet dates. Enough to slap little you 10 times. Ji Tianwen asked tentatively, Yicheng, if these flowers are sweet dates, then when you say slap, it wouldn't really be a slap with a slap, would it? No. Zhao Yicheng shook her head and returned. The book says that violent means are the lowest level, and smart people usually don't use them. After Ji Tianwen heard this, while he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, he also felt the need to pay attention to the American Girl Bodyguard's book list. What kind of nonsense is this? Departure at 10 o'clock. By the time we got back to Pingzhou City, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Ji Tianwen was on his way, so he had already notified the hired chef's class to prepare the meal. Therefore, as soon as they got off the bus, the crowd was treated to a gourmet meal cooked by a top chef. Zhao Yicheng feasted on the food and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Brother Tianwen, it does taste different and delicious. Then you should eat more. Ji Tianwen smiled back. Kong Mingjie quickly ate his fill, burped, touched his round belly, and gave a thumbs up. Brother-in-law, my senior sister is right with you. In the past, my master was worried that my senior sister was too able to eat and wouldn't be able to marry in the future. Now it seems that you and my senior sister are really made for each other and are in a perfect match. Ji Tan asked, if you're made for each other, what the hell is a wolverine? Shut up if you can't talk. Zhao Yicheng directly threw out a big bone stick and smashed it on Kong Mingjie's head, saying with little good humor, is lycanthropy a good word? Kong Mingjie rubbed his head and laughed nervously. Elder sister, I'm a poor reader. It's not like you don't know that. Anyway, I just think that you and my brother-in-law are quite compatible. Zhao Yicheng sniffed. Her face couldn't help but blush slightly, quietly glanced at Ji Tianwen, coughed dryly twice, and counted at Kong Mingjie, read more in the future. No culture is no good. Just talk about your senior sister me. I'm educated enough though, but also never letting up on myself, always learning and getting better. Kong Mingjie nodded his head repeatedly, with a look of humble acceptance. Ji Tianwen, on the other hand, felt a little like laughing because the way Zhao Yicheng reprimanded Kong Mingjie was really very much like a small child trying to imitate the tone of an adult's speech to teach another small child a lesson. Eat and drink. Zhao Yicheng inquired. Brother Tianwen, how do you plan to arrange Mingjie? What do you want to arrange? Well, why don't you let him come with me and be your bodyguard? He can carry a fight, and if you're really in danger, he can protect you. Ji Tianwen nodded and agreed. Then do as you say. That was what he had originally thought, and he hadn't realized that the other man had coincided with his thoughts. Zhao Yicheng twisted her head to look at Kong Mingjie and said, Mingjie, you have to do a good job. I have a copy of Bodyguard Self-Cultivation there. I'll bring it to you later on, so you can read it and learn it well. Kong Mingjie dutifully nodded his head in understanding. Zhao Yicheng said, Brother Tianwen, then I'll go upstairs to look for Xiaoyu first. When he finished, he picked up a pot of flowers and walked up the stairs at a brisk pace. Come to the 3rd floor. Zhao Yicheng walked to the door of Yu Jingzhu's room, turned the doorknob, and directly pushed the door in. Just see the internet-addicted girl is lying on the bed huffing and puffing, the quilt wrapped around her waist and stomach, above a small tank top, below a pair of boxer shorts. Snow White's slender long legs look particularly harsh. Zhao Yicheng looked at Yu Jingzhu's legs and then at her own, and couldn't help but skim. It's a shame that her legs are so long and she doesn't go pedaling on a 3-wheeler. Sputtering, she stepped closer. The hand holding the flower pot was hidden behind his back, while the other hand pinched Yu Jingzhu's nose. Chapter 176. It hurts, doesn't it? Not long after, Yu Jingzhu's pink lips slightly opened and breathed through her mouth. There was no other way. Zhao Yicheng had to put the flower pot on the ground. then pinch her nose with one hand and her mouth with the other. Then, put. Zhao Yicheng was stunned on the spot. Does Xiaoyu have special powers? While being dumbfounded, Yu Jingzhu struggled to wake up. Seeing Zhao Yicheng in front of him, he instantly flamed up and said, "Who let you just enter my room?" After saying that, he sniffed twice more with his nose, then pinched his nose and said with a face full of disgust, "What did you eat? Why does the fart smell so bad?" Zhao Yicheng, do you want to hear what you're saying? Xiaoyu, I'm in a good mood now, so I won't bother with you in general. How are you feeling? Zhao Yicheng asked. Nonsense. Yu Jingzhu didn't have the heart to say, if you're sleeping well and I come to your room and fart to wake you up, will you be in a good mood? Also, I remember warning you more than once, don't be rude. Xiaoyu is not for you to shout at. I'm warning you for the last time. Call me Xiaoyu again. Don't say I'll be rude to you. In the past, Zhao Yicheng would definitely have gone toe-to-toe, but this time, she kept her smile and said, Xiaoyu, I'm not what I used to be, so I advise you to watch your attitude and tone of voice when you talk to me in the future. Ha! Yu Jingzhu sneered. What if I don't pay attention? What can you do to me? I can get brother Tian to kick you out. Just you? Just be honest and be your bodyguard. I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I'll let you meet the coffin and shed tears today. After Zhao Yicheng finished speaking, she took out her cell phone from her pocket, then opened the photo album. Finding the pictures she took last night, she threw her phone onto Yu Jingzhu's lap, clasped her hands in front of her body, and laughed. Nu aw, see for yourself. Yu Jingzhu picked up her cell phone and immediately showed surprise. The screen showed Zhao Yicheng lying in Ji Tianwen's arms, the two of them sleeping under the same blanket. From the exposed shoulder area, it was obvious that neither was wearing any clothes. You're ping this photo, right? Yu Jingzhu said suspiciously. Zhao Yicheng seemed to have expected the other party to ask this, and said unhurriedly, if you scroll back, there's still a video. Yu Jingzhu slid the screen and saw a video. Clicked to play, only to see Zhao Yicheng lying in Ji Tianwen's arms. She made a victory gesture and winked playfully. Yu Jingzhu was first incredulous, then filled with righteous indignation. A beast. I thought Ji Tianwen was a good person before, but I didn't realize he could actually do this to you. Xiaoyu, don't you dare scold my brother Tianman. Zhao Yicheng took the phone back and snorted coldly. Brother Tianwen is already mine, so don't think about it in the future, or it won't be as simple as sweeping you off your feet. I miss Ji Tianwen? Yu Jingzhu said breathlessly. You don't think everyone is as blind as you are, okay? Zhao Yicheng patted Yu Jingzhu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Xiaoyu, I know you feel bad in your heart. Cry out if you want to cry. I will laugh at you. Oh no, I won't laugh at you. Nerve. Yu Jingzhu gave a big blank stare and said, do you have anything else? If not, hurry up and leave. Don't affect my sleep. Xiaoyu, hiding under the covers and crying isn't good for your body. Zhao Yicheng said in a serious manner. I'm really concerned about you. Thank you for your fake concern. I'm not going to cry. Ugh. If you have to force yourself to not cry in front of me, then forget it. So lazy. Xiaoyu, pay attention to your attitude and tone of voice. How can I say it now? I'm also considered the head mother of this family. If you provoke me again, I'll really get angry. Just you are still the head mother of the family? Yu Jingzhu laughed back in anger. You've read too many dog-blooded novels, haven't you? Not to mention whether or not the Ji family is run by Ji Tianwen. Even if it is, you don't even have a name. So what's the point of being the head of the family? Zhao Yicheng was suddenly speechless and was thinking of how to defend herself. But I heard Yu Jingzhu lower his voice and suddenly asked, Zhao Yicheng, what do you feel when you sleep? With Ji Tianwen? It certainly feels great. Zhao Yicheng replied. Last night, she slept quite peacefully. Brother Tianman's arm is so much more comfortable than a pillow, and it's not floppy like a doll to hold. It's really good everywhere. It hurts, doesn't it? Yu Jingzhu pursued. It doesn't hurt. Zhao Yicheng looked puzzled and asked back, how could it hurt? Yu Jingzhu said strangely, I've heard that a girl's first time is very painful. You really don't feel any pain at all? It doesn't hurt. That's weird. Is it hard to believe you've slept with another man before? Xiaoyu, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. If you say such words again that will easily make brother Tianman misunderstand. Believe it or not I will beat you up. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Zhao Yicheng said suspiciously. Xiaoyu, you're not right. What's wrong? You asked me what it's like to sleep with brother Tianman. Is it that you also want to sleep with brother Tianman? Zhao Yicheng, you're really sick. And you're not sick at all. I think it's you who are avoiding the issue. You can't hide your thoughts from my eyes. Yu Jingzhu was completely defeated. Speechless to the extreme. Only people like you who have no ambition will waste their time on falling in love. I have that time. Playing 2 games and scoring, doesn't it smell good? Zhao Yicheng saw that Yu Jingzhu didn't look like she was lying, and her inner vigilance dissipated a few points. Count on you being more sensible. Zhao Yicheng skimmed her lips and said, the slaps are done. It's time to give you sweet dates to eat. What sweet dates? That's it. Zhao Yicheng leaned down, picked up the flower pot that was placed on the ground with both hands, and handed it over to Yu Jingzhu, saying, in order to make up for your wounded heart, I specially brought you a gift. Yu Jingzhu originally didn't take it too seriously, only wanting to hurry up and deal with Zhao Yicheng and then continue to catch up on her sleep. However, upon seeing the flower pot in Zhao Yicheng's hands, her eyes went straight on the spot. Zhao Yicheng, where did you get this flower from? Yu Jingzhu inquired while receiving the flower pot and confirming the state of the flower. Dug it up over at our Dianxi mountain. Zhao Yicheng explained, I didn't help my master pick medicines in the past, so I can say that I have a good idea of where to find flowers that look good and can also be used as medicine. After saying that, he said smugly, little Yu, how is it? Do you like the gift I gave you? Yu Jingzhu gave her a blank look and returned, it's not bad. Not bad? Zhao Yicheng let out a light laugh and said, if you say so, then I won't give you the remaining 9 pots of flowers. Chapter 177, How do you want me to behave? You, what are you saying? Yu Jingzhu hurriedly asked. Zhao Yicheng, are you saying that you have 9 more pots of the same flower as this one in my hand? No, said Zhao Yicheng, shaking her head. I have 10 pots of flowers, all with different varieties. Then hurry up and show me the other 9 pots of flowers. Yu Jingzhu's attitude seemed a bit urgent. Aside from playing games, her favorite thing to do was grow and raise flowers. And, really, if you want to split the difference, then planting and raising flowers should definitely be at the front of the game. At least if it was a 3A masterpiece in front of her. She wasn't so excited. The smile at the corner of Zhao Yicheng's mouth gradually lacked morality, and she deliberately whetted people's appetites, saying, you really want to see it? I wish I could see it. How much? Very much so. Very think as much? Yu Jingzhu clenched her pink fists and gritted her teeth. It's just like me right now. I can't wait to slap you a few times. After some teasing, Zhao Yicheng brought Yu Jingzhu downstairs. Seeing those remaining 9 pots of flowers, Yu Jingzhu was on the spot like Zhao Yicheng seeing a gourmet meal, immediately pouncing over. She checked them out one by one, making sure they were all rare and cherished varieties, and instantly loved them. They're all treasures. Yu Jingzhu took Zhao Yicheng's hand and shook it for a while. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Stop. Zhao Yicheng laboriously pulled her hand out and said expressionlessly, I only promised to give you 1 pot. Whether I give you the rest of these or not depends on your performance. Yu Jingzhu froze, then raised her guard and said, how do you want me to behave? Zhao Yicheng's heart was practically bursting with joy at the words. It felt so good to take Xiaoyu. She stroked her chin and spoke, well, then call me a good sister first. Let me hear it. This won't do. On another condition. That's what I'm more interested in. If you don't want to call it that, forget it. Zhao Yicheng, do you think I'm too good-tempered? Yu Jingzhu huffed. If you piss me off, do you believe I'll really fight you for a bit? Little Yu, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Sparring with me, Zhao Yicheng, do you have that strength? Zhao Yicheng smiled contemptuously and snorted. Yu Jingzhu said in a cold voice, first of all, I don't look any worse than you. Secondly, my grandfather was the president of the Pingzhou Chamber of Commerce, and even though he's retired, all of his previous connections are still there. If you really piss me off, I'll beg my grandpa to go out and talk to Ji Tianwen to marry me. Let's not talk about whether Ji Tianwen will agree or not or anything like that. Uncle Ji and Auntie Bai will definitely agree because me marrying Ji Tianwen will be good for the Ji group. After a few words, Yu Jingzhu sneered. Zhao Yicheng, guess what would be the first thing I would do if I married Ji Tianwen? Zhao Yicheng's pretty face instantly turned white. Although she was overly forceful, her mind was ultimately a bit simpler. Yu Jingzhu's words immediately caused her to lose all of her backbone. Of course, this wasn't to say how insidious and cunning Yu Jingzhu was. It was just that she was ultimately a few years older than Zhao Yicheng, and if she really played with her brain, she obviously still had some advantage. Just then, a voice came over. What are you two doing? Zhao Yicheng followed the voice and saw Ji Tianwen striding towards him. Her eyes reddened on the spot, and like a gust of wind, she flung herself into Ji Tianwen's arms, choking, Brother Tianwen. Ji Tianwen subconsciously wrapped his arm around the young girl's waist and rubbed her head with his other hand as a sign of comfort. I don't know what's going on, but I can guess what's probably happening when I see the flower pots laying on the ground. It's probably a beautiful bodyguard, trying to hold the internet-addicted girl and ending up playing it off. Turning his gaze to Yu Jingzhu, Ji Tianwen frowned and said, Little Yu, you ran out dressed like this. Aren't you cold? It's already fall, the season that calls for long sleeves, and Yu Jingzhu's dress at the moment was really a bit too cool. A little tank top with a plunging neckline, little shorts underneath, and a pair of sandals on her feet. The body and complexion are on display, but it really doesn't fit well. Yu Jingzhu froze, then reacted and said in shame, Zhao Cheng, you wait for me. Putting down a harsh word, the internet-addicted girl quickly ran into the villa. In her opinion, if Zhao Cheng hadn't hooked her with that pot of flowers, she wouldn't have run out dressed like this. It's a good thing there aren't too many people in the villa, and it's on the beach. Otherwise, she'd be really ashamed of herself. After Yu Jingzhu left, Zhao Cheng wrapped her arms around Ji Tianwen's waist, raised her head, and pitifully said, "Brother Tianwen, just now Xiao Yu said, say what?" Xiao Yu said she was going to beg her grandfather to tell Uncle Ji and Auntie Bai to let you marry her. After speaking, a pair of big eyes stared dead center on Ji Tianwen's face, observing his reaction. In the next moment, Zhao Cheng's heart crashed to the bottom for a moment. Laughed. Tianwen brother actually laughed. Does this mean that he also wants to marry Xiao Yu? Yi Ching, Xiao Yu is joking with you. Ji Tianwen placed his hand on the young girl's fragrant shoulder and asked, "You must have used these flowers and teased Xiao Yu, right?" Zhao Cheng wanted to say something, and had the intention to argue a couple of sentences. But in the end, nothing was said and a nod of acknowledgement was given. Ji Tianwen adjusted his expression and spoke in a gentle tone. "Yi Cheng, in the future, don't fight with Xiao Yu anymore. I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, no matter what happens, my home is your home, and if there's a bite of food for me, I'll never let you go hungry." Zhao Cheng's eyes reddened, burying her face in Ji Tianwen's chest. Her delicate body trembled lightly, and silent tears flowed. Ji Tianwen hugged the young girl a little tighter and lowered his head, softly speaking comforting words beside her ear. In fact, he was at one point puzzled. Why did Zhao Cheng have to overpower Yu Jingzhu? Moreover, it was particularly insistent on having Zhao Cheng call her sister. Later, Ji Tianwen tried to think on behalf of Zhao Cheng's perspective and finally had an answer. Zhao Cheng grew up in an orphanage for as long as she can remember, and was later sent to Dianqi Temple. This kind of birth destined her to be insecure inside. In addition, because of the size of her meals, before she met Ji Tianwen, she rarely had enough to eat. That's why she treasured her job as a bodyguard. Granted, the act of buying a copy of Self-Mastery for Bodyguards specifically for this purpose seems more than a little silly. But, how is this not a sign that the young girl cherishes the life at hand and doesn't want to lose the job that puts food on the table? When Yu Jingzhu moved in, Zhao Cheng was still in the hospital. When she came out of the hospital and saw that there was another girl her age in the house, and that this girl had some skills, a sense of crisis naturally arose. So much so that she later ironically became a secretary just to prove that she had greater value and could not be replaced by anyone. Chapter 178, Learning to Curse with Ji Tianwen. Although Ji Tianwen figured out the logic of the young girl's behavior, he was in the way of Zhao Cheng and Yu Jingzhu's conflict, which was in the form of a secret rivalry that had never manifested itself to the surface. So, there is no chance of finding a way to intervene, and this time, he allowed Zhao Cheng to go upstairs and tease Yu Jingzhu, also with the idea of letting the conflict erupt for a bit, so that he could intervene to resolve it in the meantime. Zhao Cheng, a shout filled with exasperation came out from the villa. Only Yu Jingzhu came out aggressively, looking like she wanted to fight. She looked slouchy in a white sweater on top and a pair of black overalls underneath, with a pair of pops on her feet. Although her hair looked a little messy, it didn't affect her face or temperament at all. Zhao Cheng left Ji Tianwen's embrace with some reluctance, walked to Yu Jingzhu and whispered, "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, these flowers, all of them are for you." The main reason she fought with Yu Jingzhu openly and secretly was because of the lack of sufficient security. Now that she had gotten Ji Tianwen's promise, she didn't feel the need to continue fighting with Yu Jingzhu, and, when she thought about it, it seemed that in the friction that had occurred between the two of them, she had initiated it more often than not. An apology is in order. Zhao Cheng, what are you up to again? Yu Jingzhu was a bit confused, while her inner vigilance pulled full. In her opinion, Zhao Cheng was in all likelihood holding back something bad. "Little Yu, I am sincerely apologizing to you." Zhao Cheng pulled Yu Jingzhu's hand and said, "What I did in the past was wrong, so forgive me. I'll double row with you at night and play assist for you, and I'll share my snacks with you." Yu Jingzhu wouldn't straight away. She had gotten used to Zhao Cheng being shady with each other and disliking each other. Zhao Cheng suddenly showed weakness and apologized, which messed up her rhythm. Stunned for a long time, Yu Jingzhu coughed dryly and said, "Since you're so sincere in apologizing, I'll forgive you for the sake of these flowers. Of course, I've been wrong before. I don't let you play assist for nothing, and I don't accept your gifts for nothing. I use the new projector I bought and watch cartoons with you." Zhao Cheng nodded heavily. "Aha!" With that, the two of them took arms and crouched down to look at the flowers that were laid out on the ground. The next day, Ji Tianwen took Zhao Cheng and Yu Jingzhu, plus the little fatty Kong Mingjie, and went to the Ji group together. After taking care of the day-to-day tasks, the group headed back to the park. On weekdays, Yu Jingzhu, who was always reluctant to move, also made an unprecedented move to follow along this time. This made Ji Tianwen curious and wondered, Xiao Yu, when you worked out in the morning, you couldn't keep your eyes open, but you're not sleepy now? It's not that I'm not sleepy, it's that I'm afraid I'll miss you arguing with someone. Yu Jingzhu returned. Ji Tianwen was stunned, then laughed and said, why do you expect me to fight with someone? You talk especially funny when you're arguing with someone, and you can choke on a sentence. So you followed me for fun? Not really, I mostly just want to learn how to curse without swearing from one. Ji Tianwen couldn't understand it even more and pursued, what are you learning that's not good? Why are you learning to curse? Zhao Yicheng replied back, because I used to open the mic to play games. I often got reported for cursing and then banned, and after I learned to curse without swear words from you, I can avoid getting banned. Jitan asked, that's a reason that's pretty much impossible to pick out. To the park. In the office, Ji Tianwen met Sonya Bing. Black suit, white shirt, high heels. Dressing up though hasn't changed much from her days as a secretary, but the aura is very different. Ji Tianwen nodded with satisfaction and greeted with a smile. Secretary Song. Oh no, now I should call Mr. Song. Everything is still going well over here, right, Mr. Ji? You may as well call me Secretary Song. Sonya Bing wore a smile on her face as she returned. Overall, it's quite smooth. However, Tian Miayan and Xia Shunyun weren't slow to react either. They're also starting to follow our lead and use vlogging as a way to recruit anchors. Ji Tianwen was full of concern and said, how big is the pot? How big is the cake? In my eyes, they are just a plate of appetizers. Sonya Bing poured a cup of tea and put it into Ji Tianwen's hand, saying, Mr. Ji, it's true that the words are true, but Tian Miayan after all has the Mordor Tian family behind her. Moreover, it's predictable that Tian Miayan and Xia Shuyun singing against us will cause the anchors who should have fallen to us to enter a stage of hesitation and wait and see. It's even a big possibility that it will happen when the price is pending and both sides are talking. Ji Tianwen nodded and said, Secretary Song, you're talking about famous and quality anchors. Small anchors don't have bargaining chips. We don't have to recruit as many anchors with a fan base. The key is still to look at the individual's ability. Talked about work for a while and sorted out what we were going to do next. There was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sonya Bing looked in the direction of the house door and spoke. Please come in. The door handle turns. The two sisters, Yu Weimiao and Yu Weixiao, walked into the office one after the other. The two look the same, but the contrast in temperament and dress is enough to make it clear who is the older sister and who is the younger. Yu Weimiao upper body black bust slit suspenders, lower body a black high-waisted micro-lax casual pants, feet on a pair of thick-heeled flat shoes, the standard imperial style of dressing, looking beautiful and valiant. Yu Weixiao, on the other hand, wore a yellow sweater with cartoon prints, a long pink skirt underneath, and a pair of small white shoes on her feet, going for a sweet style. Seeing Ji Tianwen also there, Yu Weimiao was visibly stunned. He was about to say hello, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a voice from his side. Crap! This crap immediately drew everyone's attention. Only Kong Mingjie took a step and walked to stand in front of Yu Weimiao. He looked at Yu Weimiao and then at Yu Weixiao and gave a thumbs up. You two are really awesome looking. The crowd's expressions, all of a sudden, had wonderful expressions. Pa! Zhao Yicheng slapped his senior brother on the back of his head and said with little kindness, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Elder sister. I was looking at the fact that the two of them look exactly the same and was complimenting them. Kong Mingjie rubbed his head with an aggrieved look. Is especially wonderful. Is especially beautiful. Awesome looking. Are you sure this is used as a compliment? Ji Tianwen also felt speechless, inexplicably thinking of Kong Mingjie's comment yesterday that he was in league with Zhao Yicheng. Let's just say that the little fatty really can't talk and lacks a venomous beating. Sonya Bing dryly coughed, pulling the crowd's attention back and inquired. But Miao, but Xiao, you two came over early in the morning. There should be something going on, right? Chapter 179, A Man of Many Fans. There is indeed something I want to talk to Mr. Song about. Yu Weimiao nodded and admitted. Sit down and talk. Song Yabing pointed to the solo sofa next to him. Yu Weimiao settled down, put a stack of A4 paper in his hand, and handed it over with both hands. Song Yabing took a look at it and realized that it not only contained the planning and copywriting for the next video, but also a record of some of the problems within the park. Some give some advice, some don't. With Song Yabing's vision, the contents of these papers were still of great value. There are problems that management can't detect, especially G's group is mostly industrial, and the internet live streaming with goods belongs to the newly expanded track. Then some of the past experiences, some of them naturally no longer apply, and some of the questions recorded by Yu Weimiao made Song Yabing feel inspired. Mr. G, have a look? Song Yabing handed the several pages in her hand to Ji Tianwen who was beside her. Ji Tianwen took it and his eyes fell on the paper. Yu Weimiao's emotions became visibly tense. Her back straightened a bit, her legs together, quietly observing Ji Tianwen's reaction. Whether you are in a state-owned company or a private company, giving advice to your leaders is always a sign of immaturity. It would be a mistake to invite backlash. Waiting for a long time, he saw Ji Tianwen finish reading the pages in his hand. Not quite sure what Ji Tianwen thought of Yue Miao, hesitantly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Ji, I wrote these, may not be mature. If you think, I think it's quite good. Ji Tianwen laughed. I can tell that you have a bit of talent for management. Yue Miao heard a sigh of relief, coyly smiled. Back, Ji total fallacy. I cannot talk about talented, mainly my university, read the business administration. Ji Tianwen nodded in understanding and said, in that case, let's make the best use of everyone and everything. I'll discuss this with Mr. Song later and additionally arrange a suitable position for you. And, of course, the paycheck will be extra for you again. Yue Miao immediately showed that she was flattered, and hurriedly got up and said, Mr. Ji, I'm not for this. The reason she wrote about some of the problems she found and her suggestions for dealing with them wasn't really for a promotion or a raise. She just felt that Ji Tianwen had been kind to the sisters. Within her capacity, she is willing to offer some help to make the park better. I know you're not looking for a promotion and a raise. What I'm looking at is also your ability in management, Ji Tianwen said in a slow voice. I've thought about it. In order to maintain a certain sense of mystery and facilitate the creation of a sense of contrast, you can reduce the number of times you appear in the movie, and only appear on more important occasions, or when your popularity is higher. Yue Miao couldn't help but light up at his words. The truth was, anchoring was a job she didn't really like. However, she didn't really complain. The number of people in this world who work at a job they love and are passionate about is ultimately a very small percentage. To work is nothing more than to survive. And Ji Tianwen now said that it would allow her to reduce the number of times she appeared on camera, which really spoke to the cracks of her heart. Yu Weixiao, who was talking to Yu Jingzhu and Zhao Yicheng, was also in a good mood when he heard Ji Tianwen's words. She walked over to the coffee table and said excitedly, Mr. Ji, my sister's grades in college were great. The main reason she's an anchor is to keep me company. She's actually very good at planning. It's just that we're in our old company and my sister's abilities can't be utilized. As long as she's given a chance, she'll definitely be able to make a big impact. Yue Miao had the intention to block it, but thought that when her sister said so, it was also for her own good. Plus she really didn't like being in front of the camera much either. Ji Tianwen pondered slightly, looked at Song Yabing, and asked, Mr. Song, what's your opinion? On this side of the park, it was still mainly managed by Song Yabing. Ji Tianwen sought Song Yabing's opinion, not entirely just considering Song Yabing's face, but wanting to use it to establish her prestige in the eyes of the following employees. At the same time, it was also a way to tell Song Yabing that he had given her a wide scope of decentralization, including in terms of personnel adjustments. Song Yabing obviously knew what Ji Tianwen meant as well, and a warmth went through her heart. After thinking about it, she returned, Mr. Ji, I think that we can let but Miao serve in the planning department first. Ji Tianwen nodded, turned his head to look at Yue Miao with excitement in her eyes, and said, just as Mr. Song said, you'll go work in the planning department. Thank you Mr. Ji, thank you Mr. Song. I will definitely work seriously and live up to your trust in me, Yue Miao said hesitantly. After a few more moments, Yue Miao got up to take his leave. Yu Weixiao pulled Yu Jingzhu and Zhao Yicheng out together. Zhao Yicheng looked at Ji Tianwen and felt that there was no danger, so he pulled Kong Mingjie along with him again. In the office, only Song Yabing and Ji Tianwen were left. Mr. Ji, have you been paying attention to the news from East Germany City? Song Yabing stirred up the conversation as she added tea to her teacup. Ji Tianwen shook his head and returned. Didn't pay much attention. Did something happen? Nothing happened, just one thing that was kind of interesting. Oh, tell me about it. Song Yabing took her seat and smiled. East Germany City's 10,000 people's fans, the reaper of the rich and powerful. Guess who I'm talking about? Ji Tianwen froze, then asked, Kong Yongqi? Although he was asking, he was actually sure of it inside. He wasn't 100% sure who the East Germany's biggest fan was, but if you add one more rich young man harvesting machine, then it is definitely Kong Yongqi. Sure enough, he saw Song Yabing nod and continued. Just yesterday, the young masters of 5 companies in the imperial capital appeared in East Deity City at the same time, and also went to Kang's group at the same time. These 5 people are also interesting. They all said that they saw Kong Yongqi's picture on the internet and then fell in love at first sight and couldn't sleep at night, wanting to meet Kong Yongqi in person. I heard that last night. There went 3 more rich second-generation people. These 3 came from Huadu, and also went to Kang's group, naming Kong Yongqi for dinner. After Ji Tianwen heard this, he didn't hold back his joy and said, it's a bit interesting. As soon as the words left his mouth, his cell phone rang. take it out. Ji Tianwen couldn't help but say, this side of the park, it's a bit evil. Song Yabing froze, then reacted. 9 times out of 10, the person who called Ji Tianwen was Kong Yongqi, the person we just talked about. And it is true. Ji Tianwen picked up the phone and heard Kong Yongqi's voice come out. Ji Tianwen, thank you. The short sentence revealed a heavy sense of exhaustion, as if it had taken a great deal of effort to say it. Ji Tianwen of course knew what the other party was thanking him for, and smiled back. Kong, big beautiful girl, congratulations. I haven't seen you for a while. You've become a fan of 10,000 people. Chapter 180, Eat, Drink, and Be Merry. It's not much fun. Hearing Ji Tianwen's flirtation, if placed in the past, Kong Yongqi would have stormed out and then disliked her unceremoniously. However, now that I heard it, I felt an indescribable sense of solidity and security instead. And if Ji Tianwen saw Kong Yongqi at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. In just a few days, her entire body had lost a circle of weight that was visible to the naked eye, and it looked haggard, giving a disheveled feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. Big beauty Kong, you called over? You're not trying to charm me, are you? Ji Tianwen asked in a joking tone. Kong Yongqi was dumbfounded and said along with the words, that's right, just want a mini. Are you mesmerized by me? No, Ji Tianwen replied dryly. Although you are a fan of 10,000 people, I am not one of those 10,000 people. Kong Yongqi obviously didn't have much of a joking mind. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, Ji Tianwen, what do you say, is the meaning of living? Ji Tianwen heart thump. Sang said, as long as alive has meaning, you still have. He wanted to say, you still have family and friends, but thought about it, family and friends are two things. I do not think it can persuade each other, because relatives are not blood relatives and friends crave her body. So, in time, he changed his tune and said, you still have nice sights you haven't seen, good food you haven't eaten, and fun things you haven't played, but I think that eating and drinking is not much fun. Kong Yongqi couldn't raise the slightest bit of interest and said, now she felt like she was on an island in the middle of the ocean. I'm alone, I have no one to turn to. She longs for salvation, but no one can save her. After the past few days of side conversations, she had confirmed that the odds were that her parents didn't know about her birth. Kong Yongga did promise her that he would help her block those rich kids from the imperial capital and Huadu. But, Kong Yongqi knew very well that her brother did not possess that kind of ability at all. In addition, there was something else that hurt her. That is, Chu Lingyan actually thought that way about her. Every time she thought about it, Kong Yongqi would feel indescribably nauseous and goosebumps all over her body. This nausea, it is physical as well as psychological, and that's pretty much the norm. Imagine your best BFF/brother, secretly kissing you while you're asleep. Anyone with a normal orientation can't take it all in stride. It's not surprising that those with poor mental capacity are left with a direct psychological shadow. Kong Yongqi, since you said you thanked me, you're admitting that you owe me a favor, right? Ji Tianwen asked after a moment of silence. Although he was no psychologist, after careful thought, he felt that the probability was that the other party had suffered too much of a blow, and thus lost his purpose and direction. If that's the case, then he gives a goal and direction. Even if it's a short-term goal and direction, as long as he could build up inside Kong Yongqi and survive this, the rest would naturally follow. Well, I owe you a favor, Kong Yongqi admitted. Ji Tianwen let out a slight sigh of relief and continued. My favor is not something that can be offset by a painless thank you, so what do you want me to do? Be the anchor. What? Ji-Ten asked in detail. I've been hiring anchors lately, and there are large openings in the fitness field. Then again, most of the people who come over to apply for jobs are muscular men, and it's too monotonous. I think there's something up if you join in. Ricky Kong said incredulously. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Of course it's not a joke, Ji Tianwen said in a serious manner. You'll work for me for half a year. Even if you return my favor, during the work period, the salary should be as much as it's worth to pay you. After that, they started talking about how rewarding it is to be an anchor and how great the company benefits are. Although Kong Yongqi was not interested, after Ji Tianwen's interruption, the depression in her heart dissipated a bit without her realizing it. Another long silence. Kong Yongqi inquired, Ji Tianwen, what do you think I should do in my current situation? There's no such thing as what should or shouldn't be done. It's all about what you think. I don't know. Frankly speaking, Ji Tianwen wasn't really willing to interfere with other people's decisions. However, thinking about Kong Yongqi's current situation, it was also true that she needed someone to show her the way. After a slight contemplation, Ji Tianwen said, there are many ways to break the dilemma. The only thing that's not in the right options is avoidance. You may as well try to face it bravely. Maybe the result of facing it is not as bad as you think. Kong Yongqi whispered, I don't quite understand what you mean. If I'm not mistaken, I don't suppose you've come clean with your mom and dad about your origins? Then I would venture to infer that your parents don't know that you're not their biological daughter. Kang Yongchi's eyes lit up and she busily asked, why do you say that? Ji Tianwen heard the urgency in her tone and inwardly determined two things. 1. Rachel Kang is very hopeful that her parents don't know about her birth. 2. The main reason why Kang Yongchi didn't choose to come clean was because she was worried that her parents would know that she wasn't her biological child. It's simple. Ji Tianwen replied back. Your parents wanted to push you out into a marriage to gain benefits, so taking you to the Yang family to recognize your relatives will similarly gain benefits. And then there's the fact that you're able to call me now, which means your parents aren't watching you particularly closely. They should also be investigating the backgrounds and character of those rich second-generation people who were mesmerized by you, and then choose one on merit to be their son-in-law. After Kang Yongchi heard these words, her heart couldn't help but feel greatly stabilized. In fact, it wasn't as if what Ji Tianwen said hadn't occurred to her. There are just times when thinking about it yourself has a completely different effect than hearing it from someone else's mouth. The most immediate difference is that what she thinks of herself, she's not 100% sure of. And when Ji Tianwen said that, she didn't say she was 100% sure. At least it also, to a large extent, deepens one's earlier judgment. And then what? Ricky Kong asked. What should I face? One could hear that her tone was no longer so heavy compared to earlier. Feeling that he hadn't wasted his spit, Ji Ten said bluntly, I would suggest coming clean with your parents. Kang Yongchi's eyes flickered twice, and she said tornly, but, Ji Tianwen interrupted, not to mention if hiding it is the solution to the problem. Even if you plan to hide it, how long can you hide it? Don't your parents ever wonder how you suddenly became a millionaire all of a sudden? Next, more and more rich kids will be hooked on you, which means more and more people will know about your life. And you bet your mom and dad won't be able to find out the truth? ______.